Chapter 1. Everything was a Hamilton, a car accident, and Jake was dead. His soul floated above, watching two doctors whispering to each other, waiting for his family to come and claim his body. Too bad. Jake is still so young. It's such a pity. Last time, he almost died when a steel plate fell on him at the construction site. Fortunately, someone donated their eyes, or he would have gone blind. He barely survived, and only lived another year before this happened. At least he had a good life. He married his first love, Camila, and they've been in love for 10 years. He was successful in his career, and had both a son and a daughter. The conversation between the two doctors recounted Jake's seemingly fulfilling life. Everyone envied him, saying he had a blessed fate, and even he believed it himself. Even when he was critically injured by a steel plate due to a worker's mistake during a site inspection a year ago, he managed to survive. Originally, he was supposed to lose his sight, but luckily, a volunteer donated their eyes, allowing him to see again. He could still remember the image of his wife, Kiera, holding his severely injured body and crying. How did he deserve such a perfect wife as Kiera? Heaven had always favored him. Alice, I'm sorry I couldn't stay with you forever. Jake's mouth twisted in bitterness. He couldn't spend the rest of his life with his wife, or watch his children grow up. The more he thought about it, the more guilt and fear filled him. He was afraid his wife would be heartbroken upon seeing his corpse. But when she glanced at Jake's corpse, her sweet expression vanished, replaced by revulsion. Jake, do you know how long I've waited for this day? You're finally dead. Zane hugged Kiera tightly and fiercely kissed her face. Hee Alice, we'll celebrate properly tonight in your home, in Jake's room. Wear this outfit, and we'll have a great time. With a leer, Zane reached under Kiera's dress, touching her, once exclusively Jake's, with abandon. Not here, it feels weird, Kiera pouted, feigning resistance, but melting into Zane's embrace, her eyes brimming with lust. Fear nothing, Jake is dead. From now on, we can be together openly. This fool never even knew. If he found out we've been together, and that all 3 kids are mine, wouldn't he rise from the dead in fury? Ha ha ha. Boom. Jake's mind went blank. Watching Zane and Kiera, hearing their words, bloodshot eyes burned with anger. He was betrayed by the people he trusted most. No wonder every time Kiera and Zane met, there was always an unreadable look in their eyes. No wonder Zane doted on his children more than Jake did. It was all because of this. In that moment, murderous intent surged within Jake. He roared like a wild beast. Bastards! I will kill you both. He lunged at them, swinging his fists wildly, but his punches passed harmlessly through their bodies. Helpless, he watched as they became increasingly intimate in front of his corpse. A clear, cold female voice echoed. Startled, Zane and Kiera saw a tall woman enter, supported by an elderly man, wearing dark glasses that obscured most of her face. Who are you? Zane asked, wary. The woman ignored his question and asked coldly, is what you just said true? Zane scoffed, I don't understand what you're talking about. We don't know you. Before he finished, the woman's voice cut him off. It doesn't matter. Now that he's gone, you two should go to the other side and apologize to him. The elderly man nodded, and the 7 security guards rushed forward. You, what are you? Crack? The room was filled with the mixed screams and cracking bones of Zane and Kiera. Soon, the guards dragged away the lifeless bodies of Zane and Kiera. The event unfolded so quickly that Jake was left staring dumbfounded at the woman. His brain couldn't recall any memory of her. The woman pushed the elderly man aside, walking closer, her hands feeling until they touched Jake's face, her voice trembling slightly. Jake, I'm here. Chapter 2. Danger. Run. Jake watched as the woman carried away his body, tenderly and carefully preparing him for burial. On the night of cremation, a heavy downpour drenched everything, while the woman held his ashes and walked endlessly, her back looking desolate. At this moment, Jake felt an excruciating pain in his heart. He rushed to the woman, screaming hoarsely. Dara, is it really you? Why did you treat me so well? Why did you give me your eyes? And the company? What do you mean the company was yours? Tell me. Unfortunately, the woman couldn't hear him. She sat motionlessly, tightly hugging the urn. The elderly man sighed deeply, then left the room. Meanwhile, the woman stood up and pulled out an album from a drawer, filled with photos, all of Jake. Click. The lighter's flame cast a faint light in the dim room. One by one, the photos were set ablaze, sparks flying everywhere, igniting the carpet and curtains. Dara, are you crazy? Danger. Run. Jake screamed, trying desperately to pull her out but passing through her fragile body repeatedly, watching helplessly as the fire enveloped her. Suddenly, the door burst open, and several people rushed in to extinguish the flames, led by the elderly man, who was in a frenzy. In the glow of the fire, Dara stood in a black dress, her dark hair cascading down, a tear of blood trickling from her empty eye sockets. Jake, wait for me. Next life, can you spare just one glance at me? Just one. Boom. The fire erupted, swallowing Dara entirely. No. Pain. It was overwhelming. This was what Jake felt when he regained consciousness, as if his entire body had been wrung dry in a washing machine. Ya may die. Ya may die. The awkward English phrases from childhood clashed jarringly with the stench in the air. F***K. Kazi, where did you get this? Dog F***Ker. Keeping secrets, huh? Hurry up and send me the seed. Get lost. If not for watching Shao Hamilton make his 99th confession to Alice, I wouldn't part with Master Kuro's classic work. Gradually, Jake's senses returned. Staring at the iconic action movie on the screen, he froze. Master Kuro is making a comeback? So young? Seeing Jake engrossed, Aaron chuckled. Shao Hamilton, aren't you enjoying it? Go for it all out when Alice comes. Later, I'll download more. You'll need it. Looking at the familiar, round face before him, Jake recalled his high school best friend, Aaron. Kazi, didn't you go to South Africa? Why are you young again? And what's with your clothes? Aaron tugged at his school uniform pants, glancing suspiciously at Jake. What are you talking about? Aren't you sleepwalking? Hurry up, everything's ready on the playground. Alice should be here soon. This scene was too familiar to Jake. Still, he wanted to confirm something. Turning around, he punched Aaron lightly in the stomach. Does it hurt? Aaron. What the hell? Why'd you punch me? Aaron grumbled. Nothing. Jake smiled. The pain was real, and the smell of low-quality rubber track was unmistakable. He believed he had indeed been reborn. Back to senior year. Back to the pivotal moment that could change his fate. Damn it. Nothing? What the F***? K? Just as Aaron was about to blow up, Jake gave him a tight hug. Brother, it's good to see you again. Caught off guard, Aaron responded uncertainly. Jake. Behind him, Alice's voice called out. Chapter 3. The wretch deserves to die. Upon hearing the voice, Jake's smile vanished abruptly, replaced by an expression of coldness. He turned to look at Alyssa's. Her tailored school uniform accentuated her tall and slender figure, while her high ponytail revealed a delicate face brimming with youth. Seeing this face that once haunted his dreams, Jake was reminded of the past life where Alyssa had an affair with Zane, plotting meticulously to bring about his death. He also recalled how he had cherished their children for years, only to find out they were the products of Alyssa and Zane. Naturally, he remembered Dara's image being consumed by fire. But to the present-day Jake, everything about Alyssa disgusted and repulsed him. He had been bewitched and missed his prime years. But in this lifetime, he wouldn't repeat those mistakes. This time, he lived for himself, for his father, and for Dara. Alyssa, you? Just as Jake was about to speak, he heard a boy shout among the spectators. Gold Leg is here. Quick, get out of here. At the mention of Gold Leg, everyone scattered like sheep. Delaney hurriedly pulled Alyssa away. Aaron scrambled to pick up the candles and lights scattered on the lawn, shouting to Jake. What are you standing there for? Get lost. Shortly afterward, a balding middle-aged man, puffing and puffing, ran over. It was the grade supervisor, Mr. Jamil, who also taught math to Jake's class. Jake and Aaron, who didn't escape in time, were caught red-handed. When Mr. Wong learned about the public confession incident on the playground, he became enraged, pointing to the scene nearby and reprimanding them. Who did this? Confess? Jake kept his gaze level, calmly answering. It was Aaron, Anson. However, under my guidance, he reconsidered and abandoned it. It could be considered a last-minute decision. Before seeing anyone, Jake heard Aaron's raspy voice calling out. Hamiltoning his head, he saw Aaron covering his buttocks, charging over angrily. You ungrateful bastard. I help you chase girls, yet you let me take the fall. I took 5 kicks from Gold Leg. Stop whining like a woman. I'll treat you to internet surfing tonight. Jake flipped through the exam papers without looking up. Aaron was taken aback, not so much because Jake was treating him to surfing but because he was actually studying. Shao Hamilton. What are you doing? Studying. We have a mock exam coming up soon. From now on, focus more on your studies, or you won't even make it to college, Jake replied. Hearing this, Aaron was bewildered, touching Jake's forehead and then his own, utterly confused. He's not running a fever? Shao Hamilton, wake up. It's just Alyssa, right? Not the first rejection. Why torture yourself with studying? Seeing Aaron's grieving expression, Jake shook his head and laughed. No need to explain. Time would prove everything. He would show everyone that he was no longer the old Jake. He managed only a third of the exam paper when Aaron grew impatient, urging Jake to leave immediately. They agreed to meet after dinner. Since he hadn't ridden his electric scooter today, Jake had to walk home. Watching the students walking in pairs and vendors calling out along the street, he tasted the essence of youth. Passing by an old residential building, Jake paused. According to his past memory, this area would be demolished within half a year, with new housing designated as school district properties, tripling in value. So many business opportunities that year. In his previous life, Jake wasted his thoughts and time pursuing Alyssa, missing countless golden opportunities. But no worries, now, equipped with memories from his past life, he knew the right timing for actions. With the right moves, even pigs could fly. Lost in thought, he walked forward and turned at the next intersection, only to see several people not far ahead. Recognizing who stood before him, Jake's expression turned cold. Hashtag chapter 4, teased. In front of a pool hall at a street corner, 3 delinquents with dyed red, yellow, and purple hair were surrounding 2 female students. They were Alyssa and her best friend Delaney. Hey Alyssa, how's it going with what our boss said last time? When are you going to be our boss's girlfriend? One of the yellow-haired youths asked with a smirk. Such incidents were relatively common around the school area. Girls in their senior year often had immature views on love, preferring older men who appeared more worldly. To them, dating such individuals was cool. Over time, this became a trend. Many delinquents also felt proud if they could date high school girls. Alyssa, both academically and physically outstanding, was pursued by several of these delinquents. Every day after school, she would be stopped by a few of them. Just as Alyssa didn't know how to refuse, she suddenly spotted Jake nearby, and a hint of joy flickered in her eyes. Jake. Alyssa waved at Jake. He naturally saw this scene and inwardly cursed his bad luck. The yellow-haired youth turned his head to glance at Jake, then swaggered up a few steps, twisting his mouth into an exaggerated pose typical of a street thug. Hamiltontal bastard, don't meddle in things that aren't your business. You know who my boss is? Just as the yellow-haired youth was trying to act tough, Jake casually waved his hand and said, I saw nothing. You guys carry on? He then turned and walked away. Who did they think he was, the sycophant from his past life? Ignoring the fact that these were just a few delinquents chasing after Alyssa, even if Alyssa were to really get hurt, what did it have to do with him? He remembered clearly how, in his previous life, Alyssa cried and said she had been bullied by some delinquents. In a fit of rage, he had found those delinquents and ended up beaten so badly he had to lie in bed for a week. Helping Alyssa out of trouble? It was already merciful of him not to add insult to injury. Humming a tune, Jake slowly walked away. He hadn't gone far when he heard someone calling his name. Jake. Seeing Delaney riding an electric scooter with Alyssa as her passenger speeding towards him, Jake kept walking without stopping. This guy. Delaney was visibly angry, sped up to block Jake's path. Stopping the scooter, Delaney glared at Jake angrily, while Alyssa looked at him reproachfully, though she hadn't finished speaking. Jake, didn't you hear me call you? Delaney fumed. Do you need something? Jake asked impatiently. Didn't you see that Nguyen was being bullied? Why didn't you help us? If not for a few classmates passing by, we wouldn't be able to leave now. Delaney retorted. Alyssa's eyes were red, tears welling up in them. She looked pitiful and charming. Jake, I was really scared earlier, but I don't blame you. You were probably too scared too, right? I'm fine. Please don't go looking for them to fight on my behalf. Delaney was even more upset after hearing this, continuing. Did you hear that? Alyssa cares about you, but you ran off just because of their threat. Are you even a man? What if Alyssa really got hurt? Did you even think about it? None of my business. Jake replied indifferently, walked past the two girls, not even sparing Alyssa a second glance. Jake, you? Delaney was stunned, looking at Jake's back, finding it hard to believe. As Alyssa's best friend, she knew Jake very well. He should have carefully comforted Alyssa and rushed back to fight those delinquents. Nguyen, why does Jake? Delaney said dazedly. Alyssa bit her lip and said, he must be mad because I didn't agree to his confession today. But he also made me sad just now. I won't talk to him for a few days. Humph, good idea. Ignore him for a few days, give him the cold shoulder, and let him stew for a while. Eventually, he'll come crawling back to you. Meanwhile, Jake had reached his home. The chipped wooden door, 2 large cabbages in the corner, half a bag of potatoes. Still the same home from his memories. Through the door, he seemed to see his father, Bob, bustling in the kitchen wearing an apron. Taking out his key, he opened the door and walked in. Is Xiaohao back? His father's voice came from the kitchen, full of vigor. Jake felt a lump in his throat. Dad, I'm back, he called out. Bob emerged from the kitchen, still in his apron, holding a spatula in one hand. He was in his early 40s, in the prime of his life, yet his temples were already streaked with gray. Looking at his father, Jake's thoughts drifted back to his past life. For the sake of pursuing Alyssa, he had led a confused and aimless life, repeatedly refusing arranged dates his father set up, claiming he would remain single forever if he couldn't marry Alyssa. They had argued countless times. Until that year when he started his business, his overworked father finally collapsed. In the hospital, the elderly Bob, balding and hooked up to various medical devices, held his hand and left only one sentence before passing away. Xiaohao, Dad will never stop worrying about you. Idiot, what are you standing there for? Wash your hands and eat, Bob said. Jake rubbed his eyes, nodded, and firmly responded, all right. He came from a single-parent family and had no memory of his mother since childhood. It was Bob who raised him as both a father and a mother. His father had worked hard all his life, but never enjoyed the happiness of having grandchildren until his dying day. Thinking of this, Jake sighed deeply. In his past life, he had been truly irresponsible, but since everything had started anew, he would take on his responsibilities as a son and ensure his father's tragedy would not repeat. Foods here. Bob's cooking skills were excellent. There were 3 dishes and a soup on the table. Jake devoured the food hungrily. Indeed, his father's stir-fried shredded potatoes were the best. By the way, Dad, how's work at the factory going lately? Jake asked suddenly. Why the sudden interest in my work? Bob replied. Jake ate a spoonful of rice and smiled, just making conversation. The factory has been downsizing recently. Although I've been working there for a long time, they said even those remaining will have their wages reduced by 30%, and performance bonuses will be paid every 3 months. I'm thinking about quitting and finding another job. Birch, don't quit yet. Less money is less money. Keep working. They say jobs are hard to find these days. Jake had reasons not to let his father resign. In his previous life, a few months after his father resigned, foreign investors acquired the factory, raising the wages and benefits of all remaining employees. His father had regretted it deeply. This translation maintains the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring natural, fluent English and coherence with the previous content. Chapter 5, Call Me Dad. Boy, you don't understand. With Dad's skills, it's not hard to find a job, Bob said. I'm about to take the college entrance exam soon. When I go to university, I will definitely need money. Can't you work for a few more months? What's the rush for this short period of time? After being nagged by Jake for a while, Bob reluctantly agreed. At the dinner table, Bob felt that his son was acting strangely today. He seemed different, even initiating conversations and showing concern for his father's work, discussing studies and college admissions proactively. Bede, tell your dad honestly, did you do something wrong at school? Bob suddenly asked seriously. No, I behave well at school. By the way, Dad, I want to buy some practice test papers that our teacher recommended before. I'll send you the list later. Upon hearing Jake volunteering to study, Bob was both surprised and overjoyed. Great, you finally got it. At your age, studying is important. Dad doesn't have high expectations. Just getting into an ordinary undergraduate program would be fine. If we can produce a college student in our family, it would be very honorable. Dad, aren't your expectations too low? An ordinary undergraduate won't do. Not Tsinghua or Peking University, but at least a 985 or 211 university. You're getting cocky now, talking about 985 and 211. If you really get in, our ancestral graves will emit green smoke. The meal ended with laughter between father and son. Meanwhile, Aaron's messages were bombarding him one after another. Lindsay, are you done eating? Speak up. Damn it, Are you trying to stand me up? Did you promise to take me online? Son of a bitch. Keep playing dead, and I'll come to your place and smash the door. Jake quickly typed on his second-hand Oppo screen. Got it. Wait for me at the gate. After putting away his phone, Jake cleared the dishes and told Bob he was leaving. Just as he reached the door, Jake remembered that his father should have saved up a sum of money. By the way, Dad, I need some money, Jake said. Bob sipped his tea and reached into his pocket. How much? Is 30 enough? Not enough. I need 100,000. Bob spat out the tea he had just swallowed. 100,000? Tea leaves hung from the corner of Bob's mouth, making him look slightly ridiculous, as if he doubted his own ears. Are you joking with me? Dad, I'm serious. Isn't there exactly 100,000 on your card? I need it for something. In his previous life, Jake remembered clearly how his father spent 100,000 yuan to get him admitted into a junior college through connections. Instead of wasting it on that, it would be better to use it as startup capital for entrepreneurship. What could you possibly need so much for? Bob paused, sensing something was off. His exact words and precise amount made Bob suspicious. Brat, did you steal my passbook? Before Bob could pull out his 7-Wolf cigarette, Jake turned and fled. There was no way to directly tell his father he had been reborn and knew all future opportunities. If he did, his father might still give him the money, but probably after sending him to a top psychiatric hospital. It seemed he'd have to think of another way to get startup funds. Jake made a mental note. Having set up the meeting place with Aaron, Jake rode his bike towards a nearby night market. The rainy season always makes me miss you so much. Under the night sky, riding along the bustling streets, Jake harmonized perfectly with the city's vibrant atmosphere. The song, Short Letter, Long Farewell, played repeatedly from the neighboring audio shop, evoking countless youthful memories. Jake hummed along to the once viral hit, thinking how catchy these online hits had been back then. Love songs filled the air, mingling with vendors' calls and couples strolling hand in hand through the night market. Jake took a deep breath, a smile tugging at his lips. This must be what youth feels like. If not for the incessant ringing of his phone, he would have lingered longer. Soon enough, sitting side by side in an internet cafe, they entered Summoner's Rift. Some players were raging, others silent. Hajima. Saya, Leojda. With the first blood announcement, their game came to an end. Jake gulped down a bottle of soda, glancing at Aaron beside him, teasingly remarked, top rank Yasuo in senior high school class 5. Is this all you've got? No. Let's play another round. It must be the skin. I'll change skins. 3 games already. Take your loss and call me Dad. I. Aaron's face flushed red, struggling to say the words. Though friends often teased each other calling someone Dad, when it came time to actually do it, even close friends hesitated. Seeing Aaron's awkwardness, Jake couldn't help but chuckle. He gave Aaron a friendly punch on the chest. Let's let it slide this time. Alexandriacally, it's just a game today. If we were gambling, I'd see how you handle it. With your skills and attitude, never gamble in the future. Others won't be as lenient as me. Jake earnestly lectured him, and although Aaron didn't fully grasp everything, he nodded vigorously in agreement. Hee hee, Xylindsay, talking too much makes your mouth dry. Wait here while I get you a drink. Remember to teach me how Yasuo uses double wind slash. Watching Aaron waddle to the counter, Jake shook his head, smiling. He hoped Aaron would remember his words. In his previous life, he spent several years after graduation living aimlessly. During that time, Aaron encouraged him many times and even helped him financially after marriage, despite his own financial struggles. Jake remembered all of this. Later, when his career took off, he found out Aaron had gambled away everything during their lost years, losing his wife and ending up in debt, eventually working in Africa to repay loans. This time, if Aaron could avoid that fate, it would be best. Even if not, Jake wouldn't watch his best friend fall into the same trap. Huh? Xylindsay? Hearing someone call him, Jake turned around to see someone sitting in Aaron's seat. A small buzz cut, long face, acne scars, small nose, small eyes, large ears, and a distinctive mole under the lip. Recognizing this face, Jake's expression darkened. It was Zane. Chapter 6, Grudge from a Past Hamilton. At that moment, Jake's mind instantly conjured up an image of Zane and Charmaine engaging in lewd acts beside his corpse. His fists clenched tighter and tighter, and the impulse to kill the man before him grew ever stronger. Seeing the terrifying look in Jake's eyes, Zane inexplicably felt uneasy but didn't understand what was going on. So he asked, Hamilton, why are you staring at me like that? The familiar brotherly address sounded exceptionally sarcastic to Jake in this moment. Just as he couldn't hold it any longer and stood up intending to smash Zane's face into bits with one punch, Aaron returned carrying drinks and a packet of snacks. Damn, Zane, you're here mooching off my machine again, huh? Get lost. I swear, Colby, did you steal your dad's wallet or something? Buying so much food? I'm hungry too, give me some. The two were bickering playfully when this scene began to calm Jake down. He reluctantly unclenched his fists. In this peaceful era, there was nothing he could really do to Zane. Moreover, there was another point. Zane's father was notorious for being a thug, always getting into fights back when he was younger. Now, he worked at the same factory as Jake's father, Bob, seemingly on good terms with each other. Considering how Zane's father behaved, if something happened to Zane, Jake feared his father. Don't be too upset. With me and Zane helping out, our iron triangle will definitely get Charmaine. Slap. Just as Aaron finished speaking, Jake slapped Zane's hand off his shoulder and gave him a cold glare. This sudden action stunned both Aaron and Zane, especially Zane, whose expression was priceless. But thinking that Jake might still be upset over the failed confession, he tried not to let it show, though he couldn't hide his dissatisfaction entirely. Hey, Hamilton, I know you're feeling bad, but you can't take it out on me. That hurts, buddy. Can't do this. Gotta hit you back. Don't dodge. Zane wanted to salvage the situation by stepping forward to pat Jake, but found his hand fiercely slapped away by Jake, who remained icy cold. Brother? You aren't even worthy. Now Zane's face was completely red with embarrassment. Noticing the atmosphere turning sour, Aaron quickly stepped in between them, laughing awkwardly and trying to defuse the tension. All friends here, no need to be mad. Zane, Hamilton's been in a funk lately. Even I got yelled at today, no hard feelings. Anyway, I'm done here, you can keep playing, we'll go first. Then he dragged Jake away. At the internet cafe entrance, Aaron looked Jake up and down, suspiciously asking, Hamilton, are you alright? Yeah, fine. Why? Jake replied. Seems the rejection by Charmaine hit you hard. I guessed it this afternoon. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken it out on Zane just now. Though that guy is annoying and takes advantage of you a lot, scolding him isn't wrong. Hearing this, Jake realized Aaron had misunderstood him, but he didn't bother explaining too much. After all, in his past life, the licking dog label stuck deeply, and others would eventually see that he was different now with time. But there were some things he still needed to caution Aaron about. So he said, Colby, listen up. Stay away from Zane and avoid any contact with him. Aaron scratched his head, puzzled. What? Really, that bad? We've hung out for so long. What did he do to you? Just tell me. I'll beat him up and make him apologize. You'll see soon enough. Just trust me, stay away from him. Jake's tone was solemn. Oh, alright. You're heartbroken, so you win. Clearly, Aaron hadn't taken it seriously, leaving Jake somewhat exasperated. As they continued walking, a few delinquents sauntered toward them. Two little punks, give us your money. A punk with yellow hair demanded arrogantly. However, yellow hair waved his hand and glanced at Jake. Recalling what happened outside the billiard hall earlier, he had already pegged Jake as a coward. He said, this kid is too timid to dare deceive me. What's that classmate of yours called? What does he look like? Jake's eyes were full of amusement as he cheerfully replied, his name is Zane. As for what he looks like. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the internet cafe, Achoo, must be Jake cursing me again under his breath. He's completely off his rocker. Zane rubbed his nose, utterly unaware of the situation downstairs. Outside the internet cafe, Jake rode an electric scooter carrying Aaron away. On the backseat, Aaron looked back at the people still blocking the entrance of the internet cafe and patted Jake, saying, Hamilton, are we really just leaving like this? Jake hummed a little tune. It was clear he was in a good mood. He casually replied, what? Do you have money to give them? That's not what I meant. I just thought maybe what we did wasn't right. Do you think Zane will get beaten? That guy is stingy to death. I bet even if he has money, he won't give it. Aaron knew these things. How could Jake not know? This way already counts as lenient for him. What he owes me isn't just this much. Jake's voice was very low for the latter part, so Aaron didn't hear it, nor did he see Jake's cold gaze at that moment. Jake looked at himself in the mirror, quite satisfied. He paid and left. At the same time, in the classroom, due to the delay caused by getting a haircut, most students were already there for morning reading except for Jake. Many started chatting idly. How come Jake hasn't come yet? I was all set to laugh at him. He mustn't quit school after being rejected by our great campus beauty Alisanuan, right? The thread about him being rejected yesterday opened a special post on our school's forum, filled with criticisms. I guess he saw it, and no longer has the face to come to school. It's best if he doesn't come. If he dares to show up, I'll scold him to death. Look at his reflection in the mirror and see if he deserves our Wan. Among these complaints, the harshest words came from Delaney. In the second year of high school, when they chose subjects for specialization exams, Jake, who originally wanted to go for arts, stubbornly chose science to pursue Alisanuan. Unfortunately, his grades were far behind Alisanuan's, so he didn't end up in the same class and was instead placed in the same class as Delaney. Delaney always despised Jake deeply, especially after the incident at the billiards hall in trance last night, which made her hate Jake even more. Just as they spoke of the devil, Jake stepped into the classroom right when the morning reading bell rang. The noisy classroom immediately became dead silent, as more than half of the girls stared at Jake with starry eyes. Before Aaron mentioned it, Jake hadn't noticed that after being reborn, not only did his memory and thinking ability skyrocket, but his body also changed significantly, making his skin incredibly smooth, which seemed to be another perk. Sorry, naturally beautiful, can't teach you, Jake replied. Hearing this, Aaron did not reply but raised a friendly middle finger. After confirming Jake's identity, the classroom erupted into chatter. My god, he's Jake? I knew he looked familiar. Wow, Jake is actually so handsome. What's the use of being handsome? He still can't match our Wan, Delaney sneered, still holding her contempt for Jake. However, her words carried some guilt, and her eyes couldn't help but dart towards Jake repeatedly. The noise in the classroom stopped abruptly as homeroom teacher Jamil entered. Jamil, as both the homeroom teacher and grade director, held considerable authority among students. These are the test papers from the last simulation exam. Delaney, please distribute them, Jamil said. Delaney took the papers and began distributing them. When she reached Jake, she coldly snorted, threw the paper on the desk, and stormed off. Aaron leaned over and whispered, Hamilton, what did you do to upset Delaney? It looks like she's ready to eat you alive. Shut up, Jake replied offhandedly. In the previous life, Delaney often belittled him in front of Alisanuan, so he had detested her back then. Now, to Jake, Delaney was nothing but a mere passerby, irrelevant and emotionless. Looking at the countless red marks and abysmal scores on the paper, Jake couldn't help but twitch his lips. In his past life, calling himself a poor student was an understatement. His grades were absolutely terrible. Hamilton, do you want to play basketball after class? Aaron then tossed the paper aside. Don't go. After class, give me your paper so I can categorize our mistakes and review the original questions together. Jake examined the paper Unexpectedly, Aaron's eyes widened in shock, astonished. No way, Hamilton, Did you not recover after a night's sleep? Can we really handle studying? That was before. From now on, whatever I do, you follow. Even if we don't get into top universities like 985 or 211, I can guarantee you'll pass a bachelor's degree, Jake declared. This wasn't just Jake boasting. He had just gone through the test paper and found that for more than half of the questions, he had a very clear solution in his mind. With his now far superior memory and thinking ability, it wouldn't be impossible to spend a few months consolidating all subject knowledge points, making it feasible to enter top universities like 985 or 211, or even Tsinghua and Peking University. As long as Aaron could follow him, getting into an undergraduate program would be within reach. But to Aaron, this sounded even more unrealistic than him reaching the Alistair level with Yasuo in the game. Great, I must still be asleep. This dream is too crazy. Good night. Wake me up after class. Aaron yawned and fell fast asleep again. Seeing this, Jake helplessly shook his head, realizing he'd need to supervise Aaron more from now on. Then, he began to carefully review the test paper. The morning classes passed quickly. At lunchtime, Aaron, who had been listless all morning, suddenly perked up, dragging Jake off towards the cafeteria. There was a storage cabinet in the cafeteria specifically for senior high school students to keep their lunchboxes. When Jake opened his cabinet, he saw a pink, fancy lunchbox next to his own. He froze for a moment, remembering how in his previous life, he had always fetched and washed meals for Alyssa during high school. Glancing at the lunchbox, disgust filled Jake's eyes. He picked it up and casually tossed it aside before heading to fetch lunch with Aaron. Throughout the meal, Aaron talked nonstop, almost as if his mouth were a machine gun. Hamilton, are you serious? You're not even fetching Alyssa her meal? Aren't you afraid she'll be mad? Can't you shut up while eating? Jake quietly gave all the green peppers in his box to his good friend. As they were eating, two girls approached from not far away, Alyssa and Delaney. Alyssa sized up Jake from a distance, her small mouth opening wide in surprise. Is that really Jake? How about it, Nwan? Didn't I tell you that you might not recognize him? Delaney, as Alyssa's loyal best friend and follower, had naturally told Alyssa about Jake's transformation first thing. Alyssa's watery eyes stared at Jake with evident admiration. She had to admit, the current Jake was indeed very handsome. Hey, Nwan, don't forget what happened yesterday. Didn't you say you'd ignore him for a few days? Don't start talking to him just because he's handsome, or I'll be upset, Delaney reminded her. Yes, I understand, Alyssa nodded. But inwardly she thought that if Jake apologized for last night's incident at the billiard hall entrance, she wouldn't mind forgiving him. After all, the current Jake was incredibly handsome. The thought of such a handsome Jake continuing to care for her made her feel proud and pleased. The two girls walked toward Jake, but intentionally slowed down, clearly trying to attract his attention. Chapter 8. Something disgusting. Cafeteria. Jake was focused on eating when he suddenly noticed Aaron nudging him repeatedly. Instinctively, he looked up and saw Alyssa and Delaney walking towards him. Upon seeing this, will go hungry. With an attitude like that, why should Nwan ever forgive you? Even Alyssa, biting her lip, said with anger, Jake, I know you're still upset because I rejected you. As a boy, can you please not be so petty? Let's forget what happened last night, but your attitude right now disappoints me. I really am getting angry. Alyssa's soft voice, with a hint of redness in her eyes, combined with her delicate features, might have made the old Jake immediately apologize profusely, even breaking his ribs to make soup for her. But now, all Jake felt was disgust. After finishing a few bites, he tidied up his lunchbox and got up to leave. Huh? That's all? Aaron asked, confused. There's something disgusting here, making me lose my appetite. Jake left without looking back, and everyone understood who the disgusting thing referred to. That, Miss Young. Xiao Hamiltonzi has, his aunt visiting. Please don't take what he said to heart. I'll go talk to him, Aaron quickly added and rushed off after him. Alyssa's face turned pale as she turned to look at Jake's retreating figure, shouting, Jake, I'm really mad. I'll never forgive you. Jake naturally heard her, but didn't even consider turning back. If circumstances were different, he would have thrown Alyssa into the garbage can to wash her brain clean. After leaving the cafeteria, Jake planned to return to the classroom to do his homework, but was dragged to the restroom by Aaron under the pretense of having a post-meal cigarette. Boys' restroom. The origin place of smokers. A line of boys squatted or stood, those with cigarettes smoked, and those without enjoyed secondhand smoke. Jake was using the urinal when Aaron, holding half a cigarette between his teeth, remarked, Xiao Hamiltonzi, haven't you noticed you're a bit different? Hearing this, Jake looked down, nodded seriously and said, yeah, I am different. Go to hell. I'm serious. Aaron began. Just as he said this, Aaron's eyes involuntarily glanced over, causing his half-smoked cigarette to drop. Damn, did you eat bullwhip? Jake shook it satisfactorily. He loved this body after rebirth. Young, handsome, intelligent, and well-endowed. Not living up to its potential would be a waste. Jealous? Just pass the college entrance exam, and I'll tell you how, Jake said. This caught Aaron's attention. He whispered, is that true? Can you really improve later? Damn, off topic. Anyway, what's up with you lately? New haircut, studying, and treating Alyssa so poorly. She's your goddess, not your enemy. Kai, let me make this clear. I don't like her anymore. The current Alyssa makes me feel disgusted. Let's not bring this up. He knew that this fierce King Kong leg was actually a devoted and caring teacher, despite his harsh words. As Jamil lectured Jake, outside the restroom, Aaron waited anxiously for over 10 minutes. Initially, he could hear Jamil's yelling, but now, silence filled the air, worrying him greatly. Why is it so quiet? King Kong leg's kicks must have been too much for Xiao Hamiltonzi to handle. Aaron paced anxiously, feeling increasingly guilty. He had forced Jake to smoke, yet Jake took the blame alone. He felt it wasn't righteous. To hell with it. Who cares if I get beaten? You're my brother. Aaron rubbed his face, rolled up his sleeves, and walked into the restroom bravely. However, upon seeing the scene inside, he was utterly stunned. Hashtag chapter 9. News about Dara. Before rushing in, Aaron had already prepared to plead for Jake. He expected to witness an extremely cruel scene. But who knew that Jamil, the super macho teacher known as Vajra Legs, was now hugging Jake and crying like a child. Wah. For so many years, no one knows the bitterness in my heart. My wife and mother-in-law think this job looks impressive, but I never see any money. Every time I visit her family, they look down on me. I live such a wretched life. Wah, I just want to educate students. Is there something wrong with that? Tell me, Jake, where did I go wrong? Jake could only laugh and cry at the same situation. After Aaron left, Jamil initially scolded him, but gradually their conversation turned into a chat. Perhaps because Jake knew some of Jamil's hidden thoughts from his previous life, he inadvertently touched upon something deep within Jamil's heart. No one would have thought that the usually stern, frightening Vajra Legs could have such a soft side. Ah, this is what it means to be a man. Jake sighed deeply, took out a Honktashan cigarette, and silently lit it for Jamil. Seeing this, Aaron felt a sudden chill run down his spine. His mouth dropped open wide, and his eyes bulged like a bull's. What was going on? Was he dreaming during broad daylight? At this moment, Jamil and Jake also noticed Aaron. Regaining his composure, Jamil hastily threw the half-smoked cigarette aside, wiped his face, straightened his back, and pretended to cough seriously, transforming back into the authoritative Vajra Legs. Cough, cough. If anyone dares to spread what happened here, they will pay for it. Don't worry, Anson. You were just giving me a private lecture. Nothing happened, Jake said, patting Jamil on the shoulder and then gesturing to Aaron, walking away. Jamil replied, there's a transfer student from another city arriving tomorrow. I'm handling the paperwork with the administrative office. Her name is Dara. Hearing this, Jake's face flushed red with excitement. His fists clenched involuntarily. Tomorrow, transfer student, female, Dara? It must be her. Finally, he would meet her. His heart raced with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Unexpectedly, Jamil sighed and said, according to what I've heard, Dara is an outstanding student. I wanted to bring her to our class, but other rocket class teachers are watching closely too. No way, Anson. She has to come to our class. Jake's tone was resolute. Huh? Why? Jamil asked. After a brief pause, Jake chuckled. You know my lousy grades, Anson. After your guidance today, I realized I need to study harder and not drag the class down. Since Dara is an excellent student and quite quiet, why don't you move Aaron and seat Dara next to me? How about that? Aaron panicked when he heard about changing seats. He was about to protest but was stopped by a look from Jake. All he could do was stare at him with disappointment. Why do you think she's quiet? Jamil asked. Intuition, Jake responded sheepishly. Seeing Jake's newfound determination, Jamil was satisfied. He patted Jake on the shoulder and said, very well. It's not too late for you to turn things around. Not just because Dara is such a catch, but for your resolve to better yourself. I will try to get her into our class. Joke aside, we can't let an outstanding student slip away. Jake was thrilled, then, about switching seats. Jamil glanced at Aaron and replied, yes, it's time to separate you two. One cannot avoid being influenced by one's company. I've given up on Aaron. As for you, Jake, don't let me down. Remember, studying is for yourself, not for others. Seeing Jamil starting a long lecture again, Jake didn't wait any longer. He bent down to thank him. Thank you, Anson. We're off. He dragged Aaron and ran out of the office. Back in the classroom, Jake didn't waste any time, moving Aaron's desk himself. How? Don't you love me anymore? Really not sitting next to me? Aaron stood beside him, looking pitiful like a little wife. Jake didn't bother arguing, working while speaking. Give me your game ID, and I'll carry you to Goldvy. Aaron grinned and snatched the task from Jake. Birch, this small task I can handle. Guaranteed to move everything neatly. Soon, Aaron had cleared the space. Oh yeah, Kai. Dad's on night shift tonight. Come over later. Jake added. Aaron's expression changed drastically. He shielded himself protectively, looking terrified. You? What are you going to do? Hamiltontal bastard. No wonder you've been acting strange lately, even abandoning Alyssa. Are you lusting after my beauty? Get lost. Jake gave Aaron a light kick and said irritably, come over tonight. I'll tutor you. The mock exams are coming up. Seriously? You mean it? Aaron hadn't thought Jake was serious about helping him study. Well, don't want it anymore? Jake smirked, glancing at Aaron's crotch, which immediately snapped Aaron back to seriousness. He nodded gravely. Now I realize only studying can make me happy. I will study. Must study. Chapter 10. A meeting with her. Jake listened to the afternoon classes with exceptional focus, but his eyes would occasionally wander toward the classroom door. Though he knew Dara was only coming the next day, for some reason, he couldn't help but think about her. The afternoon classes ended quickly. When the dismissal bell rang, Aaron called his father to inform him and then followed Jake home. After solving their dinner at a nearby noodle shop, Aaron insisted on dragging Jake to an internet cafe to gain more ranks in gaming. However, Jake refused. He knew if he didn't change Aaron's life path, the tragic events of the previous life would repeat themselves. In the end, it was Jake who had to drag Aaron home by force and persuasion to review their studies together. While helping Aaron with homework and explanations, Jake essentially went through his own revision as well. Unfortunately, Aaron's foundation was so weak that even with Jake's patient and detailed explanations, it seemed like talking to a wall. Helping this guy get into an undergraduate program was tougher than Jake getting into Antoniangua or Beida University. As the moon rose, night fell upon them. The two boys, who used to play wildly, now immersed themselves deeply in studying. Eventually, Aaron couldn't hold out any longer and yelled he wanted to sleep. Jake also planned to go to bed early, aiming to be in top condition for tomorrow when he met her. But he miscalculated. Every time he closed his eyes, Dara's image filled his mind, causing inexplicable excitement. Meanwhile, Aaron, despite having poor sleeping posture, snoring, grinding teeth, and farting, fell asleep immediately, sounding like a second-hand tractor. One might think someone was drilling late at night. At such a young age, having snored like that was extraordinary. Jake thought about how hard Aaron had studied for several hours tonight, deciding to endure and eventually fall asleep himself. 1 sheep, 2 sheep. The traditional counting sheep method had some effect. 585 sheep. Gradually, Jake felt drowsy. 586 sheep. Urglurl. Crack. Suddenly, a loud snore from Aaron made Jake angry, and he threw a pillow at him. To hell with you. Aaron, get up and go back to sleep. The next morning, after washing up, Jake and Aaron headed out. Hamilton, how did you sleep last night? Aaron asked. Jake turned around, glaring at Aaron with panda eyes, and replied, what do you think? Hee, sorry about that. I tend to snore pretty badly when I sleep. I'll be more careful next time. Let me treat you to breakfast as an apology. Soon, they arrived at school. At this time, students were coming in one after another for morning readings, and vendors were setting up their breakfast stands at the school gate. Boss, 2 baskets of baozi, 2 eggs, and a sausage, Aaron said grandly, as if he ordered a full banquet. Jake paid no attention because he spotted Zane not far away. Early morning is such bad luck, Jake muttered. What? Why bad luck? Aaron asked while receiving the breakfast from the vendor, following Jake's gaze to spot Zane too. Colby, Hamilton. Zane waved and ran over. As he got closer, Zane looked rather disheveled. Bruised face, swollen nose, and a band-aid on his nose, looking quite ridiculous. Holy crap, Zane. What happened? Aaron asked. Hearing this, Zane looked annoyed. Don't ask. After you guys left the other night, I played alone for half an hour and left. As soon as I went downstairs, I was blocked by a few people demanding money. They said someone told them I was rich. Damn, I couldn't give them any, so they beat me up. Aaron felt somewhat guilty upon hearing this, but Jake wasn't affected at all. To hell with it. If I find out who set me up, I'll kill him. After venting a bit, Zane continued, right, Colby, your 4th period is PE, right? Our class has it too. Let's play ball together. Play ball? Sure. Before Aaron could agree, he remembered Jake's advice to stay away from Zane, so he changed his response. Hamilton, what do you think? F***K. Colby, when did you become so indecisive? Hamilton, join us too. Stop obsessing over Alyssa, just try to distract yourself. Saying this, Zane stepped forward and habitually put his arm around Jake's shoulder. Seeing Zane act so brotherly, Jake felt a surge of anger. He could never forget the despicable face Zane showed when he betrayed him. Colby, can I have a couple of baozi? Oh yeah. Before Zane finished speaking, Jake suddenly raised his right hand from his pocket and elbowed Zane's side ribs, causing him to cry out in pain and step back, clutching his waist. Damn it, Jake. What are you doing? Zane shouted. Jake turned to Zane with an icy stare, completely unlike that of an 18-year-old. I said, we're not familiar. Next time, it won't be this easy. Jake said coldly. Jake, it's okay that you were in a bad mood the other night, but don't take it out on me. Alyssa rejected you, not me. Zane nearly exploded. Jake brushed off the shoulder Zane touched and maintained his cold glare. One last time, you're not worthy of being my brother. With that, Jake walked away, leaving behind an awkward yet unpolite smile from Aaron, who waved and hurriedly followed. This scene drew many classmates' attention who were buying breakfast nearby, including Alyssa and Delaney. Nwan, wasn't that Jake just now? What's going on? Weren't he and Zane good friends? How come it feels like they've fallen out? Delaney asked. Who cares? I said I will never forgive him, Alyssa said coldly, still upset, and walked into the school. In the classroom, since the morning reading started, Jake had been restless, frequently glancing at the door. Why hasn't she come yet? Even though Dara was supposed to transfer to their class according to the trajectory of the past life, Jake couldn't help but worry something might go wrong due to his rebirth. Until the second class ended, Dara hadn't shown up. During the break between classes, Jake was flipping through a test paper when he suddenly felt extremely drowsy. Due to Aaron's snoring the night before, he barely slept and struggled to stay awake, resting his head on the desk to catch a nap. Ding dong. He didn't hear the bell ringing, clearly overwhelmed by drowsiness. It was math class. When Jamil entered the classroom, the noise instantly subsided. This was partly due to the teacher's reputation as Iron Leg, and partly because a new student in school uniform followed behind him. Everyone turned their eyes towards the girl walking behind Jamil, keeping her head down low. Seemingly afraid of being the center of attention, the girl lowered her head even more, her heavy bangs covering her face, her small hands nervously fidgeting with her pants. Jamil walked to the podium and announced, "Classmates, this is our new transfer student, Dara. Please give her a warm welcome." Scattered applause indicated that everyone was indifferent and rather perfunctory. Jamil sighed in frustration and added, "Dara, please sit there." Pointing towards Jake, he noticed Jake was fast asleep at his desk. Seeing this, Jamil became furious. Just yesterday, Jake swore to reform himself, and today he was already sleeping in class? Jake! Jamil angrily slammed the lectern. Huh. Jake woke up confused, rubbing his eyes. Due to Jamil calling Jake's name, Dara subconsciously glanced over. At that moment, time seemed to stop. Their eyes met, hers and his. Note, to maintain the tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring it flows naturally in English, I have kept it succinct and impactful as the original Chinese text intended. Chapter 11. Behaving lewdly in front of the teacher. Jake stared blankly at Dara. In his mind, the image of that black long dress standing amidst the sea of fire gradually overlapped with the girl in front of him. Back then, she exuded an icy and extraordinary demeanor, every move revealing the decisiveness of a high-born lady. But now, she appeared frail and introverted, her face half hidden under thick bangs, making her look like an ugly duckling forever curled up in a corner. That heartbeat crossing time feeling made Jake's body tremble. Finally, I found you. The scene of Dara holding her own ashes and crying tears of blood as she was swallowed by the flames was deeply imprinted in Jake's bones. Jake, Wait for me. In my next life, can you look at me just once more? Just one time? The despairing murmurs of Dara in the fiery inferno from his previous life echoed in Jake's ears. It seemed true that extreme emotions could indeed cause some physiological dysfunction. Jake's mouth opened, but no words came out. A pang of sadness hit his nose, stimulating his tear glands. His blurred vision made Dara's figure less clear. He struggled to take steps. 1 step, 2 steps. Dara, this time around, let me come to you. Jake's red eyes were filled with an indescribable fervor, so much that Dara hastily looked away, blushing shyly. Jake, what are you doing? Get back to your seat. Jamil growled from the side. But Jake was entirely focused on Dara, almost oblivious to everything else. Under the dumbfounded gazes of Jamil and all the classmates, Jake spread his arms and tightly embraced Dara, wishing he could fuse her into his body. The petite and delicate girl in his arms felt so fragile. Jake closed his eyes, his body trembling. This real touch. He held the flesh and blood Dara in his arms, not just the helpless soul of that night. He couldn't imagine how much pain Dara endured when her eyeballs were taken out by cold medical instruments as she donated them to him. He couldn't picture how much it hurt when she hugged his ashes and was burned by the relentless fire until there was nothing left. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Truly sorry. Jake kept mumbling, I'm sorry, losing control, his body trembling even more intensely. His inexplicable actions frightened Dara. She tried to escape, weakly pushing against him but failing due to her frailty. His crazy behavior immediately caused commotion in the classroom, whistles and chaos everywhere. When Jamil snapped out of it, his face darkened instantly. Jake! Jamil's roar drowned out the commotion, then he stormed forward, grabbing Jake's ear angrily. Ouch! Jake screamed in pain and instinctively loosened his grip on Dara. Dara, freed from his embrace, was clearly terrified. The class's teasing made her cheeks flush bright red, standing there at a loss, wishing she could bury her head in the ground. You little punk, you're really getting out of hand. Acting lewdly in front of the teacher? Jamil said angrily. Now, with his ear being pulled by Jamil, Jake winced in pain but regained his composure. He had prepared thoroughly last night, despite insomnia, but upon seeing Dara, he still couldn't control himself, leading to this inappropriate behavior. Misunderstanding, Mr. Wong? Jake was trying to think of a plausible reason to explain, but Jamil wouldn't give him the chance. He first told Dara to find a place to sit, then dragged Jake to the office for a scolding. Thankfully, it was a math class, and Jamil didn't want to waste the student's time. So he only gave Jake a verbal warning and stopped when Jake showed a sincere attitude. Back in the classroom, Jake rushed to his seat. Seeing Dara sitting there, he still felt a surge of excitement. But just as he sat down, he noticed Dara instinctively moving away from him, drooping her head and avoiding eye contact. She was clearly frightened. Jake wanted to smack himself. Any girl would be scared by his behavior. Though he wasn't sure when or why Dara fell in love with him in the past life, he feared damaging his image in her heart, which might ruin their chances. Jake cleared his throat tactically and tried a smile he thought was friendly. Hi, deskmate. His greeting made Dara lower her head even further, her small hands fidgeting nervously. Jake's actions had genuinely scared her. If there were other seats available, she wouldn't have sat next to him, no matter how handsome he was. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Even with his heightened intelligence from being reborn, Jake couldn't find any reasonable explanation for his lewd behavior. From the podium, Jamil scanned the room. Take out your last mock exam papers. We'll go over some tricky questions. Everyone took out their papers, so Jake did too. Meanwhile, Dara looked somewhat at a loss. Just as Jake wondered how to continue the conversation, Jamil gave an assist. Jake, share your paper with Dara. Brother who, I adore you. Jake grinned and slid the paper in front of Dara. You haven't been here for the mocks, use mine. Dara's face turned crimson, hesitant to speak, but needing to see the paper to follow the lesson. She cautiously leaned over, her expression showing slight surprise. Jake realized his paper was covered in red marks. Looks like his impression score with Dara dropped again. During the rest of the class, Dara kept her eyes fixed on the paper, maintaining an awkward distance from Jake. Jake felt quite helpless. Mending his image would be tough. The math class ended quickly. Since the next class was PE, the students rushed out of the classroom as soon as the bell rang. Seeing Jake still seated, Aaron called out, Hamilton, why aren't you going? If you're late? Jake gave him a look, signaling silence, then replied, I have something to do. Go ahead without me. Aaron looked puzzled, but eventually left after repeated signals from Jake. Now, the classroom was empty except for Jake and Dara. Chapter 12 Be careful. In the classroom, the last row, Jake was propping his head up with one hand, turning to look at Dara. The corners of his mouth curved upward, and there was unmistakable tenderness in his eyes. Deskmate, next class is PE. Do you plan to stay here all the time? Jake asked. Facing Jake's question, Dara only lowered her head. Her thick bangs hid her profile, and she hunched over slightly. Her already frail body looked even more fragile in the loose school uniform. Seeing this, Jake felt a pang of unease in his heart for no reason. Although Dara had been his desk mate in his past life, he had never paid attention to her then. But today, their brief encounter allowed him to profoundly understand Dara's introversion and inferiority. What virtues did he possess to enter the heart of such a girl? Let's go. I'll take you over. Our PE teacher doesn't like people being late, or we'll have to run laps as punishment, Jake said as he stood up. Watching Jake walk ahead, Dara cautiously raised her head. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly followed him. After leaving the classroom, the two walked towards the playground. Jake walked ahead while Dara stayed a few steps behind, always maintaining that distance. Meanwhile, Jake kept talking to himself without getting tired. Calling you desk mate all the time isn't good either. Calling you Dara directly also seems strange. Let me think. What if I call you Hamilton Elaine from now on? Hearing Jake's somewhat affectionate nickname, Dara's cheeks blushed down to her ears. Her small hands inside her sleeves clenched tightly. Finally, She gathered enough courage to look down and stammered, can you not? Unfortunately, her voice was so soft it sounded like a mosquito's buzz, and Jake didn't hear her at all. He just replied, not saying anything means you agree, Hamilton Elaine. Dara really wanted to tell Jake whether he could avoid using such an intimate name, so she mustered her courage again and looked up at Jake. What met her eyes were the clear and handsome features of the young boy. His black and white eyes seemed to hide stars, and playful breezes blew away the strands of hair on his forehead. It felt like the air itself was tainted by his presence. Caught in his gaze, Dara inexplicably blushed and quickly looked away, gripping her pants legs tightly as if they could anchor her thoughts. Soon, the two arrived at the playground. Following the PE teacher's instructions, they finished one lap, then warmed up before free activity time began. Boys headed for the basketball court nearby. Girls either went to the bathroom arm in arm or grouped together under the shade near the basketball court to give water to the boys they admired. At this moment, Dara sat in the shade beside the basketball court. Although she only ran one lap, her poor stamina left her still breathless and with a dry throat. Here. A bottle of mineral water was offered to her. Dara glanced at Jake, then lowered her head quickly, stammering, no need, thank you. Finally, Dara spoke to him. Moreover, she used 6 words in her first sentence. Hamilton Elaine, don't be. While unscrewing the bottle cap, Jake spoke. Then, unexpectedly, Aaron appeared, grabbing Jake's neck, shouting loudly with his hoarse voice, Hamilton, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you for ages. Come on, let's watch the game. Upon hearing this, Jake rolled his eyes at Aaron and glanced at Dara, who was sitting on the steps, huddled into a ball. Sighing softly, Jake knew there was still time and thought pushing things too hard might backfire, making Dara dislike him even more. After placing the water in front of Dara, Jake turned and left with Aaron. Just halfway through, he stole a glance back and saw Dara holding the water bottle, carefully taking a sip before quickly screwing the cap back on and putting it back in place. Seeing this, Jake couldn't help but smile. Hamilton Elaine, truly adorable. Feeling happy, Jake joined Aaron to watch others play. Except that Zane's presence on the field made Jake feel nauseous. Their class had PE at the same time as Zane's class, and Zane and Alisanuan were in the same class. Sure enough, Jake caught sight of Alisanuan not far away with a casual glance. The basketball court wasn't big, nor were there many spectators. Everyone was along the sides, and it was easy to spot who was who. Nuanuan, Jake is staring at you, Delaney observed sharply, catching Jake's glances. Upon hearing this, Alisanuan glanced at Jake, meeting his gaze briefly. She felt a bit smug and turned away with a cold snort. Delaney mimicked her actions and said sarcastically, "Pfft, he acted so high and mighty earlier. Guess he'll soon beg for forgiveness." Alisanuan agreed, replying in a teasing tone, "I won't forgive him so easily." Suddenly, Delaney had an idea. "Nuanuan, watch me make Jake furious." With that, she cleared her throat and shouted toward the field where Zane was dribbling, "Wow, Zane, you're so handsome. Go Zane." This shout grabbed Zane's attention. Noticing Alisanuan and Delaney, and seeing Jake watching the game, he directed an excited look at Alisanuan. Instantly, his urge to show off surged, and he displayed his basketball skills. Regardless of how decent Zane's skills were, although not comparable to the main players of the school team, he stood out among the amateurs on the field. After several successful short sprints and shots, with Delaney cheering him on, Zane became the focus. Seeing the right moment, Delaney lifted her chin and glanced at Jake. "Look at Zane, good at basketball and academically solid. Unlike some people who lack everything but keep clinging to our Nuanuan." Though Delaney didn't mention Jake's name, everyone knew she was targeting him indirectly. Jake just shrugged. Kids would be kids, using such childish tactics. But Aaron was visibly upset. "This Delaney, treating you like a fool? Can't you tolerate this, Hamilton? "I can," Jake responded indifferently. "Aaron." Jake stretched lazily. Finding the scene boring, he considered going back to sit with Hamilton Elaine under the shade. Just as he was about to leave, Zane, fueled by his inflated vanity and still angry from Jake's morning elbow strike, yelled, Hamilton, don't rush off, come play a bit." Jake didn't even turn around. Ignored, Zane fumed. Being ignored by Jake multiple times irked him. Especially after being elbowed that morning, his anger simmered. Though he didn't know what offense he'd committed against Jake, he felt entitled to belittle him, hoping to highlight his own superiority. Even if they weren't friends, he felt it was beneath him to be ignored. Who was Jake to act superior? He really had gotten too much respect. With these thoughts, Zane pretended to pass the ball. However, the ball flew straight towards Jake. Hamilton, be careful," Aaron yelled. Turning around, Jake saw the basketball flying towards him. Instinctively, he dodged to the side. He avoided it, but the basketball flew straight toward Dara behind him. Hamilton Elaine. Jake's face turned pale, yelling as he rushed forward. Chapter 13 Standing up for her. Dara was sitting on the steps, her head drooping as she daydreamed. She instinctively looked up when she heard a sound. Seeing the basketball flying toward her, she was clearly frightened but managed to dodge it just in time. However, after sitting for so long and being physically weak, she accidentally twisted her ankle. She ended up half kneeling on the ground, looking quite flustered. Jake rushed over with a worried expression and quickly squatted down. "Hamilton Elaine, did you get hurt anywhere?" Jake's voice was full of concern. Dara knew she had made a fool of herself in front of everyone. Feeling all eyes on her, her head hung even lower, her face blushing. "It wasn't intentional. We're all friends here. Don't be so uptight. I want you to apologize to her." Jake pointed to Dara nearby. Zane was taken aback, unsure what was going on. If Jake wanted to play the hero, shouldn't the heroine be Alyssa? Why would he care so much about this frail girl? Hamilton, have you been watching too many movies recently? Wanting to stand out isn't necessary by targeting your friends. Besides, when did you start caring about such a weakling? Why don't you think of ways to make Nwan happy instead? I said apologize. Didn't you understand? Jake stepped forward, standing before Zane. his gaze sharp like a blade. Although in his previous life Jake was timid, after his entrepreneurial success, he gained a certain air of authority. While the notion of domineering aura seemed exaggerated, his presence was indeed intimidating. During this standoff, Zane was also puzzled. Having known Jake for years, he understood Jake's usually timid nature. How could he have suddenly changed? He didn't want to be seen as backing down, but after staring into Jake's icy eyes for a few seconds, he felt intimidated and instinctively swallowed. As more people gathered to watch, especially noticing Alyssa among them, he couldn't bear losing face in front of Jake. Why should I apologize? Jake, after all these years of friendship, are you willing to fight me over a weakling? Haven't I always treated you well? Replied. Want me to apologize? Fine. He looked at Jake, continuing, Jake, I'll give you a chance. Want to save the damsel in distress? One-on-one if you win. Not only will I apologize, I'll bow to her. What do you say? Do you dare? Aaron immediately objected, furious. Zane, that's not fair. You know Jake doesn't play ball. Isn't that bullying? If you really want to fight, count me in. Aaron, this is none of your business. Stand aside. Fuck. Zane, how dare you speak to me like that? Aaron, despite his usually playful demeanor, had a short temper. Within moments, he and Zane were exchanging heated words. Originally there to mediate, Aaron was now close to starting a fight himself. Spectators, naturally drawn to drama, began cheering. Jake, don't chicken out, fight him. Wow, that handsome guy is Jake? He looks so different. Fuck, isn't he the one who constantly clings to Alyssa? Jake is funny, chasing after Alyssa yet trying to protect others. Typical weakling. The students divided into two groups. One group admired Jake's sudden change, while the other mocked his weakness. Even Delaney muttered, looking handsome means nothing if you're still weak. Trying to stand up for someone without ability. I bet he won't accept the challenge. Right, Juan? Alyssa remained silent. Thinking about Jake standing up for another girl made her somewhat displeased. Despite not liking Jake, she was accustomed to his attentions. Meanwhile, Aaron and Zane were arguing fiercely. Finally, Jake patted Aaron on the shoulder, signaling him not to intervene. Hamilton, he's obviously. Aaron knew Jake's limitations. Against Zane, he'd definitely lose. Trust me, Jake simply replied. Seeing Jake's determined expression, Aaron's mouth moved slightly, but he could only sigh heavily, then turned his head to glare fiercely at Zane before walking to the side in a huff. Jake turned back and glanced at Zane, uttering just one word. Come. Chapter 14 Insolence. Seeing Jake agree, Zane instantly cheered up. Having spent so much time playing with Jake and Aaron, he was well aware of their capabilities. With Jake's level at basketball, he could easily beat him with one hand. Fine. I'm all about loyalty. Even if you don't consider me a brother, I still value our brotherhood. Rest assured, I won't let you lose too badly. Loyalty? The word made Jake snicker in disbelief as it came out of Zane's mouth. Just tell me how we're going to play. Jake, avoiding unnecessary talk, wanted to end this boring match quickly. Zane then explained the specific rules for the one-on-one game. Simple and straightforward. One-on-one, including 3-point shots. The first to 10 points wins. Meanwhile, Dara sat on the steps, listening to the chatter among the crowd. Jake actually agreed. Zane nearly made it into the school team. Jake is going to embarrass himself unless Zane goes easy on him. Heh, hasn't Jake lost face enough times? I already know how I'm going to laugh and heckle him later. Upon hearing this, Dara slowly raised her head towards Jake not far away. She knew that Jake did this for her sake and felt apologetic. She really wanted to tell Jake that there was no need for him to help her this way, but seeing so many people around, she lacked the courage even to approach. By then, half of the court had been cleared for Jake and Zane's one-on-one match. Zane held the basketball, basking in everyone's attention, feeling like he was on cloud 9. Jake, since we have such a significant gap in skill levels, why don't you start first? He tossed the basketball to Jake. After catching the ball, Jake dribbled a few times before aggressively throwing it back to Zane and said calmly, no need, once I get the ball, you won't have a chance. So, it's best if you score 10 points in one go. Arrogant. Unbelievably arrogant. This was Jake's current attitude. Zane was greatly offended by these words. He couldn't understand how Jake dared to say such things. Even the starting players from the school team wouldn't dare look down on him so blatantly. As for the onlookers, they burst into laughter. Wow, this Jake is really arrogant, Zane. Show him who's boss. Yeah, though he's arrogant, Jake is so handsome. Zane, if you don't play fair, I'll scratch your eyes out. Zane, go for it. I can't stand this anymore. Seeing Jake's arrogance stir the crowd, Aaron closed his eyes in despair and muttered to himself, it's over. The only one genuinely concerned about Jake besides Aaron was naturally Dara. She didn't want Jake to be embarrassed alongside her, but seeing so many people watching, she didn't dare to intervene. After some hesitation, she mustered the courage, got up limpingly, and walked to Aaron. She noticed that the chubby boy seemed to be Jake's only friend. Standing there, Dara lowered her head shyly and timidly asked, hello, classmate. Can you try to persuade Jake again? Hearing this, Aaron turned around to see Dara standing there, head down and looking like a scared quail. He wondered why the usually timid Jake suddenly decided to show off for someone like her. Remembering that it was because of Dara, Aaron's tone turned somewhat unhappy as he replied, Hamiltonzy was just helping you. Why don't you go and convince him yourself? I. Dara stuttered without saying anything complete. While they were talking, Jake and Zane had already started their one-on-one match. Not wanting to miss the opportunity to show off, Zane began with some fancy dribbling under his legs. For these teenagers, the style of dribbling was what mattered most. In contrast, Jake stood motionless in the paint, not making a move. Haha, Jake has already been dazzled by Zane, not even bothering to defend, remarked someone. Defend? How can he defend against Zane's fancy moves? Clearly, everyone thought Jake was just standing there because he was confused by Zane's moves. Even Zane himself believed this. Let me warm up with a three-pointer, Zane muttered, took several steps back, planted his feet outside the three-point line, and shot perfectly. Swish. The basketball swished through the net, making the score 3-0. How does it feel, Jake? Still confident letting me take three-pointers? Zane gloated. Jake stepped on the ball with one foot, kicked it back to Zane, and simply said, continue. Upon hearing this, Zane gritted his teeth in anger. Jake was mocking his accuracy? Seems like you admit you can't stop me, so you're betting on my misses? Alright. Zane's trash talk wasn't bad, confidently handling the ball and shooting again from a distance. Clang. The ball bounced off the board and in. Another three-pointer, now 6-0. Jake still showed no interest in defense, kicking the ball back to Zane, standing firmly inside. Without delay, Zane repeated the flashy dribble followed by a smooth pull-up jump shot, hitting the rim twice before falling in. Despite his cockiness, Zane's accuracy was commendable. 3 consecutive three-pointers. Now the score was 9-0, which made Aaron anxiously fidget. What's happening with Hamiltonzy? It's 9-0 already, can you at least put up a fight? At this point, the match seemed predictable. All Zane needed was one more successful shot to clinch the game. The crowd groaned in disappointment. This is boring. Boring. It's like a father beating up a son. Zane, no more three-pointers. Do something cool. Finish it quick. We still need to use the court. Wasting time with this fool. With such an overwhelming advantage, Zane, in high spirits, taunted Jake. How about it, Jake? Want me to let you have a break? Jake, ignoring him, merely waved a finger casually. Already leading 9-0, Jake was still acting arrogantly, which infuriated Zane even more. Alright, don't blame me for not being friendly. On the last play, Zane aimed for a flashy dunk instead of another three-pointer, to impress the audience. Watching Zane dribble past with fancy crossovers, then fake right, stop, and change direction before shooting, Jake anticipated his moves, remembering his habitual style. At the moment Zane shifted left, Jake swiftly intercepted the ball, picked it up, stepped back, and shot a three-pointer. Swish. The basketball swished through the hoop. In an instant, the spectators fell silent. Chapter 15. The young man draws his bow to the full. From Jake's steal, dribbling, to a three-point shot scoring in one smooth motion, it was so fast that no one could fully react. Even Zane himself was surprised by Jake's moves. What just happened? Zane was stolen from? 80% chance he let up on purpose. He definitely went easy on Jake. Probably wanted to save him some face. Most students watching thought Zane had deliberately held back. But only Zane knew that he didn't hold back. He used his best skills aiming to end the game. He stared at Jake with astonishment, still unable to believe he got outplayed, especially since he hadn't clearly seen Jake's steal move. But hearing the crowd's murmur, Zane feigned calmness, grinned and said, "Impressive, little Hamilton. I've given you the chance. How much you score is up to you." Since the crowd already assumed he let up, Zane decided to play along. "I said you'd only have one chance to get the ball." Jake picked up the basketball and stated calmly. Initially, Zane planned for today's game to be his stage to show off, but Jake kept stealing his lines, surpassing him. "You think you can just win because I went easy?" Zane was growing irritated, planning to give Jake a solid block. Jake ignored further banter and began dribbling to attack. Seeing this, Zane immediately moved to interfere. Although he doubted Jake could make another three-pointer, feeling he must regain his lost face. As Zane closely guarded, Jake stayed composed. He performed a simple through-the-legs dribble with his right hand, faked a right cut, halted abruptly as Zane leaned in, pivoted smoothly, passed by Zane effortlessly, took 2 steps and scored an easy layup, making the score 9-5. This time, Jake used the same strategy as before, simple change of direction and basic spin move. While casual observers still believed Zane was letting him win, the boys were silent, knowing Jake's dribble and breakthrough showcased solid fundamentals. However, there were always people who disliked Jake taking the spotlight, especially Delaney. Originally, she expected Jake to be shut down and was ready to ridicule him, but now seeing him score 5 points consecutively, she shouted angrily, "Zane, what are you doing? Stop going easy on him. Nwan and I are watching." On the court, Zane's expression was priceless. Initially attributing the previous play to Jake's luck, now he realized something wasn't right. Jake's handling and pivot were flawless, which required years of experience. Jake can play, and his skills aren't worse than mine. Despite his surprise, Zane feigned composure and asked cheerfully, "Impressive, Jake. When did you learn to play basketball?" Internally wary, Zane clung tightly to Jake, preventing any chances to break or shoot. As Jake accelerated into a breakthrough from the right side, Zane stuck like glue, giving no opportunities. When Jake reached the corner three-point line, he suddenly halted, retreated a step, and faked a jump shot, ready to get blocked. Zane anticipated Jake's halt, leaped, ready to block him. But Jake remained grounded, performing a simple fake move that sent Zane flying, then coolly nailed a three-pointer. Score, 9-8. From Zane's initial 9-0 dominance to now 9-8, the scenario unfolded differently from expectations. Even the girls unfamiliar with basketball noticed the anomaly. Didn't they say Jake can't play? Why does he seem better than Zane? He has been fooling Zane twice now. Delaney stomped her feet angrily. Why did Jake become so good all of a sudden? Nwan, has Jake secretly learned basketball? Alyssa shook her head, puzzled. I don't know. I remember he couldn't play. How could? Looking at the astonished expressions around, Jake felt a pang of nostalgia. In his past life, he was indeed not good at basketball, even after starting a business. However, after marrying Alyssa, Zane often invited him to play, while Alyssa frequently praised Zane's skills. Motivated by her words, he privately hired retired professional players as trainers. Although he only learned basics, these were enough to dominate amateur games. Moreover, his improved physical abilities post-reincarnation allowed him to perform fancy moves. Though he owed today's bravery to defend Dara partly due to his short training period, remembering his submissive behavior in the past filled him with rage, especially when Alyssa praised Zane's skills. What kind of skills exactly? Jake's anger grew, looking at Zane with intense hostility. Bang bang. Jake fiercely slammed the basketball a few times, dribbling straight towards Zane. Seeing Jake's final attempt being direct, Zane prepared to physically push Jake away. Upon physical contact, Zane's expression turned grim. It felt like getting hit by a locomotive. He grunted and fell on his rear end. He couldn't understand how Jake, despite being slightly taller but less built, managed to knock him over. Initially, Jake intended to end the game with a layup. Upon seeing the hoop, a bold idea emerged. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd and Zane, Jake leapt high, soaring like a great pong bird riding the wind. Bang! All emotions from his past and present converged into a thunderous sound. Jake pulled back and slammed the basketball into the hoop with one hand. Score, 10-9. Jake won, seemingly narrowly, but in reality, overwhelmingly. Seeing the young man draw his bow to full extent, unafraid of time or storm, that timid, rash boy returned as a true man. Jake exhaled, his icy gaze scanning Zane and Alyssa. Those who betrayed him would pay. His eyes then shifted past the crowd, landing gently on Dara, filled with affection. For the person he once wronged, he vowed to cherish her with all his heart. Chapter 16. The Truth. As Jake finished the game with a powerful slam dunk, the crowd of students who were previously loud and noisy stood there in stunned silence. Especially the boys who had mocked Jake earlier were completely dumbfounded. The image of Jake leaping high and then slamming the ball into the hoop was visually striking. Just imagine, even if someone could casually dunk on a pickup court, it would stun some bystanders. Not to mention this happened in a high school, in front of a group of teenagers averaging only 17 or 18 years old. Such a violent yet beautiful dunk undoubtedly caused a huge stir. Alyssa, standing nearby, opened her mouth in surprise, clearly unable to believe what she saw. Is this really Jake? Delaney beside her was also bewildered. She even rubbed her eyes before stammering, "Nwan, am I dreaming? Did Jake just dunk? Isn't that something only seen in televised games?" Alyssa remained silent, unable to understand why Jake suddenly changed so much, not only in appearance but also in personality and overall demeanor. A closer look revealed a hint of admiration in her gaze. If anyone felt the most uncomfortable, it was Zane. He sat on the ground, still dazed from when Jake performed that dunk right over his head. Staring blankly at Jake until he turned around and looked back, Zane heard him calmly utter 3 words. "You lost." Only then did Zane snap out of it, his face flushing red like a monkey's bottom, feeling as miserable as if he had eaten an "Oh Hamilton give," a popular Chinese internet phrase. He patted the dirt off his pants and stood up, realizing how much weaker he felt compared to Jake's sudden prowess. How could Jake's skills improve so drastically overnight? Even in the school team, only the captain could barely manage a dunk, let alone perform one as perfectly as Jake did. Just as Jake turned, he saw a large round face looming dangerously close, almost causing him to punch instinctively. It was Aaron running towards him, grabbing him in a bear hug while shouting excitedly, "Wow, Hamilton, you're amazing. So amazing. When did you get so good? You can even dunk now? F***K. From today, you're my big brother. Brother how? Wow, you're too strong." Finally, the previously silent crowd erupted into cheers. "Jake is awesome." "Who said Jake couldn't play basketball? Stand up and say it. Bastard, weren't you the loudest just now?" "Bullshit. What ear did you hear that with?" "Hey, he's handsome and plays so well. From today, Jake is my idol. Jake, can I add your QQ? I want to learn more about your basketball skills." The boys were thoroughly impressed by Jake's skills, while the girls, swayed by the beauty is justice mentality, were equally captivated by him. Hearing the cheers for himself, Jake smiled. Logically, having lived 2 lifetimes, such small applause wouldn't have stirred him emotionally. But this moment, with its special buff, made Jake feel a slight surge of excitement. In his previous life, he never dared dream of such scenes. Back then, he was just a persistent clown who pursued Alyssa, ignored by everyone. Though the road ahead was long, he had taken his first step. Aaron, embracing Jake, straightened his back proudly, basking in Jake's reflected glory. "See, this is my brother Aaron's friend." Surprisingly, those words touched Jake. After saying that, Aaron glanced at the girls' section and continued, "Hey, which classmate wanted to add Jake's QQ to discuss basketball? Let me tell you, my skills aren't any worse than his. Consider adding me. My QQ is 1211. Jake." Giving Aaron a disdainful glance, Jake chuckled helplessly, then scanned the crowd before walking toward a certain spot. Alyssa was still dazed, lost in thought, when she felt Delaney elbowing her and making eye contact. "Nwan, Jake is coming to you." Turning around, Alyssa indeed saw Jake approaching. The tall and handsome teenager walked gracefully under everyone's gaze, looking very much like a victorious general returning from battle. For a moment, Alyssa felt inexplicably nervous as he got closer. This was the first time she carefully observed Jake. She noticed how handsome he had become. Pale skin, sharp features, especially those clear, bright eyes. He was no longer the boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle, constantly pleading for her attention. Why hadn't she noticed before that Jake was such a promising and outstanding person? She was engrossed in her thoughts when Delaney coldly huffed beside her. "See, Nwan, I told you he was pretending. Now he comes groveling after showing off." Not just Delaney, but even the onlookers began to gossip when they saw Jake's actions. "Look, Jake is heading towards Alyssa. Terrible. After all this publicity, will the school's top beauty succumb to him? Why doesn't my new idol give up on Alyssa? I'm heartbroken again." Forget it. Jake has liked Alyssa for a long time. Those comments solidified Alyssa's wavering heart. That's right. Previously, Jake ignoring her and even making her angry must have been an act. His sudden change must have been done secretly to surprise her. Suddenly, Alyssa had a guess, and the more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Initially, seeing Jake's improvement, she had considered reaching out to him. But now, understanding the truth, her pride took over. First, he provoked her anger, then secretly transformed himself, found an opportunity to show off, and finally, came to confess publicly. Yes, this was the truth. This Jake was despicable for tricking her around. She had already said she wouldn't forgive him so easily. Seeing this, Alyssa gave a delicate huff and strode towards him. Chapter 17. Did I let you go? Amidst the girl's heartbroken gazes and the boy's envious stares, Jake approached Alyssa Young. Seeing Alyssa Young blocking his path with an air of disdain, Jake was puzzled. But unexpectedly, Alyssa Young spoke first. Jake, you're really too childish. Jake. Noticing Jake's silence, Alyssa Young took it as him pretending to be clueless. She inhaled deeply and said with a feigned displeasure. I know you must have put a lot of thought into all this, and I've already guessed it. You made me angry on purpose before, didn't help when I was bullied, and that incident in the cafeteria were all your schemes. Weren't you preparing all these things from the beginning? I admit, you've changed a lot, slightly better than before. All you did was just to create this opportunity and then make a grand declaration of love to me, right? You think. Before Jake could finish, Alyssa Young continued without giving him a chance. Jake, I've always known about your feelings for me, but I said, I won't forgive you so easily. Even though you've done all this and even changed greatly for me, it doesn't mean I will accept your confession. As I said, I don't want a relationship now. If you really like me, you shouldn't use such childish methods to force me. Can't you give me some time? She pointed at Zane on the field and added, Zane and that fallen girl are actors you hired, right? I almost fell for it. Please, Jake, the college entrance exam is coming up soon. Don't distract me. Can we just be ordinary friends? Let's end this here. Zane. Bystanders. Alice Aang's words immediately sparked discussions among the surrounding students. What the heck? Is this scripted? So all that was just for show, just to impress Alyssa Young? Too bad our beauty queen still has high standards. Jake got rejected again. To be honest, I saw through it long ago but didn't say anything. Damn, who was cheering for Jake earlier? Come out and speak up. Kid, were you shouting the loudest? The crowd which had been cheering for Jake suddenly turned on him, criticizing and mocking him. As for Zane, he was thoroughly confused. Actors? Since when? Meanwhile, Jake stared at Alyssa Young with a look that suggested she was being foolish, not saying a word. Seeing this, Alyssa Young assumed Jake felt guilty for being exposed. Jake, why aren't you speaking? As a man, you should take responsibility. If you apologize, maybe I would consider. Before she could finish, Jake abruptly shoved her aside. What nonsense are you spouting? Get lost. Jake ignored Alyssa Young and strode towards the stairs in the corner. Staggering, Alyssa Young nearly fell. Her expression was a mix of shock and anger. Jake, you pushed me and insulted me? Even Delaney rushed to Alice Aang's side, holding her and pointing at Jake. Jake, even if Nuanying saw through you, you shouldn't lay hands on or insult her. Are you even a man? With this attitude, how do you plan to win Nuanying over? Bah, dream on. With her best friend backing her, Alice Aang's eyes welled up with tears. Sobbing, she said, Jake, you've really let me down. No matter what, you shouldn't push me around and insult me, sob. Seeing Alyssa Young cry, looking pitiful, it would have made the old Jake desperate to redeem himself just with one tear. But now, listening to her sobs only irritated him. He turned back and said, enough of your whining. Hamilton stood up. Alyssa Young, cool, and he seemed very harsh to those two girls. Oh no, her future days with him might be difficult. What if one day he got mad at her and treated her the same way? These thoughts made Dara fear Jake even more. She hung her head, not daring to look at him, and replied timidly, no, it doesn't hurt anymore. Hamilton to Elaine, was I cool just now? Jake stood up, bending slightly with his hands on his knees, bringing his face closer to hers. His clear eyes gazed straight at Dara with anticipation, as if he had done something remarkable and yearned for praise. Indeed, a man never loses his boyish charm, especially in front of a girl he likes. Ah! Dara was caught off guard by the question, lifting her head instinctively to look at Jake. Due to his bent posture, Dara found herself face to face with him at close range. The handsome face was so close, its allure overwhelmed her, making her cheeks flush red instantly. Hastily, she lowered her head, nervously tugging at her pant leg. Seeing Dara's shy demeanor, Jake smiled brightly. Even when shy, his little Elaine looked adorable. Was I cool just now? Jake repeated. See cool, Dara murmured, nodding hesitantly without raising her head. Jake's smile widened at the affirmation. Then, he remembered something, and his smile faded gradually. Meanwhile, noticing everyone's attention on Jake and Alyssa Young, Zane decided to slip away quietly. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he heard Jake's voice. Did I let you go? Chapter 18. Kneel and apologize. Jake's sudden voice made Zane's body freeze for a moment. Everyone else instinctively looked at Zane as well. Only now did they remember that the cause of the incident was indeed Zane, and since the match was over, Zane naturally had to apologize. Zane knew he couldn't escape this. He wasn't without thoughts of reneging on his promise. After all, there was little chance of him mending relations with Jake after today. But with so many classmates watching, and considering how confidently he set the terms earlier, if he were to renege now, it would inevitably invite gossip. How could he possibly continue in school under such circumstances? You lost, come over and apologize, Jake beckoned to Zane, adopting an air of victory. This provocative gesture instantly infuriated Zane, especially with so many people looking on, including Alyssa. He felt embarrassed and wished for a crack in the ground to hide in. This loss of face was truly profound. After glaring viciously at Jake, Zane gritted his teeth and said, no need for your reminder. He then took a few reluctant steps toward Dara. Feeling the gazes of countless pairs of eyes on her, Dara felt extremely uncomfortable. She really wanted to tell Jake that she didn't want anyone's apology and just wanted to leave, but in this situation, she didn't even have the courage to lift her head. After giving himself multiple pep talks, Zane finally muttered, I'm sorry, in an extremely perfunctory and impatient manner. Having uttered those 3 words, Zane felt a stinging pain on his face and harbored intense resentment towards Jake. In reality, apologizing to a girl wasn't such a big deal. Without the prior wager, he wouldn't have found it particularly embarrassing to lower his head and apologize. But having been provoked by Jake into making the bet and declaring confidently that he would win, only to be slapped in the face with defeat, apologizing in this loser's stance before so many classmates was profoundly humiliating for a boy his age. Though Zane felt utterly humiliated, Jake wasn't about to let him off easy. Is that how you apologize? Your attitude isn't sincere enough. Say it again. Jake. Zane choked on his words. Yet, knowing he was in the wrong, he couldn't argue back. Glaring fiercely at Jake, he swallowed his anger and said, "Classmate, I apologize for my behavior just now. I'm sorry." Turning to Jake, he snapped, "Satisfied now?" Seeing Zane's exasperated expression, Jake felt quite pleased, but it still wasn't enough. He couldn't physically harm Zane, but he intended to make him suffer mentally. It was like collecting some interest in advance. Hold on. Didn't you say yourself that if I won, you'd kneel down to apologize? Jake, don't push it too far. Hearing Jake demand that he kneel to apologize, Zane could no longer hold back, his face turning completely dark. A man stands by his word. You, now, kneel down and apologize. Jake pressured Zane relentlessly, his icy gaze fixed intently on him. The surrounding students murmured amongst themselves. Wow, Jake is being this stubborn. He really wants Zane to kneel? I thought they were close friends before. What happened? This is bad. Zane is losing all his dignity. If he kneels, he might never have the face to come to school again. Why not just renege? After all, it's not me who'll get scolded, someone laughed. Hearing these whispers, Zane's face alternated between red and pale, almost like watching a drama unfold. Jake, what have I done to offend you so much? Why are you doing this to me? Zane roared in anger. Ignoring this, Jake simply repeated the 4 words, kneel down, apologize. At this moment, the bell rang, signaling the end of class, and more students gathered around. Unbeknownst to Zane, who felt he was suffering the most, Dara was enduring even greater anguish. She felt responsible for the entire situation and found it unbearable to make Zane kneel before her. She feared becoming a topic of gossip among her classmates. Hamilton student, please, stop it. It's all right, really. I'm fine, Dara said urgently, almost pleading. I promise to stand up for you, Jake replied with a smile. Seeing Jake ignore her pleas, Dara grew teary-eyed and, unable to bear the scrutiny of the crowd, tried to stand up and flee. However, just as she stood, a sharp pain in her ankle caused her to lose balance and nearly fall. Jake hurried to support Dara, noticing her forehead sweating from pain. Without a second thought, he lifted her pant leg and saw her slender ankle swollen high. In that moment, Jake felt deeply guilty. Jake, what have you done? Why must you act like this? Shouldn't you have sent Indira to the infirmary first? Colby, come help. Jake called to Aaron, then squatted down to pick up Dara. No need, really no need. Dara shook her head repeatedly. Colby, move faster. Jake didn't give Dara a chance to refuse, working with Aaron to carry her on his back. He glanced at Zane and said, consider yourself lucky this time. Get lost. With that, Jake carried Dara away in a hurry. Carrying Dara past Alyssa, Jake didn't even glance at her. Alyssa noticed the concern and urgency on Jake's face. Recalling a winter day when she sprained her ankle on the way home and Jake braved the snow to carry her to the hospital, followed by delivering breakfast to her house daily during her recovery, she realized Jake used to care only for her. But unexpectedly, person, in these past couple of days we've been together, so you wouldn't have had time for this. Oh, and are you really changing your feelings? Do you not like Alisanuan anymore? Hearing Aaron's rapid-fire questions, Jake couldn't help but give him a disparaging look. Didn't he know how inappropriate this was? Talking about such things in front of Dara. Kai, why don't you go to the cafeteria first and get 3 meals for us? You haven't. Aaron, bursting with curiosity, clearly wanted to ask more. But seeing Jake giving him signals, he hesitantly looked at Dara before mumbling away. The distance to the infirmary wasn't short. On one hand, Jake wished this road could be longer, yet on the other hand, he feared delaying Dara's treatment. Hamilton, Jake classmate. Suddenly, Dara called out from behind. What's wrong? Jake asked. Can you put me down? I can walk by myself. No. Jake rejected her request bluntly. Oh. Dara lost the courage to protest after being refused. She still remembered how fierce Jake had been when facing off against Zane. Passers-by saw Jake carrying Dara and whispered among themselves, even pointing. After all, Jake's looks garnered quite a lot of attention. Poor Dara felt everyone's eyes on her. Afraid to meet those gazes, she could only lower her head. Due to being carried by Jake, her nose kept accidentally brushing against his back, even though it was just ordinary physical contact on the student outside. I'll handle applying the medicine. Thank you, classmate. The doctor gave Jake some instructions and hurriedly left the room. Sitting on the long bench, Dara was lost in thought when suddenly, she saw Jake squatting in front of her, reaching for her foot. Startled, Dara quickly moved away. What are you doing? Applying medicine. Jake shook the ointment bottle, his eyes filled with childish mischief and excitement. And no, I can do it myself. After letting Jake carry her the whole way, Dara already felt embarrassed. Having him apply medicine would be too embarrassing. That's not allowed. You're an injured person. Jake gently held Dara's calf with his slender hand, then started to remove her shoe. Seeing her hesitation, Jake smiled warmly at her, full of affection. Hamiltonston to me, don't move. It'll be quick. These words somehow calmed Dara. From Jake's star-like eyes, she saw sincerity and concern. Somehow, Dara felt a lump in her throat. Such a gaze, she had only seen from her late grandfather. Jake removed her shoes without noticing Dara's unusual demeanor. He cradled Dara's small feet, which were only the size of his palm, with swollen ankles that pained Jake once again. Removing her white socks, Jake held Dara's delicate feet in one hand. Feeling the warmth of his palms, Dara's cheeks flushed red like a ripe apple. This was terribly embarrassing. Dara looked around nervously, fearing someone might see. However, Jake had no such thoughts. Kneeling on one knee, he placed Dara's foot on his leg, then smeared the ointment evenly in his palm before starting to apply it. Jake's actions were gentle. The moment his fingers touched her skin, Dara felt an electric jolt, a strange sensation filling her heart. She had never had such intimate contact with any boy. She didn't know how to describe it, only that the pain seemed lessened, replaced by a tickling sensation. Noticing Jake concentrating on applying medicine, Dara summoned the courage to look at him. His long lashes, high-nose bridge, he looked so handsome when focused. Feeling the strange thoughts bubbling up inside her, Dara felt her face burning. Trying to suppress her chaotic thoughts, she noticed Jake switching legs, possibly due to fatigue. Thinking about today's events, Dara felt somewhat apologetic. If she hadn't insisted on sitting there to rest, if she hadn't been so clumsy as to fall, maybe none of this would have happened. Jake wouldn't have gotten into trouble helping her. Being timid and insecure, she always thought of others. No matter what happened, she'd find fault with herself first. Classmate Jake. I'm sorry about today. Dara's tone was full of remorse. Suddenly, Jake stopped his movements. Chapter 20. You never have to say sorry to me. Jake stopped what he was doing, and his expression suddenly changed. Why are you saying sorry? Jake asked. Seeing Jake's suddenly serious expression, Dara panicked and stuttered. It's all because of me that you got into conflicts with other students. I'm too clumsy. If I hadn't fallen, none of this would have happened. So, she believed everything was her fault. Jake felt a surge of heartache, even the urge to hug his little Elaine again. Her deep-seated sense of inadequacy and kindness made her take all the blame for herself even when encountering such events. Jake looked earnestly at Dara, his eyes full of affection. Hamilton Elaine, remember, never say sorry to me. No matter what happens or where we are, you never have to say these 3 words to me. Hearing Jake's seemingly nonsensical words, Dara was utterly confused and asked, why? Jake rubbed his nose awkwardly. Why? Because Jake, owe you my whole life. This was silently answered in his heart. Maybe someday I'll tell you, Jake replied with a smile. This wasn't just a casual remark. When the time was right, he could make up for the regrets of the past life and might reveal everything, including his rebirth. But that goal seemed far off still. He hadn't resolved his grievances with Alisanuan and Zane yet, nor had he built his own career. He also didn't fully understand Dara's background. Thinking about all the things awaiting him, Jake increasingly hoped for the college entrance exams to come soon so he could focus more on these matters. Lost in thought, Jake continued applying medicine to Dara. Hamilton classmate? Suddenly, he heard Dara calling him. What's wrong? Does it hurt? Jake asked. Dara blushed as she glanced down, seemingly harboring a faint trace of irritation. Your hand. Realizing where his hand had ended up, Jake looked down to find it had inadvertently landed on Dara's calf. No wonder it felt so elastic and smooth. Cough, it was an accident, purely accidental. I'm not that kind of person. Having quickly applied the ointment, Jake reluctantly helped Dara put her socks and shoes back on. Before leaving, the school doctor especially reminded Dara to rest well and mentioned her frail health due to chronic malnutrition, suggesting that she needed better nutrition to strengthen her bones. Jake kept these words firmly in mind. Because Dara was a transfer student, she was staying in the dormitory. Initially, Jake wanted to escort her back, but Dara said she wanted to use the lunch break to return to the classroom to study. Okay, then let me take you back to the classroom. As he spoke, he bent down again. Come on, Hamilton Elaine, hop on, Jake said with a smile. Dara had intended to refuse, but after trying to walk a step, she felt a sharp pain. She hesitated, then finally climbed onto Jake's back. However, she deliberately kept her upper body stiff to avoid pressing against his back. By the time they reached the classroom, Aaron had been waiting. Shao Hamilton, where were you? How did you only get back now? I've already fetched the food. This extra portion must be for Dara, right? Oh, how considerate. Aaron gave Jake a suggestive look, one that most men would recognize. Jake ignored him and merely frowned at the meals on the table. Meanwhile, Dara's stomach growled at the sight of the 3 prepared meals. Could the extra meal be from her desk, made especially for her? Although she was very hungry, she couldn't accept it. She didn't want to cause more trouble for Jake. Jake classmate, I don't. Before she could finish, Jake interrupted. Kai, eat these yourself. I have something to do. What, all of them? Stunned and then furious, Aaron exclaimed. What the heck? You're playing me? Why ask me to get 3 portions if you aren't going to eat any? My meal card is out of money. Ignoring Aaron, Jake turned and left the classroom. Watching Jake leave, Dara took out her textbook and started studying, realizing she had perhaps misunderstood. Her desk mate hadn't meant to bring her food after all. Aaron grumbled but dug into his meal alone. Seeing Dara sitting by herself, he paused and offered, Dara, are you eating? No need. I'm not hungry. Thank you. Okay. Chapter 21. A deal. Looking at the fragrant meal before her, Dara hung her head and carefully stuffed the pickled vegetable lump she had been nibbling on into her desk. Despite still feeling a bit hungry, she politely declined Jake's offer. Thank you really, it's not necessary. I've just eaten. You can eat by yourself, classmate Hamilton. Jake's eyes sparkled with amusement as he teased. But what if I've already eaten too? Colby, do you want to eat? Eat. Of course I'll eat. Those 3 portions weren't even enough to start my appetite. No need to be polite. Aaron rubbed his hands together, grinning widely, and picked up the bowl of rice to dig in. Suddenly, he felt an uneasy sensation, turning to see Jake glaring at him like Yama, the king of hell. After years of brotherhood, Aaron quickly changed his demeanor, putting down the bowl of rice seriously. Oh right, I suddenly remembered I'm on a diet. He reluctantly set down the lunchbox, pining for the food inside. Jake smiled contentedly, then turned to speak to himself. Since no one is eating, I guess we should just throw it away. Huh? Throw it away? That would be such a waste. Dara couldn't help but whisper. Neither I nor Colby are going to eat it. If you don't want it either, then there's no other choice, Jake said. Hearing this, Dara hesitated. She didn't want to accept such a delicious meal for free, but she also couldn't bear to see food wasted. Noticing her hesitation, Jake got an idea and continued, Indira, what do you think of my academic performance? Jake's sudden change of topic left Dara momentarily baffled. However, she immediately thought of the abysmal test paper from his mock exam. Still, how could she say something so harsh? Choosing her words carefully, Dara softly replied, It's all right. Unexpectedly, this made Aaron burst out laughing. Classmate Dara, aren't your words stabbing your conscience? What do you mean all right? Hamilton here has the worst grades in the entire grade. Only I can compete with him. Jake nodded and responded. Although what Colby said sounds harsh, it's true. Indira, you've seen my test papers. My grades are indeed terrible, right? Yes. Dara hung her head and weakly nodded, afraid that her words might upset Jake. She hastily added, but I believe if you work hard, you will definitely catch up. Jake snapped his fingers and sat next to Dara, leaning his head on his hand, smiling. You're right. That's why I need your help. When Anson assigned us as desk mates, she wanted you to encourage me to study harder. The college entrance exam is coming up, and with your excellent grades, if you can tutor me, I'm sure I can improve. With that, he once again offered the chopsticks to Dara. If you feel uncomfortable, let's make a deal. You help me study, and I'll treat you to meals. This way, you put in effort, and it's fair, isn't it? Hearing Jake's proposal, Dara found it reasonable but still felt uneasy. She was unsure whether she should agree or refuse. Seeing this, Jake sighed inwardly, deciding he needed a more drastic approach. Standing up with his hands clasped together, he adopted a pitiful expression. Indira, please help me. With my awful grades, if no one helps me, I won't get into university. No one except you is willing or able to help me improve rapidly. Would you really watch a future pillar of society be stifled because of lack of help? Please, okay? Aaron watched this scene, his lips twitching. He couldn't figure out what was going on with Jake lately. Under Jake's persistence, Dara suddenly understood something. No wonder Jake had been so nice to her, helping her out, taking her to the school clinic, applying medicine for her, bringing her delicious food, and always smiling at her. He wanted her to help him with his studies. As her grandmother often said, no one does good things without a reason. This realization brought clarity to her confusion. After hesitating for a moment, Dara nodded and replied, Actually, you don't have to do this. I can help you study. We're classmates. Helping each other is what we should do. This can't be. One thing at a time. Let's settle it this way. Here, eat while it's still warm. Jake handed over the chopsticks again. This time, Dara hesitated only briefly before accepting them. Thank you. Even though it was an equal exchange, Dara felt she was gaining more than she deserved. Jake couldn't stop smiling. Now he had ample reason to bring her food, and under the guise of tutoring, he could spend more time with her. Truly, he was a genius. Dara tried to eat slowly, but after tasting a few bites, she couldn't resist. It had been a long time since she'd eaten such delicious food, and she ate faster and faster, her cheeks puffing out like a little squirrel. Aaron watched in awe, muttering, Good heavens, looking so tiny yet eating more fiercely than me. Impressive. Even her seemingly aggressive eating looked cute to Jake, with a hint of tenderness. He couldn't imagine how Dara had lived before. A cough. Eating too quickly, Dara choked and started coughing, covering her mouth. Seeing this, Jake immediately poured some soup and handed it over, speaking affectionately, I told you to eat slower. Take some soup. Thank you. Still holding a mouthful of rice, Dara set down the chopsticks and sipped the soup in small gulps. The scene melted Jake's heart. Impulsively, he couldn't help but gently pat Dara's head, making her shiver slightly. Jake remained unperturbed, saying, There's a grain of rice in your hair. Finally, Aaron, who had been watching intently, sensed something amiss. His squinted eyes darted back and forth between Jake and Dara, wearing a very odd expression. Suddenly, his face contorted strangely. Hamilton, can you come with me to the restroom? Aaron nudged Jake with his elbow. No time. Go by yourself. Jake didn't look away from Dara. Aaron then spoke with utmost seriousness. I have something very important to ask you. Very, very important. Chapter 22. The term, Hamilton dog. Jake hadn't planned to pay attention to Aaron, but seeing the latter's serious expression made him pause. Could it be that this guy actually had something important? Jake pondered and nodded, saying, All right, let's go. After all, there would be plenty of chances to interact with Indira later. He couldn't stick to her side all the time. Standing up, they left the classroom. Along the way, Aaron kept looking at Jake with a peculiar gaze. Even in the restroom, his stare didn't waver. After relieving himself, Jake felt a sense of relief wash over him. But just as he turned around, he saw Aaron still staring intently at him. Who can understand this feeling? Being stared at by a guy while using the restroom. It could lead others to think all sorts of things. What's up with your look? You've been staring at me the whole way. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm leaving if you don't. Jake said. Shao Hamiltonzi, do you like the new girl Dara? Aaron suddenly asked, eyes fixated on Jake, as if trying to read him. On the other hand, Jake showed no sign of discomfort, calmly adjusting his pants and replied, Yes. Aaron. This doesn't fit the script. You're admitting it? Brother, aren't you supposed to deny it, or try to divert the topic after being exposed? Aaron gesticulated, emphasizing his point. Jake patted Aaron on the shoulder, subtly wiping off something and said, Do you have anything else? Damn, what did you wipe on my clothes? Oh, some pee got on my hands. Jake, you ass. My school uniform was just washed yesterday. Wait, no, you're trying to change the subject. Upon hearing this, Jake sighed helplessly. Yeah, right. Now I'm really anxious, super anxious. Convinced that Jake truly liked Dara, Aaron's curiosity soared, and he eagerly continued, Tell me, what happened? When did you start liking her? Why did you fall for her? Do you need a reason to like someone? Jake retorted. This question stumped Aaron, who couldn't provide an answer. After a moment of silence, Aaron sighed, Xiao Hamiltonzi, these past few days you've seemed like a completely different person. I thought it was because Alyssa rejected you. But the words you said to Alyssa on the basketball court, I believe you genuinely don't like her anymore. Honestly, I always thought you and Alyssa weren't a good match. Yet, you were so obsessed with her that I never had the heart to advise you to give up. But I'm curious, after liking Alyssa for so many years, why did you suddenly realize this? Hearing this, Jake couldn't help but recall certain ugly scenes from his previous life. He couldn't tell Aaron the real reason. Aaron wouldn't necessarily believe him even if he did. Kai, do you know the term lick dog? Unfamiliar with this term, which hadn't yet become popular, Aaron asked, puzzled, Hamiltonk dog? A new breed? Is it domestic or imported? Jake smiled and explained, it's an adjective. Dogs are known for their loyalty. When their owner is happy, they lick them. Even if the owner beats or scolds them when unhappy, they will wag their tails and continue licking as soon as the owner beckons them afterward. In their eyes, the owner is everything, the only one. But to most owners, they are merely entertainment for leisure times, pampered when happy and kicked away or replaced when not. Finishing his explanation, Jake glanced at Aaron and continued, so, lick dog is an adjective. Just like how I was with Alyssa. I was the dog that could be kicked away or replaced anytime, and she was the owner. Aaron furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment. With his understanding, he couldn't fully digest this new concept, nodding uncertainly. After listening to you, it does seem accurate. My Shar-Pei behaves just like that. No matter how much I kick or scold it, it comes to lick me and rub against me as soon as I come home or feed it. Oh, so this is called a lick dog. Got it. You must have decided not to be a lick dog anymore, so you stop liking Alyssa. More or less, that's the idea. Suddenly Aaron chuckled, but Xiao Hamiltonzi, I feel like you're being a lick dog with Dara too, and even more enthusiastically. Jake? Good one. You've caught on pretty quick. You don't get it. Indira and I are a mutual match. Jake coldly snorted. They left the men's room playfully, but shortly after they departed. In a corner stall, a student stood up, watching the door with a dark expression. It was Zane. Initially, he came here to use the bathroom but coincidentally encountered Jake and Aaron. Due to losing to Jake in a game before, Zane felt embarrassed and didn't want to give Jake another chance to mock him, so he stayed hidden. However, he unexpectedly overheard some shocking news. Jake, you were ignoring Wan because you like that bean sprout? Zane laughed nervously, hurriedly cleaning up and rushing out of the restroom. Meanwhile, Jake and Aaron returned to the classroom. During their restroom break, Dara had finished eating, neatly stacking and packing away her empty food containers. Seeing this, Jake walked over and sat next to Dara. Aaron sensibly chose to sit elsewhere, pretending to read while covertly observing Jake and Dara. How was it, Indira? Did you enjoy the meal? Jake asked. Yes, Dara nodded. Great. I'll bring food from this place for you in the future. What do you want tomorrow? Jake asked again. Hearing this, Dara shook her head. While Jake was gone, she had thought about it and realized she shouldn't keep making him bring her meals. Although she rarely ate at outside restaurants, she knew they were pricier than the cafeteria. As a student, Jake's living expenses were fixed. If he spent money bringing her meals daily, it would be quite costly. Jake, classmate, I thought about it. You don't have to bring me meals every day. I will still help you with your studies. And I brought a lot of food from home. A lot of food refers to that pickled radish in your desk? Jake remarked. Dara immediately lowered her head. Sure enough, even in a new environment and with a new desk partner, she still faced ridicule for eating pickled radish. Noticing Dara's low mood, Jake realized his words were thoughtless and panicked. Knowing Indira was sensitive, even though he meant no harm, his words were clearly misunderstood. Cursing himself silently, Jake was about to explain but was interrupted by an abrupt rebuke. Don't bully new students. Chapter 23. Who doesn't love black stockings? A sudden voice startled Jake, and he turned his head to look. Tap, tap, tap. In front of him stood a tall and graceful woman who looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. She had an impeccable makeup, wore black high heels, and sported a trendy tailored coat over a set of pure black suit skirt. Beneath the skirt were her long legs encased in black stockings, slender and straight. Black stockings with high heels, a classic combination that didn't need much explanation. Aaron, who was already feeling a bit drowsy, suddenly perked up like pig ate jia seeing a watermelon, his eyes shining brightly. Note, pig ate jia seems to be a mix of Chinese and English. The correct term should be pig ate jia, translated as pig ate precepts, or commonly known as Glenn in English. However, for better understanding and fluency, I used seeing a watermelon instead of encountering watermelon. Aaron, who was already feeling a bit drowsy, suddenly perked up like Glenn seeing a watermelon, his eyes shining brightly. Black stockings. My ultimate favorite. Aaron whistled, getting up to tidy his short hairstyle, about to approach. But as the woman came closer and he saw her face clearly, he nearly wet himself from shock and hurriedly sat down, eyes cast downward in feigned concentration on his book, even if it was upside down. Even Jake was taken aback when he saw the woman's face clearly. Teacher Zhang. It wasn't surprising that Aaron reacted as if he'd seen a living Yama, the god of death. Giving teachers nicknames was quite common in schools, right? At their school, there were the 8 Vajras and the 3 master nuns. The representative of the 8 Vajras was their homeroom teacher Jamil, while their Chinese language teacher Reagan was one of the 3 master nuns. The reason was simple. Although Reagan was young and her stunning appearance had nothing to do with the term master nun, her strictness was well known throughout the entire grade. Reagan stopped in front of Jake, looking first at Dara huddled in the corner, then at Jake, asking, "Which class are you from?" Obviously, Reagan hadn't recognized Jake right away, as the change in him was too significant. Seeing Reagan couldn't identify him, Jake's beautiful eyes curved into a crescent moon. "Teacher Zhang, I'm Jake." "What? You're Jake?" Reagan's small mouth gaped open in surprise, her phoenix-like eyes filled with disbelief. She found it impossible to equate this handsome young man with the Jake she remembered, the one with a mushroom haircut and an unremarkable appearance. But upon closer inspection, she realized that apart from his hairstyle, Jake's facial features hadn't changed at all. Noticing Reagan staring at him, Jake jokingly remarked, "Teacher Zhang, I admit I'm handsome, but if you keep staring at me like that, I'll get nervous." Hearing this, Reagan finally snapped out of her daze, realizing she had been a bit inappropriate. As a teacher, she had stared at her student with such an easily misunderstood gaze. Caught off guard by Jake's dramatic transformation, she had almost forgotten what she originally intended to say. "Jake, you've changed so much. I didn't recognize you at first," she said. "That's okay, Teacher Zhang. You look very pretty today as well. I almost didn't recognize you either," Jake replied with a smile. No woman dislikes being complimented for her beauty, even if she is a teacher. Reagan felt a twinge of delight, but was more curious. Not only had Jake's appearance changed, but his tone of voice, demeanor, and overall aura were completely different. Women have curiosity, especially toward handsome men, making them even more inquisitive. She had only taken a few days off. What could have happened to Jake in these few days? Why did he suddenly seem like a different person? However, as a teacher, she restrained herself. At that moment, a weak voice sounded. "TT Teacher Zhang." From the corner, Dara called out. Only now did Reagan remember why she was here. Her expression grew stern as she looked at Jake and asked, "Jake, did you just bully Dara?" This left Jake speechless, not because of the misunderstanding, but how did Reagan know Dara's name? Reagan had been on leave for the past few days and only returned today, so she shouldn't have met Dara. Seeing Jake remain silent, Reagan assumed he was guilty and sternly said, "Jake, if I catch you bullying new classmates again, watch out." Before she could finish, Dara quickly interjected, "No, TT Teacher Zhang, you misunderstand. See classmate Hamilton, he didn't bully me." "Dara, don't be afraid. If you speak the truth, I'll handle it for you. If Jake really bullied you, I'll make sure justice is done," Reagan assured her. Dara became anxious, stammering as she explained the entire situation. After confirming Dara spoke the truth multiple times, Reagan scrutinized Jake from head to toe, feeling relieved and somewhat gratified. "Jake, I never expected you to grow up so quickly. Not bad. Dara's grades are excellent, though she's a bit introverted. In the future, help each other out. If you have any difficulties, tell me immediately. I'll do my best to assist." "Teacher Zhang, you two know each other?" Jake asked. Reagan sighed deeply as she recalled the past. 2 years ago, she joined this school after applying for the position. Her previous job was also at Dara's school, teaching Chinese. Back then, she had noticed Dara due to her excellent academic performance and privately helped her, especially after learning about her difficult family circumstances. Later, due to work changes, she moved to her current school. During her recent leave, she learned in a teacher exchange group that Dara had transferred to this school and joined her class. She confirmed the news with Jamil and rushed back after settling her personal matters. When she entered the classroom, she saw a handsome young man casually looking at Dara, who was huddled in the corner like a lamb. Not recognizing Jake, she naturally assumed he was a troublemaker from another class. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, Reagan left the classroom as she had lessons to attend in the afternoon. After Reagan left, Dara's eyes kept glancing nervously towards the door. Jake smiled and approached her. "Hamilton Elaine, what do you think of Teacher Zhang?" Teacher Zhang? She's very good. Be back in my old school. She once gave me living expenses." Jake shook his head and continued, "I mean, do you think she's pretty?" Asked this Dara, for some reason, suddenly felt embarrassed and lowered her head, stammering, "Why yes, pretty." Indeed, Reagan was exceptionally beautiful, especially with her immaculate makeup and fashionable attire. Any boy her age would find it hard to resist. Even little girls would find it hard not to admire her. "Do you want to become as pretty as Teacher Zhang, or even prettier?" Jake asked. Translation ends here. Chapter 24. The ugly duckling was always a swan. Jake's words inexplicably made Dara's mood sink. Actually, when Reagan was there earlier, she had secretly glanced at her several times. She thought the teacher really looked beautiful, knowing how to apply makeup and dress herself up like a celestial fairy from the heavens. In comparison, she felt like the ugly duckling in a fairy tale. "Hamilton classmate, you don't mock me. I'm not pretty," Dara said, her voice laced with insecurity. Jake felt his heart ache. His tone became full of affection as he replied, "Hamilton Elaine, don't you know the story of the ugly duckling?" Hearing this, Dara's head drooped even lower, her signature motion of gripping her pant legs revealing just how dejected she felt. Was her desk mate implying that she was merely an ugly duckling from a story? Even though she had been teased similarly before in school, she hadn't expected such comments in this new environment. Yet, she didn't blame Jake because everyone else said so too. Perhaps realizing Dara had misunderstood him, Jake hurriedly added, "In the world of the ugly duckling, it never realizes that it's actually a true swan. Hamilton Elaine, you are that ugly duckling yet to transform into a swan. So, don't always keep your head down. You'll become very beautiful in the future, more beautiful and excellent than all the other girls." These weren't just words to comfort Dara. In his previous life, Dara was truly remarkable. He remembered the first time he saw her as a spirit, focusing only on her figure and demeanor. None of the women he had seen could compare to Dara. As for her face, despite losing both eyes, it was evident from her facial features and contours that Dara wouldn't be inferior to Reagan in the future. If everything about Dara were normal, she could indeed be described as a world-class beauty. However, these words sounded like a fairy tale to Dara. She felt she would always be the invisible underdog, unnoticed wherever she went. If anyone noticed her, it was usually to mock her. So from today on, Hamilton Elaine, you need to eat meals on time, get good nutrition, and eat well, drink well, and sleep well. Naturally, you'll become prettier. So, Jake patted the lunchbox in his hand, smiling as he said, "Your nutritious lunches, breakfasts, and dinners will all be arranged by me from now on." Jake's words sounded almost like coaxing a child. Dara found it slightly amusing that eating on time would make her look better. her desk mate was certainly convincing. Despite this, she couldn't bring herself to say anything, just giving an awkward yet polite smile. Jake packed away the empty lunchbox while Dara flipped through her textbooks. She soon fell asleep, likely too tired, except for those truly trustworthy. But he really needed to talk to Reagan. It wasn't driven by lustful thoughts of his teacher's legs, but because he had just learned something important. Reagan had privately taken care of Dara before. Since Dara owed Reagan, he couldn't stand idly by and let Reagan's tragic fate from the previous life happen again. The break passed quickly, and the afternoon's first class was Chinese. Reagan walked in, dressed in loose black clothes and flat shoes, tightly covering herself with her hair neatly tied up. Her delicate face, although bare, was still striking, but her expression was rigid and stern. Present-day Reagan was a stark contrast to the chic, urban professional from earlier. Standing at the podium, she tossed her textbook lightly onto the desk, scanning the room. Our class dropped 2 places in the Chinese score of the last mock exam. Looks like I've been too lenient lately. You don't take me seriously anymore, right? Get out your test papers. Seeing the transformed Reagan on the podium, Jake shook his head with a soft laugh, then turned to look at Dara beside him, whispering, Hamilton to Elaine. Was Teacher Zhang like this at your old school? Before Dara could respond, Reagan's ears perked up, fixing Jake with a glare. Jake, no whispering in class. If you fail the next mock exam, your parents will be called to school. Seeing Reagan's fierce look, Jake shrugged, stopped speaking, and focused on the math problem. People say that serious men are the most handsome, but to Jake, his little Elaine was also incredibly charming when she was concentrated. And he noticed how stunning her profile was. Her jawline was sharply defined due to her slimness, with a small, upturned nose. The only downside was her pale complexion, heavy bangs, and often hunched posture, making her look like a bean sprout or an ugly duckling. Jake propped his head up, staring at her intently. His smile subtly spread from the corners of his mouth, filling his heart with sweetness. Hamilton classmate, are you listening to me? Seeing that Jake was just staring at her without paying attention to her explanations, Dara couldn't help but ask. Of course I am, Jake quickly replied. Alright, okay, that's it for this problem. If you have any doubts, feel free to ask. Dara pushed the paper towards Jake, and then buried herself back into studying. Seeing how diligent his little Elaine was, Jake didn't want to slack off either, so he followed suit and studied, turning his head now and then to glance at her, which always recharged his motivation. Time flew by, and the night self-study session ended quickly. Originally, Dara planned to return to the dormitory by herself, but Jake insisted on escorting her. Although the school doctor said it was just a minor sprain, there was some distance between the classroom and the girls' dormitory, and what if she got hurt along the way? Even though Dara wanted to refuse, Jake's persistence won out. Outside the girls' dormitory, watching Dara limp inside, Jake finally turned to leave. At the school gate, Jake sensed a wave of resentment from afar. Turning his head, he saw Aaron squatting by the entrance, looking at him with an aggrieved expression. Bro, I waited until I was sleepy. Is the walk from the classroom to the girls' dormitory that long? You could have crawled over. Fine, stop being so dramatic. This weekend, I'll treat you to online gaming and boost your level. Happy now? Cheering up instantly, Aaron nodded vigorously. Sometimes, cheering up boys was that simple. On the way back, they rode their e-bike side by side, chatting casually. Xiao Hamilton, sometimes I wonder how your brain works. You barely escaped Alyssa's clutches, and now jumped right into Dara's misery. You seem even more devoted to Dara than you were to Alyssa. Looks like you've got that late-stage love syndrome or something. Huh? What do you mean? Jake asked. Well, see, chasing Alyssa was like a hopeless crush, right? They say once you end that torturous one-sided love, you feel reborn but have an empty heart. Then if there's someone suitable nearby, you shift your attention immediately. In short, pouring too much emotion into one person makes you prone to new infatuations after breaking free. Called to the office by Reagan. Recently, Reagan frequently summoned Dara privately, checking on her life and studies and asking if Jake had bullied her. Reagan even offered to change Dara's seat if she was being mistreated. Jake didn't take these comments seriously, knowing Reagan cared for Dara. Xiao Hamilton, what's troubling you? You look worried. Aaron suddenly appeared, plopping down next to him. Heh, did you bomb the test? I told you we're not cut out for studying. Aaron thought Jake was upset about the simulated exam. Although Jake had been cramming recently, his superb memory and sharp mind made handling the exam child's play. Even if I told you, you couldn't help, Jake replied casually. Ah, it's just a simulated exam. No big deal. We've been bottom feeders many times before. There's a new night market on Gillen Road. Let's go binge eating tonight. Gillen Road? New night market? These keywords triggered Jake's past memories, brightening his outlook instantly. Chapter 26. Matters every man understands. Jake had plenty of ways to make money and knew a few promising opportunities. However, as a student who had just turned adult, he lacked connections and capital, like making porridge without rice. But one remark from Aaron suddenly enlightened him. Making a fortune might be difficult now, but earning some pocket money would be easy peasy. Thinking this, Jake turned his head to look at Aaron with a somewhat mischievous expression in his eye. Too intense. You changed so suddenly, Spill. How many times have you hidden this from me? Forget it. Since you're my brother, I won't argue. How much do you need? I have it. Let's go now. Seeing Aaron's frantic, nonsensical excitement, his eyes almost glowing, Jake scratched his head. Is this guy misunderstanding something? Do they both understand what men should do the same way? Good brother, it's settled. Right after school, Aaron said eagerly. The afternoon felt like it was crawling by for Aaron. Ding ding. Finally, the bell signaling the end of school rang. Jake was tidying up his desk and glanced over at Dara, saying, Hamilton to Elaine, I can't accompany you to night study tonight. Eat in the canteen for dinner. I still have money on my meal card. Hamilton to Hamilton. Don't delay. Hurry up. Before Jake could finish speaking, Aaron pulled him away. Fortunately, Dara's ankle had mostly healed, and Jake felt reassured. Outside the school, Aaron followed Jake on an electric scooter, speeding towards their destination. They soon arrived at a lively commercial area. Aaron sized up the surroundings and muttered, "Whoa, opening such a place here takes guts. They say danger brings safety. I can't do this. Hamilton, I'm nervous. What if we get caught? My dad will kill me." Jake gave Aaron a sidelong glance, finding it pointless to respond. He parked the scooter and walked down a narrow path. Seeing this, Aaron took a deep breath and muttered, "If Hamilton can be so brave, why should I be scared?" He hurriedly followed along. The entire journey, Aaron kept peeking around nervously, yet oddly excited. 10 minutes later, "We're here," Jake announced. Looking at the scene, Aaron's mouth gaped open in astonishment. "A miscellaneous goods market? Hamilton, you sure this is?" "No, ancient wisdom says appearances can be deceiving. There must be more inside, right?" "Hey, Hamilton, wait up." Jake suddenly regretted bringing this fool along. Aaron insisted there must be some hidden mystery, until Jake stopped at a stall. 60 pounds of Hamilton taro. Hearing this, Aaron tensed up. So the password is 60 pounds of Hamilton taro. Who'd think that? Until now, Aaron believed it was some kind of secret code. But when the vendor handed Jake a sack of taro, Aaron was truly flabbergasted. What the hell? It really is 60 pounds of Hamilton taro? Spending less than $130 for 60 pounds of taro, Jake paid, easily lifted the sack, and looked at Aaron. "Let's go. Standing around for what? Hamilton, this is what you meant by men's business?" "Sure, what's wrong?" Stairs. After considerable effort, they finally finished moving all the items. Seeing his petty cash cut in half, Aaron felt a pang in his heart, especially when he saw Jake leisurely humming tunes beside him. Hamilton, you bought straws, yogurt, and all these materials. Aren't you planning to make drinks or milk tea and sell them?" Initially, Aaron had no idea what Jake was up to until after buying all the materials. "Yes, not bad for you. That's exactly what I planned." Aaron was stunned and pounded his chest in frustration. "You've lost your mind from chasing girls. Haven't you seen the street corners flooded with milk tea vendors? Is this your idea of making money? Damn it, my savings will be gone. Curse you." Chapter 27. Big Money-Making Plan. Aaron had initially thought Jake had some ingenious ideas, but it turned out that he just planned to sell bubble tea. This made Aaron so angry that he started verbally lashing out at Jake again. Moreover, drinking bubble tea and making bubble tea are two different things. You have all these materials, who's going to make them? All right, let me ask you one thing. Do you trust me?" Jake waved his hand dismissively. Hearing this, Aaron's anger dissipated somewhat, but he still huffed arrogantly, "I'm too lazy to argue with you. Anyway, if we don't make money this time, I'll just accept my bad luck. But you must get my account to platinum. And also, tell me how to grow taller and handsomer." "It's a deal," Jake replied with a smile. "Tisich." Still sulking, Aaron got up, patted his behind, bid farewell, and left. Watching Aaron's back, Jake shook his head and smiled. It was obvious Aaron was indeed upset this time, but it wasn't a big issue. Once they had the money in their hands, he would naturally cheer up. In the evening, Dad Bob came back home. "Son, did you bring all those miscellaneous items from the storage room?" "Dad, I was about to tell you. My classmate's family is planning to set up a stall soon, and there are too many things. They borrowed our storage for a few days temporarily." Jake knew that if Dad knew he was planning to sell bubble tea to earn money, he wouldn't agree, fearing it might affect his studies, so he could only keep it a secret for now. During dinner, Dad mentioned that he would be working night shifts for half a month, from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. the next day. "I know, Dad. A 12-hour shift is tough on you. Make sure to get plenty of rest recently. You." As Dad was responding, his phone rang suddenly. Seeing the number, Dad's expression became tense, then he glanced at Jake, got up hurriedly, and walked into the bathroom to take the call. A moment later, Dad came out looking distracted. "Dad, who were you talking to that you had to go to the bathroom?" Dad looked embarrassed, sipped his tea, and replied, "No one, just a colleague. By the way, son, I left my bag at the fact bed." The next morning at 5:30 a.m., woken by the alarm, Jake heard Dad closing the door and immediately got up. After washing up, he saw the living expenses Dad left on the table, grabbed it, and headed out. Taking out a sack of taro from the storage room, he began preparing. There was a breakfast shop beside the neighborhood where Jake often bought buns since middle school. The boss, a kind middle-aged woman in her 40s, was very nice. Jake bought a basket of buns and negotiated a business with the boss. He wanted her to steam the taro and sweet potatoes, cut them into cubes as per his requirements, paying her 100 yuan each time. Without hesitation, the boss agreed happily, considering it was not a heavy job and she could earn some money. After instructing the boss a few more points, Jake returned home contentedly with the buns. After breakfast, Jake brought the other materials from the storage room to his home, taking nearly an hour. Checking the time, he changed and went out. Outside, Aaron was waiting, his chubby face full of gloom. Seeing this, Jake greeted and joked, "What's up, Colby? Still gloomy? What use is being gloomy? You've already spent the money. That's fine. Let's talk about another matter. Can you lend me the remaining 500? Aaron." Upon hearing this, Aaron didn't say a word and sped off. Jake coaxed him all the way, finally convincing Aaron to willingly lend him the money. Outside the school gate, they parked their electric bikes. "Colby, I'll treat you today. 2 sausages enough?" Jake said. "And bring a portion for little Elaine," he added silently in his mind. "2? Not enough. I want 4. Wait a minute. Hey, using my money to treat me? How clever you are, dog. If you don't want to eat, I'll buy them for my little Elaine." Betraying your friend for a girl who says I won't eat. Laughing and quarreling, they entered the school. Just as Aaron was struggling for the last sausage, he paused and nudged Jake, glancing at a distance. Following Aaron's gaze, Jake looked over. Not far away, 2 girls and a boy were walking together, chatting happily. Seeing these 3 people, Jake's previously good mood instantly soured. It wasn't because of anything else. It was because the 3 were Alyssa, Zane, and Delaney. The 3 were laughing and talking, especially Zane, carrying lots of snacks, behaving obsequiously towards Alyssa and Delaney. Why are they hanging out? Aaron asked while biting into a sausage. Jake glanced once and turned away. However, Delaney also spotted Jake and whispered something to Zane and Alyssa nearby. Alyssa raised her head to look at Jake, then snorted and turned away, clearly still upset about Jake pushing and scolding her during the basketball game. As for Zane, he wore a hateful expression. Chapter 28. Every man has his weak spot. Ever since Zane lost the basketball match to Jake, Zane felt utterly humiliated, even as far as his grandmother's home. That day, someone even recorded a video and posted it on their school's forum. The thread quickly filled with comments, nearly all of which mocked him. Even most of his classmates had seen the post, and they didn't hesitate to gossip about him behind his back. This made Zane detest Jake with an intense loathing. Seeing Jake turn away, Delaney snorted coldly and urged the two people next to her to quicken their pace. Catching up to Jake, Delaney glanced sideways at him and deliberately raised her voice. Wow, Zane, did you buy all these breakfast items for Nwan? You're too considerate, aren't you? Nwan, what do you think? Alyssa understood Delaney's intentions clearly. She first shot Jake an angry look and then played along. Yeah, Zane is indeed quite good. She said this intentionally for Jake to hear. Just minutes earlier, while buying breakfast with Delaney, Zane suddenly approached her and recounted everything Jake and Aaron discussed in the boys' restroom that day. After the basketball court incident, Alyssa had been seething and feeling hurt, unable to understand why Jake suddenly started ignoring her, even showing signs of disdain. Could it be because she refused his confession on the playground that day? But before that, she had already rejected him 98 times. And he had still been persistently trying to please her for so many years. Only after hearing those words from Zane did she realize that Jake had moved on to someone else, someone described as an extremely poor-looking duckling. Instead of reflecting on herself, she became angrier. With her privileged background, beautiful looks, and great figure, boys who pursued her could line up from the classroom all the way to the school gate. What right did Jake have to suddenly stop liking her and go for an ugly duckling? So, she wanted to purposely praise other boys in front of Jake, letting him know that there were plenty of boys queuing up to pamper her if she wished. Zane couldn't guess Alyssa's true feelings, but was elated by her compliment. Hee, just because of what you said, Nwan, I'll take care of your breakfast from now on. He edged closer to Alyssa, almost touching her. Seeing this, Alyssa frowned, clearly finding Zane's closeness repulsive. She merely wanted to upset Jake, and not because she genuinely liked Zane. Thinking of Jake nearby, she forced herself to smile sweetly at Zane. Really? But wouldn't that trouble you too much? Her smile thrilled Zane, making him almost jump for joy. For years, he had harbored secret feelings for Alyssa, who was exceptionally attractive. Almost every boy from grade 1 to 3 had some interest in her. Previously, Jake's persistent pursuit of Alyssa, along with her high standards and Jake's unbroken friendship with him, kept him from expressing his feelings. His sole motive today was to frustrate Jake. But unexpectedly, springtime had blind. Hearing this, Jake chuckled softly. Oh, good job, Colby. Now you're using idioms. Looks like you haven't wasted your time studying. Aaron scratched his head anxiously. Hamilton, are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear what they were saying? If a stray dog bites you, would you bite back? Jake retorted. Aaron rubbed his nose, realizing Jake's point made sense. Any other boy, witnessing his once-liked goddess and former friend acting affectionately together and getting insulted, would have rushed forward in jealousy. But this low trick did not affect Jake's composure. Let him rant. Jake would remember everything Zane said and settle all old and new grudges later. His silence emboldened Zane further, thinking Jake was cowering. He spoke louder. Nwan, don't you think some people have issues? Ignoring a girl like you to play love games with an ugly duckling. Ugh, looking at that girl can make me vomit yesterday's dinner. She doesn't even compare to your little toe. That woman is nothing but a pure slut. Ha. Zane laughed smugly, but Alyssa frowned, feeling his insults were too harsh. Suddenly, Jake stopped dead in his tracks. What's up, Hamilton? Aaron asked curiously. Jake stood silent, his face frozen with ice, fury bubbling up inside him. Zane had touched his sore spot. Hashtag chapter 29. Can't endure anymore. Originally, Jake didn't want to care about Zane's tricks and sarcastic remarks aimed at him. However, what Zane shouldn't have done was to insult Dara with such dirty words. Sometimes being too mature and composed can make one lose the righteous courage they should possess as a man. Jake turned cold-faced and walked towards Zane. Aaron noticed Jake's anger and hurriedly whispered, Shao Hamiltonzi, are you going to deal with him? How about you just hold on for now? There are too many people around. We can ambush him after school. Hold on? Hell, if he could still hold on, he might as well act as a real-life teenage mutant ninja turtle. None of your business. Jake replied coldly and marched over to Zane in an intimidating manner. Seeing Jake's fierce eyes, Zane sneered disdainfully, especially since it was in front of Alyssa. He stood up straight and said sarcastically, Oh, isn't this Shao Hamiltonzi? Where is your ugly duckling? Why don't you take her out for a stroll and let everyone see her? Ha. F***CK. Since his rebirth, this was the first time Jake had sworn. Normally, before a fight, they would trade insults and then stand off for a while, but all Jake wanted right now was to take down Zane. Raising his iron fist, Jake swung hard towards Zane's face. But someone else was even faster. As Jake raised his fist, suddenly, Aaron leaped into the air and delivered a flying kick that knocked Zane to the ground. Damn, Aaron acted faster than him. Don't give me that crap. Why don't you take your old mother for a stroll instead? I'll rip your head off today. Aaron cursed profusely, showing no martial virtue, taking advantage of Zane while he was down, straddling him and beating him mercilessly. Jake was bewildered. What was going on with Kai? Logically, it wasn't Jake's turn to get physical. With Aaron's bulk, Zane couldn't retaliate and screamed while holding his head. Stop it. Don't fight anymore. Alyssa and Delaney, who were watching nearby, were in a panic but dared not intervene, only trying to stop them from a distance. Seeing this, Jake's eyes flickered with amusement. He pretended to be shocked and rushed forward to pull them apart. Kai, stop it, calm down. Pulling them apart? It was impossible to pull them apart. While verbally trying to separate them, Jake wasn't idle. He kicked Zane in the stomach several times, nearly making Zane vomit last night's dinner. The crowd grew larger, and finally caught the attention of the security guard dozing off in the booth. 10 minutes later, in the office, grade director Jamil sat solemnly, glaring at the three boys in front of him. Jake and Aaron stood together, while Zane stood nearby with a bruised nose and black eye, looking rather comical. Bang! Slamming his hand on the desk, Jamil barked sternly. Who started it? Immediately, Zane began tattling like a monkey. It's Jake. Anson, Jake hit me first. You're bullshitting. Xiao Hamiltonzi never hit anyone. Anson, it has nothing to do with Xiao Hamiltonzi. I took action because I couldn't bear it, and he was even trying to stop me. Aaron insisted. This infuriated Zane. Trying to stop me? He was clearly favoring him and kicking me underhandedly. Anson, so many students saw it happen. You can check the surveillance if you don't believe me. Jamil waved his hand, signaling them to quiet down, and looked at Jake. Jake, tell me your side of the story. Jake knew he couldn't hide anything. The entrance had surveillance cameras, so he recounted the entire incident truthfully. Upon hearing how Zane insulted Dara, Jamil frowned and asked, Zane, did you really say those things? Zane blushed red, unable to respond. Hearing this, Jake joked, if I've wronged you, just tell Anson honestly. After all, so many students witnessed it. Realizing Jake repeated his own words back at him, Zane was both angry and furious, but eventually nodded under Jamil's stern gaze. Now came Jake's performance moment. He adopted a look of indignation. Anson, as you heard, Zane insulted Dara first. She's such a good student, dedicated in class, excellent grades, always willing to help others, and even helps elderly ladies cross the street. She often helps me in Kai's study. As classmates, we should respect and support her. But Zane publicly insulted Dara and spread rumors. When Kai heard about it, he couldn't stand it and resorted to violence. He did it to uphold Dara's honor and the reputation of our class. Unbelievably, Jake's words resonated deeply with Jamil. Although he was strict with students and earned the nickname Iron Leg, he also cared for his students, especially top performers like Dara whom he'd fought to transfer into his class. Seeing Jamil hesitate, Zane panicked and quickly interjected, Anson, even if my cursing was wrong, they shouldn't resort to violence either. Look at me. I can apologize to Dara, but whoever hit me must be punished as well. If you hadn't been so vulgar, why would I hit you? How did Dara provoke you? Besides, you accused Xiao Hamiltonzi and called her a slut. Even another guy in our class would have reacted similarly. Seeing them argue again, Jamil slammed his desk, saying, enough, be quiet. After a pause, Jamil continued, I understand the situation. No matter what, resorting to violence is unacceptable. Whoever initiates it is wrong. Zane grinned triumphantly, giving Jake and Aaron a smug look. Even if Jake escaped punishment, Aaron would definitely be reprimanded, maybe even suspended or called in front of parents. Unexpectedly, Jamil wasn't finished yet, however. Considering the circumstances, Zane's slanderous remarks and insults are equally egregious. Aaron's actions were understandable given the provocation, so I'll lighten his punishment. Aaron, apologize to Zane, write a 10,000-word reflection, and submit it tomorrow. This time, it was Aaron and Jake's turn to smile, exchanging smug glances with Zane. Zane fumed with rage, his face turning green. He emotionally argued, Anson, aren't you biased? They beat me and only got a light punishment. I can't accept it. What did you say? You think I'm biased? Alright, let's call in your parents and ask the principal to decide. Seeing Jamil's displeasure, Zane deflated immediately. At this point, Aaron couldn't contain his laughter and teasingly said to Zane, sorry Zane, my punches were a bit heavy earlier, my bad. I'll be more careful next time. Zane gritted his teeth in anger, helpless against this situation. He couldn't win physically or by complaining. Alright, let's end this here. Everyone go back to class. Jake, stay behind. Translation completed while adhering to the guidelines provided. The English translation preserves the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks. It also ensures grammatical correctness and coherence with previous content. ####Chapter 30. This damn tenderness. Inside the office, Jamil sat in his chair, not speaking, but stared at Jake with a stern look. If it were another student facing the golden leg of the 8 great warriors, they would have been frightened out of their wits by now. But Jake wasn't fazed in the slightest. He scratched his nose and said, Mr. Wong, I admit I'm handsome now, but I don't think I've reached the level where I can conquer both men and women, right? Jake's joke broke the silence, causing Jamil to laugh despite his frustration. I see you're becoming less respectful these days, daring to joke around with me like this. Didn't you always tell us that students should treat teachers as friends rather than enemies? I'm just putting your teaching into practice, Jake replied. At this, Jake's tone softened slightly as he added, and didn't you talk heart to heart with me like a friend in the boys' restroom last time? Cough, cough. Mentioning that incident where he had cried in Jake's arms, and even asked him to light a cigarette made Jamil blush. Jamil realized that Jake wasn't only strikingly different in appearance, but also spoke with a maturity beyond his years, almost more persuasive than those masters on the internet. Do you know why I asked you to stay? Jamil quickly changed the subject. Is it about Dara? Jake responded. Jamil was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Jake to be so perceptive. That's right. Ms. Reagan told me that you've been getting close to Dara lately. I've heard bits and pieces from other students about your past. I'm glad you're turning over a new leaf and catching up on your studies. As your class teacher, I appreciate that, but I hope you prioritize your academics. Jake feigned confusion. Mr. Wong, I don't quite understand what you mean. Don't play dumb with me. I went through this stage myself. Your little tricks won't fool me. In short, I don't want any external factors affecting your college entrance exams. Understand? Jake nodded repeatedly. As the class teacher, Jamil naturally paid special attention to top students like Dara. He had frequently checked with Reagan and learned that Jake had been getting closer to Dara recently, prompting him to caution Jake. Though a teacher, he remembered what it felt like to be young and impressionable. Got it, Mr. Wong. Nothing else? I'll head back to class then. Go ahead. Jamil waved his hand, watching Jake leave, then sighed deeply, thinking, my damned tenderness. Who will call me Golden Leg anymore? After leaving the office, Jake returned to the classroom for morning study. Glancing at Aaron, who was scribbling furiously, probably writing a self-criticism, Jake knew that Aaron found the punishment harsher than expected. Their class tradition required all self-criticisms to be handwritten, and 10,000 words written by hand were no less than torture for someone like Aaron. Back at his desk, Jake messaged Aaron on QQ. Let's split the self-criticism 50-50. Aaron, many thanks, Birch Hamilton. Jake turned to see Aaron waving his fist at him and couldn't help but smile, feeling warmth in his heart. Noticing the empty seat beside him, Jake murmured, Where's little Elaine? Moments later, Dara arrived. It seemed like there was an unspoken rule in school. When everyone had gathered, most people instinctively looked at the last one to enter. Feeling the gazes of many, Dara lowered her head, clutching a bag, and hurriedly took her seat. Seeing her, Jake smiled and greeted, Good morning, little Elaine. Blushing, Dara nodded timidly. Hamilton classmate, good morning. Though still prone to blushing occasionally, after some time spent together, they weren't as awkward as before. Jake was the only one who willingly talked to her in class. Why did you come so late? What's in your hand? Looking at the bag of buns and soy milk, Jake guessed, Did teacher Zhang buy this for you again? Yes, she gave me 100 yuan for living expenses too, Dara said. A faint sourness seemed to permeate the air. It was lucky it was Reagan. If it were a man, Jake would have fought for sure. Patting his pocket, Jake sighed inwardly. Men without money really couldn't do much anywhere. His plan to earn money needed to start soon. The morning classes passed unnoticed. Ring ring. The bell signaling the end of the day rang. Jake handed his meal card to Dara, Hamilton to Elaine. Use my card to get lunch from the cafeteria? Just one more day, and I'll treat you to a big meal. Oh, no need. Teacher Zhang already gave me living expenses. Teacher Zhang is one thing, but I'm offering mine. Hamiltonston to me. He then called out to Aaron, Kai, let's go. They left the classroom and cycled toward Jake's house. What are we doing at your place? I haven't finished my self-criticism yet. How much have you written? Aaron asked. We're starting our money-making plan. The self-criticism can wait. We can finish it this afternoon. While chatting, they arrived at the breakfast shop near Jake's home. The ingredients he had ordered earlier were ready, and after paying 100 yuan, they hauled everything back home, moving all materials into the kitchen. With everything prepared, Jake started working. Seeing Jake busy, Aaron scratched his head and offered, What can I do? You? Go watch TV. Are you kidding me? Don't underestimate me. Aaron said. Then you take over. I'll rest. Aaron laughed. All right, you keep working and I'll cool off somewhere. Without Aaron's antics, Jake focused entirely on his task. But Aaron, being restless, grew bored after a while and started chatting about the fight earlier. Hey Hamilton and Zane for the first time. Ending up thoroughly drunk. Yeah, I remember, Jake nodded. That night, when you were drunk, so was Zane. He went crazy, almost getting into a fight with you. He yelled that he liked Alyssa too, but didn't want to compete with a brother for a girl. Then he started saying you two weren't suitable and should give up early. He said a lot more, mostly along these lines. I thought he was just babbling nonsense because of the drink, and I didn't want to affect our friendship, so I never told you. Finished speaking, Aaron was still visibly angry. Now thinking about it, that kid had designs on Alyssa all along. Damn, he always said you two weren't right for each other and advised you to give up. I thought he was looking out for you. Turns out he wanted her for himself. Ugh, next time I see him, I'll give him another beating. Jake paused slightly upon hearing this. So, Zane had harbored feelings for Alyssa since high school. No wonder they ended up together eventually. As for why they betrayed him, he didn't want to dwell on it anymore. Regardless of the reasons, betrayal was betrayal. After finishing organizing the materials, Jake began the final steps. He poured fresh milk, sugar, and tapioca flour into a pan, heating and stirring until the mixture formed strings. Then he put prepared taro paste from the breakfast shop into a plastic cup, followed by mochi, fresh milk, and finally added some coconut jelly. 1 cup of taro bubble coconut jelly milk tea, done. Jake examined his creation. The taste was yet to be confirmed, but it certainly looked great. He turned around and saw Aaron's big face looming close. Wow, Hamilton, are you serious? You can make milk tea? Aaron exclaimed in surprise. Wanna try? Jake handed the cup over. Aaron frowned, stepping back cautiously, eyes wide with suspicion. This won't kill me, right? Jake was speechless. Forget it, maybe next time. I'll take this first cup to my little Elaine to try. Hee hee, just joking. Since it's made by my brother, even if it's poison, I'd still drink it. Give it here. Seizing the cup from Jake, Aaron sniffed it, then carefully took a sip through the straw. Gulp. After one sip, Aaron's eyes widened dramatically. Not good, Jake asked. Delicious. With a loud cry, Aaron gulped down the milk tea in a few swallows, licking the straw clean afterward. Satisfied, he burped contentedly, looking excitedly at Jake. Hamilton, you're really skilled. When did you learn this? Too unbrotherly, keeping it from me both times, learning basketball and milk tea making. Annoying. Make me 8 more completely. Recalling some advice he read online about girls being reserved, he realized he needed to be proactive. Yes, experts were right. Alyssa must be acting reserved. All he needed to do was take the initiative. Convinced by his self-hypnosis, Zane started planning his next conversation. Back with Delaney, she suddenly noticed Aaron's post, eyes widening in shock. Warm. Quickly. Look at Aaron's post. Chapter 32. Truly confident in a mysterious way. Alyssa was lost in her thoughts, sitting at her desk when Delaney's voice broke through her concentration. Her tone turned slightly impatient. I don't even have his QQ. What am I supposed to look at? Upon hearing this, Delaney handed over her phone. On the screen was the post by Aaron about Jake making bubble tea. Seeing Jake's photo, Alyssa let out a cold snort. Take it away, take it away. Who wants to see him? Hey, Nuanyuan, take a closer look at what Jake is doing, Delaney urged. Judge ya, I'm in no mood for guessing games right now. Alyssa's tone was displeased. Delaney pointed at the photo on the screen with a smile. Look at Aaron's post along with the picture. Jake must be making bubble tea. So what? Alyssa replied indifferently. My dear Nuanyuan, isn't it obvious? Our break time is so short. Why would Jake suddenly run home? He said left Alyssa bewildered. She continued, but that day, in the boys' restroom, Jake told Aaron outright that he liked the transfer student Dara, and Zane heard it. Nuanyuan, don't let Zane's words mislead you. Delaney, with an air of wisdom, folded her arms and said, I suspect Jake knew Zane was present and deliberately said that. He knew Zane was there? Alyssa was surprised. Of course, so he deliberately said it for Aaron's ears. And remember that morning at the school gate? Jake ignored you intentionally, but he got angry when you flirted with Zane, even fighting with him. Wasn't it because he still has feelings for you and couldn't stand seeing you close to other guys? Indeed, Delaney had a talent for providing seemingly baseless, yet somehow reasonable explanations whenever Jake acted unusually. If Jake were present, hearing Delaney's well-reasoned analysis, he might have given her a thumbs up. You're quite the storyteller indeed. As a Pisces known for being dramatic, Alyssa wasn't far behind Delaney in terms of drama. After reflecting on this, Alyssa realized something and snorted. Actually, I already guessed. How could this girl possibly outdo me? This duo was perfectly matched, bold enough to say anything and brave enough to believe it. As Alyssa's best friend and loyal sidekick, Delaney flattered her, laughing. Our dear Nuanyuan is so smart. Jake's little tricks can't fool you. Probably because he saw you being so close to Zane this morning, he panicked and decided to secretly make bubble tea. Oh. Picking his drooling mouth, Aaron got up and followed. Why go to the kitchen? Put the bubble tea down. Damn, just one cup, what's the fuss? Leaving home, they hopped on their electric scooters straight to the school. Hey Xiaolin, did you inform the security guard? What if he doesn't let us set up our stall? Who told you I was setting up a stall at the school gate? Jake asked. Aaron was confused. Then where are we going? Don't ask so many questions. I'll show you after school. They chatted while riding, eventually arriving at the school. The afternoon's first period was math. Jamil walked into the classroom and, standing at the podium, announced, the results from the last mock exam are out. Our class has improved 3 ranks compared to last time, which is great. The students cheered. A smile appeared on Jamil's face as he inadvertently glanced at a corner of the room. Alright, quiet down. Everyone did well on this mock exam, and now I want to highlight one student who improved by a full 100 points. Instantly, the classroom buzzed with excitement. Wow, when did our class have such a standout student? Isn't it Delaney? After all, she's the study committee member. Are you serious? She scored over 500 points last time. Do you think she got 600 this time? Then it must be the new student Dara. I heard she was top 10 in her previous school. You're more delusional. This is... Otherwise, how could he possibly improve so much? Delaney said angrily. Upon hearing this, Anson frowned, his tone turning displeased. Delaney, watch your words. As classmates, you shouldn't make such accusations lightly. I've already verified with the invigilator, and Jake did not cheat. In truth, when Jamil first learned of Jake's total score, his initial reaction was similar to Delaney's. He thought Jake had cheated. After all, Jake's academic performance had always been a headache for him. An improvement of 10 or 20 points would have been understandable, but a sudden jump of 100 points was like a rocket launch. Any teacher would suspect cheating. Only after multiple confirmations with the invigilator did Jamil finally accept this incredible fact. He also felt gratified and fortunate that he had arranged for Dara to sit next to Jake. Clearly, Jamil believed that it was due to Dara's effective tutoring that Jake had made such progress. With this confirmation from the homeroom teacher, Delaney had no choice but to sit down sullenly, glaring in Jake's direction. Meanwhile, Jake didn't seem smug about his 100-point improvement or the praise from Anson. Instead, he frowned slightly and muttered to himself, only 100 points? Not enough. Still too far behind. If other students only owns a supermarket, and I can bring you snacks every day. Seeing Dara become the center of attention, Jake shifted closer to her and declared, forget it, guys. Indira is mine, handpicked by Anson. You can't take her away. This bold statement established Jake's claim over Dara. The other students, feeling thwarted, turned to chat about other matters. Dara, however, blushed at Jake's easily misinterpreted words. Due to his absolute beauty, many girls in the class were already infatuated with him, especially after he dunked during the basketball game. His status among the girls had risen significantly. They gathered in clusters, praising Jake for his sudden transformation, becoming handsome, excelling at basketball, and now, improving academically, dubbing him the new heartthrob. Technically, Jake's achievement had nothing to do with Delaney. Apart from Alyssa, they had no real connection. However, seeing Jake in the spotlight annoyed her inexplicably. Especially in this mock exam, her own score had only marginally improved despite still ranking above Jake's. This made her unhappy. TCH, stop flattering Jake. Didn't you hear what Anson said? With his poor past performance, he had plenty of room to improve. If it were me, I could improve by 200 points. Next time, he'll either stagnate or regress back to his old self. Delaney's loud voice seemed intentionally directed at everyone. Jake heard it but ignored it, knowing that responding to someone like Delaney would only encourage her further. However, as soon as Delaney finished speaking, a familiar booming voice rang out in the classroom. What's up with all this sourness? Let me see what's going on here. Who's dissing my little Hamilton? Delaney wasn't stupid. She realized the comment was directed at her. She stood up, fuming, hands on her hips, and confronted Aaron. Aaron, who are you talking about? Jake refused to engage with Delaney, but Aaron, quick-tempered as ever, didn't hesitate to retort. So what if I am? Just saying. Chapter 34. Specialist in treating young girls. Delaney was the study committee member of the class and also Alyssa's best friend. Normally, she benefited from her closeness to Alyssa, and most of the boys tried hard to please her. Thus, when someone like Aaron spoke such vulgar words, it truly caught her off guard. You, Aaron. Seeing Delaney grinding her teeth in anger, Aaron nearly rolled his eyes skyward, not letting up at all. He continued, I've been annoyed by you for a long time. You act so high and mighty with Alyssa, yet never look in the mirror to see what you're really like. If it weren't for Alyssa, who would even care about you? You're upset that Shao Hamilton is getting attention? All you can do is be sarcastic here. Why don't you try scoring more 100s yourself? As a study committee member, you. Delaney was indeed greatly angered, but could not counter Aaron's words, and was left speechless. I say, Jake, what does this have to do with you? Besides, do I need to target him? He just got an extra 100 points, but his overall score is still garbage, way below mine. Even if he didn't cheat, he just got lucky. What are you so proud of? It seemed Delaney had also lost her temper. Her words were nonsensical as she began directing blame at Jake randomly. Though Aaron looked somewhat naive, he was quite skilled at arguing. He didn't pick up on Delaney's bait but instead said with a grin, Hey, you admitted you were talking about Shao Hamilton earlier? Not saying his name directly. What else is that if not being sarcastic? Delaney was at a loss for words. Eventually, hearing Jamil's voice outside, the classroom instantly quieted down. She sat back angrily, giving Aaron a fierce glare. In contrast, Aaron stylishly brushed his buzz cut and blinked at Jake as if seeking approval. Jake just smiled. This brother Aaron really comes through when needed. Beside them, Dara secretly glanced at Jake several times, wanting to say something but hesitating. Actually, ever since some classmates started chatting with Jake, she felt this way. Other students congratulated Jake on his good performance, and as his deskmate, Dara wanted to say something too. To her, Jake had been so kind lately, bringing her lunch, defending her, even starting conversations frequently, though he had a habit of smiling at her for no reason. Now, with such significant improvement from her deskmate, if she didn't say anything, wouldn't it be wrong? But she didn't know how to start or what to say. Noticing Dara's unusual expression, Jake asked, Indira, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Hearing Jake's concerned tone, Dara shook her head but blushed deeper. She clutched and released her pant legs repeatedly, finally mustering immense courage to look up. L. Hamilton. Just as she stammered out 2 words, Jamil pushed open the classroom door and stepped in. He told everyone to take out their test papers and began explaining. Dara's built-up courage deflated instantly, and she lowered her head, muttering almost inaudibly, Congratulations. Unfortunately, Jake didn't hear her. The afternoon classes passed quickly. After school, Jake called Aaron, and they left on an electric scooter. Colby, how did you do on the test? On the road, Jake asked about Aaron's results. Hearing this, Aaron arrogantly lifted his chin. Seeing his confident demeanor, Jake figured he must have done well. Hamilton listened carefully. I scored 273 this time. While it sounded low, considering Aaron's confidence, it must have been a considerable improvement from last time. Still a bit low, but progress is always good. How did you do last time? 278. Aaron answered confidently. Screech. Jake abruptly braked, looking at Aaron in surprise. You dropped 5 points? Jake asked. Right, Shao Hamiltonzi. You heard me correctly. I dropped 5 points. Jake's mouth twitched. So, you're not ashamed, you're actually proud? Aaron nodded vigorously, grinning widely. Of course. Only 5 points. I never thought I could stay so close before. Jake was speechless. They rode on toward their destination. Along the way, they passed the new night market on Gillen Road mentioned by Aaron, but Jake didn't stop. After riding for about 10 minutes, they stopped on the roadside. Not far away was the Urban Management Bureau, so this area was relatively barren without any street vendors. Since the bureau moved to a new building, the area became desolate, with few shops open. The only exception was an old newsstand nearby. Such relics from the past were rare now. This newsstand had been around for many years, likely opening when the old Urban Management building was constructed, probably over 2 decades ago. Shao Hamiltonzi, why are we here? Aaron asked, puzzled. Said that the true essence of sales is creating needs. Chapter 35. Shock. How did she get here? Aaron's head was spinning. His brain was practically on the verge of a short circuit, and he still couldn't understand what was going on. Seeing this, Jake thought he might not have explained it clearly enough. After a brief pause, he continued. Let me give you an example. If in winter you sell a down jacket to a beggar, you're just a competent salesperson. But if you can sell a down jacket to an African and shorts to an Inuit in the Arctic, that's when you become a successful salesperson. What are you talking about? We were discussing where to set up our stall. Why are you bringing up Africa and the Arctic? What do these have to do with anything? Aaron waved his hand impatiently. Jake decided to give up on explaining further. Forget it. I'm not even going to bother. Just do as I say. As he had mentioned earlier, the true essence of sales is creating demand. This area around the old city administration building seemed to offer no business opportunities at all, given its lack of foot traffic. However, opportunities could be created, and so could demand. A few moments later, Jake strode towards the only newsstand nearby. The owner of the newsstand was a silver-haired, elderly lady who appeared to be in her 60s. She was sitting on a reclining chair, wearing reading glasses, and reading a newspaper. Despite rapid societal development and the proliferation of smart devices and left. Kai, stop gawking and let's get to work. With Aaron in tow, they quickly cleared out some space in the newsstand. Although the area wasn't large and even felt cramped, Jake thought it would suffice since he only planned to make a quick buck, not stay long-term. Sitting on the curb, Aaron panted heavily, eventually lying down flat. I quit. Oral here wants to go on strike. There's no way I'm working under such conditions. Stop complaining. We still have more work to do. Get up, Jake chuckled, pulling Aaron back home to load the bubble milk tea they had prepared onto a 3-wheeler and transport it to the newsstand. By the time everything was set up, it was already dark. Jake locked the newsstand door, feeling satisfied. Everything was ready. All they needed now was tomorrow's favorable wind. Meanwhile, Aaron was again sitting on the ground, exhausted. Exhausted me to death, Shao Hamilton. Are you not going to stop until you've worn me down to nothing? For better fluency and natural reading in English, it can be adjusted too. I'm totally worn out, Shao Hamilton. Are you going to stop only when you've run me into the ground? Thanks for your hard work today. Let's go get some skewers. At the mention of food, Aaron perked up but then deflated. We have no money left. What will we eat after the Ask for 2 more skewers. I need to catch up too. Picturing Jake's posterior, Aaron fumed. Was he leaving any room for others? Damn, you still need more? You'd cease to be human if you keep this up. These kidneys are mine. You're not allowed to snatch. In matters concerning masculinity, both men and boys have fierce competitive spirits, tied to their dignity. Food arrived one by one. Hungry after a long afternoon, they dug in. During a break, Jake's phone buzzed. He saw a notification from their class group. Congratulations to teacher Reagan for being selected as an outstanding teacher representative for the entire school. Aaron clicked on the link, seeing photos and profiles of excellent teachers across all grades, including teacher Reagan's. He had always wanted to find a chance to talk to Reagan alone, but recently he had been too busy. He'd have to wait until things settled down. Just then, Aaron paused mid-meal, his face suddenly turning pale. Oh shit, how did she get here? Chapter 36, A Solo Birthday. Seeing Aaron's terrified expression, Jake was puzzled. What on earth had scared him so much? Turning his head, he saw a graceful figure walking alone toward their stall. It was Reagan. She's just passing by. Aaron mumbled under his breath, lowering his head like an ostrich, wishing he could hide under the table to avoid being seen by Reagan. When it looked like Reagan had no intention of light blue skirt. In class, Reagan always gave off the stern and strict impression of a tiger lady. When she met Jake in the classroom last time, she exuded the image of a standard urban professional. But today, Reagan looked like a youthful girl straight out of a manga. Noticing Aaron's frequent glances, Jake teased. What? You like her even without the thigh highs? Sure. Don't be crazy. What are you saying? Aaron whispered back. Just then, Reagan reached them. Ms. Zhang, what a coincidence, Jake said with a smile. On the other hand, Aaron kept his head lowered, unimaginably shy for someone usually so carefree. Yes, it is a coincidence, Reagan replied. Ms. Zhang, would you like to join us? My treat. Hee, Jake grinned. Hearing this, Reagan hesitated. As a teacher, eating skewers with her students late at night seemed inappropriate, almost like she was corrupting them. Meanwhile, Aaron shivered at the thought of eating with Reagan, finding the idea terrifying. After a moment of hesitation, Reagan, who normally wouldn't agree and would lecture them before sending them home, remained indecisive. That, I guess. Just as she was about to reply, Aaron abruptly stood up and said, suddenly remembered I didn't turn off the gas at home. So, Hamilton, Ms. Zhang, I'm off. And with that, he dashed away. Reagan couldn't help but laugh softly, no longer feeling constrained by her role as a teacher. In that case, I won't hold back. Reagan moved gracefully and sat across from Jake. Jake called the vendor and ordered a few more dishes casually. Why not? Since the remaining money in his pocket was enough for a meal. Soon, the vendor started serving the food. Jake dug into the skewers without hesitation, also encouraging Reagan. Ms. Zhang, eat, don't be shy. This isn't school after all. Watching Jake's carefree demeanor, Reagan felt somewhat strange, her eyes fixed on him. Reagan knew about the nickname her students had given her and that many of them, including Aaron earlier, feared her. She expected Jake to be nervous and awkward facing her alone, but instead, she found it surprisingly comfortable, almost like chatting with an old friend. Jake, aren't you afraid of me at all? Reagan asked. Why should I be afraid of you? Jake replied. Reagan's expression held a hint of melancholy and self-deprecating humor. Because I'm your teacher, and one of the strictest ones. So what if you're my teacher? Besides, I've never associated Ms. Zhang with the term, tiger lady. After all, which tiger lady can look as beautiful as you? Hashtag chapter 37. The tragedy of a dysfunctional family. When Jake complimented her, Reagan was momentarily taken aback before a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. If Aaron or any other students had seen this usually stern and unsmiling teacher act like a young girl, they would have dropped their jaws in shock. In reality, aside from her role as a teacher, Reagan was just a 26-year-old young woman. Being praised for her beauty by an attractive 18-year-old student right in front of her naturally made her reveal her feminine side. After the brief thrill, Reagan deliberately resumed her usual authoritative tone. Well, Jake, you're brave enough to joke around with your teacher, huh? Okay. I'm sorry, dear teacher Zhang. I'll punish myself with a cup. Jake put his hands up in surrender and poured a glass of beer. Are you drinking alcohol in front of your teacher? Teacher Zhang, I'm an adult, Jake said very seriously. After finishing a drink, they continued chatting aimlessly. However, Jake could feel that due to their teacher-student relationship, Reagan still felt somewhat constrained and mostly talked about academic matters. Moreover, he noticed that her eyes kept glancing at his wine glass. Though Jake couldn't say he understood Reagan completely, having interacted with her in his previous life gave him a fairly accurate sense of her personality. Boss, another bottle of Tianya. Soon, Jake opened the bottle cap and handed it to teacher Zhang. Seeing this, Reagan raised an eyebrow. Jake, isn't that too much? Drinking in front of your teacher is bad enough, but you actually want me to join you? It's a birthday after all. Besides, from a health perspective, moderate beer consumption can aid digestion and improve circulation. Without waiting for Reagan's response, he poured a glass and lifted it. To the first glass, wishing teacher Zhang a happy birthday. To the second glass, congratulating teacher Zhang on winning the Outstanding Teacher Award. As for the third glass, I offer my thanks on behalf of Dara for all the care you've given her in the past. After downing 3 glasses in succession, Jake remained unfazed. Reagan frowned. This didn't seem like the capacity of someone who just turned legal drinking age. She wanted to ask if Jake had been drinking earlier, but she suddenly realized something else critical. On behalf of Dara? Jake, Have you been spending a lot of time with Dara lately? Come clean. Do you have ulterior motives? Although you are an adult, early romance is strictly forbidden at school. Seeing Reagan reverting to her professional mode, Jake smiled. Don't worry. Until the college entrance exams, my focus will be entirely on studying. I won't affect Dara's studies either. That's more like it, Reagan muttered, then glanced at the glass in front of her. Actually, she had come out alone today intending to have a few drinks by herself. And since she hadn't asked for the drinks, it was understandable that a teacher should only drink a tiny bit when her student toasted her 3 times. Right? 1 glass, 2 glasses, 3 glasses. After finishing a bottle of beer, Reagan finally relaxed, putting aside her teacher persona and opening up. They chatted about various topics, enjoying each other's company. Jake's insight and eloquence during their conversation surprised Reagan. He didn't seem like a high school student, but rather a sophisticated individual. Meanwhile, the perceptive Jake also noticed that Reagan seemed slightly distracted, and her mood was unusually low. Given that today was her birthday and she had been honored as an outstanding teacher, she should have been in high spirits. But clearly, something was troubling her. Perhaps she had come here initially to drown her sorrows, coincidentally bumping into Jake and Aaron. After some more talk, Reagan looked directly at Jake. Ever since meeting the transformed Jake in class a while ago, she had marveled at his changes. Especially now, she felt that Jake's transformation wasn't just external, but a profound internal rebirth. The magic of alcohol was its ability to bridge gaps between people regardless of status or gender. With 1 bottle under her belt, Reagan felt free to express what she couldn't earlier. Jake, you've really changed a lot. You're not the same person you used to be, but it's for the better. Not everyone can change like you did. Sometimes, change is really hard. As she spoke, a touch of self-mockery tinged her words. Is it really that hard? Jake took a long swig, then placed his cup down thoughtfully. I never believed changing oneself is difficult. It's just that most people are too busy wearing masks. As kids, we try to be good in our parents' eyes. At school, we strive to be model students. At work, we aim to be top performers for our bosses, and after marriage, we become dutiful partners. By old age, we regret not living freely as ourselves in our youth. He paused, casting a meaningful glance at Reagan. Once the mask stays on for too long, it becomes almost impossible to take off. I used to do the same, trying to be perfect for others, striving to meet their expectations, but that wasn't me. Now, sitting before you is the real me. Hamilton Fish short, no more than 36,000 days. If you don't live fully and truly, isn't it a waste to have been born at all? After all, Jake sighed deeply and shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. Not everyone gets a chance to relive their life. His words resonated deeply within Reagan, stirring emotions that refused to settle. Wearing a mask for too long makes it hard to take off. If you don't live fully and freely, isn't it a waste to have been born at all? Jake's words echoed in Reagan's ears. In Jake, she saw her own reflection. A person living for others, striving to meet their expectations. But Jake managed to change, to embrace his true self, while she couldn't. Reagan took a sip, her eyes growing misty. Jake, imagine a child from a dysfunctional family, where everything is arranged by the parents without any choice. Even as an adult, they end up doing a job they dislike while harboring unrealistic dreams of escaping the family and making changes. But every time they muster the courage to change, a few words from family members, or even a tear forces them to give in. They're dissatisfied yet lack the courage to make changes. Wouldn't you say such a person is a failure? Chapter 38. One cannot choose their origin. The family one is born into is a source of warmth and comfort for many. Although Reagan spoke in rather vague terms, Jake knew that the child without courage she referred to was none other than herself. Of course, Jake wouldn't point this out explicitly. He gazed at Reagan for a long time before finally speaking, repeating verbatim what she had said in their previous life. Man cannot choose his origin, but he can choose the path ahead. Upon hearing this, Reagan lifted her head and looked at Jake with some confusion. Man cannot choose his origin, but he can choose the path ahead. This sentence was deeply etched into Reagan's heart. Perhaps, she still needed some time. But today, Jake's words had opened a door for her. Looking at Reagan in front of him, Jake sighed softly. He had done all he could. Whether Reagan could avoid the tragedy of the past life now depended on her own destiny. Seeing that Reagan's mood wasn't too high, Jake thought it was time to move away from this heavy topic. He smiled mischievously, stretched lazily, and joked. I never thought there would come a day when I could lecture our feared Master Zhang about the principles of life. If I told others, it would surely earn me face. Hearing this, Reagan snapped back to reality, her delicate face deliberately turning fierce. So you, Jake, are daring to lecture me today? See how I teach you a lesson if you dare to spread this around. Hee, then tell me first, who was that timid kid you were talking about just now? Faced with Jake's sly smile, Reagan couldn't help but blush. Just now, driven by emotion, she let those words slip out. Now, as she calmed down and reflected, she realized that her behavior had been inappropriate, disclosing such personal matters to her student and even being taught a lesson in return. As a teacher, it was quite embarrassing. She definitely wouldn't tell Jake that the child was herself. Humph, so you, Jake, are doing this on purpose, Reagan teased, then grabbed a skewer of lamb and bit into it hard, her cheeks puffing up angrily. This scene contrasted sharply with the strict Master Zhang who rarely smiled in class. Jake couldn't help but laugh heartily. Only they two knew that the Reagan now was truly herself. In this moment, identity forgotten, teacher and student became friends, sharing wine and conversation freely. A few cups of cheap wine later, and solitude was no longer a solo journey. After about an hour, the two left the stall, feeling well-fed and content. The moon hung above the treetops, the night as black as ink. Though not too far from school, Reagan had had a few drinks and it was getting late. It might be dangerous for her to walk home alone. Zhang teacher, do you live in the school dormitory? Let me take you back, Jake offered. No need, it's not far. I can walk back, Reagan replied. However, Jake pulled out his keys with a grin, saying, I have a car. Reagan was surprised. Jake, you know how to drive? When Reagan saw Jake's vehicle, She couldn't help but feel speechless. So this is your car? Reagan asked. Jake strode forward, swung his leg, and hopped onto a three-wheeled motorcycle. A three-wheeler isn't a car? Get in, he commanded. Reagan hesitated for a moment. After the exchange earlier, she didn't feel the need to maintain her teacherly aloofness any longer. She gracefully stepped forward, climbed into the cargo area of the tricycle nimbly. Undeniably, the sight of such a beautiful woman climbing into a tricycle was harmonious indeed. Zhang teacher, hold on tight. Let's go. As Jake twisted the throttle, ready to set off, he suddenly remembered something and stopped. What is it? Reagan asked curiously from behind. Jake turned around, looking awkward. Well, Zhang teacher, why don't we walk back instead? I just remembered riding a tricycle after drinking might count as drunk driving. Reagan gave him an exasperated look, then got off the tricycle and walked alongside Jake towards the school. By the roadside, they walked one behind the other, their shadows lengthened by the dim street lights. Jake walked slightly ahead, always keeping half a step in front of Reagan. His act of escorting her back was out of chivalry and concern for her safety, not wanting her to misunderstand anything. Fortunately, Reagan didn't overthink it. A gentle breeze blew through, dissipating much of Reagan's tipsiness. The fragrance of flowers along the road made her feel exceptionally calm. Glancing up at the tall yet slender figure walking ahead, Reagan's eyes sparkled brightly in the night. A slight smile graced her lips. The narrow road was unusually quiet as they walked together, neither breaking the silence. Soon, they reached the school gates. Zhang teacher, I'll leave you here. Goodbye. Jake waved and turned to head back. Taking a few steps, Jake suddenly heard Reagan call out from behind. Jake. Jake stopped, turning to look at the elegant silhouette standing at the gate, her long dress flowing in the evening breeze. Yes? What is it? Thank you, Reagan said, waving and turning to enter the school. Jake shrugged with a smile and left. Considering he had had a few beers, Jake left the tricycle there and chose to walk home for safety. There was no compromise on safety. After a busy day, Jake felt genuinely tired. He washed up quickly, went straight to bed, and soon fell fast asleep. The next morning, the sounds from outside woken Jake up, acting as his alarm clock. After a quick rinse, Jake headed into the kitchen to prepare some breakfast. He then checked his phone, opening the official website of Yongqing City and browsing through the announcements. Urgent notice. Attention to candidates participating in the Municipal Administrative Bureau interview. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the exam venue has been changed from number 28 Gillen Road New Building to number 32 UK Lowell Building. The exam time will be postponed to 10:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Seeing this notice, a flash of satisfaction crossed Jake's face. He put down his phone and rushed to the window. Opening it, a warm breeze greeted him. Given Yongqing's geographical location, it generally starts to get warmer around mid-March and significantly heats up by mid-April. From Jake's memory, last life, Yongqing's weather had been particularly unusual. Starting early March, the temperature rose rapidly, especially today. It almost felt like it was already midsummer. And this was precisely the east wind Jake had been waiting for. Chapter 39. They are all our benefactors. After leaving home, Jake hurried to school without delay. The meal with Reagan yesterday had drained him and Aaron of all their cash. If he didn't find a way to earn some money soon, not only would he be unable to prepare nutritious lunches for Dara, but even he and Aaron would have nothing left to eat. Upon arriving at the classroom, Jake took out his notes and resumed his daily interaction with Indira under the pretense of reviewing lessons. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine, as if something or someone was watching him intently. Instinctively, he turned around. He saw Aaron sitting in another corner of the room, staring at him with a pair of mournful eyes. Seeing Aaron's resentful expression so early in the morning, Jake was somewhat puzzled. Aaron suddenly waved his phone at him. Understanding the gesture, Jake took out his phone and saw 3 knife emojis sent by Aaron. Quickly tapping on his screen, Jake replied. What's wrong with you this early morning? Aaron, Xiao Hamiltonzi, how much of the reflection letter did you write? Reflection letter? Jake realized belatedly and helplessly rubbed his forehead. After dealing with the stall business yesterday and running off for skewers with Aaron, followed by encountering Reagan, he had completely forgotten about it. I forgot. Jake sent those 3 words, then turned his head towards Aaron with an awkward smile. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jake's phone wouldn't stop buzzing with messages from Aaron. Damn it, Jake. You actually forgot this. What will I give to Master Jingguang? You're screwing me over. These past 2 days, Aaron had spent both money and effort. Finally, they had been able to enjoy a meal together, only to be scared away by Reagan's appearance. Jake felt a little guilty inside. Sending a pitiful face emoji to Aaron, he began writing feverishly. By the end of the morning study session and 2 breaks, he finally managed to finish enough for Aaron to turn in. The last period was Chinese class. When Reagan walked into the classroom, the previously noisy room suddenly fell silent. Every student's eyes turned curiously towards her as she walked to the podium step by step. Even Jake couldn't help but feel surprised. Today, Reagan wasn't dressed in her usual conservative manner but wore a chic outfit, a light beige skirt suit that ended at the knees, revealing her elegant and slender legs and heels. Her silky black hair flowed gracefully, and her makeup was meticulously done, giving her a rare gentle smile instead of her usual stern expression. Is this Teacher Zhang? My God, Teacher Zhang is so beautiful. Even after living 2 lifetimes, Jake found Reagan breathtaking in her carefully put together look. For these 17 or 18-year-old students, it was simply irresistible. However, despite her newfound beauty, Reagan's strict image was deeply ingrained in the students' minds, so they only dared whisper amongst themselves, afraid she might overhear. Reagan didn't seem to mind. Her phoenix-like eyes glanced subtly at Jake in the back row, with a faint smile flickering in them. As their eyes met, there was an unspoken understanding between them. Jake smiled knowingly, clapping first to break the silence. Teacher Zhang, you look really beautiful today. Jake's initiative shocked the other students. Even though they thought the same thing, they dared not say it aloud. Reagan merely smiled mildly and said nothing. Encouraged by Jake's lead and seeing that Reagan wasn't angry, the students all started clapping and cheering. Teacher Zhang, if you teach like this from now on, I promise to ace every Chinese test. Whoever calls Teacher Zhang a nun, I won't agree. I think I've fallen in love with Chinese class. In the past, if the students had acted this way, Reagan would have frowned and gotten mad. But not this time. To be recognized by her students for who she truly was indeed gratifying. Alright, if our class average score for the next Chinese test ranks in the top 5 in the grade, I'll dress like this every day, Reagan replied with a teasing smile. The students, especially the boys, were energized as if pumped up on adrenaline, loudly vowing to never let go of their Chinese textbooks. Such enthusiasm even surprised Reagan. All her previous strictness and coercion hadn't achieved such results. It had even had the opposite effect. But today, with just a change in her appearance, her students showed unprecedented enthusiasm. This Chinese lesson was one of the most relaxed and enjoyable for all of Class 3 Grade 5. Even when the bell rang for lunch break, the students didn't rush out like before. Instead, many stayed behind, holding their papers and books to ask Reagan questions. Meanwhile, Jake pulled Aaron away from the classroom urgently. Their lunch break was limited, and the plan to make money couldn't wait any longer. First, they rode to the night market on their electric bikes, picked up the tricycle they had left there yesterday, and headed towards the City Management Bureau building. On the way, Aaron kept grumbling. Why is it so hot today? Xiao Hamiltonzi, that place doesn't usually get many people. Should we skip it because of the heat? Jake was almost immune to Aaron's complaints by now. Before long, they arrived at the newsstand location. What they saw made Aaron's eyes widen in surprise. The last time they came, the place was unusually quiet. But now, outside the large City Management Bureau building, more than 100 people formed a long queue. For these young people who had struggled for years and were eager to secure stable jobs, today was undoubtedly one of the most important exams in their lives. But it wasn't a peaceful day for them. First, the official notice changed the interview venue at the last minute, followed by scorching weather. Still, they had to wear formal suits, standing in line outside. The heat combined with the pressure of the interview made everyone feel uneasy and restless. Seeing this scene, Aaron couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy cow, what's going on? Why are there so many people here?" Aaron asked. Jake unlocked the newsstand door calmly and said with a smile, "They are all our benefactors. Let's get to work." With that, the two of them started working. Xiao Hamiltonzi, although there are many people, how many will buy from us? It's so hot, and we don't have a fridge. We'll end up losing everything if we can't sell much, Aaron pointed out. Jake realized Aaron had a valid concern and remembered that his father had a small fridge bought from a second-hand market, used primarily for cooling beer. It was small and portable, and they could bring it here, using it to store ice cubes. The newsstand had power outlets anyway. "Don't worry, I have a plan," Jake reassured him. Then, Jake leaned close to Aaron and whispered a few words. "Got it?" Jake asked. Aaron looked hesitant. "Can this work? Xiao Hamiltonzi, why don't you do it?" I have social anxiety. Chapter 40. This boundless wealth. Social anxiety? Jake's expression suddenly froze. Colby, how do you know this term? Where did you learn it from? Could internet slang from his previous life already be in circulation this? Couldn't she say something nicer? Despite his reluctance, he walked over. "What drink do you have there? Milk tea? This? It's taro bubble milk tea, pretty tasty. Anything else?" Seeing Aaron, her boyfriend chimed in eagerly. "Hamiltontal brother, where did you buy this?" "Hamiltonston, here's some money. Can you go to the commercial area ahead and find a supermarket to buy us a few cups of drinks or mineral water?" "I don't have time. Why bother going so far just for drinks? There's a vendor right over there. I bought mine from there. It's only a few hundred meters away. You should go buy your own." Looking in the direction Aaron pointed, the couple only saw a newsstand. Milk tea sold at a newsstand? They were puzzled, but the bespectacled girl was too hot and thirsty, so she urged her boyfriend to ask. Since it wasn't far, asking wouldn't waste much time. The boyfriend jogged over to the newsstand. Upon seeing Jake inside, he was surprised by how young the owner looked. "Do you sell drinks here?" he asked. "Yes, taro bubble milk tea, 15 yuan per cup," Jake replied. 15? That's expensive, the boyfriend exclaimed. "It's a new flavor, no cheating involved, absolutely delicious," Jake said with a smile. Although the boyfriend still found 15 yuan steep, thinking of his girlfriend suffering under the sun, he bought a cup anyway. With the milk tea in hand, he quickly ran back to his girlfriend. The bespectacled girl sipped it and felt elated. Appa, so good." She finished the milk tea quickly, even licking the cup clean. Excuse me, where did this beautiful lady buy the milk tea? Yeah, can you help us get one too?" Word spread quickly that the newsstand sold milk tea, especially when everyone saw that the owner was a stunningly handsome young man. It became a scene of chaos. "Handsome guy, give me a cup." "Brother, 5 cups for me. Can I see your abs?" "Hamiltontal brother, sister wants 5 cups. Can we exchange QQ IDs? I can tutor you." Under the allure of delicious taro bubble milk tea and Jake's handsome appearance, most single sisters acted like they were possessed. In less than half an hour, the stock at the newsstand was sold out. Fortunately, Jake had smartly kept 1 cup for himself. Not far away, Aaron watched the bustling scene outside the newsstand with envy and resentment. Darn it, being handsome really allows you to do whatever you want? But when Jake waved him over with the earnings, he couldn't stop laughing. 825 yuan. Are you kidding me? Xiao Hamiltonzi, you're amazing. Aaron counted the money several times with his saliva-coated fingers, unable to contain his joy. "Oh, who said before that my brain was malfunctioning and I'd end up losing everything?" Jake teased. Cough, cough, let's not focus on those details," Aaron responded awkwardly. After closing the stand, they headed back to school. On the way, Jake gave Aaron 2 bills. "Here, keep these 200. I need the rest to buy more materials. If nothing goes wrong, I'll reimburse you within 3 or 4 days." Hearing this, Aaron rubbed his hands together, his eyes twinkling with happiness. Thank you, father. Putting the money in his pocket, Aaron patted it happily, feeling like he was walking on air. I just asked around, and their exams will last another week. We'll have to prepare things every afternoon and come over afternoon dismissal tomorrow. I can't handle it alone, so you'll join me then. Seriously? Why didn't you say earlier? This means extra pay. Why rush? Whatever we make, we'll split it evenly, Jake said. Laughing and joking, they returned to school. In the afternoon, they had physical education class. After running laps and warming up, students were free to do as they wished. Due to the heat, except for a few energetic boys playing ball, most stayed in the shade beside the field. Jake, after sending Aaron away, slipped back to the classroom and retrieved a small bag from his desk, then hurried back to the field. Originally, only their class had PE today, but because the second science class had a schedule change, they swapped their PE class to the first period. Beside the shaded area, Alisanuan and Delaney were looking around. Judja, didn't you say Jake would make me a milk tea to apologize? Alisanuan asked. Don't worry, Nuanuan. Didn't you see Jake run back in a hurry just now? Just wait quietly. Bored, Alisanuan looked around. Then she noticed a small figure crouched in a corner, away from the crowd. Judja, is she Dara? Hashtag chapter 41. Bushin's delusion. In the shaded corner beside the basketball court, Dara sat on the steps, her frail body curled up into a ball. The scorching sun overhead made her nearly unbearable, but as she glanced at the already crowded shade nearby, she hesitated for a moment and lacked the courage to move. When Dara saw a girl leave, leaving a small patch of empty space, she finally mustered the courage to get up and head over. Unfortunately, two figures beat her to it. Seeing Alyssa and Delaney suddenly appear in front of her, Dara paused, then drooped her head and returned to her spot. Alyssa gave a triumphant huff, looking smugly at Dara, who was still exposed to the blazing sun. Nuanuan, look at her. Tell me, how could Jake possibly like someone like her? Delaney said. Previously, Alyssa hadn't been entirely sure because she had no direct interaction with Dara, but just this brief encounter filled her with confidence. Dara looked so thin and listless, and her introverted personality wouldn't appeal to anyone, not even Jake. Any random boy would likely pass on her. The crowd gathered under the shade began to chatter as Alyssa appeared. It couldn't be helped. Alyssa was beautiful and academically brilliant. Girls like her always drew attention whenever they showed up, especially after the incident where Jake publicly berated her on the basketball court recently. Hey, did you hear about Jake yelling at Alyssa on the basketball court? Yeah, I saw it on Tieba. Phew, it was intense. Rumor has it that Jake is really giving up on Alyssa. Can that be true? Bullshit. Jake yelled at her so badly. It must be true. He's good looking now and can dunk. He won't lack girls chasing after him. Hearing the gossip, Alyssa's expression turned slightly uneasy. After being scolded by Jake, many people in her class and even from other grades have been talking about it, especially since he called her dirty. This added fuel to the rumors and jealousy surrounding her as the school's flower. Hamilton steening to these idle remarks, Delaney came to Alyssa's defense, standing up to those around her with crossed arms. Shut up. You know nothing. Let me tell you the truth. Jake specially made a cup of milk tea yesterday and will come here to apologize and beg for forgiveness from Nuanuan. Just wait and see. Seeing Delaney's smug demeanor, the crowd exchanged glances. Given that Jake had relentlessly pursued Alyssa for years, perhaps what Delaney said could be true. Soon, Jake jogged over. He noticed something was amiss, with many eyes fixed on him intently, though he wasn't sure why. Upon seeing Jake with a delicate bag in hand, the crowd started murmuring again. So Delaney was right? Jake is really going to apologize to Nuanuan? Honestly, I've seen it all coming. Jake ultimately can't let go of Alyssa. Why does that line sound familiar? Oh, you're the same guy who said the same thing during Jake's match with Zane. SK. A clown remains a clown. Insulting Alyssa so harshly only to bring milk tea for an apology afterward? What a wuss. Earlier, Alyssa had felt uncomfortable, but now, with the situation turning in her favor, she resumed her usual haughty princess demeanor, raising her pointed chin triumphantly. Delaney stood beside her, equally smug, eyeing Jake disdainfully. She had already planned how to deliberately make things difficult when Jake came to apologize. Ignoring the odd gazes around him, Jake walked briskly forward. Spotting the fragile figure huddled in the corner, his eyes softened, and his lips curved into a gentle smile. Seeing Jake's silence infuriated Delaney further, prompting her to lower her hand and continue petulantly. Jake, still acting tough? Nuanuan just said she'll never forgive you. I'm helping you, okay? Stop putting on airs. Jake alternated his gaze between Delaney and Alyssa. Sometimes, he truly wanted to crack open their heads to see what was inside. He thought he had been crystal clear last time, leaving no room for misinterpretation or excuses. So, what was this misplaced confidence? His mood had been quite pleasant after securing his first big win, but these two spoiled it, irking him. While Jake was distracted, Delaney misinterpreted his silence as fear, emboldening her further. Hey, say something, weren't you? Before Delaney could finish, Jake shoved her aside and unleashed a torrent of insults. Get lost. Stupid. Still not convinced by my words? How pathetic are you? Coming here asking for more humiliation? Hashtag chapter 41. Bushin's delusion. Continued. In the shaded corner beside the basketball court, Dara sat on the steps, her frail body curled up into a ball. The scorching sun overhead made her nearly unbearable, but as she glanced at the already crowded shade nearby, she hesitated for a moment and lacked the courage to move. When Dara saw a girl leave, leaving a small patch of empty space, she was being scolded by Jake. Many people in her class and even from other grades have been talking about it, especially since he called her dirty. This added fuel to the rumors and jealousy surrounding her as the school's flower. Hamilton steening to these idle remarks, Delaney came to Alyssa's defense, standing up to those around her with crossed arms. Shut up. You know nothing. Let me tell you the truth. Jake specially made a cup of milk tea yesterday and will come here to apologize and beg for forgiveness from Nuanuan. Just wait and see. Seeing Delaney's smug demeanor, the The crowd exchanged glances. Given that Jake had relentlessly pursued Alyssa for years, perhaps what Delaney said could be true. Soon, Jake jogged over. He noticed something was amiss, with many eyes fixed on him intently, though he wasn't sure why. Upon seeing Jake with a delicate bag in hand, the crowd started murmuring again. So Delaney was right? Jake is really going to apologize to Nwan? Honestly, I've seen it all coming. Jake ultimately can't let go of Alyssa. Why does that line sound familiar? Oh, you're the same guy who said the same thing during Jake's match with Zane. SK. A clown remains a clown. Insulting Alyssa so harshly only to bring milk tea for an apology afterward? What a wuss. Earlier, Alyssa had felt uncomfortable, but now, with the situation turning in her favor, she resumed her usual haughty princess demeanor, raising her pointed chin triumphantly. Delaney stood beside her, equally smug, eyeing Jake disdainfully. She had already planned how to deliberately make things difficult when Jake came to apologize. Ignoring the odd gazes around him, Jake walked briskly forward. Spotting the fragile figure huddled in the corner, his eyes softened, and his lips curved into a gentle smile. Seeing Jake smiling, Delaney felt even more victorious and whispered to Alyssa, Nwan, don't speak. Watch me help you vent your anger. Alyssa nodded in agreement. Jake approached hastily but was intercepted by Delaney. Jake, do you find this amusing? Faced with Delaney's smug and disdainful expression, Jake was bewildered. Seeing Jake silent, Delaney became even more confident, crossing her arms and continuing, don't think doing this will make Nwan forgive you. She's very upset. Now you regret it? You were so cool when you insulted her on the basketball court, weren't you? Confused by Delaney's irrational words, Jake's face darkened. He didn't understand her sudden antics. Did his words on the court not sink in for Alyssa and Delaney? How shameless were they? Don't you? Jake chuckled in frustration, preparing to retort. But Delaney's rapid-fire speech left no room for Jake to speak. She abruptly held out her hand towards him, saying arrogantly, hand it over. Jake raised an eyebrow, replying coldly, what are you talking about? Do you want me to spell it out? Yesterday you specially made a cup of milk tea to apologize to Nwan, right? Not so simple this, speechless. Not just her, but Alyssa and the onlookers were all stunned as well. Especially Alyssa, whose beautiful face now wore an expression of unease. This scene felt eerily familiar to her. The same place, the same circumstances. Just days ago, she had stood where Delaney now stood, looking down at others with a sense of superiority, only to be harshly shoved away by Jake and subjected to a scolding. Jake. Alyssa murmured under her breath, clenching her fists at her sides, her eyes flashing with anger. The glances from the crowd, filled with schadenfreude, made her high and mighty demeanor waver. Time and again, every time she thought Jake would apologize to her, he always managed to embarrass her instead. Even though it was Delaney who was being scolded, Alyssa still felt incredibly angry. Deep down, she held out a sliver of hope. Perhaps Jake's harshness toward Delaney was due to Delaney's provocation. Maybe, because of his pride, Jake was unwilling to admit that he wanted to apologize. Alyssa often placed herself in a position she shouldn't, a habit formed from past experiences. Taking a few steps forward, she walked up to Delaney, whose trembling form revealed her rage. Furrowing her brow, Alyssa turned to Jake and said, Jake, even if Judge guessed your thoughts and spoke harshly, you shouldn't have scolded her like that. She is my best friend after all. Did you consider my feelings? Scram. Jake didn't bother yelling at Alyssa anymore. He simply responded with one cold word. The surrounding students were astonished once more. This was already the second time Jake had publicly embarrassed Alyssa. Meanwhile, a figure was running towards them from afar. It was Zane. Glancing around, he saw Jake, Alyssa, Delaney, and the crowd. After using the restroom during the free period, he had no idea what had happened until a fellow student filled him in. Feeling agitated after failing to chat up Alyssa the day before, Zane saw this as an opportunity to win her over. Adjusting his pants, Zane strode boldly toward Alyssa. Alyssa, red-faced and ears burning from Jake's curt scram, found herself humiliated for the second time in public. Normally, everyone, including other boys at school, would fawn over her. But now, faced with Jake's repeated rejections, she felt both furious and aggrieved. In frustration, she stamped her foot and crouched on the ground, hugging her knees and sobbing. Seeing her delicate frame trembling, she looked truly pitiful. Jake merely glanced at her, feeling nothing but disdain, then walked past her without another look. Pa, what a fool I was. Initially not wanting to argue, Jake noticed several students filming with their phones and decided to engage. He gave a meaningful smile. You seem very concerned about Alyssa. Let me guess, you two have something going on? Zane really wanted to tell Jake that he liked Alyssa. Given Jake's long-standing affection for her, though Zane couldn't understand why Jake changed his heart, he doubted Jake could let go completely. Imagining himself winning over Jake's former crush excited him. But he wasn't stupid. The school strictly prohibited dating, especially close to the college entrance exam. So he wouldn't admit it publicly. Stop changing the subject. I can't stand seeing you bullying Nwan. At that moment, Alyssa slowly stood up. Her pretty eyes red and tears still hanging at the corners, looking extremely pitiful. Seeing this, Zane felt victorious. His selfless act might win her favor. Nwan, are you? Stepping forward to offer comfort, he was abruptly pushed away by Alyssa. Who asked you to butt in? Having heard Zane's words, she felt no gratitude but rather annoyance. After shoving him away, Alyssa cast a resentful glance at Jake, wiped her tears, and angrily ran off, clearly not wanting to stay any longer and be laughed at. Chapter 43. The one Hamiltoning the boot is actually me. Watching Alyssa walk away, Zane was taken aback. He had intended to stage a heroic rescue and then bask in her gratitude, rubbing it in Jake's face. But he never expected Alyssa's reaction. Jake merely sneered, looking at Zane as if he were watching a clown. In his previous life, he hadn't realized that Zane also had this tendency to fawn. Unfortunately, Alyssa remained indifferent, completely unappreciative of his efforts. At that moment, Aaron, who had been playing basketball, approached while dribbling nonchalantly. He had witnessed everything and looked at Zane with derision. TSK, Zane, do you know what your behavior just now is called? It's licking the boot. Understand? Aaron continued smirking and explained further. Oh, right? You probably don't know what that means. Let me enlighten you. Right now, you're like Alyssa's Shar-Pei dog, wagging its tail eagerly wanting to lick her. When she's happy, she pats your head for amusement. If she's not, she kicks you. And when she beckons, you still wag your tongue happily and wag your tail. That's what it means to lick the boot. Hee hee, aside from little Hamilton Z before, I think you're the perfect fit for this term. Jake nodded in agreement until he heard the last sentence, causing him to twitch his lips. Colby, there was no need to add that last bit. Don't mind the details. Initially, Zane didn't quite understand the term, bootlicking. But halfway through Aaron's explanation, his expression turned awkward. By the end of Aaron's speech, his long face flushed red like liver, which was quite amusing. The term bootlicking felt as if it were tailor-made for him. Zane even suspected Aaron made up these absurd words just to humiliate him. Among the students who had been watching, murmurs began. Bootlicking? Is this a new internet slang term? I've never heard of it. I thought it was some new pet breed. This describes people. I agree. Zane does seem like a bootlicker. Damn. I've been chasing after my desk mate for so long, and she barely pays attention. Turns out I'm a bootlicker. What a pain. The one licking the boot is actually me. Zane felt indignant hearing the whispers, but couldn't find the right words to counter them. Worse yet, after hearing Aaron's explanation and thinking about his recent behavior towards Alyssa, he realized he did act like a bootlicker. You. Zane clenched his teeth, glaring fiercely at Aaron. Seeing this, Aaron's temper flared up more than Jake's ever would. He immediately tossed the basketball aside and cracked his wrists. What? Can't argue. So you want another fight? Come on, let's duel. Looking at Aaron's solid build of nearly 170 pounds, Zane felt intimidated. You wait for me. With those rather impotent threats, Zane turned around and rushed off in the direction Alyssa had gone. Sissy. Muttering under his breath, Aaron turned to Jake, his small eyes noticing the bag and the protruding straw in Jake's hand. Having sold milk tea with Jake all afternoon, he instantly recognized the content, a cup of taro pearl bubble tea. Instantly, stars appeared in Aaron's eyes, deeply moved. Hamilton Z, I knew you loved me. You found me stylish, right? Even left a milk tea for me. Ah, good brother. Puffing his large face towards Jake, Jake chuckled softly, gently pushing Aaron's face away. Get lost. With that, he walked past Aaron and sat down next to Dara in a corner, handing her the taro pearl bubble tea. Dara, having watched the entire scene unfold, grew more curious about Jake. 1 minute fierce, the next gentle. What kind of person was this desk mate of hers? Especially when Jake handed her the milk tea, she looked up, her watery eyes filled with confusion. Is this for me? Yes, try it. I made it myself. Surprised, Dara didn't expect her desk mate could make milk tea. Despite their relationship improving over time, her introverted nature still prevented her from maintaining eye contact with Jake for more than 3 seconds before quickly averting her gaze. No need. Thank you, Hamilton classmate. Well then, I guess I'll throw it away. Dealing with little Elaine always required this trick. Sure enough, seeing Jake about to throw it away, Dara quickly lifted her head. No, it's too wasteful. For Dara, whose family was poor, seeing waste was unbearable. Even a pickled vegetable root she would eat entirely. A spark of satisfaction flickered in Jake's eyes. Though guilty for manipulating little Elaine, he couldn't find another way to reach her otherwise. Taking the offered milk tea after a moment's hesitation, Dara held it with both hands. Thank you. Try it. The adoration in Jake's eyes was palpable. Sipping the sweet milk tea, Dara's eyes widened. No girl could resist the allure of milk tea, especially Dara. While others her age spent pocket money freely on snacks and drinks, she could only watch. To her, a cup of milk tea was too luxurious. Slurp slurp. Perhaps due to its deliciousness, Dara sucked on the straw, looking incredibly cute. Because they were sitting in the sun, fine beads of sweat formed on Dara's forehead. Noticing this, Jake frowned, glanced at the shade nearby, then back at Dara. Seeing Jake frown, Dara thought it was because of the noise she made and blushed, lowering her head. Jake stood up, took off his school jacket, and draped it over both their heads, shielding them from the scorching sun. Elaine, you'll get sunburned if you stay here. Chapter 43. The boot Hamiltonking one was me. Watching Alyssa Young leave, Zane felt a bit dazed. He had planned to stage a heroic rescue, and then basking in the glory of saving the beauty, allowing him to taunt Jake confidently. But he never expected Alyssa Young to react this way. Jake merely scoffed after witnessing what happened, looking at Zane as if he were a clown. In the previous life, he hadn't realized that Zane also had a bootlicking nature. Unfortunately, Alyssa Young still remained indifferent, showing no appreciation. At that moment, Aaron, who had been playing basketball on the court, casually dribbled over. He had seen everything and couldn't help but mock Zane with contemptuous eyes. TSK, Zane, do you know what your behavior just now was? It's called bootlicking, get it? Aaron began, mimicking his newly acquired understanding. Then, smirking, he continued, oh, right? You don't know what it means yet, huh? Let me enlighten you. Right now, you're like Alice's Shar-Pei dog, happily wagging its tail trying to please her. When she's in a good mood, she might pat your head and play with you for a while. When she's not, she gives you a kick. Yet, when she beckons you, you're still happy to wag your tail and follow her. That's what we call bootlicking. Ha, except for Hamilton from before. I think you fit the term perfectly. Jake was nodding in agreement, but suddenly winced upon hearing the last sentence. Kai, that last part wasn't necessary. Forget the details. Initially, Zane didn't quite understand the term bootlicking. Midway through Aaron's explanation, though, his one. Looking at Aaron's imposing build, about 170 pounds, Zane felt intimidated. You wait for it. Leaving behind an impotent threat, Zane hurriedly followed the direction Elysiong had gone, looking rather flustered. Ha, scaredy cat. Grumbling under his breath, Aaron turned to Jake, noticing the bag in his hand and the straw sticking out. Having spent the entire noon selling bubble tea with Jake, he instantly recognized the tapioca taro bubble tea inside the bag. Immediately, stars appeared in Aaron's eyes, deeply touched. Hamilton, I knew you loved me. You thought I looked cool earlier, didn't you? You even saved a cup of bubble tea for me. Ah, good buddy. Aaron's broad face leaned in. Jake chuckled, gently pushing Aaron away. Step aside. Then, walking past Aaron, Jake went to a corner and sat down next to Dara, offering her the tapioca taro bubble tea. Dara, who had witnessed most of what happened, felt even more curious about Jake. How could someone be so fierce one moment, and so gentle the next? Especially seeing Jake hand her the bubble tea, she was taken aback, her large eyes full of confusion. Is this for me? Yes, try it. I made it myself. Dara was surprised, realizing her deskmate could make bubble tea. Despite getting closer over time, her interest over their heads to shield them from the scorching sun. Dara, you'll get sunburned if you stay here. Chapter 44. Chasing a wife requires thick skin. Beside the basketball court, Jake sat on the ground next to Dara. The school uniform jacket draped over them brought the two impossibly closer together. The familiar scent of soap from the jacket filled the air. Whether it was due to their intimate proximity or the tender words Jake had just spoken, Dara's rosy cheeks were nearly flushing down to her ears. Oh, Hamilton classmate. See, can you? Please don't get so close, Dara stammered. Not possible. I'm also afraid of getting tanned. Jake knew that chasing after a wife required thick skin. In moments like this, one should simply have no shame. Perhaps worried that Dara might feel too awkward, he pulled out his cracked screen phone and plugged in a pair of wired earphones before opening a long-stored playlist of his favorite songs. He had always loved this singer. Although in his previous life, he had become a chubby teenager who loved bubble tea, now he was still a young man who liked dyeing a few strands of hair purple, playing nunchucks occasionally, or strumming the piano for show. Jake gently placed the white earphones into Dara's ears. Feeling the faint scent emanating from the boy beside her, Dara felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles until a melody with incomprehensible lyrics but exceptionally beautiful notes entered her ears. Hamilton yellow flowers from the story blooming since the day of birth. I have some good news. Considering our class's excellent performance on the last mock test, I've discussed with the teacher from class 2. Since you all are under great pressure lately, and being too tense isn't good either, I've decided to organize a camping trip with meals together with class 2 to relax. The expenses will come from the class fund. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted in cheers. Yeah, Anson rocks. Camping is great. I love camping. Perfect. Another day off with fun. Awesome. Seeing this, Jamil chuckled and waved for silence, continuing, quiet down. I'm not done yet. This activity won't take up your regular class time. After discussing with class 2's teacher, we've set it for this Sunday. Sunday was already a rare day off for senior students. Immediately, a chorus of groans arose. Finishing his words, Jamil left the classroom. No sooner had he left than the students started complaining. For them, a camping trip was less appealing than having a free Sunday. However, Jake was rather happy and turned to look at Dara. An opportunity to further deepen his connection with little Elaine had arrived. He knew Dara's personality. Even if she went camping, she would likely stay far away from the crowd, which suited him as he didn't enjoy mingling with those teenagers either. With money in hand, he could buy delicious food and drinks, find a quiet spot, enjoy them with little Elaine while admiring the outdoor scenery. Just thinking about it made Jake giddy. But Dara seemed less enthusiastic. She disliked crowded places and would rather stay in her dormitory if possible. But if she didn't go, would it make her seem even more isolated? Would she risk being alienated? Yet, she had long gotten used to being isolated. Though deep down, she yearned to integrate into the class family, to have friends, she knew she couldn't do it. Seeing Dara hanging her head low, Jake leaned closer. What's wrong, little Elaine? And nothing. Dara shook her head. Dara couldn't hide her thoughts, which practically showed on her face. Jake, guessing her feelings, sighed sympathetically. He understood she disliked such occasions. You don't want to join this activity, right? Jake asked. Dara remained silent, not responding. Glancing around the classroom where clusters of students chattered about the weekend camping, Jake looked at Dara with sympathy. Indeed, he selfishly wanted more chances to be alone with her during the camping trip. But he also hoped that little Elaine could gradually become more optimistic, make friends, and have girlfriends of her own. Watching her always alone pained him deeply. Jake originally wanted to console Dara with some wise words, but they turned into just one sentence as they reached his lips. Hamilton Elaine, wherever you go, whatever happens, you will never be alone, because I will always be with you. Before he could finish, a shadow suddenly flew over and landed on Jake. Usually came home from work. After sending Aaron home, Jake rode his tricycle back home. In the hallway, Jake hummed a tune as he walked toward the door of his home. Click. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. Old. Just as he was about to greet his father, Jake paused in his steps when he noticed someone else coming out. He quickly hid in the adjacent safety corridor, peeking out cautiously with half his head. From this angle, he saw his father walking out with an unfamiliar woman. Since the woman had her back to him, he couldn't see her face clearly. Seeing this scene, a trace of amusement flashed across Jake's eyes. He strained his ears to listen. Rose, thank you. It's really troublesome making you run around late at night, said Bob, whose weathered face showed a rare gentleness and even a hint of shyness. The woman, called Rose, replied with a soft voice. You are almost 40 years old. How can you still act like a child and be so stubborn? You need to take care of your health from now on. Feeling the concern in her words, the middle-aged man, his father, actually behaved like a big boy, scratching his head and smiling foolishly. I thought working harder would mean more bonuses. Hamilton has finally decided to study hard, and I want to save more money for him before I get too old to work. These past few years, you've worked too hard. Even for Hamilton's sake, don't joke around with your health. If Hamilton needs, Jake didn't reply immediately, instead eyeing his father curiously. Don't ask me. Dad, I heard you talking to someone just now. A woman, right? Jake asked knowingly. This. Just a colleague. Bob replied awkwardly. Really? Just a colleague? Jake pressed on. Seeing Bob's expression change several times, he eventually laughed bitterly and began, Hamilton, there's something Dad has wanted to tell you. Jake perked up at this, a flash of amusement crossing his eyes. What is it? Come on, Dad, let's talk inside. Inside the house, the father and son sat down at the table. Dad, what is it really? Bob had been silent for almost 10 minutes since they entered. Jake guessed that it probably had something to do with that woman earlier. After pondering for a long time, Bob finally lifted his gaze towards Jake, opening his mouth but hesitating. He wanted to tell Jake about himself and Rose, but recalling how Jake flew into a rage last time when he briefly mentioned it, even staying out overnight, he reconsidered. Sighing deeply, Bob chuckled lightly. Nothing much, just that I need to accompany our unit's leader to an exhibition. It might take 10 days to half a month. Can you manage on your own at home? If not, I can cancel this trip. Seeing his father not disclosing the truth, Jake couldn't help but sigh inwardly but felt guilty. He knew that his previous lack of understanding had led to a huge fight over this matter, making his father reluctant to bring up remarriage. Calming himself, Jake smiled and replied, It's fine, Dad. You go ahead. I'm an adult now and can take care of myself. If needed, I can stay with Aaron. Alright, I'll leave some living expenses for you. Spend wisely, but don't hesitate if you need food or drinks. If it runs out, just let me know. No need, Dad. My classmate's family runs a stall. I sometimes help out after school. They pay me and provide meals, so I have enough money, Jake assured him. Hearing this, Bob didn't press further. Nodding, he stood up, supporting his waist as he headed towards the bedroom. Dad, what's wrong with your waist? Jake asked. Nothing serious, just twisted it while working this afternoon. The doctor at the clinic said it's not a big deal. Get some sleep, don't be late for school tomorrow, Bob replied. Watching his father's retreating figure, Jake clenched his fists tightly by his side. Reborn into this life, he had done everything he could at school to protect Indira and shelter her from the storm. But at home, he still couldn't alleviate his father's burden. Even though he wanted to tell his father that he didn't mind if he found someone new and would accept anything as long as his father was happy, he knew his father, despite seeming cheerful, was very stubborn. This matter would have to wait until after the college entrance exams to be brought up again. Perhaps only by truly showing his growth could he make his father feel at ease. While others felt the countdown to the college entrance exam pass too quickly, Jake felt each day drag on slowly because there was too much he needed to accomplish. Back in his room, Jake spent a long time lost in thought before falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, when he woke up, his father had already left. On the table were 2 bright red bills. Chapter 46, Precious Sincerity. Looking at the money on the table, Jake felt a strange sting in his nose. Whether in his past life or this one, he owed his father too much. Letting out a long sigh, he put the money in his pocket, rubbed his eyes, and busied himself in the kitchen. After leaving home to meet Aaron, they went to school. For 5 consecutive days, Jake's routine was nearly fixed. Attending classes at school, selling milk tea at the newsstand during lunch breaks, and preparing materials at home in the evening. By the 3rd day, the stockpile of milk tea at the newsstand had already started running short of demand. Jake couldn't handle everything alone. Originally, he thought about teaching Aaron how to make it step by step, but found that letting Aaron do it was simply a waste of materials. In the end, he approached the breakfast shop owner near their neighborhood and negotiated a deal, eventually paying her to help prepare the materials and make the milk tea. On the 6th day of vending, outside the old building of the Urban Construction Bureau, dozens of people gathered at the gate, forming a long line, all dressed in black formal wear. The sun was mercilessly beating down on these aspiring young individuals who were striving for government positions. Careful observation revealed almost everyone holding a cup of milk tea, savoring it thoroughly. About 100 meters from the main gate, at a newsstand, 2 teenage boys leisurely walked out of the newsstand. 600, 700, 750, 755. Aaron counted the bills with his finger, dampened by spittle, grinning so widely that even the leaks stuck between his molars were visible. Haha, today we made another 755 yuan. With all these days combined, wow, nearly 6,000 yuan. That's more than my mom's monthly salary. Hamilton, we're rich. Seeing Aaron lost in jubilation, Jake shook his head and laughed. Indeed, for students their age, nearly 6,000 yuan wasn't a small sum. But to him, it was merely petty cash. Don't get carried away. After deducting material costs, rent, and payment to the shop owner, we'll probably be left with around 4,000, Jake remarked. 4,000 isn't bad. It can buy us a new computer. Hee, Hamilton, what are you planning to do with the money? Jake teased, shrugging. Hey, just kidding, why so serious? Of course, I'll take it. Give me that. Glancing at Aaron, Jake remained silent, but his eyes held laughter. Be it 4,000 now or 40 million in the future, if Aaron asked, Jake would not hesitate to share, even give it all. Not because of anything else, but after experiencing betrayal from loved ones, he understood the preciousness of sincerity. They headed back to school after leaving the newsstand. Classes hadn't started yet when they returned. In the classroom, Jake sat down at his desk. On Dara's table were neatly arranged empty takeaway containers, while Dara was napping with her head on the desk. With the newfound wealth, Jake no longer let Dara eat cafeteria food, knowing the monotonous meals and careless service weren't suitable for her frail condition. Under her face, a test paper with Jake's name was pressed. Officially, Jake provided her meals, while she helped him study and review mistakes. Watching Dara sleep soundly, her tiny mouth closed, lashes fluttering like small fans, Jake found her incredibly adorable and charming. His gaze unwilling to leave her, Jake clumsily reached for the chair, inadvertently pressing Dara's foot with its leg as he sat down. Startled awake by sudden pain, Dara let out a pained cry. Panicking, Jake hurriedly stood up, guilt flooding him. He wanted to check if she was hurt. No need. I'm fine. Dara shyly moved away, instinctively pulling her feet back. Jake noticed she wore shabby cotton shoes, obviously cheap market goods with cracked edges and dark, exposed padding. This kind of footwear would likely be discarded by others, possibly ignored even by beggars. With rising temperatures, most people had switched to spring or summer clothing, but Dara still wore those tattered cotton shoes. Realizing Jake was looking at her feet, her cheeks flushed red, desperately trying to hide them under the bench. Seeing Dara's shy and sensitive actions, Jake felt an intense pang of guilt, silently berating himself for overlooking the seasonal changes and her current predicament in his busy efforts to earn money. These details reminded him of her humble background and the lack of proper seasonal clothes and shoes, making him resolve to address this issue immediately. Chapter 47. Out to spend. Jake couldn't help but feel his heart heavy as he looked at Dara sitting with her head down. After a while, he cautiously sat next to her. Indira, does it really not hurt? In response, Dara just shook her head and slowly pushed the test paper and notebook in her hands towards Jake. Classmate Hamilton, I've summarized all the frequently mistaken questions and key points for you. The test paper and notebook were filled with neat handwriting, clearly indicating every commonly mistaken question and key point in detail. It was evident that Dara had been especially serious about helping Jake catch up on his studies. Jake couldn't help but sigh, suddenly feeling the pressure mounting. His Indira was so excellent. It seemed he would have to work harder too. Lately, he'd been busy making money by selling goods from a stall, and hadn't focused much on studying. Indira, Jake suddenly said. What is it? Jake closed the notebook, propped his head with one hand, and smiled as he looked at her. There are only 2 months until the college entrance exam. Have you thought about which university you want to apply to? Up until now, Jake had actually been quite troubled by how little he knew about Dara. Not to mention anything else, even 2 months before the college entrance exam, Jake didn't know where Dara would end up going to college, or if she would go to college at all. But thinking about it, Dara's grades were so good that she would at least be admitted into a prestigious university. With his past abysmal scores, they could never have intersected after high school. But now it was different. With the advantage of rebirth, he could completely catch up to Dara's level. University, Dara muttered softly, slightly lifting her head, yet her expression remained perplexed. To her, the word university was overly unfamiliar, something she had never dared to dream of. Just getting through 3 years of high school, scraping together tuition fees, had already left her family in dire straits. Upon hearing this, Dara's eyes flickered, revealing a faint trace of longing amid her confusion. Often, the lonelier someone is, the more they pretend to like being alone, yet deep down, they fear loneliness. Is university really like that? But, classmate Hamilton, how do you know? Asked Dara. Jake scratched his nose and gave an offhand reply. Aren't campus dramas on TV all like that? Besides, I have some online friends who are college students. They told me so. But, after uttering 2 words, Dara fell silent again. At this age, which young person wouldn't yearn for the alluring campus life? But before her was harsh reality. Seeming to sense Dara's worries, Jake understood her sensitive and self-conscious nature. He simply laughed lightly. Moreover, with your outstanding grades, you'll be highly sought after. Teachers mention scholarships and grants. People spend money to study, but you'll be studying and earning money at the same time. How many people will envy you? Really? Dara's voice tinged with a hint of anxiety. Yes, absolutely. Also, once in university, you can freely enter and exit the campus. You can use your spare time to do part-time jobs and earn money. Jake replied, then stood up, placing a light hand on Dara's slender shoulder, his tone firm. So, Indira, take the exam with peace of mind. Don't worry about anything else. The sudden physical contact made Dara's face turn red like a ripe apple, her gaze darting around nervously. Classmate Hamilton, can you? Hearing Dara's almost inaudible whisper, Jake laughed awkwardly and released his hand. Well, we'll both try our best, Indira. If there's any university you particularly want to apply to, make sure to tell me. Who knows, maybe we'll both get into the same one. Dara nodded briefly, then turned away without another word. Since tomorrow was the weekend and the class had a camping activity scheduled, the planned evening study session was cancelled, allowing everyone to return home early. At Jake's home, Jake and Aaron busily prepared materials for tomorrow's stall. Sitting on the sofa, each held a cup of milk tea. Kai, my dad won't be home for a while. Tell your parents that you can stay at my place for now. Jake thought that as the college entrance exam approached, Aaron's poor grades hadn't improved much. Since they were only selling goods at lunch, he would need to push Aaron hard in the evenings. Otherwise, even getting into a mediocre private college would be a stretch. Aaron immediately called his father, and with Jake's assistance, they sorted things out. Haha, great, Xiaolin. We'll live together shamelessly from now on. Aaron beamed. Glancing at the time, Jake put down his cup, standing up, leading him into more laborious work again. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at the place, and Jake parked the electric scooter by the roadside. Ronald stared in awe at the grand building before them. Jintai Shopping Mall was one of the largest and most bustling commercial buildings in the city. As soon as Jake parked the scooter, he turned around to find Ronald practically clinging to him with wide-eyed excitement. The sensation made Jake stiffen, and he shoved Ronald away with disdain. In contrast, Ronald looked moved, his eyes twinkling as he clenched his fat fists and wiggled his large bottom. Wow, Lindsay, my awesome godfather. We're really going to spend here? Jake just rolled his eyes and walked towards the mall. Seeing this, Ronald happily trotted along behind him. For students like them, spending in such a big mall was quite high. Ronald took endless selfies at a 45-degree angle on the ground floor, eagerly looking forward to showing off the photos online. Lindsay, where are we going? How about some hot pot first? Hey, there's an arcade and dance machines over there. Ronald looked around eagerly, wanting to explore every store. while Jake remained focused, occasionally checking the signposts beside the elevators. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the mall, inside a women's clothing store called Deliran. Deliran was considered a boutique in this mall. Most customers entering were stylish young girls, often accompanied by middle-aged men who looked like sugar daddies. After all, those who frequented such places were either well-off young ladies or kept tired of certain clothes or shoes. She usually gave them to her best friend Delaney. To Delaney, these cast-offs were treasures, each time wearing them proudly. Yeah, they're beautiful. Of course, they're beautiful. Delaney nodded enthusiastically. Alyssa smiled. She had been feeling down lately, especially after Jake had scolded her harshly over delivering milk tea at the basketball court, followed by Zane harassing her. It irked her greatly, and with her birthday approaching, she decided to shop to distract herself. Just as Alyssa was examining the shoes, Delaney's gaze fell on two figures entering the store, causing her to pause involuntarily. Zia Lindsay, did we come to the wrong place? This is a women's store. What are we doing here? Ronald looked around at the numerous dresses and shoes, feeling overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Jake seemed interested, browsing through the clothes and shoes. Seeing Jake scrutinize the garments and comparing sizes, Ronald realized something and said, "Damn, Zia Lindsay, you said we'd spend. Are you buying these for some girl?" Then, he suddenly thought of something and continued, "No way, not for Dara, right?" Jake remained silent, implying confirmation. "Son of AB *TSH, you tricked me again. Forgotten your brother for a girl, huh?" Ronald gritted his teeth in frustration. "Enough whining. I'll treat you to hot pot on the top floor." "Expensive. For that money, you might as well buy her a flashy cone. Wouldn't that be more impressive?" Jake rolled his eyes at him. "You single dog, what do you know?" Jake said with a dismissive smirk. For the size, Jake vaguely remembered Dara's foot size from when she twisted her ankle. So he called over a salesperson. He initially wanted to ask if there were other colors available, but learned from the salesperson that this particular pair was out of stock, and only this last pair remained in the store. "Alright, I'll take this pair." Jake was about to go pay when Delaney and Alyssa, who had left earlier, returned. They collided with the group unexpectedly. Alyssa and Delaney thought Jake and Dara would only wander around for a while and then leave. They didn't expect to run into them. Jake ignored Alyssa and Delaney and planned to head straight to pay. Sharp-eyed Delaney immediately noticed the shoes in the salesperson's hand and hurriedly exclaimed, "Hey, Nwan, isn't that the pair you liked?" Hearing this, Alyssa focused her gaze and realized that the salesperson was indeed holding the same pair she had previously eyed. "Hey, I intended to buy those shoes," Alyssa said unhappily. The salesperson laughed awkwardly, glancing subconsciously at Jake beside her. Seeing this, Jake frowned, inwardly cursing his bad luck. He asked, "Did she pay?" "The beautiful lady hasn't paid yet," the salesperson replied. Hearing that Alyssa hadn't paid, Jake waved his hand and said, "Then I'll take them. Show me where to pay." Jake. Delaney, who had been standing young man. The salesperson's words made both Alyssa and Delaney blush in shame, especially with whispers from other customers around them, which made them feel they lost face. In the end, Alyssa looked at Jake, thinking he must have followed her on purpose to embarrass her. She knew Jake's circumstances well. There was no way he could afford shoes costing over $1,000, let alone women's shoes. "Jake, you're still so childish. Do you really think this trick will upset me? I know your situation better than anyone. You don't have that kind of money." Upon hearing this, before Jake could respond, Aaron behind him couldn't hold back. "Bullshit. Who told you Xiao Hamiltonzi is broke? Do you know how much money Xiao Hamiltonzi made this week?" Seeing this, Jake waved his hand and said, "Kai, talking to idiots only lowers your IQ." With that, he followed the salesperson directly to the cashier to pay. Jake's words as he left infuriated Alyssa and Delaney. "Judge, that Jake is getting worse. We haven't even settled the scores from the last few incidents, and now he's insulting you. Come on, I'll help you teach him a lesson today," Delaney said and dragged Alyssa towards the cashier. When they reached the cashier, they witnessed Jake paying for the shoes. Seeing him pull out a stack of cash from his pocket, both of them were stunned. Only after Jake and Aaron left the store did the two exchange glances, both noticing the shock in each other's eyes. "Judge, where did Jake get all that money? He had several thousand yuan just now." Alyssa remained silent for a long time, unable to calm down. "Uff, it's just over $1,000. What's so impressive about that?" Alyssa retorted, her tone unpleasant. "Hey, Nwan, did you hear what Aaron said? He mentioned that Jake earned that money. Could it be that Jake has been working part-time recently?" Delaney asked. "Definitely. His dad's a worker, and his living expenses are probably less than my pocket money," Alyssa replied. Looking towards the door, Delaney felt a lingering resentment. She had really liked those shoes and had been coaxing Alyssa to buy them. Because she knew that with Alyssa's nature, she would likely grow tired of the shoes in a couple of months, making the shoes hers eventually. Thinking of this, Delaney's eyes lit up with a scheme. "Nwan, I've got an idea." She leaned closer to Alyssa's ear and whispered, "Inside the mall. Xiao Hamiltonzi, remember? We agreed to go eat hot pot upstairs." Aaron had been raving about the hot pot all the way, and Jake couldn't resist, following him up to the top floor. He figured Aaron had worked hard recently, so he decided to indulge a bit and have a good meal. Meanwhile, Alyssa and Delaney stealthily trailed them from a distance. Chapter 50. A good dog doesn't block the way. On the top floor of the shopping mall, when Alyssa saw Jake and Aaron walk into a hot pot restaurant named Ba Jiangjun, she couldn't help but open her mouth slightly in surprise, her beautiful eyes full of astonishment. As for Delaney, she didn't have much of a reaction because she rarely came here. Usually, she only occasionally accompanied Alyssa to browse around. "Nwan, is this place expensive? My dad has brought me here a few times. The food here isn't cheap at all. Just ordering a few dishes for 2 people would cost around 600 or 700 yuan, Alyssa replied. Hearing this, Delaney was momentarily stunned. A meal costing 600 or 700 yuan. That's more than her monthly living expenses. For ordinary people, perhaps it wasn't a lot, but for students like them, a meal that cost 600 or 700 yuan was indeed quite extravagant. Hamilton, Jake? When did he get so rich? I remember he didn't have that much money when he used to chase after you, Delaney said with bewilderment. At this point, Delaney seemed to think of something. I know. Nwan, Jake must be working part-time at a bubble tea shop. You forgot how Jake was making bubble tea back in Aaron's space before? He probably learned it during his part-time job there. For some reason, hearing this made Alyssa feel uncomfortable all of a sudden. Back when Jake was pursuing her, though he was willing to spend on her, he could never afford anything good. Now that Jake had money, buying shoes over 1,000 yuan and spending 600 or 700 yuan on a meal made her feel uncomfortable inside. Why did he keep pestering her when he was poor, but suddenly ignored her once he became rich? Humph, whatever he wants to do, what does it have to do with me? Alyssa huffed coldly and turned to leave angrily. Hey, Nwan, don't go yet. Don't you want those shoes? That pair really suits you. They would match perfectly with the dress you bought a few days ago, Delaney urged. So what should we do? Alyssa asked. Delaney grinned as she took Alyssa by the arm and suggested, let's not rush. Let's go sit in the coffee shop by the entrance for a while. Unaware of what was happening outside, Jake and Aaron were busy indulging themselves. Especially Aaron, who seemed to want to devour the entire table. During the meal, the owner of the breakfast shop called Jake to say that the materials for tomorrow's stall setup were ready and told him to pick them up whenever he had time. Colby, eat faster. We still have things to do after going back. Jake hurried them a bit. After clearing everything off the table, the two patted their satisfied bellies and left contentedly. Meanwhile, at the coffee shop near the entrance of the mall, Alyssa and Delaney sat idly in their chairs. These guys have been eating for over an hour. How are they not done yet? Alyssa complained impatiently. Oh come on, Nwan, wait a little longer. Hey, part-time job at a bubble tea shop? We wouldn't laugh at you for that. Bubble tea shop part-time job? Jake froze, then laughed mockingly. But thinking about it, Delaney probably couldn't think of anything else given her limited brain capacity. You're talking nonsense. Who said we worked part-time? Hamilton Z and I are the bosses ourselves, okay? Aaron, being face-conscious, especially proud of the money they earned this week with Jake, felt very dignified and resented being called a part-timer. Aaron, what's your problem? I'm talking to Jake. Why are you interrupting? Delaney retorted, starting a spat with Aaron. You being your own boss is such a shameless lie. It's just a part-time job. Stop boasting without preparation. Delaney, in the midst of her rant, suddenly felt a pinch from Alyssa. Noticing Alyssa signaling her, she remembered the main issue and cleared her throat to address Jake. Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Jake, I have some good news for you. Although you've made Nwan unhappy lately, I know deep down, you still like her. As classmates, I've helped convince her for a long time, and she has finally decided to forgive you. Originally, I planned never to forgive you for life. But Judja advised me for a long time, and I'm considering giving you a chance for her sake, Alyssa huffed arrogantly. Watching the two act together, Jake felt like he was watching clown. She thought that both of them were just angry back then. Until just now, she still believed that Jake held a grudge because she rejected his confession in public. Deep down, she had never doubted her own charm and always harbored a bit of wishful thinking that Jake still liked her. The previous times were because she was maintaining her dignity. If she gave Jake one more chance, he would surely return to how he used to be, obeying her every command and taking care of her meticulously. But now, even though she had clearly stated her intention to forgive Jake, she still received this outcome. Instantly, the accumulated grievances from the past burst forth, and Alyssa's eyes welled up with tears. Note, the word weiqied was directly translated as grievances to maintain the meaning and fluency in English. Delaney, after coming to her senses, also found it unbelievable. Jake, do you know what you just said? Didn't you hear that Nwan has already decided to forgive you? As inseparable friends, Delaney's thoughts were similar to Alyssa's. Previously, whether it was her or Alyssa, they had maintained their dignity in front of Jake, wanting him to take the initiative to admit his mistakes and then try to make Alyssa happy. Boys all have their pride. So when Jake lashed out several times, Delaney could understand. But this time, she had made it so clear. If Jake was willing to give the shoes to Alyssa, he would gain her forgiveness. Such a simple condition, and Jake refused? Jake, are you crazy? Last time, past. Now, Shao Hamilton doesn't want to be a love slave anymore. Anyway, the college entrance exam is coming up soon, and you two won't have much interaction afterward. Let's just leave it at that. With that, Aaron waved goodbye and jogged off to catch up with Jake. Seeing Aaron catching up, Jake raised an eyebrow and asked, Kai, what did you say to them? Huh? Not much. Just told Alyssa that everything from before is in the past. After the college entrance exam, you two won't have much interaction, so she shouldn't come looking for trouble. No interaction after the exam? Jake smiled slightly at this. He and Alyssa would still have plenty of interactions in the future. There was too much he needed to do before the exam, and there were also things he couldn't do yet. After leaving this city, Alyssa, Zane, he had many accounts to settle with them. How could he bear not having any contact? Damn, what are you thinking? Why are you smiling so creepily? Aaron shivered. Nothing, let's head back. The two continued talking as they walked away. At the mall entrance, Alyssa and Delaney were still standing there. Alyssa was a bit stunned by Aaron's words before he left. According to Aaron, Jake suddenly distanced himself because he didn't want to be a love slave anymore. Judja, what did Aaron mean by love slave? Hearing this, Delaney pinched her chin and mused, love slave. Sounds familiar. I think I heard a few boys talking about it in class yesterday or the day before. Ever since Aaron publicly mocked Zane as a love slave on the basketball court, the term had become popular in their classes. After a moment of thought, Delaney suddenly spoke. I remember now. They said a love slave is a metaphor. It describes someone who acts like a lapdog, endlessly trying to please the master, enduring abuse and still seeking approval. Halfway through, Delaney hesitated and continued. Nwan, isn't this describing the old Jake? For a moment, Alyssa fell into a reverie. The old Jake used to obey her commands completely, accompanying her to school, waiting for her after class, reminding her to wear more clothes when it got cold, holding an umbrella over her on hot days while he sweated in the sun, carrying her to the hospital when she was sick, laughing with her when she was happy, comforting her patiently when she was sad. And how did she treat Jake? When she needed him, he had to be by her side, enjoying his meticulous care and attention while repeatedly rejecting his confessions. Whenever he annoyed her, she would send him away, only to beckon him back with a finger snap when she needed him again. Thinking back, Alyssa realized she had indeed treated Jake like a love slave, while she herself was the supreme master, always above him. Judya, do you think? Is Jake acting this way now because I treated him like a love slave? Forced Jake to act like a sycophant. He did it all on his own accord, and she couldn't be blamed for it. She had good grades, a nice family background, and she was beautiful, knowing how to dress well. Besides, she was the school beauty queen. Losing one Jake wouldn't matter since there were plenty of other sycophants around. You're right, Judya. Even if he acts like a sycophant, it's his choice. Deep down, he is just a sycophant. Eventually, Jake will still come back to me, and I'll ignore him then. Though she said this out loud, Alyssa still felt a bit uneasy inside. Just at that moment, several students emerged from a nearby supermarket. One of them was Zane. It was Saturday, and because there was an internet cafe nearby, Zane had agreed with some classmates to hang around here. He also knew it was almost Alyssa's birthday, so he thought of buying her a small gift from the budget-friendly supermarket. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Alyssa not far away. Seeing her, Zane's eyes lit up. Since completely falling out with Jake, he had openly started pursuing Alyssa. Especially after that time at the school gate when Alyssa had linked arms with him and sent him lingering glances, he believed she had feelings for him. Nuanyuan. Zane called out and jogged over. Stopping, he looked excitedly at Alyssa. Given her bad mood, she naturally didn't greet him warmly, but instead remained silent with a cold face. However, Zane couldn't pick up on this. He took a relatively delicate-looking plush toy from his bag and offered it to her. Nuanyuan, isn't your birthday coming up? This is a gift for you. I originally planned to give it to you on your birthday, to Alyssa, and got rejected. Are you possessed like in those novels, or have some hidden talent? Oh, and maybe you died in the last life, jumped off a building with heavy resentment, and got reborn? Jake paused, then chuckled slightly before continuing to write. Yeah, right. You guessed it. I've been reborn. Damn, you're taking my joke seriously? Reborn indeed. If you were really reborn, tomorrow we should buy lottery tickets. Then when we win millions, who needs studying? I'll shower in champagne and light cigarettes with banknotes. While Aaron kept dreaming and scratching his foot, he missed the change in Jake's expression. Sorry, buddy. I'm not lying, but you just don't believe me. As for the lottery, I've thought about it, but I never paid attention to it in my previous life. Even if I remembered any winning numbers, would I still be struggling with street vending for startup funds for future business? Why don't you focus on the college entrance exam? I told you, if you can get into university, all these dreams could come true. Jake threw a notebook at him without looking up. Aaron looked at Jake suspiciously, hesitating. Are you serious? Don't feed me false hopes again. Last time you said if I could pass the college entrance exam, you'd tell me how to become handsome and fit. Nothing is set in stone yet. Whether you become a workhorse or a dark horse, it's not certain. Damn, I'm definitely going to be a dark horse. Putting aside his phone, Aaron glanced at the notebook, then looked at the hardworking Jake. After much internal struggle, he finally convinced himself to join in the studying. Jake glanced at Aaron and nodded approvingly. Good. No matter how much he absorbs, at least he took the first step. As a brother, he would do whatever he could. Ultimately, whether Aaron becomes a workhorse or a dark horse depends on him. Outside, the moon shone brightly in the sparse starry sky. Inside, the light stayed on. Facing the upcoming college entrance exam, many students studied tirelessly day and night, hoping to emerge as a dark horse. Later that night, both returned to their rooms. Jake initially hoped for a peaceful night, but underestimated the poor soundproofing of his secondhand apartment. In the middle of the night, the snores sounded like an unmaintained chainsaw. The next day, Aaron walked out of the room bare-chested in red boxers, yawning widely. Morning, Hamilton. What are you doing up so early? Aaron asked. Buying something mouth plasters, Jake replied. What for? Before Aaron finished, he noticed Jake's panda eyes and awkwardly smiled. Got it, there for me. Chapter 53, A Hamiltonal Trick. Antonio Angiang Park. Two school buses slowly pulled up to the entrance. Mr. Jamil and the class teacher of Class 2, Ms. Zhao Hamilton 1, led a group of students off the buses. Clusters of colorfully dressed teenagers chattered excitedly in groups, radiating youthful energy. Mr. Wong, I've arranged everything with the park staff. We can go straight in, Zhao Hamilton 1 said. All right. Most of the students from both classes are here. Let's go in, and make sure to remind your class about safety on the way. Jamil nodded in agreement. The group lined up and moved towards the park. At the very end of the line, one figure stood out prominently. For this field trip, all the students were in casual wear. The girls, in particular, wore pretty skirts. But Dara was still in her school uniform, wearing those worn-out cotton shoes and walking with her head hung low. If not for the requirement, she really didn't want to join such activities. Especially seeing other students in pairs, the loneliness and bustling surroundings made her feel suffocated. Walking with her head down, Dara would occasionally peek around. Her dark eyes darted around, searching through the crowd. After a long while, she still couldn't find that familiar figure. Somehow, she felt a faint sense of disappointment. Why hasn't her desk mate shown up yet? Despite not fitting into the class atmosphere and having no friends, only Jake would chat with her. Even though he sometimes said embarrassing things that puzzled her, at least with him beside her, she didn't feel so alone. Alyssa and Delaney approached. Seeing their stern expressions, she bowed her head even lower. Alyssa sneered inwardly, crossing her arms. Her usual superiority over Dara re-emerged. Delaney, feeling empowered, asked aggressively, Are we done with that? Dara stuttered, I already said sorry. Saying sorry is enough? Look at my shoes. Brand new, costing a fortune. You dirted them. Delaney pointed at her imitation high-heeled shoes, which cost less than $100. Unbeknownst to Dara, the stains were from stepping into a flower bed while taking selfies. Assuming it was her fault, Dara stammered, I didn't mean to. Sorry. I can clean them for you. You're crazy? Clean them now. Blushing, Dara was speechless. Delaney, growing more aggressive, yelled, clean my shoes now. A crowd gathered to watch. Puffed up by attention, Delaney continued, while the teachers chatted with park staff, oblivious. Lost and helpless, Dara felt trapped. Hurry up, or do you want to report this to Mr. Wong? Delaney taunted. Dara shook her head rapidly, wanting to end this quietly. Thinking of Jake, she wondered if he'd step in like last time. Come on. Delaney urged, stretching her foot out. Hesitating, Dara slowly knelt down. Weak and alone, she felt utterly helpless. Proudly, Delaney glanced at Alyssa, clearly gloating. They both snorted coldly. After a quick jog over, Jake stopped and gently pulled Dara up. Glancing at Dara, then turning to look at Charmaine and Delaney, Jake could tell something was amiss. Indira, what happened? Asked Jake in his soft tone. Dara's initially chaotic heart steadied somewhat at Jake's gentle voice. She timidly lifted her eyes, but quickly lowered them after a brief glance at Jake. Before Dara could gather her thoughts, Delaney interrupted. Jake, this has nothing to do with you. She just... Shut up. Did I ask you? Jake turned and gave Delaney a stern glare filled with disdain. This silenced Delaney instantly. You. Delaney pointed at Jake, but couldn't form a complete sentence. After reprimanding Delaney, Jake softened his expression when he saw Dara again. The rapid change of demeanor left Aaron bewildered. Women might change expressions quickly, but his brother wasn't slow either. Dara slightly raised her eyes and met Jake's adoring gaze, causing her to pause momentarily. Indira, tell me what happened, Jake continued, glancing at Charmaine and Delaney sideways before adding. With me here, no one can bully you, not even the heavens and the Emperor. Speak freely. Even Aaron chimed in with a smile. Yeah, Dara, you can speak openly. Xiao Hamilton is different now. He's pretty tough. Besides, we're here, right? Was Delaney bullying you? At this remark, Delaney became frantic. I'm not saying anything about bullying. Which I did. You used to see that, Aaron? Why are you barking like a dog? I said that casually. Why so upset? You. Who did you call a dog? Seeing Aaron and Delaney argue fiercely over her, Dara interjected. No, it's not like that. She then looked at Jake and explained. Hamilton classmate. It's my fault. I accidentally bumped into them and I also stepped on Delaney's new shoes by accident. Hearing this, Delaney wore an arrogant smirk. Did you hear that? She admitted it. She dirted my new shoes, and I just asked her to clean them. How is that bullying? Jake remained silent, merely glancing at the stain on Delaney's shoes. From where I stand, this looks like you deliberately dirted your own shoes. If she stepped on them, wouldn't the marks resemble footprints? Think before you speak next time. Don't just open your mouth recklessly. You're talking nonsense. She clearly stepped on them. Delaney retorted furiously. Which I saw that? Jake replied playfully. Jake. Delaney fumed. Meanwhile, seeing Jake so obviously favoring Dara made Charmaine envious despite disliking him. Why should Dara get the same treatment she used to receive? Jake, can you be reasonable? Clearly it's him again. Freed from immense academic pressure, the students scattered like wild horses. On a patch of grass, Dara, as usual, hid in the least crowded spot, leaning against a sturdy willow tree. Not far away, Jake noticed and slowly walked over. Chapter 55. A smile harder to conceal than an AK's recoil. By the lakeside, under a large tree, a petite and frail figure leaned against the tree trunk alone, appearing even more out of place compared to the groups of chattering teenagers around her. Dara rested her pointed chin on her knees, her small hands hugging her slender legs. Under the thick fringe, her glossy black eyes occasionally glanced around furtively. Seeing her classmates playing together, especially the pleasant laughter of those girls, made Dara's lonely heart feel even lonelier. How she wished she could join such a group too, but she simply couldn't bring herself to do it. At this thought, an almost suffocating sense of loneliness enveloped her instantly. She couldn't help but hug her knees tightly, burying her head deeply between them. Just then, a faint fragrance of soap mixed with the breeze wafted past, lingering at her nose tip for a moment before playfully slipping into her nostrils. This familiar scent made Dara raise her head almost subconsciously. I found you, little Elaine. A gentle teasing voice, brimming with almost overflowing affection. Dara lifted her eyes. Teasing voice broke through. Hamilton Elaine, do I have a flower on my face? Hearing this, Dara snapped out of her trance to realize Jake had turned his head to stare at her with a smile. Eye to eye, although not for the first time. Dara inexplicably felt a wave of nervousness every time their gazes met. Almost instantly, her originally pale face blushed like a ripe apple, spreading all the way to her ears. She quickly turned her head away, clutching her pants tightly again. This sight made Jake smile harder to conceal than the recoil of an AK. Indeed, only a girl blushing in her youthful prime had such a powerful charm. No matter how many times he saw it, he still found this little Elaine truly adorable at that moment. Jake took out his phone and headphones, just like the last time at the basketball court, offering them to Dara. After hesitating for a moment, Dara accepted and put them on. Outside the window, the sparrows, chattering on the power lines. You say this line really feels like summer? The melodious tune played, and Jake began humming along unconsciously. The catchy melody of 7 Miles Perfume gradually calmed Dara's previously restless heart. Noticing Dara's subtle change, Jake asked gently, Hamilton Elaine, does it sound good? After a brief hesitation, Dara nodded and replied, They fell silent again after this simple exchange. Cautiously opened it. Inside were a pair of pink canvas shoes with a particularly attractive design and a simple yet elegant style. Seeing this, Dara was surprised. It's getting warmer. Wearing heavy socks isn't good anymore. Try them on, see if they fit, Jake said. Dara instinctively pulled her feet back. Thank you. Dara started to express gratitude, but quickly changed her words upon seeing Jake's slightly displeased look. And no, it's not necessary. These shoes must be very expensive. It's a waste for me to wear them. They're not expensive, just 100 yuan. Actually, to be honest, the reason Alyssa and Delaney were mean to you is because they have issues with me, so they took it out on you. You got involved because of me, and these shoes are my apology gift. Though the reason was a bit weak, Jake knew that without some explanation, his desk mate wouldn't accept it willingly. Holding the box, Dara's head drooped, tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing this, Jake panicked instantly. Chapter 56, A Glimmer of Heartfelt Trust. Jake had only intended to play the fool, but somehow, without realizing what he said wrong, he made Hamilton Elaine cry. Hamilton Elaine, you don't cry, okay? Did I say something wrong? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Ah, Hamilton Elaine, please stop crying. The last time Jake was this flustered was when he accidentally stepped on Dara's foot with the leg of a chair in class. Now, Dara continued to sob quietly, her gaze fixed on the box in her hands. Tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping slowly onto her shoes. When she had twisted her ankle on the basketball court, Jake had carried her to the school infirmary and applied medicine for her. At that moment, she felt his genuine concern. This time, she felt that same warmth again. It reminded her of her late grandfather. She had grown up with her grandparents, who loved her dearly. But after their passing, apart from her grandmother, she had not felt genuine care from anyone else. However, from Jake, she sensed that familiar yet distant warmth. After a moment of silent contemplation, she rubbed her eyes and saw Jake in front of her, frantically trying to help, his face filled with worry. Hamilton Elaine, did I say something wrong? I apologize, please don't cry. If you don't like these shoes, we can just forget about them. Jake took the box back, suddenly regretting that his impulsive gift might have touched upon Hamilton Elaine's sensitive and self-conscious nature, leading to some misunderstanding. Oh no, don't throw them away, Jake. Jake froze, his eyes wide open. Had he heard correctly? Hamilton Elaine had just called him Jake, not classmate Hamilton. Suddenly overjoyed, Jake asked, Hamilton Elaine, what did you just call me? Though it was merely a change in title, seemingly insignificant, Jake knew that since she transferred, Dara had always addressed everyone formally as classmate, including him. But just now, Hamilton Elaine had finally called him by his name. Dara was taken aback by Jake's reaction. She had simply called him by his name out of urgency. Why did he react so strongly? Hamilton Elaine, from now on, just call me Jake. Calling me classmate Hamilton all the time feels too distant. What do you think? Hamilton, Jake. Even Dara hadn't noticed the growing trust she placed in Jake. Perhaps he was the only one, besides her grandparents, who didn't treat her as an outsider. Hamilton Elaine, can you tell me why you cried earlier? Seeing Dara's emotions stabilizing, Jake cautiously asked. After a moment of silence, Dara seemed to make a decision. She looked down at the box in her hand, her expression turning melancholic. I just thought of my grandfather. When he was alive, he used to make cotton shoes for me by hand. Later, when Atli passed away, I thought that besides Ali, no one in the world would her up, pinching his chin, satisfied. He knew he had good taste, especially in sizing. Most importantly, Hamilton Elaine was naturally beautiful, making everything look good on her. They look great. What do you think, Hamilton Elaine? Meeting Jake's hopeful gaze, Dara nodded timidly. In her eyes, a faint smile appeared, and something warm began to take root inside her heart. Unbeknownst to her, this feeling was growing silently within. Jake bent down to pick up the old worn-out shoes, putting them back in the box before handing it to Dara. He knew that though others might see them as trash, to Dara, they held special meaning. Dara's heart warmed as she accepted the box, hugging it tightly against her chest, leaning against the tree. This time, she didn't tuck her feet away. Jake sat beside her, one hand propped up on the grass behind him, offering her the earphones. They leaned against the willow tree, maintaining an indescribable distance between them. Hamilton, Jake. Suddenly, Dara's soft voice broke the silence. The sound sent a thrill through Jake, but he feigned calmness. Yes? What is it? Is college life really as wonderful as you described? Jake paused. Hamilton Elaine, remember to enunciate clearly next time. Otherwise, people might misunderstand. Why? Looking at her innocent confusion, Jake couldn't bear to explain further. Darn it. How could he start driving jokes in front of Hamilton Elaine? This translation maintains the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring natural and fluent English. It also respects the previous storyline and logic. Chapter 57. Jake, I'm leaving. Nothing at all. Jake and Dara were chatting, with the white-wired earphones subtly drawing the two of them closer. Although they were chatting, Jake did most of the talking while Dara mostly listened. He tried to beautify and recount his memories of college as much as possible. Jake also helped analyze the various prestigious universities in China based on Dara's academic performance. Hamilton Elaine, with your usual grades, if you do well during the college entrance exam, Tsinghua and Peking University might still be very hopeful, said Jake. Tsinghua and Peking University. These two top domestic institutions were dreams for countless students. On the side, little Elaine was sitting hugging her knees, her dark eyes reflecting a faint anticipation. How could she not look forward to college life? But suddenly, something else crossed her mind, turning that hope into disappointment as her head drooped slightly. I don't like Tsinghua and Peking, they're too far away. Hearing this, Jake immediately understood Dara's concerns. He knew why his little Elaine had never considered university matters before. Apart from their poor family circumstances, it was also because she didn't want to leave her grandmother behind. Tsinghua and Peking are indeed far, but there are quite a few good schools within our province. Especially Jiangzhou University and Jinhu University. They are not much worse than Tsinghua and Peking. Jake, do you think getting into university really means, as the grown-ups say, we'll earn a lot of money and can do what we love? Upon hearing this, Jake's heart tightened. After a moment's pause, he smiled softly, whispering, of course, not just these. Hamilton steaming to Jake's descriptions about university and beyond, Dara gradually got lost in her thoughts. The gentle breeze lifted several strands of her hair, while the soothing music in her earphones made her lose herself even more. Her pointed chin rested on her knees, and her small hands instinctively embraced her whole body tightly. Seeing this, Jake hesitated several times, unable to bring himself to interrupt her. Calculating the time, it would be over a month before his little Elaine left. As for the reason, he had privately asked Jamil earlier. Dara had transferred here due to some special reasons, but her official school registration wasn't here. She still needed to return to her original school early to prepare for the college entrance exam. Whenever he thought about it, Jake felt somewhat bewildered and slightly panicky. After all, he had no idea what path or experiences lay ahead for Dara after her college entrance exam. Everything could be uncertain. What he could do now was to stay by her side as much as he could. Hamilton. Aaron's raucous voice suddenly interrupted. Then he grabbed Jake, wanting him to come along. Initially, Aaron had been complaining about the camping trip being boring, but once they arrived, he enjoyed it more than anyone else. The homeroom teachers, Jamil and Zhao Hamilton were organizing some group activities for the students, so Aaron came to drag Jake along to join in the fun. Hamilton Elaine, why don't you join us? Jake suggested. I won't go. Dara shook her head, glancing at the students gathered in a circle nearby. Though she yearned to join them, she lacked the courage. Jake smiled and bent down, suddenly grabbing Dara's hand. I said, wherever you are, you won't be alone. I will be with you. Holding Jake's hand suddenly, Dara's face turned red instantly, almost forgetting to struggle. Yet somehow, Jake's hand was warm and strong, making her feel incredibly safe. In the park, students were gathered around playing games, laughing and joking, creating a vibrant scene that stood out beautifully. That day was unforgettable for all the students, especially since the class's feared teacher, Jamil, actually sang a song in front of everyone. Students, there are 58 days left until the college entrance exam. In 58 days, your 12 years of hard study will come to an end. Regardless of how your final answers turn out, I hope each of you gives it your all. My strictness has always been to ensure you don't regret laziness later in society. Today, taking this opportunity, I'll gift you all a song. In 58 days, may you soar high and achieve great success. In the applause of students, Jamil sang without any skill, his off-key voice filled with genuine emotion. The better the time, the shorter it seems. Just like the countdown on the blackboard, time slipped by unnoticed. After the camping trip, Jake noticed changes in Dara. She used to daydream during breaks, but now she worked harder almost non-stop, focusing entirely on studying. Meanwhile, the government examination at the Urban Construction Bureau ended a week after the camping trip. During subsequent 5 mock exams, his score soared like a rocket, while Dara maintained her top 10 ranking in the grade. This day, Jake, responsible for duty, wiped off the countdown on the back blackboard and rewrote the number. The countdown to the college entrance exam read 24 days. Rewriting those numbers evoked a sense of nostalgia in Jake. Time flew so quickly. Glancing at the petite figure engrossed in study at the corner, Jake smiled and walked up. Over this period, Dara's health had visibly improved. With better nutrition, her complexion no longer looked waxy yellow, and her originally emaciated face had become rounder. Looking at Dara, Jake saw glimpses of her past beauty, coloring her previously pale cheeks right to her ears, making her exceptionally cute. And no, she stammered. She didn't know why she felt this way herself. Haha, I was just joking with you. Cheer up, Hamilton Elaine. You're only going back for the exam. Didn't we talk about it before? We should strive to get into a good university, even in the same major. Who knows, maybe we can still be desk mates then. Hearing this, Dara only nodded, her mood still somewhat low. The college entrance exam had too many uncertainties. She didn't even know which university she would end up attending, and even if she got in, she wasn't sure if she could afford it. University, to her, seemed so distant. It was like an unreachable dream. If she couldn't go to university in the future, she might never see Jake again. Chapter 58. Chaos breaks out. Jake noticed the melancholy in Dara's eyes. Seeing her not speak, he continued, Jada, you must give it your all and push forward with all your might. Try to score as high as you can, and we'll decide which university to attend after the results are out. What do you think? Dara nodded. I will. Thank you, Jake. Silly girl, what are you saying? Jake raised his hand and gently patted Dara's little head, pretending to be upset. I've told you many times not to say thank you to me. Oh, I know. Just knowing won't do. You have to remember my words deeply in your heart. After Jake finished speaking, he added, since you said thank you again today, I have to punish you a little. What should I do? As he spoke, Jake pretended to be thinking seriously. Hamilton, Jake, I've got it. Seeing Dara's blushing face looking anxious, Jake said, you're punished to eat an extra bowl of rice at lunch today. Let's go. Now follow me to the cafeteria. Having said that, Jake stood up and dragged Dara towards the cafeteria without another word. During this time, Dara, watching her hand held by Jake, even had red ears. Several times she wanted to ask him to let go, but she was too shy to speak. Zhao Hamilton, why didn't you wait for me before going to eat? Aaron's voice came from behind them, making Dara immediately pull her hand away from Jake. Jake saw his empty hand and glared at Aaron, who didn't seem to notice anything amiss and moved closer to Jake, squeezing Dara to the side. I thought you had fallen into the toilet when you didn't come out after so long, Jake said while guiding Dara towards the canteen. Aaron laughed. That's impossible. I stayed there for so long because of you. Don't be ungrateful. Because of me? Jake clearly didn't believe it. Yeah, because of you. Aaron winked at Dara and then whispered to Jake. In the restroom, I overheard Zane talking with a few classmates. It seems Zane was embarrassed by Alyssa again during the last event, and is now trying to win her favor. None of my business. Hearing those names, Jake rolled his eyes. He had no time for those two despicable people. He wouldn't seek trouble as long as they didn't provoke him. How could it not be your business? Aaron looked at Dara again, then explained quietly, I heard Zane say that Alyssa was unhappy because of Dara's appearance, so he's planning to cause her trouble. What? Jake's voice suddenly rose. This scoundrel Zane. He could bully anyone but not Dara. Damn it. If Zane dared to bully Dara, he'd make sure Zane paid dearly. No, he couldn't let this happen. For Jada, he would need to take action first. Hush, keep your voice down. What happened? Dara was startled by Jake's sudden loud voice. It's fine. Jake suppressed his thoughts and whispered to Aaron, Kai, watch that guy closely these days. Don't worry, leave it to me. By the time they reached the cafeteria, Jake chose a relatively quiet spot. He asked Dara to sit first while he and Aaron went to get food. Normally, Dara wasn't used to being alone in such crowded places, but since she sat in the corner where no one would notice her, she agreed to wait for them. However, unknown to her, someone had been watching her ever since she entered the cafeteria. As soon as Jake and Aaron left, Delaney nudged Alyssa. What is it? Delaney gestured toward Dara. Nwan, look, isn't that Dara? I know her. Speaking of Dara, Alyssa felt irritable. Since Dara transferred schools, things hadn't gone well for her. Jake no longer acted like her devoted follower, and her academic performance also became less outstanding. Each encounter with Dara left her feeling wronged. Now she's sitting there all alone, so pitiful without any food on the table. Delaney smiled, looking at her leftover food and Dara's empty plate. Why don't we do something good and offer her some food? Without a doubt, Delaney's idea pleased Alyssa. But thinking about Jake and how every interaction with Dara left her humiliated, she hesitated. The cafeteria was full of people, and she couldn't risk losing face. It must be Jake and Aaron who came with her. If we go over with our plates now, Jake might see us when he returns. Before Alyssa could finish, Delaney already understood her point. Then she thought of a better idea. While pouring the leftovers from Alyssa's plate into hers, she said, no problem. We won't go ourselves this time. Just as she spoke, she saw Zane walking toward Alyssa. Delaney's smile widened. Nwan, our errand boy has arrived. Alyssa didn't respond, but Zane approached them. Before he could speak, Zhang Jiajai pushed the plate filled with leftovers toward Zane. Chung classmate, please deliver this food from Wanadara. Make sure you see her eat it. Zane glanced at Alyssa, who remained silent, looking at Delaney. Delaney blinked at him, implying clearly that she was helping him. Seeing this, Zane took the tray without a word and walked toward Dara. Dara, this is from Alyssa. Zane, disliking Dara's appearance, reluctantly placed the tray in front of her. No, not necessary. Dara pushed the tray back to Zane, recognizing him as someone unfriendly to Jake. Take it, it's for you. Zane grew irritated when Dara didn't accept it, pushing the plate back forcefully. Afraid she'd push it back again, he coldly added. Nwan knows you can't afford food, so she specially brought this for you. Don't be ungrateful. Eat it quickly. Zane's harsh tone made Dara feel uncomfortable, almost bringing tears to her eyes. Why are you crying? Offering you food shows respect. Do I need your respect? Who do you think you are? A familiar voice came from behind. Zane turned around to see Jake, their relationship strained. Jake, seeing this, walked past Zane, placing the rich dishes he carried next to Dara gently. Jada, eat this. Jake, don't mind him. Jake picked up the tray of leftovers in front of Dara and said, damn it, if you enjoy. Whispers grew louder. Zane felt his face burning with embarrassment. He had only wanted to ingratiate himself to Alyssa, thinking it was no big deal to give Dara a scare. Even if Jake found out, he thought it would just be a few verbal jabs. But Jake's retaliation was far stronger than he imagined. Jake, are you crazy? I've put up with you for too long. Zane angrily wiped the broth from his face, glaring fiercely at Jake, ready to fight. Jake curled his lip in disdain. After wiping his hands casually with napkins from the table, he crumpled them into a ball and tossed them onto Alyssa. This act incited dissatisfaction from both Delaney and Alyssa. Understanding their petty motives, Jake warned coldly, if this happens again, the next bucket of slop will be over your heads. Turning back to Zane, he took a few steps closer and continued, as for you, Jake, do you really think I'll back down? Last time I didn't care because we used to get along, but you really think? Before Zane could finish, Jake suddenly grabbed the collar of his shirt and yanked him hard, pulling Zane right in front of him. If you like being a dog, that's your choice. But don't ever let me see you again, or I'll beat you every time I see you. With that, Jake shoved Zane forcefully. The powerful push sent Zane stumbling backwards several steps until he lost balance and fell onto the floor. Jake, Alyssa urged anxiously. Nwan, don't worry about it. Zane turned and stormed toward Jake, rolling up his sleeves, clearly prepared to fight. Seeing this, Alyssa couldn't help but smile faintly. Jake only sneered, looking at Zane with disdain. This scenario was painfully familiar from his past life, where he had been similarly manipulated by Alyssa. As Zane approached aggressively, Jake stood his ground, confident and unyielding. Aaron, standing nearby, also showed no fear, recalling how they had previously fought Zane outside the school gate. He picked up a tray from the table, flexing his neck. Hamilton, take a break. I didn't get enough last time. Let me handle this. Tensions rose sharply, but all forgot they were in the cafeteria, surrounded by teachers on the second floor who were also eating. What's going on? As expected, an angry voice interrupted the scene. Following the sound, they saw Jamil and several teachers coming down the stairs. Witnessing the standoff, Jamil roughly understood the situation. With his appearance, the crowd of students dispersed immediately. After gathering the facts, Jamil summoned the involved parties to the office. Fortunately, no further physical altercation occurred. A stern lecture followed. Hamilton, Jake. Suddenly, Dara called out softly. What's wrong? Jake put down his test paper and turned around. Seeing Dara slightly lower her head, she hesitated for a moment before responding, Did I cause you trouble again? Whether it was this time or previously on the basketball court, or even during the camping trip at the park, she always seemed to bring trouble to Jake. Every time she saw him clash with others because of her, she felt extremely guilty. Upon hearing this, Jake paused. Turning around, he faced Dara directly, his black and white eyes as calm as still water, showing no ripple. Yes, you did cause me quite a bit of trouble. Hearing this, Dara shivered, her head drooping lower. Indeed, no matter where she went, she would only bring trouble to others. Even her desk mate was starting to despise her. Sorry. Dara lowered her head, her voice tinged with unspoken emotion. Elaine, look up. Jake's voice suddenly came. Dara remained silent for a while before finally mustering the courage to lift her head. But after just a few seconds of meeting Jake's gaze, she uncontrollably looked away. Elaine, do you know what you did wrong? Jake asked. Hearing this, Dara shook her head and remained silent. Seeing this, Jake's lips slowly curved into a smile, and he pretended to sound in the classroom were not overly enthusiastic since Dara had consistently been in the top 10. Jake turned to look at Dara beside him. Congratulations, little Elaine. You improved by 1 rank from last time, Jake said. Dara blushed shyly and smiled bashfully. Mr. Wong, didn't you say there was another person? This time, our class 5 has 2 students in the top 10. Jamil raised his hand to silence the class and then glanced towards the back of the room. The other student. Jamil's gaze finally settled on someone at the back of the classroom. Jake, total score of 696. Congratulations, top of the grade. Jamil's words echoed in the classroom. Yet the other students froze like statues, the room falling eerily silent. 696 points, top of the grade, Jake. This information stunned the entire class. Though Jake's scores had improved rapidly in previous exams, they had always hovered around the top 100, never reaching the top 10. This final simulation exam saw him skyrocket to the top of the entire grade. Almost instantly, all eyes in the classroom turned towards Jake at the back row. Even Dara opened her small mouth in surprise. Her desk mate was actually the top of the grade, with a much higher score than hers. But why did he always ask her questions? Seeing this, Jake turned and winked at Dara. Ah. Suddenly, a raspy voice broke the silence. Sure enough, Aaron was always the first to cheer for Jake, bouncing up high as he had 2 months ago when Jake improved by 100 ranks. Hamilton, amazing. Why are you all just standing there? Applause. Aaron's actions finally spurred a thunderous applause and heated discussion among the students. Damn, is Jake cheating? That's insane. Yeah, Jake is so impressive. 696 points. Isn't that a surefire admission to Tsinghua or Peking University? So unfair. We all went through the same education system. Is this what it means to cheat in life? Who could have imagined he was in the bottom third 3 months ago? Hamilton steening to everyone cheer for Jake. Delaney's face showed conflicting emotions. 696 points. Jake was nearly 200 points ahead of her. At this moment, Delaney could hardly remain calm. She couldn't comprehend or understand how that boy, who used to be at the bottom of the grade, timid and servile, following Alyssa like a clown, suddenly became so excellent. Thinking about her own mocking accusation of Jake cheating, she felt her face burn with shame. She couldn't help but wonder, if she cheated, even during an open book exam, could she achieve 696 points? Could she become the top of the grade? Alright, settle down. Jamil raised his hand to silence the class and continued, Jake, come up here and share a few words. Share your study methods with your classmates. Without hesitation, Jake stood up and walked to the podium. Jake, tell us, how did you study? Jake, how did you do it? Jake scanned the room, smiled, and firmly responded with 4 words. Just having hands is enough. Chapter 61. Parting with Indira. The name Jake directly stunned Jamil beside him. Originally, Jamil was hoping that Jake would say something encouraging to uplift the spirits of the students before the college entrance exam. But Jake didn't think so. He had nothing substantial to share. Moreover, getting the top rank in the grade for him was just a matter of putting in the effort. He was simply being honest. Jamil helplessly shook his head and laughed, gesturing for Jake to go back to his seat. He then continued, in this mock exam, I also need to praise Aaron, who scored 425 points. As soon as the words were out, a heated discussion broke out in the classroom. While Aaron's score wasn't as impactful as Jake topping the grade, it was still quite discouraging for other students. Is this for real? I remember Aaron only scored around 300 last time. That's such a blow. Jake and Aaron were both at the bottom previously. Why are they suddenly so impressive? Aaron himself was nearly jumping for joy. Owen, come up here and say a few words, said Jamil. Given Aaron's love for attention, how could he miss such an opportunity? He scampered to the podium and started talking non-stop, boasting about his innate talent and intelligence. Seeing this, Jake couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Yet he led the applause, genuinely happy for Aaron. It seemed that forcing Aaron to study these past few weeks had paid off. If Aaron could perform consistently during the actual exam, getting into an average undergraduate program wouldn't be too difficult. Just as Jake was focused on Aaron, a soft voice called out from beside him. Jake. Turning his head, Jake saw Dara looking at him. What's up, Indira? Jake asked. Dara first lowered her head, and after a moment, as if gathering all her courage, she raised her head to look directly into Jake's eyes. Congratulations on getting the top rank in the grade. 2 months ago, when Jake advanced by 100 ranks in the mock exam, Dara hadn't had the courage to say those words. This time, perhaps because she knew she would be leaving soon, she mustered the courage to say it to her deskmate. Seeing Dara's somewhat evasive gaze, Jake paused for a moment before smiling. Indira, don't forget our promise. We're going to college together, and we'll continue to be deskmates. If I don't work hard, how can I catch up to you? Walking alone from the classroom to the playground, and then to the girls' dormitory. Students walked in groups, but she remained solitary. Her luggage consisted of a backpack and an old canvas bag. Exiting the dormitory, she switched back to her worn-out cotton shoes, holding a box tightly to her chest. Walking toward the school gate, she occasionally looked around with a mixture of anticipation, anxiety, and reluctance. Yet, She ultimately felt a deep disappointment. Clack clack. The old cotton shoes clicked on the stones, almost as if they were bidding farewell on her behalf. Walking along the road, she bowed her head, looking lonely amidst the bustling crowd. Beep. Suddenly, a car horn sounded from behind her. Turning around, she saw a boy in school uniform riding an electric scooter, stopping skillfully in front of her. Jake smiled and patted the back seat. Indira, get on. Dara stared at Jake, hesitating, but her heart felt as though it was filled with something warm again. Jake parked the scooter, took her canvas bag without a word, and placed it on the step. Seeing her shoes, he frowned. Indira, where's the pair I gave you? Why did you put these on again? Oh, my home is in the countryside, very dirty. I'm afraid I'll ruin the new shoes, so? Jake felt a pang of sadness at her explanation. Never mind, get on. Let me take you to the station. Okay. Strangely, Dara didn't refuse this time. Nodding, she sat on the back seat. Hold on tight, we're off. Jake grinned mischievously, then suddenly accelerated, causing Dara to lurch forward, instinctively hugging Jake's waist tightly. Realizing what happened, her face flushed red, and she straightened herself while clutching Jake's jacket. Indira. Yes? Will you miss me? This chapter captures the emotional parting between Jake and Dara, reflecting their growing bond and the bittersweet moments leading up to her departure. The translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring coherence with the previous content. Chapter 62, College Entrance Exam. The breeze of May gently brushed past. Jake's school uniform was lifted by the wind, and the faint scent of soap wafted to Dara's face. Was it because of Jake's question, will you miss me, that made her cheeks turn red? Not saying anything? Then I'll take it as a default that you will miss me. Jake's words left Dara speechless. Would she miss him? Dara hung her head, looking at the shoebox she hugged in her arms. She probably would miss him. After all, he was her desk mate. The road to the station was actually quite far, but Jake felt it was too short, so he had no choice but to slow down. In the rearview mirror, Dara sat on the back seat. Jake sneakily glanced a few times, smiling on his lips and feeling sweet in his heart. If possible, he really hoped this road to the station could have no end. On this day in his previous life, he and Dara's lives had completely lost touch. But this time, he knew very well that this brief separation was just to prepare for better meetings in the future. They finally reached the end of the road to the station. Outside the bus station, Jake parked the bike. Jake, thank you for seeing me off. Again with these two words Hamilton to Elaine. How should I punish you this time? Jake chuckled lightly. Then, as if performing magic, Jake fished out a phone from his pocket. As punishment, you must send me messages every day after you get home. Jake knew Dara didn't have a phone, so he had bought a new one a few days ago and even got a SIM card so they wouldn't lose contact. This is too expensive. I can't accept it. Dara shook her head vigorously. Not expensive, it's my old phone. Anyway, it's useless now. How about this? Consider it a loan, and remember to return it when we meet next. But, Dara was still hesitant. Seeing this, Jake without another word stuffed the phone into Dara's pocket and then pulled her toward the entrance. Alright, go quickly, don't miss the bus. Dara tightened her hold on the box, nodded, and slowly walked toward the waiting hall. Jake stood rooted to the spot, his eyes filled with her image. Stopping at the entrance, Dara turned to look at the boy standing in the sunlight. Jake waved, his smile bright yet his eyes full of reluctance. The announcement inside the hall interrupted their moment. Dara kept turning back, eventually disappearing into the crowd. Only after Dara was completely out of sight did Jake drop his hand, his smile fading and his fist clenching tightly. Indeed, being only a student, he wasn't strong enough yet to keep Dara by his side and protect her. Phew. Letting out a long breath, Jake turned and rode the electric scooter. Now, he needed to focus entirely on preparing for the college entrance exam. June 7th. Every year on this day, it seemed to be overcast or rainy. For ordinary people, it was just another regular Thursday, 9 to 5. But for all the senior high school students, it was the day that changed their destiny. The 2018 college entrance exam kicked off. The watershed of life started from this day. Some would work in factories, tightening screws, while others would create endless PPTs in office buildings. And in every examination room, the same scenarios played out. Damn, I forgot my admission ticket. Who has an extra pen? Mine ran out of ink. Buddy, can I copy yours later? Copy your own mother. Inside the exam room, students were restless. Still half an hour left before the exam ends. Why are you out so early? Jake adjusted his bangs and replied, oh, my legs are long. I walk fast. Student, how difficult was the exam overall? Jake, you just need hands. Student, how do you think you performed? Jake held up 2 fingers and said with a grin, unbeatable. The reporters were stunned. Leaving the bewildered journalists behind, Jake strutted away. Seeing this, Bob hurried over, scolding, Brat, why are you out so fast? How did you do? Jake chuckled. Old Dad, find some time to go back to our hometown. Bob, go back for what? Jake, check our family grave. If everything goes well, it should be smoking. Bob. Sitting on his father's electric scooter, Jake glanced at the direction of the examination hall, where more students emerged. Some danced and cheered, certain they had secured acceptance letters to their dream universities. Others slumped, foreseeing their futures on factory assembly lines. The examination room was a smokeless battlefield. Victory made kings, defeat made failures. In life, the only thing that could genuinely change one's fate was the college entrance exam. In his previous life, due to Alisanuan, Jake failed miserably in the exam and lived a hazy half-life. But in this life, he would become the most brilliant. Down. Xiao Hamiltonzi, I estimated my score yesterday. I think getting into a second-tier university shouldn't be a problem, Aaron said halfway through his sentence before turning to look at Jake affectionately and continuing, you know, Xiao Hamiltonzi, my dad has always hoped I could attend university. If the scores come out, and I make it to a second-tier university, he will probably cry tears of joy. This is all because of you. If you hadn't pushed me to study, ugh, I don't know how to repay you. Xiao Hamiltonzi, don't leave. Jake was thoroughly disgusted and rode off on his electric scooter immediately. You son of a b*** Tisich. I didn't even get in the car yet. Aaron chased after him for a while, cursing loudly, before finally climbing onto the scooter. Hey, Xiao Hamiltonzi, you promised to tell me if I got into an undergraduate program. Tell you what? Jake asked. Your sister. Playing dumb? Tell me how you became so handsome. And what should I eat to grow bigger? Upon hearing this, Jake chuckled and replied calmly, eat well, sleep well, live well. Aaron. F***ck. Xiao Hamiltonzi, are you messing with me? June 24th. The day before the release of college entrance examination scores. In the evening, after finishing his driving practice, Jake returned home. Dad, I'm back. As soon as Jake entered the living room, he heard Bob shouting into the phone before angrily hanging up. What happened, Dad? Jake asked. Hearing this, Bob put down the phone and casually said, nothing, just annoying calls. Truly bothersome. From morning until now, they've been non-stop. Bede, today's driving? Before he could finish, the phone rang again. Hello, who is it? Bob answered. Hi, this is Tsinghua admissions office. Is this? Without waiting for the person on the phone to finish, Bob erupted in fury. Not gonna stop, huh? Just a moment ago, someone claimed to be from Tsinghua and Peking University admissions. I'm warning you, keep making harassing calls, and I'll call the police. With that, he angrily hung up. Seeing this, Jake was taken aback. Dad, what's going on? Forget it. Since this morning, we've received several harassment calls, claiming to be from various admissions offices, all prestigious universities. That call just now from Tsinghua and Peking University admissions must have been scams. I scolded them back. Jake rubbed his nose awkwardly and spoke. Dad. What is it? Bob asked. Is it possible that these calls from Tsinghua and Peking University admissions are real? They might be trying to offer university is within reach. So, let's be frank. What conditions can you offer? The person from Tsinghua admissions nearly cursed over the phone. How did Jake know his scores already? Did Peking University and Fudan contact him first and offer conditions? You can think about it. Contact me when you've decided. With that, Jake hung up. Immediately after, calls from Peking University and Fudan came in one after another. Each time, Jake used the same reply, saying he wasn't considering internal placements and asking them to offer their best terms, after which he would choose the best offer. This sent the heads of admissions from the three prestigious universities into a frenzy. They started calling each other, arguing fiercely. Tsinghua, we need fair competition. Are you trying to sabotage us? Last year, you took both the top-scoring liberal arts and science candidates away. Fudan, 2 years ago, didn't you send a single female counselor to lure the top science candidate? Peking, enough. This Jake is ours. For a full hour, the phone never stopped ringing, with admissions offices from top universities across the country vying for Jake's attention. After the final call ended, Bob was utterly stunned. Bede, how many points did you score? Bob had asked multiple times before, but Jake always said he did pretty well. Bob thought this meant an average undergraduate score. But looking at the situation now, it seemed different. Jake grinned, winking at his father. Dad, take a bold guess. Upon hearing this, Bob's mouth gaped open as he hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed his hometown. Hello? Tyson-san? Quick, check our family grave. See if smoke is rising. Hashtag chapter 64. Jake is the top scorer in the National College Entrance Exam. In the senior high school class group chat of number 4 high school, scores are about to be released. I'm so nervous. Does anyone want to check for me? I don't dare to look. The usually quiet group suddenly buzzed with activity around 10 o'clock at night. After all, the scores would be released in just over an hour, and it was unknown how many people would spend a sleepless night. As for Jake, he merely glanced casually at the messages before setting his phone aside, completely calm. Son, have you decided which university you want to go to? Bob asked. Just a few minutes earlier, the admissions offices of Tsinghua, Peking, and Fudan universities had each offered their conditions. Among them, Fudan University offered the best terms. If Jake attended Fudan, they promised an annual scholarship of 60,000 renminbi, waived all fees for 4 years of college, an independent dormitory room, guaranteed admission to a master's program, and even a promise to transfer the total 4-year scholarship of 240,000 renminbi immediately if Jake agreed. Though the offer was indeed attractive, Jake did not respond immediately, only saying he needed to think about it. Son, if you can't decide, pick either Tsinghua or Peking. Although Fudan offers more, Dad still feels Tsinghua or Peking are better. Besides, their offers aren't bad either. Dad, don't worry. We'll decide when it's time to fill out the applications. I already have my thoughts. With that, he stretched lazily and walked towards the bedroom, as if ready to go to bed. Seeing this, Bob hurriedly said, Where are you going? The scores will be released soon. I know what score I got, Dad. You should also rest now. With his enhanced memory from his rebirth, Jake had gone over all the test questions on the day of the exam and guessed his final score with reasonable accuracy. You, child. Bob sighed, unable to match Jake's calmness. He sat on the sofa, idly watching TV while nervously eyeing the time. Finally, at midnight, Bob fumbled for his phone and dialed the number to check the exam scores, then entered Jake's examination number. Querying, please wait. After the voice prompt, Bob's palms sweated, and his heart nearly pounded out of his throat. What score did his son need to achieve to make those top universities compete like rabid dogs? Examinee. Jake. Chinese, 145. Mathematics, 150. English, 150. Total score, 745. Plop. Bob's phone slipped from his hands, his mouth wide open, eyes bulging. 745 points. His son, Jake, actually scored 745 points. In the bedroom, Jake lay with his hands behind his head, dozing off, when he heard the commotion outside. He walked into the living room to find his father Bob crouching by the door, putting on shoes. Dad, where are you going this late? I can't wait for Tyson-san anymore. I'm going back to our hometown right now. Our ancestors must be smiling down on us. Jake. That night, while some were jubilant, others were distraught. At the Xiang household, Alyssa and Delaney sat anxiously in front of the computer. After several refreshes, Alyssa finally saw her score. Examine. Alyssa. Total score, 663. Relieved, Alyssa breathed a sigh of relief. Her face flushed with excitement. Nwanwan, you're amazing. 663 points, higher than your usual mock exams. Delaney wasn't flattering. Alyssa's score would definitely place her among the top students at school. Proudly, Alyssa replied, Judge, quickly check your score. Examine. Delaney. Score, 525. Delaney's smile vanished, and she began to tear up. Wah, how could I only get 525? How dare you? In the same grade, why are you so impressive? The barriers are shattered. Even with open books, copying might not get 745. I remember Jake ranked around 400th in the grade 3 months ago, then suddenly became first place in the final mock exam. Now he's the top scorer. Scary. Is Jake crazy? His grades shot up like a rocket. Did you notice, Class 5 students? After being rejected by Alyssa, Jake seemed transformed. His grades skyrocketed. Could rejection fuel his success? Yeah, and didn't he publicly confront Alyssa multiple times after that? That explains it. Indeed. Women only slow down my problem-solving speed. Someone, bring me the manual of eternal vigor. And Aaron's next message broke everyone's resolve further. Aaron, haha, my bro is the top scorer. GGA, no wonder he could help me get into a second-tier university too. What? Aaron made it to a second-tier university? Wah, my defense is broken. Ugh, just 5 points short of the second-tier threshold. I should have begged Jake to study with me. Fan 1. Onaji, for all Onaji Jake bro, can you tutor me one-on-one at home? Fan 2. Jake, you don't need to travel. I'll come to your place. I have many difficult questions. Aaron, you fools, the exam is over. Tutoring is pointless now. Fan 1. Shut up, Aaron. The chat was buzzing with excitement, but Alyssa stared blankly at the screen. Clunk. Her phone slipped from her hand, falling to the floor. Unbeknownst to her, a bitter taste rose in her heart. Chapter 65. The impact of a top scorer. The news that Jake had become the top scorer in the college entrance exam with a score of 745 spread almost overnight. By the next day, a huge banner was already hanging at the gate of number 4 high school. Congratulations to our grade 3, class 5 student, Jake, for scoring 745 and becoming this year's top scorer. Upon hearing this news, the principal was beaming from ear to ear. It was like having a golden endorsement. As the saying goes, one person's success can uplift an entire family. With Jake as their top scorer, all the teachers who taught him in grade 3, class 5 received bonuses. Those who taught the major subjects, Chinese, mathematics, and English, saw significant salary increases. An interesting phenomenon began to emerge among the teachers and students of class 5. Everyone started boasting about their connection to Jake. Teacher, know Jake? He's my student, the one who scored 745, the top scorer. Got it. Classmate, hey, do you know Jake? He's the top scorer with 745. He's my buddy. Unaware of all this fuss, Jake was still buried in his blankets, fast asleep. The following day, when the official scores were announced, the phone at the Hamiltons' home started ringing nonstop. All calls came from prestigious universities across the country, each trying to recruit Jake with attractive offers. Son, have you decided which school you want to go to yet? Bob had dark circles under his eyes. Yesterday he had rushed back to his hometown to celebrate with his third uncle, wanting everyone to know that their family produced a top scorer. Jake simply pulled out his phone and called Jamil. Jamil and Jake discussed over the phone for a while. Mr. Wong, there's something I'd like you to help me check. After hearing what Jake wanted, Jamil immediately agreed. A few minutes later, a message arrived. Jiangzhou University. Seeing this, Jake perked up, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. Jiangzhou University, coincidental. Too coincidental. Dad, I've decided. I'll go to Jiangzhou University. It's not much worse than Tsinghua or Peking University, and some of its programs are even better both domestically and internationally, Jake explained. Nodding, Bob said, I remember a teacher surnamed Antonio from Jiangzhou University called yesterday and wanted to recruit you internally. Their offer was good too. You make your own decision. And Jiangzhou University is in Jiangzhou, a big city. Jake nodded again and directly contacted the admissions office of Jiangzhou University. Hello, Jiangzhou University admissions office? This is Jake. After identifying himself, Jake expressed his intention to join Jiangzhou University. Teacher Antonio, responsible for admissions at Jiangzhou University, knew how sought after Jake was. Jake, Jiangzhou University is definitely the best choice for you. Just give us a verbal commitment, and we'll apply to the school immediately to transfer the previously promised 240,000 yuan scholarship into your account. Plus, we'll provide you with a private dormitory, guaranteed graduate study admission, and no additional fees. Thank you, Teacher Antonio, but I only need half the scholarship. Also, I have a small favor to ask. After a brief silence, Teacher Antonio responded. Sure, no problem. Anyone endorsed by you must be outstanding. We welcome you to Jiangzhou University. They exchanged pleasantries, and Jake gave Antonio the bank details before hanging up. In just 10 minutes, 120,000 yuan was credited to his account. Looking at the balance, Jake couldn't help but marvel. As ancient wisdom teaches, knowledge truly is wealth. However, Jake still underestimated the impact of being a top scorer with such a high score. On the third day after the results were released, the school leadership presented him with a 60,000 yuan bonus in person. His local government also launched extensive publicity, with several officials delivering another 120,000 yuan in person. During the photo session, Jake looked bewildered, while Bob beamed, taking selfies with various leaders on his phone. Onaji, triangular ruler dad, can you please act more dignified? You're the father of the top scorer. Unfortunately, Bob was already basking in the praise of the father of the top scorer. This spectacle naturally attracted many neighbors to gather outside the Hamilton residence. Among them were Zane and his father. Hiroshi watched Bob basking in glory nearby, seething with anger. Pa! Suddenly, Hiroshi slapped Zane hard on the head, shouting angrily, "Useless son, barely making it to a second-tier university. I've wasted all these years raising you. Look at others, you're such a disgrace to me." Zane's grades were usually decent, enough to get into a first-tier university. However, since his feud with Jake, he had focused entirely on pursuing Alyssa, falling behind in his studies and scoring only 494, barely passing the second-tier line. Come home, and you'll see what punishment awaits you. Beaten and scolded by his father, Zane didn't dare utter a word. He glanced at Jake nearby. His eyes filled with hatred. "Jake, it's all because of you. Wait until I get you. I won't let you off." Feeling neglected by Alyssa, failing the college entrance exam, and getting beaten by his father, Zane vented his frustrations on Jake. The day after the results were announced, many students returned to school to fill out their college applications under teachers' guidance. Jake didn't need to. Instead, he spent these days preparing for his driving test. At the driving school, Jake sat in the car. Practicing wasn't necessary. He just needed to clock in hours, leaving the driving to the instructor. "Kai, why aren't you going to school to fill out your application?" Aaron offered to accompany Jake for practice early in the morning. "Heh, my brother is the top scorer. Do I need to ask anyone for advice? Hey, Hamilton, any suggestions? Jiangshan College is pretty good. Your score should get you into their computer science program." "Jiangshan College? Where is it?" Aaron asked. Jake replied, "It's in Jiangzhou, quite far from Jiangzhou University, but manageable by car." "Okay, I'll apply to Jiangshan College then." Aaron answered firmly. "Are you sure? I'm just giving you a suggestion. You have plenty of options. You're my brother, of course, I trust you. You wouldn't harm me." Jake was momentarily speechless, unsure whether to be touched or think Aaron was foolish. "Look, I trust you unconditionally. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Heard you got a huge bonus from the school, hee, right?" Jake gave Aaron a scornful look, killing the sentimental atmosphere instantly. "I admit defeat. Okay, time to relax. My treat, let's go." Chapter 66, Booking a Room with Summer? Speaking of the major events this year, besides the recently concluded college entrance examination, there's also the FIFA World Cup held in Russia. Of course, every World Cup brings fortune to some while others might lose everything overnight. At the billiard hall, Aaron was enthusiastically playing pool, while Jake's attention was glued to the live broadcast of the World Cup group stage matches on TV. Jake admitted he wasn't much of a soccer player himself, and could at best be considered a casual fan. Before he embarked on his entrepreneurial journey in his previous life, he had hoped to amass wealth by betting on football matches and then win over the beautiful summer. So, he remembered clearly all the surprising results of this year's World Cup, as they were all pitfalls he had stepped into before. Argentina 1-1 Iceland. Japan 2-1 Colombia. Argentina 0-3 Croatia. To Jake, this World Cup was indeed a solid goldmine. Before starting his own business, he needed a substantial amount of initial capital. He calculated that the bonuses and scholarships he had amounted to about 300,000 renminbi, but it was still far from enough. What he needed to do was make money from money. He had initially thought about involving Aaron in betting, but upon second thought accidentally from Yellow Hair that a few months ago, when he was being refunded money at the internet cafe by Yellow Hair and his crew, it was because of Jake. This combined with the old grudge deep in Zane's hatred towards Jake. After finding Yellow Hair again, he reluctantly handed over all his pocket money, knowing that these hoodlums outside the school often extorted money from students in exchange for help in fighting or such. During his chat with Enrico, Zane found out that Enrico's leader was a notorious gangster in the area who had always pursued Summer. So, Zane exaggerated Jake's long-standing pursuit of Summer in front of Enrico. Enrico took a harsh drag on his cigarette, spat out the butt, and grabbed a cue stick before striding over arrogantly with his lackeys following closely behind. Seeing this, Zane let out a sinister laugh, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he anticipated the sight of Jake begging on his knees after being beaten up. He was ready to kick him hard too. Jake and Aaron decided to leave after finishing a few more shots. However, just as they reached the door, they were blocked by Yellow Hair and his gang. Hamilton, don't rush to leave. Stay and play a bit more, Zane sneered. Seeing Zane and the group together, Jake's eyebrows raised slightly. Beside him, Aaron felt a little guilty but still tried to bluster. "Earl isn't me but him," Jake suddenly said, pointing at Zane. Zane's face darkened as he cursed. "Jake, king liar. Everyone at school number 4 knows you've been chasing Summer since middle school. Enrico, stop wasting time and just beat him." Unruffled, Jake pulled out his phone and found several old posts from their school's forum. Interestingly, Jake had been thinking of how to get some revenge on Zane before going to university. Unbelievably, Zane had delivered himself right to him. Now everyone at school number 4 knows Zane is getting cozy with Summer. "See the video in those posts," Jake remarked. Enrico hesitantly took the phone. His expression turned grim as he watched the video content. Beside him, Zane's heart sank as he sneakily glanced at the screen. He had long forgotten about the videos taken by onlookers showing Summer linking arms with him affectionately and his brawl with Jake and Aaron being posted online. Meanwhile, Aaron played along, adding fuel to the fire. "Enrico, this is all a misunderstanding. Hamilton stopped pursuing Summer long ago, and it's common knowledge around school. It's Zane who's currently flirting with her, even hugging her publicly. Who knows if they've already booked a room privately. F***CK. It's disgusting to see this kid sleeping with your boss's girl. Enrico, can you tolerate this?" Zane paled. "Aaron, stop ting. Me and Juan aren't that close yet." Jake smirked mockingly. "Tisk, Juan? Calling her so affectionately. So tell us, how far have you two gone?" Zane was at a loss for words. F***CK. After watching the video, Enrico swore under his breath and suddenly kicked Zayn hard, sending him sprawling to the ground. ##### Chapter 67. Taking a risk, bicycle to motorcycle. Hamilton B, you've got some guts. Playing thief cries catch the thief with me, huh? Enrico's teeth almost cracked from clenching so hard as he gave Zayn 2 more kicks. Brother. Enrico, it's a misunderstanding. Really, I knew Anuan. Before Zayn could finish, Enrico slapped him across the face. New Anuan? Tell me, have you slept with Alyssa before? How many times? No, we didn't sleep together. Poor Zayn had only intended to pay someone to beat up Jake, but ended up being beaten himself. If he had actually slept with Alyssa, the beating would have been worth it. However, ever since that time Alyssa had linked arms with him outside the school gates, he hadn't even touched a strand of her hair. The beating felt unbearably unfair. Hamilton steening to Zayn's increasingly miserable screams, Jake felt refreshed. Yeah, feels good. Let's go, Kaizi. Jake called Aaron, and they left without hesitation. As for Enrico, he was too busy dealing with Zayn to notice them. Outside, Aaron was still grieving over his wasted 600 yuan. Kaizi, who's this Benson brother? How do you know him? Jake asked. One of my friends from another school introduced him. He's a real big shot. They say he even runs a venue. If I hadn't used him to scare off that yellow-haired kid, this wouldn't have gone so smoothly, Aaron replied. Hearing this, Jake frowned. He had never heard Aaron mention this Benson before, but knowing Aaron's past encounters in his previous life, he suspected this Benson might be involved. He knew Aaron well. His main flaw was lack of self-control. Kaizi, try to stay away from that Benson brother in the future. Alright, noted. Speaking of which, where are you going? Need company? Otherwise, I'll head home. My dad is planning to take me out to buy a computer. No need, you go ahead. After separating, Jake found a nearby lottery store. Argentina, the favorite to win, was facing Iceland in their opening match the next day. Everyone thought it would be a walkover for Argentina, resulting in astronomical odds. When Jake bought 300,000 renminbi worth of 1-to-1 draw tickets at once, everyone in the store assumed he was some rich fool. Let them laugh. Tomorrow's rooftop would be filled with mournful dreamers. Jake rubbed his nose, realizing how predictable his father's logic was. Hamiltonically, except for him, no one expected Argentina to end in a 1-to-1 draw with Iceland. He didn't follow the match closely, focusing instead on his business plans. Hearing his father alternately cheer and curse in the living room, Jake knew the game was ending. That night, countless disappointed fans flooded the rooftops. Argentina 1:1 Iceland. Netizens exploded online. Damn it. I bet 5,000 renminbi on Argentina. 5,000? I secretly bet 50,000 renminbi. Now I can't even go home. Guys, the wind is strong on the rooftop. Come down. While others lamented, Jake became the biggest winner of the night, under the envious eyes of the lottery store owner. His 300,000 renminbi instantly turned into 4.5 million renminbi. Checking his balance repeatedly, Jake couldn't help but marvel. Gambling was truly addictive. He wanted to keep going, but seeing the store owner whispering with others, he decided to stop. Caution was better than regret. Back home, his father, Bob, was still upset. Jake smiled silently and downloaded the official lottery app. The biggest upset of this World Cup was undoubtedly Germany losing to South Korea. The defending champions lost 0-2 and were eliminated. Seeing the odds, Jake almost dropped his phone. South Korea winning 1-0 had a payout of 141. Winning 2-0 paid 1 hours 91 minutes. No other scores were listed because even the officials didn't expect such a result. Still, the 1 hours 91 minutes odds made Jake's heart race. With trembling fingers, he bet all 4.5 million renminbi on South Korea 2-0 against Germany, then took a deep breath. Unimaginable excitement awaited when those numbers appeared in his account after the match tomorrow. Chapter 68. Jake's Nightmare. That night, Jake did not sleep soundly. Fragmented images interwove and filled his dream. At times he was happy, then panicked, sometimes angry, and other times helpless. He saw himself in a church, with Dara dressed in a white wedding gown, holding flowers, gracefully walking towards him. But suddenly, a group of people claiming to be from the Malcolm family descended from nowhere and forcefully took away Dara. In front of the Malcolm family, he was powerless, only able to watch helplessly as Dara was taken away. At the end of the dream, he once again saw that nightmare deeply etched into his bones, impossible to shake off. In a luxurious mansion, Dara, dressed in a black long dress, her figure wavering like a leaf in the wind, was swallowed by a sea of fire, while everyone watched indifferently. He helplessly begged for help, screaming in despair. No, don't. Elaine, no, don't. Jake abruptly woke up, sitting up abruptly, breathing heavily, and already drenched in cold sweat. After a moment of daze, he looked around. 3:31 a.m. It was just a nightmare. Jake got out of bed and went to the living room, gulping down a big glass of water. Returning to his room, he fell onto the bed limply, but his mind kept replaying the nightmare. He really knew too little about Dara's background. Perhaps even he hadn't realized that since his rebirth, there had always been a hint of fear lurking in his heart. He feared that one day, the so-called nightmare might become reality. Malcolm family, Jake muttered to himself. He tried hard to dredge up all his memories from his previous life, but found nothing about this Malcolm family. In his previous life, he was at most a millionaire, considered wealthy by ordinary people, but Jake knew that to the truly elite rich, he was just an insignificant nobody. From various details of his past life, it could be inferred that Dara's true background was anything but simple. Just as he was lost in thought, the alarm on his phone rang. He had set the alarm before going to bed last night. Calming his chaotic thoughts, he turned off the alarm and hurriedly opened the live streaming channel for the World Cup match. Korea 2-0 Germany. Seeing that the match had ended, Jake rushed to fill in his detailed information on the back end. Ding! With the electronic, he wanted to accumulate capital for his entrepreneurial ventures, not aim to become the world's richest person through sheer force, which wasn't realistic anyway. If his bank account suddenly showed hundreds of billions moving within a short period, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of relevant authorities, leading to unnecessary trouble. The next day, Jake still woke up early. Since it was the weekend, his father didn't go to work and was busy preparing breakfast. Seeing his father with dark circles under his eyes and looking rather dejected, Jake chuckled inwardly. He knew his father liked watching football matches and probably suffered from lack of sleep last night. Jake took out another bank card, having transferred 250,000 renminbi into it beforehand. Dad, take this card. Out of the 300,000 renminbi scholarship, I kept 50,000 for myself. When it's time for college tuition, I can cover it. Upon hearing this, Bob broke into a broad smile. Good, good. Finally our family has someone who made it. Son, Dad will keep this money for you. If not used for college, it can be saved for your marriage and house purchase later. Dad, don't work too hard in the future. After I go to college, I'll get plenty of scholarships. You might as well quit your job and let me take care of you, Jake said jokingly. Bob laughed and scolded. You brat. Impressive, but was practically useless. The rent had been slashed repeatedly, yet tenants still vacated en masse, leaving him unable to sell the property even if he wanted to. Bert, be alert. We have an important guest coming soon. The assistant named Bert nodded rapidly. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, Bert hurried to open the door while Hamilton Hyaming straightened his attire and put on a warm smile to welcome the guest. Click. As the door opened, Bert bowed repeatedly. Hee, Mr. Hamilton. Welcome, welcome. It's our first. Hamilton Hyaming, chuckling, reached out to greet, but froze upon seeing the visitor enter. Hashtag chapter 69. Splashing out 10 million. Who brought their son to the company? Seeing the teenager standing outside the door, Hamilton Hyaming was furious. It was one thing to bring a child to work, but bringing in a handsome teen while he was dealing with serious hair loss and appearance anxiety? Bert, who gave you permission to bring your son during working hours? This is ridiculous. Bert, Olympic, boss. I'm 25 and unmarried. Hamilton Hyaming. After clearing his throat tactically, Hamilton Hyaming said, Young man, this is a private office. Did you come to the wrong place? But Jake just smiled and walked in confidently. Mr. Hamilton, I'm Jake. Pleased to meet you. Hamilton Hyaming was stunned. He stared at the boy who couldn't be more than 18 years old, and his mind went blank. Well, aren't you going to let me sit down for a business talk? Jake chuckled lightly. Oh, Mr. Hamilton, please come in. As a businessman, Hamilton Hyaming quickly regained his composure, but suspicion still lingered on his face. An 18-year-old kid doing business? Selling summer homework assignments? Feeling like he was being toyed with, Hamilton Hyaming scratched his head and pulled out another strand of hair. Mr. Hamilton, what you said on the phone, it's true? Hamilton Hyaming asked dubiously. Perhaps due to doubting Jake's identity, Hamilton Hyaming even forgot basic hospitality. However, Jake didn't mind, pouring himself a cup of tea and sipping it leisurely. Let's get straight to the point, Mr. Hamilton. Tell me your price, and if it's reasonable, we can sign the contract. Seeing Jake's composed demeanor, Hamilton Hyaming was slightly surprised. This wasn't typical behavior for an 18-year-old. Pausing for a moment, Hamilton Hyaming held up 2 fingers. 20 million. Since Mr. Hamilton is interested, you should know that although the commercial building has some age, its location is excellent. And as far as I know, number 4 high school produced a top national university entrance exam student this year. In the future, number 4 will undoubtedly become a key high school. The closest commercial building to number 4 high school is mine, and it has very promising potential. Honestly, if I weren't in urgent need of money, I wouldn't sell it for 20 million. Hamilton Hyaming mixed half-truths with his sales pitch, knowing that while the building had potential, it would take time, which he no longer had given his financial situation. Jake put down his teacup and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Mr. Hamilton, I came here with utmost sincerity, but it seems you aren't quite sincere. As you said, the location is good, but the foundation, architecture, and facilities are outdated. Many tenants have already moved out. Even with potential, the timeline is uncertain. Jake spoke calmly but left Hamilton Hyaming shocked. If not for Jake's young face, Hamilton Hyaming would have thought he was facing a seasoned veteran. Realizing this, Hamilton Hyaming stopped underestimating Jake. Clearly, this wasn't an ordinary person. Plink. Finishing his words, Jake gently placed the teacup down. 10 million. That's my offer. Mr. Hamilton, don't rush to object. Lastly, if you agree, I can pay the full amount right now. Standing up, Jake chuckled. Within 2 hours, I hope Mr. Hamilton gives me a response. After all, I'm not very patient. Tap tap tap. Jake deliberately slowed his pace, each step seemingly hitting Hamilton Hyaming's heart. In price negotiations, staying calm was key. Hamilton Hyaming gambled that Jake would turn back, but watching him approach the door, Hamilton Hyaming grew uneasy. His financial situation was dire, and Jake's offer to pay in full was incredibly tempting. Watching Jake's back, Hamilton Hyaming was visibly distressed, his expressions changing dramatically. Click. Jake reached for the doorknob, pulling the door slowly open. Behind him, there was silence. Jake's lips twitched slightly. Veteran Fox, truly holding his nerve. But Jake knew that turning back now would mean paying more than 20 million. He had money, but he needed it for other things, so saving where possible was essential. Finally, just as Jake's foot crossed the threshold, Hamilton Hyaming's voice rang out urgently. Mr. Hamilton, please stop. Hearing this, Jake laughed, turned around, and looked calmly at the hurriedly approaching Hamilton Hyaming. Agreed, 10 million. Mr. Hamilton is indeed a smart man. Pleasure doing business with you. Shaking hands, they drafted and signed the contract on the spot. Jake then transferred 10 million to Hamilton Hyaming's account. Refusing Hamilton Hyaming's invitations, they exchanged contact information before Jake left. Young yet so shrewd, able to fork out 10 million. Could he be the second generation from some influx stopped in his tracks? Jake, Omega, send me the torrents. Chapter 70. Fangirl Magnet. In Central High School, the campus was bustling with activity despite it being the weekend. Besides the resident freshmen and sophomores, many seniors had come to attend the ceremony and take graduation photos. An unusual phenomenon caught everyone's attention. Passing students, especially female students, were chattering excitedly in groups, their eyes sparkling with admiration. All eyes and discussions centered around Jake and Aaron walking down the path. Celine, look, it's senior Jake. I heard he's going to be the top student in the college entrance exam. Amina, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Senior Jake is so handsome. Ugh, I wish he could be my boyfriend. Valerie, why did I never notice a godlike senior like Jake before? He's not only good looking but also excellent in studies. The girls had completely fallen for Jake. Seeing this, Jake couldn't help but sigh slightly. If being handsome is a sin, then I must be utterly guilty. Being too outstanding is also a burden. You idiot. Don't walk with me when we go out. Aaron silently raised his middle finger, wondering why, as another 18-year-old male student, he didn't attract similar attention. But there was an upside. He could enjoy the spectacle of all the girls clustering together, which wasn't bad at all. Suddenly, he noticed two familiar figures nearby. The listless Delaney and Alyssa walked side by side, also summoned to attend the ceremony and take graduation photos. Hamilton, Aaron nudged Jake, nodding towards them. Seeing it was Delaney and Alyssa, Jake barely gave them a glance before turning away. However, just that glance made a group of fangirls swoon and cheer enthusiastically. Fangirl 4, he's looking at me. He's looking at me. The translation provided is accurate and conveys the meaning of the original text well. It reads naturally in English. However, to maintain consistency and fluency, we can simplify it slightly as shown above. Fangirl 5, no way. Jake was looking at me. The translation has been adjusted to ensure it reads naturally in English while preserving the meaning and tone of the original text. While shy fangirls argued over who Jake was looking at, bolder ones were already sending flirtatious glances. Fangirl 6, Senior Jake, you're so handsome. Can you be my boyfriend? I dance too. The translation provided by the user is mostly accurate, but can be made more natural in English. The exclamation marks and tone are preserved to reflect the enthusiasm and flirtatious nature of the fangirl statement. Adjusting I do dance to I dance too makes it sound more fluent and natural in English. Fangirl 7, pick me. I'm a little rich girl. Be my boyfriend, and I'll take care of you. This revision ensures the translation reads more naturally in English while maintaining the meaning and tone of the original text. Fangirl 8, Senior, I can be both mature and youthful. I can adapt to any type you like. This translation aims to convey the original meaning while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The term songsheo is interpreted as being versatile or adaptable in style, and yurjia luali is translated to represent both mature and youthful appearances. Jake felt overwhelmed by the bold remarks and youthful beauty of these high school girls, full of collagen. He repeated Indira's name 10 times in his mind to keep himself grounded. Naturally, Delaney and Alyssa noticed the commotion. Upon seeing Jake again, Alyssa felt a bitter smile tugging at her lips. She was particularly uncomfortable when she saw so many girls vying for Jake's attention, feeling an irrational surge of jealousy. Meanwhile, Delaney, usually domineering, mumbled under her breath. Pfft, what's so great about him? No matter how excellent he is, he used to be your footlicker, Wan. Hearing this, Alyssa felt an ache in her heart. Indeed, Jake used to be her footlicker, but back then, he was unremarkable and introverted, far beneath her standards. Now, Jake was handsome, athletic, and academically brilliant, even topping the national exam and earning a hefty scholarship. Why would such an excellent Jake suddenly dislike, or even loathe her? Alyssa couldn't understand, and refused to accept it. Looking at Jake's figure, her mind filled with unrealistic fantasies. If only Jake could declare his feelings now, admitting that his previous aloofness was just an act. If that happened, perhaps she might consider giving him a chance. Unfortunately, all she had was Jake's indifferent back. He hadn't even spared her a glance. After escaping the fangirls, Aaron couldn't stop grinning. Haha, Hamilton, you should have seen Alyssa and Delaney's faces. They were priceless. Especially Alyssa, she must regret it now. She treated you indifferently before, but now you're too good for her. But you won't have much interaction with her anymore. Otherwise, she'd likely become your footlicker. Jake smiled thoughtfully. No more interaction? We'll see about that. He kept a clear account of everything Alyssa owed him. Inside the school auditorium, the graduating seniors were unusually alert. Even though the teachers and leaders droned on with educational platitudes, everyone knew this was their last class in high school. After the ceremony, each class took graduation photos under the teacher's guidance. Our top student must stand front and center. Jamil dragged Jake to the front, amid envious gazes from classmates. Everyone, look at the camera. That's it. Hold it. 3, 2, 1. Click. A 1/30th of a second shutter speed captured 3 years of memories, 1,095 days, forever frozen in time. On the playground, they signed each other's names on t-shirts of close friends. They confessed secrets guarded for 3 years. Fong, I've always liked you. Can we take a picture together? Antonio Angzi, I reported you when you cheated. I'm sorry. Meow, I'll miss you so much, Sniff. We won't be in the same school. Who will accompany me during breaks? Room 302, keep in touch after uni. If any of you get bullied, let us know in the group chat, and we'll fly over immediately. Crying face, Sniff, we're really graduating. I can't believe it, Sniff. There were so many things left unsaid, so many people left unseen, and so much left undone. Parting ways was hard. The main theme of graduation was sorrow and nostalgia. Girls sobbed into each other's arms, while boys struggled to hold back tears. This moment was genuinely heartfelt and poignant. Even Jake felt a lump in his throat. 3 years of youth, brief yet full of regrets. Perhaps this was why people always reminisced about their youth. They had truly graduated. End of chapter 70. Chapter 71. Goodbye Youth. Every year during graduation season, the young men always rejoice at finally escaping the prison of school. Unbeknownst to them, they are leaving paradise and stepping into the real prison after college. On campus, Jake and Aaron were walking along the path. After looking around, Jake couldn't help but feel puzzled. He hadn't seen Reagan from the commencement ceremony to the group photo session. It didn't make sense. As a language teacher, she should have definitely attended such an important event. After the group photos, he intended to ask Jamil, but Jamil vanished afterward. He guessed Jamil probably went to the restroom to secretly wipe away his tears. As they passed by the teacher's apartments not far away, Aaron suddenly got excited and kept poking Jake. Shao Hamilton, 9 o'clock direction, a knockout. Hearing this, Jake turned his head to look. In the direction of the faculty housing stood a girl in a light beige, fitted skirt that was incredibly eye-catching. Her silhouette was slim and delicate, especially her fair and slender legs peeking out beneath the hem of the skirt, paired with long black hair flowing down her back. Definitely a killer look from behind. When did the school get someone like her? Come on, let's see her face. Aaron pulled Jake and jogged over hurriedly, hands in his pockets, whistling nonchalantly while pretending to admire the scenery. His eyes, however, remained glued to the girl's back. At this moment, I'm inspired to recite a poem, he said dramatically. A hymn, by riverside so clear, turtles dove appear. The graceful maid, what's your QQ? Jake was speechless at this ridiculous attempt at poetry. Suddenly, the girl stopped. Seeing this, Aaron thought his charm had worked. Aaron, are you flirting with the teacher? Came a voice like tinkling bells, tinged with teasing laughter. Recognizing the familiar voice, Jake froze. When the woman slowly turned around, Aaron paled green. Then, suddenly acting serious, he looked at Jake and blurted out, Shao Hamilton, I forgot to turn off my gas again, gotta go, bye. And he quickly bolted away. Jake couldn't help but chuckle and then turned his attention back to Reagan, closely examining her for a moment, and was somewhat surprised. No wonder he mistook Reagan for a female student. Reagan's features were naturally very delicate, and with light makeup on, she exuded a youthful beauty. Her dark hair flowed loosely, and under her beige skirt were black leather shoes. Especially the purple hair clip in her hair. Anyone who didn't know might really think she was a high school girl. Teacher Zhang, you've gotten even prettier these past few days. Kai and I thought you were a student earlier, Jake chuckled. Upon hearing this, Reagan covered her mouth with a soft laugh, completely losing the stern demeanor of one of the 3 grandmasters. The top scorer's words are sweet, but please don't call me teacher anymore. I resigned. When Reagan said the word resigned, she seemed much more at ease. You resigned? Yes, colleagues and the principal advised against it. After all, I just taught the top scorer in the college entrance exam, and my salary and benefits increased significantly. They thought I should continue to strive. But I resigned anyway. Initially, teaching was just a choice made by my family, and I never truly enjoyed teaching. Jake was slightly taken aback, yet not too surprised. He knew Reagan would eventually resign. He just didn't expect it to be so soon. According to his past timeline, she only quit 2 or 3 years after his graduation. Judging from their conversation that night, when they had barbecue and chat, it must have sped up the process. Why didn't you wait until after the graduation photo to resign? Many students were looking for you just now, Jake asked. Because I feared I wouldn't be able to part. Reagan shrugged lightly and tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear casually. Do you know, Jake, I should have resigned long ago. My life shouldn't be this way. Just as you said that night, I was living to meet others' expectations without considering what I wanted. I can't choose my origin, but I want to choose my path ahead. I'm already 26. How many years of youth do I have left? I want to take control of my future. And I realized, though I didn't enjoy teaching, spending so much time with students has made it hard to say goodbye. I knew the graduation scene would be emotional, and I feared seeing students cry. It might weaken my resolve. Though this farewell seems hasty, just let me be selfish this once. Looking at Reagan's exquisite face, Jake felt quite touched. No wonder this teacher managed to achieve such success alone in her previous life. Her decisiveness and determination were not something everyone could possess. By the way, Jake, let's take a picture as a keepsake since you're my top scorer. I can boast about you later, Reagan said with a smile, waving her phone playfully. Her playful demeanor threw Jake off. He wondered what experiences had transformed Reagan into someone else in the past life. Sure, taking a photo with you, such a beautiful lady, will give me something to brag about too, Jake teased. With a coquettish glance, Reagan retorted, no disrespect. You're making fun of your teacher. Ingjia, you're no longer a teacher. Jake smiled and took her phone. Come on, Ingjia, say cheese. Click. The sun shone brightly, the wind gentle, and the smiles on both of their faces were genuine. Staring at the picture on the screen, Reagan felt a slight sting in her nose. Turning to look at Jake, the glaring sunlight blurred the outline of the boy standing before her. The July breeze carried a tinge of melancholy. She realized it was the sin of youth. The concept of youth felt distant for her. Growing up, everything had been planned by her family. She had grown up step by step as arranged, leading to a mundane work life devoid of youthful vibrancy. But through Jake and her students, she understood youth should be spent freely, without regrets. Though she felt reluctant, it was time to bid farewell. Jake, from now on, trying to force a smile, Reagan hesitated, interrupted by Jake's sudden question. Ingjia, have you eaten? Surprised, Reagan replied, no, not yet. Hearing this, Jake snapped his fingers. How about we eat together? Let this meal celebrate the start of your new chapter on me. End of chapter. Hashtag chapter 72. Giving you a chance to woo your teacher. At number 18, Bun Street, in a music restaurant. Jake was ordering dishes. Meanwhile, Reagan sat uncomfortably across from him, her expression revealing her awkwardness. Even now, she couldn't believe that she was actually having dinner with one of her former students here. Although she had resigned, Jake was still once her student. The idea of a teacher and student dining alone at such a restaurant felt peculiar, almost like they were on a date. Alright, that's all. Please bring them quickly. Jake handed the menu back to the waiter and glanced at Reagan, who seemed uncomfortable. He chuckled softly. What's wrong, Anning? Nothing. It just feels strange, Reagan replied. Jake teased with amusement. Got it. Do you feel like we're on a date, or something? Pfft. You naughty boy, you're getting bolder. What nonsense are you spouting? Reagan blushed and shot a playful glare at Jake. Don't worry, Anning. I don't have any other intentions towards you, Jake reassured her. Really? Reagan asked skeptically. Jake shrugged nonchalantly. If I did, would it be okay? You. Humph. Taking advantage of your teacher. Reagan pouted. Anting, remember, you're not my teacher anymore. After this exchange, Reagan seemed less stiff and more relaxed. Soon, the waiter began bringing out the dishes one by one. It wasn't clear if it was due to Aaron's influence earlier, but Jake dug into his meal without hesitation. In contrast, Reagan ate gracefully, as was expected of a beautiful woman, taking small, refined bites. When a few skewers of kidneys arrived, Jake took a sniff and relished their aroma. He couldn't understand why some people thought kidneys smelled weird. To him, they were exquisite delicacies. After enjoying 2 skewers, he noticed Reagan occasionally sneaking glances at him. Although Jake was indeed handsome, he wasn't arrogant enough to assume Reagan was looking at him. Following her gaze, he realized she was eyeing the kidneys in his hand. Waiter, please bring another 5 skewers of kidneys. After saying this, Jake pushed the new batch directly in front of Reagan. Anning, their kidneys are perfectly grilled. Want to try? Hearing this, Reagan's eyes lit up. She had wanted to ask but hesitated because it already felt odd enough being here alone with a former student. Now that Jake offered, she didn't need to be shy. Sure, let me taste. Pretending to be curious, Reagan grabbed a skewer. Her bright eyes sparkled with childish excitement. She gently bit off a piece and chewed slowly, her cheeks slightly puffed out. Jake watched in amusement as Reagan devoured the 5 skewers of kidneys in no time. As they enjoyed the meal, Reagan gradually shed her formal teacher demeanor and started chatting with Jake. After finishing most of the food, Jake patted his stomach and asked, Anning, what are your plans next? Are you going back home? No, I don't want to go home. My future plan is to do something I love, like starting a media company or exploring other fields. I graduated with dual master's degrees in media and business management. Starting a business can be tough, so I think I'll travel a bit first, then work at a company to gain experience and network. As they delved into this conversation, Jake smiled inwardly. This was exactly what he wanted to discuss, his main reason for inviting Reagan to dinner. Since Aunt Ing wants to start a business, how about joining me? Reagan was taken aback. You're starting a business? Yes, although the company isn't set up yet, I'm planning it. I'm currently a solo entrepreneur, and my company will also focus on the media sector. Since you mentioned wanting to find a job first, why not join me? How about being my personal assistant? Salary starts at $15K per month. What do you think? Surprised, Reagan picked up Jake's glass and sniffed it. Strange, it's just juice. Can you get drunk on juice? Clearly, she doubted his words. Aunt Ing, give me your WeChat ID, let's connect. Jake's rapid change of subject left Reagan confused. She followed suit and added Jake on WeChat. Ding. An alert sounded. Checking her phone, Reagan was shocked to see a transfer of $15K from Jake. Aunt Ing, I'm not joking. This $15K is an advance. Probation period is 1 month, after which we can negotiate your salary. Don't be silly. That must be your scholarship. I can't take this money, Reagan protested. Jake took her phone and accepted the transfer before placing it back down. Here, your salary is prepaid. From now on, you belong to me. The phrase you belong to me made Reagan blush deeply, and she playfully chided. What nonsense? Who set her hand? Smiling sheepishly. Declining the old woman politely, he returned to his seat. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, but Reagan broke the silence. Why do I feel like your real purpose in inviting me to dinner was to get me to work for you? Jake laughed. Or maybe you thought I was pursuing you? Embarrassed by his teasing, Reagan pouted, but then winked mischievously, deciding to tease him back. If you really want to pursue me, well, maybe your teacher could give you a chance. Hashtag chapter 73. We have both been betrayed. Inside the restaurant, Jake had just raised his glass to sip some juice when Reagan's provocative remark made him spurt it out with a poof. Wiping his mouth, Jake felt somewhat embarrassed. Chuckling, Reagan covered her mouth and laughed, producing a series of melodic, silver bell-like laughs. Alright, I was just teasing you. I wouldn't be interested in a kid like you anyway. Besides, you must have someone you like, right? Reagan winked at Jake with a touch of gossip. After all, during Dara's transfer period, she noticed how Jake doted on her every need. Having gone through that age herself, she naturally picked up on the signs. Jake didn't bother explaining after Reagan said this. He simply smiled in acknowledgement. However, her words transported his thoughts hundreds of miles away, and an image involuntarily appeared in his mind. Indira, what are you doing now? On stage, the session singer's magnetic voice began to resonate. When you're on the other side of the mountains and valleys, I'm on this lonely road without end. I often feel your breath behind my ear, but never the breath from your heart against mine. Oh, longing is an illness. Longing is an illness. Longing is a sickness. The simple yet catchy melody, paired with sincere and heartfelt lyrics, resonated deeply with many men and women in love. After leaving the restaurant, it was already evening. By the riverside bridge on the Bund, Jake trailed behind while Reagan walked ahead. Wearing a beige skirt, Reagan walked lightly, her white and slender legs dancing gracefully beneath her dress as if performing a happy waltz. She reveled in her newfound freedom and embraced her fresh life. At this moment, even the wind blowing by the river felt free. Pausing, Reagan turned back, hands behind her back, and looked at Jake with a radiant smile. Jake, thank you. This is the happiest day of my life. At this moment, Reagan wasn't the Chinese teacher standing on the podium but the most authentic version of herself. The gentle breeze tousled her hair around her ears, and she casually tucked it behind with her slender fingers. Her fitted skirt clung more tightly in the wind, and under the glow of the setting sun, her silhouette shone with a luminous beauty. Jake nodded faintly, watching the occasional joyous shouts and selfies taken by the figure ahead. He couldn't help but feel a certain sense of emotion. The reason he grew close to Reagan wasn't due to any lustful admiration for his teacher's beauty. With Dara, he believed he wouldn't entertain thoughts for any other woman. Though Reagan was nearly perfect, he only harbored admiration for her. What he valued more was Reagan's capabilities. Just as she had asked earlier at the restaurant, why did he trust her so much? The answer was simple. In his past life, Jake had heard plenty about Reagan. A few years after he graduated, Reagan quit her job and started a business from scratch, rising to prominence in media and commerce within a decade. In his previous life, after marrying Alyssa, he once met Reagan at a charity event in the business world. But then, Reagan seemed aloof and indifferent. Nothing like the person he remembered. The last time he heard about Reagan was her news of jumping off a building. Reports revealed that her family members and company executives colluded to seize all her shares and forced her into a marriage alliance. At the time, it was a huge scandal, full of speculation, but everything became a mystery with Reagan's tragic death. Thinking of these things, Jake felt a pang of empathy. In a way, he and Reagan from his previous life were alike. They both experienced betrayal from their closest loved ones. Jake understood that deep-seated pain and resentment and the reluctance to let it go. Thus, he could not bear to see Reagan fall into the same trap again. Moreover, in this new life, he had ambitious business plans. He toured to number 183 on 4th Middle School Road, the commercial building he bought from Hamilton Hyaming. Seeing the few remaining stores still open, he wasn't in a rush. After all, he never intended to rent out the shops since they were scheduled for demolition soon. It would be foolish to do otherwise. Back home, his father, Bob, hadn't returned from work yet. After having dinner, Jake headed to a nearby internet cafe, not to play games, but to log into the SME Equity Transfer Center. This year, online media was rapidly developing. While it hadn't reached its peak, many entrepreneurs sensed the trend and jumped into the industry. Naturally, most were small to medium enterprises, SMEs. Some made a fortune, but most failed and chose to sell off their shares to survive. After searching through various listings, Jake didn't find his target and gave up for the time being. Although Reagan was a valuable asset, he still needed one more crucial person for his plan. Late into the night, Jake rubbed his tired eyes and logged off, heading home. After some banter with his father, Jake went back to his room and set his alarm. Next morning, morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, causing Jake, who lay sprawled, to stir. Beep beep. The alarm went off, and Jake groggily opened his eyes. Taking out his phone from under the pillow, he yawned lazily and went through the routine. Starting UC browser. Logging into the SME Equity Transfer Center once more, he struggled to stay awake, scrolling through each listing. When he saw the listing for DG Network Company, Jake's eyes widened. Rubbing them, he clicked into the details. Seeing the name Brent, he grinned. Haha, finally found you. Translation completed as per the guidelines provided. Chapter 74. I really am not showing off. Jiangzhou, Antonio Anjiang New District. A slightly dilapidated two-story building. Brent, the owner of DG Network Company, sat at his desk, frowning as he looked at the 99+ messages in the back end. This company was the culmination of 2 years of his hard work, but due to a financial crisis, the funding gap became too large. To minimize losses, he decided to transfer ownership and seek opportunities for a comeback. Priced at 3 million renminbi, it might be a little steep by market standards, but in Brent's eyes, this represented 2 years of effort, not just for him but for his entire team. Watching the endless private messages with price cuts, decent offers were around 2.9 million or 2.8 million, while more aggressive ones even tried to have the price, made him increasingly frustrated. Ring ring. At this moment, his phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number from Yongsheng, Brent hesitated for a moment before answering. Hello, DG Network Company, this is Brent. Who's speaking? Hello Mr. Du, I'm Jake. I saw your listing for the company and I'm interested in acquiring it. Hamilton steaming to the young man's voice on the phone, Brent furrowed his brow. Throughout the day, he had received dozens of calls. Some were still energetic at the start, but most were just about haggling or idle chatter. He was already losing hope, responding routinely. Mr. Hamilton, you should understand the company's situation. The price is 3 million renminbi, non-negotiable. Alright, no problem. Give me an address. Mr. Du will meet tomorrow. Jake's swift agreement left Brent dumbfounded. He expected some haggling, but hadn't anticipated such a prompt acceptance. Finally, someone wasn't negotiating. Slightly uplifted, Brent replied with a chuckle, sure, the address is in Antonio Anjiang New District, Jiangzhou. Meanwhile, Yongcheng. In the bedroom of the Hamilton family home, Jake jotted down the address given by Brent while holding the phone. Great, see you tomorrow Mr. Du. After exchanging pleasantries, Jake hung up. Initially, he planned to go the next day, but while eating breakfast, he couldn't shake off the urge to act quickly. Afraid that delays could bring unforeseen changes, he believed today's work should be done today. Taking out his phone, he sent a message to Brent, stating he would come in the afternoon. After putting his phone away, Jake tidied up and first went to a print shop to get detailed information on DG Network Company printed out. Back at home, seeing it was still early, he took a brief nap to ensure he was in top shape for the afternoon meeting. By noon, after waking up, Jake called Reagan directly. Hey, Sister Ing, pack your things and send me your address. I'll pick you up shortly. Jake got straight to the point. On the other end, Reagan's soft and sleepy voice indicated she had just woken up. Where are we going? Jiangzhou, hurry up and pack. Don't forget to send me your address and bring your ID card. With that, he hung up. Soon after, Reagan sent over her address. The distance wasn't too far. Jake hailed a cab and headed straight to Reagan's place. About 10 minutes later, the car stopped. Jake opened the door and saw Reagan stepping out. She was dressed in a light blue, form-fitting sports outfit with a high ponytail, her delicate face adorned with light makeup. Even in simple sportswear, Reagan exuded a unique charm. Seeing her like this, Jake couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Sister Ing, why did you come dressed like this? Jake asked. Hearing this, Reagan gave a small huff. I was napping, and suddenly you call saying we're going to Jiangzhou, urging me so hastily. I didn't have time to change. Forget it, let's talk when we get there. Do you have your ID card? Yes, Jake, you aren't really taking me to Jiangzhou, right? Reagan still seemed skeptical. On the way there, Jake avoided further explanation, urging Reagan into the car. At the airport, when Jake handed over the boarding pass and guided Reagan through security, she finally realized he was serious about taking her to Jiangzhou. On the plane, Reagan was still in a daze. What started as a peaceful nap ended up with her being whisked away to Jiangzhou with Jake. Suddenly, Reagan looked at Jake cautiously. What exactly are you planning in Jiangzhou? You're not taking me to a strange place too? Seeing Reagan's suspicion, Jake chuckled. Ever since she resigned, Reagan seemed to be letting loose more. Would I do that? Jake asked. Examining Jake carefully, Reagan nodded seriously. Yes, you would. Tell me, what are we doing in Jiangzhou? Jake handed her the documents he had printed earlier. We're going there to acquire this company. Here's the information I've compiled. Read it over. Reagan took the documents, casting a suspicious glance at Jake before diving into the materials. I skimmed through it. This company has potential. Its business model and development prospects for the coming years are impressive. If they can complete their proposed core software ahead of schedule and launch it, it will need significant manpower and capital. Most importantly, it requires time. In terms of the asking price, it's reasonable at 2 to 3 million RMB. Hamilton steaming to Reagan's analysis. Jake nodded appreciatively. Yes, I've already agreed on 3 million renminbi over the phone. We're going there to finalize the details and sign the contract if everything goes well. Upon hearing that Jake intended to spend 3 million renminbi to acquire the company, Reagan stifled a laugh. Spouting 3 million casually. You know this kind of equity purchase requires cash flow, paid in full upfront. Do you even understand what 3 million in cash means? To Reagan, all this sounded like a made-up story to take her to Jiangzhou for some undisclosed reason. There was no way Jake could actually come up with 3 million renminbi to buy a company. 3 million. It's not much. Jake rubbed his nose awkwardly. He swore he was sincere, not trying to show off at all. Okay, it's not much. Let's see how long you can keep this act up once we get there. Fine, consider it a trip to Jiangzhou. I'll see some friends, and you can pay me back for the ticket. Reagan resumed playing with her phone while seated. Jake was speechless, realizing he had been underestimated. So be it. Reagan would see the truth soon enough. The journey from Yongcheng to Jiangzhou wasn't long, about an hour. Upon landing, let's go. You said you're acquiring a company. Let's see where you take me, Reagan said. Not yet. Jake hailed a taxi and directed the driver to the nearest mall. Upon arrival, Reagan couldn't help laughing. The guy who had been so convincing about spending 3 million renminbi to acquire a company had brought her here. Shopping. Hashtag chapter 75. Sister Ing, what are your measurements? Reagan, a lifelong solo, had always been single. Despite her attractiveness, which ensured she was never short of suitors, she had never been in a relationship. She thought her earlier assumptions were absurd. Yet now, Jake was actually taking her shopping. This made the absurd idea pop into her mind again involuntarily. Could it be that Jake brought her to Jiangzhou because he, noticing these thoughts creeping in, Reagan shook her head and lightly bit her lip. No, this cannot happen. Despite how excellent Jake is, it can't happen. After all, they once had a teacher-student relationship, and she was 8 years older than him. While Reagan was lost in thought, Jake suddenly stopped walking. She wasn't paying attention and bumped into his back. Once she regained her composure, she noticed they were in front of a Gucci luxury store. Seeing Jake walk into the store, Reagan was shocked. Hey, Jake, this is Gucci, a luxury store. Jake acted as if he hadn't heard her and walked in on his own. Seeing this, Reagan gritted her teeth and followed him inside, thinking that when Jake saw the prices, he would probably realize it was beyond their budget. This place wasn't somewhere ordinary people could afford. Jake looked around the store. Soon, a female clerk approached with a polite smile, showing no disdain for Jake's young age and simple attire. Hello, sir. Welcome to Gucci. How may I assist you? Seeing the clerk's courteous attitude, Jake was momentarily stunned and felt slightly disappointed. The scenario didn't match what he expected from novels. Typically, someone like him dressed in cheap clothes should have been disdained by such clerks, calling him a poor boy, after which he'd display his wealth and watch them fawn over him. Darn, he missed an opportunity to show off. Jake chuckled and pointed at Reagan behind him. Pick a business suit for her, something in the OL style. Of course, please follow me, the clerk replied. Behind Jake, Reagan quickly stepped forward, sounding somewhat displeased. Jake, who said I want to buy clothes here? Big Sister Ing, while you're naturally beautiful, this outfit doesn't suit you, Jake replied. After being led to the women's business attire section, Jake began examining options. He glanced at the models and occasionally turned to inspect Reagan's figure up and down. Big Sister Ing, what are your measurements? Jake asked. This question immediately flushed Reagan's fair face red. Jake, that's not funny at all. If you keep this up, I'll really get angry. Reagan was genuinely irritated. How dare he ask about her measurements in such a setting? Jake shrugged. He wasn't a clueless 18-year-old kid. If she wouldn't tell him, he could estimate. Let's see height. Around 167 centimeters, waist and chest. Let me calculate. He pondered, chin in hand. This flirtatious behavior was making Reagan furious, and she gave him a light punch. Where are you looking? Stop staring. Big Sister Ing, since you won't tell me, I have to look myself. Or do you want to try this set first? Jake suggested, pointing at the model's OL outfit. He only thought this set suited Reagan perfectly and complemented her aura, not because of the black stockings included in the outfit. By now, Reagan was almost certain that acquiring a company was just an excuse. Jake bringing her here and buying her luxury items meant he had feelings for her. Suppressing her anger, Reagan said, Jake, I don't know where you learned these tricks for chasing girls, but I'm not a gold digger and Dara. Forget it. If you continue like this, I'll be very disappointed in you. Realizing Reagan misunderstood him, Jake laughed bitterly. What are you thinking? Big sister Ing, you can't assume I'm trying to keep you. Don't say such nasty things. Reagan scolded. Jake gestured toward the model and continued, I told you, we're here to discuss business. You're my personal assistant. You can't wear that outfit for the meeting. We're only 2 people, and I'm so young. You need to help maintain the professional image. An OL style suit is perfectly reasonable for business discussions. Big sister Ing, you wouldn't want my startup plan to fail before it even begins, right? Hearing this, Reagan hesitated. Could she have misunderstood him? Really? She asked, tilting her head. Yes, truer than gold. Big sister Ing, it's time. Let's hurry. You'll understand once we arrive. If I lied, you can return the clothes or go back to Yongqing immediately. I won't stop you. With Jake saying this, Reagan had no choice but to nod reluctantly. All right, even if it's for business, there's no need to buy such expensive clothes. Your scholarship funds aren't endless. Muttering to herself, she walked towards the fitting room. Shortly after, Reagan emerged, causing Jake's eyes to light up. The black tailored dress accentuated her tall and graceful figure with its precise fit. The white ruffled collar blouse at the neckline added elegance. The ensemble, paired with black stockings and high heels, enhanced her mature beauty to the fullest. Reagan, who used to be a teacher, naturally exuded an air of sophistication, and now this OL attire added another layer. Combined, the dual layers of elegance shone through brilliantly. Jake folded his arms, nodding approvingly. The sight left him more satisfied, reminding him why Kai enjoyed this type of appeal. Had he not been loyal to Indira, he might not have resisted either. She had never been in a relationship from childhood to adulthood. Initially, she thought her previous thoughts were somewhat absurd. But now, Jake was actually taking her shopping. This made the absurd thoughts resurface in her mind. Could it be that Jake brought her to Jiangzhou because he, realizing her wandering thoughts, Reagan shook her head and bit her lip softly. No, this can't happen. Even though Jake is truly outstanding, it just can't happen. After all, they were once in a teacher-student relationship, and she was 8 years older than him. As Reagan was lost in her thoughts, Jake suddenly stopped walking. Reagan, not paying attention, bumped into his back. After regaining her composure, she noticed that they were standing in front of a Gucci luxury store. Seeing Jake walk into the store, Reagan was stunned. Hey, Jake, this is Gucci. It's a luxury store. Jake acted as if he hadn't heard her and walked right in. With no other choice, Reagan gritted her teeth and followed him, thinking he would likely retreat when he saw the prices. This wasn't a place for ordinary people to shop. Jake walked around the store, looking around. Soon, a female clerk approached with a polite smile, showing no disdain for Jake's youthful appearance or simple attire. Hello, sir. Welcome to Gucci. How may I assist you? Surprised by the clerk's politeness, Jake felt a slight disappointment. This didn't follow the usual storylines where someone in cheap clothes gets snubbed by luxury store clerks before flaunting wealth and making them grovel. Cursing his missed opportunity to show off, Jake chuckled and pointed at Reagan. Pick her an office outfit, something in OL style. Of course, please follow me. Behind them, Reagan hurriedly stepped forward, sounding displeased. Jake, who said I want to buy clothes here? Ing, while you are naturally beautiful, this outfit really doesn't suit you. After being led to the women's office wear section, Jake began selecting outfits. He alternated between looking at mannequins and observing Reagan's figure closely. Ing, what are your 3 measurements? Jake asked. This question made Reagan's pale face turn red with embarrassment. Jake, that's not a funny joke at all. If you keep this up, I will get mad. How could he ask about her measurements in such a public place? Shrugging, Jake replied, if you won't tell me, then I'll just have to estimate. He pondered aloud. Your height is around 167 centimeters. Let me calculate your waist and chest. While estimating, Jake pinched his chin in thought. This action made Reagan even more embarrassed. She playfully punched him and scolded. What are you looking at? Don't stare like that. Ing, since you won't tell me, I have to look myself. Why don't you try on this outfit first? Jake suggested, pointing to an outfit on the mannequin. He genuinely thought it looked good on her and matched her personality, not because it included black stockings. By now, Reagan was almost certain that Jake's talk about acquiring a company was a ruse. His intentions were becoming clearer to her. Suppressing her anger, Reagan spoke. Jake, I don't know where you learned these tricks to chase girls, but I'm not a gold digger, and Dara, never mind. If you keep this up, I'll be very disappointed in you. Misunderstanding Reagan's concerns, Jake sighed. What do you mean? Ing, you think I'm trying to keep you? Don't say it so crudely. Reagan complained. Jake gestured toward the mannequin. I told you, we're here on business. You're my personal assistant and can't go dressed like this. We're only 2 people and I'm young. You need to help maintain the image. Wearing an OL outfit for business talks makes perfect sense. Ing, you wouldn't want my startup plan to fail before it starts, right? Hearing this, Reagan hesitated. Could she have misunderstood? Really? Reagan tilted her head. Yes, more true than gold. Ing, we need to hurry. You'll see when we get there. If I lied, you can always return the clothes or go back to Yongqing. I won't stop you. With Jake's reassurance, Reagan reluctantly nodded. All right, but we don't need to buy such expensive clothes. Your scholarship money is limited. Mumbling, she headed towards the fitting room. Shortly after, Reagan emerged, and Jake's eyes lit up. The tailored black suit dress highlighted her already tall and elegant figure perfectly, with a white laced blouse accentuating her poise. The highlight was the black stockings and high heels. Having once been a teacher, Reagan naturally exuded a mature elegance, enhanced by her new corporate attire. Jake crossed his arms and smiled, nodding in approval. He marveled at how Kai would appreciate this look, but he remained loyal to Dara. Feeling awkward in her new outfit, especially under Jake's admiring gaze, Reagan blushed but secretly felt a hint of pleasure. Being admired by a man confirmed her attractiveness. Stop staring. Reagan waved her hand warningly. Beauty is universally appreciated. Ing, This outfit suits you perfectly and looks stunning. He then called the clerk over. We'll take this set. Before checking out, Jake also picked out a casual outfit for himself. The quality of the clothes, despite their simplicity, made him look a bit like a wealthy young man. The total bill came to over 50,000 yuan, with Reagan's outfit alone costing 50,000. Heartbroken, Reagan left the tags intact, intending to return the outfit later and refund Jake. To her, using his scholarship for this was irresponsible. On the roadside, Jake hailed a cab, ready to meet Brent. Driver, 54, Basha Road, Antonio Anjiang New District. ##### Chapter 76, The True God of Wealth. Inside the taxi, Jake leaned back against the seat, eyes closed, resting. Beside him, Reagan was still marveling at how calm he remained. This kid is really too calm, she thought to herself. I wonder where he's going to take me next. However, when they got out of the car and stood in front of a slightly old two-story office building with a sign that read DG Network Company, she froze. Reagan gaped in surprise, her eyes filled with astonishment as she looked at Jake. Could it be that Jake really intended to acquire this company? Brent, who had been waiting by the door for quite some time, was pacing back and forth, occasionally glancing at his watch. Soon enough, he saw Jake and Reagan walking toward him. Initially, he hadn't even considered Jake, given how young he looked, just a teenager, seemingly around 18 or 19. Mr. Du, sorry to keep you waiting, Jake said with a smile. Hearing this, Brent was momentarily stunned as he sized up Jake. The one who had agreed to buy his company for 3 million yuan on the spot was this student-like youth? But upon seeing Reagan closely following behind Jake, all doubts vanished instantly. Mr. Hamilton, nice to meet you, Brent greeted, shaking Jake's hand. This is my assistant Reagan. Jake pointed to Reagan beside him. Nice to meet you, Miss Zhang. Reagan nodded with a smile but felt somewhat anxious inside. The company was real, and so was Brent. But could Jake really come up with 3 million yuan in cash? What if he just didn't want to lose face in front of her and was just pretending? How would they deal with it if he couldn't produce the money? Hamilton, please bring the car over and book a private room at Dinghong Hotel, Brent instructed his assistant, clearly planning to talk while having dinner. But Jake waved it off, saying, no need for that trouble. Mr. Du, let's discuss things in your office. Okay then, please follow me, Brent replied. Inside the company, Brent led the way while Jake followed, occasionally glancing around. The company wasn't large. The number of employees he saw added up to less than 20. At this moment, Reagan hurriedly stepped closer to Jake, whispering anxiously, you're pushing it too far. Think of an excuse to get out of here quickly. Sissing, actually, I'm really wealthy, Jake said earnestly, even considering whether he should show his balance to prove it, but decided it might seem too flashy. He wanted to stay low-key. You, humph, never mind you. See how you handle it. Reagan turned away in frustration. Walking into the office, several employees perked up their ears. After all, they hadn't been paid for months now. Whether the company could be sold affected their livelihoods. But Reagan reassuringly. If you have no other questions, Mr. Du, let's prepare the contract now, and I'll transfer the funds immediately. Brent's mouth almost dropped as he hurriedly asked his assistant to prepare the contract. Come in, have some tea, Mr. Hamilton. Let's chat while we wait. By the way, you don't sound like you're from Jiangzhou, do you? They began chatting casually. During the conversation, Brent became increasingly impressed by Jake, noting his maturity beyond his years, evident in both demeanor and presence. When the contract was ready, Jake reviewed it carefully and found no issues. They signed the documents, and Jake transferred the money right there. Please check your receipt, Mr. Du, Jake said. Brent quickly checked his phone but froze when he saw the details. 4 million? This? Mr. Hamilton, did you make a mistake? The purchase price was 3 million yuan, plus 3 months of unpaid wages and bonuses totaling 200,000 yuan, clearly stated in the contract as 3.2 million yuan. Mr. Du, I admire you and believe in the potential of this company. The additional amount can be considered your annual salary for managing the team. Your annual salary is temporarily set at 800,000 yuan, pending further discussion. Jake's words nearly overwhelmed Brent. When Jake initially offered to pay the unpaid wages, Brent had felt a mix of relief and a touch of guilt, thinking Jake was naive. But now, Jake's willingness to hire him at an 800,000 yuan salary, along with retaining the existing team, made him feel genuinely grateful. Mr. Hamilton, not interested? Or do you think the salary is too low? Jake laughed. No, I accept. Very willing. Brent nodded fervently, afraid Jake might change his mind. Jake smiled. While offering help when things were already good was optional, delivering aid when needed was invaluable. Winning hearts was often this simple. He'd rather part with the existing team than lose Brent, who, in his eyes, was the true god of wealth. To our successful collaboration, Mr. Du, Jake said. Brent eagerly responded. Looking forward to working with you, Mr. Hamilton. No, Boss Hamilton, from now on, you are the boss. The detailed transition will be handled by my assistant. The company will retain its original staff and name, becoming a subsidiary under my new company. With that, Jake smiled, looking out the window, his thoughts drifting to someone special. The new company will be called Dream Dawn Technology Group. ##### Chapter 77. Booking a room and waiting for you. ####DG Network Company. In the office area, Brent gathered all the employees at the entrance of the office, and then, hearing Jake's gentle voice, Reagan snapped back to reality. Oh, what? That subsequent work will be left in your hands. I'll go find a hotel nearby first. Once you're done, send me a message. If there's no problem, we'll stay here overnight. Left to me? Hey, Jake, are you just going to be a passive owner? Reagan asked. I have more important matters to attend to. Big Sister Ing, go ahead with confidence. I trust you. Those words, I trust you, again made Reagan feel deeply touched whenever she heard Jake's unwavering trust. Got it. Hurry up and go. I guess I've fallen into a trap, Reagan muttered irritably. Haha, Big Sister Ing, what can I do? After all, you're now one of my people. Jake teased her. Blushing furiously, Reagan waved her fist. Are you asking for a beating? Talking nonsense. Jake laughed heartily and gave some instructions to Brent before leaving the company. Before he left, Brent insisted Jake take his Mercedes C-Class, saying it would be more convenient. Unable to refuse, Jake complied and took a spare laptop from the company for his work as well. After leaving the company, Jake first found a hotel nearby. Since the room must be booked by the individual with identification, he temporarily booked just one room. Indeed, he had genuinely forgotten this detail. Spending over 2 hours in the room, Jake prepared a PowerPoint presentation on the company's planning and development. All these ideas had been stored in his mind, making the process much faster. Checking the time, he guessed Reagan was still busy with the handover. The immediate task at hand was finding a suitable location. Brent's current premises were rented and located somewhat remotely, too small and dilapidated. Antonio Anjiang New District has a great place I remember. Recalling memories from his past life, Jake thought of a place in Antonio Anjiang New District that perfectly fit his needs. In the previous timeline, Jiangzhou, as China's media and cultural center, attracted countless internet and media companies. The arrival of Jack Ma further solidified Jiangzhou's reputation in the digital age. Antonio Anjiang New District also developed rapidly in the coming years, leading in the network industry and becoming Jiangzhou's undoubted CBD. Fortunately, it was only a 20-minute drive from where he was. In a bustling commercial street, Jake spent an hour looking and eventually chose a 5-story standalone office building. Seeing the massive LED billboard advertising the building for sale or rent, he immediately called. "Hello, this is Node Real Estate." Jake quickly explained his intentions. "Please hold, Mr. Hamilton. I'll transfer you to our general manager for detailed discussion." Shortly after, he was connected to general manager Jonah. Initially pricing it at 600 million renminbi, Jake negotiated until they agreed on 450 million renminbi, paid in full. Deciding to handle things immediately, Jake drove to sign the contract with Jonah and completed the transfer. With the new office secured, Jake promptly registered Mengxian Network Technology and merged the original DG Network under its umbrella as a subsidiary. By the time he finished these tasks, it was already nighttime. Feeling exhausted from the day's activities, Jake got into his car. But thinking about the significant first step taken today, he couldn't help feeling exhilarated. This would be the foundation of his business empire. On the way back, Jake sent Reagan the hotel location and room number, urging her to return quickly as they had urgent matters to discuss. Back at the hotel room, Jake polished the presentation. Finished, he stripped off his clothes and went into the bathroom. A cold shower refreshed him considerably. As he showered, he heard the maid knock on the door and ask if they needed cleaning services. Shouting from inside, Jake dismissed her. Meanwhile, Reagan was looking for the room number outside. 702, right here. Seeing the cleaner outside 702, Reagan assumed the room was just cleaned. "Auntie, no need to close the door. I'm in 702. The cleaner sized up Reagan inside. "What a pity, such a beautiful girl. Young people these days, sigh." Pushing her cart away with a heavy heart, the cleaner left Reagan puzzled. Wondering what she meant, Reagan pushed and angry. You're in my room?" "This is my room," Jake replied. "Your room? You only booked one room?" Reagan was livid. Recalling that earlier Jake had sent her a room number and told her to come over early for an important task after he had taken a shower. Was the important task? Could it be? No wonder the housekeeper had said some strange things just now. Reagan's face flushed with realization. Initially, she thought she might have misunderstood. But now, Jake actually wanted to. This wasn't a subtle hint anymore. It was way too direct. "Jake, you've really let me down. Do you think I'm some kind of easy woman?" Seeing Reagan's misunderstanding, Jake couldn't help but laugh wryly. "Sissing, you misunderstood. I didn't book this room to spend the night with you. And you still say such things." Reagan was fuming, indescribable emotions surging within her. Grabbing her coat from the hanger, she turned to leave angrily. "It's a misunderstanding, Sissing." As Reagan walked a few steps away, she didn't notice the water puddles near the bathroom door. Her hurried pace and high heels caused her to slip, falling backward with a cry. Jake reacted swiftly, catching her as they both tumbled to the ground. With a muffled thud, Jake ended up cushioning Reagan, who landed right into his arms. Hearing Jake's grunt, Reagan was frightened. "Jake, are you okay? Did you hurt yourself anywhere?" Seeing Jake's closed eyes and silence, as if he had passed out, Reagan grew terrified. But being a former teacher, she quickly regained her composure, feeling immense regret. Jake peeked through half-closed eyes at Reagan, finally laughing at her worried expression. Realizing he was joking, Reagan first froze, then stood up angrily. "Jake, how could you play such a dangerous prank? Can you get off me first? I need to get dressed," Jake pleaded. Noticing their compromising position, Reagan hastily stood up. "Put your clothes on quickly," she turned away saying. Jake got up and put on his clothes. While doing so, he explained the situation to Reagan and even called the front desk to prove his innocence. After much persuasion, Reagan finally understood. "So, what was that important thing you mentioned?" Reagan asked. "I made a PowerPoint presentation about a corporate plan. Sissing, can you help me review it?" He gestured for Reagan to join him at the table. Sitting down, Jake began explaining the presentation intently. Reagan was very capable, and he truly wanted to hear her opinions. Sitting beside him, Reagan looked at the computer screen but couldn't calm her mind. The faint scent of Jake's body wash wafted to her nose, making her cheeks flush inexplicably. Scenes from earlier kept flashing in her mind. She hadn't noticed before, but this young guy has quite a good physique, even abs. It seemed she accidentally touched them when she fell earlier. Realizing her inappropriate thoughts, Reagan was shocked. How shameful. She was a former teacher. How could she have such random thoughts? "Sissing? Sissing?" Hearing Jake call her several times, Reagan snapped back to reality. Yes. Were you listening to me?" Jake asked. "Yes, I was listening." Putting aside those lingering thoughts, Reagan focused entirely on the presentation. Jake spoke with increasing enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling. Finally, Jake snapped his fingers and turned to Reagan. Sissing, what do you think? Looking at Jake, his wet hair still dripping slightly, his clear features, and youthful energy radiating from his eyes, Reagan found herself intrigued. In just a few months, Jake had transformed from a bottom-of-the-class student to the top scorer in the college entrance exam. At 18, he broke free from 20 years of family shadows. Now, he had spent $4 million to buy a company and become its owner. His understanding of business operations and online media development was far ahead of its time. According to his plans, if executed well, Mingchen technology could grow rapidly, rivaling giants like Kuaishou and Douyin, or even surpassing them. This young man, what experiences must he have gone through? Which Jake is the real one, the past or the present? Reagan's curiosity piqued. Was she falling in love? A woman should never be curious about a man because it often leads to the start of an emotional entanglement. Several times, Reagan wanted to ask but held back. She had so many questions. Jake, sensing her hesitation, smiled mischievously. Sissing, are you curious why I know so much? And where all this money comes from? Reagan nodded vigorously, her large eyes full of curiosity. It's simple. Look at what's above my head. Reagan blinked, confused. Above your head? Air? Ceiling? Hey, no cliffhangers. Spill it, she urged. Jake grinned and winked at Reagan. This, Sissing, is the protagonist aura. Reagan. Translation completed while maintaining paragraph structure and style. Chapter 79. Squeezing Sister Ing. In the hotel corridor, Reagan, who had been squeezed by Jake for a few more hours, left the room in high heels, dragging her tired and delicate body. Inside the room, Jake smoked a cigarette with great satisfaction, feeling like he was on cloud nine. Of course, this referred to after finishing some serious work. He had just spent several hours working intensely with Reagan, revising the presentation from start to finish until it finally met his approval. After closing the laptop, Jake walked to the window and stretched lazily. The cityscape at night was clearly visible outside the window. In all likelihood, he would be spending the next few years here. More importantly, in this city, he intended to continue the relationship he missed out on with Dara in his previous life. Thinking of that little one, Jake's lips curled involuntarily. Taking out his phone, he scrolled through his contacts. Earlier, when Dara left, he gave her a new phone, which also had a SIM card he had set up. His fingers rapidly typed out a message, writing and deleting drafts again and again. If the message was too long, it might seem overly sentimental and might annoy little Elaine. If it was too short, it might come across as aloof. After some deliberation, Jake sent a simple message. Hamilton to Elaine. What are you doing? Jake suddenly realized that her phone didn't have his number saved, but Dara should be able to recognize him. A moment later, the phone buzzed. Jake quickly picked it up. Are you Jake? I just finished helping Grandma tidy up and was about to sleep. Clutching the phone, Jake pounced onto the bed, legs crossed, looking every bit the carefree 18-year-old. Do you miss me? Send me a picture. No. Seeing the two words Dara sent, Jake couldn't help but smile broadly. He could almost imagine little Elaine hiding under the covers, peeking out with rosy cheeks. Getting up, Jake stood by the window, took a selfie from a good angle, and sent it over. Use it as your wallpaper. Look at it when you miss me. This time, he waited nearly 10 minutes before receiving a reply. I'm going to sleep. Good night. Jake sent another message but received no response. That night, he held the phone as he slept unusually soundly. The next morning, Jake woke up early, had breakfast with Reagan at the hotel, and headed straight to the company. In the conference room, Brent sat with all the employees while Jake took the head seat, and Reagan stood by the projector, presenting the PPT they had prepared the night before. During the presentation, Jake added a few comments. Our current main plan is to establish our own brand and break away from Manshou, Slowhand, and Longyin, Rhythm Sound. We need to develop our own core app. Therefore, I will set up a development department responsible for research and development. Additionally, we'll need a market department to handle the launch of the app and user attraction. The core mechanism of the app must combine elements from the leading apps on the market today and cater to the market's needs. Jake's remarks instantly painted an ambitious blueprint in everyone's minds, including Brent. Everyone was impressed, their expressions reflecting both surprise and admiration. The experts in the room recognized the potential of his ideas. If earlier they were impressed by Jake's financial strength, now they saw that this exceptionally young boss truly had capability. Brent clicked his tongue. Mr. Hamilton, honestly, your idea is extremely forward-thinking and ambitious. It's like snatching meat from two ferocious beasts. According to your plan, we aim to emphasize video sharing of daily life using big data to recommend content to users, eventually evolving into an all-inclusive social platform, even integrating traditional sales industries. However, there might be a problem. It's fine, please continue, Jake encouraged Brent. Brent nodded and continued. Based on my experience over the past few years, most users have a herd mentality. The top influencers on those two major platforms already have a significant following and a strong community presence. Combined with the network effect concept they propose, their influence will only grow stronger. Reincarnated, Jake naturally foresaw this issue too. No one understood better than him how much online influence a popular influencer could have in the coming years. However, the most influential figures weren't yet present in these early stages. What he needed to do was poach them first. It's simple. Find them, recruit them. I'll provide you with a list soon. The people on it are key targets. Pay and benefits won't be an issue. With Jake's reassurance, Brent felt more confident. As long as the money was in place, anything was possible. After briefly discussing other matters, everyone returned to their tasks while Jake kept Brent back. Mr. Hamilton, anything else? Brent asked. Have you encountered two brothers called Dzandergu and Xiaozandergu recently? Jake asked. Brent frowned and shook his head in confusion. Jake wasn't surprised. According to his previous timeline, Brent only met them by chance after selling the company. No worries, he could intercept them. He tasked Brent with finding these promising brothers earlier. Brother Just, I have a special mission for you. Find these two brothers by any means necessary and sign them at all costs. Hearing Jake's solemn tone, Brent responded seriously, "Sure, boss. I'll get on it right away and update you once I have news." After Brent left, only Jake and Reagan remained in the meeting room. "Jake, I've been curious about something," Reagan said suddenly. "Go ahead, Sister Ing." Pondering for a moment, Reagan said, "Isn't this plan too risky? Such a huge investment. Have you considered the consequences? Also, aren't you putting too much trust in Brent, entrusting so many core tasks to him? Isn't that taking a risk?" Jake understood her concern. "Don't worry, Sister Ing, I have a plan. Some things must be handled by him, especially regarding these two brothers." "But who are these brothers?" "Sister Ing, in a few days. I might have to go back for a while, so?" Although he didn't finish speaking, Reagan understood Jake's meaning. She gave him an aggrieved look like a wronged little wife. "So, you're going to be an absentee landlord again? Hee, the capable take on more work. Please take care of things here, Sister Ing." Seeing Jake's hands clasped together playfully, Reagan couldn't help but chuckle and raise her eyes slightly. "Just talking rubbish. Who let you drag me into your mess? You are such a heartless boss, leaving everything to me without worrying if I'll mess it up. Ing sis, I trust you completely." Jake said this with certainty. Feeling Jake's unwavering trust, Reagan felt both moved and helpless. She now had no choice but to try her best. "All right, I'll take care of things here, Boss Hamilton." She intentionally emphasized, "Boss Hamilton," causing Jake to laugh heartily. Over the next couple of days, they divided tasks. Reagan refined the PPT content and assigned duties, while preparations began for the new office building's renovation, requiring Jake to communicate with the responsible party. On the third day, Birch Bob called repeatedly, urging Jake to visit his grandparents before the start of school. Jake knew his father well. Seeing the grandparents was just a pretext. The main reason was to bring the top scorer back to the village to boost the family's pride. Booking his flight tickets, Jake returned to Yongqing. Calculating the timing, he planned to spend a day at home and then take some rest before his enrollment date approached. After landing and dozing off on the plane, Jake turned on his phone to find over 10 missed calls from Aaron. Goodness, one would think he owed this guy a fortune. Even his own father wasn't as worried about him. Ding dong. Aaron's call came in again. Just as the call connected, Aaron's loud voice came through. "What? Xiao Hamilton. What did you disappear to? Haven't seen you for days. I just got back from Jiangzhou. Your sister went out without me? Don't you love me anymore? Come to Mario Gaming in half an hour, or I'll block you. Just wait." Jake hung up, took a taxi home, packed quickly, texted his father, and leisurely made his way to Mario Gaming. Aaron had already set up the computer and bought drinks and snacks to get Jake to help him level up. Jake thought working hard these past few days warranted some relaxation in Summoner's Rift, but from the moment he left the fountain, messages kept coming nonstop. "Damn, Flashy him. What are you doing? Playing like a newbie. Xiao Hamilton, what's up with you? Is your Flash ancestral? 666. Are you Flash grave digging? Is that it? Can you do anything right?" Aaron demonstrated the perfect example of a mouthy Hamilton Zhenghao. "Don't shout, elder brother. They've gone for a walk. Hey, Xiaohao is also back. Come inside." Jake greeted his uncle warmly. Inside, his father and uncle chatted happily, preparing food. Even in his previous life, whenever Jake returned to his hometown, there was one place he always visited. "Birch, chat with Tyson. I'll go see Leslie." His father and uncle froze, especially Bob, who looked uncomfortable. His uncle gave his father a look and then smiled. "Sure, go ahead. Don't be late for dinner." "Okay." Nodding, Jake hopped on his electric scooter and left. 4 kilometers away from the village stood a small cemetery. Grave 4-08, a number etched into Jake's memory. Here lay his mother, whom he had never met. That day you were born, she had excessive bleeding during childbirth, and the hospital couldn't save her. This was what his father told him when he was 12. Facing the cold tombstone, Jake's expression was not sad or sorrowful, only an inexplicable calm. Was he too cold-hearted? Tysonar. He remembered demanding a mother from his father as a child. People always said, only a mother's love is truly good. With a mother, a child is treasured. Without a mother, a child is like grass. But eventually, he grew numb. Never having had it, he didn't feel particularly unlucky as an adult. Of course, he strived to remember mother and be filial. So every time he returned home, he sat here for a while. Despite never knowing what his mother under the tombstone looked like. Click. From his pocket, Jake pulled out a photo and lit it with a lighter. It was a photo of his college entrance examination results. The ashes he placed in front of the tombstone. "I wanted to tell you that I finished my exams and became the national top scorer in science. Oh, and I've made a lot of money, several hundred million, and started my own company. I've grown up, found a girl worth loving for life. We'll probably marry and have 2 children, a boy and a girl. Actually, I have the biggest secret that no one knows, not even Birch. If you want to hear it, I can whisper it to you." Sitting before the tombstone, Jake talked much as he had since childhood. For a long time, yet it felt short. Jake stood up. He reached into his pocket for a cigarette, intending to light it, but suddenly paused, lifting his head to glance at the tombstone. "Never mind, you probably wouldn't like me smoking. I'll be off. It might be a long while before I visit again." Jake waved his hand, turned around, and walked away without looking back. However, on the road, he suddenly raised his hand to rub his eyes, as if the wind was too strong and sand had gotten into them. Riding his electric scooter away, the cemetery fell silent once more. But shortly after Jake left, a figure suddenly emerged from a hidden spot at the corner of the cemetery wall. He stared intently in the direction Jake had gone, holding a bag filled with fruit and flowers. The figure's back was slightly hunched, and he watched until Jake's figure completely disappeared before retracting his gaze. Tightening his grip on the bag, the figure limped into the cemetery and walked familiarly to row 4, grave 08. Chapter 81. The Dream of Countless Men. In the old family courtyard, Jake returned just in time for mealtime. The 5 members of the family sat together at the table. Oral and Allie were piling food onto Jake's plate, worried their eldest grandson wouldn't eat enough. Eldest grandson, eat more. You've really made our old Hamilton family proud this time. I never thought we'd have a top scholar in our family. Good boy, if you want to eat anything next time, remember to tell Grandma, and she'll cook it for you. As they say, grandparents dote on their grandchildren. As the only grandson in the old Hamilton family, Jake had always been cherished by his grandparents. Come on, Dad, try this original brew I brought back from the factory. It's fragrant. Oral and Tyson Bob started drinking with little Tyson. Haha, come on, Xiao Hao, join me and your uncle for a drink. Now everyone at the factory knows I have a top scholar as my nephew. Your uncle is riding on your coattails. Older brother 3, no alcohol for Xiao Hao. Dad, Xiao Hao is an adult now, he can have some wine. Ow, Dad, why did you hit me? At the table, Oral was fuming, while Tyson looked pitiful, making everyone laugh heartily despite the tension. After a few rounds of drinks, the three were slightly tipsy. Tyson Hamilton Jeng Hao suddenly sighed. Sigh. It would be nice if elder brother were here too. The atmosphere at the table instantly turned awkward. Birch Bob's chopsticks froze mid-air after picking up a peanut. Meanwhile, Oral slammed his wine cup down. Older brother 3. I told you not to mention him again. I, Hamilton Hongwei, do not have such a rebellious son. Cough cough. Oral was clearly enraged and started coughing heavily. Seeing this, Allie hurriedly patted Oral's back and then scolded Tyson. Third son. Why do you always bring up things that make your father angry? Tyson, already a bit drunk, poured himself another glass and belched. Why has a happy family like ours come to this? All because of her. Otherwise, elder brother and second brother. Bang! Birch Bob abruptly slammed his chopsticks down, his usual smiling demeanor vanishing. Older brother 3, you're drunk? He then turned to Jake, saying, Xiao Hao, the house back home isn't ready yet, so you won't be staying tonight. Go back. Jake had never seen his father act like this, not since childhood. All right, Birch, drink less. Jake nodded and left the table. He knew his father was deliberately sending him away, perhaps because what came next wasn't suitable for him to hear. On the bus back home, Jake sat at the back, watching the sunset through the window, lost in thought. In his previous life, all his thoughts were centered on Alyssa. He neglected his family and hometown. But during this trip, many questions arose. Oral was very traditional, but why wasn't his mother buried in their ancestral grave? And why had he never heard about his eldest uncle, who disappeared over 10 years ago? And earlier, when Tyson mentioned those things, and Oral's strong reaction, indeed, every family has its share of troubles. Forget it, let things be. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss, Jake muttered, putting on his headphones to listen to music. By the time he reached the city, it was already dark. He guessed his father wouldn't be coming back tonight. After washing up, he called Reagan to check on the progress of work in Jiangzhou. Busy until around midnight, he finally went to sleep. The next morning, his father returned early, acting as if nothing had happened the night before. Naturally, Jake didn't ask further. With August passing halfway, the new student's enrollment time was drawing near. During this period, Jake lived quite comfortably, eating and playing with Aaron daily. However, Aaron, who had just passed his Subject 2 driving test, had barely practiced for the past 10 days. The next day was enrollment day, yet Aaron hadn't even completed his Subject 3 training hours. University enrollment generally occurs between late August and early September. On August 26th, while there were still a few days before Jiangzhou University's registration, Jiangcheng College's enrollment was scheduled for the next day. Aaron got lucky and barely made the cut for the electrical and computer engineering program at Jiangcheng College, demanding Jake accompany him for registration. Considering Aaron leaving would leave him lonely, Jake decided to go ahead and also check on the company's progress. At the airport, under the watchful eyes of their fathers, Jake and Aaron walked through the security checkpoint. On the plane, Jake leaned back in his seat, humming a tune, clearly in high spirits. Not because of college life, but because he was about to see Hamilton Lane. As for Aaron, he was looking around excitedly, like Hamiltonu Lao Lao visiting the Grandview Garden. Xiao Hamilton, this is my first time flying. Can it drop from the sky? Xiao Hamilton, what if I get airsick? Can we open the windows? Jake, equals. Finally, Aaron's gaze landed on a flight attendant walking through the aisle. Wow, a flight attendant. Xiao Hamilton, quick, look, a real-life flight attendant. I'm in love. Seeing the flight attendant's short skirt and long legs, Aaron was visibly excited. No wonder he was so enthusiastic. Flight attendants are known for their good looks and figures. Indeed, at least 60% of the male passengers sneak peeks at the flight attendants. Looking at Aaron's pathetic behavior, Jake smirked. Look at you, one flight attendant and you're drooling. Is it really worth it? Huh, what do you know, you virgin? This is every man's dream. Imagine telling people your girlfriend is a flight attendant. How impressive that sounds. Jake gave him a look of disdain. Hamilton, you aren't one yourself. Oh, didn't you lose your virginity to Five-Finger Maiden in high school? Shut up. Just as they were bickering, a flight attendant's sweet voice interrupted. Handsome young man, please fasten your seatbelt. We're about to take off. Hearing this, Jake felt playful, lifting his head with a mischievous smile. Sister, I don't know how to do it. Could you help me? Seeing Jake's handsome features, the flight attendant's heart raced. She knelt beside him. Sure, I'll help you. She bent over to buckle his seatbelt and upon standing, said in a sweet voice, I finished my shift at 9 p.m. tonight and will be staying at the Jiangzhou Airport Hotel overnight. Then she threw Jake a flirtatious glance. Jake remained calm. Turning was extremely excited, feeling everything and asking curiously, wow, Hamilton, where did you get this car? Never played GTA? Just input the code, and it drops from the sky. Aaron, onaji, dried fish roe, can't you just not exaggerate? With a hearty laugh, Jake pressed the gas pedal and headed towards Jiangcheng College. The car was naturally Brent's. Before boarding the flight, Jake had already contacted Brent, instructing him to send the car over. At Jiangcheng College, the entrance was bustling with freshmen and their accompanying parents, causing traffic jams along the road leading to the school. Without hesitation, Jake made a U-turn. Kai, you'll have to walk the rest, it's too crowded for the car. Okay. Aaron agreed, got out of the car, and grabbed his luggage. Suddenly, he felt a bit sad. This was his first time traveling far away by himself, and he wouldn't be attending the same school as Jake anymore. He really wanted to hug Jake and have him say something touching, maybe even make them both cry. They were best buddies who had been inseparable since childhood. Hamilton. Aaron turned around, eyes welling up with tears, but only saw the car's rear end and exhaust fumes. Aaron. Ding. A message from Jake popped up on his phone. As you grow older, you must learn to be independent. Dad will visit you when I have time. Seeing this, Aaron humphed proudly, sent a knife emoji, and trudged toward the school with his luggage. Since there were still a few days before enrollment at Jiang University, Jake wasn't in a rush. He called Reagan first, then went straight to the new office building. During his absence, Reagan had been swamped with work, managing business details, assisting Brent with recruitment, and overseeing the renovation of the new building. Upon meeting, Reagan pouted like an aggrieved housewife, her lips pursed tightly. Seeing the fatigue in her expression, Jake felt a pang of guilt. After a quick tour, he found the progress was faster than expected, with all aspects executed perfectly. Hee, Big Sister Ing, thank you for your hard work. Smiling, Jake gave Reagan a shoulder massage, saying, Big Sister Ing, let's invite Brendan, and I'll treat us to a meal. It's my way of showing appreciation. TCH, I don't need it. Feeling the warmth of Jake's palm, Reagan blushed at the intimate gesture and slapped his hand away. Jake grinned and called Brent, but the latter was too busy handling the tasks Jake had assigned. In the end, Jake and Reagan found a Sichuan restaurant for a feast. After dinner, Jake drove Reagan back to the company for convenience. We should buy more company cars. Brent's Mercedes-Benz C was quite suitable for business meetings and client pickups. He located a nearby 4S store, but had to park elsewhere due to the full parking lot. Inside the store, several salespeople were busy, except for one idle male salesperson who completely ignored Jake, judging by his young appearance and ordinary attire. A typical poor kid walking in. Jake glanced around, seeing no one paying attention, approached the salesman. Hi, do you have any C-Class models available? Kid, this is a Mercedes-Benz dealership. Are you sure you're in the right place? Hearing this, Jake laughed. The moment had finally arrived for some subtle showing off. Last time, when he brought Reagan to Gucci, the staff's professionalism left him no room for drama. Now he could indulge in a classic act of understated wealth flaunting. Spotting an attractive female salesperson, Zhao Hamiltonly, finishing with a customer, Jake walked over. Hello, I'd like to see the C-Class model. Zhao Hamiltonly hesitated upon seeing Jake's youthfulness, but couldn't resist his charm. She started introducing the car, not expecting a purchase, but hoping to add him on social media after hours. Unexpectedly, Jake waved and paid in full for 2 cars without any negotiation. Zhao Hamiltonly was dumbstruck after the transaction, unsure whether to be happy or sad. Happy because the commission equaled her annual salary, but sad because now she had no reason to ask for contact info. The manager, upon hearing about the full payment for 2 cars, rushed down to ingratiate himself with Jake, offering cards and phone numbers. Initially, the manager offered discounts and gifts, which Jake refused. I don't need those. However, certain salespeople here lack professionalism. The manager inquired about Zhao Hamiltonly's account and, learning the details, glared angrily at the snarky male salesperson, promising strict punishment. Deliver the cars to this address. Jake left the address and walked away elegantly, having no interest in rubbing it in. Invisible showing off was indeed most lethal. Hamiltonu Antonioong, get to my office now. The manager stormed upstairs, furious. Hamiltonu Antonioong, regretting his decision, slapped himself mentally. Why are wealthy people so fond of acting low-key? Ding dong. As Hamiltonu Antonioong climbed upstairs, his phone rang. Hey, cousin, are you still in Jiangzhou? I'll be enrolling soon, and Dad said to call you, so you can pick me up. Forget it. I'm busy, no time. Hamiltonu Antonioong yelled and hung up. Had Jake been present, he would have recognized the voice as Zane's. Note, the translation maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text while ensuring coherence and fluency. Chapter 83. Stilettos pair well with floor-to-ceiling windows. After leaving the 4S store, Jake proceeded to the Porsche dealership and picked up a new Porsche 911. Pink body, 2 doors, 4 seats. It's a charm no woman can resist. The company needed a company car, and naturally, Reagan should have one too, especially given her demeanor which perfectly matched a Porsche. It wasn't out of any ulterior motives. He was merely doing his job conscientiously. After all, Reagan would be part of the company's management in the future, and having her represent the company with style was quite reasonable for a boss like him. As for himself, he ordered a Maserati Grand Cabrio with top specifications, costing just under 3 million renminbi. Unfortunately, it wasn't available at the store, but they assured him it would arrive within 2 days. Under the admiring gazes of 2 short-skirted saleswomen at the Maserati 4S store, Jake left confidently. The feeling of being wealthy was indeed wonderful. In the car, the hotel reception called him. When he had checked out before, he extended Reagan's stay by over half a month. Now that the time was up, the receptionist asked if he wanted to extend the reservation. He could live at school from now on, but Reagan couldn't keep living in a hotel indefinitely. They'd have to buy a house, preferably not far from the company. Searching in Antonio Anjiang new district, he eventually settled on a high-end housing complex near the office called Golden Top Mansion. After viewing several model units, he paid in full for a 98 square meter apartment on the 23rd floor with a river view, complete interior decoration, ready-to-move-in features, and a parking space included. After receiving the keys, he called the Porsche 4S store to have the car delivered. Completing these tasks, Jake couldn't help but remark on how difficult it was to be a boss who cares so much. By the time he returned to the office, night had fallen. All employees were still diligently working, making quick progress on the conceptual app Jake proposed over half a month ago. Their efficiency and dedication pleased Jake immensely. If his staff worked this hard, he must reward them as a boss. Everyone has been working so hard. I'll transfer 100,000 renminbi from the company account as a bonus and overtime pay. Though there were professionals handling salaries and bonuses, Jake understood the struggles of white-collar workers from his previous life. Moreover, what better way is there to win people's hearts and solidify the boss's authority than through bonuses? Cheers erupted in the office. Yes, boss rules. Boss is generous. Boss, you're truly a living, a god of wealth. 10,000 divided among the staff meant each person could get around 6,000 RMB, almost equaling their monthly salary. Despite the average age of his staff qualifying some to be uncles to Jake, his standing as an 18-year-old boss soared significantly. Just as he entered the office, he saw Reagan sitting on the sofa, looking somewhat aggrieved. You are too generous, Jake. The company hasn't started making profits yet, and you're buying color to this one. Shit. Jake felt furious. He was loyal to Dara, and he had no ill intentions toward Reagan. Blame it on Aaron polluting his mind. Reagan turned and caught Jake staring. Hey, stop staring at me. Jake shrugged. Appreciating beauty is universal. Everyone enjoys gazing at something beautiful. I'm not an object. As a Chinese teacher, Reagan made a grammatical mistake, showing how unsettled she was by Jake's words. Ingjia, don't say such things about yourself, Jake smirked. Reagan, greater than or equal to less than or equal to that's not what I meant. Forget it. I'm hungry. Seeing Reagan act like a young girl, Jake laughed heartily. Originally intending to take Reagan out to eat, she opted for thriftiness and insisted they buy groceries from the supermarket in the residential area. Back at the apartment, Reagan slipped off her heels and walked into the kitchen barefoot, wearing only stockings. Jake helped with the cooking. At this moment, Reagan felt a strange sensation she couldn't put into words. While they cooked and chatted, the conversation eventually turned to Dara. Of course, Jake initiated the topic since Reagan had once been Dara's teacher and would likely have insights. Ingjia, tell me about Indira back then, Jake said casually. Dara, calling her affectionately like that, admit it, do you have feelings for her? Jake grinned mischievously. You guess. Despite his non-committal response, Reagan noticed the softness in his eyes whenever he mentioned Dara. The answer was clear to her. Ingjia, stop daydreaming. The food is burning. Chapter 84. Sister Ing, take it off. In the kitchen, detecting a burnt smell, Reagan hurriedly put aside her scattered thoughts. After a while of busy work, the two finally managed to prepare a full table of dishes. It must be said that Reagan's cooking skills were impressive. Delicious, really delicious. Sister Ing, you can manage both the household and career. I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry you, Jake joked. Eating won't shut your mouth, huh? Reagan harumphed. By the way, Sister Ing, after dinner, I have something to give you. What did you buy this time? Reagan asked. Jake smiled mysteriously and replied, every employee in the company has received a bonus. As the biggest contributor, how could I not properly reward you, my boss? After dinner, they took the elevator directly to the underground garage. Leading Reagan to a parking space, Jake pointed at the pink Porsche 911 parked there. How about it, Sister Ing? Do you like it? The pink body with elongated lines, and even its interior was pink. Although Reagan wasn't much into cars, she recognized the massive emblem. That's right, it's for you. Jake took out 2 keys, handed them over and continued, oh, Sister Ing, the other key is for an apartment. It's not rented. I bought it outright. You can rest assured living there. Hearing this, Reagan didn't immediately take the keys. Her beautiful eyes looked at Jake with a hint of anger. She was very angry. Buying a car, giving an apartment. Jake, you still say you're not trying to keep me as a mistress? What do you take me for? It wasn't hard to understand why Reagan was so upset. Jake's actions could easily lead to misunderstandings. Seeing Reagan turn angrily to leave, Jake quickly stepped forward and explained with a wry smile. Sister Ing, you've misunderstood again. I really didn't mean anything by it. These are part of your benefits. Originally, I intended to tell you that your probationary period is over. You are too talented to be just an assistant. So, I've decided to hire you as the company's executive president with an annual salary of 2 million. Dust is already drafting the contract. Hearing Jake's explanation, Reagan paused mid-step, suspecting, really? Not an excuse? Jake immediately video called Dust to let Reagan see the draft of the hiring contract. Only then did Reagan's doubts dissipate, but she was still somewhat upset. Even so, you shouldn't spend so much money. Jake, I'm being serious. Can you please take this seriously? Reagan stomped her feet in anger. Seeing Reagan unhappy, Jake put away his smile. Firstly, the offer in your contract was a decision I made after careful consideration. I believe in your abilities. Compared to those so-called business tycoons, you only lack the fame. Judging from your work performance over the past few weeks, I don't think you're any worse. So, Sister Ing, please don't undervalue yourself. I believe in you, and you should believe in yourself too. These words weren't just to convince Reagan. Jake knew very well that in his previous life, Reagan was one of the top figures in the industry in terms of business acumen. If he wasn't worried about shocking her, he wouldn't hesitate to offer her a salary of 20 million yuan, let alone 2 million. Again, those words of belief. Sincerity struck Reagan deeply, causing her slender frame to tremble as she gazed at Jake blankly. Yes, she could feel Jake's unwavering trust. And how could she not trust Jake either, otherwise? How could she have willingly followed him to Jiangzhou and taken up this immense responsibility with determination? She just felt Jake was too young and lacked entrepreneurial experience. Investing recklessly might lead to a funding shortage down the line. Jake guessed Reagan's concerns and smiled before continuing. Secondly, regarding Sister Ying's main concern about funds, provided nothing unexpected happens, there's no major expense before our core app is developed. Oh, in the company's dormitories for years, barely driving. Seated at the driver's seat, she couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. At that moment, Jake suddenly spoke up beside her. Sister Ing, take it off. Chapter 84. Take it off, Sister Ing. In the kitchen, smelling the burnt odor, Reagan hastily put aside her disordered thoughts and resumed cooking. After a while of busy work, the two finally managed to prepare a whole table of dishes. Reagan's cooking skills were undeniably impressive. Delicious, delicious. Sister Ing, You're not only capable in the kitchen, but also elegant at the dinner table. I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry you, Jake joked. Imph, even eating can't stop your mouth. Reagan replied with a teasing hum. By the way, Sister Ing, I have something to give you after dinner. What did you buy? Reagan asked. Hearing this, Jake gave a mysterious smile and lightly replied, all the company employees are getting bonuses, and as the biggest contributor, how could I not reward you properly, my boss? After dinner, they took the elevator directly to the underground garage. Leading Reagan to her parking space, Jake pointed to the pink Porsche 911 parked there. How about it, Sister Ing? Do you like it? With its pink body and sleek lines, even the interior was pink. Although Reagan didn't know much about cars, she recognized that prominent emblem. That's right, it's Ford have two company cars. To thoroughly reassure Reagan, Jake patiently explained, Sister Ing, I told you, you don't need to worry about money. As the company's executive president, you represent our face. A distinguished president should have a certain level of prestige. As for the apartment, it's a fixed asset in my name. Since I live on campus, the apartment would be empty anyway, so it's better if you use it. Although Jake kept emphasizing not to worry about the money, Reagan still thought he was being too extravagant. She could accept his reasoning regarding the house and car, understanding that these represented the company's image. However, offering her a 2 million yuan annual salary, she was just an ordinary double-degree master's graduate without any standout experience. If she received such a high salary just based on her former teacher-student relationship with Jake, she felt guilty. For such benefits, Jake could hire business professionals far more experienced than her. The new office building was still under renovation, and she didn't know how much the rent was or for how long. But it all came down to money. Since she agreed to help Jake, she naturally had to be meticulous. Given that they were discussing these matters, she might as well lay out her concerns openly. In contrast, Jake smiled and said, I didn't expect Sister Ing to think so deeply about the company and me. Looks like you're the perfect choice for this executive position. 4-hour core app is developed. Oh, right. The company's new building isn't rented. I bought it, so there's no rent or additional fees. Bought? Reagan was stunned, covering her small mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes full of shock. Bought? You mean, the entire building is yours? Yes, fully paid, 45 million yuan. The figure of 45 million rolled off Jake's tongue effortlessly, as if it were just a number. But Reagan was dumbfounded. He first spent 4 million buying the company, then purchased luxury cars, high-end apartments, and now an entire office building for 45 million. My God, how much money does Jake have? You. Seeing Reagan's slightly agape mouth, Jake laughed mischievously. Sister Ing, I know what you want to ask. Then he pointed to his head. You forgot, didn't you? I told you. Seeing Jake use that absurd explanation again, Reagan pouted in annoyance. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid, fooling me with such reasons? Haha, Sister Ing, let's try out the car first. Jake invited Reagan into the car. Though she had a driver's license, Reagan had been teaching at the school and living in the dormitory for many years, so she hadn't driven for a long time. Sitting in the driver's seat, she couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. At this moment, Jake suddenly spoke up. Sister Ing, take off your coat. Chapter 85. Long time no see, Hamilton Lane. As soon as she got in the car, he asked her to take off something. Reagan's face suddenly turned red hot. Jake, are you crazy? What are you talking about? Reagan turned around, her beautiful eyes glaring at Jake. Seeing her reaction, Jake was also confused for a moment, but then realized what she misunderstood. He laughed bitterly and said, Sis Ing, I just told you to take off your shoes. You can't drive in heels. What? Oh. Reagan was even more embarrassed then, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. It turned out he meant for her to take off her shoes. Seeing her shy demeanor, Jake smiled mischievously and teased, Or did you think? What else I would ask you to take off? You. Humph. Reagan gave a cute harumph, not daring to look at Jake again. She bent down to take off her high heels but couldn't drive barefoot either. With no other choice, Jake went upstairs and fetched a pair of flat shoes from the house for Reagan to wear. Under Jake's patient guidance, Reagan quickly got the hang of driving and gradually became more familiar with it. After finishing the practice, they returned home. They had already checked out of the hotel room, and there were only 2 days left before registering at Jiang University. Jake initially thought about staying at Reagan's place for 2 nights. After all, there were 3 rooms available. But then he reconsidered. Wouldn't this be considered cohabitation? He felt it might be inappropriate, and if Reagan misunderstood again, he wouldn't be able to explain clearly. So, he casually found an excuse and booked a hotel room for the next 2 days. Late August, under scorching sunshine. At the entrance of Jiangzhou University, people bustled about, making it lively and bustling. Freshman, I'm a sophomore, let me show you to your dormitory. Do you have a girlfriend yet? Senior, I'm new here. How do I get to the male dormitories? Freshman sister, I'm a senior from the same faculty. Let me help you carry your luggage. Wait, your uncle is here too? Wow, that's heavy. I'll leave it to you then. You're so strong, Tyson. Sis. Seeing those fresh-faced, handsome freshmen and pretty young girls exuding youthful energy, the older students were like they had been energized by adrenaline. They usually acted frail and weak during school-wide cleaning or snow shoveling. But now, they couldn't wait to shoulder luggage and walk miles under the hot sun. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the crowd. Several seniors surrounded 2 freshman girls as if they were in a trance. Freshman, which department are you in? This freshman has such an elegant demeanor. She must be from our film academy, right? Freshman, let me carry your luggage for you. Move aside. The luggage is mine. One of the girls encircled by the seniors had an ordinary appearance. She was just average looking. The other girl, however, had exquisite features, dressed in a fitted white shirt, paired with a pink pleated skirt that reached just above her knees, black leather shoes with white bubble socks, a perfect little JK uniform. Her delicate beauty and ponytail made her look like a comic book heroine. Her presence instantly became the center of attention. Warm, is this Jiang University? It's so impressive, Delaney said, looking at the school gate enviously. This girl in the JK uniform was none other than Alice Sanguin, admitted to Jiang University without any doubt due to her high scores, while Delaney, who scored just enough for a regular second-tier university, attended a nearby college in Jiangzhou. Today, she came specially to accompany Alice Sanguin for registration. At that moment, Alice Sanguin slightly raised her chin, resembling a noble swan. In high school, she was the school flower, and even in university, she remained a treasured gem. The two girls were surrounded by seniors as they walked towards the entrance. Suddenly, Delaney paused, noticing a banner hanging over the gate. It wasn't unusual for universities to hang banners welcoming freshmen at the entrance. However, besides the standard welcome banner, there was another striking one at Jiang University's gate, enthusiastically welcoming National College entrance exam topper Jake to join our school. The two characters, Jake, stood out significantly. Delaney was stunned, rubbing her eyes and pulling Alice Sanguin's arm, pointing at the banner. Warm, look quickly. Following Delaney's finger, Alice Sanguin saw the banner too. Her beautiful eyes lingered on Jake, and she froze. Delaney looked amazed and turned to ask an older student nearby. Hey, this Jake? Which Jake is this? Is he the national top scorer? Seeing Delaney's impolite manner and ordinary looks, the senior replied impatiently, duh, who else but the top scorer? The older students were aware that the top scorer had enrolled at Jiang University. The school hung the banner not only to welcome Jake, but also to proudly announce to the freshmen that Jiang University had admitted the country's top scorer, enhancing its reputation. Upon seeing Jake's name, the incoming freshmen started whispering among themselves. Alice Sanguin, on the other hand, was taken aback and blurted out, Jake, shouldn't he have applied to Tsinghua or Peking University? How did he end up here? Without realizing, Delaney provided an impeccable analysis. She crossed her arms and chuckled. I get it now, Warm. Jake indeed still likes you. What? Are really? Alice Sanguin asked in confusion. Of course. Think about it. He's the top scorer. Why would he choose Jiang University over top-tier schools like Tsinghua, Peking, or Fudan? Anyone with common sense would pick Tsinghua or Peking. At this point, Delaney patted Alice Sanguin's shoulder and continued, probably. He found out you chose Jiang University and followed suit. In short, he'd rather give up Tsinghua or Peking for you. That stubborn Jake. I thought he truly didn't like you anymore. But here he is, following you anyway. Hearing Delaney's logical analysis, Alice Sanguin's eyes sparkled with realization. She remembered how each time she refused Jake in high school, she always mentioned she didn't plan to date until university, suggesting maybe things would change then. In that instant, everything made sense to Alice Sanguin. No wonder Jake suddenly became outstanding, even becoming the top scorer. All of this was for her. Thanks to Delaney's perfect lead-in, Alice Sanguin's nearly vanished narcissistic heart started beating again. Though inwardly delighted, she coldly snorted, let him go wherever he wants. It's none of my business. I told you I'll never forgive him. Judge ya, let's go. With that, Alice Sanguin raised her sharp, arrogant chin and entered the school, surrounded like a queen. Shortly after Alice Sanguin left, the direct bus from the railway station to Jiang University stopped. People streamed out of the bus like waves. Among the crowd was a particularly thin and frail girl who was pushed around by others, and her worn-out cloth bag fell to the ground. Many older students were busy assisting freshmen but paid no attention to helping this plain-looking, sickly yellow-skinned girl with thick bangs covering her forehead. Compared to the graceful and beautiful Alice Sanguin, this girl was like an unremarkable duckling. Once the crowd dispersed, the girl bent down to pick up her bag, which weighed her down. Arriving at the entrance, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked up at the grand entrance. When she saw the huge banner with Jake written on it, her gaze fixed, and she froze momentarily. Are you a freshman? Finally, a senior noticed the girl and asked. Yes. The girl nodded gently. The girl seemed flustered at being spoken to, her head drooping as she gave a slight nod. I'm a junior, majoring in directing at the Film Academy. My name is Eloise. Let me take you to the girls' dormitory first. By the way, junior, what's your name? I'm called Dara. Chapter 86. My strength won't allow me to be low-key. Outside Jiangzhou University, Camden, in charge of this year's admissions, paced back and forth in the guardhouse. Why hasn't he arrived yet? From morning until now, he hadn't seen Jake report, which made him somewhat anxious. Just then, a sudden commotion and exclamations arose from the crowd at the school gate. Wow, what kind of car is that? So cool. Clodhopper, didn't you see the Trident logo? This is a domestic Bow Alexandria. It costs several 10,000. To hell with you. This is a Maserati. Several 10,000? Go buy a tire for fun. Amidst countless astonished gazes, a silver-gray Maserati Grand Cabrio stopped in front of the gate's barrier. The security uncle hurriedly raised his hand to stop it. External vehicles are not allowed inside. The window slowly rolled down, revealing Jake sitting in the driver's seat. The car from the 4S store had only arrived today. After picking it up and completing the formalities, he rushed over immediately. Hi, I'm a freshman this year. My name is Jake. Freshman? The security guard was stunned, his lips twitching slightly, thinking that this freshman was too showy. Arriving in a Maserati? Please wait a moment. Since it was a freshman driving over, the security guard couldn't decide and turned to inform Camden in the guardhouse. Upon hearing Jake's name, Camden quickly got up and ran out. Oh, Jake, I've been waiting for you like waiting for stars and the moon. Camden had seen Jake's file and naturally recognized him. You are? Jake asked, puzzled. I'm Camden from the admissions office. We talked on the phone during the summer, Camden said. Hearing this, Jake smiled and turned off the engine, getting out of the car to shake hands with Camden warmly. Hello, Teacher Antonio. Seeing Jake's politeness, Camden nodded inwardly. As one of the top universities in the country, Jiangzhou University had no shortage of rich students, but someone wealthy, academically excellent, and yet so polite was rare. Did you bring your acceptance letter? Let me take you to register. Jake nodded, then pointed to his car. Teacher Antonio, what about my car? If it were another student, Camden wouldn't have hesitated. But Jake was the valedictorian they had worked hard to enroll. He promptly informed the guardhouse to give Jake unrestricted access to the campus and would later report this to the principal. After setting up the car access, Camden got into the Grand Cabrio as envious students watched. Inside, Camden couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Jake, isn't this car a bit too ostentatious? Jake just smiled without replying. Ostentatious? He didn't think so. With several $100 million in his pocket, did he need to pretend to be poor like those cliché novel protagonists? That wasn't normal behavior. He was already restraining himself by just driving a Grand Cabrio. Anyone else with such savings might even get a helicopter, walking around with their noses in the air. Earn your money, spend it accordingly. He spent his own money. Why not enjoy it? As the Grand Cabrio drove away, freshmen and seniors started chattering again. I just looked it up. That's a Maserati Grand Cabrio, costing at least $2 million after tax. How much? $2 million. Damn, that guy is a second-generation rich. Woohoo, why didn't I ask for this handsome sophomore's contact info? I want to cry in a Maserati. That guy said his name was Jake? Why does that sound familiar? Jake. Students and seniors stared, turning their heads towards the welcome banner for Jake. Damn, that guy is this year's National College Entrance Exam top scorer, Jake. With Camden's company, Jake's registration went smoothly. All promised conditions for Jake's enrollment were met. They drove to the male dormitory building, where Camden instructed Jake to park. After getting out, Camden introduced the surroundings. This is the male dormitory area. Your financial college peers are mostly here. The female dorms we passed earlier are nearby. Newer departments are in the South Campus. Behind the male dormitories lay a small park, leading to a dense bamboo forest. Camden pointed to the red buildings on the left. These are graduate dormitories, arranged like home apartments. Then he pointed to standalone cottages in the bamboo grove. These are for senior professors and famous foreign teachers. A professor resigned this year, freeing up a room for you. Such treatment was extremely rare at Jiangzhou University. Jake naturally accepted, requesting only that his original dorm bed be retained. In his previous life, though attending a lesser-known university, he focused on Alyssa, traveling often to Jiangzhou, even dropping out secretly in his sophomore year to work in her city. This time, he wanted to truly experience university life, so living in the dorm occasionally was important. Everything settled, Camden took Jake to the Brooks' office. As the top scorer, the principal specifically requested a meeting. At the office door, knock knock. Camden knocked and entered with Jake upon receiving permission. Behind the desk sat a sprightly 60-year-old with neatly combed gray hair, exuding an air of authority. Ephraim Brooks of Jiangzhou University was a legend in education. Though Jiangzhou ranked lower than Peking and Fudan universities, it was still among China's top 5, and Ephraim held significant influence in academia, with successful alumni spread across various fields. Brooks, this is Jake, Camden said. Ephraim gave a curt nod, his movements radiating unquestionable authority. Camden glanced at Jake and exited the room. Chapter 87. A greedy and Alexandria's full commoner. Inside the office, Ephraim was engrossed in his work, seemingly forgetting that Jake was even there. Meanwhile, Jake didn't seem to mind, leisurely observing the office's decor before casually walking over and sitting on the sofa. If it were another student, they might have been intimidated by the prestigious President Kong. But not Jake. He wasn't the one who begged to come to Jiang University. Rather, Jiang University had invited him. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The only sound in the office was the scratch of Ephraim's pen. After a while, he took off his glasses and casually said, "Don't be nervous, feel free to sit." Just as he looked up, he saw Jake already seated on the sofa, holding a teapot thoughtfully. Ephraim. What a kid, acting more at home than in his own house. Ephraim scrutinized Jake with sharp eyes. In his previous life, Jake was a millionaire entrepreneur who dealt with many influential people. There was something called presence, which was quite elusive. Of course, it wasn't like in those cheesy novels where the protagonist's aura intimidates everyone into wetting their pants. That was pure nonsense. But Jake understood that someone like Ephraim, who has long held high positions, naturally exuded a strong presence. Most students standing here would likely be intimidated by Ephraim's stare, but Jake met his gaze without hesitation or fear. Seeing this, a trace of approval flashed in Ephraim's eyes as he nodded slightly. He had expected Jake, the top national college entrance examinee this year, to have a significant sense of pride. A little humility wouldn't hurt a young man. But Jake didn't show any signs of being intimidated. Not bad. You don't look like the stereotypical bookworm. What would you like to drink? Jake stood up and smiled. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. President. With that, he approached the table, picked up the teapot, and topped up Ephraim's half-full cup. I didn't dare disturb you since you were busy working earlier, and your office had a slight increase in interest. Could the difference be so great? Jake calmly placed the teapot down, hands behind his back, and replied, I appreciate your offer, Mr. President, but I currently have no intention of pursuing a career in public service. Ephraim was taken aback that Jake would refuse. This opportunity was coveted by many ordinary people, and even some rich kids. Mr. President, I understand your consideration. However, compared to becoming an unattainable yet constrained person, I prefer to be a greedy and lustful commoner with integrity. Ephraim muttered and sighed softly. Forget it, you're just starting freshman year. We'll talk about these things later. Leaving the president's office, Jake closed the door gently. Turning around, he could no longer maintain his composure. Leaning against the wall, he wiped cold sweat from his forehead, trembling hands shaking. Phew, almost agreed to that. When Ephraim mentioned recommending him as a selected civil servant, Jake was stunned but managed to appear calm. He wasn't a naive 18-year-old. Selected civil servants were essentially the cadre reserve. Graduates usually face unemployment, but a successful provincial selected civil servant would start at least at the deputy level. Jake couldn't help but sigh heavenward. Anyone who says education is useless and dropping out for work is better should receive a good slap from him. More importantly, having Ephraim, an influential figure in education, personally recommend him held unimaginable value for outsiders. Unfortunately, Jake's aspirations lay elsewhere, and the waters were too deep for him to navigate. After leaving the administration building, Jake headed straight for the dorms. Boys Dormitory 205. Each dorm room housed 4 students, with bunk beds and desks below. The environment was pleasant. Currently, 3 boys were bragging to each other. Creak. Jake opened the door, catching their attention. The boy closest to the door, a chubby one, quickly climbed down, eagerly taking Jake's luggage. My God, buddy, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you. My name is Solomon, from the South. Jake, shouldn't you hear what you're saying? A disdainful voice interrupted. Who in the South speaks with a northern accent? A tall man slowly walked over, about Jake's height, reasonably handsome due to his style, wearing a Longines watch and custom Yeezy shoes, with trendy hair, practically announcing, my dad is rich. Approaching Jake, the guy smiled and said, brother, ignore Solomon's nonsense. He's from Chengdu City in northeast China. I'm Yul, from Shanghai. And me, hello, I'm Dalton. Dalton was short, dark-skinned, and had a slight accent. Looking at his new roommates, Jake smiled. An enthusiastic northerner with a build similar to Aaron. A stylish lad who seemed well off with a friendly personality, and a plain, honest-looking guy. He felt comfortable with all 3 roommates. Hello, my name is Jake. Starting today, we'll be roommates. Nice to meet you all. Chapter 88. The world wouldn't exist without me, the keyboard warrior. A man's reputation precedes him like a tree's shadow. Hamiltonho's name had been on everyone's lips lately. All 3 of them looked at each other in surprise. Hamiltonho? The Hamiltonho from Yongqing? The top national college entrance exam scorer? Damn, I actually got roomed with the top college entrance exam scorer. The eyes of the 3 boys immediately lit up as they looked at Hamiltonho. It couldn't be helped. Every forum, Weibo, and even the confession wall were flooded with news about Hamiltonho. Everyone was curious about this national topper. What made him so special? Did he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Seeing their reaction, Hamiltonho sheepishly touched his nose and nodded slightly, confirming his identity. Although he preferred to stay low-key at such times, his strength didn't allow it. The 3 boys were thrilled. They vied to help Hamiltonho make his bed and organize his desk. Hamiltonho couldn't help but laugh at this turn of events. These 3 roommates of his were quite endearing. Initially, the 3 thought that the top college entrance exam scorer would be difficult to get along with, or might come across as aloof. However, after chatting idly with Hamiltonho, they were all impressed by his amiability and humor and naturally became friendly with him. So, Hamiltonho, why did you choose Zhejiang University? With your score, you could have gone to Donghua, Peking, or Fudan, Yul asked. Solomon and Dalton also wore expressions of curiosity. Although Zhejiang University was also strong, it was still inferior compared to Peking, Tsinghua, and Fudan. Their scores didn't permit them to go to Peking or Fudan, but why would Hamiltonho, the top scorer, forsake these prestigious institutions for the somewhat less superior Zhejiang University? Hamiltonho smiled and decided to keep them guessing. Well, it's a secret for now, but you will know eventually. The 3 boys rolled their eyes. Since we're done setting up, let's go out for a meal? It's fate that we ended up in the same dorm. My treat. What do you say? Yul suggested. Everyone agreed enthusiastically and left the dorm with excitement. Meanwhile, in the girls' dorm, Alyssa sat in her chair, aimlessly scrolling through her phone. She initially wanted to see if there were any posts about her on the school forums or social media since her registration had caused quite a stir. Unfortunately, she only found posts about Hamiltonho, which infuriated her. Nwan, your bed is ready. A freckled-faced student union member told me today that Hamiltonho is really handsome. Well, that makes him a perfect god, doesn't it? I wish I could meet him and see how handsome he is. Erilyn scoffed at this. TSK, you 2 are hopeless romantics. He's just some guy. What's so great about him? Hearing her roommates talk about Hamiltonho with admiration, Alyssa subtly lifted her chin, feeling smug. The god worshipped by countless fans, Hamiltonho, chose Jiangzhou University for her sake. Achoo. Near the university, Hamiltonho sneezed while walking through a food street. Who's talking behind my back? Due to the influx of new students and their gatherings, the food street was crowded. Hamiltonho and his 3 friends waited until evening to find an open-air stall. Sitting down, Solomon shouted to the owner, "Boss, bring us a box of Jinshibai beer." Then he turned to Hamiltonho and the others, arrogantly asking, "Can you handle Northeastern beer?" "Crap, so you're proud of being from Northeast? Think you're better than us? We'll drink you under the table later." Yul retorted. "I can handle a bit too," Dalton said modestly. Even before the drinks arrived, Solomon and Yul were already competing. Hamiltonho looked at the green bottles and skewers on the table, reminiscing about the familiar college atmosphere. "Chowsy, pass me a cigarette. These are the last cup. My dream is for all your dreams to come true." Huh. Still our genius knows how to speak. "Cheers to you, Hamiltonho." Cheers. This translation preserves the original tone, style, and structure of the Chinese text, ensuring a fluent and natural English rendition. Chapter 89. Found you, Hamiltonho Elaine. The more they acted while drinking, the dirtier they got when throwing up. For people drank until dawn, and it wasn't even that much, just 1.5 boxes of beer. The most vocal ones, Yul and Solomon, were actually lightweights. On the way back, apart from Jake who was mostly fine, the other 3 couldn't walk straight at all. Yul dragged Solomon along to see who could pee further, only to be splattered in the face by a gust of wind. Jake silently took out his phone, intending to record this astonishing moment, but sadly his phone was dead. The next day, while the other 3 were still snoring loudly, Jake woke up early. After jogging outside, he returned to the dormitory to tidy himself up. He even styled his hair, something rare for him. Thinking of seeing the person he longed for made him want to rush to the classroom immediately. Lecture hall. The students of Finance Department's Class 2 had mostly arrived. After yesterday's mingling, most of them had formed their own small groups, sitting together in 2s or 3s, or even as entire dormitories. The classroom buzzed with youthful whispers. Every time someone new entered, everyone would turn to look. Jake and the others arrived late. Apart from Jake, the other three had dark circles under their eyes but seemed oddly excited. Their appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Wow, such handsome guys. I'm loving it. Who knew our class had such handsome guys? All the girls' eyes were on Jake, screaming in fangirl admiration, except for one lonely girl sitting in the corner, head drooping, seemingly unnoticed by everyone. Jake's gaze darted around, filled with excitement and nervousness. When he spotted the lone figure in the corner, his body jolted. Just one glance, and he recognized her. Yo looked around and found no 4 seats together. Jake, what do we do without 4 seats? There's only a row of 3. You 3 sit wherever. I don't need a seat, Jake replied hastily, then walked towards the corner. Yo and the others didn't understand but didn't question further, finding a row of 3 seats to sit down. In the corner, the lonely girl had her head down, staring at her toes. She wore pink shoes, with pristine white edges. Suddenly, she felt someone sit beside her. She had chosen the least noticeable corner specifically to avoid neighbors. Even so, she lacked the courage to turn and see who it was, merely shifting slightly to the side. Then, a long mist voice, full of tenderness, whispered in her ear, "Finally found you, little Elaine." The girl's body trembled, turning her head instinctively. In front of her was the clean, handsome face of the boy, his black and white eyes brimming with adoration. Dara stared dumbfounded. Jake. Hearing Dara say his name, Jake's eyes curved into a crescent moon shape, nodding vigorously. How did you? Yesterday, at the school gate during registration, she saw the banner with Jake's name. Given her lack of social media presence, she didn't know Jake was this year's top scorer and assumed it might be a coincidence. Looking at Dara's puzzled and cute expression, Jake felt both happiness and concern. In just over 2 months, she seemed thinner, her complexion still pale and unhealthy. He had fed her well during their last year of high school. Suppressing the urge to hold her, Jake blinked. Don't you remember? We agreed to be desk partners in college too. With a cough, he turned and put on a serious face. Cough, hello Dara. I'm Jake. From today onward, I'll be your university desk mate for 4 years. Seeing Jake's playful act, Dara's eyes shimmered. Initially, she hadn't planned to attend Jiang University. Though she scored well, the cost of university was beyond what she and her grandmother could afford. But the admissions office's Camden called her in the previously noisy room. Walking up to the podium, the man adjusted his glasses. Hello students. I'm Connor, your counselor. First, let me welcome you all to the School of Finance at Jiangzhou University. After a series of formal speeches made the freshmen sleepy, Connor finally took out the attendance list. Now for the roll call. Students whose names are called will come forward for a brief introduction, so we can get to know each other. The first day of university never lacked roll call and self-introductions. For some, it was a chance to show off, while for others, like Dara, it was a form of torture. Hearing about the self-introduction, her hands involuntarily tightened. Hashtag chapter 90. A wowzer of excellence. The first student called up was a boy with a middle-part hairstyle. Hello everyone, my name is Edge. I enjoy singing, dancing, and I'm also good at playing basketball. As he listened to the boy's introduction on stage, Jake couldn't help but twitch his lips. This year, due to the popularity of a variety show called Trainee, the male participants had already begun to gain some recognition, garnering many fans and setting off a trend for boys with middle-part hairstyles. He was glad that his brother hadn't become a sensation yet, and nobody knew about the basketball and chicken meme. Otherwise, someone would definitely have stood up to mock the boy on stage, saying, PFFF, Hamiltontal Blackie, showing your chicken feet? Huh? One by one, the freshmen introduced themselves on stage, but those below weren't particularly interested until a girl named Kennedy stepped up. At that moment, every boy in the audience turned into Chow Chow. This girl named Kennedy really did have an amazing figure. Her wine-red wavy hair, meticulously done makeup, and a maturity in her development far beyond her peers, especially her long legs. She dressed boldly and confidently, wearing a crop top and denim shorts, exposing her long, fair legs which captivated many young boys. However, the only downside was her rather aggressive demeanor while speaking, giving off a tough impression even in a brief self-introduction, contradicting her delicate appearance. Next, Jake. After Kennedy, Connor called out Jake's name. The classroom buzzed as all eyes turned towards Jake standing up. Jake? He's the National College Entrance Exam champion? Damn, Jake is actually in our class. Wow, just like the forum said, he's incredibly handsome. Amidst the admiring gazes of female fans and the envious stares of male students, Jake walked confidently to the podium. Hi everyone, I'm Jake. Yes, the one you're guessing. As for hobbies, besides studying, anything a man likes, I like too. His short yet humorous introduction drew laughter from the crowd, making the students realize that this renowned champion wasn't so aloof after all, quite approachable indeed. After introducing himself, Jake didn't rush to leave the stage. He smiled and glanced at Dara, who sat with her head down. Additionally, I want to introduce someone to everyone. Jake pointed towards Dara. The girl sitting next to me is Dara, an excellent girl. Her interests are genuinely focused on learning. Thank you all. Jake's words caused everyone's attention to turn towards Dara, who tried her best to stay unnoticed. Feeling the gazes, her face turned red all the way to her ears. She hung her head, hiding behind her heavy bangs and nervously tugging at her faded jeans. Connor just sighed and checked Dara's name on the roll call, sparing her further embarrassment. Back at his seat, Jake turned to look at Dara with a smiling face, like a child asking for a reward. Dara, I did pretty well, right? How do you plan to thank me? Hearing this, Dara kept fiddling with the fringes of her jeans without lifting her head. Oh, thank you, Jake. Ah, you used thank you again. Tell me, how should I punish you? Jake asked. Dara felt wronged and looked up. But Jake, it was you who asked for thanks. Jake chuckled. Never mind. Anyway, you'll be punished. How about we go for dinner together later? After the roll call, Connor briefed the students on other matters and military training before letting them manage their own time. Once he left, the students dispersed. Yul and the others got up and looked at Jake in the last row, who waved them off, signaling they could leave. With Dara around, why bother with roommates? Seeing this, the three gave him the middle finger and left. Come on, Dara. What do you want to eat? Jake asked cheerfully. Dara hesitated. Sorry, Jake. I can't today. There's still a lot to clean up in the dorm. Alright then. By the way, do you have WeChat or QQ? Jake suddenly asked. Oh, yes I do. Before college, Dara didn't even have a phone, let alone social media accounts. It was Jake who gave her a phone, and her high school teacher helped her register for these apps due to university enrollment needs. Give me your phone. Okay. Dara handed over her phone. Seeing only one contact marked as teacher, Jake felt a pang for Dara. Growing up in such a closed environment without friends or social life, it was no wonder she was so introverted and sensitive. After adding himself and changing the note to Universe's coolest superstar, Jake let Dara go, satisfied. Back in the dormitory, Yul and Solomon were gaming, while Dalton was busy on his computer. Solomon, start the fight already. Are you shopping? No BS. Watch my god tier flanking. Though PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, PUBG, and Honor of Kings, AOV, had impacted League of Legends, LOL, there were still loyal players. Jake knew that LOL was soon to reach another peak as 5 young champions would bring the first domestic victory this year. Jake's eyes lit up. If he wanted to poach, he'd need to do it thoroughly. Even though his company's app idea was taking shape, it would need more trump cards against Kuaishou and Doi. Damn it, Peng Chao, you're such a kung hua, Joker. I've dropped to silver. Editing this for natural fluency in English while maintaining the context. Damn it, Peng Chao, you're such a joke. I've dropped to silver. Or more idiomatically. Damn it, Peng Chao, you're killing me. I've dropped to silver. Shut up, we'll battle tomorrow. Time to sleep. Seeing the two shut down their computers, Jake shrugged and thought of a nap. Just as silence descended and everyone was about to fall asleep, a ding sounded from someone's computer. The sound made Yul and Solomon bolt upright, and Jake opened his eyes sharply. They all looked at Dalton. Dalton smiled shyly. Want to join? Everyone knew what that ding meant. Those who've experienced it understand. Note, the term ding refers to receiving messages online, which can be exciting, especially among college students. Hashtag chapter 91. Supporting domestic products. The power of Xuanlei was truly terrifying. Jake mused that he wouldn't be able to sleep anymore. He figured it had been a few days since he went to the company and thought he should drop by. Jake, where are you going? Aren't you going to watch the new American and European films? Solomon said. Hearing this, Jake quickly got out of bed. Sorry, I only support domestic products. With those words, Jake turned and left the dorm room. On his way, Jake received a call from Aaron. Hey, Hamilton, I missed you so much. From the car phone, came Aaron's familiar raspy voice. Jake chuckled but replied coolly, spit it out. Damn, you're such an unsentimental guy. Through the call, Jake also learned about Aaron's recent situation. Military training had already started, and overall conditions were not bad. By the way, Hamilton, Delaney and Zane are at the same school as me. Zane and I are in the same department. What rotten luck. On the first day of military training, Zane gave me attitude. If the drill master wasn't there, I would have beaten him up for sure. Upon learning that Delaney and Zane were at the same school as Aaron, Jake couldn't help but sneer. In this life, the course of history had deviated slightly. While he didn't know what happened to Delaney in her previous life, Zane's academic performance had always been good, and in his past life, both Zane and Alyssa attended Jiangzhou University. Jake even suspected that in his previous life, Alyssa might have already hooked up with Zane while at Jiangzhou University. Of course, these matters were no longer important to him now. Once he finished all his current tasks, he would take his time to deal with Zane and Alyssa. Forget it, let's not talk about these dampening topics. By the way, how are things with you? Hamilton. Yeah, everything is fine. I'll come see you when I have the chance. Alright, then I won't bother you further. Haha, I have a computer genius roommate who cracked several terabytes of seed resources, all top-notch. I'll send them to you later, hahaha. Jake, are all geniuses doing this nowadays? After hanging up, Aaron soon sent over a few cracked video files. Jake only glanced at them casually. Sure enough, just by their names, they seemed to be high-quality content. Compared to the 3 guys in his dorm, Aaron had better taste in this aspect. Noticing his thoughts were getting distracted again, Jake quickly turned off his phone. Colby, you're polluting my brain again. Since the new office building wasn't yet fully renovated, the temporary office location was still Brent's old company. Boss, hello. Giggles. Boss looks even more handsome today. As soon as Jake arrived at the company, employees greeted him enthusiastically. During this period, the R&D department technicians had been working overtime, continuously improving the app prototype. After listening to the R&D head's report, Jake nodded approvingly. Based on this progress, it should take another one. Having a big boss who could buy an entire building in the prime location of Jiangzhou was undeniably impressive. The door opened with a creak. Seeing Brent enter, the brothers stood up hurriedly. Brendan. Both greeted with smiles, but completely ignored Jake beside Brent. After all, Jake looked too young, leading them to think he might be an intern. Observing the brothers, Jake felt a sense of nostalgia. Enrico Rotherzander and Hamilton Brotherzander, top-tier internet celebrities in the previous life, were now just 2 fresh-faced young boys. Let me introduce you. This is our Mingchen technology boss, Jake. Brent pointed to Jake. The brothers froze, mouths wide open. This young man, younger than they were, was actually the mysterious big boss? Boss. Hamilton Brotherzander stammered, still unable to believe it. Jake chuckled, teasing. What? Don't I look like it? Hamilton Brotherzander scratched his head, grinning. I thought he was an intern. Who would expect a boss this young? Before he could finish, Enrico Rotherzander smacked Hamilton Brotherzander's head. Shut up. How do you address the boss like that? What did you hit me for, brother? I'm telling the truth. Boss looks young. Seeing the brothers' lively personalities similar to their previous lives, Jake couldn't help but smile. Enrico Rotherzander, being the elder, clearly understood etiquette better, scolding his brother and then apologizing. Boss, my brother doesn't know how to speak. Please don't take it to heart. No problem, please sit down. Jake gestured them to sit. Though Brent remained standing beside Jake, the brothers hesitated, only lightly touching the chair seats. Though Jake looked young, thinking of his boss status made them nervous. Alexandriacally, Jake had good social skills and chatted casually with the brothers, knowing their experiences and backgrounds thoroughly. Gradually, the brothers relaxed and opened up, laughing at Jake's humor. Feeling the atmosphere was right, Jake cleared his throat and got to the point. You two should already understand the company's situation. If you have any ideas, feel free to share them with me. Chapter 92, Love Letter. The brothers exchanged glances. Younger brother Xander scratched his head and said, I don't have any particular thoughts. I'll just follow my brother's lead. And older brother Xander pondered for a moment before looking at Jake somewhat nervously. Brendan talked to us pretty well, and my brother and I didn't have any special requests. We just have a small request, not sure if the boss can meet it. With Jake's nod of approval, older brother Xander then proceeded to explain. Before Brent found them, they had already started uploading comedy sketches on other platforms, but those platforms often interfered with their creations. Understanding older brother Xander's concern, Jake smiled. Rest assured, the company won't interfere with your creative process, but we will need to review your content. During the creation process, if you have any needs, you can apply to the company. Thank you, boss. Seeing Jake agree so readily, both brothers thanked him simultaneously. Jake nodded lightly, chatted a bit more with the brothers, and then left the company. In the car, Jake started the engine and then pulled out his phone to call Dara, thinking about inviting her out for dinner together. But after ringing for a while, it still wasn't answered. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Dara was tidying up her bed. The beds of her 3 roommates were all decorated in bright pink, colorful, and complete with privacy curtains. Seeing her roommates' beautifully decorated beds with nice wallpapers and posters, Dara felt a hint of envy in her eyes. In comparison, her bed was extremely simple, just a mattress and a blanket. Although the school had provided her with financial aid, she used most of that money to support her grandmother, leaving herself with very little living expenses. Things others could afford, she couldn't bring herself to buy. After finishing tidying up the bed, she heard her phone ring from atop the desk. Climbing down the ladder, she picked up her phone and saw several missed calls from Jake. She hesitated whether After hanging up, Dara was left with a lot of questions. Could teacher Antonio have been deceiving her? Accepting such a huge sum without reason made her feel uneasy. Ultimately, she decided to get to the bottom of it. From the call history, she mustered up the courage to dial Camden. Beep beep. Hamilton steening to the dial tone. She tightly gripped the edge of her pants, feeling nervous. Hello, who is this? Hearing Camden's voice, Dara hurriedly responded, Teacher Antonio, it's Dara. Dara. Camden paused for a moment before remembering her. Hello, Malcolm student. What can I do for you? Teacher Antonio, I want to ask about my scholarship. Over the phone, Camden stuck to his previous statement, claiming it was specially requested from the school. However, when Dara mentioned her conversation with her former teacher, Camden fell silent. At that moment, Camden inwardly lamented. This matter couldn't be concealed as anyone familiar with universities would know how absurd his excuse was. Reluctantly, Camden revealed the truth. Malcolm student, that money wasn't the school scholarship. When Jake proposed to the school, one of his conditions was to allocate half of his scholarship to you. Because Jake specifically asked not to inform you, I wasn't deliberately hiding it. Please understand. Upon learning the truth, Dara's hand trembled slightly, and Dara looked up at Jake and handed him a neatly folded piece of paper. For me? Jake asked curiously, taking the paper only to see Dara lowering her head again, running off. Hamilton Elaine's odd behavior puzzled Jake. Then he grinned wider. Could this be a love letter? Haha. Jake chuckled, eagerly opening the paper. Chapter 93, Encouragement for Jada. They say that handwriting reveals one's character. Before Jake's eyes were elegant strokes of penmanship. However, the content made him momentarily freeze in astonishment. Jake classmate, my scholarship totals 120,000 yuan. I will repay you before graduation. Thank you. The signature at the end was Dara's name. He had thought it was a love letter, but hadn't expected it to be an IOU instead. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Jake's mouth, and he chuckled wryly. He knew Camden must have let the secret slip. The reason why he had asked Camden to keep it hidden originally was because he understood Indira's personality all too well. Despite her fragile appearance, she was actually quite stubborn on the inside, unlikely to accept such a form of charity easily. Just as Jake was pondering how to resolve this issue, Yul and his friends returned from not far away, inviting him back to the dormitory together. Alright, let things take their natural course, Jake thought to himself. There were still a few days until Jiangda University's freshman military training, so the new students were thoroughly enjoying these few rare moments. What kind of person is this? Not even a thank you. Solomon cursed. Jake didn't take it to heart. In his previous life, after dropping out and coming to Jiangzhou to earn money to please Alyssa, he had also worked under the blazing sun, dressed in a heavy costume like this. He understood the hardship they faced, so he simply offered a helping hand without expecting anything in return. The four walked into the mall. Meanwhile, a mascot poked its head out from a corner of the mall, glancing at the direction Jake and the others had left. Turning around, the mascot clumsily removed the headgear with effort. Underneath the costume was a teenage girl around 18 or 19, her face slightly yellowish from malnutrition, her dry hair soaked with sweat, clinging messily to her forehead. When she fell earlier, she had scraped her palm, and she simply blew on the wound with her mouth while holding the headgear. Wearing the heavy mascot costume, she felt the 30-degree heat unbearable, leaving her parched. After rummaging in her pocket for a long time, the girl carefully pulled out 10 yuan, buying a bottle of water and a bread roll. She cautiously tucked away the 6 yuan change, then squatted in a corner, munching on the bread hungrily. Her small mouth finished the bread in just a few bites. Feeling choked, She hurriedly twisted the cap open, but only took a careful sip from the bottle. She still had hundreds of flyers left to distribute, so she needed to save the water. Breathing heavily, the girl wiped her sweaty face with the back of her hand. Seeing passersby who were around her age, well-dressed and happy, she felt a bit disheartened, huddling up in the corner. Come on, Dara. You can do it, the girl whispered to herself, trying to boost her spirits. Suddenly, a rough man's voice came from nearby. Hey, who gave you permission to slack off? Have you finished distributing yet? Do you want to lose your pay? Hearing the man's voice, Dara quickly got up, put on the headgear, and resumed distributing flyers among the crowd. The day before the military training. In the dormitory, Jake was scrolling through his chat history with Indira on his phone. 3 days, and no reply. Why? Jake muttered to himself. He thought about staking out at the girls' dormitory entrance if nothing else worked today. Ding dong. His phone rang, Brent calling. Hey boss. Yes, what's up? Jake asked. Over the phone, Brent reported on the recent R&D progress, emphasizing a critical problem. They were almost done but needed a server capable of handling their app's demands, which none of the available rental servers could meet. Boss, you're at Jiangzhou University, right? I remember the computer engineering department built a large server last year. Maybe. Though Brent didn't finish, Jake understood his point. All right, leave it to me. After hanging up, Jake scratched his head. He underestimated the difficulty. He had assumed any decent server would suffice, but it turned out to be more complex than expected. No big deal though. First, he'd consult Ephraim. Worst comes to worst, he'd spend more and buy a high-end server. He tidied up and called Camden for Ephraim's contact information. Over the phone, Jake mentioned wanting to meet for tea without revealing specifics. Ephraim wasn't in his office but told Jake to find him at a standalone villa behind the male dormitories. He sent over an address shortly afterward. After packing up, Jake left the dormitory. Outside the boys' dormitory, Jake glanced over and saw a familiar figure sitting on the flower bed. Their eyes met, and Jake smiled. He strode over quickly, stopping before Indira. His tone was slightly reproachful, much like a wronged wife. Indira, where have you been these past few days? Not replying to messages. My phone was out of service. Dara explained. Don't you have Wi-Fi? Dara shook her head. Jake chuckled bitterly. Taking out his phone, Jake immediately recharged Indira's account with 1,000 yuan. From now on, send me a message every day, even if it's just an emoji. Understand? Otherwise, I'll be very upset, Jake said sternly. Okay. Dara nodded. Then, her hands, which had been hidden behind her back, slowly extended toward Jake. Seeing this, Jake's brows furrowed, feeling a twinge of bitterness within. Chapter 94, A Closed Door. Hamilton Dara's palm held a neat stack of coins and notes. There were 50 yuan bills, 20 yuan bills, and 10 yuan notes. Jake looked at Dara calmly, yet there was a tinge of grievance deep in his eyes. What does this mean? Dara hung her head and timidly replied, I'm returning this money to you first. Upon hearing this, Jake didn't reach out to take the money but became somewhat upset instead. Keep this money. I won't accept it, Jake said. At that moment, Jake was acting like a child and just wanted to leave. Regarding yesterday's IOU, he hadn't taken it seriously from the start. He never did anything expecting repayment. And he really disliked how Hamilton Elaine calculated everything so clearly with him. Seeing Jake about to leave, Dara scurried after him on her little legs, standing before him once more and offering the stack of change with both hands. Hamilton Elaine, you? Jake felt helpless. Yet Dara mustered all her courage to look up at Jake without speaking. Perhaps due to the hot weather, beads of sweat dotted her forehead, making her hair stick to her skin. But those big black eyes were filled with determination and stubbornness as they looked at Jake. Looking into those firm and stubborn eyes, Jake lost himself for a moment. Yes, how could he forget? He always wanted to protect Hamilton Elaine, but he overlooked the strength and resilience hidden beneath her fragile appearance. In an instant, any trace of annoyance vanished. He truly couldn't blame Dara for anything. Suddenly, he noticed a scratch on her palm, his brows furrowing as he instinctively grabbed her hand, concern evident in his voice. How did this happen? Caught off guard by Jake's action, Dara blushed slightly, pulling her hand back and then offering the money again. This stubborn girl, Jake thought. After much hesitation, he sighed and reluctantly took the money from Dara's hands. Seeing this, a faint smile flickered across Dara's eyes. Haven't eaten yet? Jake asked. I have eaten. I still have something to do. Goodbye, Jake, Dara replied and turned to run away. Holding the damp change in his hand, Jake felt uncomfortable but had no immediate solution. Watching Dara's figure gradually disappear, he shook his head helplessly, thinking to first deal with the company server issue and consider other matters later. Following the address provided by Ephraim, Jake arrived at a standalone courtyard behind the male dormitory. His assigned independent dorm wasn't far from here. Knock knock. Jake lightly tapped on the door. The one who opened it was a bespectacled, scholarly-looking man. Jake, right? The principal is on a call. Please come in, the man invited. Nodding, Jake followed the man inside. Inside, the decoration style was similar to Ephraim's office, exuding an antique and scholarly atmosphere. Seeing Ephraim on a call, Jake didn't interrupt. After hanging up, Ephraim smiled at Jake. Please sit. Facing each other, they chatted while drinking tea. Tell me, why did you come looking for me? Don't tell me your only purpose was to chat over tea. An old fox like Ephraim knew Jake wouldn't approach without reason. Hearing this, Jake smiled awkwardly and got straight to the point. Brooks, I started a web company in Jiangzhou. We're developing an app but need a high-performance server. Surprised by Jake starting his own company, Ephraim raised an eyebrow when Jake mentioned wanting to lease the computer engineering department server. With a wry laugh, he explained, Jake, not that I can't help you, but that server was developed by the Dean of Computer Science along with his team. Even as the principal, I don't have final say over it. Startled, Jake wondered if there was something even Ephraim couldn't handle. Seeing Jake's skepticism, Ephraim explained, smiling bitterly. Last year, Jiangzhou University's computer engineering department earned a national A+ rating thanks to Dean Jeffrey, who was renowned both domestically and internationally in the field of computer science. Even in his twilight years, Jeffrey was still highly sought after by top universities in China. Ephraim had personally begged Jeffrey to join Jiangzhou University as dean and adjunct professor. Even if Ephraim approached him directly, it would still be a discussion. Jeffrey's decision would be final. Pushing too hard might cause Jeffrey to quit, causing immense loss to Jiangzhou University. In that case, can you bring me to meet donghua? Jake asked. You're giving me quite a headache, Ephraim grumbled, but agreed because he valued Jake's potential. Xiaoyang, get the car. We'll go to donghua's place. Arriving at Jeffrey's residence nearby the university, they entered the living room. Old Kong, what do you want? My wife just came from Yongcheng, she's arriving soon, so let's not waste time. Well, can't two old friends have a tea without talking business? Ephraim replied with a smile. Jake smirked inwardly, confirming Ephraim's previous words. Dean Jeffrey seemed frank and showed no deference to Ephraim. Old fool, stop beating around the bush. If you waste my Tiguanyin tea, put it down now, no more drinking. Seeing this, Ephraim blushed, replying, Old Gua, can't you give me some face in front of the student? Only then did Jeffrey turn to Jake, scrutinizing him. Hello, donghua. I'm Jake, a freshman at the finance college. Jake? You're this year's national top-scoring science student? Jeffrey asked. Yes, Jake nodded. Even learning of Jake's top scorer status, Jeffrey didn't react with surprise, merely giving him a few extra glances. Alright, Old Gua, I'll get to the point. Jake has something he wants to discuss with you. Ephraim then explained the situation. Upon understanding, Jeffrey frowned. So this kid wants to rent our department server. Sure, Old Gua. Anyway, that server of yours is just sitting there unused, right? You haven't found a tenant yet. Keep it in the family. Rent it to him at market price, and your department can handle the fees independently. The school won't intervene. Jake looked at Jeffrey with some anticipation after hearing this. However, Jeffrey's next words sent Jake's hopes plummeting. Not for rent. Hashtag chapter 95. An unexpected encounter. Jake had anticipated rejection, but he never expected it to be so direct. It seemed that Ephraim's previous assessment of Jeffrey was still a bit tactful. But on second thought, judging from their conversation earlier, Jeffrey was indeed a typical academic who lacked social skills. Such people often achieve remarkable success in their respective fields. Sure enough, Ephraim's face also turned slightly red. If it were just between the two of them, it wouldn't matter. He knew his old friend's personality all too well. This wasn't the first or second time he had been rebuffed. But now Jake was here, watching. This stubborn old man doesn't even give me any face in front of my student? Ephraim thought inwardly. If you won't compromise over this, then fine. Take him back. That server is our life's work. Even if it gathers dust, I don't want it tainted with the stench of money. You stubborn old fool. This is what age we live in. Isn't your invention meant to be used by others? They won't owe you anything. Seeing Ephraim getting angry, Jeffrey didn't back down either. He blew up his beard and glared. Do you know anything at all? Can intellectual achievements be measured by money? Ephraim was truly furious. Huffing angrily, he said, when will you ever change this temper of yours? Shameless indeed. 4 years ago, that top college entrance exam scorer clearly had the talent for computers, but look at you. You persuaded that silly boy to go for a public servant selection exam with some flirtatious single female counselor. How shameless. One thing is one thing. Why are you bringing up old grievances? Just answer whether you'll agree or not. Don't even think about it. I will never agree. Others might fear you as the principal, but not me. The two argued heatedly, looking like two petulant old children. Jake, standing nearby, awkwardly laughed. Who would have thought these two senior figures in education and academia would argue like kids? While he was lost in thought, child, why did you come to Jiangzhou? Ali, you forgot? We met when I was in my final year of high school. Now I'm a student at Jiangzhou University, Jake replied with a smile. Come sit down, child. It's been a long time since we chatted. The elderly lady gestured, and Jake quickly moved forward, sitting next to her on the sofa. What a small world. Months ago, when Jake sold bubble tea from a stall near the City Planning Bureau's old building, he had rented a newsstand from this very elderly lady. Back then, they had talked quite often, and she had visited him several times. Jake learned through conversation that the elderly lady's name was Pandora, and she was Jeffrey's wife. Because Jeffrey worked at Jiangzhou University and was always busy with academic research, Pandora disliked living in Jiangzhou, finding it too chaotic. With her children away and her husband preoccupied, she spent most of her time in Yongcheng, managing the newsstand. Seeing her smiling while chatting with Jake, Jeffrey felt indescribable warmth. He hadn't seen her laugh so joyfully in a long time. Old Kong, how does this child know my wife? Jeffrey asked. Hearing this, Ephraim haughtily snorted. Guess. Jeffrey, duh. Am I a kid? Guessing? Ephraim knew exactly where his old friend's weak spot was. Coughing lightly, he said, Jake, it's late. We need to get back to school. Jake nodded and turned to Pandora. Auntie Han, I'll leave now. Standing up, he prepared to follow Ephraim out. Wife, how do you know that child? Jeffrey hurriedly asked. Guess. Jeffrey. After Jake and Ephraim left, Jeffrey soon chased after them. That, Old Kong, I've thought about it carefully. What you said is right. Since the server would just gather dust anyway, if the child wants to rent it, then let him. Looking at Jeffrey's embarrassed expression, Jake was dumbfounded. What's happening? Such a quick change of heart? Seeing Jake's puzzled look, Ephraim chuckled quietly beside him. Forgot to tell you, this old man is a henpecked husband. Despite his age, Jeffrey's hearing was sharp. He glared immediately. Old fool, who's a henpecked husband? I just like this child. You know nothing. Jake rubbed his nose sheepishly. Men may kneel on the washboard at home but must save face outside, regardless of age. After scolding Ephraim, Jeffrey continued, however, I have one condition. This child hasn't chosen his second major yet, right? He must choose our department's second major, and I will personally guide him. Ephraim glanced at Jake for his opinion. Alright, being a student under donghua is an honor. Jake's obvious flattery made Jeffrey feel comfortable. After a brief chat, Jeffrey gave Jake a phone number and returned inside. In the car back to school, Ephraim heard from Jake about his acquaintance with Pandora. It's no wonder Guar agreed. That old fool fears nothing but listens to his wife. Jake, it's clear Annie Yuanying likes you. With this connection, any technical needs your company has can be indirectly discussed with her. There's no worry that he won't agree. Maybe he can even become a technical advisor for your company. Jake's eyes lit up. If they could get Professor Guar involved in their company, even just nominally, that would be wonderful. He couldn't help giving Ephraim a thumbs up. Indeed the Brooks, crafty as always. Ephraim, noon, learn to compliment better. Or don't compliment at all next time. Hashtag chapter 96, nestling into Jada's arms. After returning to school, Jake greeted Ephraim and headed back to his dormitory. He didn't stay long there but drove straight to the main building of the company. There were some specific matters concerning the rental of servers that he still needed to discuss with Brent in person. By the time Jake left the company, it was already evening. When he drove near the school, darkness had completely set in. As he waited at a crossroad just outside the school gates for the traffic light to change, the headlights of his car suddenly illuminated a familiar figure on the roadside. It was Dara, her small and frail form standing out distinctly. These days, besides handing out flyers for part-time work, she was also diligently searching for other jobs. Not only was she trying to pay back Jake, but she was also earning money for her living expenses. The scholarship money she received had mostly gone toward tuition and miscellaneous fees, with the remainder sent to her grandmother. In fact, she could have taken all the money meant for her grandmother to pay Jake off quickly, but she didn't, because her grandmother's health was poor, requiring continuous medication and regular hospital visits. So, Dara was left with no choice but to seek as many part-time jobs as possible to earn more money. Despite being introverted and frail, she put on a brave front and approached many places. She visited the school cafeteria and various shops around the campus. Each time she mustered the courage to ask, she was invariably turned down. Both the cafeteria and nearby stores typically employed senior students for part-time work and did not lack staff. Furthermore, Dara's frail appearance made her an unattractive candidate for any boss. She held 2 buns and a cup of soy milk from her lunch, eating them as she walked. Even though the evening wasn't as hot, having walked so much, beads of sweat already dotted her forehead. Screech. The sound of brakes abruptly echoed. The glaring headlights caused Dara to squint slightly, making Jake's approaching figure appear blurry, but his voice rang clearly. Jada. As Jake drew closer, Dara finally recognized him. Classmate Jake, she greeted, her tone somewhat listless. Hearing the term classmate, Jake felt somewhat helpless. It sounded too distant. Just call me Jake like before. Oh, alright Jake. Dara responded timidly. Jake turned to open the car door, waving his hand. Get in. I'll give you a ride back to school. No need. I can walk back myself. Dara shook her head repeatedly. Seeing the half-eaten bun and half cup of soy milk in her hand, Jake insisted. By the time you walk back, the cafeteria won't even be serving dinner anymore. Get in the car quickly. This area has time-limited parking. If I get photographed, it will cost me at least a few $100s in fines. Hearing about the potential fine, Dara became flustered and hurriedly ran to the back seat to open the door. Seeing this, Jake silently locked the rear door. The back door is broken. Sit in the front passenger seat. Okay. Dara nodded and scurried over to the passenger seat, opening the door. Unfamiliar with cars, upon seeing the luxurious interior, she hesitated. Before Jake could prompt her further, Dara took out some crumpled tissues from her pocket and carefully placed them on the seat. She knew this car must be very expensive, and with her dirty clothes and sweat, she couldn't bear to soil the seats after Jake kindly offered her a ride. Jake's heart felt as if it were being tightly squeezed. He crumpled the tissues into a ball and stuffed them into his pocket, then got out of the car and went around to the passenger side. As Dara let out a small scream, he gently helped her into the car. Fasten your seatbelt. Starting the car, Jake noticed Dara had curled up into a ball like a kitten, fumbling with the seatbelt but unable to fasten it properly. Her cheeks flushed as she secretly glanced at Jake, feeling extremely anxious. Concerned, Jake leaned over. Their faces were mere inches apart, his cheek almost touching her nose. He was just about to. A breath of youth filled the air, causing Dara's face to turn red as she clutched her pant legs tightly, her heart racing faster and faster. Finally managing to fasten the seatbelt, Jake withdrew, and Dara exhaled in relief. The car started slowly, and Jake spoke with a concerned tone. Why are you so red? Are you feeling too hot? Yes. Dara mumbled, hastily drinking the soy milk to mask her nervousness. Unfortunately, drinking too fast made her choke, and she began coughing. Drink slower. Did you choke? Jake quickly handed her a tissue. However, Dara noticed soy milk spilling onto the seat and carpet. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Apologizing profusely, Dara crouched down and used her sleeve to wipe the seat. But it only made the stain worse due to the light-colored upholstery. Screech. Jake suddenly stopped the car and turned to look at Dara. She hung her head, clutching her pants tightly, thinking Jake was angry at her for soiling. The engine roar drowned out Dara's soft words. Thank you, Jake. Hashtag chapter 97. You are my godfather. Outside the girls' dormitory, the car stopped, and Jake was hoping to get a chance to chat more with Dara, but she immediately pushed open the door and jogged back to her dorm. This girl, why is she so mysterious? Jake shook his head and smiled as he watched Dara's retreating figure. He had wanted to ask her what she was doing out alone so late at night. After starting the car again, he headed toward his dormitory. Outside the boys' dormitory, Yul and his 2 friends, who had just finished dinner, were chatting happily as they walked toward the male dormitories. Jake, this guy, he's been running around outside all the time lately. I wonder what he's up to. Going out this late, could he be meeting a date? Damn, Jake moves so fast. He got a girlfriend right after the school year started? No way, we have to interrogate him when he gets back. As they were gossiping about Jake, suddenly a Maserati Grand Cabrio zoomed by, attracting many students' attention. Several students even took out their phones to take photos. Seeing this, Yul's face showed envy. Solomon pouted in envy and jealousy. Driving an expensive car. So cool, huh? Tomorrow I'll let the air out of your tires and see you try showing off. Yul sighed enviously. This car is like a chick magnet. Wonder whose it is. At that moment, the Maserati Grand. Your life is our dream. Watching the trio's dramatic reactions, Jake couldn't help but chuckle. Okay, my bad. How about I lend you the car later, alright? Hearing this, the three instantly beamed. Brother how? You're my brother for saying that. Lend me the car first. Screw off. What brother? This is Godfather. Godfather, lend me first. I want it too. Jake, I'll trade you 100 G seeds for it. Amidst their banter, they returned to the dormitory. Meanwhile, back at the girls' dormitory. After returning to her dormitory, Dara carefully placed the sweets and lunch Jake bought for her into her desk cabinet, planning to save them for tomorrow. Her three roommates were chatting excitedly. So annoying, military training is coming up. With such hot weather, sunscreen must be on hand. Hee, I just bought several bottles of Laneige White Bottle and Helena Rubinstein sunscreen a few days ago. A bit pricey, but they say it works well. Gah, really troublesome. I spent over $3,000 last week getting my hair done. Why do we have to wear hats? Their conversations revolved around cosmetics, hairdos, or trendy new clothes, often costing hundreds to thousands of yuan, which was quite normal for Jia University students. But Dara, hearing their chats, sat quietly on her chair, nibbling on the half bun she hadn't finished earlier. Though they shared the same dorm, it felt like a world apart. In these few days of university life, she felt the significant gap. She didn't have beautiful wallpapers, bottles of cosmetics, dresses filling her closet, or a tablet and laptop. She lightly bit her lip, swallowing the last bite of the bun, trying not to listen or care. She had always lived like this for years. But thinking of the 4 more years ahead, her mood grew increasingly gloomy. Wiping her mouth, she rummaged through the almost empty wardrobe, finding only a few old clothes. Moments later, she looked at the towel hanging on the hook, sniffed it slightly, then stood up and left the dormitory. In the meantime, in Boy Dorm 205, Jake lay in bed, listening to Yul and the other two chattering away. University life wasn't like high school, with numerous expenses. Jake thought Indira must need to buy quite a few things too. Thinking about it, he said, "Super, give me a hand." Yul was still thinking about borrowing Jake's Maserati, so he laughed and replied, "Sure, brother Hao, what do you need?" You're well connected in class, find out who Dara's roommates are and take a picture of their dorm. Although Yul was curious about Jake suddenly asking about a girl, he didn't ask further. No problem, I'm on good terms with most girls in our class. Yul proved efficient, delivering a photo of the girls' dormitory within minutes. Jake frowned upon opening the photo. The other 3 beds had typical college girl styles, pink and flowery decorations. Only one near the door was unusually barren, clearly belonging to Dara. Ring ring. His phone rang, and seeing Dara's name, Jake eagerly got up and answered. "Hello, Hamilton, Jake?" Dara's soft voice came from the phone. "Yeah, it's me. What's up, Indira?" Jake chuckled. "Can you come down? I am at the entrance of the boys' dormitory. Of course, wait for me." Jake hung up, flipped off the bed in a swift motion, and dashed out of the dormitory like the wind. Chapter 98. It's not dirty at all. Outside the boys' dormitory, Jake Feng rushed out and, upon seeing the petite figure sitting on the flower bed, walked up with a beaming smile. Seeing Jake Feng approach, Dara, who was on the flower bed, quickly stood up, her small hands hidden behind her back. "What do you need?" Jake Feng said with a smile. "Earlier, I accidentally dirted your car, so I thought I would help clean it for you," Dara whispered. Hearing this, Jake Feng couldn't help but sigh slightly, feeling both helpless and disappointed. "So you came all the way here just to clean my car?" "Uh-huh." Seeing Dara nod, Jake Feng shook his head and replied, "I told you I was going to wash the car anyway, no need." But she only raised her head slightly, her determined eyes staring straight at Jake Feng. Looking at her resolute eyes and stubborn expression, Jake Feng was speechless. After a moment, he sighed and took out the keys to unlock the car door. Upon seeing this, Dara got into the car and started cleaning diligently. She wiped very carefully. Although only a little of the seat and blanket were dirty, she used her white towel to thoroughly clean the passenger seat, the blanket, and even other areas multiple times. Watching Dara's busy figure and her occasional wiping of sweat, Jake Feng leaned against the front of the car with a smile playing on his lips. After working for quite a while, Dara let out a long breath. "Done. Very clean, cleaner than the car wash service." Jake Feng commented without looking. "Well, I'll go now." Dara turned to leave, but Jake Feng pulled open the car door and said, "Get in. Come with me to buy something." Dara hesitated, clearly reluctant. Seeing this, Jake Feng smiled and replied, "I'm going to buy some daily necessities for a very cute girl, but as a guy, I don't know how to choose." "Hamilton Lane, you wouldn't refuse to help me this little bit, would you?" Seeing the mischievous gleam in Jake Feng's eyes, Dara hesitated. Her desk partner had helped her so much before, and now he only needed such a small favor from her. How could she possibly refuse? "Well, okay. No need, I don't lack these things." "Really? Then tell me where you got the towel you used to clean my car." Facing Jake Feng's question, Dara clutched the towel tightly in her hand. It's the one I usually use to wipe my face. I wash it every day, it's not dirty." Toward the end, Dara lowered her head and spoke timidly, "Sorry, I should have explained beforehand." Clearly, Dara thought Jake Feng was rejecting her because the towel was dirty. Hearing her apologetic tone, Jake Feng felt a pang of heartache, but also a touch of resentment. He really disliked it when Indira kept saying sorry. Sighing slightly, Jake Feng said, "I don't like taking advantage of others. Since you used your own towel to clean the car, I should have compensated you with a new one anyway. Besides, washing my car cost hundreds of dollars outside. So, you've saved me a lot." Then he pointed to the 2 large bags and continued, "These items add up to about $100, which can be considered as payment for the car wash. Neither of us loses anything." Jake Feng said this without batting an eyelid. Dara, Nung, 3 and Nung, Jake Feng classmate. I'm not a child. Dara was simple-hearted, not stupid. Many of those items were ones she had seen her roommates use, and combined, they would cost several hundred. Cough, cough. Realizing that Indira wasn't easily fooled, Jake Feng awkwardly cleared his throat and continued, "How about this? Whenever I need my car cleaned, I'll ask you. You clean very well, and I can save a lot of money." But Dara still felt uneasy, lowering her head. But Jake Feng was quick. He dashed to the girls' dorm entrance with the items. With his flattering words and attractive appearance, the dorm attendant happily agreed to help carry the items to Dara's room. "I'm going back now, Indira. Remember to send me a photo after you're done organizing. If the car gets dirty, I'll come find you." Waving goodbye, Jake Feng slipped into his car and drove away, giving Dara no chance to refuse. Staring at the departing car, Dara stood there dumbfounded. "Student, why are you standing there? Let's go. Auntie will help you carry it upstairs." Called by the auntie, Dara snapped back and entered the dormitory. Back in his dorm, Jake Feng soon received a photo from Dara. In the photo, Dara's bed was neatly organized. The wallpaper, curtains, tablecloth, and cabinets, once empty, were now fully stocked. What others had, she finally had too. Finally, the dreaded military training arrived. "I'm your drill master, and today we start our first lesson. Everyone, stand at attention for 20 minutes. Amidst groans, the notorious military training officially began. Ace, which was already pale due to malnutrition, looked quite haggard. Struggling with fatigue and soreness, she had just reached the entrance of the cafeteria when she heard a voice behind her. Hamilton Elaine. She immediately recognized the unique way Jake called her. Jake strode forward, waved a takeout bag in his hand, and said with a smile, "You're too slow. There are no seats left in the cafeteria. I packed some food. I ordered too much. Help me eat some." "No, you really don't need to bring me food anymore. How can that be? My car is getting dirty again. If you don't eat, how will you have the strength to clean it? Come on, come on." At a corner of the campus, Jake parked the car, leaned against the hood, and started eating. Beside him, Dara ate small bites, her cheeks puffing out. "I don't like meat. Here you go. This egg isn't tasty either here. And this soup, I don't like it. Here. Jake, it's too much. I can't finish it." Seeing the pile of meat in her lunchbox, Dara refused to let Jake give her any more. "Can't finish? Then throw it away." No, that's wasteful. I can finish it." Afraid that Jake would really throw it away, Dara buried her head and ate. Despite saying she couldn't finish it, she left not a single grain of rice. Perhaps because she ate too quickly. He noticed that Dara seemed abnormally fatigued each day, looking increasingly haggard. Theoretically, although the training had some intensity, it shouldn't have exhausted her this much. On that day, after following up on the apps testing work at the company, Jake hurried back to school right as they were dismissing. In finance class 2, Jake's class, during the break when the drill master went to relieve himself, everyone standing in formation under the sun couldn't help but grumble. "I can't stand this, feeling like I'll dry up like a mummy. Boo-hoo, just a week, and I've tanned 2 shades darker. Right, even the best sunscreen doesn't work." The 3 leaders from dorm 205 were also whispering among themselves. "I envy Jake, not having to train." Yul said, "Envy won't change anything. Who can argue with a top student?" Solomon replied helplessly, "If I could, I'd trade all my seeds for a day off." Dalton said, "The fact that Jake didn't have to train wasn't a secret. Many envied him. Speak of the devil," and he appeared. A Maserati Grand Cabrio parked in the shade nearby. Jake got out, walked over to the students who were staring daggers at him, opened the trunk, took out half a watermelon, pulled a spoon from his pocket, blew on it, and started eating heartily. All the students, degree. This emoticon better represents the student's exasperation and frustration in this context. However, to make it more naturally fluent in English, we could consider describing the hashtag chapter 100. Jake becomes a love rival? If you don't want someone to notice that you're deliberately being nice to her, you have to be nice to everyone, using it as a cover. This was a piece of internet wisdom that Jake stumbled upon by chance. As for covering up, Jake felt he didn't need to do that at all. He wished the whole world knew how good he was to Jada. But considering her personality, he didn't want to burden her with too much pressure, so he thought of some odd and unconventional methods. On the steps, Dara clung tightly to her knees, curled into a ball, resting her head on her arms. These past few days had been exhausting for her. Suddenly, a faint coolness and sweetness wafted over. Her eyelids fluttered open, and she slowly raised her head to see a slice of watermelon right in front of her. Looking up again, she saw Jake's clean and handsome face. "Here, I kept this specially for you. No seeds. Try it, and see if it's sweet." Jake sat down next to Dara. "Don't worry, I bought this for everyone in our class. Have some." Clearly guessing Dara's hesitation, Jake reassured her. Hearing this, Dara hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take the watermelon and began eating it enthusiastically. "Is it sweet?" Jake's eyes sparkled as he watched her intently. She mumbled with her cheeks puffed out from the face and not come to her, then fine. He should never come to her at all and see who cracks first. Achoo. Sitting on the steps telling Dara a joke, Jake suddenly sneezed. "Who's gossiping about me now?" He rubbed his nose and muttered. Next to him, Dara had already finished several pieces of watermelon. When the rest period ended and the drill master blew the whistle, she quickly finished the last piece in her hand. "Thank you for the watermelon, classmate Jake." With a thank you, she joined the formation. The next day, freshmen finally got a rare day off. Connor tagged everyone in the group chat to gather in the classroom. In the classroom, after several days of continuous training, the students looked as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. Jake sat in the last row chatting with Dara. Yul and his friends sat a few rows ahead, looking bored. Originally, everyone was listless, but when Inna walked in, especially Yul, they immediately perked up. TSK, this Ina is seriously amazing. Her legs are almost longer than my lifespan. You're not kidding. Remember yesterday's tutoring scene filmed by Dalton? Ina's figure rivals that of the teacher. Yeah, this Ina is indeed beautiful. Yul patted his chest, declaring, I've decided. I must win Ina over. But Ina sat down on the other side of Jake. Jake. Ina called out, and Jake turned his head. Why couldn't Jake show any interest in her? Ina thought. Soon, Connor entered the classroom and announced two things, the election of class officers and the freshman welcome party. Many people volunteered for the officer roles, but Jake was completely uninterested and didn't participate. In the end, the class president position went to Kendra, Ina's roommate. That's it for now. Everyone go back and rest. Jake, come with me, Connor said. Hashtag chapter 101. No need to be courteous with a friend's wife. Hashtag tutor's office. Jake, I called you here because I want to discuss the selection of a new student representative for the freshman welcome party. Connor briefly explained the situation. Every year during the welcome party, apart from the regular cultural performances, a new student representative is also chosen to give a speech on stage. Those who have been to college know that the freshman welcome party is the best opportunity to stand out. Singing a song or dancing could earn them the priority to choose a partner throughout their 4 years in university. As this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam, Jake was naturally the most suitable choice as the new student representative. Therefore, the principal specifically requested Jake to be the representative, and Connor also hoped that Jake would perform a program on stage to boost the reputation of their faculty. Although Jake wasn't particularly interested in such an opportunity and wanted to leave some room for other male students, he reconsidered. Ephraim had helped him with the server rental matter before. Moreover, as a tutor, Connor usually has the final say in many matters concerning their class. Jake was also hoping for better treatment for Indira in the future. Building a good relationship with the tutor was crucial at university. After considering everything, he agreed. After leaving the office, Jake returned to the dormitory and sent a message to Dara. Come out for dinner. Soon, Dara replied. I'm going to sleep. Alright, then rest first. By the way, my car is a bit dirty. I'll pick you up later tonight. Having sent the message, Jake put down his phone. Solomon and Dalton were engrossed in watching an LOL match on the computer. Damn, RNG is really powerful this year. The god will finally win the last championship, Corey and B. I think IG is pretty strong too. This year's S8 is the most promising. Their conversation piqued Jake's interest. That year, esports were still in their developmental stage but were about to exhibit tremendous earning potential and even be considered the second entertainment circle. China's esports scene took a turning point this year. It seems like I can make some extra money by being a latecomer again. Jake mumbled to himself, thinking deeply. At that moment, he noticed that Yul had been unusually quiet and lying on his bed ever since they got back to the dormitory. What's up with Chowzi? Jake asked casually. Solomon replied, isn't it because of Kennedy? Chowzi has a crush on her. Yeah, right. But it seems Kennedy likes you, Jake, Dalton added. This sparked Solomon's curiosity, and he said with a grin, Jake, you two won't become love rivals in the future, right? The atmosphere in the dormitory suddenly became awkward. Seeing Jake's silence, Solomon quickly realized he had said something wrong and hurriedly apologized. Just saying, we're all dorm buddies. We don't need to hurt feelings over a girl, right? Isn't that so, Chowzi? Seeing Yul didn't respond, Jake gave a bitter smile. Although such jealousy seemed immature, Jake empathized with Yul given his past experiences with Zane and Alyssa. Walking to Yul's bed, Jake pulled out a cigarette and offered it to him. Yul didn't react, only turning around. Despite not being very close with the three, Jake didn't get angry. As roommates, he didn't want things to get awkward over a girl. Chowzi, I have no interest in Kennedy. Upon hearing this, Yul immediately sat up, eyes wide. Really? Yeah, no need to be courteous, rather, one shouldn't take advantage of a friend's wife. Besides, I already have someone I like. Jake's response finally made Yul relax, happily taking the cigarette and lighting it up. Hee, I knew you were a righteous guy. Let's go online later. It's on me. Since Jake was relatively idle these days, he happily agreed. Jake, let's take your Maserati. Forget it. Your treat won't cover Jake's fuel costs. Bullshit. Who do you think I am? Fuel cost is covered. Let's go. The four from dorm 205 arrived at the mall square near the campus in Jake's Maserati Grand Cabrio, attracting much attention. In the bustling square, several staff members dressed in mascot costumes distributed flyers among the crowd. The hot summer day had raised the air temperature. A figure in a mascot costume sat in the shade of a wall corner. This was Dara's 9th day working part-time handing out flyers. During military training breaks, she would come here for her part-time job. Today, due to the scorching weather, fewer people showed up, making her workload heavier than usual, but the pay was also higher. Breathing heavily, she wiped sweat off her face. The thick costume felt like a steamer, almost cooking her alive. She hesitated before opening her water bottle and cautiously poured a little water into her palm, rubbing it on her face. Don't slack off. More people are coming. Dara hurriedly stood up upon hearing a man shouting from afar. She nearly lost her balance due to dizziness, but quickly steadied herself, picking up the headgear from the ground. On the rooftop of the mall, Tigerfish Internet Cafe. The four from dorm 205 enjoyed the cool air conditioning inside. Yul answered a call and said, Solomon, our food delivery is here. The delivery guy can't find us. Go out and meet him. Damn. Why me? My game is starting. You're playing support. What's the problem with AFK for a minute? Hurry up. Yul urged. Giving a friendly middle finger, Solomon left the cafe. Jiangzhou's weather was unpredictable. It suddenly started pouring despite the blazing sun earlier. Pedestrians hurriedly sought shelter or opened umbrellas. Solomon waved to the delivery guy in yellow work clothes nearby, talking on his phone. The delivery guy saw Solomon and put away his phone. Affected by the rain, he tried to shield his face while holding the bike handlebar. Unexpectedly, a mascot-dressed person sprinted towards the building to seek shelter, missing the view due to the heavy headgear and not seeing the approaching scooter. Screech. Although the delivery guy braked promptly, the inertia caused the scooter to knock the mascot down. Panicked, the delivery guy stopped and approached. On the ground, the mascot's headgear slipped off, revealing a tired and exhausted face. Chapter 102. Which Dara does he love? Dara felt as if her bones were about to disintegrate. Rain pelted against her face, turning her into a drenched little bird within moments, the expression on her cheeks tinged with pain. Incident while eating. That delivery boy accidentally bumped into someone dressed in a mascot costume, handing out flyers. I thought I'd help. Turns out it was a girl from our class. What? Really? Who? Yell exclaimed. It's that girl who sits next to Jake. Isn't it called Dara? Solomon replied casually, mouth full of rice. At this, Jake suddenly turned towards Solomon, startled. Who? Dara. She always sits next to you. I didn't recognize her wrong, Solomon said nonchalantly. Just as he spoke, Jake rose abruptly, his face panic-stricken, and rushed out. Outside the shopping mall. Boom. Thunder roared incessantly, splitting the sky. Pitter-patter. Dara, drenched in rain, crouched tightly in the corner, leaning against the wall. Her today's quota was not yet completed. Though sheltered partially by the building eaves, raindrops still blew over her. She pulled her legs closer as the water pooled around her pink shoes. Buried in her arms, her small frame resembled a stray kitten in the desolate corner. Dazed, she lost awareness of the wind and rain. MMM. Dara smacked her lips, raising her head slowly. A black umbrella now shielded her. Beneath it stood a tall youth. With one hand holding the umbrella, half of his body already soaked, the tips of his hair dripping, his clear eyes filled with concern, anger, and helplessness. And other jobs. I'll help you. As if sensing the rain stop, Dara hugged the mascot head, her voice determined though her head was lowered. Classmate Jake, I want to rely on myself. Standing up, she raised her head, her rain-soaked face, tired and messy hair, but her eyes bright and resolute. The rain has stopped, thank you, Jake. I need to continue working. Donning the mascot head, she picked up the flyer she had been carefully protecting, heading back into the crowd. Stunned, Jake stood there, deeply moved. In the middle of the square, after the rain, the sun peeked through the clouds, casting warm light onto the earth. Watching her tirelessly distributing flyers, Jake's eyes grew moist. He wasn't sure how he felt about Dara. Love, gratitude, guilt? Gazing at the fragile and endearing Dara, he realized something. Deep inside, he had always yearned for the Dara standing amidst flames in another life. That memory haunted his dreams and thoughts. He treated her with burning affection because he owed her a lifetime. Yet, it wasn't pure love between a man and a woman. In that moment, something shifted. For the first time, he didn't see her past self in front of him. A lingering confusion lifted, bringing clarity. From now on, he would stand by her side as her protector. Leaving the umbrella behind, Jake opened the car door and called out with enthusiasm. Hamilton might time photo opportunities with this luxury car. Just grab a flyer and get a free photo. These days, even roadside vendors selling flip-flops used BMWs and Mercedes-Benz as gimmicks. Using a Maserati for distributing flyers seemed quite reasonable. The place was predominantly visited by young people and college students who went wild upon hearing about the chance for a free photo with the luxury car. Handsome guy, let me have one. I'm first. Get lost. Hamilton up, I got here first. Crap. Stop pushing. Who touched my butt? This frenzy left the supervisor overseeing the part-timers nearby utterly bewildered. Distributing flyers was something everyone knew could be done by any means necessary as long as the flyers reached someone's hands. Within half an hour, over 100 flyers were snatched away. After dismissing the remaining crowd, Jake smiled broadly as he approached Dara. He helped her remove the cumbersome costume and looked at her disheveled appearance with a pained gaze. Now, can you come back to school with me? Jake asked gently. Dara glanced up at him quickly before looking down again. Thank you, classmate Jake. Logically, I should punish you, but this time, I'll accept your gratitude. Just words are too insincere, little Elaine. You should show your appreciation, Jake said sternly. I need to go back to school, she persisted. Seeing her attempt to leave, Jake sighed heavily and then scooped her up into his arms, striding into the hospital despite her squirming protests. Please put me down, she pleaded, tears welling up as she noticed others staring. Ignoring her pleas, Jake remained unfazed. Men needed to be decisive sometimes. Inside the outpatient clinic, Dara sat listlessly on the bed, her heart pounding with dread at the familiar sterile scent and stark white walls. Beneath her pants leg, her injured calf bore a large bruise, which Jake found heartbreaking. How bad is it? Jake asked the doctor. She has some bone injuries, but nothing too severe. She needs rest, and attention must be paid to her nutrition. Her bones are brittle likely due to prolonged malnutrition. After thanking the doctor and picking up the medicine, Jake supported Dara out of the hospital. Noticing her pale complexion throughout, he grew concerned. Are you feeling unwell? He asked. Shaking her head, Dara murmured, I don't like hospitals. Why? Jake asked casually. Dara's mood sank. Gripping her pant leg tightly, she lowered her head. My grandfather. He passed away here. Her words conveyed a deep-seated fear and sadness. Chapter 104. A sleepless night. Deep within everyone's memory, there is something that evokes fear for various reasons. For example, being bitten by a dog or scratched by a cat as a child can instill a strong fear of animals later in life. Jake sensed an undeniable sadness and fear in Dara's voice, possibly triggered by something he had inadvertently mentioned. At the school, in the girls' dormitory, the car slowly came to a stop. Hamilton to Elaine, you heard what the doctor said. You need rest. You have a diagnosis letter from the hospital. Show it to the counselor and skip the military training. Oh. Dara nodded. These are your medicines, both for internal and external use. The doctor said to take the internal medicine twice a day, each time. Jake held the bag and patiently gave instructions, writing down the dosages on each medicine box with a pin so Hamilton Elaine wouldn't forget. Make sure to take them on time. As for the counselor, forget it, let me talk to him. Jake first took a photo of the diagnosis letter and sent it to Connor before making a call. Hey, Counselor Tan, this is Jake. I have something to tell you. After learning the situation, the counselor immediately approved Dara's medical leave. Sitting in the passenger seat, Dara stared blankly at the medicines in her hand and the handwriting on the boxes. For some reason, here, Jake was lost in thought for a long while. This delicate yet resilient girl had deeply rooted herself in his heart. After leaving the girls' dormitory, Jake returned to the North Campus. In room 205, as soon as Jake entered, he felt a wave of resentment. What's up with you three? Acting like you've been wronged, Jake teased. Brother Hamilton, you left us hanging. Where did you run off to? Tell us, where were you? Facing Solomon and Yul's interrogation, Jake raised his hands in surrender and smiled wryly. It was a special circumstance. You little rat, you forgot your brothers for a girl. Let's get him. Solomon shouted, and the others joined in. Amid laughter and play fighting, their rare day off slipped away quietly. With her leave approved, Dara stayed in the dorm to rest and didn't participate in military training. Jake checked daily to ensure she was taking her medicine on time. A week flew by. The freshman who endured a torturous week finally got another day off. Since there was nothing urgent at the company and Dara was resting, Jake found himself idle in the dorm. Hee, brother how, relaxing? Suddenly, Solomon walked up to Jake's bed with a grin, offering a cigarette. Hearing brother how, and seeing Solomon's mischievous smile, Jake shook his head in amusement, trying too hard. Huh? Spit it out, what's up? Hee, still brother how. Let me think how to phrase this. Solomon scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Yul glanced over. Solomon met some girls from the health school and has plans to hang out with them today. He wants to borrow your car to impress them. Damn, he had to hail a taxi. Driver, Jiangzhou University. It only took about half an hour to reach Jiangzhou University. Dozing off briefly, Jake woke up just as the car arrived. Stretching, he looked at the university gates and texted Aaron. I'm here, at the entrance. Chapter 105. He's just a despicable lackey. Outside the gates of Jiangzhou College. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Jake finally heard a familiar voice. Xiao Hamilton. Turning in the direction of the voice, Jake raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly odd. What? You don't even recognize your dad? Seeing Jake's strange demeanor, Aaron trotted up with a grin and threw an arm around his shoulders. You. Jake hesitated for a moment before speaking in a peculiar tone. Have you been working out? Oh, really? So you've noticed that my physique has improved too? Honestly, I'm almost getting abs. No, what I mean is, why are you so tanned? Only your teeth remain white, Jake remarked. Aaron replied, quit it. Walking through campus together, many students couldn't help but glance their way. This time, however, they were focused on Aaron rather than Jake. Is the guy next to that handsome dude a foreigner? He must be a foreign teacher. That can't be right. I don't remember our school having African teachers. Hearing the comments around them, Jake couldn't hold back a chuckle. Originally, after finishing driving practice post-college entrance exam, Aaron had already become quite tanned. After enduring the military training, he was now as dark as coal. Colby, this is ridiculous. How did you get this dark? Jake chuckled. Don't remind me, it's infuriating. Our drill master is pure evil. Every time I was late, he'd make me stand at attention under the scorching sun. My fair skin just can't handle it. By the way, why are you still so pale? I didn't have to go through military training. Jake's reply made Aaron feel envious all over again. As they walked and chatted, Aaron suggested showing Jake around the school first, and then inviting a few dorm mates out for dinner later. At the same time, inside a boys' dorm at Jiangzhou College, a long-faced student sat in front of a chair, swiftly typing on his phone. Recognizing the mole near his lips, it was Zane. Old Chin, still fantasizing about your Alyssa? Can you actually meet her? The comment from his dorm mate made Zane feel uncomfortable. Today being off duty, he originally planned to invite Alyssa out to eat and show off in front of his roommates. Ever since arriving at the dorm, he had been boasting about Alyssa as if she was his girl. He had even unearthed videos from the Jiaxing High School forum showing her hugging him, though, naturally, he edited out the part where Jake and Aaron beat him up. Hearing no response from Zane, the other roommate started chattering. As I said, Old Chin is just bluffing. That Alyssa is a top-notch beauty and goes to Jiang University. She's clearly a goddess. That's true. Speaking of Jiang University, I heard that this year's national top scorer also enrolled there. What's his name? He's called Jake. My cousin attends Jiang University and says Jake not only excels academically but is also handsome and wealthy. At the mention of Jake's name, the dorm mates got excited. Though filled with envy, they praised Jake to the heavens. But to Zane, these words were like thorns in his ears, igniting a rage within him. Recently, Delaney had told him about Jake attending Jiangzhou University. Thinking about Jake and Alyssa being in the same university made him uneasy, fearing something might happen between them. Therefore, he intensified his efforts, constantly reaching out to Alyssa trying to get a date. Feeling the discussion drift further, he sneered. Money doesn't make everything. Do I not know who he is? Just a despicable lackey. Hey, Old Chin, you know this Jake? A roommate asked. With all eyes on him, Zane felt uncomfortable. On one hand, he hated Jake, yet on the other, the admiration from his roommates made it seem worth bragging that he knew Jake. Annoying. Of course I do. We were classmates days to the present. Eventually, it veered towards Zane. F***CK, that guy makes me mad. Ever since we pounded him in high school, he was a pushover. Now with new connections among seniors and joining the student council, he acts like he owns the place. Hamilton steening to Aaron's rant. Jake remained silent, his eyes flashing coldly. From past experiences, Jake knew that Zane thrived anywhere, excelling at pretense. Although he had little time to deal with Zane now, the thought of Zane thriving irked him. He decided that Zane shouldn't enjoy school too much and needed to find a way to handle him. Moments later, while Aaron played on his phone, Jake stood to fetch condiments. Hey, isn't that Colby? Why are you eating alone? A laugh interrupted, making Aaron's face instantly change. Chapter 106, keeping a low profile in front of me. The good mood that had started with the plan to meet Jake today was completely ruined by the presence of the person in front of him. Aaron felt his lips curling in anger as he stared at Zane and his three friends. Go to hell, don't talk to me. Aaron spat. Zane sneered but didn't seem angry. He had just finished playing pool with his roommates and thought of having a buffet when he unexpectedly ran into Aaron here. One of Zane's roommates confronted Aaron right away. Aaron, watch your mouth. You threatening me? I'll curse whoever I want. What can you do? Aaron's explosive temper flared up immediately. What's wrong, Kai? Why do you look so upset? Damn it, I ran into some idiots. Look at the next table. Jake turned around and saw Zane and his group at the neighboring table. Naturally, Zane had also spotted him. Their eyes met. Jake looked at Zane calmly, like meeting a passerby, then quickly turned away. Conversely, Zane's gaze brimmed with deep resentment. Initially, after falling out with Jake in high school, Zane didn't hold such strong grudges. But because of Alyssa and multiple times when Jake targeted him publicly, his feelings grew increasingly sour. Deep down, it was jealousy driving him. He enjoyed associating with the weaker crowd because it made him feel superior. Jake and Aaron were once considered failures and laughable students in their high school. Whenever Jake was rejected by Alyssa or ridiculed, Zane secretly rejoiced. But later, Jake changed drastically, becoming outstanding and even letting go of Alyssa. Finally, he emerged as the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Even in this unfamiliar university, he sometimes heard others talking about Jake's achievements. How could he have been nothing when they were brothers, yet suddenly become so excellent after their fallout? On the contrary, he himself seemed to get worse. During the summer break after the exam, he often faced comparisons with Jake due to his poor results. Salvage his dignity. After some hesitation, Zane reluctantly approached Jake's table. Aaron and Jake noticed him out of the corner of their eyes. Pausing, Zane forced a smile. Shao Hamilton, what a surprise, you're. Get lost. Before Zane finished, Jake coldly spat out one word. Zane's face turned red and pale alternately like a dramatic actor. To save face in front of his roommates, he tried to suppress his disgust and anger, forcing a grin. Shao Hamilton, it's college now. Let's put the high school stuff behind us. We're still brothers. Ding. Jake put down his chopsticks deliberately, glanced at Zane, and repeated his cold tone. I said, get lost. You. Zane clenched his jaw, grinding his molars audibly. Are you deaf? Didn't hear Shao Hamilton telling you to get lost? Don't King ruin our appetite. Aaron scolded mercilessly. Zane's expression became extremely ugly. After glaring at them fiercely, he stormed back to his seat. The other roommates exchanged uneasy glances. Though no one commented, the atmosphere turned awkward. The two tables held different moods. Aaron, relieved of his frustration, chatted happily with Jake. On the other side, Zane remained sullen the entire time. Soon, when he saw two girls enter the dining area, his eyes lit up, and a smile crept onto his face. Chapter 107. Unspoken Secrets. A man can have many brothers, but a woman can only have one best friend. In some ways, Delaney and Zane are the same kind of people. One tries to ingratiate herself with Alisanuan, while the other is obsessed with her. Ever since the day Delaney took Alisanuan to register for school, she hasn't paid much attention to Delaney anymore. Nuanuan, there's a buffet near our school that offers student discounts. Next time, shall we go together? Delaney said in a voice message as she and her roommate searched for empty seats. She was planning her upcoming birthday and pondering how to hint to Alisanuan to buy her favorite outfit from her shopping cart as a gift. Now that they were not in the same school, Delaney felt a strong sense of insecurity, fearing that someone might replace her in Alisanuan's life. Jia. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. What a coincidence, Jia. Want to join us for a bite? My treat, Zane chuckled. Originally, Delaney hadn't thought much about Zane, but hearing that it was free food made her pretend reluctantly. All right then. Upon seeing Jake and another person at the next table, Delaney was a bit surprised. Jake? What's he doing here? Ignore him, let's just eat. By the way, allow me to introduce you. These are my roommates, and this is Delaney, my high school classmate and also Alisanuan's best friend. The phrase, best friend, made Delaney quite pleased. While her appearance and figure weren't on par with Alisanuan's, she was still better than most girls, especially after using makeup techniques that bordered on witchcraft, making her look presentable enough. With Delaney and her roommates joining, Zane and his friends seemed much more spirited, especially Zane, who felt like he had regained some face. At that moment, Aaron glanced sideways at the next table, his lips curling into a frown. These two pests really do belong together. Xiaolin, why am I so unlucky to be in the same school with these guys? It's so stifling. Hearing this, Jake furrowed his brow. If it were just a simple complaint, he would have dismissed it as Aaron venting. However, from Aaron's tone, it seemed like something deeper was bothering him, an unusually deep resentment towards Zane. Kai, are you hiding something from me? Jake suddenly asked. No, just complaining. Really, nothing's wrong. Aaron smiled back, trying to sound nonchalant. How could he admit that he was frequently targeted by Zane at school, enduring humiliating situations too embarrassing to share with his closest brother? Kai, we are brothers. Jake suddenly spoke, his expression serious as he looked at Aaron. He knew Aaron's character too well, and could tell immediately if he was lying. You, sigh, this is too humiliating to say. Aaron sighed deeply, his mood dropping, but under Jake's stern gaze, he eventually recounted the whole story. For a moment, the atmosphere around the dining table grew heavy. Jake remained silent, his expression unchanged, occasionally glancing at Zane with a hint of coldness. Xiaolin, I can handle this myself. Damn it, I don't believe I can't outdo Zane. Jake nodded indifferently, continuing to eat without revealing what he was thinking. A few moments later, Aaron received a call from his roommate saying the student union would inspect their dorm that night, urging him to return early to clean up. Xiaolin, are we done eating? How will you get back? Aaron asked. If you have things to do, go ahead. I'll take a walk around upstairs and then hail a cab, Jake replied. Nodding, Aaron chatted briefly and left the restaurant. Sitting alone, Jake continued scrolling through his phone. Not long after, seeing Zane leave, he followed. In the restroom, after relieving himself, Zane adjusted his pants and walked out, only to find Jake also finishing up. Seeing Jake, Zane's eyes flashed with animosity, then he deliberately pulled out his phone and raised his voice as he passed Jake. Nuanyuan, I'm having buffet with Judge outside. We're planning to visit you at Zhang University next week when we're free. Will you be available? Hearing Zane's words, Jake turned to see a smug smile on Zane's face. The two locked eyes, and Jake suddenly laughed. For both himself and Aaron, this encounter had to leave a mark on Zane. It seems you still haven't given up on Alisanuan. Caught off guard by Jake's sudden approach, Zane snorted, no longer feeling the need to feign niceties. Not your business. After speaking, Zane thought of something else and grinned arrogantly. What's up, Xiaolin? Aren't you still pining for Nuanyuan? Did my stealing your longtime crush upset you? Seeing Zane's clumsy attempts, Jake couldn't help but laugh. There's a saying, he who is closer has the first chance. Guess what? If I pursue Alisanuan now, do you think she'd accept me? Zane's expression changed dramatically. Struggling to maintain his composure, he retorted, ridiculous. Didn't you say you're over Nuanyuan? Didn't you always say that Nuanyuan was playing hard to get with me, encouraging me to try harder? See, now I'm doing the same thing. Zane's face darkened further, but Jake kept smiling. You know Nuanyuan's character. If I apologize sincerely, do you think she'd give me a chance? Pretending for so long is tiring. I've liked Nuanyuan for so long. How could I easily give up? Right now, only I can see her every day. Feeling the right moment had arrived, Jake brushed his hands and turned to look at Zane. Compared to me, you're not qualified to compete. But don't worry, when I'm tired, it'll be your turn. Finally, unable to hold back his rage feet, stumbling as he stood up. Hamilton, chillin'. Hatred contorted Zane's features as he howled and stormed out of the restroom. Outside the restaurant, Zane led his three roommates out in high spirits. Meanwhile, Jake had already taken a taxi. Watching the approaching group from the rearview mirror, he hummed a little tune happily. He wasn't foolish enough to stay and risk a beating after having the upper hand. The words he said in the bathroom were just meant to annoy Zane. Towards Alyssa, he felt nothing but disdain. By the time he arrived at school, it was already evening. Just entering the dorm, Jake saw Solomon coming over looking dejected. Jake, here's your key back. Taking the key, Jake asked curiously, you're back so soon? He had only asked idly, but unexpectedly, Solomon blushed furiously, saying nothing as he scrambled up to his bed, burying his head under the pillow like an ostrich. What's going on? Jake looked confused. Ha ha ha, you don't know? This guy asked the girl out to dinner, but she couldn't have cold drinks, explained Yul. Jake still didn't understand. What does that mean? What? Really? Jake, you don't know this? Not being able to drink cold drinks means she's on her period. How could you let Solomon jaywalk to accommodate that? Ha ha ha. Jake could only respond, only. 6. Misscheduled. In a drizzle, the freshmen's military training officially concluded. While during training they hated the instructors fiercely, when it came time to bid farewell, they were deeply reluctant to part ways. Instructors, previously seen as obnoxious, became irresistibly endearing upon departure. Naturally, some girls sobbed uncontrollably, as if experiencing a heartbreaking separation. The reason for this? Every year during university military training, some girls would develop short yet memorable romances with the instructors. Removing the military uniforms marked the official beginning of college life. However, on the first day of class meetings, Jake took leave because Reagan called him. The company had finished all internal testing for the app and only needed to connect to the server before officially launching. Upon receiving the news, Jake rushed to the company. In the meeting room, Jake, Reagan, and Brent, along with other core members, decided after deliberation that the app would be named Sun Ming. Although the name seemed somewhat pretentious or strange, Jake didn't mind. As the saying goes, the world doesn't start with paths. They appear when people walk them. Names might seem odd when no one pays attention, but once enough users are reached, they become natural. Boss, since the name is set, should we inject funds immediately to attract traffic after launch? Not yet. We definitely need traffic, but first, we need to build solid content. Without, this isn't a job anyone can handle. Jake stretched lazily, noticing Reagan watching him like a wronged wife. What's wrong, Sister Ing? Who upset you? Chapter 109. Sister Ing, you've misunderstood. Back at the office, Reagan had naturally maintained Jake's dignity in front of everyone. Now that they were alone, she couldn't help but look at him with a grievance. Is it not? Jake rubbed his nose awkwardly, knowing well that Reagan was reproaching him for having acted like an absentee boss for half a month. He had focused much of his energy on Jada recently and neglected company affairs. As the company was getting on track, more responsibilities piled up, especially personnel management and internal matters, which Brent was not adept at. All these fell to Reagan. With such heavy burdens, Reagan felt rather wronged. But Jake felt apologetic as well. Sister Ing, you've worked hard these past days. Tisk, mere words won't do, Reagan said with a slight lift of her chin, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Seeing this, Jake pondered while looking Reagan up and down. She exuded a stronger aura of a female CEO. Wearing a beige OL suit with her long, slim legs clad in red heels, her silky black hair flowing gracefully over her shoulders, embodying allure perfectly. Under Jake's gaze, Reagan instinctively averted her eyes, then let out a coy snort, waving her dainty fists. What are you staring at? I agree with what Sister Ing said. Words aren't enough to show sincerity. After a moment's pause, Jake snapped his fingers at. Seeing her, Jake quickened his pace with a smile. Were you waiting for me again? Jake asked gently. Yes, Dara nodded. Knowing her tendencies, Jake guessed she must have been waiting there for nearly 2 hours. Seeing the fine layer of sweat on her forehead, he shook his head. Hamiltontal silly, it's hot. Did you really plan to wait until I returned without sending me a message? I did send you one, she replied. Checking his phone, Jake saw the message indeed from her, sent during a meeting when he didn't check it. Why did you look for me? Are you hungry? Let's get something to eat, Jake chuckled. Shaking her head, she hesitated before raising her eyes shyly. Fellow student Jake, now that military training has ended, should you tell me what you want me to do? She came specifically for this matter. With military training over and her leg almost fully recovered, she felt she couldn't accept his kindness any longer. So it's about this. Pinching his chin, Jake considered for a moment before smiling warmly. All right, follow me. He called Dara, then walked towards his car parked nearby. After a brief hesitation, she followed. They left campus, heading to a large supermarket where Jake went on a shopping spree. Dara obediently pushed the cart behind him, wondering if this was what he wanted her to do. Accompany him shopping. The items he bought were odd. Chapter 110. You are my dedicated nanny. If Ephraim were present, he would probably have spewed out a mouthful of blood. The school's independent dormitories all had fixed quotas. At the time, quite a few well-known lecturers and professors wanted to secure this courtyard. But to get Jake, the top national college entrance exam scorer, Ephraim faced considerable pressure to allocate this dormitory to him. Now that Jake had taken possession of the courtyard, it wasn't enough that he was going to live in the male dormitory himself. He even wanted to give away the courtyard. Dara was momentarily taken aback. Then she thought Jake was just playing around. Student Jake, you don't joke like this. Do I look like I'm joking, Hamiltontal Elaine? Anyway, I don't stay here much. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Hearing Jake's serious tone, Dara panicked. She felt she already owed Jake a lot. Accepting such a beautiful private dormitory would be too much for her. No, I can't take it. This is the school's private dormitory for student Jake. I can't accept it. Seeing Dara shaking her head vehemently, Jake couldn't help but laugh, finding her incredibly adorable. Hamiltontal Elaine, can you cook? Yes, a little. Dara nodded. She had lived with her grandparents since childhood, so she grew up early, mastering household chores and cooking effortlessly from elementary school. Then how about you take care of lunch? Student Jake, when you say I should do something, it wouldn't be cooking, right? Dara asked softly. What's wrong? Don't you want to? A horrible scene made Jake want to ruffle her hair. Didn't I say I'm dieting? I can't finish it by myself. If you don't eat with me, I'll have to throw it away. The weather is hot, so we can't leave leftovers overnight. But we have a fridge. That's still overnight. I don't like that. Dara, okay, then. At the dining table, they sat opposite each other. Jake symbolically tried a bite of each dish and said he was full, leaving the rest for her. While Hamiltontal Elaine was eating, Jake watched her. Her small mouth seemed to devour everything effortlessly. As expected, Dara finished all the food, leaving not a grain in her bowl. Covering her mouth gently after a burp, Dara carried the dishes into the kitchen, not only cleaning them but also tidying up the kitchen thoroughly. Wiping sweat from her forehead, Dara looked at Jake and asked, Student Jake, is there anything else you need me to do? Hamiltontal Elaine, how about this? From now on, you will be responsible for cooking and cleaning for me. In exchange, after graduation, consider the scholarship repaid. You can use things here freely and even live here. What do you think? After pondering for a moment, Dara shook her head. Cooking and cleaning for you. These are fine, but I still need to repay you. Jake couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This silly girl. Hamiltontal Elaine, do you know how much it costs to hire a nanny in Jiangzhou? If I hire someone from outside, it would cost me at least 5 or 6,000 yuan a month, over 20,000 in 4 years. Oh, forget it. Since you don't agree, I'll hire one from outside. Saying this, he pretended to make a phone call. Hello, housekeeping company? I want to hire a nanny. What's the price? Oh, 6,000 per month. Hearing the price, Dara was shocked. She never imagined that living expenses in big cities were so high. Just cooking and cleaning cost 6,000 a month. She blushed deeply and shook her head vigorously at Jake. Student Jake, don't spend so much money. I promise you. A hint of a smile flashed across Jake's eyes as he put down his phone. It's settled then. Afterwards, he took Dara on a tour of the room. There are 2 bedrooms. You can come and live in the other one anytime. Oh right, I'm stepping out for a bit. Wait for me nicely. With that, Jake turned and left. He drove to a nearby appliance store and added some items. A washing machine, vacuum cleaner, mop, broom, automatic dishwasher. Basically anything to make life easier for Hamiltontal Elaine. Once everything was set up, he taught her how to use each item. There's air conditioning inside, and the bathroom has everything, shower gel, shampoo, etc. Use whatever you need. The washing machine is new. If you have dirty clothes, you can bring them over. Here, this is a key. We each have one. From today on, Hamiltontal Elaine, you are my dedicated nanny. I've got some errands. Remember to lock the door when you leave. Bye. As if afraid Dara might change her mind, Jake quickly left after giving her the key. Outside the window, Jake stood on the small road, waving goodbye to Dara through the air before turning to jog away. Watching the tall silhouette gradually disappear, Dara was lost in thought for a long time. After carefully putting the key in her pocket, she glanced at the air conditioner, feeling it wasteful, and turned it off. Picking up the mop, she meticulously cleaned the house. For unreachable corners, she knelt down and used a cloth to clean them. With the air conditioner off and busy for a while, she was soon drenched in sweat. Standing at the bathroom door, she hesitated, sniffed her shirt slightly, wrinkled her nose, and finally stepped into the bathroom. Rushing water. Through the sound of running water, it was evident she had turned on only a small stream to avoid wasting Jake's water bill, unaware that all utilities in the courtyards were covered by the school. Suddenly, the closed door opened, and a shadow walked in. Unbeknownst to Dara, ruffled the cute, small girl in front of him. Startled by his action, Dara took a step back, her cheeks flushing red as she looked at him. Realizing his behavior might seem presumptuous, Jake awkwardly lowered his hand and cleared his throat. Didn't I say you can use anything you want? She shook her head, having noticed during her rinse that those bottles seemed expensive. She didn't want to take advantage of Jake's kindness. To ease her worries, Jake shrugged, pretending to be stern. I've already said, compared to hiring a nanny, I'm the one benefiting from you staying here. I don't like taking advantage of others. Otherwise, I'd feel uncomfortable. So, you can use everything in this house. Uh-huh, she replied meekly, unsure if she fully understood his words. Anyway, let's dry your hair first. After getting her to sit down, Jake fetched the hairdryer he had just bought. Seeing him intending to dry her hair, Dara hurriedly refused, saying, Jake, I can do it myself. But Jake pointed to the dryer in his hand and replied, this is the latest model. You might not know how to use it. Let me do it. The latest model? Looking at the hairdryer from the supermarket in his hand, Dara sighed weakly, nodding. After positioning himself, he gently held a bunch of her hair. Feeling its slightly rough texture, Jake's eyes filled with tenderness for the fragile figure before him. Warm air from the dryer gently caressed Dara's hair. Unconsciously, her tiny hands clenched tightly on her lap. This scene reminded her of her late grandfather. When she was young, her grandfather used to blow-dry her hair after every wash. But after his passing and her grandmother's frequent illnesses, she had never felt cared for like this again. At this moment, Jake's actions stirred up her tenderest memories, making her feel a sudden pang of sadness. Standing behind her, Jake naturally did not notice her emotional changes. In this brief silence, both were lost in their own thoughts. Done. Soon, Jake reluctantly put down her hair. After standing up, Dara kept her head slightly lowered, clutching the towel and whispered, yes, I'll wash the towel. Jake looked at her helplessly before taking the towel from her hands. These things can go into the washing machine. Also, regardless of whether you use the bathroom supplies or not, I'll replace them monthly. Any unused ones will be discarded, okay? Oh. Sure enough, Jake's seemingly wasteful actions always caught Dara off guard. While he felt slightly guilty for tricking her, Jake knew he needed to protect her stubborn pride and self-respect with these special methods. After leaving the villa, Jake dropped her off at the girls' dormitory. Returning to his dorm, he took a nap and then checked the time. It was almost time for Reagan to finish work. After tidying up, he drove off campus. Since he promised to cook dinner for Reagan, he couldn't break his word. Besides, he also had some matters to discuss with her. With the company expanding, he needed to find someone suitable to help share Reagan's workload, and he already had someone in mind. Golden Peak Mansion. In the living room, Reagan opened the door and walked inside. Looking tired from her busy afternoon, rubbing her temples with slender fingers, she bent to remove her high heels when she suddenly spotted a pair of men's shoes in the shoe cabinet. Pausing for a moment, she heard clinking sounds coming from the kitchen. Sissing, you're back? A familiar voice called out from the kitchen, followed by Jake emerging, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, smiling warmly. Surprised, Reagan asked, what are you doing here? Sissing, I promised to cook you a good meal tonight, Jake replied. Initially thinking it was just a casual remark, Reagan was pleasantly surprised to see Jake actually cooking. Seeing him dressed as a house husband, she smiled sweetly, feeling a warmth in her heart as her fatigue faded. Himph, are you sure you can cook? Don't make a mess. Hee, Sissing, just wait and see. Rest for a bit. I'll call you when it's ready. With that, Jake retreated to the kitchen to continue cooking. The clinking sounds continued, while Reagan changed into a cute pink pajama set, removed her makeup, and sat cross-legged on the sofa with her laptop, working on something. Occasionally, her gaze wandered towards the kitchen, enjoying the faint scent. Anything Alyssa liked, he threw himself into learning it without hesitation. Despite appearing extremely capable to outsiders, he never realized it himself. Thinking about this, Jake couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, every clingy lover had tremendous potential because they would go all out to win the heart of their goddess, continuously pushing themselves to improve. Seeing Jake lost in thought, Reagan thought she might have said something wrong and asked anxiously, Jake, what's wrong? Are you okay? After recovering from his daze, Jake chuckled and shook his head, not wanting to delve into this topic further. By the way, Sister Ing, I'm planning to hire someone to manage internal operations and personnel transfers in the company to ease your workload. What do you think? Although Jake's intention was for the company's benefit and to relieve Reagan's stress, it would inadvertently distribute some of her power within the company. Fortunately, Reagan didn't mind and instead sighed with relief. That's great. Do you have any candidates in mind? If not, I can immediately start posting job advertisements. Actually, I do have one in mind. She's my cousin, Jake replied. Jake's grandmother had a younger brother, Jake's granduncle, who had a granddaughter named Alana. Jake remembered his cousin very clearly. In his previous life, she was an outstanding student, graduating from Fudan University with a degree in engineering management, and pursuing her doctorate after volume slightly before explaining the situation. There was silence on the other end before Alana finally spoke up. You're saying you've opened a company? In Jiangqing? And you want to hire me to work for you? Yeah, I'm short-staffed now, and I believe. Before Jake could finish, Alana cut in angrily. Jake, I don't have time for your games. If there's nothing else, please don't disturb me while I study. Cousin, I'm serious. I did start a company, Jake pleaded. There was a rustling sound as if she was flipping through books, followed by a curt tone. I told you, don't call me cousin. Also, I'm really busy. If you're calling to make jokes, I'll block you for a while. How about we meet later at the company and have a video chat? Before Jake could react, he heard the dial tone on the other end. Thinking perhaps Alana had received another call, he dialed again. Sorry, the line is currently in use. Sorry, the call cannot be connected at the moment. Sorry, the number you dialed is invalid. Jake stared at his phone in disbelief. Sure enough, Alana had blocked him. What happened? She refused? Reagan asked curiously. Jake smiled wryly, knowing that Alana's personality matched this behavior. Forget it. I'll visit her during the National Day holiday and see if we can talk in person. After putting away his phone, they didn't continue discussing this matter. Instead, Over dinner, they chatted about the company's daily affairs and reminisced about their high school days. Recalling those embarrassing incidents where Jake skipped classes and received punishments from Reagan brought them both laughter. By the way, Sister Ing, Dara and I attend the same university. Colby is also at Jiangzhou College. When you have free time, would you like to meet them for dinner? Dara is at Jiangda too? Reagan was surprised. Suddenly, she recalled something. Initially, she assumed Jake chose Jiangda over top universities like Tsinghua, Peking, and Fudan solely because the company was located in Jiangzhou. Now, she wasn't so sure. Pondering for a moment, she casually asked, "Did Dara influence your decision to apply to Jiangda?" "You guess," Jake winked. This answer mirrored Reagan's question from a few weeks ago when she asked Jake whether he liked Dara, to which he gave no straightforward response. Still, she felt she had her answers from observing Jake's attentiveness towards Dara during high school. Ing. Noticing Reagan's distraction, Jake called out, "Huh? Oh. What are you thinking about?" Reagan chuckled awkwardly. "Nothing. I'm almost done eating and have some unfinished work." She stood up, returning to her desk, staring blankly at a new document. Jake shrugged, admiring Reagan's dedication. After clearing the table and bidding farewell to Reagan, Jake left the office, feeling content as a boss. Chapter 113. The first profound affection of 205. After leaving the Golden Ding mansion, Jake had barely set foot on campus when he was summoned to Ephraim's office by phone. With the new student welcome gala approaching, as this year's representative for new students, he naturally had to participate in rehearsals and such. The tail end of September, with the National Day holiday just around the corner, the freshmen were already feeling a bit restless and impatient. In one of the lecture halls inside the teaching building, Jake stared blankly at the prepared speech in his hands, finding it utterly boring. Had he known it would be such a hassle, he shouldn't have agreed to be the student representative in the first place. Beside him, Dara was diligently taking notes. Jake didn't disturb her. During the break, Jake went to the bathroom with Yul and a few others, sharing a quick cigarette. Upon leaving the restroom, they were suddenly hit with a waft of fragrance. Looking up, it turned out to be Kennedy, with her wavy hair cascading down. Seeing the provocatively dressed Kennedy, Yul's eyes lit up and he stared intensely. However, Jake only cast a brief glance before turning away, preparing to leave. But Kennedy sidestepped and blocked his path. Noticing this, Jake raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's up?" Perceiving Jake's nonchalant tone, Kennedy smiled softly, showing none of her usual carefree attitude, and whispered, "Jake, I'm planning to perform a duet at the welcome gala. Would you like to join me?" At that moment, Jake felt something within him crack into pieces. Turning to look at Yul beside him, seeing his pained expression, it was the fragile heart of a young man. He then turned back to face Kennedy. Kennedy was clearly confident in her looks and figure. She knew exactly where her advantages lay. Facing Jake's gaze, she didn't shy away but proudly stood her ground, even more so flaunting her fuller-than-average chest compared to her peers. After the failed attempt last time, she figured maybe she was too reserved. This time, she decided to be more direct. With her looks, if she took the initiative, she couldn't believe any boy could resist her. "Student Kennedy," Jake said gently but followed it with a rather indifferent reply under her heated gaze. "First, thank you for your kindness, but you're not my type. Please keep an appropriate distance in the future." With Kennedy's somewhat frozen smile, Jake left without another word. Kennedy remained stunned, realizing she had indeed been rejected, and so bluntly. She couldn't understand why Jake still wasn't interested despite her being so proactive. When facing Dara, he was always so enthusiastic, but why was he so cold toward her? Yul and the others witnessed this interaction and were idiot. The first grand event after the start of the school year, the new student welcome gala, finally began as scheduled. Due to the large number of new students, the gala originally planned for the auditorium was moved to the North Campus Stadium. The vast field easily accommodated all the new students, and the stage was temporarily set up on the podium. Banners, balloons, professional lighting, cameras, and cranes. The setup created an atmospheric ambience. "Students, hello. I am the president of Jiangzhou University, Ephraim. First, I represent Jiangzhou University in welcoming you." Ephraim stood on the podium, reading from a script, delivering a procedural opening address. Jake yawned continuously backstage. Needless to say, the students below were even less engaged. Finally, after Ephraim finished, two senior hosts, one male, one female, from the broadcasting department took the stage, finally stirring some excitement among the students. "Students, please welcome our freshman representative from the Finance College, Jake, to give a speech. Please applaud." Hearing Jake's name, the freshmen below began whispering amongst themselves. As the rising star of this year's freshmen, Jake's name was familiar to almost half of them present. Meanwhile, the three roommates from 205 dorm gazed enviously. Being the student representative, Jake now held the upper hand in university romance. Among the crowd, a girl stood out. Her exquisite features and tasteful attire made her stand tall like a princess amidst the masses. When Jake appeared on stage, the whispers and murmurs around her filled her with pride. She lifted her chin arrogantly, her eyes sparkling, because she knew this excellent Jake came to Jiangzhou University for her. "Omega, is this Jake? He's truly handsome." "Yeah, really. He's even hotter than internet celebrities." Two girls gushed over Jake on stage, stars in their eyes. "Piper, Lorraine, enough of your crush. Can you be a bit more ladylike?" Erilyn scolded unhappily. These girls were naturally Elysian and her three roommates. Seeing her two roommates ogling Jake, Elysian felt extremely smug and sat up straight, pretending indifference. "Yeah, try to be more reserved. Honestly, he's just okay." "Heard that? Look at how New Anyan treats him. Just another pretty boy," Erilyn added. Elysian frowned, feeling irritated. She could criticize Jake freely, but she didn't like others doing so, especially now confirming that Jake came to Jiangzhou University for her. Deciding who Jake was good or bad for should be her prerogative alone. No one else had the right to comment. Chapter 114. The most important person. On stage, Jake was under the spotlight, reciting the prepared speech step by step. Despite the obvious signs of rote memorization, the various accolades and his bow at the end still earned him continuous applause from the audience. Next, please enjoy a song and dance performance by the Foreign Languages Department called Meow Meow Meow. Please give them a round of applause. We all learn to meow. Together we meow meow meow. Coquettishly in front of you. Oh yeah, meow meow meow. My heart pounds, infatuated with your wicked smile. If you don't say you love me, I'll meow meow meow. Meow. 3 senior sisters dressed as cat maids accompanied the catchy melody, their meows drawing cheers from the crowd of male fans who were shouting enthusiastically like wild apes. As one song after another played on, the atmosphere of the evening gala became increasingly lively. When the host announced Jake's performance, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jake sat on a high stool, holding a guitar borrowed from the music department. After a quick tuning, he adjusted the microphone with one hand and glanced around at the sea of people below. With a light chuckle, he began. The next song is for someone very important to me. As soon as these words left his lips, the female fans fell into an endless swirl of fantasies. Sisters, did you hear? Jake is talking about me. Huh, it must be me. On registration day, I brushed past Jake and even touched the hem of his shirt. You don't have that kind of connection? Stop arguing. Actually, Jake means me. A towering man of 6 feet suddenly blurted out shyly. Undersea, you idiot. Why are you joining in? What do you know? True love between men. Alyssa listened to the heated debates and cheers around her, feeling incredibly pleased. She looked around with a self-satisfied smirk. These people were so silly. Jake's important person was clearly her. On stage, Jake's fingers lightly swept over the guitar strings, producing a slow and melancholic melody. He began to sing softly. Let me see you one more time, from south to north. It feels like my eyes are veiled by the 5th ring road. Please tell me again about that day. I know those summers, just like youth, can never return. Dreams can only be manchang replaced. I know the boasts I made will be laughed off with youth. To make it read more naturally in English. Dreams can only be barely replaced. I know the boasts I made will be laughed off with youth. Note, manchang in this context means barely, or with great difficulty, so barely is a more natural fit in English. However, please ensure the translation fits the original emotional tone and meaning as intended in the full song lyric context. Trap me in this city to remember you. His deep, magnetic voice echoed throughout the field. Folk songs have always been intricate. Her deskmate was truly outstanding, so dazzling that she couldn't bear to look directly at him. That dazzling Jake made her feel small, admiring his brilliance, but knowing she could never achieve it. Clenching the fabric of her pants tightly, she lowered her head once more, unable to meet his gaze under his glaring brilliance. Not far from Dara, Alyssa watched Jake intently. Jake, 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 Jake. The freshmen chanted Jake's name in unison, the sound deafening. Hamilton steening to the roar of the crowd chanting Jake's name. Alyssa felt a daze. At this moment, she realized how extraordinarily talented this boy she once mocked was, so much so that it stirred a faint sense of inadequacy within her. But when their gazes met, she felt as if Jake was looking directly at her. This song, I want to give it to someone very important. Jake's earlier words rang in her mind. She believed her intuition. This song was for her, and the very important person he mentioned was her too. That faint sense of inadequacy was drowned out by a deep-seated arrogance and confidence. She huffed, looking at Jake with slight displeasure. Had he known how he'd turn out, why hadn't he treated her better from the start? Even if Jake abandoned prestigious universities for her, and used such subtle methods to apologize and show goodwill before all the freshmen, she wouldn't forgive him easily. Yet, deep down, of Jiangzhou University. From Tieba, official blogs, headlines to WeChat public accounts, anything related to university campuses had always been one of the main hot topics on the internet. Looking at the overwhelming comments and various amateur cover videos, Jake had a sudden idea. It seemed like a great opportunity for promotion. After obtaining the complete recording of the school gala from the university, he handed it over to his company's technical team to upload it onto the Xiaoming app. Only on the Xiaoming app could users see the high-definition, full-length recording. One day, Brent brought good news to Jake over the phone. Boss, our active registered users have exceeded 80,000. Haha, this wave of publicity was perfect for us. Jake couldn't help but laugh wryly. This unplanned success felt serendipitous. Seizing the momentum, Jake immediately convened an internal meeting to develop a detailed promotional plan. After formulating the plan, he allocated 20 million yuan to the company account as advertising expenses and instructed the R&D department to prepare for launching a light version of the Xiaoming app, along with the Xiaoming Earn Money event. Any active user of the Xiaoming app could earn rewards by signing in daily, accumulating online time, or achieving creator milestones, all redeemable for cash. Though the rewards weren't substantial, Jake knew these users well enough. To them, the amount did conversation. She picked up her chopsticks obediently and started eating with him. Watching her take small bites but devour the food quickly, Jake smiled. Since the end of military training, Dara ate heartily every day, and her nutrition improved. Her face finally had a bit of color, and her skin was slightly fairer. Her hair no longer looked dry and yellowish. Though the changes weren't dramatic, Jake could still notice them. Dara had a good foundation. It was just masked by long-term malnutrition. Hamilton, Jake. Dara's eyes darted nervously around, noticing that Jake had been staring at her since dinner started, making her feel embarrassed. Do I have something on my face? Hearing this, Jake grinned, his eyes forming crescents as he nodded. Yes, you do. There's a flower on your face, and it's very beautiful. Dara's face turned bright red like an apple, her head nearly dipping into her bowl. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Eat up, Jake chuckled affectionately. After finishing a bowl of rice, Jake was mostly full, while Dara continued to work through the remaining dishes. This was because Jake always prepared enough ingredients for one meal and told her to use everything up. Initially, Dara might have felt uncomfortable and only ate a little unless Jake spoke up. until Jake packed and fed leftover food to the old man next door's dog. She realized he would genuinely throw away uneaten food. So, she made sure to finish everything each time. Jake initially worried that Dara was forcing herself to eat, fearing she might get full too fast. But after a few days, the restaurant is run by a kind old lady. In Dara's view, Jake had already helped her immensely. How could she keep asking for more help? AI. Alright. If you change your mind later, or have other issues, let me know. Jake said this reluctantly, not wanting to force her into accepting his kindness with strong measures. The day before the holiday, after morning classes ended, many students left campus early. All three of Jake's roommates in dorm 205, except Yul, had already left. Before leaving, Jake went to visit the restaurant where Dara worked. Seeing that the owner was indeed a kind, elderly woman reassured him. Ring ring. Stepping out of the restaurant, Jake received a call from an unknown number. Hello, is this Mr. Jake? Yes, speaking. Who's calling? Jake asked. Hashtag chapter 116. I really haven't broken any laws. The unfamiliar male voice on the phone left Jake somewhat puzzled. Hello, Mr. Hamilton. I'm from the Urban Construction Bureau of Yongqing. This call is regarding... The man explained his purpose over the phone. After listening, a slow smile crept onto Jake's face. It had been about 3 months since he purchased the commercial building at number 183 Sijong Road. As in his previous life, this area was scheduled for demolition, and after the authorities learned that number 183 had been resold, they finally got in touch with him. I'll be back in Yongqing in a few days. We can discuss it then. After a brief conversation, Jake hung up. He happened to see Dara arriving for work just as he put down his phone. Seeing Jake, Dara hesitated momentarily. Though she still avoided eye contact, she was less restrained after spending some time with him. Gee, good afternoon, Jake. Good afternoon, Jada. Yes, that elderly lady's handiwork is indeed excellent. Her noodles are delicious, and she's a very nice person, Jake said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Dara simply nodded. I need to start work. With that, she walked quickly toward the store. Jada. Just as she reached the door, she heard Jake's voice behind her. Turning around, she saw his tall figure bathed in sunlight. Hamiltoning his hand, Jake clenched it into a fist and waved. Keep it up, Jada. Looking at Jake, Dara felt an unusual emotion stir within her. She smiled, a rare sight. This smile even made the roadside flowers seem less vibrant. Yes, keep it up. Dara glanced at Jake one last time before turning to enter the store. Watching her disappear, Jake took a deep breath, feeling incredibly content. He seemed to enjoy interacting with Jada more now, even if he had to hide many things from her and try to fool her sometimes. Being with Jada as she grew up brought him a sense of happiness. Ding dong. His phone rang again as he was lost in thought. Recognizing the caller, Jake answered, holding the phone a few centimeters away from his ear. A familiar raspy voice boomed immediately. Hamilton, did you time? Jake had initially wondered if his father would miss him during his absence, but seeing his father's cheerful demeanor, he realized he'd overthought it. At the complex entrance, Bob reluctantly handed his electric scooter to Rosella. Not staying a bit longer? No, Xiaohao should be returning soon. It wouldn't be good if he sees us together. Besides, Xiaohuan is also coming home soon, and I need to prepare dinner for her. Taking the scooter, Rosella waved goodbye and rode off. Bob's eyes followed her until she disappeared from view, completely oblivious to the presence beside him. Enjoyable? Caught off guard, Bob absent-mindedly nodded. Yes, enjoyable. Realizing his slip, he turned to find Jake grinning beside him. Cough, you rascal. When did you get back? Bob cleared his throat. Old Dad, who was that lady? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Bob waved it off. A colleague from the factory. Just chatted a bit upon meeting. Oh, just a colleague? Jake's playful expression made Bob blush slightly. Well, you're becoming quite the chatterbox now, aren't you? Haha, old Dad, I'm hungry. Jake laughed, deciding to let it go. Your meal's already ready. Let's go home. Looking at his son who had grown taller, Bob's eyes twinkled with unmasked joy. At the dining table, Jake recounted many college stories while his father shared amusing anecdotes from the factory. Time flew by as they laughed and talked. Putting down his chopsticks, Jake announced, Old Dad, I have some good news for you. Coincidentally, so do I. They exchanged amused glances. Alright, my good son, you go first. My news is too important. It must be the grand finale. Jake chuckled and retrieved several bags from his suitcase. For you, Old Dad. Don't tell me you've already picked up these tricks without starting work yet. What do I lack? Although Bob scolded lightly, his eyes twinkled with delight upon seeing the gifts. However, his expression changed drastically when he saw what was inside. You thief, did you rob a bank? Or take out a high-interest loan? Jake, honest, Old Dad, can't you have a little faith in me? Bob asked repeatedly until he confirmed that Jake had committed no illegal activities, finally exhaling in relief. Yet, he still felt uneasy looking at the items before him. Chapter 117. My son has the mark of brilliance. 4 packs of premium 9.5 cigarettes, 2 bottles of Mutai liquor, a luxury men's belt, and a Longines Conquest diver mechanical watch. Bob, the father, trembled as he glanced at them. Though he was just a worker from the bottom rung, he knew these items were not cheap. Dad, try on the watch first to see if it fits. Jake had initially considered getting his father a Rolex. To put it more proudly, honestly, where did you get the money? Seeing his father's serious expression, Jake wasn't too surprised. He knew his father would ask about this. Since he couldn't hide the fact that he started a company forever, it was better to confess early, so his father wouldn't keep trying so hard to earn money. Dad, I started my own internet company and made some money recently. A company? When did you start it? Why didn't I know? That doesn't make sense. Where did you get the capital to start the company? Didn't you give me all your scholarships? Facing his father's rapid-fire questions, Jake patiently answered but selectively concealed some details. He roughly told his father that the startup capital came from an application to the school. You child, how could you do such a big thing without consulting your old man? Bob looked somewhat unhappy. In his view, Starting a company was a huge deal, and Jake hadn't even told him. What if Jake got cheated? Dad, rest assured. The principal of Jiang University is quite decent. The company has been established and is on track. The funds we applied for from the school have been repaid, so there won't be any financial disputes. Hearing this, his father's mouth moved, but he said nothing, sighing slightly. Looking at Jake, who stood half a head taller than him, his eyes filled with complexity. With little education, Bob was a humble worker who didn't understand much of what Jake said. At that moment, he suddenly realized that his son. This question made Jake pause for a moment before making a gesture with his bent finger. Seeing this, Bob was puzzled. 90,000? No. The stuff you bought already adds up to several tens of thousands. Could it be 900,000? Jake didn't respond, looking rather strange. His silence seemed like confirmation to his father. Suddenly, Bob slapped his thigh heavily and immediately picked up his phone. Dad, what are you doing? Jake asked in confusion. Ignoring him, Bob dialed the phone, his face flushed with excitement. Tyson 3. Hurry up and go check our family grave. Isn't it giving off green smoke again? Jake. When did he say it was 900,000? He intended to tell his father that he had made 9 digits. Dad, actually. Just as he was about to speak, his father suddenly gave him a tight hug after hanging up the phone. Great. Wonderful, great son. His father's voice choked a bit, his eyes red. Dad, are you crying? Jake asked. Haha, I'm happy. Come, son, you're an adult now. Let's have a couple of drinks tonight. Seeing his father bustling around, Jake silently swallowed his words. Just knowing about 900,000 excited his father so much. If his father knew he had several small goals in the bank, their family's ancestors would probably be restless in their graves. That night, his father drank himself into a stupor. He cried and laughed while hugging Jake and called everyone on his contact list to say his son had made it big. After helping his father to bed, seeing only a young-looking teenager at the entrance, the man asked cautiously, Yes, it's me. Nice to meet you. Jake extended his hand cordially. Upon seeing this, the man couldn't help but flash a look of surprise, but as someone working within the system, controlling emotions was a basic skill, so he immediately responded cheerfully. I didn't expect Mr. Hamilton to be so young. Truly remarkable, please follow me. Inside the office, the man chatted politely with Jake for a few moments. During their conversation, Jake learned that the man's name was Hamilton Ziyang. Mr. Hamilton, we have received instructions from our superiors to requisition the property on Sijong Road. Since number 183 belongs to you, we have already contacted relevant departments for compensation assessment. This is the contract document. Taking the document handed by Hamilton Ziyang, Jake read through it carefully several times, finding no major issues. When he saw the final assessed compensation amount, Jake couldn't help but silently marvel. Indeed, without specific demolition policies, many so-called demolition second generation were still getting rich overnight from such payments. Of course, Jake knew very well that after 4 or 5 years, once relevant policies came into place, these sky-high compensation amounts would be rare. Jake, having lived 2 lives, understood that in this world, money was never as powerful as power. Though he had little interest in government work, he didn't mind cultivating friendships in this field. Just as he stepped out of the office, his phone received a notification. The compensation had arrived. After deducting miscellaneous fees, it amounted to 110 million yuan, 11 times the original investment. Meanwhile, at a 3-story standalone office building in Yongqing City, Hamilton Haoming paced back and forth in his office. After receiving the million yuan injection from Jake 3 months ago, his company had revived. Just as he was reveling in success, he suddenly heard that the 183 area had been classified as a school district with imminent demolition plans. Boss, the market evaluation price now is 10 times higher than it was back then. Hearing this news from his assistant, Hamilton Haoming felt like crying, banging his chest in frustration. He had anticipated an increase in property value, but not so rapidly and dramatically. Arg, what a tragedy. I missed out on 100 million yuan. Jake, with an additional fortune, happily called Aaron to celebrate. Celebrations filled the first day of his vacation. On the second day, since the factory was also on holiday, Jake went back to his hometown with his father. Before leaving, his father didn't forget to pack 3 cartons of cigarettes and a bottle of Maodai. On the way, Jake remembered Alana and casually asked his father about her. Birch, is cousin Xandriu coming back? Your granduncle mentioned a couple of days ago that your aunt's family seems to be returning. Since Alana was coming back, this was a good opportunity to discuss company matters with her. At Bayshire Village, the cozy courtyard home, Oralrents who knew Jake was coming back were waiting at the door early. Oh my dear grandson is back. Bede, come let grandmother have a look. Oh, you've lost weight. Seeing Jake, the elderly couple treated him like a treasure, pulling him into the house immediately. The whole family gathered around the table, chatting and laughing during a joyful reunion dinner. During the meal, Bob pulled out the bottle of Maodai, saying it was bought by Jake with his own money to show respect to grandfather. Having drunk wine all his life, Atlee Hamilton Hongwei's eyes lit up. He insisted that Bob not drink too much. Dad, you're too stingy. I haven't even tried this Maodai. Go away. I still have half a bottle of Erguotu for you. This is my dear grandson's gift to me. I must keep it as a treasure. After a few rounds of drinks, Jake excused himself and thought of visiting Alana. Jake's grandmother's hometown was Nanshire Village, just across a major road from Bayshire Village. Buying some fruits and milk at a roadside store, he headed straight for Alana's house. Entering the yard with the gifts, Jake called out loudly, Grand Tyson Antony England. Shortly, Grand Tyson Jiangguada and Tyson Antony England emerged from the house. It's Bede. Come here quickly, let Grand Tyson have a look. Wow, our top scholar has returned, huh? Hearing them warmly greet him as a top scholar, Jake couldn't help but smile wryly. Initially, only his grandparents and immediate family knew about his top scholar title, but due to his father and uncle's active promotion, everyone in both Bayshire and Nanshire villages practically knew by now. In the room, Grand Tyson and Tyson Antony England talked with Jake for quite a while. Searching the room, Jake noticed that he hadn't seen Alana yet. Tyson Antony England, Hasn't cousin Xandriu returned with you? Jake asked. Chapter 119. Ali has an incident. This trip back to his hometown, besides wanting to visit his grandparents, Jake mainly wanted to have a proper conversation with Kasia. Upon hearing this, Jiang Antonianglan immediately called Kasia in front of Jake. Daughter, where are you? What? You haven't left yet? Come back quickly. Xiaohao is at our place, and it's been a while since the siblings have seen each other. Kasia, upon hearing that Jake was there, promptly changed her tune, saying she suddenly had some urgent matters and wouldn't be coming back. Since the call was on speakerphone, Jake could hear the entire conversation between father and daughter clearly. It was clear that Kasia originally planned to come back, but immediately decided not to after learning she would have to meet him. It was obvious, she was avoiding him. Thus, Jake couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed that because of his past indiscretions, Kasia still harbored considerable prejudice against him. Although he didn't get to see Kasia this time, Jake stayed a bit longer at his uncle's place. To persuade Kasia to join the company in the future, he would need his uncle and cousin Jiang Antonianglan to persuade her. By evening, Jake politely declined his uncle's invitation to stay for dinner. After returning to his grandfather's house, as expected, his father and grandfather were both drunk and snoring in harmony on the bed. After staying in his hometown for 2 days, Jake returned to the city with his father. His father was scheduled to work at the factory now. Aaron had been spending every day at the driving school, continuing to strive for his driver's license. That day, after packing some essentials, Jake left a bank card in his father's room and sent him a text message. At the same time, in a certain factory, Old Hamilton, stop working and come have a cigarette. Xiao Wang, come here and take a break with a cigarette. Bob, with a radiant face, handed out several cigarettes from a box of 9-5 cigarettes to his co-workers whom he usually got along well with. Wow, Old Hamilton, you're smoking 9-5 now? Brother Hamilton, these cigarettes are expensive. Bob laughed heartily and replied in a show of affluence. My son bought them, several boxes. Old Hamilton, you're and acts all high and mighty. I can't stand him. Sure, keep it down. He's the group leader now. We can't afford to upset him. Bob looked quite displeased and visibly upset. Since the factory began laying off workers and reducing salaries, many of the old-timers left. Later, when the factory was acquired by foreign investors, few of the remaining workers were left, with Bob and Hiroshi being among the most senior. Both men had chances to become group leaders, but Hiroshi managed to get the position through flattery and favoritism. As rivals, they had never gotten along, especially since Hiroshi became the group leader, often finding faults with Bob intentionally. As Bob was brooding, a mature-looking middle-aged woman walked over. What's wrong? Did Hiroshi give you trouble again? Bob nodded, visibly irate. He's been trying to get rid of me for a long time. Every day he finds some excuse, but I won't let him push me around. The woman softly said, calm down. Everyone knows what kind of person he is. Just try to avoid him in the future. Speaking of which, Rose, has that guy bothered you recently? Seeing Rose shake her head, Bob's mood improved slightly as he grumbled. That pervert, even though he has a wife, he keeps harassing you. If he dares to do it again, I won't let it go. You, grown up already, why do you still act like a child? Get back to work to avoid giving him more reasons to find fault with you. Meanwhile, at Shaoshan Airport, before leaving, Jake had called Brent to arrange for someone to pick him up. After getting into the car, Jake instructed the driver to take him straight back to Jiang University. On Jiang University Road, outside a small restaurant, despite many students returning home for the National Day holiday, some still remained on campus. Therefore, this long-established small restaurant still did pretty well. After lunchtime, Dara, who had been busy all noon, finally had a short break with the boss's permission. Outside the restaurant, Dara wiped the sweat off her forehead with her apron. Though she was tired every day, the holiday allowed her to earn double her usual wages, which made her content. She squatted in a shaded corner near the wall, holding a meat bun, and finished it quickly. From her pocket, she took out a brand new phone. It was the one Jake gave her in high school. She hadn't bought a case or applied a screen protector for it, but she kept it in perfect condition. She noticed several missed calls and dialed back immediately. When the call connected, a middle-aged woman's voice came through. Oh, Elaine girl, why didn't you answer my call? She hurriedly explained. Who auntie, sorry, I was working and missed your call. Who auntie continued. Elaine girl, your grandmother's condition has worsened. What? Hashtag chapter 120. Don't let Annie's heart turn cold. This news made Dara's face pale instantly. She quickly stood up, her eyes brimming with tears. How is grandma? Tara, where's my grandma? Girl Elaine, it's a good thing I discovered it early yesterday and took the old lady to the hospital. I even covered the costs. Upon hearing this, Dara let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, thank you, Tara. Oh, we've been neighbors for so many years. I treat you like my own daughter. It's only right that I help take care of the old lady. But Auntie Elaine, the doctor has been urging for immediate surgery, and I can't keep covering the expenses, can I? Sigh, your grandma is stubborn. I suggested using some of your scholarship money, but she refused to give me the password, insisting that the money is meant for your education. I'm at my wit's end. If not, could you give me the password? After all, delaying her treatment isn't wise. Medical exams and medications are expensive. Dara understood her grandmother's character well. After hesitating for a moment, she stammered, but, what else can there be, girl Elaine? Could you possibly think that Tara is after your scholarship money? If you really think so, you're hurting my feelings. Every time I bought medicine or paid for medical checkups for your grandma, I kept receipts. We can reconcile the accounts anytime if you don't believe me. Just think about it. When you were still at home, I helped you a lot, didn't I? Once you went to college, every other neighbor avoided getting involved, leaving your grandma alone. Only I, feeling compassionate, agreed to look after her. How could you have such thoughts? Hamilton steening to Tara's complaints on the phone, Dara blushed in distress. No, not like that, Tara. I didn't mean it. Sigh, Tara knows you're filial. But Elaine, you know how society works now. Everything requires money, especially in hospitals. This time, Dara did not hesitate, fearing that her actions might hurt Tara's feelings, and gave her the bank card password. On the phone, Tara laughed gleefully. Don't worry, girl, focus on your studies. Tara will handle things here. Oh, and don't tell your grandma about this, or she'll quarrel with me again. Gotta go now, I've got work at the chicken coop. Beep beep beep. Tara abruptly hung up. Hearing the dial tone, she put away her phone and took a deep breath. Sitting on a stone step in the shade, she gazed listlessly at the pedestrians passing by and the cars speeding past, lost in thought. Moments later, her small head rested on her knees, her hands clutching herself tightly as her shoulders began to tremble slightly. Hamilton was tough for the unlucky, and though life was incredibly challenging, she had always remained strong. Yet, at the end of the day, she was just an 18-year-old girl. From childhood, this was her first time being far from her grandmother. Everything around her felt unfamiliar, and she worried about her grandmother daily, suppressing her anxiety. But when she learned about her grandmother's serious condition, the emotions she had restrained finally erupted. After crying for a long while, her tears dried up. She slowly raised her head, wiped the crystalline tears from her eyes with her apron. Even crying, she couldn't afford to cry for too long because she had to continue working. At the restaurant, after serving the last table, she carefully wiped the tables dirted by customers. Ding! Hearing the bell at the door, Dara hurriedly finished wiping the last table. Turning around, she stood there somewhat awkwardly, her head slightly lowered. Welcome, welcome. Despite her introverted nature, she had no choice but to deal with customers while working part-time. So each time, she summoned all her courage to force herself to do so. The customer who walked into the shop sat at a table, propping his chin in his hand, smiling warmly at the timid Dara. Jada, a bowl of sliced noodles, please. Recognizing the familiar voice and unique nickname, she looked up in surprise. Hamilton, Jake. Yes, it's me, Jake nodded. Weren't you back already? Dara asked doubtfully. I was, but I'm back now. Jada, I'm hungry. Seeing him rub his stomach, Dara hurriedly nodded and trotted into the kitchen. The elderly woman who owned the restaurant, though she had only met Jake once, remembered him fondly due to his likable appearance. Therefore, she added extra ingredients to his noodles. Back again, young man? Yeah, Allie, your cooking gets better each time. Another bowl, please. Jake smiled, putting down the empty bowl. After finishing 2 bowls of sliced noodles, Jake paid the bill and said, Let's go, Jada. Back to school? However, she shook her head. I haven't finished my shift yet. The elderly woman sitting in a recliner looked at the two of them with a smile and said, Go ahead, girl. I'll close up early today. Your salary will be paid as usual. Oh, okay. Thank you, Allie. With the elderly woman's approval, she removed her apron, neatly folded it, placed it on the counter, bid farewell to the elderly woman, and left with Jake. Outside the female dormitory of the South Campus, the Maserati came to a gentle stop. As Dara got out of the car, she saw Jake lower the window. Jada, go change clothes. Come with me somewhere. Okay. Dara didn't think much of it. Since Jake had returned to school, he probably intended to take her grocery shopping or buy other essentials. Not wanting to keep Jake waiting, she changed into faded jeans and a white t-shirt within 10 minutes and ran back. Since the start of school, she only had 2 sets of clothes, which she alternated between washing and wearing. Jake glanced over without a trace of notice and said, Fasten your seatbelt. Having ridden in cars multiple times, she wasn't embarrassed anymore, even knowing how to fasten her seatbelt. Hum. The Maserati roared softly and left the school grounds. They drove for nearly half an hour without reaching their destination. Exhausted from a day's work, Dara, lulled by the comfortable air conditioning, gradually drifted off to sleep. Noticing the sleeping Dara out of the corner of his eye, Jake chuckled softly. He parked the car by the roadside, adjusted the seat for her comfort, turned down the air conditioning, and fetched a blanket from the back seat to cover her. Looking at the signs of exhaustion on her face, Jake felt a pang of sympathy. With a light sigh, he quietly opened the navigation app and input Jialing City's Haiyan County. Hashtag chapter 121. Taking you home. Haiyan County is one of the poorest counties in Jialing City. The journey from Jiangzhou to Jialing takes just over an hour. However, Jake had only recently obtained his driver's license. As a model student, he naturally adhered to traffic rules and avoided highways, opting instead for the slower rural roads. By the time they arrived, it was already evening. After nearly 4 hours of driving, Jake felt somewhat fatigued. Of course, this weariness vanished the moment he glanced at Dara, who was sleeping peacefully in her seat. Dara stirred drowsily, letting out a soft hum before slowly opening her eyes. She looked down at the blanket covering her and realized that Jake was nowhere to be seen. This caused her a moment of panic as she sat up, only to find Jake leaning against the car hood, smoking. Hearing the door open, Jake turned around and chuckled. You're awake? Startled, Dara hung her head guiltily. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to fall asleep. Seeing her apologetic demeanor, Jake felt a pang of helplessness. He stubbed out his cigarette and gestured with his chin. Forget it, let's take you home. Home? Dara was taken aback, suddenly realizing that the surroundings were familiar. Upon closer inspection, she couldn't help but gasp. This was her hometown. They had left school just a short while ago. How did they end up here after she fell asleep? Jake chuckled inwardly at her surprised expression. He knew where her hometown was because he had memorized her file long ago. Knowing that she missed her family, he understood why she chose to stay in school rather than spend money on a ticket home. I mentioned before that I had some business in Jialing, so I decided to bring you back along the way, he said with a playful wink. Hamilton to Elaine, you're not angry that I brought you back without asking, are you? No, of course not, Dara replied, visibly excited and slightly flustered, but her bright eyes betrayed her excitement. She truly missed her grandmother. Get in the car, you'll need to guide me from now on. Jake waved for her to enter. Once inside, they drove off. At Zhangji Town in Haiyan County. Jake, this is far enough. I can walk the rest from here, Dara said, noting the crowded streets. Jake nodded, agreeing. All right, I'll go handle some business in the city center and message you when I'm done. Okay. With a nod, Dara opened the door and got out, waving goodbye to Jake before jogging away. Even though he only saw her back view, Jake could imagine how thrilled she must have been. After watching her disappear into the distance, Jake sent a voice message to Reagan. G, please send me the contact information for those difficult streamers you mentioned earlier. I happen to be in Jialing, so I'll talk to them shortly. In a village within Zhangji Town, inside a yard, an elderly woman, bent with age, sat on a stool, weaving bamboo baskets. Her eyes, clouded with cataracts, made her movements slow and awkward as she struggled with the bamboo strips close to her face. Oh, old lady, weren't you told to rest indoors? Why are you working again? A middle-aged woman walked into the yard. Without turning, the elderly woman smiled faintly. It's Abby. Don't worry, I know my limits. At your age, why do you insist on overworking yourself? Forget it. I'll leave the medicine in its usual spot. Thank you for spending money on me, Abby. Tomorrow, I'll sell these baskets in town and repay you. The woman opened her mouth to respond. Old lady, this money? Mid-sentence, she changed her tone. No rush. We've been neighbors for years. When Hamilton Elaine left, she asked me to take care of you. Here's the medicine. Leaving with a smile, she exited the yard. Back in the quiet courtyard, the elderly woman continued her slow work. Not long after, she heard the iron gate rattle again. Is Abby back? A voice filled with longing answered. Ali. Recognizing the familiar voice, the elderly woman, Ali Song Hamiltonen, quickly stood up despite her blurred vision, seeing only a vague silhouette at the doorway. Aya, is that you, returning? Ali. With tears streaming down her cheeks, Dara ran into her grandmother's arms. Wawa, Ali, I miss you so much. Only in front of her grandmother did Dara drop her guard, crying heart-rendingly. Feeling the thin frame in her embrace, Ali Song Hamiltonen's eyes welled with tears as she gently stroked Dara's head. Come, let grandma look at you. Struggling to see clearly, she pinched Dara's cheek with her rough, calloused hands. Aya, you seem to have gained some weight. Ali, your eyes. Seeing her grandmother's cloudy eyes, Dara's tears began to flow uncontrollably. They're just old issues, sometimes better, sometimes worse. No big deal. Aya, didn't you say you wouldn't come back? Why are you here now? Wiping away her tears, Dara explained. My classmate had some business in the city and offered me a ride. Aya, tell grandma about your college life. Did you make any new friends? Are you studying well? Sitting on stools, Dara recounted everything about school to her grandmother, including how Jake had given her living expenses and tasked her with cooking and cleaning for him. Upon hearing this, Ali Song Hamiltonen's smile faded. With her vast experience in life, she knew there was no such thing as free kindness, especially from men toward women. However, Dara thought more simply. From the moment she met Jake, she believed he helped her out of mutual benefit, never suspecting ulterior motives. Jake was too outstanding, while she was just a nobody. Aya, you're in a big city alone. Always be cautious. That money you owe your classmate, we need to repay it. Take all the funds in your scholarship account and pay him back. Ali, I promised Jake I'd cook and clean for him. Besides, I have other part-time jobs. I can repay it myself. Save that money for your health. Knowing her granddaughter's nature well, Ali Song Hamiltonen sighed. Aya, you inherited grandpa's stubbornness. Invite your classmate over for dinner soon. He's helped you so much, and I should thank him in person. ####Chapter 122. She doesn't deserve you. In the city of Jialing, at a certain restaurant, with the obsequious smiles of a young couple, Jake was the first to walk out of the restaurant. Then, under their respectful gazes, he stylishly opened the door of the Maserati and got in. This young couple was none other than the pair of millionaire tier streamers that Reagan and Brent had been struggling to secure. Jake, however, managed to win them over in just half an hour, with the remaining time spent on small talk as they tried to get closer to him. Inside the car, he pulled out his phone and sent 2 words to Reagan. Done. Reagan. So fast? How did you do it? Amused by this, Jake chuckled. In this world, there was nothing money couldn't solve. If there was, you just needed more. Of course, this was also because he knew these young streamers were significant influencers from their previous lives online and could create substantial value later on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested so much. After a short rest in the car, he was thinking of sending a message to Dara when she messaged him first. Are you busy? Jake, just finished up. What's up? Dara, my grandmother wants you to come over for dinner. Is that okay? Reading her message, Jake felt a sudden jolt. Meeting the family so soon? Isn't this too fast? Why am I suddenly nervous? Rubbing his hands together, he suppressed the ridiculous thoughts. Probably Jada mentioned the scholarship issue to her grandmother, hence the invitation for dinner to express gratitude. Sure, wait for me where we last parted. Having replied, Jake thought about bringing a gift since it was his first visit. But then he realized it might be inappropriate and cause unnecessary gossip. Starting the car, he headed to the destination. Picking up Jada in town, the two drove towards her home. A top-of-the-line Maserati Grand Cabrio appeared in a rural village, drawing quite a stir. Passers-by carrying shovels and hoes stopped to point and gawk. Parking outside the house, Jake and Dara walked inside. Ali. Dara ran into the house. Soon, she helped Ali Song Hamiltonen walk out. Ali, this is my classmate, Jake, Dara introduced. Hearing this, Jake stepped forward and greeted with a smile. Ali. Oh, dear child, come in, come in. Ali warmly welcomed Jake inside. Looking around briefly, Jake noticed the damp stains on the walls, indicating the house was old. There were very few pieces of furniture, just a table and a few stools. A black and white photo sat on the table opposite the entrance, featuring a kind-looking old man. Jake guessed this was Dara's late grandfather. The house is simple, please don't mind, Ali said, sensing Jake's observation. How can I, Ali? I'm also from a village, Jake reassured her, earning a warm smile from her. Girl, go prepare the dishes. Allie will chat with your classmate. Okay, Dara responded, sneaking a glance at Jake before heading to the kitchen. Child, sit down. Allie gestured for Jake to sit while she pulled a chair using her cane. He had heard from Dara that Allie's eyesight fluctuated due to age. Despite her cloudy, yellowed eyes, Jake sensed an unusually bright quality. They sat in silence for a while until Allie sang Hamiltonen spoke. Child, Jada told me about what happened at school. Thank you for taking care of her lately. Allie, you're welcome. Thinking it over, Jake could only respond politely. Jada is stubborn but too innocent. Some things are better left for me to say. Seemingly anticipating what Song Hamiltonen would say, Jake sighed inwardly. Why are you so good to my granddaughter? I'm old, my eyesight isn't great, but my heart is sharp. Don't tell me it's just classmates helping each other. After a brief pause, Jake replied slowly. Initially, it was because I owed her a huge favor. I wanted to repay her, but now, it's different. Now gap between their worlds. With Dara present, Jake found it hard to argue further. The conversation left a strange atmosphere during the meal. Elderly Allie was Dara's most important family member, so Jake felt disheartened by her misunderstanding. Even with Dara cooking, the meal tasted bland. Allie, thank you for your hospitality, but I have some things to attend to. I'll be going now. Standing up, Jake glanced at Dara and then at the elderly woman. Girl, go see your classmate off. Chapter 123. Is this your boyfriend? Outside the gate, Jake walked ahead, Dara followed behind. The conversation Jake had with the elder at the table still left him somewhat unsettled, his mind brimming with chaotic thoughts. Dara, who trailed behind, cast a furtive glance at Jake, carefully gauging his mood. Although she wasn't exceptionally perceptive, she wasn't dim either. She sensed something was off during dinner and realized this was an unfamiliar side of Jake. Stopping at the car, Jake steadied himself, suppressing the turmoil in his thoughts, then turned to look at Dara with a light laugh. Indira, spend time with Grandma today. I'll come back for you tomorrow. Jake. After hesitating for a moment, Dara spoke softly. You seem unhappy. Caught off guard, Jake let out a wry smile. With his seasoned demeanor, he usually maintained good control over his emotions. However, the conversation with the elder had been truly unpleasant and involved her, which is why it disturbed his composure. It's just some minor work troubles. I can handle it. Shaking his head, Jake found an acceptable reason. After opening the car door, he paused, then looked back at Dara. Indira? Yes. Looking at the sweet girl before him, Jake's voice took on a hint of nervousness for the first time. Do you trust me? Confusion flashed in Dara's bright eyes at this somewhat inexplicable question. But after a brief pause, she nodded vigorously, saying yes. Amused, Jake smiled broadly, his eyes twinkling as he leaned against the car door. Hamiltontal fool, don't you want to know what specifically happened? Although I don't know why you suddenly asked this, Jake. You're a good person and different from others, so I trust you. Looking into Dara's sincere eyes, Jake felt both moved and a little amused. Being called a good person made him feel like he'd received a good man card. Silently watching Dara for a moment, Jake couldn't resist saying, if one day, if you find out that. His words were interrupted by a sudden voice. Oh, Elaine, how did you get back? Turning towards the voice, they saw a middle-aged woman hurrying over. Tara. Polite as always, Dara greeted the newcomer. Stopping in front of them, Tara hugged Dara, her face beaming with exaggerated warmth. My, Elaine looks heavier, whiter, and more beautiful. While speaking, Tara's eyes casually glanced at Jake and then lingered longer on the Maserati Grand Cabrio parked nearby, her smile widening. Elaine, is this your classmate? Dara nodded, but before she could speak, Tara had already sidestepped her and approached Jake, grabbing his hand. Young man, you're really handsome. Just call me Tara since you're classmates with Elaine. I've been neighbors with her grandmother for almost 20 years and always treated Elaine like my own daughter. Seeing Tara's overly enthusiastic demeanor and emphasis on her closeness to Dara's family, Jake subtly pulled his hand away. He noticed that while talking to him, her eyes kept sizing up his car. Guessing her intentions, Jake lightly laughed and said, Tara, I have some matters to attend to. It was nice meeting you. He glanced at Dara, deciding not to continue their earlier conversation due to this unexpected interruption. Starting the car, he drove away slowly. Watching Jake leave, Tara's eyes showed slight disappointment. Earlier, while she was busy in the chicken coop, villagers told her that Dara had returned with a boy driving a luxury car. Her excitement led her to rush back home immediately. Elaine, what's your relationship with this classmate? Why didn't you tell me you knew someone like him? Huh? Just a classmate, Dara responded, puzzled. Hearing this, Tara leaned in closer, her eyes filled with hints. Elaine, don't be shy with me. Would you bring an ordinary classmate home? You're college students now, not high schoolers, forbidden from early romances. Tell me honestly, is this your boyfriend? Startled, Dara's cheeks flushed red instantly, looking incredibly cute. Tyson who, don't say such things. Jake and I are just classmates, definitely not what you think. To her, the relationship with Jake was strictly that of classmates. Due to her introverted and self-conscious nature since childhood, she barely had friends, especially boys. Consequently, when others started dating early, she remained naive about romance. Rural women inherently had a flair for gossip. Seeing Dara's bashful demeanor only confirmed Tara's suspicions. Don't be embarrassed. If you end up with this classmate, remember me? Tyson who, I'm going back. Feeling embarrassed, Dara quickly ran back to the courtyard. After leaving the village, Jake checked into a hotel room in the county town. Despite the physical fatigue from the long drive and trip to the city, are we leaving now? Hearing this, Jake chuckled lightly. Get in the car first. Okay. Dara agreed, put the bench back into the yard, and cautiously closed the large iron gate. As she walked to the car, she took one last, reluctant look at the gate. At this hour, her grandmother was already asleep, and she didn't want to wake her up, fearing that she wouldn't bear parting with her. But she also didn't want to delay Jake's plans because of herself. Looking at Dara sitting in the passenger seat, Seemingly a bit depressed, Jake smiled. Don't worry, we're not leaving today. Hearing this, Dara turned around, puzzled. Not leaving? Yeah, I can't sleep and just want to clear my head. But I'm not familiar with this area, so this time, you'll be my guide to find a place to relax. Previously, when Jake left, he casually mentioned having some troubles at work. So Dara subconsciously thought that Jake couldn't sleep because of work-related issues. Yes, I know a place where Oral often took me when I was little. The car slowly started, and following Dara's directions, it drove along the village road for less than 10 minutes before turning into an empty, narrow path and continuing onward. At the mountain waste, the car finally stopped. Opening the car doors, Jake and Dara got out, one after the other. Dara pointed to a nearby sloping hillside. It's right there. Oral used to bring me here, saying we could see the entire village and many stars from here. They walked shoulder to shoulder toward the slope. Standing there, Jake gazed down at the village below, where the twinkling lights of numerous homes were faintly visible, and occasional barks of dogs could be heard. In the distance, the vast night sky, black as ink, was dotted with countless stars, shimmering and beautiful. At this moment, Jake's initially restless heart felt much more peaceful. Indeed, it's very beautiful. Jake glanced at Dara beside him, noticing she was sitting on the ground, knees drawn up, staring blankly at the night sky. A gentle breeze blew, tousling her hair. Sensing her melancholy, Jake sat down next to her. They both quietly stared at the distant night sky. Hamiltontal Lane. Replied Dara. Can you tell me about your memories with your grandpa? Hearing this, Dara fell silent. Moments later, she lifted her head, her bright eyes slightly misty. Back then, I attended the village elementary school, and I was often bullied by classmates until that one time. Dara spoke softly, as if talking to herself, recounting her past experiences with her grandfather. Jake listened intently, watching her expression change. Sometimes sad, sometimes happy, sometimes lost. This was the first time Jake saw so many emotions on Dara's young face. When she was bullied at school, she would cry alone in her bed, and Oral would take her here, allowing her to ride on his shoulders, looking up at the sky and shouting out her frustrations loudly. As she talked about these moments, Dara's lips curved upward, revealing a genuine smile that made the stars above seem dim in comparison. Jake was entranced by her. After talking for a long time, feeling somewhat parched, she turned around and found Jake staring straight at her, causing her cheeks to flush. Just mentioning her grandfather had made her lose control of her emotions, making her talk more than she intended. Sorry, classmate Jake. Did I talk too much? Taken aback, Jake paused, then smiled, stood up, and extended his hand to her. Come with me. Seeing this, Dara hesitated but didn't move. Seeing her hesitation, Jake smiled, bent down, and gently pulled her up by the wrist. They jogged together to the end of the slope. Standing there felt like being close enough to touch the distant night sky, with those unreachable stars almost within reach. Hamiltontal Lane, let's do what your grandpa used to make you do. What? Jake cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted loudly toward the far horizon. Ah! That shout made Jake feel thoroughly refreshed. Since being reborn, he carried a mindset beyond his age, always harboring numerous worries without truly letting them go. Just like that, shout out your frustrations and worries, he suggested. Yeah, I. Clearly embarrassed by Jake's suggestion, Dara remained hesitant. Seeing her reluctance, Jake smiled, turned his gaze to the distance, and took a deep breath. Jake, will become incredibly strong, and protect that girl for life. His voice echoed through the night, lingering for a while before fading away. After shouting, Jake looked back at her and smiled. Try it, Hamiltontal Lane. Speak out whatever you want most. But. Dara hung her head, still uncertain. Just as she was hesitating, a star streaked across the sky from afar. 1, 2, 3. Multiple streaks rapidly cut through the night sky. Dara's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Jake was delighted. It was a meteor shower. Hurry, Hamiltontal Lane. It's a meteor. If you sincerely wish upon a shooting star, they say it will come true. Hearing this, Dara bit her lip, clearly moved by the idea, gazing at the magnificent meteors in the sky. So beautiful, she muttered under her breath, deeply touched. If only sincere wishes could come true. Slowly raising her hands and clasping them together, Dara had planned to inform her grandmother. But after searching everywhere, she couldn't find her. Click. The gate opened, and Tara walked in. Seeing her, Dara hurried over. Tara, did you see my grandmother? I came here specifically about that. The old lady went to town early this morning. After searching her pocket for a while, Tara finally pulled out a bank card and reluctantly handed it to Dara. And this. She told me to give this card to you if you were leaving. She insisted you pay off any debts quickly. What happened, Cloudy? Are you in debt? Dara felt a lump form in her throat. She had noticed the bamboo baskets and bicycle were gone when she woke up. She knew her grandmother must have taken them to town to sell. Since her grandfather's passing, her grandmother relied on these meager earnings to raise her. She gently sniffed and shook her head. Seeing that she wasn't speaking, Tara grew anxious. Cloudy, what's going on? Did you really borrow money? Oh dear, then what about the money on this card? How will the old lady manage if you take it away? Even without being asked, Dara wouldn't have taken all the money. She decided to leave the card for her grandmother's daily expenses and medical checkups. Tara beamed in agreement. Don't worry, Cloudy. With such filial piety, your aunt will definitely take good care of the old lady. If anything happens at school that you... But she knew deep down that education was her only chance to change her fate. Choosing finance as her major was partly due to her teacher's advice that it would lead to better job prospects. Jake. HM? What is it? Jake asked. Dara looked down, lost in thought, then asked, after graduation, will we really find good jobs? I'm not sure about others, but you will definitely find one. Hearing his confident tone, Dara questioned, really? Of course, because little Elaine is very excellent. As he said this, images of a certain figure in a black dress flashed through Jake's mind, a figure that hadn't appeared in his thoughts for a long time. Clearly, Dara found his words unconvincing and even somewhat awkward. Seeing her silence, Jake chuckled softly but didn't elaborate. Though he didn't know much about Dara from his past life, the image of her in a black dress left a deep impression on him. Her poise and demeanor had always caught his attention. He wondered what transformative experiences led to such drastic changes. Initially, he planned to talk with Dara's grandmother to learn more about her background, but this idea seemed unfeasible now. His first impression clearly hadn't left a good impression on the elderly lady. Realizing negative thoughts creeping in, Jake quickly pushed them aside. Despite only staying 2 days, Dara had been busy working and spent the previous night keeping him company. She soon dozed off in the passenger seat. After nearly 4 hours of driving, they finally returned to Jiangzhou. Along the way, Jake stopped the car, glanced at Dara still sleeping in the passenger seat, rubbed his temples, and stepped out to smoke a cigarette to clear his mind. Ding dong. His phone received a voice message from Brent. Boss, active users on our platform have surpassed 600,000. At this rate, we should hit 1 million within a week. Chapter 126. Stop overworking yourselves. Jake instinctively felt excited upon receiving Brent's message. This piece of information was completely out of his expectation, but he quickly reconsidered. Hold on, it's not the end of the holiday yet. So why is Brent still working? Jake asked. Brent responded, haha, boss, not only me but everyone in the company is working. We all know this is a critical time and no one wants to rest. If the term internal competition hadn't emerged yet this year, Jake would have seriously suspected if these people had already started engaging in it. However, having such a group of people working under him made Jake glad he chose the right people. I just got back to Jiangzhou and will head to the company later, he said, sending a voice message before stubbing out his cigarette, getting into the car, and driving straight to the school. Outside the girls' dormitory, seeing Dara still sound asleep, Jake unfastened his seatbelt and whispered softly, Indira, we're here. Smack. Clearly, she was deeply asleep. She smacked her lips slightly, turned her body a bit, and clutched the blanket tightly in her arms, seemingly not hearing him. Jake shook his head with a light laugh, leaning closer and gently tapping her nose with his finger. Indira, wake up, we're here. MMM. The voice of a girl just waking up was soft and a bit lazy, which nearly melted Jake's heart. Watching Dara slowly open her eyes, with her hair a little messy, looking like a sleepy little kitten, Jake felt his heartbeat quicken. We're here, Jake repeated. Hearing this, Dara rubbed her eyes and realized she had fallen asleep again. She felt somewhat embarrassed and carefully folded the blanket before opening the door and getting off the car. Thank you, Jake, Dara said, slightly bowing outside the car before jogging into the girls' dormitory. This girl runs pretty fast, Jake chuckled softly. He had been prepared to use her thank you as an opportunity to give her a small punishment. After starting the car, he left the school and headed straight for the company. At the company, Jake's appearance always maximally ignited the enthusiasm of all employees. In the office, Jake listened to Brent report on recent work. Upon learning that since the National Day holiday, everyone in the company had been voluntarily working overtime, especially the R&D department who often worked until late at night and eventually slept on the floor in the company, he was somewhat surprised. The best reward for employees was money. Knowing this well, Jake didn't bother giving grandiose speeches and directly transferred 500,000 yuan to Brent, instructing him to distribute it as bonuses among the staff. Imagine what the employees' reactions were when Brent excitedly announced this news. Their eyes nearly lit up, and they worked even harder, wanting to make their keyboards smoke from overuse. In the meeting room, Jake invited Reagan, Brent, and several other core leaders to discuss follow-up promotion plans and key directions. Following Jake's suggestions, the company finally devised a strategy, continuing to use rewards to motivate contracted creators to produce high-quality content while preparing another sum of money to invite some public figures to register accounts on the DreamSearch app. From popular online influencers to new celebrities, fresh faces, young actors, everyone should be contacted. Leveraging his memory from his past life, Jake knew clearly about the upcoming Flow stars in the next few years and gave Brent a list to find related film contacts or agents. For current users, most have herd mentality. Especially when they see their favorite stars using a particular software, they tend to blindly follow. With word of mouth spreading, plus some promotional efforts, it would create tremendous momentum. Haha, boss, I just have 2 words for you. Impressed? After hearing Jake's ideas, Brent sincerely gave him a thumbs up and added, by the way, boss, we haven't had any team-building activities or gatherings since the company was established. Should we take this opportunity to organize a celebration banquet? Everyone has indeed been very dedicated and tired during this period. Sure, go ahead and arrange it, Jake nodded, supporting Brent's idea. With many new talent signed by the company and limited space due to the old building, many employees worked online. Organizing a celebratory dinner to gather everyone together and strengthen unity was necessary. After the meeting, Brent took charge of organizing the celebratory dinner, and others continued their respective tasks. Stretching lazily, Jake stood up and noticed Reagan still sitting nearby, staring at him with a slight grievance. Today, Reagan wore her hair in a neat high ponytail, dressed in a black OL suit, legs elegantly crossed, exuding an increasingly intense air of a female CEO. Jake smiled and walked behind her. Sister Ing, it's been a few days, and you look more beautiful, he commented, gently massaging her shoulders as if seeking forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Reagan cooed softly, lightly patting Jake's hand and turning to look at the handsome teenager in front of her. She had planned to scold him thoroughly before coming, but seeing his face, her anger dissipated, leaving only a glance of grievances. Mr. Hamilton, did you forget something? Hearing Reagan call him boss, Jake scratched his nose awkwardly, changed, glancing at Jake uneasily. I have to take this call. Saying this, she stood up and left. Chapter 127, Too many wolves, not enough meat. Brent worked efficiently. It took him only about 10 minutes to arrange the victory banquet. In the corridor outside the meeting room, Jake pushed open the door and walked out. Seeing Reagan on the phone in a corner, he walked up quickly. Reagan was speaking on the phone with someone unknown. Her eyes were slightly red-rimmed, and her mood appeared low. After hearing footsteps, she turned around, saw Jake, spoke softly a few more words, then hung up the phone and wiped the corner of her eye with her fingertips. Ingia, who were you talking to? For so long? Jake asked casually. In response, Reagan turned back, smiled, and replied, just a friend. Andres has everything ready, let's go now. As it was a celebration banquet, naturally, Jake as CEO and president, along with Reagan, had to attend. However, Reagan's expression seemed a little unnatural when she heard this. Jake, I have something sudden to attend to and can't make the celebration banquet. Please apologize to Andres and others on my behalf. Only now did Jake realize something was amiss with Reagan, possibly even seeing undried tear traces at the corners of her eyes. Ingia, is there anything wrong? No, it's just that a relative came to Jiangzhou. Since it was someone else's private matter, Jake didn't want to press further, merely nodding and saying, all right, I'll be off then. After greeting Reagan, Jake turned and walked a few steps but suddenly stopped. Turning back, he looked seriously at Reagan and said leisurely, Ingia. Reagan was in a daze and subconsciously lifted her head. Whether from personal friendship or business perspective, Jake valued and appreciated Reagan deeply. Despite not knowing what Reagan was hiding, to avoid replaying the tragedies of the past, Jake wanted to pay more attention to her. Remember, you are mine now. No matter what troubles you encounter, you must tell me. Jake's voice lingered in Reagan's ears, leaving her slightly stunned before her face blushed faintly. Suddenly, she laughed. There seemed to be a mist gathering in her eyes, but she restrained herself, giving Jake an affectionate scolding glance. Bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Who's yours? Realizing his words might be inappropriate, Jake scratched his nose awkwardly and continued, as the boss, you being the executive president means you work for me. Hearing this, Reagan covered her mouth and giggled, replying, all right, don't keep people waiting, hurry up. Giving Reagan a deep look, Jake finally turned and left. Watching Jake's tall figure gradually disappear, Reagan clutched her mobile tightly. Silly boy, you've already helped your sister a lot. Some things, I still have to face alone. After mumbling to herself, she took a deep breath and turned to leave. After the successful completion of the victory banquet, the holiday reached its last day. The company's new building had finished all final renovations, ventilation, and removal of formaldehyde. Brent started preparing the moving arrangements. Until resolving Alana's issue, Jake had to temporarily appoint someone among numerous candidates to manage internal affairs and other administrative tasks. After National Day, according to seasonal terms, it had officially entered autumn. But the weather in Jiangzhou remained scorching, sometimes exceeding 30 degrees. On the first day after the holiday, the four big shots of Dorm 205 laughed and chatted as they returned to their dormitory. Separating from the three others, Jake returned to his individual courtyard with a bag of popsicles. After waiting for a while, Dara hadn't come over to prepare lunch. Eventually, he found her at the dorm entrance. Seeing her delicate figure bent under the blazing sun cleaning the car, Jake pulled her out from the vehicle almost forcefully. It was too hot inside without the air conditioning running, like a steamer. If she continued, Dara would definitely get heat stroke given her slight build. Dara explained that during their trip home over the holidays, they went down muddy village roads which dirted the car significantly. She wanted to clean it thoroughly. After lunch, there was only one class in the afternoon. Post-class, Jake strolled around the campus with the other three old buddies from the dormitory. As for Dara, she rushed to the store for part-time work right after classes ended. With school resuming, various university clubs began recruiting new members. Junior brother, you've got extraordinary bones. A golden light radiates from your crown. Incredible. How about joining our Go Club? Junior brother, join our cosplay club, where you can experience two-dimensional girls, white stockings, Lolita, any type you wish. Junior sister, with such a great body, why don't you join our dance club? Looking at all the recruitment booths and occasional cosplayers or drama students walking around, Jake found it quite novel. As for the three dorm mates, upon spotting the cosplay booth featuring a few senpai dressed in white stockings and Lolita dresses, they practically drooled and headed over. Predictably, the hottest spots were the cosplay and dance clubs, but mostly, the queue consisted of men. Shaking his head, Jake chuckled, having no particular interest in these clubs. Just as he was about to leave, a skinny glasses-wearing senior approached. Junior brother, do you want to become as strong as me? Join our Sanda, free fighting club? Strong? Jake looked strangely at the senior, wondering if even a sneeze could blow this person away. Chapter 128. Old tools, indeed. Jake felt he knew the three roommates quite well. Especially in college, clubs like this are basically large gatherings of single men and women. Scattering club? There probably aren't many girls there, Jake said. Upon hearing this, Yul disdainfully flipped him the middle finger. Crude. Do we look like lecherous people? We're not joining the scattering club to chase girls. It's to learn some real skills. I've heard that the club president is amazing and has won numerous citywide scattering championships. Solomon and Dalton beside him nodded in agreement. Not at all. We won't tell you that the club president is a senior who is fair-skinned, beautiful, and has long legs and is still single. Yes. We absolutely didn't join for that female president, or the dozen girls who signed up either. Jake face-bombed, eyes closed face. A senior with fair skin, beauty, and long legs? Plus, a dozen other girls who signed up? No wonder these three old bees suddenly wanted to join the scattering club. Jake couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These days, male college students play cosplay, while delicate-looking girls were interested in activities like scattering. Times had indeed changed. I have no interest in these school clubs. Though learning scattering might not be bad in Jake's view, he didn't believe one could learn anything useful within the campus. If he really wanted to, he wasn't short on money and could hire a private coach outside. Just as he was about to lie down for a brief rest, he saw the three guys walk straight to his bed. Seeing their flattering faces, Jake sat up and raised an eyebrow. What are you three planning now? How brother, can we talk about something? Looking at Solomon's smiling face, Jake rolled his eyes and fished out the car keys from his pocket. You want to borrow the car again, right? Here, remember to refuel. No, not borrowing the car, Solomon shook his head. The three exchanged glances, then finally Yul cleared his throat and rubbed his hands together. Jake, here's the thing. After quitting the cosplay club, we planned to join the scattering club, but when we got there, they already had enough members. So what? Jake asked. Hee, we mentioned you to a senior and said you're our roommate. Upon hearing your name, he said if we get you into the club, they'd make an exception and let us three join. So, these three old bees were using him as a tool. Count me out, Jake flatly replied, turning over to sleep. Seeing this, both Dalton and Solomon looked disappointed. Yul started selling himself as pitiful. Jake, no. How brother? Please help us. Inna barely pays attention to me. Brother can't hang on one tree forever. My future college life depends on you. How brother? How brother? What Super said is true. Help us. Ah, even those medical school girls ignored me last time. I don't want to stay single. Yeah. Jake, help me. And I'll give you all the seeds on my hard drive. 1 terabyte. The trio pleaded endlessly, even climbing onto his bed, hugging his arms and legs, wailing loudly. Jake couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Stuck with these three troublemakers, he must have been cursed for 8 generations. Sitting up, he pushed away Solomon's face from his arm, giving the trio a helpless glance. This is a one-time deal. Yes. How brother, you're great. Solomon waved his arms enthusiastically, while Yul slapped him on the forehead. Who's how brother? This is our godfather. With godfather above, receive the salute of your godsons. Seeing the three bow to him, Jake couldn't help but chuckle. On campus, recruitment for new club members continued. Room 205's three old bees dragged Jake in a hurry to the scattering club registration desk. The guy handling registrations was the same tall and skinny senior who tried to persuade Jake earlier. Wow, you're Jake? Recognizing Jake as the one who refused him before, the skinny senior was visibly surprised. Afraid of being deceived, he took out his phone and found a video from the freshman welcome party, comparing it to Jake standing before him. He then smiled, revealing his back molars clearly. Welcome, Jake. Welcome to our scattering club. The skinny senior shook Jake's hand warmly, his eyes burning intensely, making Jake wonder if this guy was gay. Having Jake join will make our scattering club stronger than ever. Rest assured, Jake, you'll become the strongest man in Jiangzhou University, bar none. The skinny senior praised Jake profusely, while Yul and the others anxiously tugged at his sleeve. What about us, senior? Didn't we agree? Go fill out the forms over there. Without looking back, the skinny senior waved them off. After filling out the forms, Jake didn't even need to pay membership fees. Once the three old bees finished their forms, they happily left with Jake. As soon as they left, the skinny senior quickly gathered his team. Quickly, go prepare a banner and inform all club members and freshmen to gather at the gymnasium. Why? So urgent? Usually, the meeting is held the next day after registration. Are you kidding? With a big shot like Jake around, we need to create some buzz. Then we can ask the club federation for a bigger venue and more funds. In the female dormitory of the South Campus, Alyssa was intently watching makeup tutorials on her phone. Nwan, I'm back. Guess which club I joined? Erilyn walked in. Xiao Shui, I don't have time to play guessing games. Alyssa focused on the tutorial and applied makeup on her face. Despite Erilyn's enthusiasm falling on deaf ears, she persisted, hands on her hips. I joined the scattering club. Heard the president is amazing and a senior too. Once I learn scattering, I'll beat up those obnoxious boys for you. Good, Alyssa replied casually. Ding dong. At that moment, Erilyn's phone chimed, notifying the club group chat. At all members, everyone please gather at the North Campus Gymnasium 2nd floor in 2 hours. Those absent will be kicked out of the club unless there are special circumstances. Putting her phone away, Erilyn eagerly said, Nwan, our club is gathering. Want to come with me? No, Alyssa flatly refused. Feeling slightly disheartened, Erilyn nevertheless smiled and sat beside Alyssa, trying to cozy up. At the North Campus Gymnasium 2nd floor, a sponge mat-covered area served as the club's activity space. Club members had gradually arrived, including room 205's three old bees. A banner stood out prominently. Warmly welcome Jake to join the scattering club. Chapter 129, Devil Scion. At Jiangzhou University, nothing worked better as a publicity stunt than the name Jake. The freshmen gathered in a circle were whispering among themselves, and even many of the older students were exchanging whispers. Seeing this scene, Jensen, the vice president who was tall and lanky, nodded quite satisfactorily. Is everyone here? The president isn't here today, so we need to maintain order. The roll has been called, and 2 are still missing, an older student replied beside him. Just then, a girl panting heavily ran in. It was Erilyn, who had arrived late. Jensen pushed up his glasses and glanced at her, his tone unfriendly. I sent a notification 2 hours ahead of time. Yet someone still arrives late. The club has its rules. This won't be tolerated again, or I reserve the right to have you leave the club. Thinking about making an impression in front of the new members, he added arrogantly. Who's the last one still missing? Let me see. Oh, it's Jake. In the next moment, Jake appeared in everyone's sight. Sorry, senior. I just finished my elective course. Initially, to lease the server, Jake had agreed to become Jeffrey's student and chose computer engineering as his second major. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jensen immediately changed his expression to a smile and jogged forward. Oh, dear junior Jake, there's always a special case, right? Now that you're in the club, we're all family. The others exchanged glances, finding Jensen's change of attitude too quick. Especially Erilyn, who felt particularly aggrieved by the differential treatment, especially since it involved Jake. There he is again, that obnoxious guy. Erilyn glared fiercely at Jake. Jensen dragged Jake to the center of the circle, cleared his throat, and introduced him solemnly. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you our new member, Jake. With Jake joining us, I believe our Sanda Club will become the top club at Jiangzhou University. Turning to Jake with a smiling face, he continued, Brother Hamilton, would you like to say a few words? We're all family now. Looking at the innocent and excited faces of the university students, Jake felt like a monkey in a zoo. Knowing he shouldn't have agreed to those 3 guys from his dormitory, but it was too late now, he forced himself to say a few simple words. I'm Jake, please guide me in the future. A simple, almost perfunctory sentence caused a frenzy among the female fans below. Omega girls. It's really Jake. He's so handsome, I could faint. Nung, Jake is so hot. Girls, I'm in the same club as Jake. Omega, I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to practice with Jake alone. So embarrassing. Among the girls, Erilyn was the only exception, looking at Jake with disdain from start to finish. Especially when a nearby girl screamed loudly, it made her mouth drop. Just a bunch of infatuated girls. It's just a guy, big deal? Amidst the admiring looks from the girls and jealous glares from the boys, Jake walked to where Yul and the other 3 guys stood. Yul and the others looked at Jake with blazing eyes filled with envy. How did Jake end up with a crowd of admirers everywhere he went? Seeing all members present, Jensen gave a long speech about some formalities and the club's history since its establishment. As the freshmen began to doze off, Jensen exchanged glances with the other seniors. Clearing his throat, he continued, to help the new members understand Sanda more deeply, I will now introduce a heavyweight figure, the other vice president of our Sanda club. Everyone, stand up. In 2004, he participated in his first freestyle boxing match in Woollerton and won the championship. In 2008, he defeated the renowned heavy hitter Lei Long. For 3 consecutive years after that, he swept through all karate and Sanda experts in Southeast Asia, winning every competition. His nickname, Devil Scion, Bear. Following Jensen's finger, they saw a slender man with dark skin, hands in his pockets, walk into the gymnasium. Many of the boys felt their blood pump excitedly, never expecting such a notable figure in the school. As for Jake, he raised an eyebrow. Devil Scion? He initially thought it sounded exaggerated and fanciful. But looking at Bear, despite his lean physique, he had well-defined muscles, dark skin, a neatly cut crew cut, and piercing eyes. One should not judge a book by its cover. Perhaps this person really was exceptional. If the vice president was already this skilled, then presumably, the mysterious, fair-skinned, beautiful and long-legged president must indeed be a true Sanda expert as rumored. Apart from the president, the Sanda Club had 2 vice presidents. One was Jensen, whose thin frame couldn't beat even the female members, mainly responsible for recruitment and other club activities. The other vice president, Bear, handled regular training guidance. Due to the large number of new recruits this time, and the absence of the president, Jensen invited Bear to maintain order. Next, I will invite a male student to spar with Vice President Wang. Any volunteers? Though the young men present were all in their prime, they now exchanged hesitant glances. Strangely, everyone's eyes inadvertently fell on Jake. Indeed, fame can be a heavy burden. Jake tried to avoid being noticed, keeping his eyes low. Jake, why don't you go up and give it a try? Yul suggested. We support you, Jake. Dalton cheered. Go up, Lau Hamilton. Don't let down the reputation of our 205-4 giants. Solomon also joined in. These 3 were merely bystanders talking without feeling any pressure. Jake rolled his eyes silently, always eager when flirting, yet pretending to be dead now. Who'd want to be the scapegoat? Standing behind Jake, Erilyn's eyes darted around, then, seeing no one paying attention, stealthily gave Jake a hard push from behind. Caught off guard, Jake staggered forward several steps. Damn these 3 jerks. Jake seethed inwardly, turning to glance at Yul and the others, who all innocently shook their heads. Ha, excellent. Only Jake has the guts. Wang, let's see what you've got with Jake. Jensen laughed heartily. Chapter 130, knocked out? The news that Jake was going to spar with the vice president of the Sanda Club, Bear, quickly spread throughout the gymnasium. At the time, many freshmen and upperclassmen gathered around the venue to watch. As for Jake himself, he felt like he had been pushed into this situation. Seeing that Bear had already started warming up, Jake touched his nose sheepishly and looked at Alan. Senior, if I say, I was pushed into this, would you believe me? Jake's words immediately caused a buzz among the freshmen behind him, especially Erilyn, who pursed her lips and deliberately raised her voice. TCH, if you're afraid, just say so. For a guy, you're quite disappointing. Other boys, already jealous of Jake, chimed in sarcastically. Right, always trying to be the show-off. Just pretend. Huh? If you don't want to fight, just admit it. Upon hearing someone taunt Jake, Yul and Solomon were immediately upset and confronted the others. Fuck, only you can yap? You do it then. Just talking tough? One more word and I'll rip your mouth apart. Seeing Yul and company getting ready to fight, Alan first maintained order before looking at Jake. Let's put it this way, Junior. Consider this as assisting Senior Wang in a performance class. Don't worry, we have safety gear, and Senior Wang will hold back. This? Alright then. Jake reluctantly nodded. Noticing that Jake's movements with the protective gear were proficient, Alan remarked, Junior, you've had experience with Sanda before? Yeah, kind of. Learned a bit, Jake replied as he fastened his boxing gloves. In his previous life, he didn't know about Elysiong and Zane's affair and poured all his love into his son. His eldest son had liked Sanda and combat sports, and he often joined in when he drove him. But this bear did indeed look formidable, and Jake figured that even if he lost, he couldn't lose too badly. After carefully checking the equipment to ensure he wouldn't get hurt, he walked to the center of the mat. Senior Wang, remember to go easy on him. He is trained a little too, so don't embarrass yourself, Alan said, patting Bear on the shoulder humorously, before giving the two space. In the stands, room 205's 3 old boys already seemed distressed. Damn, old Hamilton excels in studies, but in physical fights. Ouch, I can't bear to watch. Bullshit. It's all your fault for dragging Jake here. He wouldn't have ended up beaten. Superior. People should have some decency. Did I drag him here alone? Why should I take all the blame? The two blamed each other, and despite the match not starting, they could already visualize Jake being thoroughly beaten. Even the surrounding girls became worried. Boo-hoo. Vice President, please don't hit Jake's handsome face. Otherwise, I'll be heartbroken. That's right. If you heard how G, I'll claw your eyes out. Seeing Jake's fans were all beautiful girls, Bear's eyes flickered nervously. After putting on his gloves, he got into position. Senior, aren't you wearing protection? Jake kindly reminded him. Bear coldly snorted. Besides the president, no one else has the right to make me wear it. Clearly, he envied Jake's popularity with girls and wasn't very friendly in tone. However, seeing Alan making eye signals, he understood. Jake was their future golden jalpai, and Alan clearly wanted him to go easy. Note, golden jalpai seems out of place in English. A better translation might be star asset or key member. Here's a refined version. Jake was their future star asset, and Alan clearly wanted him to go easy. Don't worry, Junior. I won't make you lose too badly. Are you ready? Hearing this, Jake flexed his wrists and ankles, nodding seriously. Everyone seemed to have predicted the outcome. After all, Jake was a top student, not a martial arts champion, so against Bear, he'd obviously lose. The most excited was Erilyn, who eagerly took out her phone to record, waiting for Jake's embarrassing moment after being knocked down. Start. With Alan's shout, the sparring began. Bear let out a low roar, stepping forward with a straight punch aimed at Jake's left temple. Jake hadn't practiced Sanda in a long time, but thankfully, his reborn body's abilities far exceeded an average person's. Quick reflexes allowed him to calmly raise his forearm to block the punch while counterattacking with a hook. Bang! Before Bear could react, he took a heavy blow under his chin, falling flat on the sponge mat. One punch KO. For a moment, the entire venue was silent. Everyone's eyes widened like saucers, mouths agape, involuntarily uttering two words. What the fuck? Even Jake was dazed. What happened? It's over. Like that? Wasn't he nicknamed the Devil Scion? He thought his hook would be dodged by Bear, leading to a few more exchanges before eventually losing. But, unexpectedly, this Bear was so weak. Thought he was a pro, turned out to be bronze. Though Bear didn't wear protection, fortunately, Jake's gloves ensured he didn't injure him too badly. Alan quickly regained his composure, and led two people to carry Bear to rest aside. Junior, that's not fair play. Acting the fool to surprise everyone. Huh. Alan lamented. Jake couldn't argue. How could he say it wasn't his strength but Bear's weakness? As for the crowd, especially the fans, they erupted in applause and cheers. Greater than over equal to nabble less than over equal to. Jake is awesome. God-level crush. Good looking, smart, can sing, and knows Sanda. Oh, I'm in love. Meanwhile, the Room 205 trio also cheered loudly and rallied for Jake. Who said Jake would definitely lose? Step forward. Hamiltontal man, you said it, right? Say it again. Bullshit. When did I say that? Got any proof? You fucking garlic breath. I remember your smell. Chaos ensued in the venue, and as for Bear, upon waking, he shamefully ran off. Videos of Jake One Punch KYNG the Sanda Vice President quickly spread across school forums, reshared extensively until they reached the Shuaming app. In the dormitory of the South Campus, Alyssa sat by her desk while her roommates chattered away, engrossed in their phones. My goodness, isn't this Jake just too amazing? Yes. Good looking, intelligent, great singer, and now he beat the Sanda Vice President. High quality crush. Chapter 131. My idol is my Hamiltonk dog. Alyssa felt somewhat uncomfortable listening to her two roommates praise Jake. She had, of course, come across those videos as well. The scene of Jake being the center of attention during the last welcoming party was still fresh in her mind. Every time she heard news about Jake, it updated her understanding of him. By the way, in 1-1, I remember you also went to Yongqing No. 4 middle school, right? So you and Jake are schoolmates? Roommate Piper suddenly said. Yeah. If Fong Fong hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. 1-1, you and Jake were classmates? Do you two know each other? Lorraine chimed in. Upon hearing this, Alyssa slightly raised her pointed chin with a hint of pride in her eyes. Of course. How could I just know him? He has been chasing after me since junior high. I just didn't bother to tell you. Alyssa's response immediately sparked their curiosity. Wow, really? Jake used to chase after you? Sitting next to Alyssa, Erilyn promptly replied without any pleasantness. Nwan was the school flower in high school. There were many people pursuing her. It's only you two who treat Jake like a treasure. Am I right, Nwan? The better Jake became, the prouder Alyssa felt. Only she knew that Jake, whom countless girls at school and even her own roommates idolized, was once nothing but a lick dog groveling at her feet. To be able to monopolize the now excellent Jake again, she had even taken him off her blacklist. But so far, Jake hadn't sent her a single message on his own initiative. Thinking about this, she huffed. Everyone in No. 4 middle school knows he pursued me. Back then, I rejected him many times and told him that I wouldn't date before college. Otherwise, do you think why did he, the top student of the college entrance exam, choose Jiang University instead of Tsinghua, Peking, or Fudan? Anyone who could get into Jiang University is pretty smart. They could easily grasp the hidden meaning in Alyssa's words. The three roommates exchanged glances, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. So, Jake applied to Jiang University because of you, Nwan? My god, this is too explosive. I remember. On the night of the welcoming party, Jake said he wanted to sing a song for an important girl. Was he talking about you? Seeing the two girls' shocked reactions, Alyssa couldn't help but feel extremely smug, nodding coldly. As for Erilyn, she eagerly asked, Nwan, tell us carefully. How did Jake chase after you back then? And how did you reject him? AI, these things I didn't even want to talk about. It feels like I'm taking advantage of his glory and showing off intentionally. Alyssa pretended to be unhappy, yet there was evident satisfaction in her eyes. Nwan, just tell us. Yes, Nwan, please tell me. I really want to know. Piper and Lorraine pleaded bitterly, and Alyssa agreed accordingly. Immediately, she recounted everything from junior high to high school when Jake chased after her, portraying him thoroughly as a complete fool. Of course, what happened after Jake's personality changed 3 months before the college entrance exam, she would not mention. To bolster her credibility, she showed them several photos and videos. They included love letters Jake wrote for her, videos of public confessions, gifts he sent. For a moment, Alyssa felt some complex emotions. What she once discarded and even detested now became capital for her to show off to others. After hearing Alyssa's story, the 3 roommates gasped in surprise. My God, Nwan, you're so charming. You managed to make Jake obsessed like that? Hearing Nwan describe it, Jake really seemed like a fool back then. Looks like he chose Zhang University just to be in the same school as Nwan. After putting away her phone, Alyssa lifted her chin proudly. So, don't praise Jake's excellence in front of me anymore. To other girls, he might be a godlike figure, but to me, he's just my lick dog. The term, lick dog, was starting to spread online, especially among college students, widely used. Having said that, Alyssa got up and left the dormitory. Watching Alyssa leave gracefully, the other 3 girls were full of admiration. Especially Erilyn, she followed with a proud hum, looking at her 2 roommates. You heard Nwan, right? Jake is just a lick dog. Our excellent Nwan can never find a man worthy of her. With that, she hurriedly meeting estimates. They expected it would take around a week to surpass 1 million. But unexpectedly, the number of active users soared from 600,000 to 1.5 million in less than a week. Great. Wonderful. I'll be at the company immediately. Hamilton steening to her roommates praised Jake. Alyssa felt a bit uncomfortable inside. She had, of course, come across those videos too. The scene from the last welcome party where Jake was the center of everyone's attention still left a deep impression on her. Every time she heard news about Jake, it seemed to refresh her perception of him. By the way, Nwan, I remember you're from Yongqing No. 4 high school too? So you and Jake are alumni? Piper suddenly asked. Yes. If Fong hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Nwan, you and Jake were classmates? Do you two know each other? Lorraine chimed in. Upon hearing this, Alyssa slightly raised her chin, her eyes revealing a hint of pride. Of course, how could it be just knowing him? He has been chasing after me since middle school, okay? I just didn't bother telling you all. Alyssa's response immediately piqued their curiosity. Wow, really? Jake chased after you? Piper exclaimed. Erilyn, sitting next to Alyssa, immediately picked up on the conversation, responding sarcastically. Nwan was the school flower in high school. There were many boys after her. Only you two worship Jake as if he's a treasure. Am I right, Nwan? The more outstanding Jake became, the prouder Alyssa felt inside. Because only she knew that the godlike figure worshipped by countless girls at school and her roommates had once been nothing more than a tan dog at her feet. Correction. The more outstanding Jake became, the prouder Alyssa felt inside. Because only she knew that the idol worshipped by countless girls at school and her roommates had once been nothing more than a devoted admirer at her feet. Note, the term tan dog is not standard English and may confuse readers. I've replaced it with devoted admirer to better convey the meaning while maintaining natural fluency in English. To regain exclusive access to the now excellent Jake, she even removed him from her blacklist. But to this day, Jake hasn't sent her a single message. Thinking about this, her heart burned with anger. With a cold snort, she remarked, TCH, everyone at No. 4 high school knows he chased after me. I rejected him many times and told him I wouldn't date before college. Otherwise, do you think he, as the top scorer in the college entrance exam, would choose Jiangda over Tsinghua, Peking, or Fudan? The 3 roommates expressed their disbelief. Heavens, Nwan, you must be incredibly charming to make Jake act that way. Hearing Nwan, Jake really acted like a fool back then. It seems he came to Jiangda just to be in the same school as Nwan. After putting away her phone, Alyssa lifted her chin proudly. So, you two shouldn't keep praising how great Jake is in front of me. To other girls, he might be some idol, but to me, he's just a tango. Edit. So, you two shouldn't keep praising how great Jake is in front of me. To other girls, he might be some idol, but to me, he's just a tango. Final version. So, you two shouldn't keep praising how great Jake is in front of me. To other girls, he might be some idol, but to me, he's just a lapdog. Note, the term tango is internet slang often used to describe someone who grovels or fawns over another person excessively. Lapdog conveys a similar meaning in English while sounding more natural. The term lickdog was already becoming popular online, especially among college students. Note, tango is often translated as lickdog in this context, referring to someone who excessively flatters or seeks approval from someone they are infatuated with, often in a submissive or humiliating way. After saying this, Alyssa got up and left the dormitory. Watching Alyssa's graceful departure, the other 3 admired her greatly. Especially Erilyn, who followed her triumphantly, looking at her 2 roommates. You heard what Nwan said, right? Jake is just a tango. Our outstanding Nwan can't be matched by any man in the world. Note, the term tango is a specific Chinese internet slang. It might be better translated as a doormat or a pushover for a more natural English expression. So, an improved version could be, you heard what Nwan said, right? Jake is just a doormat. Our outstanding Nwan can't be matched by any man in the world. For consistency and natural fluency, I recommend using, you heard what Nwan said, right? Jake is just a doormat. Our outstanding Nwan can't be matched by any man in the world. With that, she hurriedly climbed into her bed, drew the curtain, and took out another phone, opening a document. As she typed furiously, Erilyn transformed into an internet warrior, unmasking the high-quality idol, revealing the true identity of a loyal obsessive. Note, the term tango is colloquial and often carries a negative connotation in Chinese internet slang. It refers to someone who is overly devoted or obsessed with another person, often in an unreciprocated manner. For the English translation, I used loyal obsessive to convey a similar meaning while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The chapter begins with Xiang Nan feeling somewhat uncomfortable as her roommates praise Jake. She has naturally come across those videos too. The scene of Jake being the center of attention at the last welcoming party left a deep impression on her. Each time she hears news about Jake, it refreshes her perception of him. One more thing, Nana. I remember you're from Yongqing No. 4 high school too, right? So you and Jake are schoolmates? Piper suddenly asked. Yeah. If Fong hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Nana, you were classmates with Jake? Do you two know each other? Lorraine chimed in. Hearing this, Xiang Nan slightly raised her chin with a hint of pride in her eyes. Nonsense. We know each other more than that. He's been pursuing me since junior high, okay? I just didn't bother telling you guys. Xiang Nan's response immediately piqued their interest. Wow, really? Jake once pursued you? Piper asked. Erilyn, sitting next to Xiang Nan, interjected without good humor. Nana was the school beauty queen in high school. Many people chased after her. Only you two treat Jake as if he's some treasure. Isn't that right, Nana? The better Jake performed, the more Xiang Nan felt proud. Only she knew that the idol worshipped by countless girls, and her roommates had once been a loyal obsessive who knelt before her. To regain Jake's exclusive attention, she even took him off her blacklist. Yet, up until now, Jake hadn't sent her a single message. Thinking about this made her feel quite annoyed. She snorted coldly. TCH, everyone in No. 4 high school knows about his pursuit of me. I rejected him many times and told him I wouldn't date before college. Otherwise, why do you think a top student like him would choose Jiangda over Tsinghua or Peking University? The roommates exchanged glances, all surprised. So, Jake applied to Jiangda for your sake? My god, that's such explosive news. I remember. At the welcome party, Jake said he wanted to sing a song for a very important girl. Could he have meant Nana? Seeing their shocked faces, Xiang Nan felt extremely pleased and nodded coldly. Erilyn quickly added, Nana, tell us exactly how Jake pursued you back then and how you turned him down. I didn't want to mention these things. It feels like I'm bragging or something. Despite her feigned dissatisfaction, her eyes sparkled with pride. Tell us, Nana. Yeah, Nana, tell us. This gossip is irresistible. After Piper and Lorraine begged her repeatedly, Xiang Nan obliged and recounted all the events from junior high to high school, portraying Jake as a complete clown. Of course, she omitted what happened after Jake's sudden change 3 months before the college entrance exam. To enhance her credibility, she showed them many photos and videos, love letters written by Jake, videos of his public confessions, and gifts he gave her. For a moment, Xiang Nan felt a mix of achoo. Jake, dining with Dara, sneezed. Who's gossiping about me behind my back? He thought, rubbing his nose. Jake, is the air conditioner too cold? Should we raise the temperature? Dara asked. Jake waved his hand and placed a large piece of meat in her bowl. Watching Dara eat earnestly, Jake smiled. Through their recent interactions, he could sense they had grown closer. While Dara remained polite, using words like thank you and sorry, her attitude towards him had softened. He decided to let time handle the rest. Ring. Brent called. As soon as he connected, Brent burst into laughter. Haha, boss, you're our company's lucky star. Our active users have more than doubled. We're at 1.5 million now. Jake paused, his chopsticks midair, a flash of joy in his eyes. At their last meeting, they estimated it would take about a week to break the million user mark. Unexpectedly, within less than a week, the active user count skyrocketed from 600,000 to 1.5 million. Great. Excellent. I'm heading to the office now. After finishing the aggressive essay, Erilyn looked at her work proudly. Dead Jake, just a stinking man. How dare you try to touch my Nuan. Bah. Achoo. Jake, who was dining with Indira at the restaurant, sneezed. Which bastard is talking behind my back? He thought as he rubbed his nose. Is the air conditioner too cold, Jake? Should I increase the temperature? Dara asked. Jake waved his hand and placed a piece of meat in her bowl. Seeing Indira eat with such dedication, he couldn't help but smile. Through their interactions, he sensed a growing closeness between them. Though Indira was still polite and often thanked him, she no longer seemed to shy away from him so much. Time would handle the rest. Such matters couldn't be rushed. Ring ring. Suddenly, Brent called. The moment he answered, Brent's cheerful laugh filled the line. Haha, boss, you're truly a lucky star for the company. Our active users have more than doubled. We've hit 1.5 million. Jake paused mid-chopsticks, his eyes flashing with joy. According to their previous meeting estimates, breaking the million mark should have taken another week. But now, without reaching a week, the number of active users surged from 600,000 to 1.5 million. Great. Wonderful. I'll head to the company right away. Chapter 132. You've really gone viral. Jake originally intended to manage things behind the scenes, maintaining a low profile. He never expected to become an internet sensation so unexpectedly. However, he wasn't prepared for such overwhelming attention. Videos of his performance at the freshman welcome party, where he sang On Ha Bridge, had spread widely across numerous platforms, but the high-definition exclusive rights were on the Xiaoming app, which attracted many users. Moreover, the video of him knocking out Bear with one punch further fueled curiosity, leading many netizens to delve into Jake's background. This investigation uncovered several of Jake's most shining moments. A powerful tomahawk dunk on the basketball court during his senior year. Walking out of an exam room with hands in his pockets as the first student to finish. Photos of him with various leaders after being crowned top scorer in the college entrance examination. The more people learned about him, the more enthusiastic they became. Comments flooded in. Damn, jealousy has me distorted. How can he be so amazing? I'll offer 100 renminbi to find Jake's contact info. I won't marry anyone else. Previous commenter, go to bed. Jake is already in my sister's bed. You have no hope? Tears soaked my pork rice bowl. As humans, how can Jake evolve so quickly? Great basketball skills, handsome, can play and sing, skilled in sanda, Chinese kickboxing, and a top-scoring college entrance exam winner. He's simply a perfect godlike man. Sitting in front of his computer, Jake felt somewhat amused and helpless looking at the videos that had received millions of likes and billions of views. Under Brent's urging, Jake eventually registered an account. Hey author, do you think I'll leave you alone if I confront you in real life? As a seasoned internet warrior, Erilyn had always been the attacker. She was enraged by the backlash, throwing away her sunflower seeds and rapidly typing replies. Bullshit. I don't secretly love him? Keep talking nonsense, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Hilarious. False claims? Who in Yongqing 4th middle school or 3rd middle school doesn't know these things? You losers only praise him because you're failures in real life. Ask around about Alyssa Young in Yongqing 4th middle school. Lawyer letter sender. I'm waiting. Supporting this big poodle? All you small poodles, Though she retaliated against each comment, she still felt unsatisfied. She had revealed nothing but facts yet faced so much hate for speaking against Jake. Having spent years online, she was smarter than average and belonged to several hired gun groups. Determined to vent her anger, she reluctantly used half her living expenses to hire several shills to stir up drama. Don't praise Jake anymore. See at Small Snowflake for details. Jake's just a joke. Read at Small Snowflake's top post. At Small Snowflake is the voice of reason. Everyone else is brainwashed. Thanks to the hired guns, many familiar with the situation came forward. Some claim to be from Yongqing 4th middle school or Jake's junior high classmates, exposing the truth about his persistent pursuit of Alyssa Young, which everyone at school knew. More and more insiders revealed photos and old videos, changing the tide of opinion. Holy shit, Jake really was a poodle. Damn, the internet is scary. I almost believed it. I'm from 4th middle school, in the same grade as Jake. His pursuit of Alyssa Young was known by everyone. We used to call him a clown. How did he become a godlike man here? Do you guys realize exposing someone's privacy like this isn't right? Another clueless love chaser supporting Jake? Feeling bad for your brother? Be his poodle yourself, Erilyn's comment section became the battleground of the Jake incident. Her fanbase and view count soared overnight, and she wrote more posts criticizing Jake late into the night. After morning classes, Dara went to work at the store, while Jake walked back to the dorm with his 3 roommates. Along the way, he sensed something odd about their gazes. What's with those looks? Jake asked. They exchanged glances before Yul spoke up. Jake, haven't you been checking the school forum or official campus wall accounts recently? Not interested, Jake shook his head. And what about Shuaming app? It's a new app you should try. Although it was his company's app, Jake hadn't had time to use it, being busy with company matters, elective courses, and caring for Dara. Just spit it out. Stop beating around the bush, Jake replied irritably. Let's discuss this back in the dorm. Just then, 2 people approached them. One a glamorous girl holding a microphone, the other a boy with a tripod on his shoulder. Hello Jake. We're from Jiangda Campus Wall. Could we have a few minutes of your time for a brief interview? Chapter 133. Unmasking the Troublemaker. Jake was unfamiliar with the campus wall and didn't want to accept this so-called interview. However, after hearing from Yul that it was very popular at Jiang University and the only authoritative platform, he reluctantly agreed. After all, he was now a student at Jiang University. After finding a quiet and less crowded place, the interview began. Initially, the questions were as expected, revolving around his status as a top-scoring candidate in the college entrance exam and related academic matters. Jake answered them in the most positive light possible. Student Jake, the next question might be a bit sharp, but I hope you can answer honestly, the senior smiled slyly. Jake, there are rumors outside that you chose Jiangzhou University for a girl and have been pursuing her for many years. Is any of this true? Upon hearing this, Jake's eyebrows raised involuntarily. The senior, noticing his expression, sensed a juicy piece of gossip and pulled out her phone, presenting it to Jake. Jake, before you answer, please take a look at this. Seeing the screen, Jake found a post on the school forum titled, Unmasking the High-Quality God. His true identity is just a bootlicker. Note, bootlicker is used here to convey the meaning of tango, which refers to someone who constantly flatters or tries too hard to please others. Jake calmly finished reading the post and returned the phone. The senior was somewhat surprised by his composure, which wasn't what she expected. A burst of anger or embarrassment. Jake, can you share your thoughts? She continued to probe. Oh, not much to say, Jake replied casually. So, is the content of this post true? Did you indeed pursue Alyssa from junior high to high school? Jake's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, then he laughed lightly and nodded. Yes. For this undeniable fact, Jake saw no point in avoiding it. So, when you mentioned an important girl at the welcoming party, you were talking about Alyssa? Jake, are you still pursuing her? Sorry, senior, I have some urgent matters. Let's end the interview here. Jake smiled, waved his hand, and turned to leave. When he returned to the dormitory, Yul and the others immediately bombarded him with questions. Jake, have you offended someone recently? There's been a lot of controversy online with people calling you a tango and a scammer. What's going on? Note, tango is a slang term that doesn't have a direct English equivalent. Depending on context, it can mean someone who is overly submissive or clingy in pursuit of someone they like. For better fluency, we may need to replace it with an appropriate English expression such as desperate chaser or similar. Revised. Jake, have you offended someone recently? There's been a lot of controversy online with people calling you a desperate chaser and a scammer. What's going on? I read that article too. Jake, is it true? Did you really chase after Alyssa? Hell yeah. I'm also curious, the girl you said you liked, was it Alyssa? Faced with these questions, Jake remained unperturbed. What do you think? Don't play coy at this point. You're already labeled as a tan dog on Shuaming app. If you offended someone, just tell us. We'll back you up. Correction. Don't play coy at this point. You're already labeled as a lick dog on Shuaming app. If you offended someone, just tell us. We'll back you up. Further improvement for fluency and naturalness in English. Don't keep us in suspense. You're already being called a lick dog on Shuaming app. If you've offended someone, just let us know, and we'll have your back. Solomon, anxious, handed Jake his phone. Glancing at the text and video on the screen and skimming through the comments, Jake returned the phone nonchalantly. There was no reason to hide anything from his roommates. Yeah, back then I was young and naive. I did pursue her, but I'm not interested anymore. Hearing this, Yul slapped his thigh. Dang, I knew it. Someone must be intentionally smearing you. Even an elite like Kennedy you don't want, let alone Alyssa? Solomon, gather the troops. We'll defend him. The three quickly agreed and started clamoring to help Jake retaliate. Jake, however, did not interfere. It was just a small issue. Let them handle it as they wish. However, his first thought was that Alyssa was behind it. But thinking again, many people knew about his past with Alyssa, so it could also be someone else. Since this occurred on Shiming app, it would be easier to trace than on other platforms. He was about to call Brent when Brent called him first. Boss, I need to report something that involves your personal privacy. While the Jake incident wasn't among the hottest topics on Shiming app, the company staff recognized him from photos posted and reported back, alarming Brent. Good heavens, they were spreading rumors about their boss. Worse yet, how did such content pass the review? He ordered an immediate investigation and promptly updated Jake on the situation. Boss, this is my responsibility, and the review department has failed. Rest assured, we will find the person spreading the rumors. Rumors? Who said it's a rumor? It's true, Jake replied indifferently. Brent was momentarily speechless. So what should we do? Brent asked cautiously. Just let it play out for now, Jake instructed. But won't this affect your reputation? Trust me, I know what I'm doing. But I need to know who this user, Xiaoxuewa, is. Rest assured, boss. I'll get the tech department to trace the IP. After hanging up, Jake lit a cigarette and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Alyssa? Or Zane? Could it be someone from his old high school who disliked him? Only a close acquaintance could describe those events so detailed. Just as he finished his cigarette, Brent sent a message. Boss, according to the account IP, it's a female student at Jiangzhou University named Erilyn, ID number. Nowadays, online browsing required real name registration, making it easy to track down identities via IP. Erilyn? This unfamiliar name made Jake raise an eyebrow. He didn't recognize her, and given the large student body, finding Erilyn would be challenging. Fortunately, Jiangzhou University's campus network required student IDs for access, with each dorm having a unique IP. Thinking of this, he called Camden. Hello, Teacher Antonio. Can you help me with something? On the phone, Jake explained his need to trace a campus network IP. Oh, Jake, this is tricky. Student privacy is protected, even by the school. Chapter 133, Identifying the Troublemaker. Jake wasn't familiar with the campus walls and didn't intend to accept this interview. However, after hearing from Yul that it was popular and the most authoritative platform at Jiang University, he reluctantly agreed. After all, he was now a student at Jiang University. Finding a quiet place with few people around, the interview began. The first few questions were as expected, revolving around being the top scorer in the college entrance exam and his study methods. Jake responded with positive and uplifting answers. Student Jake, the next question might be a bit sharp, but we hope you can answer truthfully, the senior sister said with a sly smile. Student Jake, there are rumors outside that you applied to Jiangzhou University for a girl and have pursued her for many years. Is any of this true? Upon hearing this, Jake raised an eyebrow. The senior sister noticed his expression, sensing some gossip material, and showed him a phone. Jake, before answering, please look at this. Jake glanced at the screen, which displayed a post on the school forum titled, Unmasking the High-Quality Man, revealing he's just a tango. After reading the post without showing any emotion, Jake handed the phone back. Surprised by his calm demeanor, lacking the anticipated anger or embarrassment, the senior sister continued. Jake, what are your thoughts now? Oh, I don't have much to say, Jake replied indifferently. Well then, is the content of this post true? Did you indeed pursue Alyssa from middle school to high school? A hint of coldness flashed across Jake's eyes, then he smiled faintly and nodded. Yeah. Jake didn't want to avoid the undeniable fact. So, the important girl you mentioned at the welcome party was also Alyssa? Student Jake, are you still pursuing her? Sorry, senior sister. I have something urgent to attend to. This interview ends here. Jake smiled, waved goodbye, and left. Back in the dorm, Yul and the others peppered him with questions. Jake, did you offend someone recently? The internet is exploding about you, saying you're a surgo, lick dog, and a fraud. What's going on? I read that article too. Jake, is it true? Did you really pursue Alyssa? For real. I'm curious, the girl you liked, was she Alyssa? Facing these questions, Jake remained calm. What do you think? Don't be coy. The Dream Search app has made you a symbol of a surgo, lick dog. If you offended someone, just say so, and we'll help you. Solomon, agitated, thrust the phone towards Jake. Jake casually glanced at the text and video clips on the screen and scanned the comments before handing the phone back. Since they were roommates, there was no need to hide anything. Yes, I pursued her when I was young and naive, but I have no interest in her now. Hearing this, Yul smacked his thigh and exclaimed, Damn, I knew someone must— Relax, boss. I'll get our tech team to trace the IP. After hanging up, Jake lit a cigarette, tapping his fingers on the desk. Alyssa? Or Zane? Or perhaps someone else from his old days? Only someone familiar with his past could describe the events so vividly. Within minutes, Brent sent a message. Boss, it's clear. According to the account IP, the poster is a female student at Jiangzhou University named Erilyn, with ID number. Jake raised an eyebrow at this unfamiliar name. He didn't know anyone named Erilyn, and with so many students at Jiangzhou University, finding her individually was impractical. Fortunately, the university required student IDs for network access, with each dorm having a unique IP. Jake called Camden for help. Hello, Professor Antonio. Can you assist me in checking a campus network IP? Camden sighed on the phone. Jake, this request is difficult. This involves personal privacy. Even the university cannot disclose it easily. Chapter 134. The internet is too violent. Under normal circumstances, this would indeed involve privacy issues. However, After Jake narrated the incident of that post on the school forum, Camden was also shocked. What? There's something like this? The admissions office's daily work was quite busy, and as a teacher, Camden hadn't paid much attention to the school forum during this period. Considering Jake had come to Jiang University as the top national student, if this isn't at your school gate, and if I don't see you in 10 minutes, I'll kill you. Alright, wait there. After hanging up, Jake left the dormitory. Outside Jiangzhou University, a chubby, dark-skinned boy squatted by the roadside, smoking half a red Pagoda Mountain cigarette, occasionally looking at the female students entering and leaving. TSK. The girls here at Jiang University are something else. Damn, I envy Xiao Hamilton so much. Seeing the long legs, Aaron envied Jake. Not long after, seeing Jake's figure, he threw away the cigarette butt and ran over. Seeing Aaron grinning widely, Jake laughed. This guy had gotten even darker since their last meeting. Why did you suddenly decide to come see me? Jake offered a cigarette. Normally, Aaron would snatch the whole pack, but this time, he didn't reach for it and said angrily, I came to ask why you didn't tell me about this huge mess. Don't treat me like I'm not your brother. Huh, what happened? Jake asked. Damn, are you reading books until you're crazy? Haven't you been online? You've been harassed on the internet. Some bastard exposed everything between you and Alisanuan. Seeing Aaron also knew, Jake just smiled slightly and nodded. Jingle. Hearing the bell, Dara, who was wiping the counter, quickly ran to the door. WL, welcome. Hamilton Lane. Look who I brought, Jake said with a smile. Hearing Jake's voice, Dara looked up and saw a dark, chubby boy standing beside him. Dara? You're at Jiang University? Aaron asked, surprised. Dara's small head buzzed with questions. Looking at Aaron, she couldn't recognize him. Darn. Dara, don't you recognize me? Aaron asked. Beside them, Jake chuckled. Hamilton Lane. This is Aaron. Oh, hello, classmate Aaron. Aaron clearly remembered being a cute, chubby boy before. Why was he now so dark? 2 servings of noodles, Hamilton Lane. Jake then led Aaron to an empty table near the door. Xiao Hamilton, what's going on? Why is Dara here at Jiang University? And are you still into her? I told you, this is true love. Jake wouldn't hide anything from Aaron. Aaron touched Jake's forehead and then his own. No fever either? True love means how much? I thought you pursued Dara because you were upset over Alisanuan and wanted to change, but you're serious? Come to think of it, you chose Jiangzhou University for Dara, didn't you? Jake nodded, admitting it freely. Seeing Dara bringing the 2 bowls of noodles, he stood up to meet her. At the table, Aaron took chopsticks, glanced at Dara working at the counter, and smacked his lips. Wow, you really play your cards well. One is your longtime crush, the other your true love, both at the same school. Intense. Jake rolled his eyes. You never stop talking, do you? How's it at school? Has Zane bothered you? Chapter 135. One-sided public opinion. At the mention of Zane's name, Aaron merely curled his lips. Without those seniors backing him up, what is he? I can't deal with him now, but does that mean I can't avoid him? Damn, just thinking about that guy makes me angry. Aaron slurped on the sliced noodles in his bowl while cursing Zane's ancestors. Hearing this, Jake couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. With his conflict with Zane, Aaron would inevitably be dragged into it as well. F*******. You got me sidetracked there. Don't worry about my stuff. Tell me about your situation. How do you plan to retaliate? Retaliate? Against what? Jake asked. Hearing this, Aaron almost choked on his noodles, hurriedly swallowing a gulp of soda and patting his chest. D******. Obviously, retaliate against the rumor mongers. In my opinion, it's probably that girl Alyssa. Jake chuckled at this and put down his chopsticks. Alright, let's say it was Alyssa. How would we retaliate? Obviously, let me think. Aaron, who had been shouting loudly, suddenly went silent when it came time to give ideas. He scratched his head, unable to come up with anything coherent. Seeing his awkward expression, Jake smiled. You should leave the brainstorming to me. I already know who did it, and have my own plans. Aaron slapped his thigh and grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. I knew you had it figured out. Tell me, what's your plan? Those who seek destruction will find madness. As Jake explained his plan, Aaron's expression became strangely hesitant. Hamilton, isn't this a bit too underhanded? The person behind it is Erilyn, seemingly unrelated to Alyssa. Besides, didn't you two used to? Harsh? I don't think so. It doesn't matter who did it. I'm simply fighting fire with fire. After mumbling this, Aaron scratched his head and didn't say more. Alright, anyway, I'm the kind of person who sticks with family, not reason. No matter what you do, I support you. Apart from his father, Bob, perhaps Aaron was the only one Jake could trust completely. Thanks for that. Jada, another serving of sliced noodles? D*****. I got all emotional and you reward me with extra noodles? At least add a sausage or something. They laughed and talked for a while longer. After polishing off 4 servings of sliced noodles, Aaron had to rush back to school for the class meeting. While waiting for the taxi with Aaron, Jake suddenly said, By the way, Colby, do you still keep in touch with your classmates from middle school? Of course, you don't know my popularity? Not just middle school, even elementary school buddies I still chat with. Why do you ask? I remember. Weren't there 4 boys in our class chasing after Alyssa at the time? Hearing Jake bring up middle school memories, Aaron paused, then nodded. You're reminding me, you almost got into fights with those rivals over this back then. We were young and ignorant back then. Now looking back, Alyssa is just a trashy woman. Her list of backups could form a soccer team. After venting about past events, Aaron smacked his lips and continued, Why are you asking? Just curious. A taxi arrived shortly, and Jake returned to school alone after sending Aaron off. On his way back to the dormitory, many students pointed at Jake and whispered among themselves. But Jake paid no attention, as if he had anticipated such reactions. Sure enough, The previous interview on campus walls had already been uploaded to the official account. As Jiangda University's most authoritative campus media platform, and with Jake being a campus celebrity, the video naturally attracted a lot of attention within the university. Within an hour of its release, the interview swept through the entire university. Initially, many people on the school forum and the Dream Chaser app had doubts or were just curious bystanders regarding the Jake incident. However, with the release of this interview content, public opinion overwhelmingly favored one side. Jake admitted on camera that he had pursued Alyssa for years, and when asked the sensitive question about whether he was still pursuing her, he dodged the question. To the discerning eye, avoiding the question clearly indicated guilt and indirectly confirmed it. Suddenly, on Jiangda University's campus walls, other forums, and the Dream Chaser app, countless online spectators firmly believed one thing. The much-hyped, next-gen campus god Jake was indeed a loyal little puppy to Alyssa. This situation simmered for several days within Jiangda University, with no decrease in intensity. As for Jake, the party involved, he remained silent. Despite the 3 old bees in his dorm constantly urging him to clarify the matter, he made no moves. He attended classes, grabbed a quick meal at the shop, or accompanied Dara to buy groceries during his free time, acting as if he cared nothing about it. Alyssa, with her outstanding looks and figure, had always been somewhat famous even before this incident. Now, many were curious to see this beauty whom Jake had chased for years, making her even more popular. One day, after morning classes ended, Alyssa walked through the campus with her 3 roommates. With their presence, her charm stood out even more. Combined with her recent notoriety on campus, she was a constant center of attention wherever she went. Noticing the gazes fixed on her, Alyssa smiled, her chin held high like a proud, noble swan. Walking ahead, her slender legs moved gracefully, and her hair fluttered lightly in the wind, making her radiantly beautiful. Behind her, the 3 roommates carried her bags and held bouquets given by admirers earlier, like loyal minions. But they felt no resentment. Instead, they seemed to enjoy being her attendants. Warm, so many people are watching you. How enviable Warm is. She's already become a campus celebrity. I heard some even named her the school beauty among freshmen. Hamilton steening to Piper and Lorraine's admiring flattery, Alyssa felt deeply gratified. Of course, someone like me, destined to be the spotlight everywhere I go. In this moment, Alyssa found the feeling from her middle school days again. The pride and vanity nearly lost due to Jake's blows in high school finally returned. Looking around at the admiring gazes, a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes, and Jake crossed her mind unbidden. See this, Jake? This is my charm. Even though you've improved greatly. But in front of me, you should, like these men, humbly bow down and show me respect. This idea was deeply rooted in Alyssa's heart. Ring. At that moment, her phone Alyssa on WeChat. The senior danced with joy, thanked her profusely, then pulled out his phone to share the news with his roommates. Brothers, I added Alyssa on WeChat. She's incredibly pure and pretty, and very approachable. Only after he walked away did Alyssa roll her eyes, glanced at the friend request notification, changed the note to backup 13, and tossed the flowers to her roommate without looking back. Go back to the dormitory first, Alyssa said. Nwan, where are you going? Should we go together? Asked Piper. The campus wall wants to interview me alone. Why would you follow me? It's not like they're interviewing you. Don't be a bother. The roommates exchanged glances. Then, what about these flowers? Find a deserted place and throw them away. Alyssa spoke casually, then walked straight toward the school gate. At South Campus, in the cafeteria on the 3rd floor, inside, Londi coffee shop. 2 people from campus wall were already waiting here, the same senior sister who interviewed Jake last time, and the senior responsible for filming. After finishing a whole cup of coffee, the senior sister checked her watch, showing slight impatience. Finally, a graceful figure hurriedly approached. Sorry seniors, I kept you waiting. Seeing Alyssa, whose forehead was dotted with sweat, the senior sister nodded. Let me introduce myself. I'm Amabel, 3rd-year broadcasting major. This is Henry, 3rd-year photography major. After a brief introduction, Amabel prepared for the interview. Amabel sat opposite Alyssa on the sofa. After setting up the equipment, Henry fetched another coffee and placed it in front of Alyssa. Noticing this, Alyssa looked up, her long lashes resembling fans, her big, glossy eyes twinkling, and she smiled. Thank you, Senior Jean. Caught in Alyssa's gaze, Henry's old face instantly turned red as a monkey's bottom, scratching his head and smiling foolishly. You're welcome, Junior. Amabel, also a woman, unconsciously frowned. Although Alyssa seemed polite and it was their first meeting, something about her felt fake, possibly because of a woman's intuition. Classmate Alyssa, can we start now? Yes, anytime, Senior Amabel. At North Campus, in a standalone villa, Jake was on the phone with Brent. Boss, including Big Xander and his brother, plus the couples from Guangdong. We now have 5 influencers with over 1 million followers. Many merchants from various industries are starting to collaborate with us, as well as many domestic and international manufacturers. Based on the matrix operation concept you proposed last time, we successfully tested 20 derivative accounts. As for the short drama module you mentioned, there are too few people working on it domestically, and we can't find suitable resources. The script, his goal was to capitalize on the upcoming trends before the market fully developed. Jake, lunch is ready. Wash your hands and prepare to eat. Dara's voice came from the kitchen. Jake put aside his thoughts and cheerfully got up. Washing his hands, they sat at the table. Indira, Jake suddenly said. She put down her chopsticks, cheeks puffing up. Do you know about what's happening on the school forum? What's happening? Dara replied puzzled. For others, surfing the internet, being active on social platforms, and playing games were normal leisure activities. But Dara didn't even own a phone before meeting Jake. Her first phone was a gift from Jake. Even the Ball app and WeChat on her phone were downloaded by her homeroom teacher to help with college applications. To date, her phone only had those 2 apps. She had no other entertainment methods. Her time was spent on classes, cooking for Jake, cleaning, or working part-time. Before encountering Jake, she had no exposure to any of this world. Chapter 137. The higher you soar, the harder you fall. Jake had initially been worried that the negative comments online might cause Dara to misunderstand the situation. Though he could have directly clarified and explained the facts, he chose not to do so yet. Let Alyssa enjoy her moment in the spotlight. It was time for her to face the consequences. Jada, no matter what you hear or see about me, don't believe it, okay? Jake said. Hamilton steening to these inexplicable words, Dara tilted her head slightly, clearly puzzled. Oh. Fortunately, Jake always spoke like this in front of her, saying things she couldn't quite understand, so she never asked too many questions. After dinner, she washed the dishes in the kitchen before leaving the residence to return to work at the store. After sitting in the living room for a while, Jake also went back to his dorm. In the afternoon, the three guys gathered around Yul's Alienware laptop to watch the League of Legends World Championship, S-Series. You've got to admit, 3 LPL teams made it to the top 8 this year. It's really our best chance yet. Wuxander is too amazing. Aiming for the S8 championship. Finally going for the Grand Slam. But I think IG is pretty strong this year too. That top laner Acton, his Fiora and Riven are flying all over the place. Seeing the trio discussing the top 8 matches, Jake lay on his bed, taking out his phone to search for updates. This year would be a turning point for domestic esports, and after this year's S8 World Championship, the industry would experience rapid development in China. Jake realized that if he wanted to build his own business empire, he couldn't limit himself to the current company operations. He needed to broaden his horizons. As for traditional industries, he had no good opportunities at present, especially given the looming risks in real estate, which he had no intention of getting into. Instead, emerging and light industries were now his primary targets. Looking at the match schedule, the quarterfinals would take place in 2 days. RNG versus G2, another focal match marked by humiliation. This edit ensures the translation reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning from the original text. The term Jaldanjan is translated as focal match to better fit the context and flow in English. Jake sighed lightly. Even though it would break the hearts of domestic esports fans, he still wanted to capitalize on the opportunity. This free wave of popularity was a huge chance for the Dreamseeker app. Thinking about this, he called Brent. Hello, boss. Reginald, do you have any resources in the esports circle? Jake asked straightforwardly. In his previous life, he hadn't ventured into esports, so he lacked relevant connections. However, Brent had been operating in Shanghai and Jiangzhou for a long time, possibly having related resources. Esports? Boss, you're interested in esports? Over the next few years, esports will become a mainstream emerging industry in China, especially with League of Legends. Major domestic live streaming and video platforms are broadcasting the S8 event, so we need to connect with the officials and buy broadcasting rights. Broadcasting rights? Brent paused on the phone. He did have some economic resources and knew a bit about this area. With major platforms already involved in broadcasting, they wouldn't get much traffic by joining now. Addressing Brent's doubt, Jake chuckled lightly, replying, do as I say. I have my plans. Yes, boss. I'll contact them immediately and report back as soon as I have news. After instructing Brent, Jake put down his phone. At the computer, the three guys, having finished watching the match, were scrolling through their phones. All three were regulars on the school forum, checking Weibo or browsing Tiaba in the campus wall from time to time. Solomon, bored, casually flipped through the campus wall and suddenly saw a newly posted video. Glancing at its content, he hesitated, then sneaked a peek at Jake's bed before nudging Yul. Chowzi, what is it? Sun Peng replied. Solomon handed him the phone and motioned toward it. Upon seeing the video, Yul frowned, while Dalton joined in curiosity. Hey, isn't that Xiang? Sure. Yul and Solomon hurriedly signaled for silence. They exchanged glances. Chowzi, what should we do? Should we tell Lindsay? Looks like he doesn't know about this yet. Just then, Jake noticed the three standing below his bunk, looking hesitant. He raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Scratching his head, Solomon replied, Bro, do you never check the campus wall? As he spoke, he handed over the phone. Take a look. Opening the video on the screen, it showed Alyssa being interviewed. Interviewer, Alyssa, regarding recent online claims that Jake has pursued you for years and has been called a licking dog. What do you think? Alyssa, Jake indeed started pursuing me since junior high, but I've always considered him a good friend. While he did do some foolish things during the pursuit, I don't like others calling him a licking dog. I think it's unfair to him. After this, Alyssa stood up, bowing slightly towards the camera, her voice full of pleading. Please stop discussing this topic. I just want to finish college peacefully. Moreover, Jake has gone through a lot. I hope everyone stops using negative words against him. It only makes me feel more ashamed. Interviewer, why didn't you accept Jake after all these years? Is he still pursuing you now? Alyssa, I appreciate Jake's kindness, but it's not love. I didn't want to delay him or hurt him, so we agreed that after the college entrance exam, we'd consider accepting him when we were in university. Interviewer, so Jake must have chosen Jiang University for you. Now that you're both at Jiang University, will you consider being with Jake? Alyssa, I'm not sure. I've never been in love and don't know how to handle relationships, so I'm quite clueless. I avoided dating Jake because he pressured me too much. Before the exam, he did many things that hurt me. I don't want to evoke sympathy, so I won't elaborate. Besides, with how excellent Jake is now, many people probably think I don't deserve him. Interviewer, Alyssa, a girl like you shouldn't lack suitors. Have you really never been in love? Jake lost interest in the rest of the conversation, mostly self-praise from Alyssa. Looking at the insincere smile on the screen, Jake remained calm, though a sharp, cold glint flashed in his eyes. Go ahead and soar. The higher you fly now, the harder you'll fall later. Hashtag chapter 138. The sage always has a plan. She never mentioned liking you, but every word you say is I am willing. Her reply during a moment of loneliness, yet you are overwhelmingly excited. In the Maserati Grand Cabrio, Jake softly hummed a song he had casually heard in his past life. It was inevitable. The lyrics were just too fitting for the love-stricken man's bitter history. This change ensures that the term tango is translated into English while maintaining the context and natural flow of the sentence. The phrase love-stricken man conveys the intended meaning more naturally in English. After arriving at the company, news came from Brent regarding the esports resources connection. After facilitating the introduction, the company successfully bought the broadcasting rights for an official tournament. Jake immediately instructed the R&D department to set up an official account dedicated to broadcasting this year's tournament. Due to the approaching event and the urgency of time, many preparations needed to be made. This included match commentary, professional live streams, on-site commentators, journalists, and more. Things were quite chaotic, and Jake held a nearly hour-long meeting with Brent and others to finalize these matters. Of course, during the meeting, Brent and several core employees raised their concerns. They questioned how Jake's seemingly spontaneous actions would generate traffic. The time is tight, so we'll just copy what other platforms are doing. We'll do as they do, but with one addition. Jake tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table and continued, on the official betting page, we need to put in some effort. After setting up the account, prepare 20,000 iPhone XS phones and 100 million yuan in cash red packets under the company's name. At the competition, if RNG beats G2, all these prizes will be given away via lottery. Upon hearing this, the entire meeting room fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other, clearly thinking that Jake was being too generous. It was important to note that such activities on other platforms were mostly just gimmicks. No matter how many benefits they promised, most were internally digested. Their company was still new, and building this official sports account at this juncture meant many things were not fully prepared. Moreover, after receiving Jake's message, many present quickly researched this year's S-Series event. The match between RNG and G2 was almost a foregone conclusion. Like adults playing soccer against children, the winner was obvious. Though they understood Jake's intention to create buzz for the Xiaoming app and attract more viewers, this investment seemed excessively large. Finally, everyone turned to look at Reagan. In the company, besides Jake, Reagan was the most influential person. What does Manager Zhang think? Brent said awkwardly. Reagan knew almost nothing about esports. With her previous teaching background, she even had a slight aversion to video games. After receiving Jake's message, she did a lot of research. While she acknowledged the potential of esports, she felt Jake's approach was too risky given the company's fragile foundation. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Jake and said, according to what you said, offering such rewards and capitalizing on the event's popularity could indeed attract many new users. But isn't this investment too large? Jake scanned the room, knowing this wasn't just Reagan's concern. I know what you're thinking. I've said this is just a gimmick. Esports can be unpredictable. A young employee cautiously glanced at Jake. Boss, I've played League of Legends for years and followed many matches. RNG versus G2 is a sure win game for RNG. Do we really have to give away so many prizes? Is it? Sometimes the most predictable scenarios end up surprising us, Jake replied with a light laugh, not elaborating further. Everyone exchanged glances, but didn't argue further. After all, Jake was the boss, and his word was final. After assigning some details, Jake let everyone get back to work. He then approached Reagan, who was tidying up documents, and smiled. Sister Ing, you seemed distracted earlier. What have you been busy with lately? Since missing the celebration banquet, he hadn't seen Reagan for days. During the meeting, she seemed particularly absent-minded. Startled, Reagan gave a forced smile. Maybe I've been too tired lately. Under Jake's intense gaze, Reagan felt inexplicably flustered, fearing he might see through her. You still worry about others when you're so famous. I've seen plenty of videos about you and Alyssa. Regarding Jake and Alyssa, she remembered hearing something when she was a teacher. Seeing so many negative comments against Jake made her uncomfortable. Why don't you ask the tech team to address this? You should know how significant public opinion can be. If this continues, the labels of scumbag, cheater, and love-stricken man might stick. Jake propped his chin with one hand and winked playfully. Oh, Sister Ing, are you worried about me? I didn't know you care so much about my personal affairs besides work. Reagan blushed and huffed. Oh please, don't flatter yourself. I'm serious. This can seriously impact your reputation and possibly the company's. Hee, don't worry, Sister Ing. I always have a plan. Jake smiled slyly, but a sharpness flashed in his clear eyes. Knock, knock. The door opened, and an employee walked in. Boss, the person has arrived. Brendan told me to inform you. Got it. Jake nodded, stood up, and left the meeting room after greeting Reagan. Before coming, he specifically asked Brent to find someone for him to meet personally. In the office, a stylishly dressed young man in his mid-20s sat on the sofa, looking quite handsome. Upon seeing Jake enter, he stood up promptly. Boss, Brendan said you wanted to see me? Just tell me what you need, and I'll make sure it's done. Jake scrutinized the young man before nodding slightly. Indeed, there's something I need you to do. It's a personal matter but falls within your expertise, making it simple for you. Chapter 139 I believe in him. In the office, Jake chatted with the male student for nearly an hour before finally leaving the company, thoroughly satisfied. On the Xiaoming app, discussions about the Jake incident continued to heat up. Due to Jake's tacit approval, the company's technology department had turned a blind eye to videos related to the matter. Especially after the interview with Alysannuan at the school wall was reposted on the Xiaoming app, it further fueled the fire. Numerous comment sections were overwhelmingly supportive of Alysannuan. Wow, so this is Alysannuan? She's so beautiful. No wonder Jake chased her for years. She's beautiful, pure, and smart. A perfect goddess. Support goddess Alysannuan. That scumbag Jake doesn't even deserve her. Never thought such an outstanding girl would still be single. She's the epitome of purity. What did that scumbag Jake do to hurt Alysannuan? Any revelations? Everyone. I've met Alysannuan in person, and she gave me her WeChat. She's super nice and down to earth. At the South Campus dormitory, Erilyn, Lorraine, and Piper sat together, browsing through the online comments. Nuannuan, you're really famous now. So many people support you online. I'm so envious of New Anuan. She only registered on Shuaming yesterday, but already has tens of thousands of followers today. Hee who knows, maybe our New Anuan will become a big star someday. The praise from the three and the online comments greatly boosted Alice Anuan's vanity. Seeing her rapidly increasing fan count and 99 plus private messages, her smile couldn't be suppressed. Jake, I should really thank you, Alice Anuan mumbled to herself, feeling very pleased. Wherever she went, she would always be the center of attention. If she wanted to, she could just speak out a few words and drown Jake in the tuomo shinzu of netizens, ruining his reputation. Correction. If she wanted to, she could just speak out a few words and drown Jake in the backlash of netizens, ruining his reputation. However, she didn't want to do that yet, as she was still upset about what Jake had done to her. She wanted to wait until Jake couldn't bear the pressure and came to apologize to her, preferably becoming her loyal lapdog again. This big gossip spread among the freshmen. Especially after Jake's image crumbled, countless former fans were heartbroken. In another dorm room, Dara, having just returned from the store, sat diligently preparing her course notes. The other three roommates, meanwhile, were applying face masks and discussing the Jake incident. Have you seen the recent drama on the school wall in Shuanming? It's about Jake and Alice Anuan. Yeah, I can't believe Jake, such an excellent guy, became a lapdog. That Alice Anuan is really great. If I were a boy, I'd definitely like her too. Jake is way over the line. Just because she rejected his confession, he did that. Exactly. Rumor has it he publicly insulted her, and even got intimate with other girls out of revenge. What a loser. Ugh. Dara, who was engrossed in her notes, paused upon hearing their discussion. She didn't use the internet much, so she wasn't aware of these events. However, when they spoke ill of Jake, her lips moved slightly, wanting to say something but stopping when her roommates suddenly looked at her. Dara, have you been following this gossip? You're in the same class as Jake. Stay away from him. Hearing this, Dara clenched the pen tightly. Jake's words echoed in her ears. Hamiltontal Elaine, do you believe in me? Hamiltontal Elaine, no matter what you see or hear about me, don't believe it. Thinking of Jake's smiling eyes, Dara slowly turned back to her notes, whispering softly. I believe in him. After afternoon classes, Jake was dragged by Jeffrey to attend elective courses for his second major. Hamiltontal Elaine, you don't need to wait for me for dinner. Use the ingredients in the fridge. Remember to finish them. Receiving Jake's message, Dara replied with a simple before heading to work at the shop. The elderly lady who owned the shop had been unwell recently and was resting at home, leaving Dara and a full-time auntie managing the place. After serving a group of customers, Dara diligently cleaned the area. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman from the kitchen approached. Girl, can I ask you a favor? Yes. Dara turned around, wiping sweat off her forehead with her sleeved arm. My husband drank again, and no one's picking up my child. Can you watch the shop while I go get him? There are no customers right now. Despite feeling hesitant, Dara felt she couldn't refuse the pleading look on the auntie's face. Sure. Thank you, sweetie. The auntie smiled gratefully, quickly removing her apron and rushing off. Cleaning finished, Dara sat at an empty table, taking out her unfinished morning notes and studying diligently. About an hour later, customers started trickling in. Alexandriacally, she had learned how to make rolled noodle sheets from the elderly lady and could manage on her own. Your rolled noodle sheets are here. Just then, Inna and her roommate Kendra, the class president, entered. Seeing Dara working hard, Kendra commented, I can't understand why she's better than me. Now you should give up on Jake. His deeds are all over the internet. He's a real loser. Kendra added. Inna raised an eyebrow. Do you really believe everything online? I don't think Jake is like that. Pausing, she continued. Besides, Alice Anuan is just average. If Jake didn't even look at me, why would he be Alice Anuan's lapdog? I trust my judgment. The door's bell chimed as 4 girls walked in. Warm, despite the rundown look. My cousin said this is an old store with amazing skills. Chapter 140. 3 women make a scene. Summer furrowed her brow as she looked at the simple and modestly decorated restaurant. I can't believe you all like eating in such a shabby place. It looks filthy, she said disdainfully. Having been treated like a precious gem all her life, she had never set foot in such an inexpensive little eatery before. Piper, who was supposed to be treating everyone, felt increasingly awkward when she heard Summer's words. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll just accompany you guys for a casual meal, Summer said to herself. She was indeed in high spirits that day. However, there was another reason. This month, she had spent most of her living expenses on a new iPhone XS Max. On top of that, her family had recently started to limit her spending, causing her to impulsively block them out of anger. Otherwise, she would never have agreed to eat in such a place. The 4 of them found an empty table. The other 3 sat down immediately, but Summer took wet wipes from her bag and wiped the table several times before sitting down. Seeing the customers, Dara hurriedly came forward and slightly bowed. Welcome, welcome. Summer, who had been looking down at her phone, suddenly paused when she heard this voice. Raising her head and seeing Dara in front of her, she was taken aback. Dara? What was she doing here? Meanwhile, Dara also recognized Summer. Their eyes met briefly, then she quickly averted her gaze, nervously tugging at her apron, appearing somewhat fearful of Summer. What are you doing here? Summer asked in an unfriendly tone. Though they hadn't interacted much in high school, Summer had an unfavorable impression of Dara. After all, during the period before the college entrance exam, Jake, who had previously neglected her, was exceptionally attentive to Dara, which made her a bit jealous back then. Nwanwan, do you know her? In response to her roommate's question, Summer glanced at Dara dismissively and replied, Pfft, we just happen to be at the same school. She's not worthy of being associated with someone like me. After saying this, she turned her gaze back to Dara and added, Hey, did you hear what I said? I work here. Dara stammered. Looking at the stains on Dara's apron and sleeves, as well as the calluses on her hands, Summer's expression was full of contempt. Before seeing her, she had almost forgotten about Dara. Now, however, Memories of how Jake had stood up for Dara in high school and repeatedly humiliated her in public came flooding back. To Summer, Dara was nothing more than a useless ugly duckling with a poor appearance. Why should she lose to such a person back then? Why should a penniless transfer student be able to win Jake's favor over her? The more she thought about it, the more irritated she became. 4 plates of rolled noodles, hurry up. As Erilyn dismissed Dara, she noticed Summer's expression and leaned over with a smile. Nwan, what's wrong? You look terrible. I just saw something disgusting. If I had known she worked here, I wouldn't have come, Summer replied. Seeing that Summer was still staring in the direction Dara had left, Erilyn's eyes sparkled. Nwan, did that person offend you before? If so, tell me and I'll teach her a lesson. Forget it. I'm not that close to her. I don't bother with her, Summer replied indifferently. No way. Leave this to me. Anyone who offends our Nwan won't get away with it. Erilyn persisted. Hearing this, Summer hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Who let Jake care so much about this Dara back then? Since they've met, she might as well give her a small taste of trouble. Besides, she liked the feeling of having others rush to do things for her. Meanwhile, at another table in the corner, Kendra had noticed Summer and her friends. Yuhan, isn't that Summer? She seems even prettier in person. Looks like you've got some competition now, Kendra remarked. Actually, Inna had recognized Summer when she walked in. Despite her attractive appearance, Inna felt some insecurity but refused to admit it aloud. Pfft, she's just average. She looks so snobby and is nowhere near my level, Inna retorted. It seems Summer knows Dara, and from their conversation earlier, it looks like they're not on good terms, Kendra observed. I don't care. Whether it was Dara or Summer, neither left a good impression on Inna. One was a girl Jake had once pursued, and the other was currently getting close to him. Both were seen as rivals. Soon after, Dara approached Summer's table with a tray. Why so slow? Your service is too slow. For Erilyn's complaint, Dara replied softly, sorry for keeping you waiting. Get lost. You're ruining our appetite. Erilyn waved her hand dismissively. Seeing this, Dara bent over slightly and then left with her head hanging low. At the corner table, Inna raised an eyebrow at the scene but remained silent. Near the cash register, Dara was busy taking notes when she heard Erilyn yelling angrily again. Hey, come here. Dara hurriedly got up and rushed over. How did hair end up in our noodles? This is unhygienic. Erilyn pulled a strand of hair from her bowl and glared menacingly at Dara. Dara was terrified and tried to explain, but I checked carefully before. Really? Before she could finish, Erilyn slammed the table and placed her hands on her hips. So what are you saying? Are you accusing me of putting it there intentionally? Don't you understand that the customer is king? How dare you have this attitude? Where's your boss? I want to file a complaint. And no, I didn't mean that. Sorry. I'll make a new batch right away, Dara panicked. Seeing Dara's distressed reaction, Erilyn felt a sense of satisfaction and winked at Summer. Who knows if the other plates are clean? Redo all 4 plates for us. Hurry up, or we won't pay. Dara hastily removed the bowls from the table and rushed into the kitchen to start again. Seeing this, Kendra couldn't help but feel indignant. That's too much. I saw that pockmarked girl pull out her own hair and put it in the bowl on purpose, just trying to cause trouble. Just mind your own business and eat, Inna replied nonchalantly. She had noticed the incident, but wasn't interested in interfering. Back at the table, Summer's roommates were laughing about what had just transpired. Nwan, did you see that girl's face? She almost cried. So amusing. She's such a coward. Erilyn only scolded her a bit. Erilyn, feeling triumphant, added, this is just the beginning. Wait till I really teach her a lesson later. We must get even for Nwan. Chapter 141. Rein in your sympathy. After a while of bustling in the kitchen, 4 bowls of rolled noodle sheets were once again served at the table. Erilyn gave Alice an eye signal, cleared her throat, and said, Hey, hold on. She stared straight at Dara, who felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze, and lowered her head. Show me your hands, Erilyn demanded. Dara wiped her small hands on her apron and then extended them. It was hard to imagine that these were the hands of a young girl. Though her fingers were slender, her palms were full of calluses, and the skin on the back of her hands was rough, clearly from years of labor. Wow, are those hands or claws? They're so dirty. Did you really use those filthy claws to make our noodles? Disgusting. Seeing Erilyn's disdainful expression, Dara shook her head hurriedly and replied, I washed my hands. They're not dirty. Forget it. Go and get us some separate seasonings. And remember to wash your hands. Who knows how many germs you have? How can a girl be so dirty? Erilyn's words made Dara's slim body tremble slightly as she inconspicuously hid her hands behind her back. What are you standing there for? Go. Erilyn, with one hand on her hip, yelled furiously. Dara hung her head, her heavy fringe obscuring her face, making it impossible to see her expression. She quickly turned and ran into the kitchen. After preparing the seasonings, she hurriedly walked toward the table where Alice and the others were seated. Noticing this, Erilyn exchanged a glance with Piper beside her, who then seemingly casually stuck out her foot. Unaware of the foot in her path, Dara tripped over it and fell forward with a small cry. Clang! The small bowl of seasoning shattered, splattering Erilyn's pant legs. Seeing this, Dara ignored the pain in her wrist, stood up hastily, and bowed repeatedly in apology. Sorry. I didn't mean to, sorry. You did it on purpose, right? Do you know how much this pair of pants cost? Erilyn got up angrily, with one hand on her hip and pointing at the stains on her pant leg, berating Dara mercilessly. Seeing Dara's humble appearance as she kept apologizing, Alice's eyes gleamed with triumph. She examined Dara carefully from top to bottom, pouted her lips and suddenly spoke. Xiao Shui, don't be so harsh on her. I believe she didn't do it on purpose. No, you're just too kind-hearted. Looking at Dara's helpless expression, Alice turned around, crossing her legs gracefully, feeling quite pleased with herself. Dara, I'm very reasonable. Considering we were classmates before, I'll put in a good word for you with Xiao Shui. Clean up the mess on the floor, and buy her a new pair of pants, and we'll call it even. Noticing the look Alice gave her, Erilyn smiled, coldly snorted, and looked at Dara. Fine, I'll give new face. This is a new style from the store. 500 yuan should cover it. What? 500 yuan? Hearing that a pair of pants would cost 500 yuan, Dara was frantic. 500 yuan? That was enough for her monthly living expenses. What? Don't want to pay? Okay, let's call your boss for a discussion. You'll pay more than 500 then? Hearing this, Dara bit her lower lip and clenched her hands tightly on her apron. After a long pause, she finally mustered the courage to look up at Erilyn, her voice small but determined. But I tripped. She wanted to explain, but Erilyn wouldn't give her the chance. Her skill of arguing online translated perfectly into real life. Hamiltons, do you have any proof? According to you, my roommate tripped you on purpose? Are you blind? Watch where you're going. Erilyn's loud accusations left Dara speechless. Erilyn's voice was loud, disregarding that there were other people in the store. In a corner, Kendra witnessed everything and felt increasingly upset. Yuhan, aren't they being too unfair? They're obviously bullying someone. It's not about you. Rein in your sympathy, Ina said indifferently. Kendra glanced at the weak and helpless figure and continued. But she is in our class. I am the class president, so go ahead. I don't care about her anyway, Ina replied. Yuhan, what happened to the big sister vibe you used to have? Fine, if you won't do anything, I will. Humph. As the class president, Kendra couldn't stand by idly. On Erilyn's side, after a few more rounds of verbal assaults, she waved her hand victoriously. Clean up the floor immediately. Otherwise, I'll bring it to your boss. You'll be fired. Dara lowered her head without further explanation, slowly crouching down to pick up the ceramic shards on the ground with her bare hands. Suddenly, Kendra came over, pulling Dara up and glaring at Erilyn and her friends. Hey, isn't this going too far? Who are you? Erilyn asked disdainfully at Kendra's sudden appearance. I'm Dara's class president. I saw everything. The hair was yours, and it was the girl next to you who deliberately tripped Dara. Nonsense. Which eye did you see it with? If you say it is, it is. Do you have proof? Erilyn was adept at talking herself out of trouble, honed from years of keyboard arguments. She easily overpowered Kendra, who lacked confidence. Recognizing her class president, Dara gently tugged on Kendra's sleeve. See, class president, thank you. Then she resumed crouching down, cleaning the stains off the floor. Dara, can't you be a bit firmer? Can't you see they're intentionally picking on you? Stand up. Kendra angrily pulled Dara up again. In the corner, watching the commotion and seeing Kendra retreating, Ina leisurely applied her lipstick in front of a mirror. Looking at Dara, now protected by Kendra like a chick, she felt a twinge of annoyance. Really, what do you see in her? Click. Closing the mirror, she flicked her wavy hair and got up to walk over. Just as Kendra was turning red with anger and close to giving up, a lazy yet captivating voice echoed. Are you done yet? Chapter 142, Full Firepower. Inag's arrival instantly silenced the originally noisy group, especially Erilyn, who appeared less confident when she saw the tall and elegant Inag with her wine-red wavy hair approaching. Clack clack. With her shapely legs and shorts and high heels, Inag exuded an authoritative and cool demeanor, becoming the immediate center of attention. Alyssa felt a sudden sense of rivalry when she saw Ina. They were both women, both beautiful, but there was something about Inag that made Alyssa feel as though she had met a formidable opponent. Seeing Inag, Dara quietly said, Goo, classmate Goo. Inag only glanced at Dara without responding. Hey, who are you? Erilyn huffed, clearly feeling more intimidated by Inag. In response, Inag flicked her long wavy hair and crossed her arms in a queenly manner, then casually swept her gaze over Erilyn and the others, finally stopping on Alyssa. Their eyes met, and it felt as if invisible sparks flew between them. Alyssa brushed the strands of hair from her ear and smiled sweetly. Upon seeing this, Inag sneered in disdain and turned away. Hey, we don't have time to squabble. Pay up. Erilyn glared at Dara. As soon as she finished speaking, Inag coldly laughed and dropped a bomb. Idiot. One word was enough to pierce Erilyn's defenses. You. How dare you insult me? Are you ganging up on me because we're classmates? Seeing Erilyn start her usual nonsense, Inag lazily played with her wavy hair and drawled. The ugly ones tend to make trouble. I wonder how you managed to get into Jiang University with your IQ. You did it to yourself, spilling the seasoning on your own clothes. As for compensation, Inag paused and gave Erilyn a look before curling her lip. All those cheap knockoffs wouldn't even cover the cost of one of my lipsticks. You. Erilyn fumed. You're making things up. What proof do you have? Oh, and what proof do you have that Dara did this? No cameras mean no evidence, so whatever I say is true. If you disagree, tough luck. You're talking nonsense. This is outrageous. Erilyn trembled with rage, completely outmatched in their verbal spat. Alyssa, who had remained silent, frowned but still managed a sweet smile. Classmate, let's stick to the facts. My name is Alyssa. Do we know each other? Before Alyssa could finish, Inag rolled her eyes and covered her nose. Yin yin. What's that stench? It smells like tea and it's killing me. Hearing this, Kendra nodded in agreement. Yeah, I smell it too. Disgusting. Alyssa immediately understood that they were mocking her and clenched her teeth. After a moment, she endured the irritation and looked up with her big, innocent eyes, misty with unshed tears. We don't seem to know each other, but it feels like you have something against me. Inag shot back mercilessly. Let's skip the seams. I have a problem with you. Yes, we don't know each other, but I just can't stand you. That's all there is to it. You. Even with Alyssa's charm, she couldn't hold it together under Inag's full force assault. With Erilyn already overwhelmed, the other two didn't dare say a word. After a moment, Alyssa huffed in anger, glaring at Dara and Inag before standing up to leave. Seeing her move, Erilyn hurriedly began packing up. Hey, remember to pay the bill. 8 servings, Inag calmly reminded. What 8 servings? It's only 4. He should pay us. Erilyn snapped. Inag simply waved a hand. Yin Yin, call the police. Someone here is trying to dine and dash. Okay. Seeing Kendra actually take out her phone, Erilyn panicked and nudged Piper. Stop dilly-dallying. Pay the bill. Thus, they paid the bill obediently and left the shop in defeat. After the commotion ended, Kendra linked arms with Inag and giggled. That was awesome. Just like I remember you. Seeing this, Dara hesitated, but eventually gathered the courage to approach and bow slightly. Thank you for your help. Inag barely glanced at Dara and replied coolly, don't flatter yourself. I don't know you. If not for Yin Yin, I wouldn't bother. Kendra quickly smoothed things over. Dara, Inag may talk tough, but she has a good heart. We're all classmates after all. Kendra, being kind-hearted, helped clean up the mess while chatting warmly with Dara. Before leaving, she even exchanged WeChat contacts with Dara. Inag, let's go. Having settled the bill, Kendra called out. Just as they reached the door, Inag glanced back at the small, fragile figure. Hey Dara, she suddenly called out. Hearing this, Dara paused and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Yes, classmate Gu? Staring directly at Dara, Inag hesitated, then said, never mind. Let's go. On their way back to school, Inag seemed somewhat distracted. Seeing this, Kendra smirked mysteriously. Wanna know what I talked about with Dara? Not interested, Inag replied. Oh really? Well, I was going to tell you about Jake's high school days, but never mind if you're not interested. Inag's eyes lit up. Tell me now. Surprised? You weren't interested just now. Kendra, don't keep me waiting. Speak up. Laughing and playing along, Kendra recounted her conversation with Dara. Inag had been curious why Jake was so attentive towards Dara. After hearing Kendra's account, everything became clear. So they were desk mates in high school, and Dara tutored him. No wonder. Seems I still have a chance. Not long after they left, Dara cleaned up the store and resumed working. Her boss returned after dropping off her child. Ding dong. Napping at the table, Dara heard her phone ring. Recognizing Tara's number from her hometown, she rushed outside. Finding a quiet corner, she answered the call. Tara. Chapter 143. Did I hurt you? When living alone, the worst thing is receiving a call from home. Dara felt this way at this moment. Ever since her grandmother fell ill suddenly last time, she would feel terrified every time Tara called, worried something might have happened to her grandmother. Fortunately, this time it was her grandmother borrowing Tara's phone just to chat about daily life. Allie, I'm doing fine here. Don't worry about me. Dara squatted on the ground, drawing circles with a twig. Girl, don't be too hard on yourself outside, said her grandma kindly over the phone. Hamilton steaming to her grandmother's caring voice. Dara felt a pang in her nose and quickly wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Allie, I'm fine. I just miss you a lot. She chatted for a long time over the phone until the low battery alert prompted her to reluctantly hang up. After carefully putting away her phone, she stayed squatting on the ground. Her fingers bore several cuts from ceramic shards, but she didn't mind, merely staring blankly at her rough, calloused hands. Why are you so dirty? How disgusting. Erilyn's words from earlier still echoed in her ears. No girl is born without a love for beauty, and Dara was no exception. But due to circumstances, she never paid much attention to or pursued these things intentionally, making her somewhat sensitive to them. After all, she was in the blooming season of her youth, a time when one pursues beauty. Hamilton being in her hometown's county town, she hadn't really noticed the difference before. But after coming to Jiangzhou University and experiencing city life, the disparity made her increasingly uncomfortable. Everyone around her lived lives she could only dream of, effortlessly getting everything she wished for. The chaotic thoughts swirling in her head almost suffocated her. She wanted to escape her current life, to simply stay with her grandmother, hoping they could live undisturbed forever. But thinking about her grandmother's health, she knew she had to finish college and find a job to lead a normal life for both of them. Lost in thought for a while, she finally stood up, intending to return to the store. Due to hypoglycemia and not having eaten much, combined with squatting for so long, she felt dizzy upon standing abruptly. Staggering, she was about to fall when a slender hand suddenly grabbed her frail shoulder. Dara froze, feeling herself lean into an incredibly warm and sturdy embrace. A familiar scent of soap filled her nostrils. Shaking her head slightly and turning her head, she saw Jake's clear face right before her. Seeing this, Dara's face turned red, hurriedly freeing herself from his arms and stepping back. Hamilton. Jake, when did you arrive? I was already here when you were crying a moment ago, Jake joked, but his clear eyes revealed undeniable concern. Originally planning to visit Dara during a break between classes, he saw her on the phone and then crying alone. He guessed she was missing her grandmother and couldn't bring himself to interrupt. Realizing that Jake had seen her crying, Dara blushed harder. Are you not going to class? Then I'll go back and cook for you now. No need for trouble. Let's eat something at your place. I still have to go back for class, Jake shrugged. At the store, Dara prepared a dish of rolled noodles for Jake. As she set the tableware down, Jake noticed several noticeable wounds on her palm and fingers. Without hesitation, he grabbed Dara's hand, noticing one deep cut, feeling quite distressed. How did this happen? Does it hurt? Jake's tone was filled with anxiety. This sudden intimate gesture made Dara's cheeks flush like an apple. She pulled her hand away. While preparing the dish earlier, Dara, being too anxious, had accidentally cut her hand. Some of the wounds were from cleaning up ceramic shards, but she hadn't taken them seriously. Nothing. I'm okay. Seeing her about to retreat to the kitchen, Jake frowned and pulled her back without a word. Dara yelped, but Jake dragged her out regardless. Hamilton. Jake, what are you doing? I haven't finished work yet. Unmoved by her protests, Jake led Dara to the car, opened the door, and lifted her small frame into the passenger seat. After locking the door, he went back to inform the store manager and drove her back to the school. With a stern expression, they returned to the residence. In the living room, Dara sat on the sofa, still wearing her apron and sleeves, looking down. Occasionally, she glanced at Jake furtively, feeling a bit scared. Had she done something wrong to upset him? After a short while, Jake brought a small box and sat beside her. "Give me your hand," Jake said. Oh. Dara timidly extended her hand. Holding it gently, Jake carefully disinfected the cuts with cotton swabs soaked in iodine and applied ointment. Seeing Jake's solemn face, Dara remained silent even as the ointment stung a little, clenching her pants tightly to suppress any sound. When handling a deeper wound on her fingertip, she couldn't help but flinch at the sharp pain. Seeing this, Jake paused, looking concerned. "Did I hurt you?" No. Subsequently, Jake handled the treatment even more cautiously. Seeing Dara's calloused palms and various wounds, he felt a heavy ache in his heart. These signs clearly spoke of her past hardships. Hamiltontal Elaine. "Yes?" Finishing the last bandage tenderly, Jake asked, "Tell me honestly, how did you get these injuries?" "Just, while cutting vegetables, I accidentally did," Dara replied, head lowered. Jake raised an eyebrow, recalling the cuts he'd observed earlier. While some deep cuts seemed like they came from cutting vegetables, the ones on her palm were clearly new and caused by something sharp. Chapter 144, The Focus Battle. Regarding the deliberate harassment by Alyssa and Erilyn in the store, Dara did not wish to mention it. She really didn't want to keep causing trouble for Jake. From her impression, this desk mate of hers was always impulsive. To this day, she still remembered how, when she first transferred to number 4 high school, her desk mate almost got into several fights with other boys just to stand up for her. Each kindness from him only made her feel more pressure. After asking a few questions and getting no clear answers, Jake eventually gave up. "You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll cook for you." Dara said this with a blush, and got up to start preparing. Seeing this, Jake gently pressed her back onto the sofa, looking at her seriously. "You're the injured one today. Let me do the cooking." Would her desk mate actually know how to cook? Looking at Dara's astonished big eyes, Jake stood up, put on an apron. "The first time I'm cooking for you. If you don't eat, it means you're not giving me face," Jake said, feigning displeasure. Hearing this, Dara hurriedly took the chopsticks. After a brief hesitation, she cautiously picked up a piece of food. "How is it?" Jake asked anxiously. It's really good." Dara's big eyes sparkled genuinely. It wasn't flattery. It was really delicious. "Hee, then eat more. This, and this are all for you." At the dinner table, given that this was Jake's first time cooking, Dara worried that eating too little might disappoint him, so she kept munching without stopping. "Eat slowly. It's all yours. Indira, don't force yourself if you can't finish. Dinner shouldn't be too heavy." After finishing his bowl of rice, Jake set down his chopsticks, refilled Dara's plate, and watched her with a smile. Her previously sallow cheeks were starting to regain some color, showing hints of pale skin. Her fluffy hair and puffed-up cheeks made her look increasingly adorable. But somehow, it reminded him of that conversation with Dara's grandmother. "You two aren't from the same world." Despite not wanting to admit it, Indira truly doesn't match you. Thinking of these things always left him feeling troubled. Sighing lightly, Jake suddenly said, "Indira, Hearing Jake call her, she quickly raised her head, swallowing what was in her mouth. "If one day, hypothetically speaking, you encounter someone very important to you, but you must choose between this person and your grandma, would you find it difficult?" Although knowing his question was selfish, Jake couldn't help but ask. "No, not at all," Dara answered without hesitation. Innocently unaware of the deeper meaning behind Jake's words, she continued after a moment's thought, "Allie is my only family. Yes, in my heart, Allie is the most important person." Seeing Dara's unusually resolute expression, Jake was momentarily stunned. At that moment, a hint of jealousy surfaced in his mind, but as soon as it appeared, he suppressed it. Indeed, love makes people irrational. Even someone who had lived 2 lives like himself wasn't immune to such inexplicable thoughts. "Classmate Jake, why are you asking this?" Dara wondered aloud. "Just curious, eat up," Jake replied with a light laugh. Before long, they finished most of the dishes. Dara lightly patted her small belly and stifled a belch. Intending to wash the dishes, she was stopped by Jake, who insisted that her wounds shouldn't get wet. After cleaning the kitchen, Jake escorted Dara back to the girls' dorm. Returning to his own dorm after the final elective class, Jake chatted with his 3 roommates before it was time for lights out. That night, his sleep was restless. If he couldn't resolve Allie Malcolm's misunderstandings about him, his concerns would inevitably come true sooner or later. October 20th. For countless young esports enthusiasts, this was a day of utmost importance. In Jiang University, more than half of the male dormitories had banners strung across their balconies. "RNG must win. Expect a golden rain. Corey charge." Across various universities nationwide, countless students were cheering for RNG, China's top seed team. Simultaneously, a notice released by the Dream app sparked a tidal wave online. The Focus Battle. Dream app invites all summoners to join the live stream and cheer for RNG. With surprise gifts, summoners, are you ready? This bombshell announcement led to heated discussions among netizens. "Wow, I heard if RNG wins, Dream will give away 20,000 iPhones XS and 1 billion yuan in cash. Really? Isn't that just setting themselves up as the biggest fools? RNG is definitely going to win. A few other platforms might give out skins and credits at most, but Dream must be crazy. Everyone knows RNG will crush G2. Though the match hadn't started yet, Dream app's popularity already rivaled, or even surpassed several major platforms. It couldn't be helped. Several large platforms, including longtime LOL partner Maya Hamilton, knew RNG would surely win with no reason to lose. So, their giveaways were merely symbolic. In contrast, Dream's generous offering had amazed the entire esports community and the internet. Hashtag chapter 145. Simply can't come up with the money. Hashtag Jiang University, North Campus. In dormitory room 205, 3 seniors huddled around Yul's Alienware laptop. The highly anticipated S8 World Championship quarterfinals were drawing a lot of attention, which in turn somewhat diverted focus from the Jake incident. The three seniors immediately noticed the DreamQuest official announcement as well. Damn, this is like a pure goodwill gesture by DreamQuest. Super Z, you're familiar with this? Is it reliable? It should be. I checked their website. They currently have fewer than 2 million active users. Plus, the lottery will be live-streamed, and there are so many prizes that even internal accounts can't possibly win that many. That's right. I already had my parents register for DreamQuest accounts. This way, the chances of winning must be pretty high. Hamilton steaming to the seniors' discussion, Jake lay comfortably on his bed. Although the match hadn't officially started yet, the heat of DreamQuest's official S8 livestream already exceeded 50 million views, translating to at least 100,000 unique viewers. Other major platforms were extremely envious. Katya, we're competing fairly. Are you here to flip the table? Tigerfish. We all give away skins and points, but you're giving away your entire estate? Though envious, the heads of these two platforms lacked Jake's audacity. After all, from their perspective, DreamQuest was essentially just giving away money for free. At exactly 12 p.m., as the second-seeded Chinese team, IG faced off against Korea's KT, the biggest favorite for the S8 championship. Online, almost everyone predicted a tough fight for IG, including the three seniors in the dormitory. But only Jake knew that these 5 young men in white would leave an indelible mark on esports history starting today, both domestically and globally. He had considered betting on foreign websites. Both IG versus KT and RNG versus G2 had outrageously high odds on foreign sites. But unlike football, where betting could be done legally at a sports lottery store, esports gambling wasn't legal in China. He could risk everything and make over 10 times his wealth. However, such a massive sum of money would inevitably attract government attention, and any investigation would end badly for him. Thinking about it, Jake couldn't help feeling helpless. Reincarnation was real, but not every melodramatic plot twist could play out. Even with his advantage, he needed to think carefully about the consequences before making a move. As for the match, he who already knew the outcome, naturally had little interest. Jake, where are you going? IG just started playing, aren't you going to watch? Yell asked. Without turning back, Hamilton Chen replied, no need. Remember, IG is only a 1% chance, given the significant skill gap. Although said tactfully, everyone understood. The 20 million iPhones and 1 billion yuan were definitely going to be given away. Reagan's expression soured, especially since Jake was absent during this critical moment. She understood his intention to promote the company and draw massive traffic, but the initial investment was too substantial, far beyond the company's capacity. Based on her recent discussions with analysts, the domestic esports industry was still nascent and not financially robust. How would they recoup such an enormous upfront cost? Just as everyone felt anxious, a light chuckle sounded. Hey, everyone's here. Turning, they saw Jake smilingly enter the office. Brent and others quickly greeted him. Reagan, however, looked at him with obvious resentment. Jake acknowledged everyone, then glanced at Reagan, softly laughing when he saw her pout. Looking at the back-end data, he nodded approvingly. Great job. Looks like the promotion worked even better than expected. Jake's calm demeanor contrasted starkly with everyone else's anxiety. Seeing him sit down and happily munch on sunflower seeds made everyone exchange puzzled glances. Wasn't he supposed to be worried? Only Reagan dared ask, aren't you nervous at all? Nervous? Why should I be? Jake asked calmly. What do you plan to do now? Didn't really think about it. What's up? Seeing his carefree smile, Reagan stomped her foot in frustration, forgetting they weren't alone. Hey, this is serious. Can you stop being so nonchalant? 1 billion yuan in cash, 20 million iPhones, totaling at least 10 billion. Do you seriously think the company can afford that much? Based on the current price of iPhones and added cash, it was indeed a terrifying figure. 10 billion? No, we can't come up with that, Jake admitted, leaving everyone stunned into silence. Hashtag chapter 146. Do you believe in Murphy's Law? The extent of Jake's wealth had always been a mystery within the company. Not just Brent and others, even Reagan didn't know where Jake got his money or how much he actually had. But one thing was certain. No one, including Reagan, ever doubted that Jake could come up with the funds when needed. Since the company's inception, every time money was required, Jake had always been generous. Even though Reagan hadn't fully supported Jake's recent decision due to its large investment and potential risks, she never thought for a moment that Jake wouldn't be able to pay. But now, their Mengchen technology was at the center of public attention, and everyone was waiting to see if they would fulfill their promise. And then, Jake told them that the company couldn't come up with the money? Jake, at a time like this, you still have the nerve to joke around. Reagan, who reacted first, instinctively thought Jake was joking. After all, from her understanding, Jake never did anything without being sure of it. Jake shrugged and replied, I'm not joking. You. Reagan froze, feeling her head buzzing. Meanwhile, Brent and others drew in sharp breaths, panic surging through them. The official announcement had already been made, and with all the current buzz, everyone on the internet, including competitors, was watching closely. If they failed to deliver on their promise, it wouldn't be just false advertising. It could turn into a major crisis. Thinking of the potential fallout, Brent wiped cold sweat from his forehead. Even Reagan, usually composed, was starting to panic. Seeing everyone's reactions, Jake suddenly chuckled. Hey, how can you laugh at a time like this? Everyone was anxiously pacing or pulling at their hair, but Jake remained calm, waving a hand and saying, calm down. From the beginning, I never intended to spend that much money. Jake, what are you doing? Reagan said, clearly exasperated. Sister Ing, do you believe in Murphy's Law? Jake calmly tossed a sunflower seed into his mouth. Reagan huffed, and Jake sighed, turning to look at Brent and the others. Everyone thinks RNG will definitely win, right? Facing Jake's question, no one spoke, but their affirmative expressions were clear. Only Brent, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, responded with a bitter smile. Boss, we consulted several renowned esports analysts from both domestic and international circles. Based on comprehensive strength and historical match records, RNG's chance of losing is only 1%. We also considered the possibility of match fixing. For RNG and the players, winning the S8 championship is crucial for domestic esports. There's no room for match fixing. Jake didn't deny this viewpoint. Yet, the world works in unpredictable ways. The more certain you are about something, the easier it is for it to go wrong. In his previous life, due to the collective belief among global esports fans that RNG would achieve an unprecedented Grand Slam, they ended up being etched onto the dishonor roll of esports history. The more certain you are about something, the easier it is for it to go wrong. That's Murphy's Law, Jake explained, clapping his hands and tapping his temples lightly. When people start considering low-probability events, it means subconsciously, they acknowledge the possibility. His words left everyone exchanging uneasy glances, but no one responded. Privately, they found Jake's perspective a bit absurd. Could they really bet 10 billion yuan based on that 1% probability? Though they remained silent, Jake could read their skepticism from their expressions. He didn't bother explaining further. Frankly, he never intended to give away phones or money. He couldn't come up with 10 billion yuan now. Even if he promised that every Chinese citizen would receive a billion yuan should RNG win, it would be meaningless because RNG simply wouldn't win. To him, any welfare offer was just a number, a figure he could say without consequence. The oppressive atmosphere in the office was palpable, yet Jake alone remained calm. Finally, at exactly 2 p.m., the focal match began. RNG won the first game decisively, 1-0. Dream Chasing's official livestream erupted in excitement. Boring match. Basically a 3-0 sweep, too easy. RNG is completely dominant. Haha, Dream Chasing is going to lose big. 20,000 iPhones XS and 100 million cash. Over 10 billion in total. After the match, they'll do a live lottery draw. I want to see if this is all a scam. I booked a waterbed room and the girl is wearing black stockings. Watching this match here. If it's a scam, I'll report them first. Such a big platform shouldn't cheat, right? The barrage of comments celebrated RNG's impending victory or at mentioned Dream Chasing, jokingly urging the platform to prepare the money. Spectators laughed as they watched, while Brent and others monitoring the live stream behind the scenes felt a surge of dread. Some even started surreptitiously observing Jake's expression, finding him unfazed. Reagan clenched her teeth, furious. Even an amateur can tell these two teams aren't in the same league. What are we going to do now with the whole internet watching? Jake turned to Reagan, winking mischievously. Sister Ing, it's too early to conclude. How about we make a bet? At this point, you're still thinking about betting? You're driving me crazy. Reagan scowled, glaring at Jake. Jake shrugged, spreading his hands. Even if everyone else is fooled, I'm awake. Sister Ing, even if I miscalculated, I have a solution. You don't need to worry. And if my prediction comes true, Jake smiled mysteriously, beckoning Reagan closer. Sister Ing, come a little closer. Despite her annoyance, Reagan moved closer, bending slightly. They whispered, and Reagan's cheeks flushed, either from their proximity or the content of their conversation. How about it, Sister Ing? Himph, who's afraid of who? You'll cry later. I couldn't care less. The translation maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring the English is natural and coherent. Chapter 147. In esports, being bad is the original sin. Reagan was puzzled. Where did Jake get his confidence from? It was now a fact acknowledged by the entire internet that he stood against everyone with nothing to back him up. Not just her. Even the employees in the room shared the same confusion. Some had already begun thinking about looking for alternative ways out, figuring that once the match ended, it wouldn't be long before the company faced bankruptcy. Amidst the collective unease, the second match between RNG and G2 finally began. As per the style of LPL teams, they played carelessly while ahead, and RNG lost a game as a result. The score was tied 1-1. Despite this, netizens still believed it wouldn't change the ultimate outcome. In the official Xiaoming livestream, comments continued to mock the Xiaoming officials. RNG knows all about human relationships. They obviously gave away that round. Just ask if the Xiaoming officials are freaking out. Lance, don't mention it. I'm super panicking. Clearly knowing RNG will win and still giving so much money shows how big of a fan Xiaoming's boss is. Predictably, RNG won the second round, making the score 2-1 and securing their match point. But what no one expected was that in the third game, RNG actually lost, resulting in a 2-2 tie, forcing both teams into a do-or-die situation. At this moment, everyone realized something was off. Starting from the third match, RNG seemed not quite right. How does it feel like there's a mole inside? RNG has to play a life and death match? This script isn't right. Wow. No joking around. Xiaoming's boss is ready to bleed heavily. If RNG loses, this is too absurd. Feels like RNG is done for. Bro who got a hotel room with the girl in black stockings earlier, share your room number. I'll fight on your behalf so you can enjoy the match with peace of mind. Compared to the liveliness in the live stream chat, those watching in the office, like Reagan and Brent, felt their hearts swinging wildly. Originally prepared for a heavy financial loss or even company bankruptcy, everyone felt even more anxious now. Reagan, sitting gracefully with her long hands resting on her black stockinged legs, subconsciously clenched her fists. Sneaking a glance at Jake, seeing his calm demeanor made her heartbeat irregularly. As if sensing her gaze, Jake turned, meeting her eyes. Then he pointed to his temples and mouthed the words, Murphy's Law. As the crucial final game entered the BP phase, the popularity of the Xiaoming official livestream skyrocketed to an unprecedented 10 billion views. Even viewers from other platforms flocked over. Looking at the flood of comments covering the screen and the continuously rising viewer count, Brent's heart raced wildly. The commentator on the official livestream began announcing sponsor advertisements. Welcome all summoners to the Xiaoming official livestream. As seen, both sides have reached 5 games. Xiaoming supports RNG wholeheartedly. Should RNG win, we will draw rate. Extreme praise when winning, harsh criticism when losing. In esports, being bad is the original sin. Meanwhile, Brent and others were agitated, some celebrating outright. Lost. Haha, company saved. Our job secured. Thought we were going bankrupt. TT, I'm a fan of Corey, Don't know if I should laugh or cry. They weren't passionate young esports fans. They needed to earn money and support their families. Who won didn't matter. What mattered was that the company survived, along with their jobs. Brent walked up to Jake excitedly, giving him a thumbs up. Haha boss, I truly admire you. You really predicted. No, you really said it right. Improbable events did happen. Even Reagan, relieved, patted her chest. If RNG had won, even if Jake could cover the costs, it would severely impact the company, potentially leading to bankruptcy. Thankfully, luck was on our side. Believe me now, eh? Jake smiled, tapping his temple again. Hearing this, Reagan gave him a playful glare. How did you know they would lose? Don't tell me it's some improbable event. I'm not that easy to fool. Glancing at the screen where the 5 boys exited with regret, Jake shook his head slightly. Of this surge in popularity, Jake approved another 30 million yuan for promotional expenses, covering ground promotions, posters, advertisements in commercial plazas, and more. By the 4th day after the RNG match, the registered active users of the Dream-Seeking app surpassed 6 million, continuing to grow steadily. Inside the office, senior company members were reporting their latest progress to Jake. The Alfing brand and Red Bull have expressed interest in collaborating with us. Here are the draft contracts, boss. Please review. Mercedes-Benz 4S store hopes to purchase exclusive naming rights for our official S8 event livestream. Please see their contract. As of now, 200,000 brands want to establish long-term strategic partnerships with Xiao Xandergu, Yuguang Couples, Xiafenga, and 7 other influencers from our company. Boss, many brands, including managers from neighboring platforms, also wish to meet you. Dreamchin Technology, as a growing giant, had stabilized. As the CEO, Jake understood his role was primarily to steer the direction. After assigning specific tasks, everyone dispersed, leaving Reagan and Brent behind. Sister Ing, Brendan, you can represent the company to meet those manufacturers and officials. I don't want to show up just yet. Reagan and Brent had no objections and agreed readily. There's one more thing. With so many people earlier, it wasn't due to his public image. I mentioned the general intention to the team manager, but they said they couldn't make the decision. They suggested waiting until after the S-Series ends and then discussing it upon return. Jake's eyes twitched. If we wait until the S-Series ends, it will be too late. By then, if IG wins their historic first championship, their popularity will be sky high. Major platforms and brands will rush to collaborate. He wouldn't stand a chance. Moreover, this trip was crucial for his future business empire. After some thought, Jake spoke. Brendan, how soon can we get visas for K country? I have connections. The visa for a small country like K can be expedited to tomorrow. Why, boss? You plan to go personally? Yes, arrange it as soon as possible. Turning to Reagan, he added, Sister Ing, Brendan and I will head to K country tomorrow. Please take care of the company. Aren't you going to meet the Brooks? His reputation isn't great. He's quite a typical rich playboy. As a prominent modern woman, Reagan had little respect for the Brooks. In business, what matters is mutual benefit. Besides, he's not as simple as he seems. After handing over his identification to Brent, Jake returned to school, preparing for his trip to K country. By evening, he headed to Joyce's place, thinking she might be off work. At Joyce's residence, living room, Jake entered, finding Joyce nowhere in sight. Seeing his room door open, he walked in. Standing there, he saw Joyce kneeling on the bed, her back facing him, doing something. Joyce, Jake called soft to give it to you in person, but her voice grew softer as she spoke, unable to finish her sentence. She merely wanted to say that if she had given it to him face to face, Jake would have certainly refused. They initially agreed that she would take care of his meals and cleaning as a full-time nanny, in exchange for writing off the debt she owed him. But over these past few days, she felt uneasy, believing she owed her tablemate more and more, while what she did seemed insignificant. So, after getting her paycheck, she thought long and hard before deciding on this plan. Sneaking the money into Jake's room. But we agreed you'd be my full-time nanny, and the debt wouldn't need to be repaid. Jake said. Upon hearing this, Dara shook her head, tightly gripping the hem of her pants. After taking a deep breath, she mustered the courage to look up at Jake. No, I want to pay you back. Seeing the determined look in her eyes, Jake sighed helplessly. Indeed, with Jada's character, making her accept his kindness unconditionally and without guilt was quite challenging. What if I insist you don't repay me? Jake chuckled softly. Looking at the affectionate expression in Jake's eyes, Dara's cheeks flushed warmly. For some reason, whenever she made eye contact with him, she felt inexplicably nervous. She always gathered her courage beforehand, yet every time she saw his beautiful eyes, she lost control. Hamilton, Jake, you've already helped me a lot. I don't know how to repay you, but Ali told me that if someone is good to you, you should repay them doubly. Jada, do you think I've been good to you? Jake leaned closer, lowering his money back to me. Why not buy your grandmother a new phone? Didn't you say the old lady always has to use Tara's phone when you call? Jake's suggestion intrigued Dara. If Ali had her own phone, they could call and video chat more often. But this money was saved to repay Jake. Seeing her hesitation, Jake continued persuasively. The old lady lives alone, without anyone to talk to. Don't you miss talking or video chatting with Ali regularly? Besides, I said I won't refuse anything you want to do once you find the answer. But, deciding to take action, Jake said, all right, consider this money repaid. And now I'm lending it to you. More debt won't hurt. Let's pick out a phone for Ali now. He then dragged her into the living room and opened JD Mall. What about this one? It looks a bit flashy, maybe not suitable for Ali. Right? This one's good, but its battery life is short. As Jake browsed through various phones, Dara quietly noted the amount, planning to work extra hard this month to earn more money to eventually repay Jake. The variety of brands left Dara dazzled, but what surprised her most were the prices. Most phones Jake viewed cost between 5 to 8,000 yuan. Hamilton. Jake. What is it? Do you have any cheaper options? I don't have that much money. Jake paused, then smiled, selecting a recently released Redmi Note 2. This one's simple to operate and perfect for seniors, also a smartphone. Glancing at the price of 1,099 yuan, though still expensive for Dara, thinking of buying it for Ali made her grit her teeth and nod. Let's get this one. I'll place the order for you. You fill in the address, and for the contact, put Tara's name. After filling out the order details, Jake was about to pay when he suddenly said, Jada, can you get me a cup of warm water? Okay. Dara agreed, and turned to get the water. As soon as she left, Jake quickly canceled the order and selected a high-configured honor magic 2, placing the order immediately. Though Ali didn't like him, as Jada's grandmother, he couldn't be stingy. Jada, the order is placed. If there are no issues, it should arrive in 3 to 4 days. Get ready. We're going out for dinner tonight. Go out to eat? But I've already prepared the food. With a sweeping gesture, Jake said. To celebrate your paycheck. My treat, let's go. This unexpected proposal left Dara, blinking her large eyes in confusion. Why would her tablemate treat her because she got paid? Hashtag chapter 150. A stomach Hamiltonk, a devil fruit. Inside the Happy Ranch buffet restaurant. At a table, Dara sat nervously on the sofa, occasionally sneaking glances at the luxurious interior. She had never been to such a fine place for a meal before, so deep down, she believed it must be very expensive. Hamilton, Jake, classmate, should we change to another place? Dara suggested hesitantly. The tiny Dara gnawed away at a large chicken leg, and Jake couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. She ate while he grilled. Ugh, cough, cough. Eat slowly. It's all yours. BRRR. Not sure if she had eaten some spicy food. Dara stuck out her tongue and blew cool air into her mouth. This adorable sight made Jake's heart melt, and he chuckled as he handed her a drink. He always thought he understood Dara's appetite, but now he realized he was mistaken. My little Elaine, is your stomach made of devil fruit? It has incredible elasticity. Given his current wealth, he could easily take her to an upscale Western restaurant for expensive dishes like Wellington steaks costing thousands of yuan, or even tens of thousands. But he knew that Dara wouldn't feel comfortable in such an environment. Although he had the means to provide her with a lavish lifestyle, he also feared overwhelming her with too much too soon. Though this careful balance required delicacy, Jake found joy in it. They could indulge in gourmet feasts every day, dressed in silk and gold, if she wished. But if she preferred a simpler life, he would gladly live on coarse tea and simple meals. After clearing the last plate of bacon, Dara noticed Jake staring intently at her. She felt embarrassed, wondering if she had eaten too much or looked uncouth while eating. Jake, aren't you eating? Jake, who had been lost in his thoughts, laughed softly. Yes, I will. He casually picked up a half-cooked meatball from the grill and popped it into his mouth. Seeing this, Dara's face turned red, and she hastily said, That's mine. She wanted to say it had already been bitten by her, but seeing Jake's smiling eyes, she couldn't bring herself to mention it. Jake chewed thoughtfully and nodded in appreciation. Good. It's sweet. Their gazes met, and Dara's face reddened even more. Looking at the empty table, Jake patted his stomach. It's about time. Shall we go back to school? Just as Jake was about to get up, Dara spoke. Jake. Yes? What is it? I can still eat. Jake. Thus, Jake fetched another 20 plates of grilled meat, several squid skewers, 2 platters of lamb slices, and some light snacks. Munch. Dara held a squid skewer in each hand, opening and closing her mouth rapidly, finishing one skewer in no time. Watching the plates quickly disappear, Jake marveled at the small girl in front of him. Sometimes he wondered where all the food went inside her tiny frame. Would she ever feel full? As tables around them began to clear and closing time approached, a few waiters occasionally pretended to mop the floor, subtly hinting that it was time to close. However, Jake paid no heed. If needed, he could buy the entire restaurant to ensure the staff served Hamilton buffet meals daily. Finally, after devouring the last plate of grilled meat, Dara let out a stealthy belch. Feeling Jake's gaze, she felt embarrassed again. Did I make up for the cost? Jake chuckled, barely suppressing the urge to ruffle her hair. More than that, if you eat any more, the owner might blacklist you. He pointed at a few horrified-looking waiters in the corner. Upon hearing that she had made up for the cost, Dara smiled. She was glad because she hadn't made Jake lose money. After leaving the restaurant, Jake drove Dara back to her dorm. On the road, due to the bumps or perhaps her full stomach, Dara kept belching, despite her attempts to stifle them. Jake laughed and said, Hamilton, I need to take a business trip for a few days tomorrow. There are still plenty of groceries in my fridge, so you'll need to cook for yourself. Don't waste the food if you don't finish it. Okay, I got it. Dara nodded obediently. Soon, they stopped near the girls' dormitory. At this moment, Jake remembered a slight inconvenience. They had stayed at the buffet too long, and the dorm was now closed. Jake touched his nose sheepishly, inwardly swearing that it wasn't intentional. He had only wanted to treat Hamilton to a big meal before his departure, and it turned out far beyond his expectations. Though he told himself it wasn't deliberate, the corners of his lips curled upwards uncontrollably. Chapter 151. Help you chase Sister Ing? Remembering the dormitory lockout time is a must-have piece of knowledge for every male college student. Oops, Indira, what should we do? We were too engrossed in eating and forgot about the lockout time. How about? Jake tried to make his smile look less sinister as he continued. How about you stay at another dorm tonight? No, there's still a room check at night. If Annie records my name, I'll lose credits. Credits were nothing Jake cared much about. He could always speak to the advisor. A few credits weren't too difficult to arrange. However, Indira insisted on pleading with the dorm manager to avoid losing credits. Jake thought that Indira was too young and naive. The aunties at the female dorms were not like the uncles at the male dorms who would readily open the door after a polite greeting and a cigarette. They were notoriously hard to persuade. But unexpectedly, after Indira spoke softly to the dorm manager, she was allowed entry directly. Jake, what the heck? Is this even possible? Wasn't it said the dorm managers wouldn't be swayed easily? She's far too easygoing. Seeing Indira wave at him through the fence, Jake waved back helplessly. Watching her figure disappear, he muttered under his breath, "Damn." After fiercely slamming the car door, he slid into the car and drove off. At the male dorm, seeing the closed dorm doors, Jake didn't pay it any mind and walked forward boldly. "Tyson, I'm from room 205. Can you open the door for me?" "Tyson, why so late?" Hearing this, Jake wasn't worried. He fished out a pack of Lotus Diamond cigarettes and handed one over. "Tyson, please do me a favor. I was really held up tonight." "No can do, young man. After lockout time, no entry." Jake seriously introduced himself, hoping Tyson would give him some leeway. "Tyson, it's Jake." "Hamilton who?" "Jake. Who-chun." "All right, Tyson, go to bed. I won't enter." Jake put away the cigarette and left nonchalantly. Damn. Looks like he'd have to sleep alone in the guest house tonight. In bed, Jake checked various materials on his phone to prepare for tomorrow's meeting with IG Club. The next day, Brent informed him that the visa had been processed. "Boss, everything is ready. Should we pick you up from school now?" Brent asked. "Yes, meet me at the entrance of the male dorms at North Campus." After hanging up, Jake got up, washed up, and realized an awkward problem. He had no suitable clothes. Since he was representing the company, his usual casual attire wasn't appropriate, and it would also be beneath his status. Returning to the dorm, he picked out a decent outfit to wear. Outside the male dorm, a black C260 was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Jake exit the dorm, Brent hurriedly approached with a garment bag. "Boss, Reagan asked me to give this to you." Hearing this, Jake raised an eyebrow, took it, and opened it to find a set of men's casual suit. "Reagan said you should dress formally this time. Knowing you probably hadn't prepared, she bought this especially for you," Brent said with a smile. Reagan was always reliable. "She who knows me, Sister Ing." Jake smiled. Their relationship had long been a subject of gossip within the company. Everyone could see that they weren't just superior and subordinate. Reagan was the only one in the company treated specially by Jake. Of course, no one dared to discuss this openly, not even Brent. Still, since knowing them, Brent's heart couldn't help but flutter with curiosity. "Yeah, Boss Zhang is indeed the most outstanding woman I've met in years, whether in appearance or ability." Brent sighed sincerely. Hearing this, Jake tucked away the suit and teased casually. "Sister Ing is still single. How about I play matchmaker for you too?" Jake's words scared Brent, whose face turned pale as he shook his head vehemently. No, Boss, I didn't mean that. Ha, ha, the weather's nice. Boss, hurry and change. Let's get going." Seeing his reaction, Jake shrugged, just joking around. Watching Jake enter the dorm, Brent wiped cold sweat off his forehead. Beside him, the driver scratched his head and remarked, "Boss do, I think Boss Zhang suits you. If Boss matches you too." Ouch. His words were cut short as Brent smacked his head. "Shut up. What do you know? A woman like Boss Zhang isn't easily tamed." Shortly, dressed in new attire, Jake sat in the car as they headed to the airport. On the way, Jake examined the suit. It fit perfectly and was quite comfortable, just his style. He sent a message to Dara reminding her to eat on time before cracking the window slightly, preferring natural wind over air conditioning. Just as he was about to nap, voices drifted in through the gap. "Look, it's Junior Alyssa. She's so pretty in person. Let's go see." At the entrance of North Campus, a charming and pure girl walked in as if she were a star surrounded by fans. Despite Jake incident being overshadowed by the S tournament, Alyssa still had high fame. Immediately, many students gathered around her. Hamiltonka princess above all, Alyssa enjoyed everyone's attention. While Piper carried her bag, Lorraine held books, and Erilyn shielded her from the sun with an umbrella. "Whoa, look, a Mercedes-Benz." Piper pointed excitedly at the slowly approaching black C260. Fong, can you be more reserved? It's just a Benz. See how little you amount to." Didn't a BMW driving senior ask her for a ride recently, which she refused? "Ah, of course it means nothing to Nguyen," Lorraine chimed in. Alyssa glanced indifferently at the car before looking away. As the car passed, she felt an odd sensation, glancing at the rear window. Special tint prevented her from seeing inside. Outside, Alyssa stared at the car. Inside, Jake watched her separated by just a pane of glass, smirking. She clearly enjoys the spotlight. Not yet. His time will come. Casting a cold glance at Alyssa outside, he turned away. Hashtag chapter 152. Is the collaboration falling through? Shaoshan Airport. The driver dropped Jake and his companions off outside the waiting hall before returning to the company. On this trip, besides Jake and Brent, a man named Christopher was also accompanying them. The three traveled in first class, and after a 2 to 3 hour nap, they arrived at their destination, K-Country, Gwangju Airport. Yesterday, Brent had already sent 2 employees ahead to Gwangju to arrange hotel accommodations. After exiting the waiting hall, a black business vehicle was waiting by the roadside for them. They got into the car and headed straight to their hotel. Inside the car, Jake started discussing specific matters of this collaboration with Brent. "Christopher, where's the material you prepared?" Brent asked. Hearing this, Christopher hurriedly took out a document from his bag and handed it over to Jake with both hands. "Boss, these are the materials I prepared overnight yesterday, along with the proposal for our collaboration with IG Esports Club." After receiving the document, Jake flipped through a few pages and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The materials thoroughly analyzed IG Esports' current standing in China's esports scene, including its future development potential, and listed several possible collaboration models between the company and the club. "Did you do all this?" Jake asked. "Yes, boss, but due to the tight schedule, many details haven't been perfected yet. However, I have everything noted down." Jake nodded slightly and chuckled. "Good job." Praised by Jake, Christopher became somewhat excited, and Brent also quickly added a word of encouragement. After all, Christopher was a new hire recruited by Brent recently, so he naturally felt the need to vouch for him. "Boss, Christopher used to be the deputy manager of a team under one of the domestic clubs. Although he is young, his capabilities are beyond question. Just spare me, Boss, do what kind of club? It was merely the lowest-ranked team in the secondary league. After putting away the documents, Jake sized up Christopher. He appeared to be around 26 or 27 years old, despite only working in the secondary league, achieving the position of deputy, adhering to the principle of being early rather than late. As soon as they arrived at the hotel, Jake instructed Brent to set up a meeting time with IGE Sports. Brent proceeded with the arrangements, confirming the meeting via phone call, and the three immediately headed to the Grand Hotel in Gwangju where IGE Sports was staying. Upon hearing that the meeting was to take place at the hotel, Jake felt a slight disappointment. He had hoped to discuss the collaboration at IGE's training facility, where he might have met the 5 white shirt youths, fulfilling his esports dream from a past life. In a private room at the Grand Hotel in Gwangju, besides Jake's 3-person team, IGE Sports had also sent 3 representatives, 2 senior officials from the club and the vice president, a man named Langston, who was around Brent's age. This left Brent somewhat displeased. After all, Jake, the boss, had personally shown up, demonstrating sincerity. However, IG had only sent their vice president, but Jake didn't dwell on it. He knew that, ultimately, the final decision rested with the club's owner. Given it was a business discussion, a meal was inevitable. President Hamilton is truly talented at a young age. Recently, Dream Chintech and the Xiaoming app have gained significant recognition domestically, Langston commented jovially. Initially, when he learned Brent wanted to collaborate with their club, he had dismissed the idea. But after the RNG match, Dream Chintech's reputation skyrocketed, leading them to realize its substantial financial clout. Regardless of anything else, the massive welfare activities worth billions of yuan alone were enough reason for Langston to attend. During the meal, Jake complimented him amicably before getting to the point. President Liu, I believe you know why we're here. He then gestured to Christopher, who promptly passed over a document. Here's a detailed document we've prepared, containing thorough analyses and proposed collaboration methods. Please take a look. Langston received the document and quietly perused it. President Hamilton has indeed shown good judgment in choosing us. As you must know, our true owner, the principal, doesn't have financial constraints like other clubs might. While they may need capital injections, money is never an issue for us. Indeed, fittingly speaking on behalf of the principal, even the tone matched perfectly. Jake had to admit, in the Chinese esports scene, only S8IG could confidently say, we don't lack funds. Although our club is newly established, if we wish, numerous influential companies or platforms would queue up to collaborate with us. That statement was indeed audacious. Brent frowned slightly and discreetly signaled Christopher. Realizing it was his turn, Christopher stood up and began sharing his thoughts earnestly. However, Langston paid no attention to him. Instead, he lit a cigarette, put down the document, and smiled at Jake. Apart from IG's tournament expenses wouldn't amount to much money, but a contract worth 100 million yuan for just 2.5 years, with revenue sharing from live streams, this deal seemed somewhat unprofitable. Knowing that even with Brooks backing IG, the current state of esports in China wasn't particularly rosy, and IG lagged behind other established clubs in terms of history and fanbase, Brent couldn't quite understand the logic behind it. Of course, after the previous RNG match experience, he knew Jake must have his reasons. Alexandria Zijian merely smiled at Jake's proposal, looking calm. If it weren't IG but another club sitting here today, they might have readily accepted the offer. Considering the current esports climate, a 2.5-year, 100 million yuan contract could be considered sky high. But for IG, money was never a problem. Is that all? Alexandria Zijian asked indifferently, clearly unimpressed by Jake's offer. This was within Jake's expectations. He rhythmically tapped the table with his slender fingers and lightly bit the cigarette holder. Not all. I can make IG the first champion in Chinese esports history, a milestone achievement. Oh. Alexandria Zijian raised an eyebrow, now interested. Brooks had reorganized the club not only out of personal interest in esports, but also to break the dark era of no champions in domestic esports. Jake's words hit the nail on the head. Alexandria Zijian's eyes sparkled with excitement. In esports, victory or defeat is always uncertain. Though IG had made it to the semifinals, no one in the club dared claim a guaranteed win. Even strong teams like RNG fell at the quarterfinal stage. Could Jake have some other way? What do you mean by that, Mr. Hamilton? Hamiltontral meaning, Jake said with a smile. Alexandria Zijian. What a literal meaning indeed. Suppressing his slight excitement, he pondered it over, feeling Jake was making exaggerated promises. Such a high-level competition wouldn't allow under-the-table operations, and Alexandria Zijian doubted Jake had the capability to influence the final champion. Seeing Alexandria Zijian silent, Jake continued, I know you're skeptical, Mr. Alexandria, but I can guarantee this with the company. Moreover, if Brooks agrees, we can sign a wager agreement. How about that? A wager agreement? This time, Alexandria Zijian was taken aback, furrowing his brows. Signing such an agreement implied Jake had absolute confidence. He stared intently at Jake, trying to read any hint from his expression. But Jake remained composed, which left Alexandria Zijian indecisive. Jake knew that, given the lack of S-Series championship trophies for LPL, winning one would be irresistibly appealing to any Chinese esports club, including Brooks. Besides what I've mentioned, on a personal note, I might have a reason you cannot refuse. This concerns Brooks personally. Detecting the depth in Jake's words, Alexandria Zijian frowned. Mr. Hamilton, this topic is sensitive. Can we discuss it privately? Jake suggested. As the spiritual pillar of IG, while Brooks was present, so was IG. Hearing something personal about Brooks, Alexandria Zijian naturally became cautious. Mr. Hamilton, you should know what you're saying. Jokes about Brooks aren't appropriate. Displeased with Jake using Brooks as leverage, Alexandria Zijian addressed him formally as Mr. Hamilton. Jake merely laughed, stubbed out his cigarette, stood up, and walked toward the door. Seeing this, Alexandria Zijian hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed. The remaining people in the private room exchanged glances awkwardly, unsure of what Jake had said to Alexandria Zijian outside. When the two returned, Jake still smiled, but Alexandria Zijian appeared distracted. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Alexandria. We won't disturb you further. Alexandria Zegian relaxed his brows, nodded, and his attitude softened. Mr. Hamilton, thank you. If there were any shortcomings in my reception, please forgive me. I await good news from you, Mr. Alexandria. Jake turned and left, leaving Brent and Christopher puzzled but still hadn't even been discussed yet. How is he preparing a contract now? Boss. Are we preparing the contract already? Brent stammered. Seeming to understand Brent's thoughts, Jake closed his laptop, leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head. Yes, they won't refuse. Seeing him so confident, Brent asked, Boss, do you know Ira? Thinking it over, he believed there was only one possibility, that Jake knew the headmaster well. Otherwise, how could he be so confident? Hearing this, Jake nodded. Yes, indeed. Confirming his guess, Brent sighed in relief and smiled widely. Having spent so much time among the middle and lower classes, he knew all too well the status of the headmaster's family in the country. If Jake had a personal relationship with the headmaster, it meant their company might have gained a powerful ally. Boss, you're too low-key. Since you know the headmaster, why didn't you say anything earlier? Before he could finish, Jake shrugged and continued. Who doesn't know National Husband? I know him, but he doesn't know me. Brent, ring an equal. It seemed logical, and he couldn't find a counterargument. Since they aren't acquainted, why would Jake be so sure that they wouldn't refuse? He kept these doubts to himself, afraid to voice them directly. Boss, what should we do now? Brent asked. Jake stood up, stretching. Eat if you're hungry, drink if driver, elder brother do. I didn't make any mistakes. I followed the GPS. Seeing the driver's distressed face, Brent wanted to scold more but stopped when Jake waved a hand and said helplessly, no mistake, it's here. Given the headmaster's style, conducting business in a nightclub was not unusual. Sending a message to Brent, the three waited at the entrance. Soon, a man approached them. Is this Mr. Hamilton? Please follow me. The man led the way. Despite the long queue outside, after some quick talk with the bouncers, Jake and the others bypassed the queue and entered directly. Past the security checkpoint, electronic DJ music echoed from nearby. Upon entering, Jake felt a wave of heat. The heavy metal music and high-frequency flashing lights made him almost gasp for breath. In his previous life, he had been entirely focused on pursuing Alyssa, leaving no time for places like this. The atmosphere still felt alien to him. Led by the man, they reached a private room on the second floor. Once inside, the heat and noise dissipated significantly. The room was spacious, about 100 square meters, with a large floor-to-ceiling window offering a view of the first floor and dance floor. The interior was luxuriously decorated. Jake briefly observed the surroundings before focusing on the people in the room. Besides the guide, there were two unfamiliar men and Alexandria Zegian. Alexandria Zegian nodded at Jake as a greeting, which Jake returned. Finally, Jake looked at the figure sitting on the sofa. Wearing a plain white short-sleeved shirt and blue jeans, except for the green Rolex Submariner on his wrist, he looked quite ordinary. However, two semi-permanent beauties were fawning over him. After assessing the situation, Jake smiled and nodded. The headmaster matched his impression, low profile where necessary, flashy when needed. Alexandria Zegian approached the headmaster and whispered something into his ear. The headmaster glanced at Jake for a moment, but paid little attention, continuing to sing karaoke with the girls. It seemed like a hostile welcome. Jake wasn't upset. This was typical of the headmaster. Known as the most controversial second generation, his style was unpredictable. Meanwhile, Brent and Christopher were obviously nervous, standing awkwardly without knowing what to do. Jake, however, strode confidently to the sofa, sat down, leaned back comfortably, and stretched. Even Alexandria Zegian only stood beside him. Noticing everyone in the room looking at him, Jake didn't feel embarrassed. He took a fruit from the plate, leaned back with his hands behind his head, and hummed casually. This seemingly arrogant behavior made Alexandria Zegian frown. Clearing his throat, Alexandria Zegian sternly said, Mr. Hamilton, this is Ira. Emphasizing Ira, Alexandria Zegian hinted that Jake's actions were overstepping boundaries. Chapter 155. Anyway, no one is richer than me. Seeing the somewhat cautionary look in Alexandria Zegian's eyes, Jake smiled and narrowed his eyes. So what? You. Alexandria Zegian was momentarily at a loss for words, instinctively turning his head to glance at the principal seated on the sofa. The principal, apparently intrigued by Jake's words, set down the microphone in his hand and turned to look at Jake as well. Seeing this, Jake met the principal's gaze confidently without hesitation. In his previous life, Jake was merely a small-time boss with a net worth of a few million, only able to look up to someone like the principal. But now, he could sit here and converse with him. Though aware of the gap between himself and people of this caliber, he had gradually found his own path forward. And before him sat an important stepping stone, the principal. After sizing Jake up from top to bottom, the principal seemed interested and handed over the microphone. Care for a song? Sure. Jake accepted the microphone gracefully, thought for a moment, and then lightly chuckled. How about Cheryl's, If Love Is Forgotten? Nice choice, you have good taste. The principal nodded, gesturing for Alexandria Zegian to cue up the song. The mysterious conversation left everyone present baffled. It didn't seem like they were there to discuss business at all. Jake's unique, magnetic voice gave the female artist's song a distinctive flavor. The two semi-permanent beauties in the private room listened intently, almost mesmerized, looking at Jake with eyes that practically sparkled. Although they couldn't understand the language, they knew it sounded beautiful. Moreover, a natural-looking handsome man like Jake was not common in Country K. As the final note faded away, Jake put down the microphone. I hope I didn't embarrass myself, Brooks. Clap, clap. The principal clapped, leading the others in the room to follow suit. Jake wasn't surprised. It mainly came down to choosing a good song. From his knowledge of the principal from his past life, he knew that as a semi-celebrity figure, the principal was notorious for being straightforward, even earning the nickname Entertainment Inspector. Few female stars could meet the principal's standards, but Cheryl was one who had received public praise from him. He had even claimed that if he had met her earlier, he would definitely have pursued her. Is your name Jake, right? The principal asked. Jake nodded with a smile. Do you know why I called you here today? The principal said lazily, leaning back on the sofa. It was impossible not to feel some pressure facing the legendary principal. His personality was unpredictable. But Jake knew one thing for sure. He absolutely mustn't appear weak. According to memory, the principal once famously said, I choose friends based on chemistry, regardless of their wealth. After all, no one is richer than me. After suppressing his slight nervousness, Jake shrugged and replied nonchalantly, obviously, we're here to discuss business. Discuss business, huh? The principal smiled meaningfully and patted the black stocking-clad thigh of the beauty beside him, waving his hand. Understanding his signal, the two women glanced at Jake reluctantly before standing up and leaving. After Antonio Zijian turned off the stereo, the principal leaned back on the sofa and said lazily, let's talk. I believe you've already heard my conversation with Mr. Alexandria, Jake said. Yes, I'm not interested in money, nor do I need it from you. But can you ensure IG wins the championship? I don't like empty promises. Jake nodded seriously. If RNG hadn't been eliminated, it might be hard to say. But without RNG, I have a way to ensure IG wins the championship. That's my promise. Saying this, Jake remained calm and collected, appearing highly professional. But deep down, he knew that the championship belonged to IG anyway. And I also know that you aim higher than just winning the championship. You want IG, or yourself, to become a milestone in China's esports scene. To you, you hope that someday when domestic esports players mention esports, they think of IG first, and of you. Jake's simple statements made the principal narrow his eyes and stare straight at him. The world may say the principal was a debauched rich playboy, but meeting him face to face showed how laughable that claim was. Someone born at the end of the Roman road was truly beyond ordinary people's comprehension, far more than just a party animal. You're not bad, you suit my taste. After a long pause, the principal finally nodded. Hearing this, Jake felt relieved. Despite his understanding of the principal from his past life, this was his first encounter with him in person, making him somewhat unsure. But it seemed he had passed the first hurdle. Jian. On hearing the principal call out, Alexandria Zijian hurried forward. Have someone draft a contract. Surprised that the principal was actually agreeing to cooperate with Morningshin Technology, Alexandria Zijian looked at Jake, then cautiously said, Brooks, isn't this too rushed? Perhaps. Before he finished, the principal frowned. Rushed? For a deal involving tens of billions, I'd spend just minutes on it. But this small matter took me half a minute. Do you still think it's rushed? Oh no, that's not what I meant. I'll prepare immediately. Alexandria Zijian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned to leave. There's no need. I brought the contract. When Jake retrieved a contract from Brent, both Alexandria Zijian and the principal were taken aback. After recovering, the principal laughed aloud. You're quite prepared. Clearly, Jake had anticipated the agreement. After scanning the contract briefly, the principal handed it to Alexandria Zijian. Jake signaled to Brent, and they, along with Alexandria Zijian, left the room tactfully. With the intent set, all that was left was for them to finalize everything. Inside the room, only Jake and the principal remained. Jake, you should know this so-called cooperation isn't really appealing to me, the principal said. Jake smiled mysteriously. In his past life, the principal had used $5 billion given by his father to start Dragon Cat Hamilton streaming platform. In a way, Jake and the principal were competitors, especially since the current IG players live-streamed on Dragon Cat. There seemed to be no reason for the principal to agree to his cooperation. But Jake knew the seemingly glorious platform was already riddled with problems. In about 6 months, Dragon Cat would shut down, and the principal would withdraw his funding from IG. By then, Dragon Cat would not only fail to generate profit, but burden the principal financially. This would plunge the once popular national husband into debt, as the money belonged to the family, not just him personally. His desire for independence drove him to start his own venture rather than follow in his father's footsteps. No, I never expected a mere contract to impress you, Brooks. Facing the principal, Jake didn't hide anything and admitted it frankly. You're straightforward. Well then. At this point, the principal's tone grew serious. He took something out and placed it on the table. Let's talk about this instead. Chapter 156, Cutting Off the Wrist. On the table lay a piece of aluminum foil from a cigarette pack, with a line of writing on it. This was precisely what Jake had handed to Alexandria Zijian at the time. Originally, the principal had no interest in Jake's business deal, but upon seeing the few words on this piece of foil, he changed his mind. Noticing the principal's slightly unfriendly gaze, Jake did not feel any tension. What do you know? The principal's eyes flickered. Everything I should know, and everything I shouldn't, Jake replied calmly. The principal was clearly dissatisfied with Jake's ambiguous answer. The aluminum foil bore just a few words, sell Raccoon Panda, save Puss. Yet these 6 words left the principal unable to calm down for a long time. How did you know about this? Apart from some people within the circle, the principal had never disclosed this matter to anyone else. After all, once this news got out, it would have a catastrophic impact on him, potentially indirectly affecting his family as well. Regarding the principal's past issues, they almost dominated headlines in the media during the previous life. How could Jake not know? In the last life, with substantial financial support and the backing of his family, the principal lured in many investments and made the Raccoon Panda platform flourish. But from 2 years ago up until now, the live streaming industry had seen intense competition. By the end, only 3 platforms remained: Cat Tooth, Tiger Fish, and Raccoon Panda. Unlike Cat Tooth and Tiger Fish, although Raccoon Panda had managed to survive until now, poor management and the principal's extravagant spending led to significant losses. Even after IG won the S8 World Championship, despite the popularity of the 5 players providing a temporary boost, Raccoon Panda eventually collapsed. Especially after IG set back in S9, with players leaving one after another, IG Club also fell into decline, forcing the principal to withdraw investments. Furthermore, following this series of events, the principal's family faced a debt crisis. Under immense pressure, the once flamboyant principal returned to take over the family business. Of course, these were the historical tracks of the previous life. They hadn't happened yet. After a moment's thought, Jake gave a mysterious smile and said, "It doesn't matter how I know. What matters is that I want to be friends with the principal." The principal gazed intently at Jake for a long while before sighing and leaning back on the sofa. "To be friends with me, you need to show your value. There's an idiom called a hero cutting off his wrist. Although Raccoon Panda embodies much of your hard work, bluntly speaking, it's beyond. What's your drinking capacity? Average. But if the principal has the interest, I'll join you." They both laughed. Soon after, Alexandria Zegian and Brent finished signing the contract and returned to the private room. Inside, neither the principal nor Jake mentioned anything further about their cooperation. The principal waved at Alexandria Zegian, who then ran out of the room. When he returned, he brought in more than 10 plastic surgery beauties, all with long legs, hourglass figures, standing neatly in a row. Though each of them had top-tier looks and bodies, Jake found them indistinguishable, almost as if copied and pasted. Indeed, K-Country excelled in manufacturing beauties. "Jake, pick a few." The principal had resumed his usual nonchalant demeanor. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since the host had set this rule, Jake didn't want to spoil the fun. He picked one of the beauties with a distinguishable appearance, and Brent and Christopher each took one too. Seeing everyone enjoying themselves in the private room, Jake stood out as a refreshing presence. The long-legged beauty beside him occasionally rubbed her legs against his shins, almost smoking him out, but he showed no reaction. For Jada, he must remain pure. Though these beauties were alluring, he could resist. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a bodyguard-type man walked in, whispered to Alexandria Zegian, and then left. Alexandria Zegian pushed away the beauty in his arms, walked to the principal, and whispered something in his ear. Hearing this, the principal frowned. "Why is that kid here too?" Waving at Alexandria Zegian, the principal signaled him to leave the room. "Jake, my friend will be coming over soon. If the principal has matters to attend to, we can leave now," Jake suggested. The principal waved his hand. "No need. Stay with us. Moreover, that guy annoys me. With just the two of us, it'd be too dull. You can be my shield. No objections, right?" Jake's eyes twitched. Indeed, the principal spoke his style. "Don't say that. It'd be my honor to meet someone the principal calls a friend." Although Jake didn't know the identity of the person the principal disliked yet had to interact with, given the principal's character, it was unlikely to be a simple individual. Chapter 157. The Malcolm family of the Magic City. In Jake's impression, top-tier second-generation heirs and rich young men weren't as brainless and flamboyant as those depicted in cliched novels. However, when he met the principal's so-called friend, he was genuinely taken aback. The man appeared to be around the same age as the principal, dressed in a Brioni haute couture tailored suit that was an odd shade of feces green. On his thumb, he wore long-standing friction. "Do you not understand my principles of friendship? Few people in China can catch my interest, but Jake is one of them. Oh, by the way, Mingchen Technology is his company, and Xiaoming app is his product." Upon mentioning Mingchen Technology, Fernando became intrigued and reassessed Jake. After all, Mingchen Technology had been a sensation recently, drawing nationwide attention. "So, Mr. Hamilton, pleasure to meet you. I tend to speak without thinking. I'm quite interested in short videos and live streaming. Maybe Mr. Hamilton can give me some pointers sometime." Jake snapped back to reality, clearing his mind and smiling politely. "How go is too kind. What I do is just small-time stuff, hardly something that would catch your eye." A friendly person doesn't offend, and Fernando seemed to appreciate this flattery, immediately laughing heartily and patting Jake on the shoulder. "Yes, very good. I like it. Brother Hamilton, let's enjoy ourselves today. All expenses are on me." Just moments ago, Fernando had treated Jake with disdain and barely concealed contempt. Now, he was calling him Brother Hamilton and putting his arm around him. Jake couldn't help but feel. Wasn't Fernando acting like a wealthy but foolish son? But Jake reasoned that this might just be a facade. As everyone continued to enjoy themselves in the private room, Jake noticed that the principal and Fernando were getting along famously, contrary to the principal's earlier claims about their friction. Noticing Langston beside him, Jake smiled and remarked casually, "President Alexandria, it seems the principal and that Fernando get along pretty well." Since the cooperation agreement was now finalized, Langston's attitude towards Jake had become noticeably more cordial. "Don't kid yourself, Mr. Hamilton. As a businessman, you should know there are no permanent friends. Especially in the principal's circle, everyone smiles on the surface, but secretly hopes the others would disappear instantly." Jake just smiled ambiguously in response. "Brother Hamilton, come join us," Fernando called out, holding two girls close. His cheeks bore various lipstick marks. He pushed one girl into Jake's arms, indicating that he was even more uninhibited than the principal. Fernando turned out to be quite a chatterbox, asking Jake many questions, especially about the number of female streamers in his company and whether there were any under-the-table rules. "By the way, Brother Hamilton, the semi-finals of the S tournament are starting in a couple of days. I heard you're into esports? Want to join in and play around?" Jake was momentarily stunned, glancing questioningly at the principal. "As it happens, in this year's S tournament, besides my IG team, the other three clubs have received investments from quite a few people in the circle. We plan to bet on which club will win the final championship. Old Malcolm has invested in FNC. How about it, Jake? Are you joining?" Jake chuckled. Seeing that Jake didn't respond, Fernando assumed he was worried about money and waved dismissively. "If Brother Hamilton is concerned about the funds, don't be. It's just for fun. A couple of million won't break the bank. If you're short, I can lend you the money, haha." Jake's eyes flickered. What ordinary people would take 10 lifetimes to earn, these young masters treated as mere entertainment. After pondering for a moment, Jake hesitated. "Excuse me, is there a cap?" This question left both the principal and Fernando momentarily speechless. "Of course not, Brother Hamilton. How much are you planning to put in?" Fernando asked with interest. Jake originally hadn't expected to gain any money from this S tournament. But now, if someone was offering money, why not take it? Besides, taking their money wouldn't bother his conscience. Seeing Jake slowly raise 3 fingers, Fernando nodded approvingly, patted him on the shoulder, and said, 3 million? Not much, but it's fine. It's just for fun. Jake shook his head and reshaped his fingers. Not 3 million? Then 300 million? Impressive, Brother Hamilton. No, I meant 3 billion. Fernando, nanny? With a loud clink, Fernando's wine glass fell from his hand, shattering into pieces. Brother actually keeps things hidden pretty well. How goo, you're flattering me. 300 million is my entire net worth. But my principle is, either I don't play or if I do, I'll play to win. His words weren't false. 300 million was indeed Jake's limit right now. He still had to keep some capital for the company's daily operations. For them, it was just a form of entertainment, but for Jake, he was playing with everything he had. As for Brent and Christopher, they suddenly found the half-permanent beauties in their arms not so appealing anymore, each feeling helpless. My dear boss, why do you always have to make things so thrilling? The last time it was 10 billion yuan in benefits. This time, he was risking his entire net worth against these wealthy young masters. Haha, good. Hamilton brother has guts. Ira, I'm already looking forward to seeing the expressions on those guys' faces when they find out about this. Initially, this was just an entertainment event between Ira and Fernando and friends, but with Jake's involvement, the situation changed. Once Fernando announced the event in their circle's group chat, the impact on the arrogant young masters was unimaginable. How could they allow themselves to be outdone by a little-known figure when it came to spending money? With Fernando fanning the flames, he convinced many in their circle to increase their stakes. In the end, the total amount bet by these young masters, including Ira, Fernando, and Jake, added up to nearly 10 billion yuan. Though it was more like a friendly bet between friends without any official arbitrator, no one worried about anyone reneging. Everyone in this circle was a prominent second-generation young master. Reneging over such an amount would ruin their reputation domestically. Back at the hotel, Jake was pulled into a temporarily created group by Ira. Fernando also sent a list of names into the group. Everyone mostly supported their invested teams, or followed the majority. Only Jake and Ira were backing IG. Clearly, even as a pastime, no one favored IG much. Meanwhile, in another room, Brent and Christopher sat with grim expressions. We must inform Zhang about this. Only she can persuade the boss. After careful consideration, Brent felt Jake was too impulsive this time. Though he might get scolded later, he decided to call Reagan for the company's sake. Beep beep. Brent's palms sweated while listening to the dial tone. Hello. Finally hearing Reagan's voice, Brent almost cried. Zhang, no. Ing's sister. Please talk some sense into the boss. In Jake's room, he was calculating how to split the winnings from the S-Series finals with Ira. Ding dong. Seeing Reagan's call, he answered. Hello, Ing's sister. How's your progress? Reagan asked over the phone. Yes, it's going smoothly, Jake replied. There was a moment of silence before Reagan's slightly displeased voice came through. Is there anything else you need to tell me? Hearing this, Jake glanced at the suit jacket on the hanger, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Hee hee. I love the suiting sister bought. It fits perfectly, and the material is... Before he could finish, Reagan interrupted with a displeased hum. Jake, that's not what I mean. You've been reckless. I told you only to discuss business and not to associate too much with Ira, yet you ended up making bets with a bunch of young masters. It's infuriating. Realizing who must have told her, Jake raised an eyebrow. Just now, was it Brent? It doesn't matter who told me. Anyway, you were truly reckless this time. Even as the boss, shouldn't you consult us before making such big decisions? Though Reagan's tone carried some reproach, Jake wasn't bothered. He knew she was thinking of both the company and him. Anyone else, working for a salary, wouldn't care about the boss's actions as long as the paycheck arrived on time. Ing's sister, do you think I'd act without confidence? Trust me. Reagan, originally prepared to give a series of reprimands, was speechless upon hearing, trust me. Since meeting Jake, he had given her complete trust. Why shouldn't she trust him back? All right, Ing's sister, you have a more important task now. What? Reagan asked. Go home and prepare dinner. I'll be back in Jiangzhou tonight. The food here is just pickles, and I have no appetite. I won't bother with you. If you go bankrupt, I'll be the first to quit. With a humph, Reagan hung up. Jake could almost picture Reagan angrily hitting a pillow in the office after hanging up. Shaking his head, he was about to put down the phone and take a shower when another call came in. Seeing Ira on the screen, Jake paused before answering. Hello, Ira. Jake, remember our deal? Confused, Jake stammered. I'm not sure what Ira means. You promised to make IG champions, right? Now Fernando and the others are waiting to see our humiliation. Losing money isn't the issue. I can't let them laugh at us, do you understand? Translation note. This chapter captures the tension and dynamics between the characters, maintaining the original tone and flow while translating into fluent English. Chapter 159. Boss, you're too innocent. Previously, because Fernando had suddenly popped up and created some chaos, Jake really did forget about this matter. After all, he had already made such conditions with the principal. Though according to the trajectory of history, IG would undoubtedly be the last champion, Jake still felt like he needed to put on a show, so in the end, he only left the principal with one sentence. To win the championship, IG just needs to do two things, and most importantly, he missed Jada. Pulling out his phone, he sent a message to Brent, asking him and Christopher to come to his room. Upon receiving the message, Brent's face turned pale. He guessed that Reagan must have already contacted Jake, maybe even had a huge argument, and then Jake probably deduced that it was he who reported it, summoning him here for questioning. In the room, Brent and Christopher stood in front of Jake. Christopher was just nervous, but Brent was visibly trembling, occasionally wiping the sweat off his forehead. Seeing his state, Jake couldn't help but laugh. He understood Brent's worries. Although reporting secretly to Reagan did annoy him a little, considering it was for the company, he decided not to pursue it further. Arrange our return to China tonight as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Brent was stunned. Seeing Jake's half-smiling eyes, he instantly understood. The boss wasn't going to blame him for the report. Brent was delighted, hurriedly nodding. Yes, boss, I'll arrange it immediately. Christopher, once we're back, Prepare yourself and then come to Korea again. You'll need to oversee the S-Series event here continuously. Alexandria Zejian's team will coordinate with you. Originally, Christopher had been quite dejected during the past few days, even doubting himself. As a professional, he felt he hadn't contributed anything during this collaboration. Worried that he might lose his job upon returning, he was incredibly moved by Jake's words and nodded vigorously. Thank you, boss. I won't disappoint you. After booking the tickets, the three left the hotel and headed to Gwangju Airport. Inside the first-class cabin, Jake sat next to Brent. Staring out the window at the night scenery, his eyes flickered slightly before he suddenly spoke. Gidge, have you heard of the Malcolm family from Shanghai? Seemingly surprised by Jake's question, Brent shook his head, smiling bitterly. Boss, as someone of my caliber, how could I possibly have connections to that level of society? You overestimate me. Originally, Jake was just asking casually. Just like Brent, he never had the chance or means to reach the top-tier circles. His knowledge of powerful clans or aristocrats was sparse, even in his previous life. Although media reports frequently mentioned these people, it was only the tip of the iceberg presented by the capitalists to ordinary people. The successful connection with the principal gave him some hope. As the most high-profile young tycoon domestically, the principal was the only person at the pinnacle Jake could openly interact with. Only through the principal could he gradually connect to the elite circle atop the pyramid and find out more about the Malcolm family. Of course, what he was most curious about was whether Fernando's Shanghai Malcolm family was indeed the Malcolm family he had been looking for. Lost in thought, he finally shook his head and stopped pondering. He could only take it one step at a time. At least Jada was still by his side. What he needed to do now was make himself stronger. No matter what happened, no matter the cost, he wouldn't let anyone take Jada away from him. At Xiaoshan Airport. After landing, the driver picked up Jake and Brent, while Christopher took a taxi home. Boss, should I send you back to school first? Asked Brent. Checking the time, it was almost curfew for the dormitories. Deciding to skip it for today, especially since he had arranged dinner with Reagan earlier, Jake messaged her. Learning she was still at the company, he instructed the driver to find a nearby supermarket. As Jake shopped, Brent and the driver followed behind, helping carry items. Noticing that Jake bought ingredients, Brent wondered if his boss planned to cook himself that evening. It seemed a bit too frugal. However, seeing Jake's hesitation in front of a shelf near the checkout, Brent glanced in the same direction thoughtfully. People familiar with supermarkets knew that area beside the checkout often had a small shelf that could lead to embarrassing situations. After paying, outside the supermarket, Brent handed the groceries to the driver and looked at Jake with a grin. Boss, I'll go buy a pack of cigarettes. Sure. Watching Jake walk towards the car, Brent smiled meaningfully. Why don't you have dinner with us? Reagan added. No, I still have something to do back home, Brent quickly declined, shaking his head vigorously. There was no way he'd intrude on this moment, especially given that he knew Jake must have been just being polite. After placing everything down, Brent instructed the driver to wait outside. Seeing Reagan put on an apron and enter the kitchen, he cautiously approached Jake. At this point, Jake suddenly slapped his forehead. How could I forget the most important thing? Brendan, could you go downstairs and buy? Just as Jake turned around, Brent sidled up, looking sly, and silently pulled out a few items from his pocket. Triangular ruler omega triangular ruler, boss, I got it. Already bought for you. Jake stared, then looked at what Brent was holding, and his lips twitched fiercely. Various brands and sizes of small umbrellas. Seeing Jake's expression, Brent smiled, thinking Jake was embarrassed. Boss, there's nothing to be shy about. I remember how long you stared at the counter. Young people always a bit shy, so I picked these up for you. He glanced toward the kitchen and whispered, rest assured. I've used all these brands. They're top-notch. I'm sure President Zhang will like them too. Jake face-bombed. You idiot. Who asked you to buy those things? Brent paused, nodding knowingly, then became concerned. Boss doesn't like them? But you and President Zhang are young. Safety is still important. I was looking at chewing gum at the checkout counter. Who'd look at that? Jake snapped, exasperated. One time during dinner at the villa, he had smoked a cigarette in front of little Elaine. Seeing her cough due to the smoke, he had considered buying gum. Seriously, why did stores put those two together? And Brent, buying all of those? Did he think Jake was some kind of drilling machine? Jake, we're out of soy sauce. Could you go downstairs and buy a bottle? Reagan called from the kitchen. Immediately, Jake pushed Brent's hand back and turned to Reagan, clearing his throat. Sure, I'm about to head down. Realizing his mistake, Brent blushed deeply and hastily tucked the items back into his pocket, then left quickly after saying goodbye to Reagan. In his rush, one item slipped unnoticed by the door. Fortunately, Jake noticed it in time and stuffed it into his pocket. Phew. If Sister Ing saw that, it'd be impossible to explain. Finding such items in his pocket while coming over for dinner at Reagan's at night, anyone would assume ulterior motives. To avoid any trouble, Jake didn't dare throw them in the house trash and told Reagan he was going downstairs. As soon as he exited the elevator, Christopher's call came in. Because Jake had previously instructed Christopher to make another trip to K-Country to follow up on the cooperation with IGE Sports Club, Christopher was very proactive. After discussing subsequent tasks and requesting to take a few staff members along, they concluded the conversation. In the supermarket, Jake finished the call, paid for the soy sauce, and headed back. On arrival in K-Country, if there are any uncertainties, contact me immediately. For expenses or other funds, apply to finance. Got it, boss. I'll pack up and set out right away. After hanging up, Jake continued walking. Strange, what was I about to do again? Scratching his head, he felt a bit lost. Reagan's voice messages kept coming through. Jake, where did you go? Does it take this long to buy soy sauce? The dishes are burning. Jake, I'm downstairs. Reaching the building entrance, he headed inside. After helping in the kitchen for a while, they managed to get the dishes on the table. During dinner, they chatted casually. Jake outlined his trip to K-Country and the plans to establish an esports division. With our current manpower, do we need more hires? Reagan asked. For now, let's hold off. We'll reassess after this season's World Championship. By the way, Sister Ing, did you meet with the officials? Yes, thankfully they weren't high-ranking. I managed. Also handled a few manufacturers and brands. Good job. Cheers. Raising a wine glass, they clinked. Reagan took a sip and playfully eyed him. Don't get too excited yet. Based on our growth and user numbers, eventually real bigwigs will want a word with you, and I won't be able to handle it. After the meal, it was well into the night. Jake stretched. Not early anymore. I should head back to school. Good night, Sister Ing. At this hour, dorms should be locked, right? Reagan remarked. Hearing this, Jake winked mischievously. Oh, then what should I do? How about you let me stay the night, Sister Ing? Chapter 161. Inappropriate imagination. In the dead of night, a single man and woman staying over. When these keywords are linked together, it seems like any subsequent adult-themed plot developments would follow naturally. Of course, perhaps it was also because of the half glass of red wine earlier. Reagan's cheeks quickly flushed with a rosy hue, looking exceptionally charming and seductive. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll beat you up. You can sleep wherever you want. On the streets for all I care. Haha, just a joke. What are you blushing for, Sister Ing? You're still talking. Reagan waved her delicate fists, making Jake burst into laughter. Don't worry, Sister Ing. I have my own dorm room at school. I should be off. Wait. Reagan stepped forward, grabbing Jake's shoulder on his suit jacket. The shoulder is a bit too loose. Take it off so I can get it altered. And the cigarette smell is overwhelming. It needs to be cleaned professionally. Seeing Reagan's expression of disgust, Jake lowered his head to sniff his sleeve. It did smell quite strong. It made sense, considering he spent time in K-Country with Fernando and others who were all heavy smokers. Although there was a washing machine in the villa, suits were better handled by professional cleaners. As for the size, he didn't really care much since he seldom wore it anyway. Alright. Originally, Reagan wanted to drive Jake back to school, but he politely declined, leaving his jacket behind before departing. On the roadside, Jake looked back at the gate, scratching his head. What did I forget? Sigh. This brain? He thought as the taxi slowly stopped, deciding not to ponder further and got in. Meanwhile, back in the living room, Reagan cleared the dining table and picked up Jake's jacket which he had casually draped over the chair. She inspected the jacket and muttered to herself. If the shoulders are tightened too much, wouldn't it be uncomfortable? I remember he prefers a loose fit. Forget it, let's take it to the cleaners tomorrow. Saying that, she folded the jacket neatly, then paused suddenly. This guy must be too careless and forgot something inside the pocket. Reagan smiled and shook her head, reaching into the jacket's pocket. Suddenly, her expression turned peculiar as she mumbled. I didn't tell him to buy a spice packet. Pulling out the item, she spread her palm. D-U-R-E-X. After spelling out the English word letter by letter, Reagan froze, her face turning crimson down to her ears. Being an adult, she knew exactly what this was. This guy is really pushing it. Did he go to K-Country just to? Images of Jake in K-Country's nightclubs, surrounded by several half-permanent girls, floated in Reagan's mind. So, does that mean? Thinking of this, Reagan sat angrily on the sofa, hammering and hitting a cushion. However, her thoughts inexplicably drifted back to Jake's words earlier. How about Sister Ing lets me stay overnight? This sentence echoed in her mind incessantly. Women, especially Pisces women, could have minds that wandered through twists and turns when alone. A seemingly absurd yet strangely plausible possibility began to take root in Reagan's mind. Perhaps Jake came to dinner tonight and jokingly suggested staying overnight because he actually wanted to. Reagan nunga. Hashtag chapter 162. Jake who can change faces. Hashtag canteen, second floor. From the start of school until now, Jake had never brought Dara to eat at the canteen. They usually ate outside or cooked in the courtyard. However, he thought that since this was university life, it would be nice to experience the university canteen at least once. Moreover, he had often heard his three roommates rave about a new Xiao Hamiltonenku steamed bun shop on the second floor of the canteen, saying that the taste was absolutely delicious. The buns were also quite large, so Jake figured one serving plus a glass of soy milk should be enough for him. Jada, see if there's anything you want? Jake asked. Hearing this, Dara sneakily glanced at the price list and then drooped her head. I'm not hungry. I ate a lot last night. Gurgle. Before she could finish speaking, her stomach betrayed her with a growl. Her cheeks flushed red as she hung her head lower. Seeing her cute and timid demeanor, Jake chuckled. Boss, 2 servings of chives and egg filling, 2 of minced meat filling, and 2 of the signature tofu filling. Also, 1 serving of shumai, and 1 of steamed dumplings. Seeing Jake casually order so much, Dara became flustered. Hamilton. Jake. Didn't we order too much? Initially, it was agreed that she would cook for Jake, but now she felt bad that he was spending money on breakfast for her. She did a rough calculation. This breakfast would cost nearly 100 yuan, almost equivalent to her weekly living expenses. After paying, Jake smiled and replied, limited a lot, and her wet hair stuck to her eyes, hindering her work. Your ponytail looked really good. Jake said casually. No girl dislikes compliments, but for Dara, it seemed to be an exception. Instead of feeling proud, Jake's words made her slightly melancholic. Hamilton. Jake, please, don't make fun of me. I'm not making fun of you. Remember what I told you back in high school? Eating well, sleeping well, and living well will make you more beautiful. Dara just nodded. After finishing breakfast, the two left the canteen. Although there were no classes for their major in the morning, Jake still had to attend Ashley's elective class, and Dara needed to go to the store to work. The vegetables in the courtyard fridge were all gone, so Jake arranged with Dara to go buy some groceries for lunch. While chatting with Dara, a tall figure with striking looks and long burgundy hair came into view. Kennedy and Kendra were coming to the North Campus for an elective class and decided to have breakfast first. Unexpectedly, they encountered Jake. Seeing Jake, Kennedy's beautiful eyes lit up, and she walked quickly towards him, holding onto Kendra. What a coincidence, Jake. Did you just get back to school? In front of Jake, Kennedy always kept her temper in check, appearing particularly gentle despite her standard queen-like appearance. This contrast was indeed impressive, but Jake merely glanced at her briefly before retracting his gaze, nodding indifferently as a response. For a moment, Kennedy felt a bit disappointed, knowing that the class president and Kennedy had helped her before. It would be impolite not to greet them. Summoning her courage, she spoke up. Good morning, class president, classmate. Hee, good morning, Dara. Kendra responded kindly with a smile. Humph, are we close? Don't try to get cozy. Kennedy huffed, dragging Kendra into the canteen in frustration. Chapter 163, The Progenitor of Scoundrels. Public classroom. After the morning elective classes ended, Jake left the teaching building, intending to find Dara at the store. As he was about to leave campus, he suddenly noticed many students sprinting towards the southern part of the campus. Really? Alistair is really streaming live at our school? Definitely. I even have his fan banner. Damn. For Alistair, I can skip lunch. Wow. Is this the online Jiangzhou's first true love? Heard he's super handsome. Students were chatting animatedly as Jake was perplexed by it all. Suddenly, he spotted a few familiar figures in the crowd. A closer look confirmed that they were indeed the 3 roommates from his dorm. Jake. Yul spotted Jake, shouted, and the trio quickly approached, dragging him along without much ado. Looking for you, come on. Seeing this, Jake was utterly baffled and asked, where are we going? Beside him, Solomon responded while smacking his lips. You're living under a rock or what? Don't tell me you don't follow the internet at all? Alistair is doing an outdoor stream right here on campus, in the south area. Alistair? Jake asked, puzzled. It's Gus, Jiangzhou's first true love, the progenitor of scoundrels. Yul was beside himself with excitement and exclaimed, I'll send a rocket directly in front of Alistair and ask him to teach me a thing or two. I must win Kennedy over. Seeing the 3 old roommates so enamored with this Alistair, Jake merely replied coolly, oh, I'm not interested. I have other plans. Brother Malcolm. Jake. Alistair is a huge internet sensation. He's the only male influencer who has more male fans than female ones. Don't you want to see him? Yeah, I love him too. Nowadays everyone teaches men how to love women, but only Alistair teaches us how to love ourselves. Despite their enthusiasm, Jake wasn't particularly interested. He had initially planned to go to the store to meet Dara. Compared to watching some random Alistair, spending time shopping and having dinner with Indira seemed much more appealing. However, Dara messaged him saying she was busy with the influx of customers and couldn't accompany him. Sighing, Jake decided to head back to the dormitory for a nap. But his roommates insisted on bringing him to the South Campus, emphasizing that the whole dorm should stick together. South Campus, soccer field. Although it was noon and rather hot, the field was already packed with people. Damn, we're still late. No place left? Yul complained, pulling Jake up to the stands. Looking down at the dense crowd, Jake felt somewhat puzzled. Why would people forsake their nap on such a warm day just to stand under the sun? Yet, the 3 roommates were engrossed in their phones, oblivious to Jake's bewilderment. The distant view made it hard to see clearly, making one wonder if it was a common streamer or a superstar concert. Whoa, am I seeing things? Yul stared at his phone, voicing his thoughts. Both Solomon and Dalton exchanged glances and looked toward Jake. After sitting there for a bit, finding it boring, Jake decided to leave. Jake, why don't you take a look? Yul handed over his phone. Reluctantly, Jake glanced at the screen and froze. The live stream showed scenes from the distant soccer field where a handsome young man, around 24 or 25, was chatting jovially with a pretty girl who turned out to be Alice Anuin. Despite S-Series reducing Jake and Alice Anuin's public engagement, her sudden appearance alongside the infamous scoundrel Alistair sparked significant buzz. Heaven, isn't that Alice Anuin? Why is she on this live stream? Wow, Alistair truly is legendary, wooing even goddess Alice Anuin? I remember she was trending with that top student rumor. Jake must be crying in the bathroom. The 3 roommates, upon seeing the comments mocking Jake, were furious and began defending him in the live chat, but were soon drowned out by numerous messages. Jake, don't take it personally. Yeah, ignore them. It's meaningless. Let's go back. Solomon signaled to the others, agreeing privately that they wouldn't have brought Jake if they'd known about Alice Anuin. Jake, however, remained unperturbed, chuckling softly. Since we're here, let's stay for a bit. We have no classes this afternoon. They were taken aback by his nonchalant response. Super, why don't we report the stream? Save Jake the trouble. Great idea. Despite multiple attempts, the reports didn't succeed, leaving Solomon frustrated. Damn, what's wrong with these Dreamseeker app people? Why isn't this banned after such inappropriate content? I'm also curious, how did Alice Anuin end up with Alistair? Jake, seemingly unaffected, focused on the stream. Typical for outdoor streams, the male host interacted with pretty guests through games and chats. Among the hosts, Gus stood out as a top player. Alice Anuin appeared youthful yet endured verbal, teasing throughout. Watching the two interact, Jake smiled faintly. The live stream lasted about an hour. After it ended, the students gradually dispersed. His roommates urged Jake to return to the dormitory. You guys go ahead, I have something to do. Jake, the blonde-haired young man he secretly met in his office that day, was none other than Gus. Facing Jake's question, Gus's smile grew mysterious. Boss, everything I've been doing has been specifically for what you tasked me with. I've put in a lot of effort. Hearing this, Jake raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Hee, let me explain. Gus then detailed his plan and arrangements meticulously. After listening to Gus's explanation, Jake couldn't help but brighten up and nod in satisfaction. Good job. Do you need any help from my side? No, just a small matter. No need for you to step in, regardless of how big things get. As long as you don't respond, the rest will be handled by me. In terms of dealing with women, I know exactly what to do. Jake didn't refute this. In the previous life, the Master Jerk's reputation was formidable. He admitted he was far less adept at this than Gus, which was why he approached Fraser immediately after learning that Brent had hired him. How long will it take? Naturally, Jake cared most about the timeline. Well, that depends on you. Honestly, I've spent years in this game and have seen all types of girls. But this Alyssa, TSK. At first, she tried to play hard to get. But now, as you can see, she's almost in our grasp. Hearing this, Jake actually perked up. Oh, that confident? When it came to understanding Alyssa, Jake could sense something unusually menacing in his words. Though curious about how a mere female student could offend someone like Jake, Gus knew some questions were better left unasked. Don't worry, boss, mission accomplished. After a brief chat, Jake left the field. Hashtag South Campus Dormitory, female dormitory. Back in the dormitory, Alyssa was bombarded with questions from Erilyn and the two other roommates. Nwanwan, how did you meet Gus? My god, Nwanwan, you're amazing, becoming a huge internet celebrity? Nwanwan, tell us more. We're so curious. Despite their astonished expressions, Alyssa gave them a smug look, clearly proud. Stop pestering me. Though she feigned annoyance, she still narrated the entire story. Thanks to the Jake incident, she had gained significant attention, amassing several tens of thousands of followers on Dreamseeker app. People often sent her private messages. Once, Gus randomly messaged her. Initially, she ignored him. However, seeing that he was a famous internet personality with hundreds of thousands of followers and very handsome, she changed her mind. Through casual conversations, they gradually grew closer over half a month. Of course, when she retold this to her roommates, she made it sound like Gus relentlessly pursued her, forcing her to reluctantly agree to a live stream. Upon hearing this, Piper and Lorraine squealed with admiration and envy, praising Alyssa endlessly. Only Erilyn looked displeased. Nwanwan, those jerks are no good. Don't let him trick you. I have no feelings for him. He kept pestering me, so I had no choice but to agree. Besides, my business is none of yours. Hashtag chapter 165. Jake, you really are a sly one. Since meeting Gus a few days ago, Jake didn't have much time to dwell on this matter. The semifinals of the S8 World Championship had already concluded. As expected, IG swept G2 3-0, successfully reclaiming some lost honor for the LPL region. A week later, IG would face off against FNC in Incheon, South Korea, for the S8 World Championship title. With their successful entry into the finals, IG was now at the pinnacle of domestic acclaim, becoming the last hope and pride of all esports fans in the country. On the day the semifinals ended, another piece of esports news made headlines. Mengchen Technology has successfully acquired the Longmao platform for $200 million. This topic quickly spread across various online platforms. That day, after class, Jake was busy with agricultural residue management at the villa with Jada when his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID labeled as Brooks, Jake hesitated briefly before stepping outside to answer the call. Hello, Jake said. Jake, you've got some nerve. Did you dare to play me? The voice on the other end of the line sounded angry and clearly irate. I don't understand what you mean, Brooks, Jake replied with a light laugh. Don't play dumb with me. You advised me to sell the Longmao platform, only to buy it yourself at a much lower price than my initial asking price. I have every reason to suspect that from the start, you had your eyes on the Longmao platform. Yes, that's true. I did want to acquire the Longmao platform from the beginning. Facing the principal's questioning, Jake didn't refute him but admitted it outright. There was silence on the phone for a moment before the principal's voice came through again. So, you don't plan on explaining this situation to me at all? Jake knew that mishandling this might lead to the principal holding a grudge against him, which could even impact Mengchen Technology's future development. But since he dared to do this, he naturally had a reason to persuade the principal. Thus, they talked on the phone for nearly half an hour. During this time, Jake practically wore out his lips, insisting that he had done everything for the principal's benefit. After all, the Longmao platform was just a burden for the principal now, and managing such operations wasn't the principal's forte. Jake could ensure better development for the platform post-acquisition. If the principal agreed, Jake could even offer a part of the shares for free. Most importantly, by selling the Longmao platform, the principal cleared most of the platform's external debts, avoiding a debt crisis. Jake's analysis was spot on. With IG now in the finals, things were indeed progressing as Jake had predicted, heading towards a positive direction. Consequently, the principal's tone softened from the initial harshness, almost sounding somewhat exasperated yet amused. Jake, you're really a sly one. Don't feed me those sweet words. You got a real bargain this time. Brooks, I'm always generous with friends. Believe me, one day you might think this bargain was well worth it. After a brief casual chat with the principal, Jake hung up the phone. Jake, dinner is ready. Wash your hands and get ready to eat, called out Dara. Feeling extremely cheerful, Jake happily washed his hands and sat at the dining table, sniffing the air. So fragrant. Jada, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Praised by Jake, Dara blushed slightly, placing the utensils in front of him. One could see a rare glint of joy in her eyes. Picking up a piece of braised pork, Jake ate it and smacked his lips. Perhaps because he was in a great mood, he teased her a little. Delicious. Our Jada is truly becoming more and more like a perfect wife and mother. Hearing the term, perfect wife and mother, Dara's face flushed red down to her ears. Most girls her age would dream about love and marriage. But for Jada, she had never considered or imagined living with someone for a lifetime. By the way, Jada, you have no classes in the afternoon, so please take a day off from the store, Jake said. Huh? Is there something going on? Dara asked, puzzled by Jake's sudden request. Jake smiled. Of course, I'm taking you out to play. They say Hangzhou is heaven on earth. Since the start of the school year, we haven't had much time to go around. Do you like Westlake? I heard the Hamiltongian temple there is very auspicious, and it would be nice to pay respects. Dara had naturally heard of Westlake and Hamiltongian temple, especially Westlake. She saw it often on TV when she was younger, finding it breathtakingly beautiful. A few days ago, her roommates had visited Westlake together. They invited her along, but upon learning about the entrance fees and transportation costs, she opted out. Now understanding Jake's generous spending habits, she felt hesitant. Jake, can I skip it? Jake picked up another piece of braised pork, took a bite, and smiled. No, you can't. Okay. Dara hung her head. Jada, money can never be earned enough. Health is capital. You shouldn't strain yourself too much and need to relax occasionally. And the entrance fee isn't expensive, so don't feel pressured, Jake said. Alright, understood. After lunch, Jake had scenes of West Lake, Sioux Causeway in spring, lotus in the breeze at Suyuing Garden, moon over Peaceful Lake in autumn, snow on the Broken Bridge in winter, fish watching at Huajiang Park, orioles singing in the willows, 3 pools mirroring the moon, 2 peaks piercing the clouds, Leifeng Pagoda in the evening sun, and Evening Bell at Nanping Hill. They toured all these spots. During this time, Jake also taught Elaine how to take photos with her phone. Seeing Elaine enthusiastically taking pictures with a face full of excitement, Jake's eyes also filled with joy. As far as he could recall, this seemed to be the first time he saw little Elaine so excited. Of course, the last stop would naturally be the Broken Bridge. The snow on the Broken Bridge is perhaps the most beloved scene among young people out of the 10. The reason was none other than because this bridge is a love dedication bridge. Although it was already evening, there were still many people taking photos on the Broken Bridge. Glancing at the crowd on the bridge, Dara felt hesitant. Seeing this, Jake merely smiled and suddenly grabbed her wrist, leading her up onto the bridge. However, somewhat embarrassingly, almost all the people taking photos on the Broken Bridge were young couples, with quite a few even kissing passionately. For Dara, she had never seen such scenes before, especially when a couple nearby kissed without any regard for others, which made her cheeks flush red. Jake, however, seemed completely accustomed to this. Elaine, let's take a photo together, Jake suggested. In response, Dara weakly nodded. Why are you standing so far away? Look at the camera. Elaine, don't always look down. Yes, smile a bit. 3, 2, 1. Click. The shutter clicked, freezing the moment in time. In the photo, Jake's beautiful eyes curved into crescents while Dara slightly lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed red. This was their first group photo. Looking at the photo in the album, Jake silently set it as his screensaver. Naturally, because Dara had been keeping her head down, she didn't notice this gesture. Elaine, do you know the legend of the White Snake? Jake suddenly asked. Yes, Elaine nodded. When she was little, her grandfather bought a big TV, and at that time, her favorite show was The Legend of the White Snake. Do you know that this bridge has another name? Jake continued. Seeing Elaine shake her head, Jake pondered for a moment, then turned to look at her, smiling lightly. This bridge is also called the Bridge of Love. Legend has it that if lovers stand on this bridge and sincerely make a wish, they will eventually be united. The intensity in Jake's eyes seemed to want to melt the girl in front of him. Unfortunately, the innocent Dara failed to understand the depth of Jake's words. To her, Jake was simply sharing more legends about the Broken Bridge. Throughout the experience, she never thought of anything else. For Jake, he knew Elaine's personality. He feared that his fervent love might put too much pressure on her. So, he had never directly confessed his feelings to her. Instead, he quietly expressed his passionate emotions through actions. He thought that since his intentions were so obvious, it wouldn't take long for Elaine to understand. But he hadn't expected that Elaine's sensitivity to romantic feelings was so delayed. But just as he once told Elaine, one day, he believed she would find the answer. If not today, I'll wait a year, 10 years. Elaine, let's head to the next place. Jake called out with a smile but noticed she seemed hesitant. Surprised, he asked, what's wrong? After hesitating for a while, Dara cautiously handed over her phone. Jake, can you take a picture for me? I want to send it to Allie. A few days ago, the phone she bought for her grandmother had arrived. She specially called Tara to help set up the SIM card and teach Allie how to use WX and video calls. She wanted to take a photo to tell her grandmother that she was doing well in university and could come to see the beautiful scenery of the West Lake. Sure. Originally, Jake intended to take several more photos, but for Dara, taking photos in public places, though ordinary to others, felt like public torture. After a brief, somewhat casual photo, she blushed, took back her phone, and sent the photo to her grandmother. After leaving the Broken Bridge, Jake took her to the Hamiltongian Temple. Along the way, he patiently explained the 5 halls of Hamiltongian Temple and what types of blessings they corresponded to. As expected, they ended up at the Medicine Buddha Hall, symbolizing health and longevity. Dara knelt before the hall, hands clasped together, devoutly praying. I beg for your blessing to heal Allie soon and grant her a long life. Beside her, Jake chuckled softly, silly girl. It won't work if you say it out loud. Then I'll try again. Whenever it involved her grandmother, she was always extremely careful, fearful that it wouldn't work, and quickly closed her eyes to pray silently once more. Time passed unnoticed until it was already evening, and the sky gradually darkened. Learning from previous experiences, Dara worried that they might miss the dorm curfew if they stayed too late. Jake, it's very late. We should go back to school, right? It's still early, no need to rush. As long as we return before curfew, everything will be fine. Oh. Though still a bit worried, Dara weakly agreed. They found a restaurant nearby and ate a simple meal. Once it was the prime time for night tours of West Lake, Jake finally left with Elaine. Initially, Elaine had been worrying about the dorm curfew, but the moment she saw the night view of West Lake, her worries vanished instantly, replaced by joy and excitement. Jake had already noticed during the National Day trip to Elaine's home and their stargazing at the mountain waste that Elaine seemed to love beautiful sceneries very much. Chapter 167. Finally found the answer. The West Lake at night has a unique charm. The shimmering lake surface occasionally sees a few boats slowly gliding by. The ripples left by the boat hulls spread across the water, reflecting the brilliant light surrounding them. The sound of flowing water and the faint fragrance in the air intertwine, making one feel increasingly calm. On the boat, Jake lay back on the deck, gazing up at the pitch-black sky. With a slight turn of his head, he could see Dara beside him, hugging her knees, curiously observing her surroundings from time to time. This scene made Jake smile inwardly. At this moment, Dara was captivated by the distant night view. Perhaps because of the nearby musical fountain, that part of the sky was painted with vibrant colors, with faint cheers from the crowd still audible. All these things were what she had never dared to hope for before. It's so beautiful, Dara said dreamily. Hearing this, Jake turned his head. Before his eyes was Dara's side profile. She was too thin, which made her jawline very prominent. The gentle breeze from the lake lifted the strands of hair above her forehead, revealing an even more delicate profile. Yes, it really is beautiful, Jake nodded with a smile. As if sensing someone's intense gaze, Dara turned her head and met Jake's eyes. From those dark, ink-like eyes, she faintly felt a burning warmth. For some reason, her heart started beating faster. Fortunately, as she averted her gaze, that feeling diminished considerably. She hugged her knees, her sharp chin resting on them, staring straight ahead at something. Seeing this, Jake couldn't help but ask, Hamilton Elaine, what are you looking at? I am looking at the moon. Jake. Looking at the moon? Jake froze, instinctively propping himself up and looking up at the full moon hanging in the night sky, then back at Dara. What was going on? Isn't the moon in the sky? Hamilton Elaine, isn't the moon in the sky? Are you sure you're looking at the moon? Jake asked. See. Dara pointed to the water beneath the boat. Leaning forward, Jake indeed saw the reflection of the moon on the water under the boat. When I was little, I used to sit in the courtyard and enjoy watching the moon at night. Once, I looked at it for too long. My neck became sore, and I even cried in front of Oral. Recalling past events, Dara's tone carried a hint of sadness, her beautiful eyes also reflecting some nostalgia. After that, every time I insisted on looking at the moon, Oral would fill a large basin with water and place it in the forever. Whenever you miss it, just open your phone to see it. Though it was a simple solution, it moved Dara's heart. At this moment, even if she was dull-witted, she noticed something unusual. Why? Why did classmate Jake always care so much about her? Always finding ways to comfort her when she was most down and needed comfort. Looking into Jake's deep eyes, which were more profound than the night sky and brighter than the stars, memories flashed through her mind like scenes from a movie reel. Their first meeting, where Jake strangely acted mischievously, hugging her. Later, when she accidentally twisted her ankle, Jake flew into a rage and went to great lengths to help her. Also, Jake always found peculiar reasons to bring her food, buy her clothes, phones, and shoes. Even to ensure she could attend university, Jake secretly contributed half of his scholarship. And why did Jake's gaze often remind her of Oral, but yet not quite the same? Memories kept assaulting Dara's mind. Suddenly, her body trembled. Classmate Jake? Jake tilted his head and responded. Looking at his handsome face, Dara unconsciously clenched her small hands by her sides, gathering all her courage to ask the question again. Why are you so good to me? Hearing this, Jake was taken aback for a moment. He smiled upon seeing Dara's blushing face. My little Elaine, have you finally realized? What do you think? Jake countered. Dara shook her head blankly. From the start, the answer was obvious, but you just haven't found it yet. But I believe one day, you will know the answer. Jake's response was vague. Answer? Another answer? Dara's heart was filled with confusion. The last time, she had told Jake that she felt she owed him too much and didn't know when she could repay him. But back then, Jake had also said that what she should repay wasn't these things but rather other answers. What exactly was the answer? Why was classmate Jake so good to her? What did she owe him? Suddenly, she remembered what Jake had said earlier that afternoon on the broken bridge. This bridge is also known as the Bridge of Eternal Love. According to legend, any couple who stands on this bridge and sincerely wishes together will eventually be united. Hamilton Elaine, what you owe me has never been these things. Hamilton Elaine, shall we continue being desk mates when we go to college? Hamilton Elaine, you never need to say sorry to me. Hamilton Elaine. Hamilton Elaine. All those minor details and even things she had overlooked welled up like a volcano from deep within her heart. She stared blankly at Jake. In those clear, black and white eyes, she saw intensity and her own reflection. The fog in her heart finally cleared. She seemed to have found the answer. Chapter 168. Your Love Strategist. The answer that was on the tip of her tongue filled Dara with inexplicable panic. She tried desperately to push this thought out of her mind, but she was powerless to do so. Everything that once seemed unreasonable to her now seemed to fall into place. Noticing the change in her expression, Jake felt a bit nervous as well. Though he too had been looking forward to this day, it still made him uneasy. Before they knew it, the boat had nearly reached the other shore. Young man, we've arrived, the boatman said, breaking the silence. Jake snapped back to reality and responded quietly. Meanwhile, Dara buried her head between her knees, her thick fringe concealing her thoughts. Indira, do you want to see the music fountain again? Jake asked. Dara kept her head down. Classmate Jake, I want to go back to school. Taken aback, Jake chuckled lightly and nodded. Sure, okay. After leaving the Westlake area, they got into the car. On the way back, Dara sat silently in the passenger seat, and for the first time, Jake did not attempt to strike up a conversation. The atmosphere inside the car was unusually quiet, only interrupted by soft music. Let me look at you one more time, from south to north, like eyes covered by the Fifth Ring Road. Let me hear that beautiful line one more time. You're home, and I'm waiting for you. Coincidence, and she needed some quiet time to digest it all. Her strange behavior piqued the curiosity of her three roommates, who began whispering amongst themselves. Huh, haven't you noticed? Lately, Dara has been acting oddly. Yeah, even though she says it's part-time work, she's always gone for the whole day. Remember the time she came back after the dormitory was locked? They discussed her peculiar actions, including how she had brought back many expensive items during the military training period. Knowing each other well, they found it odd for such a frugal person like Dara to suddenly spend so much money. Exchanging glances, they saw the same gossip spark in each other's eyes. On her bed, perhaps because she had been hiding under the covers for too long, Dara felt her face burning hot and her breathing becoming rapid. Despite trying to calm herself, her heart was racing faster and her mind growing increasingly chaotic. After a while, she couldn't bear it anymore and pulled off the covers. Just as she sat up, she noticed her 3 roommates standing at the foot of her bed, staring at her intently. Since the start of school, she rarely interacted with her roommates. For someone used to blending into the background, being stared at made her feel uncomfortable. "Dee, do you need something?" Dara asked weakly. The 3 exchanged looks before starting to bombard her with questions. "Dara, do you have a boyfriend? I didn't expect you, who's usually so reserved, to move so fast. Tell us, who is he? Is he from our school? Is he handsome?" Their straightforward questions made Dara's face turn bright red all the way to her ears. "And no, don't say that. If not, then why are you blushing? Hey, we're roommates. Tell us already." Yes, we can be your strategists. With your introverted personality, what if you meet a bad guy?" Their barrage of questions made Dara's heart race even faster. Ever since she returned to the dormitory, she had been trying to convince herself that the answer she had found might be wrong, just an illusion. But she still couldn't be sure. Initially, she wanted to call her grandmother, but it was too late, and she didn't want to disturb her. Yet, if she didn't clear this up tonight, she wouldn't be able to sleep. Hearing her roommates boasting about their expertise in love and offering to be her strategists, Dara thought maybe asking them in a different way could help. They definitely had more experience than her. Can I ask you something?" Dara said. "Of course, go ahead. We'll keep it secret," a short-haired roommate reassured her. "Well, the thing is..." As Dara hesitated, one of her roommates suddenly interrupted. "Wait, let me get some sunflower seeds." "Dara." 5 minutes later, sitting on the chair, Dara fidgeted nervously. Across from her, her 3 roommates sat in a row, munching on sunflower seeds, looking eagerly at her. Hashtag chapter 169, fretting and worrying. Under the expectant gazes of her 3 roommates, Dara finally gathered the courage to speak up. She recounted her story with Jake in a narrative form. Naturally, to avoid her roommates guessing that she and Jake were the protagonists, she omitted names and any crucial information that might reveal their identities. Unfortunately, her opening phrase, "I have a friend," gave it away almost immediately. The 3 roommates all had knowing looks on their faces, choosing not to explicitly point it out. After finishing, Dara breathed a slight sigh of relief and cautiously glanced at her roommates. "So, I wanted to ask for advice on behalf of my friend," but she couldn't bring herself to say the rest. It was the Eonthe who picked up the thread of conversation with a grin. "You want to ask if that boy likes your friend, right?" Dara blushed and nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. From what you've described, it's not complicated. That boy obviously." Before her roommate could finish, Dara hastily shook her head in explanation. No, not me. It's my friend. Really, it's not me. AI. We've all been there, I understand." Feeling the roommate's somewhat teasing gazes, Dara's cheeks flushed red, and she felt like burying her head into her chest. "Let's continue talking about this friend of yours. Your friend is as ordinary as can be. Even you say that she and that boy belong to different worlds. So what does an outstanding guy see in her? Not her looks, not her body, and not her wealth. What else? Of course, it's genuine love." With this explanation, although Dara was somewhat slow to catch on when it came to matters of the heart, she understood her roommate's meaning. But deep down, she felt unworthy. Having never been valued or pampered throughout her life, she approached every relationship, whether friendship or romance, with caution, always placing herself beneath others. Just like with Jake. Clearly, Jake was so outstanding while she was so ordinary. How could he possibly like her? Yet, every event that transpired seemed to affirm this seemingly absurd possibility. But, he really is too perfect to the point where it's scary, Dara whispered to herself. Hearing this, the Eonthe patted Dara's shoulder, adopting a worldly air. "Hey Dara, don't overthink it. They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right? Even the most ordinary person, when truly loved, shines brightly among the crowd." These words sent a tremor through Dara. Involuntarily, she recalled the ugly duckling story Jake once told her. So, it turned out that since then, he had been silently supporting and encouraging her. But timid and insecure as she was, she only realized this now. At that moment, excitement, fear, confusion, complex emotions intertwined within her, making her nose tingle. What's wrong, Dara?" Seeing Dara's reddening eyes, her roommates asked concernedly. It's nothing, thank you." She wiped her eyes and offered a rare smile to the 3 of them. After lights out, the dormitory fell quiet. But Dara lay awake in bed for a long time. On her phone, she scrolled through old chat records with Jake and today's photos taken together at the broken bridge. As she looked, her body began to tremble. It turned out her seatmate had always liked her. It turned out that besides her grandparents, there was someone who genuinely cared for her wholeheartedly. It turned out everything wasn't just coincidence. It was Jake being considerate of her dignity, wanting her to accept his kindness comfortably. As an ordinary person, she had never dared dream of possessing something called love. After all, such an outstanding seatmate made it feel impossibly luxurious even to look up to him. She clamped her hand over her mouth to stifle her sobs, yet tears still fell like pearls, soaking her pillow. She didn't know whether she felt happy or sad. Everything seemed like a dream, and if she could, she hoped she would wake up tomorrow and find this dream had ended. But she was also afraid. It terrified her that it might all be just a dream. Because she had never possessed it, she feared losing it even more. Apart from her deceased grandfather and grandmother, Jake was the first person to treat her well. Deep down, she wished she could always have him, but her inferiority complex and sensitivity made her constantly fret and worry. She hugged herself tightly, curling into a ball, sobbing silently. Ding dong. Her phone beside her pillow rang. It was a message from Jake. "Jake, are you asleep?" She glanced at it, but lacked the courage to reply. That night, Dara dreamed a lot. She dreamed of her grandparents and Jake. In her dream, She saw the moon and counted stars with Jake and her grandparents on the hillside back home. But eventually, Jake and her grandparents' figures vanished into the darkness. Chapter 170. Hamilton Elaine is missing? Jiang University, North Campus Dormitory. For Jake, this was destined to be a night of tossing and turning. The other three roommates were already snoring loudly, but only Jake's bed kept lighting up intermittently. All night, he must have checked his phone countless times. However, the last message from Hamilton Elaine remained stuck at 11:30 p.m. the previous night. Though he had anticipated that Hamilton Elaine would eventually learn of his feelings, he couldn't remain calm now. He didn't know how she would react once she understood his heart. After another glance at their sparse conversation history, he sighed softly. Given her character, Hamilton Elaine's emotions were probably even more tangled than his right now. All right, let's think about it tomorrow after a good night's sleep, Jake muttered, finally dozing off as dawn approached, filled with suspicion, excitement, anxiety, and a bit of anticipation. But what he never expected was that Hamilton Elaine had gone missing. The next morning. He arrived at the annex early in the morning. Whether they had classes or not, Hamilton Elaine and he always had breakfast there every day. But today, no matter how long he waited before class started, Hamilton Elaine didn't show up. He sent several messages one after another but received no reply. During class, Hamilton Elaine was still nowhere to be seen. WX voice calls went unanswered, and her phone was turned off. This left Jake utterly confused. What was going on? Could Hamilton Elaine have blocked his number? But why wouldn't she attend classes either? Or could something else have happened? Worried, he rushed to consult the instructor and learned that Dara had taken 2 days off. That gave him some relief. Since she had contacted the instructor, nothing serious had happened. However, the awkward part was, he could send WX messages but got no replies, and his calls went unanswered. It seemed she wasn't blocking him but was deliberately avoiding him. After class, he went to the cafe where Hamilton Elaine worked part-time, only to be told by the boss that she had taken a few days off and wasn't working there today. Back in the dormitory, the three roommates were engrossed in reliving IG's dominance over G2 in the semifinals and Shin Acton's legendary performance. Meanwhile, Jake sat in his chair, looking dejected, having just sent more messages to Hamilton Elaine with no response. Hamilton Elaine, what are you thinking? Sigh. Jake put down his phone, slumping into his chair with a long sigh. Ding dong. His phone suddenly buzzed. Heart racing, Jake quickly grabbed it, only to feel a little disappointed. It was Reagan. Reagan, your clothes are ready. Come to the office and pick them up. Jake replied listlessly, in a few days. Reagan, no, you must come today. Confused, Jake wondered why it had to be today. It was just a piece of clothing. After hesitating for a moment, he decided that since he had no afternoon classes and considering the company had just acquired Brooks Longmau's platform, he might as well go and check on recent progress. Leaving the dormitory, Jake drove straight to the company. Inside the company. Instead of heading directly to Reagan's office, Jake first went to the tech department because of the increasing server load due to the growing number of Xiaoming users. After discussing with the department head, he decided to contact Jeffrey to rent additional servers from the computer science department. Jeffrey readily agreed over the phone. Initially, he had helped Jake out of respect for his late wife, Pandora, but now he genuinely admired Jake as one of his students. Hamilton, my old lady has been talking about you a lot lately. If you don't visit soon, she might go back to Yongqing and guard her newsstand again, Jeffrey chuckled. Jake smiled and promised to visit soon after finishing up with company matters. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up. With the technical side handled, Jake headed past the employee area, seeing Reagan talking to staff. Sissing. Jake greeted her warmly and approached. Reagan glanced at him briefly, then turned back to the employees. Understood, President Zhang. Once they left, Reagan turned to Jake. Sissing, I've spoken with Teacher Gua. We can get the other servers, so you won't need to contact those vendors anymore. Jake smiled, but Reagan's expression remained serious as she stared at him. Why are you looking at me like that? Jake chuckled, feeling self-conscious. I know I'm handsome, but there's no need to stare. If it were any other time, Reagan would have rolled her eyes. Instead, her expression was stern. Follow me, she said simply. Jake followed her puzzled gaze as she walked toward her office. Inside, Jake plopped onto the sofa, playing with the teaware on the table. Reagan watched him with a mix of annoyance and amusement. Walking to the closet by her desk, she retrieved a bag and tossed it at Jake. Realizing something was off, Jake looked at the bag. It contained the suit jacket Reagan had bought for him in Korea. Who's got our sissing upset? Jake teased. No one, just someone who left something behind accidentally a few days ago, Reagan huffed. Jake was still confused, assuming it was about the suit. But didn't you say you'd alter the size and wash it? You're still pretending. Reagan gritted her teeth, realizing Jake misunderstood. What is it? Jake asked bewilderedly. Reagan hesitated, finding the topic too embarrassing, blushing slightly. Seeing her mood swing between anger and embarrassment, Jake was thoroughly confused. Actually, Reagan had intended to ignore the matter but found herself distracted by it. Finally, she decided it was best to address it openly or risk insomnia every night. Hashtag to be continued. Hashtag chapter 171. Even jumping into the Yellow River can't clear this up. In the office, Jake sat on the sofa, locking eyes with Reagan for a full minute or two. From her expression, Jake could tell she was furious, but he couldn't fathom why. She had called him in and hadn't said a word, only sitting there to convey that she was angry. He figured even if he summoned the scoundrel grandfather Rahim, he wouldn't be able to guess what Reagan was thinking. Ingjia, are you planning to keep this up indefinitely? Jake sighed, rubbing his forehead. Seeing this, Reagan crossed her arms, her beautiful eyes filled with anger, and huffed. Humph, you still haven't confessed after all this time? Ingjia, my dear aunt, what exactly do I need to confess? Jake felt helpless, almost to tears. Reagan gritted her teeth and continued. The day you came back from K country, Why did you insist on having dinner at home? And why did you have to cook with me instead of going out to eat? First, the cooperation with the principal went smoothly that day, so I wanted to celebrate. Second, every time I invite you to go out to eat, you think it's wasteful, so we ended up cooking at home. Just these reasons? Reagan looked suspicious. Jake nodded earnestly. What else could there be? What reason would you think? Reagan was momentarily speechless, but then bit her lip and continued. Really no other reason, Jake? You'd better come clean, or I'll really get angry. Due to Xia Lane avoiding him, Jake's mood wasn't great. He had hoped to chat with Reagan to relax, but today she was unusually different. Rubbing his temples, Jake's tone became more serious. Ingjia, can you just say what's on your mind? Guessing games are exhausting. Seeming to sense the seriousness and slight impatience in Jake's voice, Reagan was momentarily stunned. Since they met, this was the first time Jake spoke to her like this. Reagan felt both angry and disheartened. Seeing she didn't respond, Jake stood up and said sternly, I have things to do. I'll head back to school. Just as he stood up, Reagan rose too and blocked his path. Jake looked up, meeting her delicate face. Seeing the faint displeasure in her eyes, he felt a little uneasy and took a deep breath. Ingjia, please don't make a scene. The words make a scene made Reagan tremble and freeze. Realizing his tone was harsh, Jake sighed and softened his voice. Ingjia, I've been feeling a bit off these days. No offense meant, but I really don't know why you called me here today to question me. All right, I'll go. With that, Jake turned toward the door. But suddenly, Reagan's voice stopped him. Stand still. Turning back, Jake was about to speak when Reagan stormed up to him, biting her lip and pulling something out of her pocket. Jake, how do you explain this? Jake was confused. What is it? I told you today. He was about to continue when he saw the item in Reagan's hand and froze. Durex? Which man wouldn't recognize this brand? Ingjia, did you start dating someone? Jake asked, somewhat gossipingly. Blushing furiously, Reagan glared at Jake. That's enough. Stop pretending. This thing clearly belongs to you. Mine? Jake pointed at his nose, unable to contain his amusement. Are you mistaken, Ingjia? How could it be? Before he finished, Jake's face changed drastically. Damn, that doesn't add up. A buried memory resurfaced. This indeed seemed to belong to him. More accurately, it was bought by Brent when he returned from K Country and dined at Reagan's place. Noticing Jake's change in expression, Reagan huffed. Now you admit it? You left your jacket behind that day, and I found this in the pocket. Seeing Jake's awkward smile, Reagan felt more certain of her suspicions, gritting her teeth loudly. Fess up. Were you thinking of doing, you know what? What? Jake responded instinctively. Hearing this, Reagan flushed crimson and angrily stomped on Jake's foot with her Valentino shoe. Ouch. Ingjia, why did you step on me? Clutching his foot, Jake limped over to the sofa, knowing it was probably already bruised. You. Reagan pointed at Jake, livid, and stomped her foot. You're still pretending. Tell me what this is for. Why did you ask me to dinner the moment you returned from K Country and insist on cooking at home while drinking? And then you secretly bought this. Wasn't it to with me? At this point, Reagan's delicate face turned so red it looked like blood might drip down, too embarrassed to finish her sentence. She huffed angrily. Weren't you plotting something inappropriate against me? On the sofa, Jake looked calm but was panicking inside. That day, he intended to throw away the small umbrella in his jacket pocket while going downstairs, but somehow forgot. No wonder he felt like forgetting something when waiting for a ride. Heaven knows, he actually left the jacket with Reagan. This time, even jumping into the Yellow River couldn't clear this up. After letting a herd of imaginary horses gallop through his mind, Jake cleared his throat, blushing deeply. Ahem. Ingjia, this is a misunderstanding. Humph. So now you admit this belongs to you. Reagan snapped. Technically, it was found in my pocket, but strictly speaking, it's not mine. And it's definitely not what you think. Pausing, Jake explained further. Actually, Brent bought this for me. As for why, it's hard to explain. It's a misunderstanding, Ingjia. Nothing like you think. Oh, Jake. At this point, you're still blaming others as a shield. Hashtag chapter 172. You have feelings for me? No matter how much Jake pleaded, Reagan still didn't believe him. To her, even if Jake directly admitted it, that would be better than passing the blame to someone else at this moment. Moreover, she couldn't help but feel a strange sensation in her heart, though she couldn't quite figure out why. Rationality told her that given their past teacher-student relationship and the 8-year age gap between them, there was no way, or reason, for anything inappropriate to happen. But her feelings towards Jake were always complicated. He was not only her most outstanding and satisfactory student, but also a considerate and understanding younger brother-like figure. On the other hand, he was also a unique presence that occasionally stirred up a hint of youthful excitement within her. This vague and ambiguous relationship left her unsure of how to handle it. Despite Jake's actions often causing misunderstandings, each time he reassured her with the same phrase. Ingjia, I really don't have any other feelings for you. After each confirmation, she felt a mixture of relief and slight disappointment. This indescribable feeling truly drove her mad. Take this incident, for instance. She could have easily pretended not to know or believe that it might indeed be a misunderstanding as Jake suggested. But driven by a woman's instinct, she couldn't just ignore it, regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding or not. She wanted to confront Jake immediately to verify, or perhaps shatter her own unwarranted fantasies. Though she appeared fierce in questioning Jake now, deep down she was also terrified. She feared that her guess might be true, that Jake had intended something with her that night. If that were the case, how could she face him? How would they continue to interact? Jake had no idea that within these few short minutes, Reagan's mind had already played out an entire drama. Ingjia, you should know that I really don't have those kinds of feelings for you. I'm not that kind of person, Jake repeated for what seemed like the umpteenth time, only to receive the same unchanged response from Reagan. How do you explain this? Upon hearing this, Jake's eyes widened, and he hurriedly took out his phone and made a call. The moment the call connected, Jake angrily shouted into the phone, "Get to Ingji's office right now." Less than a minute after hanging up, rapid footsteps could be heard approaching outside. Upon hearing the knock on the door, Jake said expressionlessly, "Come in." Then Brent, drenched in sweat, pushed open the door and entered. He had been in the middle of a meeting discussing the follow-up work for the Longcat platform when Jake called him. Seeing Jake's sullen face and Reagan's enraged look, Brent was momentarily stunned. "Boss, you need me for something?" Brent, sensing the faint tension in the air, asked cautiously, fearful of saying the wrong thing. Seeing this old-timer, Jake felt anger rise within him. Just buy it and be done with it. Why so many? And buying so many, yet leaving one behind. I even suspect you did it intentionally. After giving Brent a hard glare, he pointed at the object on the table. "Alright, explain to Inji exactly where this came from." Following Jake's finger, Brent noticed a small umbrella on the table. He stared at it, finding it oddly familiar, and blurted out subconsciously, "Hey, boss, you didn't use it? Is the experience unsatisfactory? Or does General Manager Zhang dislike it?" Jake and Reagan, shut up. Brent, why is there so much hostility? Seeing Jake and Reagan's murderous gazes, Brent was panic-stricken. "Jake, you. Now, explain everything. Immediately." Jake spoke through gritted teeth. Seeing Jake's barely concealed rage and Reagan's flushed embarrassment, Brent paused, pondering carefully. Having some experience under his belt, Brent quickly sensed the awkwardness of the situation. Then, he suddenly slapped himself on the cheek. "General Manager Zhang, this is all a misunderstanding. Here's what happened." Brent then recounted the day he returned from K-Country in detail, from shopping at the supermarket to secretly purchasing the umbrella and finally going home to see Reagan. He omitted nothing. After explaining, Brent wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with an awkward smile. That's how it went. Again slapping himself lightly, he continued, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have speculated about your intentions, boss. General Manager Zhang, if you're angry, blame me. It has nothing to do with boss." He genuinely didn't know. Reagan was momentarily speechless after hearing the whole story. "Ingji, now you should believe me." Now calmer, Reagan thought perhaps she had indeed misunderstood, but muttered, "Humph. How do I know you two didn't plan this together?" Jake's eyes twitched, and he glared furiously at Brent. Seeing this, Brent felt like crying. He initially thought Jake and Reagan had mutual feelings, leading him to try and push things along. Who knew he'd end up shooting himself in the foot? "General Manager Zhang, this is all a misunderstanding." "Oh, this anxiety is killing me." As Brent struggled to defend himself, he suddenly smacked his thigh. "Yes, surveillance footage. Supermarkets have cameras, and I have payment records." Brent hastily pulled out his phone and showed Reagan the payment record. "If you still don't believe me, I can get someone to retrieve the surveillance video from the supermarket right now." Seeing Brent actually preparing to make a call, Reagan waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it, let's assume what you say is true." Beside her, Jake let out a sigh of relief. "Ingji, now you should trust me. You know my personality. If I truly had such feelings, wouldn't it have happened already? Why hide it and not just tell you directly?" Upon hearing this, Reagan's cheeks flushed red, and she glared fiercely at Jake. "Stop talking nonsense." Brent focused on looking anywhere but at them. "I'm blind. No, I'm deaf. I can't hear anything," he repeatedly told himself. "Boss, am I free to go?" "I have another meeting ongoing," Brent quickly said, realizing this was not a place he should linger. "Yes, get back to work," Jake nodded, acknowledging him. Chapter 173. This time, I want to make my own choice. After Brent left, only Jake and Reagan remained in the office. Though the misunderstanding had been cleared up, Reagan still felt a peculiar mix of emotions. Especially when she thought about what she had said to Jake earlier, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. After a moment of contemplation, she awkwardly brushed her hair behind her ear and looked at Jake. "I misunderstood you, sorry." Hearing this, Jake simply smiled and replied, "Sissing, you're making it sound too formal. It's just a small misunderstanding." As he finished speaking, Jake pinched his chin and sized up Reagan from head to toe. "But honestly, Sissing, you should really consider finding a boyfriend." At that remark, Reagan's expression became uncomfortable as she glared at Jake and huffed. "If you have the time, you should focus more on the company." "Humph, I have work to do." With that, she turned around and began flipping through files at her desk. Seeing this, Jake was puzzled. Had he said something wrong again? Indeed, women's hearts are like needles hidden under the sea. Thinking of Dara, whom he hadn't contacted for nearly a day, Jake sighed repeatedly before finally leaving the office. Once Jake was gone, Reagan absent-mindedly put down her file folder. Even though the issue had been resolved, her heart remained unsettled. Ring ring. Suddenly, her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, her face paled slightly. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and answered the call. "Hello, Dad. Do you even know who your father is? Are you trying to kill me with worry? I called the school. When did you quit your job? Who gave you permission to resign? Do you know how hard it is to find a job these days? How valuable it is to have a secure job as a teacher?" Hamilton steening to her father's tirade over the phone. Reagan's complexion grew paler. Her small hands clenched unconsciously on her legs. She had always followed the family's plans mechanically, leading a listless life until she met Jake and found herself. She wanted to break free from the control of her original family. Therefore, she mustered her courage and embarked on a path to freedom. However, years of being suppressed by her family still instilled some fear in her heart, so she hadn't told them about her resignation. Her family still believed she was teaching at the school. Until recently, during the company's celebration dinner, her family suddenly wanted to visit her in Yongqing. Afraid they would discover her resignation, she deceived Jake and hurried back to Yongqing, managing to cover it up. But paper can't wrap fire forever, and her family eventually found out. Her father immediately called to reprimand her. Hamilton steening to the increasingly harsh rebuke. Reagan's lips turned bitter, and her beautiful eyes reddened. This was her own father. Speak up. You had the guts to resign, but not the courage to talk now? Do you know how much effort your mother and I put into raising you? Can you live with yourself? Hearing her father's almost hysterical roar, tears uncontrollably streamed down Reagan's cheeks, but she bit her lip fiercely to keep silent. I don't care what you do now. Get back to the school immediately. Otherwise, we'll disown you. In the past, a single call from her father would have made her comply obediently, no matter what. That deep-seated familial programming almost made her nod and resign again, returning to her role as a teacher, despite it not being what she wanted but what her parents desired. But just as she was about to open her mouth, she heard a voice from the door. Hello, boss. The employee's voice startled Reagan. Then she saw the office door slowly opening, and Jake walked in with an apologetic smile. To be honest, Jake wasn't intentionally eavesdropping. He had remembered his little umbrella on the table and came to retrieve it. He needed to destroy that damn thing. But upon reaching the door, he overheard Reagan on the phone and faint sobs. Seeing Jake enter, Reagan quickly wiped her tears and covered the phone. Jake walked to the desk, stuffed the little umbrella in his pocket, and was about to leave when he paused at the door handle. He turned around and gave Reagan a meaningful look before pushing the door open and walking out. Recalling Jake's glance as he left, Reagan's desolate heart suddenly glimpsed a ray of hope. That day, Jake was still her student, and she was still the teacher struggling with her family's constraints. They sat at a street food stall, talking freely. People can't choose their origins, but they can choose their future path. Jake's words echoed in her ears, touching her deeply. Hey, speak up. Did you hear me? Get back to the school now. Hearing her father's unyielding scolding, Reagan took a deep breath and held the phone close to her ear. Despite her trembling body and pale face, her tone was unusually firm. Dad, this time, I want to make my own choice. I'm sorry. With that, she hung up the phone. She sat there dazedly, feeling all strength drained from her body. At this moment, the accumulated grievances and frustrations of 20 years erupted in an instant. The tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down her delicate cheeks like a waterfall. Outside the office, leaning against the doorframe, Jake tilted his head and quietly listened to the sobs coming from inside the office. A faint smile played on his lips. Accurately tossing the little umbrella into the nearby trash can, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked away. By the time Jake returned to the school, it was already dark. In a fairly good mood, he didn't return to his dormitory but rushed to the villa with great enthusiasm. Then he felt dejected. There was no familiar figure in sight. Unexpectedly, however, there was food on the table, each dish covered with a large aluminum basin. Opening one, he found the food still warm. So, Jake felt quite happy again. Looking at the dishes emitting a faint aroma, Jake couldn't help but smile. My little Elaine, are you playing hide and seek with me? Chapter 174. Even a boiling sheep would hamiltong a cigarette for you. To catch little Elaine, Jake specially spent a night at the annex. He originally thought that the next morning, after waking up, he should be able to see the familiar and lovely girl. However, when he opened his eyes, drowsily got up, and walked into the living room, all he smelled was an inviting aroma of breakfast. The breakfast on the table was still steaming hot, which instantly revived Jake's person beside her. The next second, she was stunned. Before her eyes was Yul's beaming face. Ihan, tomorrow is the weekend. How about I invite you to watch a movie? Rest assured, it's an afternoon session. Kennedy's eyelids twitched. Kennedy, go F***K yourself. Go away. Yul, de triangular ruler. After the morning classes ended, Jake returned to the dormitory. Hamiltontal Elaine had been missing for 37 hours straight since yesterday morning. Soon, the three old bees also came back, leaning on each other. In 3 days, the final tournament starts. Brothers, let's think about how we'll skip class on that day. We must go to the internet cafe to watch the live stream. Why do we have to go to the internet cafe to watch it? Watching it in the dorm is just as good. What do you know? Of course, watching it at an internet cafe is the way to go. Chowsy, don't you have a substitute class group? Hurry up and add me. Yul sniffed arrogantly and replied, sorry, I'm busy that day. I have a date. You're going to AF***kin date? What kind of date could be more important than the S-finals? I even bought the IG jersey. Are you telling me you won't go? Solomon said, you deserve to be single forever. Girls are more important than games. Who knows, maybe I'll hit a home run that day. Jake seemed oblivious to their conversation. Hey, Enrico rather how you're busy? Looking at Jake sitting blankly on the chair, Yul laughed and asked, busy? Jake's eyelids twitched, casting a strange glance at Yul and responded, borrowing the car? Or what? These words, brother. I'm here for something good. Are you free tomorrow? What's up? Jake replied. Yul rubbed his hands together, smiled awkwardly, and continued, how about going to the cinema to watch a movie tomorrow? Jake's expression grew increasingly strange. Watch a movie? With who? With you? Two big men watching a movie? Not with me, with Kennedy. You two are going to watch it together. Jake. Is this guy insane? Not only Jake, even Solomon and Dalton stared at Yul as if looking at a fool. Chowsy, did you get hit on the head? Yeah. Aren't you always liking Kennedy? Why make them watch a movie? Yul blushed, touched his nose, then turned to look at Jake. This is the situation. Didn't I ask Ihan to the movies earlier? She said she would agree to my date only if I helped her invite you out to watch a movie. Jake, no. Enrico rather how, please say yes. At this point, Jake was completely stunned. He really wanted to pry open Yul's brain to see what was inside and why his logic was so bizarre. Was this a normal human's way of thinking? If he went to a motel with Kennedy, would Yul need to hand them an umbrella? Do you even know what you're saying? Helping a girl you like invite another man out? Jake rolled his eyes helplessly. Yeah, what can I do? Ihan put it clearly. If I want to date her, I must help her invite you. Besides, you aren't into Ihan anyway, just humor her. Hearing this, Jake's mouth twisted, and he finally couldn't hold back. You're truly a genius. Even a boiling sheep would light a cigarette for you. You've set a historical first by being such a lapdog. Blushing, Yul remained speechless. Chowsy, your conditions aren't bad. Why be a lapdog? Remember, being a lapdog will leave you with nothing. If you cut your losses now, you'll find the world is full of wonders. Jake, in a seasoned tone, patted Yul's shoulder. Jake's words reminded him of himself from his past life. Jake's words struck Yul like a wake-up call. He wasn't unattractive, considered quite handsome, and his family had some wealth. There was indeed no shortage of girls he could attract. But for some reason, ever since meeting Kennedy on the first day of school, he was inexplicably enchanted, unknowingly turning into a lapdog. Ding dong. At this moment, his phone rang. Caught off guard, Yul paused, then instinctively looked at Jake and said, "It's Ihan calling." Jake didn't respond. Solomon and Dalton also watched silently. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Yul hesitated, took a deep breath, and answered the call. Kennedy, Peng Chao, did you talk to Jake? Yul, yes, he's not going. Kennedy, can't you even handle this simple task? Aren't you roommates? Do you still want to watch the movie with me? Yul, F***CK off. Kennedy. Yul cursed at the phone and hung up swiftly. Then he exhaled deeply. Damn, feels so good. Seeing this, Jake and the others silently gave him a thumbs up. This is how a real man should act. Chapter 175, Club Hamiltonaisen. There were no classes in the afternoon, and tomorrow was a weekend. To thank Jake for his guidance, Yul wanted to treat everyone to an internet cafe outing. Solomon and Dalton happily agreed without much persuasion. Jake, feeling a bit down, thought it would be a good idea to go online and relax. Just as the three were about to leave, they all received a group message at the same time. Solomon glanced at his phone and grumbled, "Damn, I almost forgot we joined the Sanda, Chinese kickboxing, club, normal. I heard from a senior that university clubs are only fresh for the first few days. After that, they're pretty much just for show. I'll see what the group says." Huh, a liaison event? Jake also pulled out his phone and saw a notification addressed to everyone. Vice President Allen at all members, dear students, at 5 p.m. today, our Sanda Club will co-host a liaison event with Jiangqing College's Sanda Club on the second floor of the sports hall. The purpose is to exchange knowledge and foster friendship between the two schools' clubs. Please actively participate. These kinds of university club liaisons are common, so Jake just scanned through it and wasn't very interested. But then he received a private message from the group chat. Vice President Allen, young brother Hamilton, can you come to this afternoon's liaison event? The president isn't here today. You must come and help support the scene. Jake read it and deleted the message, pretending not to have seen it. He had no interest now. However, the three others started insisting on going to join in the fun and dragging Jake along too. Jake, why aren't you going? I still remember that punch you KO'd that devil Scion with last time. Yeah, old Hamilton, let's go play around. Isn't this more interesting than going online? Absolutely, Jake. You're so awesome. Why not show off a bit? Hearing this, Jake waved his hand and replied, forget it. You guys go ahead. I'm going back to sleep. He had just turned and taken a couple of steps when his phone rang. Seeing Aaron calling, Jake answered, Hey, Colby. Shao Hamilton. Bro is coming to your school this afternoon. You don't have class? Well, I joined our school's Sanda Club, and the president said there's some liaison thing at your school, so I could take a leave from the counselor while I'm at it, hahaha. Jake was stunned. You joined the Sanda Club? Why didn't you tell me? Fuck. Don't mention it, bro. It makes me so mad every time I think about it. Aaron ranted over the phone, recounting the story. Turns out, during their school's recruitment drive, he hadn't initially planned to join the Sanda Club. But then he saw a fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged senior who was supposedly the president of the club. Without another word, Aaron gladly paid the membership fee. Later, he found out that yes, the fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged girl was real, and so was the senior status, but she wasn't from their school. She was from another school and just happened to be helping with the promotion that day due to her good relationship with their club president. It's easy to imagine how many pure-hearted boys like Aaron joined the Sanda Club because of this long-legged president. This eventually led to a historic moment at Jiangzhou College. Dozens of freshmen blocked the door of the Sanda Club activity room, shouting slogans. Don't you feel ashamed? Screw you. Give us our money back. Although the school eventually intervened, the membership fees couldn't be refunded as the club neither cheated nor robbed anyone. The matter fizzled out afterward. After hearing this, Jake's expression turned strange. Fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged, and also a club president? Why did it sound more and more like the mysterious never-seen-before president of their own Sanda Club? So, anyway, I consider the membership fee is lost. I've already paid, and I can't quit now. Shao Hamilton, you have no classes this afternoon, right? Aaron asked. I also joined the Sanda Club at our school, and our president is also fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. Shit, are you serious? Aaron exclaimed. After a few more sentences of casual chat, Jake hung up. Since Aaron was coming, Jake decided to go along too. He told Yul and the others, and since it was still early for the 5 p.m. event, Jake went with the three roommates to a nearby internet cafe, intending to game a bit and wait for Aaron. Originally, Aaron's club had arranged a bus to bring them over as a group, but once he heard Jake was online with his roommates, he took a taxi and arrived at Jiang University on his own. Inside the internet cafe, Jake waved at Aaron from not far away. Over here. Seeing this, Aaron smiled, holding a bag in his hand as he jogged over. Speaking of which, this was the first time Aaron was meeting Yul and the others. Jake pointed at Aaron and introduced him. This is my friend, Colby. These are my roommates. Hi, Aaron greeted with a wide smile, showing his pearly white teeth. Yul and the others exchanged glances, all seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Solomon whispered, Jake, when did you make an African friend? Then he laughed and shook hands with Aaron, awkwardly saying, Hello, Selenar Mother Chair. My name is Solomon. Aaron's mouth twitched sharply. Jake, who was a bit gloomy before, burst out laughing at this misunderstanding. Solomon was puzzled, wondering what was going on. Why wasn't the foreign friend responding? Was it because his English was too bad and the other guy didn't understand? Fuck, With your grade 0.5 English, don't embarrass yourself. The foreigner probably doesn't understand a word. Yul laughed scoldingly. Ha ha ha. Jake laughed until tears came to his eyes, leaving Yul and the others confused. Aaron, mean damn. What are you laughing at? Seeing Aaron's fluent Chinese, Yul and the others were momentarily stunned. Jake wiped away his tears and patted Aaron on the shoulder. What look is that? Colby is my childhood friend, just a little darker, that's all. He's totally Chinese. Despite their strange expressions, Yul and the others still laughed and greeted Aaron. Their personalities clicked, and soon they were all getting along well. Aaron took out a few bottles of soda from his bag and handed one to each of them. Male friendships can be formed with just a cigarette or a bottle of soda. It's that simple. They sat together in a row of 5 computers, playing games. Jake, though skilled, couldn't carry 4 subpar teammates. In the end, the 3 roommates switched to playing Crossfire, while Aaron chatted idly with Jake. Xiao Hamilton, let's go to that buffet place you mentioned after this. My living expenses just came in this month, and I've saved it all up. Hashtag chapter 176. They came for you. Jake was stunned as Aaron, brimming with excitement, had already pulled out his phone and started searching. Weren't we supposed to attend that get-together later? Aaron gave a sheepish smile in response. I came here to find you, not to attend that lousy event. Besides, Zane will be there too. Let's skip it. Zane? Why? Was he also deceived by that so-called tall legs president? Jake asked. Well, not exactly. He has been pretty close with several senior students at school, one of whom is the vice president of the kickboxing club. Otherwise, why would you think he'd dare to act up in front of me? Initially, Jake wasn't particularly interested, but after hearing Aaron's explanation, he changed his mind. Since he's going to be there, we should definitely go. Jake chuckled, but there was a glint of coldness in his eyes. I say, Xiao Hamilton, let's drop it. This time it's led by the vice president who is supposedly better than our president. With Zane relying on this connection, we don't need to clash head-on. Jake just shook his head and smiled. Before he joined the kickboxing club, Jake thought everyone must have undergone professional training and would be much stronger than him. However, after sparring with Bear, who claimed to be a demon scion, he realized that these school-level activities were somewhat like play acting. The conversation caught the attention of Solomon and others nearby, who interjected with a few questions. Aaron, being straightforward, explained the situation briefly since they were Jake's roommates and had no reason to hide anything. Solomon, who shared a similar personality with Aaron, slammed his thigh enthusiastically and exclaimed, Damn, how can we stand this? There's nothing more to say. We have to deal with him. Solomon is right. Regardless of what backing he has, this is Jiangda. We'll all go together. Brothers, we can't back down. Yes. Jake is very capable. Our vice president was KO'd by one punch from him. No fear. Aaron, who values face, slammed the table, almost flipping over the computer desk. Damn. Afraid? Who said I'm afraid? I can take down Zane with one hand. Mainly. At this point, Aaron glanced at Jake, hesitating. Clearly, what he wanted to say next had something to do with Jake. And Jake picked up on this immediately. Based on his understanding of Aaron, he wouldn't avoid a confrontation out of fear. Given Aaron's current behavior, it was likely related to him. Kai, just say it, Jake urged. Aaron looked at Yul and the others, seeing them put on headphones and focus on their games. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his voice. Xiao Hamilton, Zane. He came for you this time. Jake raised an eyebrow. HM? What do you mean? I overheard Zane on the phone in the men's restroom. He mentioned going to Jiangda, teaching you a lesson, humiliating you, or something. The specifics were unclear, but it seems like he wants to have someone teach you a lesson to vent some frustration. Now Jake understood. Last time when he went to Jiangxing College with Aaron for dinner, he had given Zane a beating in the bathroom. Zane must still be holding a grudge. Plus, Jake's video where he code Bear had gone viral. Without doubt, Zane knew about his enrollment in the kickboxing club and planned to take advantage of this meetup to settle scores. Since he came for me, we have even more reason to go. Aaron's lips moved, wanting to add something more, but ultimately gritted his teeth. Damn. Fine, we'll go. Anyway, I've got a few guys with me this time. If it comes down to it, we won't back down. Good job, Kai. You even have minions now? Looks like you're doing better than I thought, Jake chuckled. F***K. Are you looking down on me? Time passed as the two continued bantering. At the north campus of Jiangda University, a bus slowly stopped outside the gymnasium. A group of people disembarked, heading towards the gym. It was the members of the kickboxing club from Jiangxing College. A few girls in the group curiously examined their surroundings. Wow, this is Jiangda? So beautiful. Yeah. This campus alone seems twice as big as our entire school. Heard they have another campus. Hey, do you think we'll actually meet Jake? Some people came specifically for him to this get-together. We should. He's a member of the Jiangda Kickboxing Club, and every year, Jiangda has a club exchange with our school. As a celebrity figure, he's bound to attend. Clearly, many girls from Jiangxing College were fans of Jake. But naturally, there were also those who didn't approve of him, especially after the recent online buzz surrounding the Jake incident. Jake? That sycophant? Heard he's still shamelessly chasing Alyssa. Him and our goddess Alyssa? I think Master G and goddess Alyssa are a much better match. Hearing the chatter about Jake, Zane, walking at the front, cast a venomous glance. He still remembered the kick he received in the restroom a while ago. At the time, he planned to gang up on Jake with his roommates, but Jake escaped before they could catch him. This matter gnawed at him, especially when the rumors about Jake and Alyssa spread wildly online for both the dance club and the yoga club. At the entrance, Zane, holding a cup of strawberry-flavored milk tea, occasionally peeked inside. A moment later, he sent a voice message on his phone. Judja, are you sure Nguyen is really inside taking a dance class? Almost immediately, Delaney replied with a text message. Delaney, of course. I just video called her. It was my suggestion for her to join the dance club. Did you buy the strawberry milk tea? Zane, yes, thanks Judja. After sending the voice message, Zane also sent a WeChat red envelope of 188 yuan. Delaney instantly snatched up the red envelope. Delaney, only 188 this time? You're being too stingy. Zane, my monthly allowance hasn't come yet this month. Next time, I'll send you a bigger one. Delaney, that's more like it. You're much better than Jake back then. Don't worry, with me around, I'll definitely help you get new annual. With Delaney saying this, Zane felt incredibly excited and sent another small 50 yuan red envelope. Ever since the online Jake incident, Zane felt increasingly threatened and started trying to get Delaney to help him pursue Alisannuan. From Delaney, he learned a lot about Alisannuan's likes, habits, and other information. Whenever Delaney came to visit Alisannuan at Jiangda University, he always tagged along. Of course, as part of the exchange, he frequently sent red envelopes or bought snacks for Delaney. Over time, though his wallet got lighter, he felt his chances were increasing. He believed that someday he would win the girl's heart. Putting his phone away, he glanced into the dance studio, tidied up his hair, and walked in confidently. Inside the dance studio, this large studio is shared by the dance club and the yoga club. All the girls inside had excellent figures, especially those from the yoga club, whose long legs and yoga outfits made Zane keep swallowing his saliva. Finally, near a rest area, he spotted a girl in a dance outfit and hurried over excitedly. At the rest area, several beautiful girls sat together. Nuanyuan, your figure is amazing. Your skin looks so good too. Nuanyuan, how are things going with Jake? Is he still chasing after you? In the center of the crowd, Alisannuan wore a light blue, tight-fitting dance outfit that accentuated her slender and alluring figure. Her porcelain-like face peeped out from under the bun at the back of her head. Even among the beautiful dancers, she stood out as the most striking. Facing the compliments and inquiries, she handled them calmly, portraying herself as a pure lily untainted by any worldly concerns. She emphasized that she wasn't good at handling romantic relationships and had no plans to date anytime soon. Nuanyuan, I heard you know the big internet celebrity Gus? Yeah, I saw his live stream last time. Many netizens say Gus likes Nuanyuan too. Wow, really? At the mention of Gus, the surrounding girls became very interested. On the other hand, Alisannuan looked quite pleased with herself. Oh, don't listen to what netizens say. Fraser brother and I are just friends. While they were chatting about gossip, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Alisannuan. Seeing the person, Alisannuan's expression changed slightly. Why are you here? Zane stopped in front of Alisannuan, staring at her tight-fitting dance outfit and her legs wrapped in white stockings, his eyes filled with desire. Our club has a joint event here, and I came to see you. He quickly handed her the milk tea. By the way, Nuanyuan, seeing you sweated so much, I bought your favorite strawberry-flavored milk tea. Despite this thoughtful gesture causing the surrounding girls to cheer and exclaim, Alisannuan didn't appreciate it. Wow, Nuanyuan, you have so many admirers, even from other schools. Yep, he may not be handsome, but he's so considerate. Sob, I envy Nuanyuan so much. Alisannuan could only force a smile. If it were earlier, she would have already blown up at Zane. But now that she had successfully built her image, she didn't want to ruin her perfect goddess image in others' minds. After hesitating for a moment, she reluctantly took the milk tea and smiled. Thank you, Zane. Warmly smiled. She smiled at him again. Alisannuan's gentle smile made Zane flushed with excitement. You said you had something else to do. I still need to practice. You can go ahead and take care of your business. Alisannuan politely said. Unexpectedly, Zane plopped down beside her. Hee, there's no rush on my end. Oh right, Nuanyuan, that Jake guy hasn't been harassing you lately, has he? Zane hastily asked. What's it got to do with you? Alisannuan instinctively wanted to snap, but thinking of the audience, she quickly switched her tone, replying, I haven't seen Jake for a long time either. Zane, can we chat later? She kept giving Zane subtle hints, afraid he might say something wrong if he stayed too long. However, the surrounding girls bombarded him with questions. Hey, do you know Jake too? Classmate, what's your relationship with Nuanyuan? And which school are you from? Although the other girls couldn't match Alisannuan's beauty, their uniformly long legs and tight dance outfits still made Zane's heart race. Hi everyone, I'm Zane. I've known Nuanyuan since middle school. As for Jake, huff, we used to be buddies. Hearing about Zane's connection to Jake and Alisannuan, everyone's interest peaked, eagerly listening to the ensuing gossip. Chapter 178, Laying it all on the Hamilton. Admittedly, Zane was quite adept at concocting stories and spreading rumors. According to his version, he had known Jake and Alyssa since junior high school. He confessed that he fell for Alyssa before Jake did, but, considering Jake as a brother, he chose to back off and even help Jake pursue Alyssa. By the time they were in their senior year of high school, after Jake's repeated rejections by Alyssa, he dramatically changed, defaming her in an attempt to play hard to get. On several occasions, Jake insulted Alyssa in public places. Incensed, Zane spoke up for her and ended up being targeted by Jake, leading to a falling out between the two friends. At the poignant moments of his narrative, Zane put on an agonized expression, clutching his chest. I despise him. I treated Jake like my own brother, but he went too far. So, I decided not to hide my feelings for Nwan anymore. I can't let scum like Jake get close to her. She's too kind-hearted. From now on, I will protect Nwan. Seeing Zane's performance, Alyssa's expression turned peculiar. This Zane could package himself better than anyone. If she hadn't been personally involved, she might have almost believed it. Others around them were stunned by Zane's story and started voicing their agreement. Wow, classmate. You're so sincere. Keep going, I believe in you. The worst is Jake. Who would have thought he'd be like this? A shiny exterior with nothing inside. You see, Jake was lying to us all along. He never got over you. It was all an act. Alyssa paused, then questioned skeptically, how do you know? Zane took a deep breath and recounted his recent encounter with Jake and Aaron at a restaurant near the school, including the words Jake had said to him. Of course, he conveniently omitted the part where Jake had beaten him in the restroom. After listening, a flicker of joy appeared in Alyssa's eyes. Though she always believed Jake still loved her and had come to Jiang University because of her, this semester he had never approached her. While different majors and campuses made encounters unlikely, if Jake truly wanted to find her, there were many ways he could have. But he hadn't. She began doubting if he had forgotten about her. Now, hearing Zane's account, she felt reassured. He really said that? Alyssa asked. Of course, why would I lie? I knew Jake couldn't give up on you. Alyssa, smugly crossing her arms, replied, I knew it all along. I don't need you to tell me. But as I said before the college entrance exam, I will never forgive him. Even if he kneels and apologizes, it won't change anything. She wasn't lying. In the past, she sought Jake's attention to fuel her vanity, ensuring everyone envied her. Now, she had another option, Gus. Known widely for their relationship, Gus was more famous and wealthier than Jake, though he was less attractive. For Alyssa, appearance wasn't important. She needed someone to satisfy her vanity, and Gus was clearly a better choice. Besides, she felt confident she had him wrapped around her finger. As for Jake, he was expendable. Confirming Alyssa's stance, Zane exhaled in relief. If you're done, I'm going back to rehearsal. Don't come looking for me unless necessary. Alyssa glanced at Zane and turned to leave. He quickly blocked her path. Alyssa frowned, irritated. Hey, what now? Nguyen, how about watching a show later? Seeing his sly grin, Alyssa raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Nguyen, don't you remember how Jake treated you months before the college entrance exam? Hey, stop playing games, I don't have time for riddles, she replied irritably. Seeing her about to explode, Zane leaned in, whispering something into her ear. Chapter 179. Gold diggers deserve to die. Outside the dance studio, Zane and Alyssa walked out of the classroom one after another. Nguyen, it's settled then. You must come and see how I help you get even. Looking at Zane's determined expression, Alyssa just nodded lightly. Seeing this, Zane left with a satisfied smile. Originally, Alyssa didn't want to pay attention to Zane, but hearing that he intended to use the club association event as an opportunity to teach Jake a lesson, she felt vindicated for the past grievances caused by Jake. The thought of seeing Jake humiliated seemed not too bad, so she agreed to Zane's plan. After Zane had walked far enough away, she turned back into the dance room. Glancing at the unopened strawberry-flavored milk tea in her hand, she pouted and threw it into the trash can beside her. Then, she took out her phone, took a selfie, opened WX contacts, and quickly sent it to someone. Fraser brother, do I look good in this dance outfit? I practiced dancing for an hour today, and was completely exhausted. A boy bought me a strawberry-flavored milk tea just now, but I didn't take it. Although I'm both tired and thirsty, how can I casually accept things from other boys? At a nearby internet cafe outside Jiangbei campus, Jake and his group slowly strolled out of the net cafe. Aaron had thoroughly integrated with the 3 old dorm mates, chatting jovially with them. Suddenly, Jake's phone rang. Seeing it was a strange number, he raised an eyebrow and answered the call. Hello, who is this? A young man's voice came through the phone. Boss, it's me, Xiao Fraser. Gus he. What is it? Boss, it's about Alyssa. There's something uncertain here that needs your instruction. Gus recounted the situation to Jake in detail. After adding Jake on WX, he also sent screenshots of his conversation with Alyssa. With Gus's vast experience with women, guessing Alyssa's intentions wasn't hard for him. Boss, her level of trickery is obvious. She's treating me like bait, trying to fish something out. It's a classic case of a manipulative gold digger. What Gus saw, Jake already knew well inside. He also understood what Gus wanted to ask and responded directly. Proceed as you think best. I only care about the result. Any expenses incurred will be considered official costs. Hee got it. With these words from you, boss, I know how to handle it. Just wait for my update. After hanging up, Jake glanced at the chat record screenshot Gus had sent over and couldn't help but sneer. This scene was exactly like in his previous life. Back then, he pursued Alyssa for over 10 years and never received a smile from her until he achieved success in his career. He vividly remembered how she started talking to him then with that same tone and manner. Putting away his phone, he sneered again. Soon enough, he would personally tear off Alyssa's mask and let everyone see the true face of this new goddess, who portrayed herself as the purest jade maiden but was in reality a highly hypocritical gold digger. Pushing aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he suddenly noticed Aaron squatting down, rummaging through the dirt on the ground. Kai, what are you doing? Jake asked curiously. Oh, I'm looking for a handy brick. If anything happens, I'll give him a direct blow to the head. Jake? He rolled his eyes exasperatedly. They were at school, and more specifically, at Jiangzhou University. As outsiders, Zane and his gang wouldn't dare to cause trouble. They would likely try to embarrass him during the association activities. Second floor of the gymnasium. By the time Jake and his group arrived, most of the others had gathered. Members from both college clubs were clustering together. Xiao Hamilton. Aaron suddenly nudged Jake, pointing toward the Jiangxing College team where Zane stood. Naturally, Zane saw Jake as well. Their gazes locked, creating invisible sparks between them. It could be said that their current enmity mirrored their past friendship. Ever since confronting Jake, Zane found his life becoming increasingly miserable. He realized that Jake, whom he once considered a mere clown, had surpassed him while he became a clown himself. Facing Zane's venomous stare, Jake just smiled. To Zane, that smile was deeply sarcastic and dismissive. He still remembered Jake's kick. He would never forget that day in the restroom when Jake, who he despised, kicked him down. Remember this face, because I'll be your nightmare for the rest of your life. This phrase and Jake's kick not only kept him bedridden for a whole day but shattered his sense of superiority. Oh, Brother Hamilton, you've finally arrived. Just as Jake was staring down Zane, a cheerful voice called out. Jake turned around to see Vice President Jensen approaching him. Sue Sr. Jake nodded with a smile. Don't be so formal. Call me Sue brother. I'm older than you, said Jensen. Despite being tall and slender, Jensen had a generous personality. He immediately slung his arm around Jake's shoulder and whispered confidentially after glancing around. Brother Hamilton, Today you have to hold up our end. I've already messaged the president, but I don't know if she can make it. Sue brother, isn't it just a regular association exchange? What do you mean by holding up the end? Jake asked puzzled. Jensen sighed slightly. Sigh. Trees attract the wind. Understand? All universities in Jiangzhou compete. Remember the citywide university Sonda competition I mentioned before? Jensen elaborated further, saying that each year, university clubs often held inter-school association events. Although labeled as friendly exchanges, they were actually competitive, especially between Jiang University's Sonda Club and Jiangqing College. Despite Jiangqing not matching Jiang University's overall strength, their Sonda teams were long-standing rivals. Since the current lanky president emerged, she consistently dominated Jiangqing College. At last year's association meeting, it was reported that the legendary lanky president gave Jiangqing's leader a thorough beating in front of all members from both schools. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Jensen added, "Now you understand, right? They're here to reclaim the field lost last year, knowing the president isn't around." Note: in the translation, I maintain the original names and style, ensuring that the paragraph structure and line breaks follow the source text closely. Chapter 180. Enemies meeting makes hearts burn brighter. After hearing Jensen's account, Jake couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that the legendary tall and mysterious president of the club was quite a formidable girl. That doesn't seem right. I heard that our president and the president of Jiangqing College have a pretty good relationship. Didn't our president go to Jiangqing College recently to help with recruitment? Jake suddenly remembered what Aaron had said and cautiously brought it up. Really? You know about that too? I didn't say they don't get along well, Jensen responded. With these words from Jensen, it was now clear that the long-legged beauty who made all the male students at Jiangqing College swoon was indeed their president. Jensen then lowered his voice and continued, "Let me tell you something in secret. Although the two clubs are competitors, the president of Jiangqing College is actually the #1 suitor for our president." Though sensing some juicy gossip, Jake wasn't particularly interested in such matters. He merely nodded without probing further. Looking around the club members, Jake suddenly noticed a key person was missing. Suji, why haven't we seen Devil Saya? Not him. Where's Vice President Bear? You still have the nerve to ask. After being KO'd by you last time, Alvaro has been depressed. A few days ago, he went out with the president for special training. No way he could be knocked out by that guy in one punch. Huh? So you're saying? Zane asked skeptically. Seeing this, Derek, feeling like he had everything figured out, replied arrogantly, "It's just a script to boost Jake's image, making him like a golden banner for their club. We've used similar tactics during our own recruitment drives before. It's old news." Hearing this, Zane understood, agreeing inwardly with Derek. No matter how strong Jake was, he couldn't have knocked out a vice president with one punch. Hee, Brother Ming is right. If you handle Jake properly this time, I'll ask my cousin to lend me his car for a few more days. You can drive as much as you want, and I'll cover the gas. At this, a gleam appeared in Derek's eyes. He replied, "For your sake, I'll make sure that Brat gets a lesson he won't forget." He turned his head to glance at Jake in the distance and continued coldly, "Even though I can't seriously hurt him, things might get unpredictable when we start sparring. If he ends up with a broken arm or leg, Jensen won't have much to say about it." Beside him, Zane imagined Jake being thoroughly beaten by Derek, lying on the ground groaning. Hee. Thinking of that scene, Zane couldn't help but emit a series of odd laughs. Derek was chilled by his laugh. "Who taught you to laugh like that?" Zane, from novels. I thought it sounded cool. Derek, don't laugh like that again. As members from both teams gathered, the annual club gathering officially began. Soon, it was Jake's turn. "Hi everyone, I'm Jake, a freshman from the finance school." Almost instantly, all eyes from both teams focused on him. Chapter 181. Handsomeness can't really be used as food. Even though Jake's reputation hadn't been stellar lately, it didn't detract from his immense popularity. On campus, he was still frequently spotted every now and then. For the few girls from the Jiangqing College team, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They had joined this mundane association event purely to see Jake. Spotting the tall and handsome figure in the center of the field, these girls were practically swooning. Wow, finally seeing the real Jake. He's even more handsome than I imagined. Yep, in person, he's even better than in videos and photos. Oh my, he's really making me melt. How annoying. Why doesn't our school have someone with such godlike looks? Hearing the squeals of admiration from the few girls in their ranks, the boys around them began to show signs of discontent. Zane, in particular, glared at Jake with jealousy and malice. After a scornful huff, he started stirring up trouble. What good is being handsome? Still just a lapdog for others, and even a scumbag. Note, the term tango is an internet slang in Chinese which refers to someone who is overly submissive or obedient to someone they like. I've used lapdog as an equivalent in English. Yeah, what Zane said is right. I just saw a comment saying this Jake loves playing mind games and has a bit of a violent streak. Agree. His handsomeness means nothing, just another pretty face. In this day and age, can handsomeness be used as food or money? Guys, nowadays, handsomeness can actually be both food and money. To hell with you. Whose side are you on? Seeing that Jake's appearance was causing quite a stir, Jensen hurriedly stepped forward to maintain order. Once order was restored, Jensen stood at the center of the field, surveying both teams before clearing his throat seriously. Fellow students, since we're all gathered here today, it's fate and also a sign that everyone here loves the sport of Sanzhou. As per tradition, old and new members of both associations will engage in friendly matches. Of course, these matches are for friendly exchanges. Winning or losing isn't crucial. Please ensure there are no hard feelings. Old members weren't surprised by this arrangement. It happened every year. However, the freshmen present were clearly excited, especially the boys who saw it as an excellent opportunity to stand out. Zane and Derek exchanged amused glances, while Aaron, noticing their covert gestures, anxiously looked over at Jake. Upon sensing Aaron's gaze, Jake gave him a reassuring smile, signaling that he shouldn't worry. Under the coordination of Jensen and Derek, the senior members began the first series of matches. There were only 6 seniors combined from both exam. She hadn't seen him. She never imagined she'd meet him again under these circumstances. Jake seemed to sense something and turned to look. Their gazes met midair. For a moment, Alyssa froze. It had been almost half a year since they last saw each other. She thought Jake might run over to greet her, but instead, he glanced casually away. It felt like he hadn't even seen her, which made Alyssa stomp her feet in frustration. She was certain Jake had seen her and was intentionally ignoring her. Let's see how cool you act after getting embarrassed later. Originally, if Jake had approached to apologize humbly, she might have reconsidered giving him a chance. Having a tool to satisfy her vanity wasn't bad, but Jake's high and mighty attitude was irritating her. With this in mind, she took out her phone and sent a message to Zane. Zane, teach Jake a harsh lesson. I'm watching. If you disappoint me, I'll never talk to you again. Zane felt elated upon receiving the message. He quickly looked into the crowd and found Alyssa. Rapidly tapping on his screen, he replied. Don't worry, Nwan, just wait and see. Putting away his phone, he signaled Derek at the front of the line. Understanding the hint, Derek nodded and walked towards Jensen. Not bad, old Sue. Your new members seem quite talented. Haha, indeed. Should we continue? Seems about right, doesn't it? Derek cast a glance at Jake and chuckled. Old Sue, you're unfair. You haven't let your ace out yet. Are you looking down on us? Ah. Jensen was puzzled. Derek grinned and pointed at Jake. This is Jake, right? I heard he knocked out Bear with one punch. Such a strong freshman is rare. How about we have a match to see? Chapter 182. One coward, and the whole nest follows. Derek's words shifted everyone's attention back to Jake. Although Alan also wanted Jake to shine for their club, he didn't dare force him, considering how hard they had worked to persuade this big Buddha to join them. Well, Brother Hamilton, what do you think? Alan asked. Upon hearing this, Jake glanced meaningfully at Derek and then quickly swept his eyes over Zane, who was smirking beside him. Just as Aaron said, these two were indeed trying to find trouble with him using this joint event. After a moment's hesitation, Jake spoke. Brother Sue, may I have a word in private? Seeing that Jake wanted to talk to him alone, Alan was somewhat puzzled but still walked to one side with Jake. Brother Sue, is Derek leading the delegation from Jiangxing College this time? How good is his Sanda, Chinese kickboxing? Jake thought to himself that if Derek was really tough, he wouldn't challenge him head-on. Why are you asking about that? You're only supposed to spar with their freshmen, not Derek, Alan murmured. Just curious. Alan stroked his chin for a while before replying, I've only met him a few times, so I don't know much. But he's a little stronger than Bear, though of course he's still no match for the club president. Just a bit stronger than Bear. Huh? Jake mumbled to himself and after a moment, nodded with a smile. In that case, I'll follow your arrangements, Brother Sue. As a club member, I should participate actively in group activities. Haha, good. Don't worry, Brother Hamilton. There's no one on their side who can match you. After discussing with Derek, Alan confirmed the final round of sparring exchanges. Derek, we'll send Jake. Who will you send? Derek turned to look at his team behind him, contemplating whom to pick. After all, he would personally handle Jake in the end. Who wants to spar with student Jake? Despite several male students previously boasting about their prowess, they instantly quieted down when it came to facing Jake. Most had seen the video where Jake KO'd Bear. Even if its authenticity was questionable, none of them wanted to risk it. It was a high-stakes situation, watched by both school students. Winning would be great, something to brag about for 4 years. Losing, however, would be incredibly embarrassing. Seeing no one stepping forward, Derek frowned. On the other hand, Alan couldn't help laughing. Derek, why don't we call it off? Jake's skills are far beyond ordinary freshmen. It feels like we're bullying you. Derek sensed the arrogance in Alan's words and felt his face heating up. He pointed randomly at a tall, muscular figure, around 6 feet tall, who had boasted after defeating a freshman from Jiang University. You, come forward. Pointing at himself, the tall guy grimaced, stood up briefly, then suddenly clutched his ankle and sat back down, moaning in pain. Ow! Ow! It hurts. Damn it. I must have twisted my ankle during the previous sparring session. Damn. If not for the twist, I would take on Jake for 300 rounds. This ridiculous act embarrassed the Jiangxing College team. And Derek looked even grimmer, barely holding back curses. Jiangxing College's collective cowardice sparked laughter from the Jiang University side. Leading the jeering were naturally the trio from Dorm 205. Especially Yul and Solomon began needling them sarcastically. No way. No manly men among so many guys? If the guys are cowards, let the girls step up. Old Hamilton, be gentle on them, haha. Although some male members of Jiang University's club disliked Jake, they united against Jiangxing College and started mocking the male students there. The boys from Jiangxing College were red-faced and furious, but lacked the courage to stand up. The girls, however, were enraged. Hey, are you even men? So afraid of Jake? You all were bragging just now. Why are you silent now? Look at Jake, then look at you. So embarrassing. I wish I hadn't come. Derek never expected things to unfold this way. Zane was furious, hoping to humiliate Jake in front of everyone. He ended up letting Jake dominate, making their male students cower. For a moment, he even considered stepping forward himself. But thinking about it, since everyone else was playing dead, why should he be the scapegoat? Amidst the awkward silence, Jake suddenly smiled mysteriously and glanced at Aaron from Jiangxing College's team. Aaron saw the look, smirked, and subtly moved behind Zane. Taking advantage of everyone's distracted state, Aaron kicked Zane's butt. Ouch! Caught off guard, Zane stumbled and fell onto the ground on all fours. Everyone's attention immediately focused on Zane. Zane's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, he sprang up, turned around, and started yelling. Who the hell kicked me out? The crowd from Jiang University burst into laughter. Zane's face turned beet red, unsure of what to do. He looked pleadingly at Alan. Haha, this classmate's entry is quite unique. But showing up at this crucial moment takes courage. Everyone, give him a round of applause. Hearing the thunderous applause, Zane felt anything but happy, his expression sour. Since that kick of yours last time, I remember it vividly. I've been training like crazy, letting Brother Ming beat me like a punching bag daily, waking up in pain every night. All this is thanks to you. While Alan explained the rules and checked their equipment, Zane seethed inwardly, saying a lot. Oh, so what are you trying to tell me by saying all this? Zane's eyes grew even more venomous, and he sneered, I'm telling you that I can fight too. The melodramatic line caused Jake's expression to shift oddly. He recalled kicking him in the stomach last time, not in the head. As Alan stepped back, the sparring session began. Interestingly, the moment Alan blew the whistle, Zane took several steps backward as if facing a formidable enemy. He spread his stance warily, eyeing Jake while Jake remained leisurely standing. Despite his recent psychological preparations, Zane still felt uneasy. Earlier, he boasted about his intensive training and newly acquired techniques, but the truth was, he'd only sporadically practiced. Because of Jake's appearance, many people gathered around, causing initial formations to become disarrayed. Neither Alan nor Derek paid attention. In the crowd, Aaron's small eyes darted around, then he led a few friends stealthily into Jiangzhou University's team. Meanwhile, Zane maintained distance from Jake, not daring to approach rashly. Seeing this, Jake scoffed, sprinted forward in a few quick steps, and punched directly at Zane's face without any flourish. Zane reacted quickly, raising his arms to block. Jake's punch landed solidly on Zane's forearm, forcing him to retreat several steps, his arm throbbing painfully, making him break out in a cold sweat. If that hit my body, wouldn't I be knocked out in one punch? Yet, he wouldn't admit defeat. Shaking his arm, he sneered at Jake. Is that all? Looks like Brother Ming was right. Bear deliberately let you KO him. Although Jake was powerful, this punch made Zane feel that Jake's fighting skills weren't as exaggerated as in the video. Jake merely laughed dismissively. The hype around the KO of Bear was indeed overblown. While his reborn body was stronger than average, his Sanzhou skills were mediocre. That time, Bear was overly confident and didn't wear protective gear, leading to the one-punch KO spectacle. However, it was enough to handle Zane. Thinking this, Jake scanned the crowd nonchalantly. Just as he was about to attack again, a commotion arose from the crowd. Fuck, are you blind? You stepped on my foot. Barking dog, which I saw me step on you? Peng Zhai and Solomon were arguing heatedly. Hold on, both of you wait a moment, Alan said to Jake and Zane before heading over with Derek to mediate. Relieved, Zane relaxed. Only for Chapter 184. She is the long-legged president. Jake's blatant disregard for the rules earlier naturally caused discontent among some spectators. Especially among some of the male students from Jiangzhou University, there was a flurry of curses and complaints. Damn it, Jake is such a scoundrel. He didn't follow the rules. We protest. The referee clearly said pause just now, so why did he still attack? What good would protesting do? You're not the referee. If you think it's unfair, you could have stepped in to stop the fight. Though many people verbally criticized Jake, no one actually stood up to stop him. After all, they were only classmates with Zane. They weren't particularly close. Besides, given Jake's frenzied state, anyone who tried to intervene might end up getting slapped as well. No one wanted to risk that. Meanwhile, the other students watching from outside the ring were also taken aback by Jake's behavior. Alyssa, in particular, was genuinely furious. This Zane is such a coward. All he does is talk big. Previously, Zane had confidently told her that he would teach Jake a lesson for her, insisting she come to watch it firsthand. But in the end, she came, only to see Zane being pummeled on the ground. Nuan, I didn't believe you when you said this guy was violent, but now it seems like he really has a violent streak. His attacks were too brutal. Do you think there's a chance that Jake knew this person gave you a drink earlier, so he attacked out of jealousy? Yeah, I think that's likely. Didn't you say before that Jake used to get into fights in high school because he was jealous? Initially, Alyssa hadn't thought about it that way, but hearing the girls beside her discuss it made her realize something. Back in high school, Jake had gotten into a fight with Zane after seeing them together in a close manner. It seemed very likely that Jake knew Zane had come looking for her earlier, which explained his brutal response. At this realization, Alyssa felt a mix of emotions. Outwardly, she responded indifferently with a cold snort. TCH, he's still so childish. The audience enjoyed the spectacle, but for Zane, who was being beaten, it was anything but amusing. After receiving one punch from Jake, he had mistakenly believed he could exchange blows with him. He never imagined he'd be beaten so thoroughly. He did try to counterattack, but Jake's punches were simply too powerful. Zane felt his bones almost shattering, leaving him with no strength to fight back. Finally, Jake paused his onslaught, and just as Zane caught his breath, Jake slowly squatted down, looming over him. Do you remember what I said last time? I will be your nightmare for the rest of my life. Zane, we'll settle our scores one by one in the future. Zane slightly bowed and gave a thumbs up. Zane's courage is commendable. He is a role model for us all. You. Enraged, Zane pointed at Jake, his face pale with fury. Overcome with anger, he fainted without managing to speak further. Seeing this, Alan awkwardly glanced at Derek. Derek's expression darkened. He couldn't believe that within those few minutes of maintaining order, Zane had lost, and lost so badly. With a cold snort, Derek said, "This is just a friendly sparring match. Your attacks were unnecessarily brutal." Before Jake could respond, Alan quickly defended him, saying, "Derek," Jake explained that Zane refused to concede. Besides, sparring always carries the risk of minor injuries. As I reminded you earlier, Jake's skills are far above the average new member. It was your decision to have someone spar with him. Derek sneered. All right, since he's so formidable, let's have the next match between him and me. Upon hearing this, Alan hesitated. While he believed in Jake's abilities, challenging Derek, a vice president from Jiangxing University's Sanda Club, didn't fit the rules. Past gatherings had always involved matches between peers, newcomers against newcomers, seniors against seniors. Moreover, if Jake lost, it would be embarrassing. Hesitating, Alan was at a loss. Just then, the crowd stirred again, its legs. The three old bees beside Jake blushed furiously and excitedly took pictures with their phones. In contrast, Charlotte seemed completely unfazed by such attention and calmly approached the Jiangzhou University team. Meanwhile, Derek greeted another man respectfully. At this moment, Charlotte learned about what had happened from Alan and occasionally glanced at Jake. Hamilton, you did great just now. Haha, it felt so satisfying. Aaron slunk over to Jake, grinning nonstop, and then glanced involuntarily at Charlotte nearby. Damn, those long legs belong to your president? Ugh, I envy you so much, Hamilton. Watching Aaron's drooling mouth, Jake chuckled and turned to look. He saw Derek talking to the muscular man from earlier, both glancing at him occasionally. Kai, who's next to Derek? Asked Jake. He's our president, Raphael, replied Aaron. Soon, Alan and Charlotte walked slowly toward Jake, including a familiar person. A dark-skinned boy followed Charlotte closely, looking at Jake with a hint of displeasure. It was Bear, whom Jake had knocked out last time. Brother Hamilton, let me introduce you. This is our president, Charlotte, said Alan cheerfully. Hearing this, Jake nodded. Hello, Senior Charlotte. Nice to meet you. Seeing Jake extending his hand, Charlotte hesitated briefly before nodding. Though she appeared cold, Charlotte shook Jake's hand. Now she was engaging with Jake, and even shaking hands with him. He'd never even touched a strand of her hair. Hearing the whole story from Derek, Raphael initially thought it was just a minor dispute. He didn't intend to interfere, respecting Charlotte. However, he now felt a hint of animosity towards Jake. Stepping forward, Raphael stood in front of Jake and Charlotte. Xiao Alexandria, you know what happened just now, right? Yeah. Charlotte gave a brief nod, making Raphael inwardly irritable. Her response now felt very different from how she interacted with Jake moments ago. So, what should we do? Raphael forced a smile, though feeling uneasy inside. Injuries are inevitable during practice matches. Her casual words clearly favored Jake. Upon hearing this, Raphael couldn't help but narrow his eyes at Jake. Feeling the subtle hostility from Raphael's gaze, Jake was puzzled. They had just met. Why the animosity? Noticing Raphael's frequent glances between him and Charlotte, Jake understood. Raphael must see him as a rival. If so, Raphael was indeed strange. He barely knew Charlotte, just a handshake and short conversation, yet he feels jealous? Raphael glanced at Jake, suddenly smiling. Indeed, that makes sense. Moreover, I've heard about Jake. Rarely do you find such talented newbies. Frankly, I'm getting itchy fingers. Hashtag chapter 186. Seeing Indira. Just as Raphael finished speaking, Charlotte's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. Before Jake could respond, she retorted in a cold tone. Since that's the case, I happen to be itching for a fight too. Let's go. With that, she took a long step forward, her gaze fixed on Raphael. Hearing this, the corners of Raphael's mouth twitched involuntarily, and his fists clenched at his sides. Suppressing his anger, he shook his head with a forced smile. Xiao Alexandria, you know I wouldn't fight you. He then changed his tone and continued. I understand your character. You're protective. It's normal for you to step up for new members of your club. But, hiding behind a woman isn't exactly what a man should do. Turning to look at Jake, he chuckled. What do you think, Jake? Such a low-grade provocation would make even a dog shake its head, let alone Jake. He didn't even bother acknowledging Raphael. Seeing that Jake wasn't responding, Raphael's face darkened slightly, clearly feeling embarrassed. But he soon laughed it off, saying to himself, indeed, my suggestion was abrupt. It did seem a bit like bullying the weak. He thought that with such blatant provocation, any man should have some backbone. Hamilton did he realize how ineffective these tactics were against Jake. Jake had a clear understanding of his own ability. Hey Malcolm, we should thank Aaron and me for our excellent acting, right? And don't forget me. If I hadn't been blocking Derek the whole time, he would have noticed. Jake couldn't help but laugh along with their lively discussion. His mood had been gloomy, but after thrashing Zane, he felt significantly better. As for Indira, he had decided not to rush things. If she wanted to hide, he would simply wait until she appeared. This went on until the next day after the event. Early the next morning, in the living room of the villa, Jake saw the breakfast laid out on the table, something he had grown accustomed to over the past few days. Every morning or evening, there was always someone mysteriously preparing meals for him, but he had never seen who it was. Just as he sat down, he received a call from Brooks Leonardo. The principal directly stated his intention. The S8 finals were happening the day after tomorrow in Korea's Incheon, and he wanted Jake to attend, so they could witness the outcome together. Of course, the main reason was that Jake had participated in the bet among the young masters. Brooks Wong, Fernando, and other young masters would be present, along with many other gentlemen from Shanghai and Beijing. As one of the participants, attending the finals was expected. Once the results were announced, they would fulfill the wager in person. Jake agreed without hesitation, setting the meeting time with Brooks Wong over the phone before hanging up. He then messaged Brent to arrange the trip to Korea. Thinking about the 10 million yuan awaiting him after the finals, Jake couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, seeing the breakfast again made him sigh in exasperation. Calculating the timeline, he remembered the counselor mentioning that Indira had taken 2 or 3 days off. For days had already passed, so she should be back at class. At that moment, his phone buzzed repeatedly with messages from Yul. Given Yul's popularity within the department, he had managed to connect with Indira's roommates to learn about her activities. After listening to several voice messages, Jake understood that Indira had been staying in her dorm room, rarely leaving except in the early mornings or evenings. Eager to see her, Jake quickly finished his breakfast and headed to class. Arriving early, the classroom was still sparsely populated. Indira used to be one of the first to arrive, but today, only a few students were present. Waiting in his usual spot in the back row for over half an hour, Jake watched as other students filed in, but Indira was nowhere to be found. Given that it was Monday morning roll call, hardly anyone would skip class. As the classroom filled up, her seat remained empty. Just as Jake began to worry, a slender figure entered the classroom door. Seeing her, Jake's eyes lit up, and he stood up instinctively. You finally showed up, Indira, after hiding for 4 days. In just a few days, she seemed even thinner. It was already early November, and temperatures had dropped, causing most people to wear coats. Yet, Indira was still in her worn-out white t-shirt and faded jeans, looking more fragile than ever. The oversized t-shirt accentuated her frailty, making her appear as if a breeze could knock her over. Chapter 187. No longer hiding. These 4 days felt like years to Dara. Since that night at the West Lake, after realizing Jake's feelings, she found herself with an answer but unsure how to face it. During these days, she felt as if she was living in a daze, lacking interest in everything. That's why she took leave from both her advisor and the shop. She wanted time to figure out what to do when she saw Jake again. Should she pretend nothing happened? Continue their interactions as before? But she knew she couldn't do that. As soon as she walked into the classroom, she sensed a burning gaze fixed on her. Out of habit, she instinctively looked toward the last row. The familiar face that had appeared in her dreams multiple times these past few days greeted her eyes. His clear, black and white eyes were still as bright, making her avoid his gaze. After just one glance, she quickly averted her eyes and lowered her head. Though her steps initially headed towards the last row, fatefully she changed direction and found an empty seat near the middle by the wall. Though sitting in such a crowded spot made her uncomfortable, she lacked the courage to sit next to Jake. Seeing Dara sitting somewhere else, Jake raised an eyebrow. After casting a deep look at her back, his expression turned slightly wistful. She had avoided him for days, and now that they finally met, he wouldn't allow her to hide from him again. Before the advisor arrived, Jake stood up and walked straight to her new seat. Dara sat slumped in her seat, feeling out of place amidst the noisy chatter around her. Classmate, can I sit here? A familiar voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Dara looked up slightly to see a strikingly handsome face in front of her. Jake bent slightly, smiling warmly at Dara. For some reason, even though they hadn't seen each other for just a few days, Dara felt more nervous than usual at this close distance. Her cheeks flushed rapidly, almost to the point of affecting her breathing. She hastily averted her gaze, nervously fidgeting with her pants leg without responding to Jake. Seeing this, Jake simply smiled and straightened up. You're not saying anything, so I'll take it as a yes. Without waiting for an answer, he squeezed into the seat beside her. Soon, the advisor entered the classroom and started taking attendance. After the morning meeting, most students stayed in the classroom for subsequent professional classes instead of returning to their dorms. During the break, Dara remained seated, head lowered, silently focusing on her textbook. But only she knew that she wasn't actually reading. Her mind was chaotic. Let me guess. It can't be Hulua Girl, a fictional character, right? Dara's blush deepened, spreading even to her ears. Seeing her stammering, Jake chuckled quietly. At this moment, Dara felt her heart pounding almost up to her throat. She understood Jake's feelings, but was confused about how to react. Before, she never worried about losing something she didn't understand. Now, these feelings were within reach. But gaining them meant possibly losing them one day. Because she had never been cherished, she was especially sensitive. Her mind buzzed with confusion, desperately wanting to escape this suffocating environment. She quickly rose, ready to flee the classroom with her books. But just then, Jake stood up, grabbed her wrist gently but firmly. Dara cried out as her slender frame tumbled into his embrace. In the past, Jake would not have acted this way, but now there was no need to hide his feelings. Holding the trembling girl, Jake's eyes filled with affection. Dara's pale face was flushed red. That familiar faint scent of soap filled her nostrils once more. Memories flooded her mind. Her first encounter with Jake as a transfer student, their first hug, Jake carrying her across campus when she sprained her ankle, him treating her injuries in the clinic, making wishes together under a meteor shower at home, snapping photos by the broken bridge at West Lake. All these moments surged through her mind. Gradually, Jake's presence had left a deep imprint on her heart. Suddenly, her trembling ceased. A moment later, Jake's somewhat helpless voice echoed in her ear. Indira, how long are you going to keep hiding from me? Hashtag chapter 188. I will still give you a Hamilton fee time. In the empty lecture hall, the sunlight pouring in from the windows elongated the shadows of the boy and her. The midday sun made Jake's outline somewhat blurry. Dara finally managed to free herself from that suffocating embrace and stood before Jake, secretly raising her head for a glimpse. Perhaps because the sunlight was blinding, she quickly averted her gaze. Looking at Dara standing before him, seemingly unsure of what to do, Jake sighed lightly. Hamilton Lane, you've been avoiding me for 4 whole days. How long do you plan to keep hiding? Upon hearing this, Dara's mouth moved, but she didn't know how to respond. However, she did not deny it. Even she knew that she had indeed been trying to avoid Jake. Reflecting on her actions, she felt they were somewhat inappropriate. She should apologize to him, right? But how should she apologize? Her deskmate had once said he disliked when she said sorry to him. If she apologized now, would it upset him? After an internal struggle, Dara's heart raced faster. Just as she hesitated about or sour, but in this context, it should be more like a tingling or prickly sensation, which is not commonly used in English. A more natural way to express this would be the tingling sensation in her nose. However, since this is part of a larger passage that may have stylistic choices, I kept it closer to the original while making it readable in English. Revised for fluency. Unknowingly, her eyes turned red. The tingling in her nose tugged at the tear ducts in the corners of her eyes, brewing a mist of tears. When love shines as a ray of light through the heart, the person trapped in it also gambles everything, betting that the gun in front of them has no bullets. The small, timid Dara, always weak and humble, made one of the bravest decisions of her life this time. As the misty tears formed lines in her eyes, she mustered all her strength and nodded heavily. Yes, I found it. Hearing this, Jake's long-suspended heart finally settled. This was the first time Dara hadn't avoided his gaze, allowing him to look at her closely without any pretense. His deep emotions, no longer hidden, showed in his eyes as boundless tenderness. In the last life, watching her body burn in flames tore at his heart. He realized too late that he had missed a girl who deeply loved him. Only at the end of his life did he know that there had always been someone loving him in his arms. Dara's cheeks flushed instantly. The shy beauty of the young girl was a rare sight in the world. Though embarrassed by Jake's words, she couldn't refuse when looking into his eyes. Deep down, she wasn't very resistant either. The subtle fragrance of her deskmate was truly pleasant. Seeing Dara remain silent, Jake's throat tightened. His trembling hands gently rested on her shoulders. At the touch, Dara's body quivered slightly but soon calmed. She hung her head, the heavy bangs covering a face that was almost crimson with embarrassment. Jake took a step closer and gently embraced her. This hug was gentle yet full of strength. Her head rested lightly on his chest. Feeling Jake's faint heartbeat, Dara's hands dangled by her sides, making her seem quite stiff. Her hands moved repeatedly, lifting and lowering, finally clutching the hem of her pants tightly. Sensing the frail body in his arms, Jake's nose tingled, and unconsciously, his eyes welled with tears. Even though, in my eyes, you no longer carry the shadow of your past life, I will still give you this lifetime. Chapter 189. I have a new answer. During the few days that Indira was missing, Jake dreamed of countless scenarios. He even thought he might accidentally miss out on this relationship with Indira. Previously, Jake always grabbed her wrist, but this time, they held hands. Feeling the warmth from Jake's slender palm spread through her heart, Dara stood still for a moment before hanging her head and letting him lead her out of the classroom. In a daze, she remembered what her dorm mate had told her a few days ago, and the words her grandfather said before he passed away years ago. Dara, don't you want a sweet romance? Two people walking hand in hand, attending classes together, eating together, watching the moon, counting stars. Isn't it blissful to do things you love with someone you love? Girl, Oral is going to a faraway place. If one day you find a boy who treats you well, remember to cherish him. Oral will watch over you from heaven. Girl, if you find him, bring him here and point to the brightest star in the sky, so Oral can see you. Stepping out of the classroom, the sunlight outside enveloped them warmly. Looking up at the shining figure in front of her, Dara felt a warmth and brightness she hadn't experienced before. Tears welled up in her eyes, yet her lips curved into a smile. Oral, I think I found him. Walking ahead, Jake felt the little hand in his tighten, gripping firmly. But he didn't turn around. Instead, he held her hand tightly and moved forward. Dara noticed that her desk partner seemed to be sick. After their lunch at the private residence, all the way until the afternoon professional classes, her desk partner kept staring at her as if bewitched. During the last class, while she was concentrating on taking notes, she realized someone had been watching her. Turning her head, she saw Jake resting his chin on his hand, staring at her continuously. This had been going on for 2 classes now. Feeling embarrassed under his gaze, Dara put down her notebook and cautiously glanced at Jake. His eyes still held a hint of concern. Jake, classmate. What did you call me? Jake replied. Hearing this, Dara froze, then came back to her senses, embarrassedly sticking out her tongue. At lunch, she had promised her desk partner she wouldn't add classmate after his name anymore. Jake, are you feeling unwell? Huh? No, why do you ask? Jake responded. Tilting her head slightly, Dara curiously observed Jake and replied, You keep staring at me and smiling. My grandmother once told me about a village idiot who started laughing uncontrollably after a fever damaged his brain. Just like you. Jake, eyes closed face. Clearing his throat tactically, Jake playfully winked at her. Because I didn't see you for a few days, I'm making up for lost time. This cheesy line, though slightly awkward, still managed to have a significant impact on Indira thanks to Jake's irresistible charm. Indeed, her face turned red immediately, and she quickly pushed her Jake's voice behind her. She stopped and turned to look at him. Seeing Jake wave with a smile, she blushed. Remember to miss me. Her instinct was to run away, but after hesitating for a moment, she mustered up her courage, looked up at Jake, and nodded firmly. Okay. Translation notes. Chapter 189. I have a new answer. During the days Indira was missing, Jake dreamed of countless scenarios. He even considered the possibility that they might accidentally miss each other in this relationship. How would he handle it then? Should he continue to pursue her relentlessly, or choose to let go? Despite having lived 2 lives, he couldn't find an answer to this question. So when he felt the warmth of the body in his arms, he unconsciously rested his chin on Indira's head, inhaling the faint scent of shampoo from her hair, and slowly tightened his grip. He really wanted to hold her like this forever, melting her into his body. Suddenly, Indira made a slightly painful sound. Jake came back to his senses and quickly loosened his hands. I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? Jake asked anxiously. Indira shook her head, standing there without daring to look up. Even she didn't understand why her mind went blank just now, and she didn't refuse Jake's embrace. This was too embarrassing. They were in the classroom after all. Seeing her bashful and oral, I think I found him. Walking ahead, Jake felt the little hand in his palm tighten, but he didn't turn around. Instead, he firmly held her hand and continued walking forward. Indira noticed that her desk mate seemed sick. After finishing lunch at the residence hall, during the afternoon classes, her desk mate kept staring at her. During the last class, while she was diligently taking notes, she had to catch up on both her own and her desk mate's notes because he was too lazy to do them himself. She wrote down the last point and suddenly felt a gaze fixed on her. Turning her head, she saw Jake resting his chin on his hand, staring at her intently. This had been going on for 2 classes. Indira felt embarrassed and put down her notebook, cautiously glancing at Jake. There was a hint of concern in her eyes. Classmate Jake, what did you call me? Jake responded. Hearing this, Indira was momentarily taken aback, remembering that she promised not to call him classmate anymore. Jake, are you sick? No, why do you ask? Jake replied. Indira tilted her head slightly, curious. You've been staring at me and smiling. My grandma once told me about a silly boy in our village who smiled foolishly because he had a fever. You look okay, I understand. Indira nodded obediently. It's late, go back inside, Jake said. Nodding, Indira opened her mouth to say something but hesitated and turned back towards the dormitory. Indira. Suddenly, Jake called her name. She stopped and turned around. Jake waved with a smile. Remember to think of me. Her cheeks flushed, instinctively making her want to run. But after a moment of hesitation, she mustered the courage to look at him and nodded firmly. Okay. The tone and style of the original Chinese text are maintained, ensuring a natural and fluent English translation. Paragraph structures and line breaks are preserved to match the original text. Hashtag chapter 190. I can only accompany you this far. Jiangzhou, Shaoshan Airport. A Mercedes-Benz minivan slowly pulled up outside the terminal. Apart from Jake and Brent, 2 senior company executives were also accompanying them. As soon as Jake stepped out of the car, he saw a pair of slender legs encased in black stockings lightly touch the ground. Observing Reagan dressed in her OL attire with black stockings, Jake couldn't help but smile. Ingji, you didn't have to come see me off. I'm not a kid. Before leaving, Reagan had suddenly sent him a message saying she wanted to take him to the airport. Jake was puzzled. After all, it was just a business trip, so why would Reagan go through this effort? Reagan, on the other hand, wore a faint smile. Perhaps due to the heavy workload at the company recently, she looked slightly worn out despite her light makeup, unable to mask the fatigue in her eyes. Walking closer, Reagan's beautiful eyes surveyed Jake. Then she smiled gently. Does the jacket fit well? Jake felt something was amiss with Reagan's tone, but couldn't quite place it. He flexed his arms and nodded cheerfully. Yes, it fits perfectly. Reagan nodded, then leaned closer to straighten Jake's crumpled collar. You're always so careless even though you're a grown man. Her voice was soft as she looked at Jake, seemingly having much to say but remaining silent. Nearby, Brent and the others exchanged glances and discreetly turned away. Seeing Reagan's peculiar behavior, Jake furrowed his brows. Ingji, is there something bothering you? Reagan shook her head, smoothing out the wrinkles in Jake's collar, then smiled. It's almost time, you should go in. Jake stared directly at Reagan. Since that day when she cried after their call in her office, he sensed something wasn't right, but he respected her privacy and hadn't pressed her. However, seeing her now, he truly felt uneasy. Ingji, if there's anything wrong, please tell me. Believe me, there's nothing that can't be resolved. Looking at the handsome young face before her, Reagan's eyes welled up slightly. Her lips moved, but no words came out. She smiled wryly and lightly punched Jake's chest. You silly boy, what could be wrong? Go on. Jake knew she was hiding something, but had no way to press further. He simply gave her a deep look, then turned toward the terminal. Passing the driver, he whispered, watch over Ms. Zhang. If anything happens, contact me immediately. Yes, boss. After instructing the driver, Jake joined Brent and the others heading into the terminal. Jake. Suddenly, Reagan's voice called out. Jake stopped, turning to look at the tall silhouette in the distance. Reagan, eyes red-rimmed, waved her hand. Take care of yourself. Don't smoke too much or drink excessively. And don't push yourself too hard. Though it was meant as concern, Jake found it unsettling, his frown deepening. Reagan definitely had something she wasn't telling him. Boss, we need to proceed inside. It's time for security, Brent reminded him. Jake nodded, glanced back at Reagan one last time, then left. The morning breeze blew Reagan's bangs into disarray, accentuating her weary appearance. She gazed longingly at Jake's retreating back until he disappeared from view. Hamiltontal one, I can only accompany you this far, she murmured softly, clenching her fists by her sides. The driver approached and asked, Ms. Zhang, shall I take you back to the company? Reagan's expression suddenly turned cold as she stared in the direction Jake had gone. Yes. She bent down and got into the car. K-Country, Incheon Airport. Arriving at their destination around noon, Christopher had been waiting outside the airport. The school principal had also specially arranged for Vice President Alexandria Zijin of IG Club to pick them up, extending ample courtesy to Jake. They headed for the hotel where they would be staying. Although Brent had already booked a hotel, the principal insisted Jake stay at the official hotel prepared for the participating teams. According to the principal, several influential figures had leased the entire hotel exclusively, ensuring no outsiders until the finals ended. Grateful for the hospitality, Jake couldn't refuse. After resting briefly in his room, Jake received a call from the principal inviting him to dinner at the hotel. Unable to decline, Jake agreed. He knew from the principal that many of his circle of friends would be attending. These people were all top-tier figures in society, valuable connections for him. Though he was a successful businessman, his social status still fell short of the elite level. At the top floor VIP suite, covering an expansive area of over 100 square meters, Jake followed Alexandria Zijin inside, where about 20 guests were present. Brooks, Mr. Hamilton has arrived, Alexandria Zijin announced. The principal stood up and approached Jake, appraising him with a hint of dissatisfaction. Looks like you've been enjoying yourself lately. With the integration of the two platforms, you must have matured. Fernando's look stood out even among them. Jake couldn't help but wonder, based on Fernando's decent looks and high status, why his taste was so unique. Brooks Wong, is he always like this? Jake whispered quickly. Hearing this, Brooks Wong paused, then laughed heartily. We know about his quirks in our circle. He used to be pretty normal, but later. TSK, let's just say he lost himself over a woman. Just as Brooks Wong finished speaking, Fernando approached angrily. Alvaro, you're badmouthing me? No, I'm praising you to Jake, Brooks Wong chuckled. Fernando gave Brooks Wong a fierce glare before turning to Jake. Jake, we meet again. A while hasn't passed, yet brother how seems to be. Jake hesitated slightly, eyeing Fernando's lime green suit and socks, forcing a smile. Looking more spirited. Haha, good. Only my younger brother knows how to speak nicely. Come, let me introduce you to some friends, all part of our group. Fernando pulled Jake towards the others. With introductions from both Brooks Wong and Fernando, the group did not object to Jake's presence. After all, Jake was a significant player in their gambling circles. Moreover, Mingchen Technology and the Dreamseeker app were gaining immense popularity domestically, piquing interest among those present. Mr. Hamilton truly has great achievements at such a young age. I heard you were this year's top college entrance exam scorer. Nice to meet you. I can't believe such accomplishments are achieved by someone so young in the media and internet field. I must learn from you someday. Mr. Hamilton, here's my business card. I'm very interested in media and short videos. I plan to invest several million. Are you interested? Many engaged Jake in conversation without any hint of disrespect. This left Jake feeling somewhat reflective. It seemed online opinions and cliché novels couldn't be taken seriously. Not all second-generation aristocrats were arrogant and frivolous, at their level, who hadn't received higher education or learned proper social etiquette. Of course, there were exceptions, especially those who had invested in the G2 club, which was eliminated by IG in the semifinals. As Jake was IG's biggest supporter and rumored to have strategized for Brooks Wong's mysterious tactics, it wasn't surprising that some held grudges. Though they had placed bets on the final, no one mentioned it during dinner. It felt like they had gathered merely for a meal. Such broad-mindedness amazed Jake. To these aristocrats, the bet might just be entertainment. Their true aim could be expanding their circles. Fernando explained that while the group had dozens of members, they weren't particularly close, each having smaller cliques. Had Jake not upped the ante to 10 billion yuan, none would sit together. Thus, the dinner gathering was initiated by Jake's actions. The 4-hour feast included drinks and conversation. Finally, considering Jake's recent flight, Brooks Wong suggested he rest before evening activities. Predictably, Jake could guess what these gentlemen planned for entertainment. Being a guest, he had to follow the host's lead. Back in his room, Jake summoned Christopher to update on IG's collaboration progress. Boss, here's the current work plan. And these. Christopher handed over files which Jake reviewed, nodding approvingly. Before leaving for the K country, Jake emphasized the main purpose of promotion. Christopher didn't disappoint, coordinating remotely with domestic companies, live streams, video releases, and more. With IG advancing to the finals and nearing championship, the hype grew, reaching peak popularity. Domestic advertisers and international brands sensed IG's commercial potential, seeking collaborations or exclusive sponsorship rights for the finals. Christopher presented over 10 contracts. Boss, what should we do next? Christopher asked cautiously, almost tempted by offers from major brands. But Jake casually glanced and dismissed them. Reject all. Reject all? Christopher was stunned. This was money walking away. Brent interjected impatiently. Do as the boss says. No more talk. Oh, yes. Got it, boss. I'll handle it. Christopher packed the documents and rushed out. Baojia, you don't need to follow me tonight. There's something I need you to handle. Jake instructed Brent, who promptly went back to his room with his laptop. After a brief nap, Jake was awakened by Antonio Zijian's call, inviting him to join the evening activities. Jake prepared and left the hotel with one staff member. The translation maintains the original tone, structure, and storyline while ensuring fluent English. Hashtag chapter 192. I'm straight. It was the same nightclub as before. Jake still felt slightly chest-tightening due to the deafening heavy metal music and the scorching atmosphere. However, he felt much better after seeing the room filled with semi-permanent beauties. Although he wasn't particularly fond of this type, the semi-permanents were indeed very aesthetically pleasing. Brother, come here quickly. I specially kept 2 top-notch ones for you. Fernando approached Jake with a smiling face, pointing towards the couch with a knowing smile that every man would understand. Twins. Upon hearing this, Jake's eyelids twitched slightly. He turned his head and indeed saw a pair of twin semi-permanent beauties sitting on the couch, waving at him. Though the allure of twins was overwhelming, Jake silently chanted Indira's name countless times in his heart, which helped him keep his mind composed. In such a situation, he couldn't outright refuse, so he reluctantly sat between the twins. The twins seemed to have received some special instructions. They were extremely eager to serve Jake. The black and white stockings on their legs almost rubbed against his calves until they were nearly smoking. On the other hand, Jake showed no reaction from start to finish, just laughing while chatting with the headmaster beside him. Brother, not into this? Want me to find you a local celebrity instead? What type do you like? Fernando, holding a girl who looked underage yet sophisticatedly dressed, sat next to Jake. Jake smiled and shook his head. I appreciate your offer, but I'm really not interested in this. Fernando's expression suddenly changed, and after giving Jake a few strange looks, he nodded solemnly. He then beckoned the bodyguard at the door. Go, bring the new arrivals from the store. Yes, young master. The bodyguard nodded in response. Shortly after, the bodyguard returned with a few individuals. Brother, see if you like these this time. Jake glanced over, and his mind involuntarily went through 1,000 curses. This guy actually brought a man, one who stood well over 6 feet tall and weighed close to 200 pounds, a muscular dark-skinned man. Fernando said, Brother, I can only help you so much. Although I don't understand, I won't discriminate. Be safe. Jake's lips twitched hard, and veins pulsed visibly on his forehead. If it weren't for Fernando's status, he might have jumped up and cursed already. Seeing this, there were few people in the room who were still clear-headed. The headmaster, on the other hand, was already cuddling a local celebrity in a corner. But Jake did make some gains. A few rich kids showed interest in his company. After a few drinks, leveraging his unique charm, Jake managed to win them over and exchange contact information successfully. Though men's words after drinking couldn't be taken seriously, Jake could feel genuine intentions for collaboration. More friends mean more opportunities, and given the influence of these rich families across various industries, their connections would prove useful someday. Just as Jake was about to catch his breath after sending a few off, someone plopped down next to him. Old brother, come, burp, let's have another drink. Looking at Fernando's blurry eyes and strong alcohol smell, Jake knew he was drunk. How brother, you're drunk, Jake said. No, I'm not. You're being unfriendly, aren't you? Never try to reason with a drunk person, just like never try to reason with an angry woman. Jake knew this all too well. Picking up the glass, he drank it down. He was puzzled why Fernando suddenly came looking for him. Just heard from Alvaro about you. All my life. I've admired no one. But I admire you. Jake listened without replying as Fernando babbled aimlessly. He couldn't quite catch the point. Soon, a bombshell in fishnet stockings squeezed next to Fernando. Despite being in K-country, the girls chosen to serve this room were fluent in Chinese, albeit with some accent. Oppo, why leave me behind and drink alone? Let me accompany you, okay? Seeing the girl grab Fernando's hand and place it on her thigh, Jake tactfully turned away, considering whether he should give them space. Suddenly, Fernando pushed the girl away, his face grim. Accompany my ass. Get lost. Don't bother me. I hate women like you. Gold diggers. Scram. The girl, shocked and tearful, ran out of the room. Jake was surprised. Fernando had always seemed fond of this kind of entertainment. On their first meeting and even now, Fernando always appeared a playboy, surrounded by women, clearly experienced in nightlife. Why this sudden change? Gulping. Fernando tilted his head back, drinking half a cup of liquor in one go, slamming the glass onto the table. Jake felt that this seemingly carefree and eccentric third son of the Malcolm family must have an untold story. Jake, do you think, I'm a weirdo? You don't need to tell me. Everyone thinks so. I don't blame you. I blame myself for being blind back then. ####. Translation ends. Note asterisk please ensure that future translations continue to maintain the style, tone, and structural integrity of the original text, while ensuring the English flows naturally and remains engaging. Chapter 193. The unattainable thing that trapped his Hamilton. Jake never thought that Fernando, who was infatuated with a shit green color and acted in an unrestrained manner, had a hidden tragic past. Under the influence of alcohol, Fernando spoke to himself, divulging many details. In fact, from their first meeting, Jake had noticed that this third son of the Malcolm family appeared quite unconventional on the surface. Yet, he always gave off an air of innocence. To put it nicely, he was simple-hearted, but to be blunt, he seemed to lack guile. Otherwise, no one else would have revealed so many private matters to a relative stranger after just a few drinks. Jake, do you also think I'm a fool? You don't need to say it. I know. You all look down on me, make fun of me hiccup. It doesn't matter anyway. I will never trust women again. Looking at the almost intoxicated Fernando, Jake couldn't help but sigh softly. After hearing Fernando's story, he couldn't help but reflect. Another big romantic. During his student days, Fernando's parents treated him as an ordinary child, keeping him unaware of their true financial situation. He had been in a long-term relationship with his girlfriend for 7 years, pouring everything he had into it. Back then, the term lick dog didn't exist, so Fernando was deeply engrossed in the sweet love. It wasn't until the end that he realized his 7-year-long first love, the white moonlight in his heart, had been cheating on him for 5 years. On their 7th anniversary, he knelt in the rain, pleading with his girlfriend to stay, but she got into a Mercedes-Benz car right in front of him. After that, he fell into despair. Once his parents informed him of their true wealth, he started to change. He behaved flamboyantly, flaunting his money to everyone. He dated numerous women to convince himself that he didn't lack female attention, even though he despised these materialistic gold diggers. And the special shit green outfit was his constant reminder of the 5 years he spent wearing a metaphorical green hat. Jake looked at Fernando with a complex expression. No wonder he reacted like this when he learned about his own issues. Back then, he and Fernando were practically mirror images of each other, which might be why Fernando could empathize so deeply. Come on, Jake. Cheers. Jake didn't refuse the wine glass offered by Fernando this time. After a few more drinks, Fernando swayed and fell asleep on the sofa. Jake held the wine glass, leaning against the sofa. Hamiltoner. Hiccup. They're all liars. The drunk Fernando muttered incoherently. In the VIP room, the other young gentlemen embraced women in their arms, caressing them intimately. This bizarre little space played out a scene of human nature. Jake glanced at Fernando again. Now he finally understood why Fernando clashed with the headmaster. To someone like the headmaster, the purely romantic Fernando was an anomaly. To Fernando, people like the headmaster, who frequently changed partners, were also oddities. Though Jake could empathize with Fernando, he had already moved past the shadow left by Alyssa Young. Jake drank the fiery liquor, which stimulated his nerves while making his mind exceptionally clear. The gathering continued deep into the night. Seeing how excited these guys were, Jake found it hard to keep up and said goodbye to the headmaster before returning to the hotel. After a shower, he lay on the bed, feeling a bit tired. Although it was late, he didn't want to disturb Dara's sleep, but perhaps because he'd listened to Fernando's story, he felt a slight emotion rising in his chest. Hamilton to Elaine, are you asleep? Jake quickly sent a message. Soon, he received a reply. Dara, no. Jake, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? This time, the typing indicator lingered for a while, indicating that Hamilton to Elaine was carefully crafting her words, probably deleting and rewriting multiple times. Finally, she replied. Dara, because you said you would wait for you. Seeing her message, Jake slapped his forehead. Indeed, back at the hotel, he had told Hamilton to Elaine that. But earlier in the VIP room, distracted by drinking with Fernando, he had forgotten. Glancing at the time, nearly 2 a.m., and realizing they had morning classes the next day, he felt a pang of guilt and quickly replied. Jake, silly girl if I don't come. Are you going to stay up waiting for me? Don't do that next time. Dara, okay. Though responding with just an okay, it wasn't impolite coming from her. Even through the screen, Jake imagined Hamilton to Elaine, probably sleepy, holding her phone under the covers. This image softened his lips into a gentle smile. Jake, did you miss me? He waited for a long time. Just as he thought Hamilton Elaine had fallen asleep, she finally replied. Dara, yes. Despite the long wait, only getting a single word, Jake couldn't help but smile, eyes full of joy. Jake, I missed you too, really. He added a hugging emoji. Dara, I'm going to sleep. Jake, good night, Hamilton Elaine. He waited a long time but didn't receive a reply. Presumably, she had fallen asleep. Putting away his phone, Jake stretched lazily and drifted off to sleep. The next day, Jake was woken by a call from Brent, informing him that they were about to depart for the competition venue. Though the match was scheduled for the afternoon, they still needed to arrive early to prepare. After washing up and putting away his phone, he received a message from Dara apologizing for being too sleepy to reply last night. Jake chuckled lightly as he dried his hair. Jake, as punishment for your sorry, you must eat an extra basket of buns today and send me a picture. Dara, okay. Soon enough, Jake received a photo from Dara, apparently taken at the school cafeteria upstairs where he had taken her before. Jake, good girl. Remember to eat on time. I'll be back to school in a day or two. Dara, got it. After exchanging a few messages with Dara, Jake left the room. After breakfast, Alexandria Zijian arranged a driver to pick up Jake and the others to head to the finals venue. Chapter 194, the finals approaching. This day of the S8 World Championship was destined to be extraordinary for esports fans in China. Breaking the long-standing era of no championships, it heralded a new peak, a dream shared by countless Chinese esports fans. Inside the finals venue, red banners and IG support signs lined the arena. Fans from China and all over the world were gathered, crazily shouting the name of IG. Even Jake, who had known the outcome early on, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at this scene. Mr. Hamilton, the principal and others are over there. Let me take you to them, Langston said with a smile, leading the way. Soon enough, members set up the main stage. Brooks took Jake to the players' locker room. The 5 IG players were inside, training. Looking at these young men in white, still rather naive and green, Jake felt a mix of emotions. The 5 appeared somewhat nervous and tense, knowing that the person in front of them was an important figure despite being their age. Jake, the final starts in about 2 hours. Do you have any tactical arrangements? Brooks asked, clearly nervous. Bringing Jake here, Brooks hoped for some pre-match guidance. Given how close they were to the global championship, Brooks, who had spent years in the esports world, desperately wanted success. Jake's appearance gave him hope, and truthfully, he hadn't expected IG to reach this far. Smiling, Jake scanned the 5 young men in white before him. Everyone in the locker room, including the coach and analysts, watched him intently, ready to record any strategies he proposed. But Jake simply smiled again, saying slowly, the only strategy is to believe in yourselves. His gaze then fell on the top laner, Acton. Stepping forward, he patted Acton's shoulder. Especially you, Acton. Remember my words, believe in yourself, play whatever you want. Though Acton was Korean, he understood Mandarin and shyly scratched his head. Me? Can I? His teammates exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. As teammates, they knew Acton well and felt Jake's words were inappropriate. The coaches and analysts also looked puzzled but remained silent out of respect for Jake's position. Brooks, however, had no such reservations. Brooks frowned. Jake, isn't this arrangement risky? We plan to rotate Acton and Dennis. While Acton performed excellently against G2, his style is too aggressive. For the finals, we need stability. Everyone in the esports circle agreed that Acton's playstyle was innovative yet extremely aggressive, a double-edged sword causing instability. Therefore, IG usually rotated its top laners. Shrugging, Jake replied calmly, I'm just giving my opinion, as I've said before. Whether to follow it is your decision. Brooks's frown deepened. Because he trusted Jake during the semifinals, IG reached the finals. Yet, now at this critical moment, he hesitated. Still, after a pause, he chose to trust Jake again. Alright, follow Jake's advice and play however you see fit. IG's original tactical plan was altered due to this discussion. Seeing the coach and teammates discussing new strategies, Brooks and Jake left the locker room. The venue was nearly full. Fans from across the country filled the seats, with reporters and internet celebrities scattered throughout. Jake also spotted DreamSeek's official commentators and staff, whom Brent had arranged as instructed. As partners in IG's broadcasting platform, they naturally sent representatives to cover the entire event. An hour before the match, the venue was packed. Pre-game performances further heightened the atmosphere. Go IG! IG fight! IG! IG! Hamilton steaming to the deafening cheers. Jake, sitting in the front row, felt his heart race. Of course, it wasn't solely because he was witnessing history, but his 10 small goals were about to be realized. Hashtag chapter 195, tracing Dara's background. Though the money hadn't arrived yet, Jake was already thinking about how to use it. At this moment, Fernando, who had been sitting nearby, suddenly leaned in, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. What's up, brother? How? Is something wrong? Jake asked. This matters, Sai. It's hard to bring up, Fernando said. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously checked his surroundings, making sure no one was paying attention, before lowering his voice and quickly asking, Jake, you should know about what happened to me yesterday, right? Yep. Jake didn't hide it, and nodded openly. Shit. Drinking really screws people over. Fernando slapped his face angrily, clearly regretting the things he had said after drinking too much. Since you know, you must also realize that our experiences are quite similar. So, I'll ask you boldly. There's nothing else you can do? My ex-girlfriend thing has been bothering me for years. Every time I think about it, I feel disgusted but also unwilling to let it go. Sai, don't look at me like I'm carefree. Honestly, since that relationship, I haven't considered dating anymore. Sometimes, I even lose interest in women. At this point, Fernando felt like crying. If this keeps up, my lineage will surely end. Jake, you have to help me. In Fernando's social circle, most were wealthy young men with numerous girlfriends, switching partners like changing clothes. None could genuinely help him with matters of the heart. After a brief pause, Jake responded coolly, no one can fully understand another's feelings. Our experiences are similar but different. All I can say is, yeah, tell me. People will always be trapped by the unattainable things from their youth. But eventually, a single event, a person, or a scene can unlock a lifetime of confusion. Fernando frowned. I know you're a top student, but can you speak plainly? What does that mean? Nothing much. Let it be. Overthinking the past might make you miss out on a lot. Jake patted Fernando's shoulder and stopped talking. Meanwhile, Fernando kept mumbling those words to himself. By the way, I have a question, perhaps a bit abrupt. But it's important to me, Jake suddenly said. There was something he wanted to ask ever since he first met Fernando, but they weren't close enough at the time, so he held back. Collecting his scattered thoughts, Fernando responded, okay, go ahead. Can you tell me more about the Malcolm family in Shanghai? Jake's question immediately put Fernando on alert. Why are you asking about my family? Fernando frowned. Nothing serious, just curious. If it's inconvenient, forget I asked. Jake casually replied. After returning from abroad, he had privately asked the principal about the Malcolm family, but some details were unknown even to outsiders. In high society, casually inquiring about someone's family background was inappropriate, especially given the competitive nature among these influential families. But considering Jake wasn't part of their circle and they seemed to get along well, Fernando nodded. I can give you the general picture, but I can't reveal any family secrets. Then Fernando began narrating his family's history, initially hesitant but quickly diving into the details with enthusiasm, boasting about achievements in various fields. Jake maintained a polite smile throughout, albeit awkwardly. Frankly, he had no interest in the Malcolm family's success stories. As Fernando continued, even delving into family gossip, Jake's mouth twitched involuntarily. Excuse me. Don't you agree that my third uncle acted improperly? His wife was still very young when she married him. Stop. Jake could hardly contain himself. This Fernando was truly talkative. He didn't care about the third aunt or second cousin-in-law. He only wanted to know one thing. I only want to know if there's a female member of your family who has been lost outside. Lost outside? Fernando paused, then pondered for a moment, saying, you should know that large families like ours have many members and branches. Each year, several people get expelled or wander outside for various reasons. Hearing this, Jake took a deep breath, his hand clenching unconsciously. The girl's name is Dara, and she grew up in Jiaxing City. Fernando rolled his eyes exaggeratedly. Brother, our family has hundreds of members, not counting illegitimate children, or those who set up their own households. Just a name won't help much. There might be tons of people named Dara. Chapter 196, A Bad Premonition. Jake had never given up on uncovering Dara's background. In the past, he lacked both the ability and the connections to do so. Now, however, he was gradually beginning to interact with some genuine social elites, and also gaining the capacity to investigate Dara's origins. Unfortunately, his knowledge of Indira's background was exceedingly limited, consisting only of fragmented snippets and bits of information from her previous life. The Malcolm family's eldest daughter, wandering outside for many years, being acknowledged by the family. With just this much information, Jake felt a bit overwhelmed. He had hoped to get some useful information from Fernando, but looking at Fernando's somewhat heated expression, Jake couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. The thoughts of these young aristocrats were indeed difficult to fathom. Thinking of Indira, Jake's lucky star, his lips curled into a smile at the thought of her petite, slender figure. Inside the venue, everyone's attention was focused on the stage at the center. Under the spotlight, the ultimate showdown of this global League of Legends competition was finally beginning. As the members of both teams stepped onto the stage, the arena erupted into thunderous applause. From the front row seats below the stage, Jake and others kept their eyes glued to the stage. Compared to Jake, who played on his phone with ease, the others were visibly more excited. Meanwhile, the school principal was a bit anxious. Losing money was trivial. The main issue was that the recent debt crisis had already caused dissatisfaction within his family, urging him to return and take over the family business. If nothing significant happened this time, he would lose all leverage and have to obediently return to the family. Jake, are you sure everything will be fine? Seeing the principal's nervousness, Jake smiled and replied, don't worry, I wouldn't joke about something like this. I've said before, IG will usher in a new era in esports. Although he had heard Jake say this many times, the principal still felt a bit uneasy. Meanwhile, Jake opened the Shuiming app on his phone. Shuiming invites all summoners to cheer for IG. Join us on Shuiming to share in 100 million yuan in cash red packets and other fantastic prizes. Summoners, are you ready? The official live stream room on Shuiming displayed large, prominent theme text. Despite other popular short video apps and live streaming platforms having the broadcasting rights for the S tournament, none could match the popularity of Shuiming. After all, IG had officially announced its strategic partnership with Shuiming, and the 5 players' live streaming contracts were all signed with the Shuiming app. Additionally, Jake had instructed Brent to intensify the publicity efforts and plan various promotional activities for the finals. Moreover, Jake had already arranged a series of publicity initiatives some time ago. This included getting top influencers like Brother Xiaoxander and other content creators within the company to produce and release high-quality short videos related to IG's World Tournament. All these preparatory efforts contributed to the current Ruidu popularity of the Shuiming app. Since the broadcast started, the live stream room's popularity had long surpassed 100 million. Once the match officially began, everyone's attention was focused on the LED screen on stage, following this final battle. More importantly, Jake had already planned extensive promotional work earlier, encouraging top influencers like Brother Xiaoxander and other creators to produce high-quality videos related to IG's World Championship run. This comprehensive preparation can track from 2 down to win 3. The game isn't over yet, don't gloat. Realizing the significant disparity between FNC and IG, Fernando felt his argument lacked strength. Pausing for a moment, he added, besides, even if IG does win, it's all thanks to Jake. Without him setting up your strategies, IG would probably be swimming back with RNG. Chapter 197. We are the champions. Now, it could be said that Fernando and his teammates were only stubborn with their words. The more they insisted, the happier the principal was at this moment. If the situation were different, he would have already popped the champagne to celebrate. After a brief intermission, the final decisive game officially began. Notably, right before the third match started, the principal rushed anxiously to the lounge. He did not set any strategies, but instead found the top laner Acton and repeatedly relayed what Jake had said. Remember what Jake said. Play however you want. Below the stage, Fernando and others, along with many FNC fans, prayed for the miracle of a comeback from 2 down. After all, as former champions, FNC's roster still held considerable strength, theoretically capable of such an astounding turnaround. However, when the 10 summoners entered Summoner's Rift amidst the crowd's cheers, the nightmare for FNC's players and fans commenced. In the third match, the 5 white-clad youths played at their peak, presenting numerous high-intensity scenes. What was expected to be a thrilling decider turned out to be another one-sided slaughter. As the last FNC summoner fell, countless IG fans in the audience erupted into cheers. At this moment, even Jake couldn't help but put down his phone, raising his head to witness this historic moment. Finally, with the commentator's roar, the 5 white-clad youths destroyed FNC's last hope together. Victory! The electronic voice announced on the LED screen, and the official commentator at the Dream Hunt S-Finals shouted a profound truth on sight. We are the champions. The champion of champions. The world champions with a 3-0 sweep. I can do it too. At this moment, countless Chinese fans in the venue cheered and shouted, IG is awesome. We are the champions. Fans and commentators alike shed tears, screaming IG hoarsely. Brooks leaped up joyfully beside them. One. Haha. 1. Champions. Really champions. The principal rushed over to embrace Jake, and then charged onto the stage without hesitation to join the celebration with the 5 white-clad youths. At this moment, the official Dream Hunt S-Finals livestream was flooded with chat messages. We are the champions. IG is awesome. I've been playing this game for 7 years. Waited 7 years. Sob. Finally fulfilled. Whoa. Brothers, quickly go to the neighboring livestream. Dream Hunt has really started the prize draw and money giveaway. The upstairs poster is right. I just came back and won $1,000. Shit. Dream Hunt is serious? Brothers, we need to shift battlefields urgently. Almost everyone online thought that the so-called 100 million yuan cash red envelopes and other benefits promised by Dream Hunt before the competition were just gimmicks to attract traffic. Such operations were commonplace on other platforms. But Dream Hunt live-streamed the entire prize draw, fulfilling its promise. A massive surge of traffic was attracted to Dream Hunt. Such a large influx of visitors would have crashed the servers if Jake hadn't secured additional servers from Jeffrey early on and arranged for technical upgrades. That day was destined to belong to all Chinese esports fans, and also to the 5 white-clad youths who lifted the highest honor of Summoner's Cup on stage. Jake stood up below the stage, clapping generously. Watching the 5 white-clad youths on stage and the thunderous cheers around him, Jake felt extremely excited. Had the occasion been different, he really wished to rush to Fernando and shout, "Pay up, IG," and this was China's first championship. Yet, his players merely mentioned him casually and praised Jake enthusiastically. Reflecting, the principal admitted that Jake indeed played a significant role in IG's victory. Though accepting internally, he muttered grumpily, "You kid, this time both fame and fortune went to you." Hearing this, Jake grinned and replied, "Mutual admiration. Congratulations, Brooks. You're now the first boss in China to create a championship team. Commercially, your gains from this win far exceed mine." Jake was smart, knowing what to say to make the principal happy. Sure enough, hearing Jake's words, the principal's expression softened. Although he felt disadvantaged during this collaboration, giving Jake quite a few advantages, thinking carefully, he realized that as the boss of IG, the first domestic championship added tremendous commercial value to his name. While everyone celebrated the victory, Jake received a call. Due to the noise, he moved to a quieter place to answer it. Chapter 198. Sistering has gone missing? Incheon Hangul Arena. Wave after wave of chants echoed, calling out IG repeatedly. The 5 young men in white who formed IG were the stars of this event and bowed as they made their exit under the watchful eyes of thousands. The principal was exchanging pleasantries with those around him. Just when he was wondering where Jake had suddenly disappeared to, he saw Jake walking over from a distance, his expression grim. "Jake, I've been looking for you. I've booked a place for tonight. Let's celebrate properly then." It was clear that the principal was still riding high on the victory. His smile hadn't left his face. Though the championship win wasn't directly tied to anyone else present, these young aristocrats would mostly accompany the principal out of respect and naturally join in the celebration. Meanwhile, Jake took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the unease growing in his heart. "Sorry, Brooks. I need to return to China immediately." Upon hearing this, the principal's eyebrows shot up, and he replied, "So soon? This championship should be credited partly to you. Why not stay and have a drink?" "I can't. Something has come up rather unexpectedly. I must return immediately." Seeing how serious Jake was, the principal realized it must be an urgent matter. After some deliberation, he didn't push further. "All right, then I'll find you when I get back to China." On the side, Fernando also came forward to say his goodbyes upon hearing that Jake was leaving. The principal then arranged for someone to escort Jake and his group back to the hotel. Back at the hotel, Jake quickly packed and boarded the earliest available flight back home. It wasn't about disrespecting the principal. Something truly important was going on. He had received a call from Reagan's secretary just before. Reagan had gone missing. Jiangzhou, Shaoshan Airport. "Boss, shall I take you back to the school first?" "No, head to the company." Inside the car, Jake held onto his phone tightly, his brows furrowed. His phone screen remained open to his chat with Reagan. He had tried calling her multiple times and sent numerous messages, but there had been no response. They arrived at the company shortly thereafter. Because it was the night of the championship, the office was still brightly lit with many employees working late. Once inside, Jake summoned Reagan's secretary immediately. "What exactly happened?" Jake asked, his tone darkening slightly. The secretary looked pale as she recounted the events. This morning, Reagan had come to the office as usual. They were dealing with several key manufacturers and government institutions. Reagan had asked her to prepare some documents and arrange today's schedule. Until noon, everything seemed normal. After lunch, Reagan had taken a call and instructed her to go back to the office alone. However, Reagan hadn't returned even after hours passed, and despite several attempts, the secretary couldn't reach her. As the executive president, Reagan's phone was always on, and she had never been unreachable for so long. Do you really think she's missing? Jake still hoped for a less alarming explanation. It wasn't yet 24 hours since her disappearance, so perhaps it was premature to label it as such. The secretary looked anxious. Boss, I wouldn't joke about this. If it were anyone else, I might doubt it. But President Zhang has never acted like this. Remembering something, she added hastily. Also, when she took that call, she seemed very disturbed. Jake's brow remained furrowed, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. He dialed Reagan's other number, which connected but went unanswered. Growing more worried, he summoned Brent to trace Reagan's movements with the secretary without alarming anyone at the office. Brent understood the urgency and quickly left. Jake then had the driver take him to Golden Summit Mansion. On the way, he wondered if Reagan had simply gone home to rest after the meal, sleeping through the day. But the empty room dashed any hopes. He searched the house thoroughly but found no sign of Reagan. However, it was evident the place had been meticulously cleaned, especially Reagan's room. On the coffee table, he noticed 2 keys, a room key and the Porsche key he had given her. Underneath the keys was a note. Jake's heart sank. Taking a deep breath, he opened the note, revealing Reagan's handwriting. Hamilton to 1. By the time you read this letter, I should already be gone. Please forgive my abrupt departure and my selfishness. This is the best way I could think of to say goodbye. I've handed over company matters to Tessa. She's capable and can take over for me. Don't worry, I won't leave you with a mess. I cleaned the house and washed the car. The keys are on the table. The spare keys are in the 3rd drawer of the closet in my room. Promise me you won't look for me. I don't belong here and will never be able to live this life. Do you know, ever since that night market stall, until now, it felt like a dream to me. Time flies, and sometimes I hesitated, reluctant to let go. These past months with you were the happiest of my 20+ years. You taught me that people can have choices and work hard to become who they want to be. How ironic, as your former teacher, I needed my student to teach me about choosing my future path. Hamilton to 1. You're really amazing and brilliant. If not for the age difference, I might have thought about it more seriously. Giggles. Just kidding. I'm not interested in kids like you. Dara seems like a great girl, though we haven't met. I sincerely wish you both happiness. Well, enough said. It's time for a proper goodbye. This dream was beautiful but too short. My room remains dark, and it's time to wake up. I tried my best but couldn't escape my destiny. I should return to where I belong, choosing the set path. Promise me you won't come looking for me. Finally, take care. Perhaps we'll meet again someday. Jake stood there, the letter trembling in his hand. ##### Chapter 199. That place is a cage. Ding Mansion. A black Mercedes-Benz van parked by the roadside. Jake leaned against the front of the car, with 7 or 8 half-smoked cigarette butts scattered at his feet. In his hand was still the farewell letter. Yes, Reagan was indeed missing. But to be precise, she had left Jiangzhou. Just as the letter said, she had returned to her predetermined life. Hiss. Ha. Jake took a deep drag and exhaled a long puff of thick smoke, leaning on the hood of the car, gazing up at the night sky. He had thought he had successfully altered and changed Reagan's predestined path from her previous life. But now it seemed that nothing had really changed. Was predetermined fate truly so powerful, so strong that even as someone who had been reborn, knowing what would happen in advance, he couldn't change anything? To him, Reagan wasn't just a teacher. She was also an understanding and close friend, like a sister to him. From starting the business to now, Reagan had helped him a great deal and sacrificed much. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened to Reagan, he had a rough idea in his heart. Sister Ing, can you escape this calamity? Jake sighed deeply. After flicking away the cigarette butt, he crumpled the cigarette pack into a ball. Then he turned to look at the driver beside him, asking, Do you have any more cigarettes? The driver quickly moved forward upon hearing him, pulling out another cigarette from his pocket and lighting it for Jake. Jake silently exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, gazing in the direction of Yongcheng. At this point, the driver couldn't help but ask, Boss, where did Miss Zhang go? Hearing this, Jake remained silent for a long time. When the driver wondered if he had said something wrong, Jake finally replied faintly, Do you see that direction? Following Jake's finger, the driver scratched his head. All he saw was darkness, nothing more. That place is a cage. After saying this softly, Jake finished the last puff and then turned to get back into the car. Boss, where are we going? Inside the car, Jake lowered the window, gazing at the distant night sky, and spoke with determination, Yongcheng. Huh? Alright now? If they set off now, it would take at least 4 hours to reach Yongcheng. The driver wondered if he was hearing things. Yeah. Seeing Jake nod, though the driver was puzzled, he dared not ask more questions. Never underestimate the profession of a driver. Understanding the boss's thoughts is one of the basic requirements. The driver could tell that Jake was in a bad mood due to Reagan's sudden departure without saying goodbye. Even if Jake had said they were driving abroad right now, the driver wouldn't dare question him. The car started and sped off. On the road, the speed was not too fast. The evening wind blew through the window, hitting Jake's face. It was already quite cold in November in Jiangzhou, especially at night. The paper letter in Jake's hand fluttered in the wind. Seated in the car, he stared straight out the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window. Then he glanced down at the letter again. Moments later, he seemed to make a decision. Ah, so you really don't want me to find you? Jake sighed slightly and said, Forget it. Take me back to school. Yes, boss. The driver immediately turned around, heading towards Jiangzhou University. Jiangzhou University. Not far from the university, at a crossroads. Jake asked the driver to drop him off here, saying he wanted to walk for a while. The driver complied, dropping Jake off before returning to the company. Jake slowly walked toward the school along the road. Unknowingly, he found himself standing outside the store where Dara worked part-time. Stopping at the door, he glanced inside, seemingly able to faintly see her small, busy figure. Jake took a deep breath, steadying his chaotic thoughts, rubbed his face, and walked into the store. Inside, Dara sat at the front counter, already starting to nod off. "Girl, there are a few customers today. You should go back to school." The shop owner smiled and walked out from the kitchen. "It's okay, Allie. I'll stay a bit longer. Customers might come soon." As if on cue, the doorbell rang. Ding. Hamilton. Upon hearing this, Dara stood up hurriedly to greet the customer. "Hello, welcome. What would you like to eat?" Through the past months of practice, she had become less timid, at least able to greet customers smoothly. But when she saw who had entered, she froze. Looking up, it was Jake's handsome face. Seeing Jake, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. You came back?" Smiling warmly, Jake approached her. "I had some temporary matters to attend to. Of course, mainly because..." Here, Jake leaned down slightly, looking at the lovely girl in front of him gently. "I missed you." This simple statement made Dara extremely shy, hanging her head, fidgeting with the apron strings in front of her. What would you like to eat?" she asked nervously. Looking at her cute demeanor, Jake couldn't help but affectionately ruffle her hair. "A bowl of cold skin noodles." He then turned to sit down nearby. Dara, on the other hand, retreated into the kitchen hastily. Seeing Dara disappear into the kitchen, the smile on Jake's face gradually faded. Reagan's abrupt departure was genuinely worrying him. He didn't know if the future held the same tragic fate for Reagan as it did in her past life. He knew Reagan must have returned to Yongqing. Though he had desperately wanted to rush back to Yongqing overnight to confront Reagan directly, perhaps even forcefully bringing her back to Jiangzhou, he reconsidered. If Reagan's predetermined fate could not be avoided, it was something she had to face herself. His interference as an outsider couldn't fundamentally solve the problem. Perhaps Reagan just needed some time. Until then, Jake decided not to disturb her further. Soon, Dara placed a bowl of cold skin noodles in front of Jake with both hands, then returned to the counter, occasionally stealing glances at him. Though it was just a regular serving of noodles, Jake noticed that Dara had added 2 extra sausages. Finishing the meal, Jake paid and, thanks to the observant shop owner sending Dara home early, they left the store. Indira, would you like to take a walk with me? Looking at Jake's profile, Dara's big, bright eyes twinkled. Her keen senses picked up on Jake's apparent worries. Okay. Chapter 200, Tiny Her, Infinite Power. A milk tea shop near Jiang University. Jake ordered 2 cups of milk tea. At this moment, little Elaine was looking around curiously like a small child. She saw many strange people. They were wearing white short-sleeve shirts with colorful logos she couldn't understand. IG is awesome. IG is awesome. Many boys were running down the street, shouting at the top of their lungs. Even more shockingly, she saw a boy, running naked, waving a flag that read IG, and she quickly looked away, frightened. And even outside this milk tea shop, there was a flag hanging with the letters IG. Hamilton, Jake. Finally, little Elaine couldn't contain her curiosity and softly called out. What's up? Jake replied. Seeing Dara slightly tilt her head and point to a group of teenagers riding motorcycles with IG flags fluttering behind them, he couldn't help but chuckle. Egypt? What happened? Why are they all shouting about Egypt? Looking at Dara's innocent face, Jake laughed. This place wasn't too far from Jiang University, and on the way here, he had also heard intermittent shouts of IG is awesome, coming from the campus direction. Tonight was the night of the championship. Male dormitories in universities across the country, and even some female dorms, were going crazy. People who didn't understand esports would be as confused as little Elaine. Had a war started recently? Why were young people, especially boys, across the country, crazily shouting Egypt is awesome? About that, I'll explain it to you later. Here, try this flavor. Taking the milk tea Jake handed over, Dara held it with both hands and sipped through the straw. How does it taste? Jake asked. Dara nodded, but couldn't help thinking of the milk tea Jake once made for her during senior high school. Compared to this, she still preferred the taro bubble milk tea he had made back then. However, since Jake had bought it, she finished it without leaving a drop. The two strolled towards the school, with Dara no longer hiding behind Jake, but standing beside him. Though still not daring to get too close, this was a significant change for her, a step taken with great courage. On the road, many students from Jiang University ran in groups, shouting, IG. Various youngsters were doing bizarre things. Some filming videos, some confessing love publicly, some rolling on the streets. More incredibly, someone was washing their hair upside down at the busiest spot right by the school gate. Dara observed everything curiously, feeling like she discovered a new world. As for Jake, he found it less surprising. In his previous life, many people had made vows before the match. If IG won, they'd do this or that. Tonight, the night of the championship, was bound to be wild. But Jake had no intention of participating. Beside him, Dara occasionally glanced at him. Her normally talkative desk mate was unusually quiet today. He must be upset. Should I say something to him? Dara's mind raced with possible conversation starters, but none reached her lips. Then she thought, perhaps just being beside her desk mate, even without speaking, felt pretty good. Just as she stole another glance, she was caught red-handed. When their eyes met, she blushed and quickly looked down, much like a kitten caught in the act. Hamilton Elaine, is there a flower on my face? No. Really? Then why do you keep peeking at me? Jake smiled. Her cheeks flushed again, and she couldn't explain why her gaze kept drifting to him. Seeing her fumble for words, Jake chuckled. They walked further in companionable silence under the moonlit sky. Jake looked up at the stars and sighed inwardly. Dara. Yes? Jake took a deep breath and gazed into the distance. Do you believe in fate? Hearing this, Dara's eyes filled with confusion. It was a question she had never considered, too distant from her reality. She shook her head. I don't know. I've never thought about it. Do you think about changing your fate? Or do you believe your destiny is set in stone, unchangeable? Jake asked. His words seemed to remind her of something, and she fell silent, staring at the sky with a hint of melancholy. Jake watched the moon, while she focused on the faint stars, because she firmly believed that her grandfather had become the brightest star in the sky, silently watching over her. These things you're saying, I don't quite understand. I know my conditions aren't good, and when I was younger, I often envied the children in our village. Back then, I used to cry and throw tantrums at Oral. Why did other kids have toys, lots of pocket money, beautiful clothes for New Year's, and delicious snacks, while I had nothing? Hearing the sadness in her voice, Jake realized he had overstepped. Sorry, Dara, I didn't mean to. Before he could finish, Dara smiled. It's okay, I'm not bothered by that anymore. Jake was momentarily stunned. Her smile lit up the sky, dimming even the stars. Oral said that if I studied hard and lived diligently, I would become excellent. Then I could live the life I want. Hearing this, Jake was deeply touched. Indeed, since meeting Dara, she had always been striving hard, to study, to live better, and to change her fate. Despite her frailty, she was using all her strength to rewrite her supposedly fixed destiny. Though she said she didn't know, her actions spoke louder than words. At this moment, Jake regretted not having introduced Reagan to Dara earlier. Compared to his empty motivational speeches, perhaps Dara's example would offer Reagan an unprecedented hope. ####Chapter 201. Money received. ####### South Campus, Jiang University. Before he knew it, they were already close to the girls' dormitory. Walking with Jada had eased Jake's mind considerably. He was confident that a solution for Reagan's issue would eventually be found. Jake, I'm at my dorm now, Jada suddenly stopped and said. Among college couples, there seemed to be an unwritten rule. After dark, they always held hands for a walk, strolled along the street, and upon arriving at the dorm, they invariably indulged in some affectionate banter before concluding with a kiss. Jake pondered. While they hadn't held hands, they had walked together, chatted idly, and spent quality time. But the final kiss. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look up at Jada. Over these past 6 months, she had grown more beautiful. The sharp chin and jawline, along with her pretty nose, increasingly showcased the makings of a stunning beauty. College life has its moments, especially near the entrance of the girls' dorm at night. Even stray dogs steered clear, fearing their emotional breakdowns might spoil dinner. Watching couples cuddling and kissing passionately, Jake felt a pang of envy. He wasn't someone easily tempted by lust. His feelings for Jada were genuine. He wasn't just lusting after her body, but nearby, a couple was kissing loudly, making smacking sounds. This live-action performance made it hard for Jake to keep his cool. Okay, go on back, Jake forced himself to say, suppressing the fleeting romantic thoughts. Jada, perhaps blushing from the scene, avoided looking at him. She stared at her feet for a moment before turning around and walking towards the door. Watching Joyce's figure disappear into the dorm, Jake turned and strode away confidently. Only as he turned into the garden paths. Putting down his phone, Jake prepared to shower. Suddenly, the president's video call came through. On the screen, the president and Fernando, along with other young masters, were partying in a luxurious VIP room. They had clearly been drinking. The president caught up with Jake, discussing various matters. Most importantly, they mentioned that Fernando and company had honored the bet. Since Jake wasn't present, the president temporarily kept his share of the money. The video call also aimed to discuss the division of the funds. Following the initial investment ratio, the president asked Jake for his bank account details and transferred the money right in front of him. After a few more pleasantries, the call ended. Ding dong. Hearing the text notification, Jake excitedly checked his phone. Sure enough, it was the bank confirmation. Seeing 10 million in his account, he couldn't stop smiling. This windfall lifted his spirits instantly. Now he had roughly 13 million cash available, not including the company's working capital. With the World Championship hype and IG being the sole official strategic partner, Dream Chasing's user base and popularity soared. Major manufacturers, partners, and brands, even renowned media and training institutions, rushed to collaborate. Confident of rapid growth, Jake saw immense potential for the Dream Chasing app and more Dream Tech by year-end or early next year. Excited, he sent a voice message to the dorm group. Hold my spot, I'm on my way. Feeling great tonight, let's climb ranks. He put down his phone and rushed out of the dorm. After all night. The next morning, the three brothers trudged off to elective classes with panda eyes. Fortunately, there were no core classes, so Jake planned to catch some shut-eye. What could be better than crashing after an all-nighter with friends? But upon reaching the dorm door, Jake realized he'd forgotten his key in his rush last night. Reluctantly, he returned to the annex, where he slept until noon. In the living room, Jada was busy preparing lunch. She received a message from Jake earlier saying breakfast wasn't necessary. They'd eat lunch together. Arriving early to prepare meals was routine. Fresh ingredients, ordered by Jake via delivery, awaited in the fridge. After preparing the meal, Jada tried messaging Jake but received no reply. After some hesitation, she called him. Hearing the ringtone inside the room, she Chapter 202. Jada is my pillow. After putting down her phone, Dara cautiously approached Jake's room. The door was wide open, so she clearly heard the sounds coming from inside. She peeked in slightly and saw Jake snoring away. Drumming up her courage, she walked into the room. Jake. Dinner time. Standing by the bedside, she tried to wake him up, but all she got in response was a smacking sound as Jake turned over and continued sleeping. Seeing that Jake didn't respond, Dara became quite troubled. Her deskmate was indeed a big lazy bug, still asleep even though the sun had risen high. She glanced at the open window and closed it. My deskmate is so careless. He'll catch a cold like this, she muttered softly. After closing the window, she began to hesitate again. Perhaps because Jake looked so peaceful while sleeping, she couldn't bear to wake him up. Just as she was about to leave the room, she noticed Jake kick off the corner of the quilt. She was about to step forward but stopped short as Jake was only wearing boxers, causing her face to blush red, and she quickly lowered her head. Fortunately, Jake didn't have a habit of sleeping naked, or this might have been another story altogether. With her head hung low, she hurried toward the door but paused just before reaching it. After hesitating for a moment, she decided that Jake might get cold if he slept like that, and turned back. She stared at her toes as she walked to the bed, reaching out with her small hands to tuck the blanket around him. However, without looking up, her hand accidentally brushed against his warm chest. The moment their skin touched, a wave of heat shot through her fingertips straight into her heart. Hamilton being electrocuted, she quickly pulled her hand back, standing frozen in place. Finally, she leaned down slightly and tucked the quilt around Jake properly. As she lowered her head, her gaze involuntarily shifted to Jake's face. This was the first time she had observed him from this angle. Originally, her deskmate looked like this when sleeping, like a little pig, even snoring. Yet, his long eyelashes were truly beautiful. Lost in thought, Dara found herself entranced. At that moment, Jake was smacking his lips and scratching his chest. Since childhood, he always needed a pillow to hug during sleep. Hence, there were always separate pillows or plush toys in his dormitory and home bedroom. Since he rarely stayed in the villa's room, no such arrangements were made here. In his deep sleep, Jake, out of habit, flipped over and instinctively grabbed the pillow beside him. Unprepared, Jada let out a soft cry as Jake pulled her onto the bed. Before she could struggle, she was completely enveloped by his warm chest. Jake embraced her tightly like an octopus, occasionally smacking his lips and rubbing his head against hers. Jada's face flushed a deep red, her entire body stiff, clutching the blanket tightly. Hamilton, Jake? Her voice trembled. This was her first intimate contact with a boy. An unusual feeling surged within her, making her heart race wildly. She called his name softly, trying to wriggle free but dared not move too much, fearing it would wake him up. After struggling for a long time, she remained nothing more than a human pillow, leaving her both flustered and embarrassed, her eyes brimming with tears. Hamilton, Jake, quickly let me go. Wake up. She mustered the courage to raise her voice slightly. If this continued, she would really lose it. Why did being hugged by her deskmate make her feel breathless? Meanwhile, after staying awake all night, Jake was enjoying quality sleep. Yet even in his deep slumber, he vaguely felt like he was having a strange dream. In his dream, he returned to his childhood, seeing his father and that unfamiliar mother. He couldn't see her clearly but remembered how she was kind to him, rocking him to sleep and giving him his favorite toys on birthdays. She knew his habits and bought him a plush toy pillow. Perhaps because of the lack of maternal care, this ordinary plushie felt especially loved in his dreams. The texture of the toy pillow was excellent, very soft and warm, with a faint fragrance. So soft. Jake turned over, smacking his lips, inadvertently applying some pressure. Suddenly, he heard a scream from a girl. No matter how well he slept, Jake was finally awakened. Groggily opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was a flushed, delicate face. Jada? Jake mumbled lazily, thinking it was a daydream. But the sensation in his arms felt real. He could feel the warmth of her body. At that moment, he realized something was wrong, shaking his head clear. As his vision sharpened, he saw that the soft and fragrant object wasn't a plushie but Jada. Glancing at his octopus-like position and Jada's blushing face, Jake's eyes widened, all traces of sleep vanishing. Their gazes met, and the air seemed to freeze. Jake forced a smile. Good morning, Jada. Upon hearing this, Jada's face turned as red as a ripe apple. You. Before Jake could finish his sentence, Jada suddenly pushed him away. Ouch. Jake rolled off the bed, clutching his buttocks. Looking up, he saw Jada already running out of the room with her head hung low. Seeing this, Jake quickly stood up. Jada, I didn't mean to. Please listen to me. He hurriedly stepped forward but stopped abruptly, feeling a cold breeze down below. Glancing down, Jake grew furious. K. If I can't soothe Jada, I'll chop you off. What are you freaking excited about? Turning around, he hastily put on his clothes and rushed out of the room. In the kitchen, Jada stood by the stove, lost in thought. Hearing footsteps behind her, she tensed up and pretended to be busy. Chapter 203, Taking You Shopping. Standing at the doorway, Jake watched the busy figure in the kitchen. He hesitated for a moment, unsure how to explain what had just happened. As for Dara, her mind was in chaos. Although she appeared busy, her thoughts were far from the task at hand. She just wanted to look occupied. The atmosphere became awkwardly tense. Jake scratched his head and after a brief pause, took a few steps forward, breaking the silence. Jada, actually, I really didn't. Before he could finish, Dara's hands moved even faster. Though facing away from Jake, her demeanor was noticeably flustered. Ouch. Perhaps because her mind was too preoccupied, she hadn't noticed and accidentally cut her finger, emitting a cry of pain. Upon seeing this, Jake's expression changed immediately as he hurried over. What happened? Did you cut your finger? Let me see. Jake grabbed her small hand without waiting for an answer. Seeing the blood on her index finger, Jake felt pained. I'm fine. Held by Jake, Dara couldn't help but recall the scene earlier in the bedroom. Her cheeks flushed, and she struggled to free her hand. You're saying you're fine, but there's so much blood. Without giving her a chance to argue, Jake led her to the living room, retrieved the first aid kit, and began disinfecting her wound. Phew. He gently blew on her finger, handling the cotton swab carefully, afraid to hurt her further. Looking at Jake in front of her, Dara's cheeks remained flushed red. Does it still hurt? Jake asked, lifting his head. She shook her head, her face still red. Not anymore. Initially, it had hurt, but after Jake blew on it, the pain magically lessened. After carefully applying a bandage, Jake finally looked up at Dara. Their eyes met briefly before she shyly turned away. Jada, I can explain what happened earlier. I was asleep and didn't realize you were in the room. I didn't mean to, take advantage of you. Dara's face turned crimson, almost as if it would bleed, and she bowed her head low. Dinner is ready. Let's eat. She quickly stood up, clearly unwilling to continue the conversation. Seeing this, Jake put away the first aid kit and prepared to start the meal. Notably, Jake suddenly realized that he hadn't been exercising lately. He rubbed his belly. These days, he mainly ate and drank with little movement, and he was starting to develop a beer belly. Reflecting on what just happened, he decided he needed to exercise more. He didn't want Jada to see him looking unappealing with a beer belly. At the dining table, Jake chatted to ease the awkwardness. He suggested that Jada ask for leave from the store and accompany him to buy some things after her afternoon classes. Okay, noted. Alexandria inch over. Jake stopped Dara from going back to the kitchen, citing her injured finger. After her afternoon class, Jake drove Dara to Antonio Angiang New CBD. Antonio Angiang City was one of the most prosperous commercial centers in Jiangzhou. On the ground floor, Dara followed Jake closely, her head down. The shiny marble floors, large crystal chandeliers, and luxurious shops intimidated her. This was a place she had only seen on TV. Inside a high-end women's clothing store, Jake selected one piece after another, examining each item while glancing at Dara. Jada, try this on. Jake handed her a beautiful coat. She glanced up instinctively, then quickly looked down again. Wanting to refuse but unsure how, she remained silent. Given their current relationship, she couldn't pretend not to understand. Seeing her hesitation, Jake sighed and turned to the saleswoman. This one, and this one. Jake pointed out several outfits from the racks and models. And all these. Package them. The saleswoman, who initially thought they were dealing with a braggart, smiled widely upon seeing Jake's card payment. She escorted Jake and Dara out, bowing all the way back to the store. Coincidentally, soon after they left, a pretty girl named Alyssa entered the store with a pimple-faced friend. Upon learning that a coat she liked had already been bought, Alyssa's mood plummeted. Today being off, and having received transfers from Gus and other suitors, she intended to go shopping. Having spotted a coat earlier, a quick bathroom break with Erilyn resulted in its sale. Though she didn't say anything due to the store's prestige, Erilyn erupted, pointing at the saleswoman. Hey, how do you serve customers? We said we'd buy it, went to the bathroom, and you sold it to someone else. Salespeople in such stores were usually discerning. They saw that the two were just students and weren't particularly accommodating. Sorry, missus, since you didn't pay, there was no reservation. If you have the budget, please look at other styles. That comment made Erilyn angry. Do you think you can look down on us? Are you saying we can't afford it? She lifted Alyssa's bag. See my friend's bag? It costs tens of thousands. Can't we afford a cheap outfit? To Erilyn, the expensive bag was a point of pride. Meanwhile, Alyssa was embarrassed. Xiao Shui, stop. She tried to signal Erilyn quietly. Unbothered, Erilyn slapped her hand and replied, Relax, Nguyen. I'll get an explanation. Hey, where's your manager? I want to file a complaint. Alyssa felt increasingly humiliated. This was a luxury store in Antonio Angiang City, yet Erilyn behaved like a hooligan, making her feel ashamed. Please be mindful of your tone. I suspect you are causing a disturbance. If you're not here to shop, please leave or I will call security. Salespeople have seen many rich people. A student with an expensive bag wasn't impressive. Fine, word. Sorry, Nguyen. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. Someone like you, a bumpkin, has probably never been to such a high-end place. Today was really embarrassing. Don't ask me to take you shopping anymore, got it? Why yes, Erilyn replied with her head hanging low. At this moment, Alyssa's phone received a message. Seeing it was from Gus, her expression changed slightly. Hey, wait here for me and call a cab. I'll go take a photo. After saying this, Alyssa walked to a nearby spot with her bag. She found a picturesque spot, took a selfie, and sent it to Gus. Seeing a silver Maserati Grand Cabrio parked nearby, her eyes lit up. She approached the car in quick steps and stopped by its hood. After tidying her makeup, she took a selfie, carefully checking every angle and detail before proudly posting on her moments. Out shopping, so tired about to head back by car. Another fruitful day. The accompanying picture was her selfie with the Maserati Grand Cabrio inadvertently captured in the background. Satisfied, she put her phone away and started walking back. However, halfway through, she wanted more pictures of the Maserati Grand Cabrio. Turning around, she saw a boy opening the driver's door. In that instant, she froze. This person, why do they seem familiar? Just a blurred side profile of that person, and by the time she turned back, they had already entered the car. Watching the Maserati Grand Cabrio drive off, Alyssa frowned, feeling that the figures seemed familiar. Although she had only glimpsed them briefly, it felt like she had seen them somewhere. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Jake? Yes, she felt that the fleeting glimpse resembled Jake. However, this thought quickly dissipated as she dismissed it, finding her idea absurd. I must be confused from Erilyn. How could it be Jake? She knew a little about cars, understanding that such a Maserati would cost at least 1 or 2 million yuan. Even her father or Gus couldn't afford it easily. As for Jake, she knew all too well about his family's financial situation. If not for his scholarship after becoming the top scorer, he might not even have been able to attend Jiang University. Collecting herself, she walked back to Erilyn. Jiang University, North Campus. It was already dark when Jake and Dara returned to school. In the living room of their residence. Upon entering the living room, Dara hurried into the kitchen, but the next second, she was pulled out. I told you, you're injured. We're going out to eat tonight. Oh, okay, Dara replied. Jake took out a jacket from the shopping bag and handed it to her. Here, try it on. Though Dara had guessed the clothes were bought for her, she still shook her head upon seeing the 4-digit price tag, turning pale. Oh my gosh. Her desk mate actually bought her clothes worth several thousand yuan. One piece costs a few thousand yuan. How much would all these clothes and shoes add up to? She dared not imagine. She had never thought that a simple dress could be so expensive. No, I can't. Why not? Not pretty enough. Jake asked. No, not that, it's too expensive, Dara replied honestly. Dara, let me tell you something. Jake leaned closer, laughing softly. Actually, I have a lot of money. Hearing this, Dara lowered her head, fiddling with her pants leg, and weakly replied, But it's still wasteful. I can't wear such expensive clothes. Why don't we return them? I have plenty of clothes. Dara, it's almost winter. Are you planning to wear the same clothes all winter? Feeling embarrassed by Jake's words, Dara lowered her head. She knew it was getting colder but hadn't brought any winter clothes and couldn't bear to buy them. I called Tara a few days ago. Ali made me a warm cotton jacket, which will arrive soon, Dara explained. Having anticipated Dara's reaction, Jake picked up the scissors, took out all the clothes from the bags, and swiftly cut off the tags. Now, you can't return them anymore. Seeing this, Dara was almost in tears. Without the tags, there was no way to return the clothes. She understood that Jake always found excuses when buying things for her, just to protect her dignity. But thinking about wasting so much of Jake's money made her very sad. Jake felt drowsy until he finally heard some movement behind him, instantly snapping him back to attention. When he turned around to see her walk out of the room, Jake was truly impressed. Compared to other girls, Indira's height was quite tall. However, she always wore loose, baggy clothes, with thick bangs hiding most of her face, and her habit of slouching and lowering her head gave off an illusion of being small and frail. Considering the drop in temperature, southern winters were pure, magic attacks, unpredictable and hard to guard against. Therefore, when buying clothes earlier, Jake had specifically chosen some figure-hugging outfits for her, just like what she wore now. She wore a cream-colored turtleneck wool sweater. The white color naturally accentuated her figure, and the slightly tight fit subtly outlined her upper body curves. Jake suddenly realized how wrong he had been. He had never expected the slender frame hidden under her usual loose t-shirts to have such impressive proportions. Her waistline, accentuated by the form-fitting sweater, was incredibly graceful, and her legs below were straight and shapely. After some time of proper care, Indira's complexion had greatly improved. Her face no longer looked pale and yellowish. Instead, it gradually regained its natural whiteness. Feeling Jake's gaze, she shyly lowered her head, wishing her entire head could hide inside the collar. Previously, Jake couldn't fathom what angel face and devil figure meant, thinking it was somewhat exaggerated. How could such extreme contrast exist in real life? But now, he believed it. On Indira, he indeed saw that striking contrast, the shy innocence of a blossoming girl combined with a body that defied her age. Jake suddenly thought that, in terms of physique alone, Indira could rival even Kennedy. His Indira was truly a hidden treasure. Now he understood why she could eat so much yet remain so slender. All that food had gone to the right places. Seeing Jake staring at her without saying anything, Dara felt uneasy. Is it not good? Hearing this, Jake took a deep breath. You look great, absolutely gorgeous. Jake now understood why sometimes women would pay thousands for simple pieces of clothing. It really was true that you get what you pay for. After being complimented by Jake, Dara became even more bashful, only looking down at her toes. Her heavy bangs hid most of her face, so Jake couldn't see the fleeting joy in her dark eyes. She was just an ordinary girl, and though she claimed not to care about these things, at her age, who doesn't love beauty? Especially after Jake's praise, she felt genuinely happy. Indira, your hair is too long. Let me take you to get it trimmed tomorrow. Jake rubbed his chin. He believed his aesthetic judgment was fairly standard. To him, Indira was a hidden gem, needing just a bit of grooming to astonish everyone. Hearing about getting a haircut, she hesitated. Get a haircut? But, She wanted to tell Jake that she didn't particularly enjoy haircuts, preferring her long, heavy bangs because they provided a sense of security. Seeming to guess her thoughts, Jake stepped forward. Standing still, he looked at the beautiful figure before him, feeling a gentle ripple in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he resisted the urge to be distracted and placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Indira, did you know? You are very beautiful, no less than anyone else. So don't hide yourself, be more confident. She knew Jake was encouraging her, but years of ingrained self-doubt couldn't be easily changed. Oh. Seeing her dejected expression, Jake sighed softly. Then he took her hand and headed into the room. Come with me. Inside the room, Jake led Dara in and pointed to the full-length mirror in front of the wardrobe. Look for yourself. Standing in front of the mirror, Dara lacked the courage to lift her head. In fact, she rarely looked in mirrors since childhood. It's okay, Indira. Trust me, lift your head. Hearing Jake's gentle voice, Dara instinctively clenched her hands at her sides. After struggling internally for a while, she finally gathered the courage to slowly raise her head. The reflection showed a tall young woman whose creamy wool sweater accentuated her curves gracefully. Her legs below were straight and shapely, and her skin had a healthy pallor with a touch of rosy flush. Yet, her expression held sheer surprise, her mouth slightly open. This is me? Dara was stunned, gazing at the full-length mirror. No matter how she tried, she couldn't connect the person in the mirror with herself. She had never seen herself like this. Smiling, Jake moved beside her. What do you think? Didn't I tell you, you're excellent? You always hide yourself, but look, you're wonderful, aren't you? In the mirror, the youth stood next to her, tall and slender, with bangs reaching his eyebrows, looking incredibly handsome, his almond-shaped eyes bright like stars in the night sky. Dara glanced at the two people in the mirror. For some reason, they seemed to match unexpectedly well, even giving her a fleeting illusion. Though clearly, the person in the mirror was herself, why did it feel like it wasn't her? It seemed that only in the mirrored world could she stand beside the youth in such a fitting manner. Hashtag chapter 206. Actually, I'm quite low-key. In the living room of his private residence, Jake made Indira try on all the clothes one by one. Though she hadn't tried them on in the store, fortunately, Indira's figure was impeccable, making every outfit fit her well. Upholding the principles of a true gentleman, Jake insisted that Indira should not miss the dormitory curfew. Despite checking the time throughout their journey, they managed to get Indira to the female dormitory entrance just 1 minute before it closed. With a lingering look, Jake watched Indira's figure disappear into the dormitory before turning around. Damn! Just 1 minute. Unsurprisingly, when he returned to his own dormitory, he was caught again by the guard at the door. The sensible Jake didn't bother with niceties like offering a cigarette. He went straight to his private residence. As soon as he entered the living room, his phone started buzzing nonstop. Jake, where the hell have you been? You vanished for 2 days. Didn't go for a date or something, did you? Jake, I just downloaded Mastered Song's latest work. Waiting for you to come watch with me. Seeing the 3 old brothers from his dorm were wildly tagging him in the group chat, he first took a photo and sent it to the group. I'm still on campus. No sooner had the photo been sent when a video call popped up in the group. Just as the video connected, the faces of the 3 old brothers filled the screen, crowding around the camera. F***CK. You're not in a hotel, right? Whitey, this background clearly looks like a hotel, even a suite. Damn you, Jake. Brother, your heart is so deceptive. Are you playing tricks on us? Where's the girl? Let us see her. In a college boys' dormitory, what could be more infuriating than knowing your roommate has gone out for a romantic night? What nonsense. I really am on campus, Jake said. Bullshit. Does our school have such a place? It was only then that Jake remembered his dorm mates didn't know about his private residence. He promptly explained the situation. Private residence? Isn't that the standalone villa area behind our dormitory building? Wait, don't tell me that place is reserved for professors and deans? Jake shrugged and replied casually, no time to chat. Going to take a shower and prepare for bed. He tossed the phone aside and headed to the bathroom. In the bathroom, Jake enjoyed a blissful shower, and perhaps because he was in a good mood, he also sang a bit while washing. After washing up, he returned to the living room and heard rapid knocking at the door. It was lights out time, yet someone was still knocking. Could it be Indira? Jake suddenly became excited, wondering if Indira had suddenly come back. But after a moment's thought, he deemed it unlikely. She had her own key, after all. Coming. He muttered and opened the door without much thought, wrapped in a bath towel. As soon as he opened the door, he felt a gust of wind blow past him. Before he could react, 3 large men rushed inside. Startled, Jake froze in place. How did you guys get here? The 3 old brothers from his dormitory stormed into the living room, looking disheveled, and immediately began searching every corner. Where's the girl? Where did you hide her? Good for you, Jake. We can only watch videos for satisfaction, but you directly play hide the beauty, right? Seeing their aggressive demeanor, Jake couldn't help but laugh. Guys, this is my private dormitory assigned by the school. Stop thinking of naughty things. Can you think of something else besides those? Finding nothing, the trio finally calmed down. Right, how did you find me here? Jake wondered why they had found him, since he hadn't given them the room number. Good question. Next time, don't sing while showering. Although you sing well, hearing you 2 streets away in the middle of the night is quite eerie. Jake, eyes closed face. After dressing in the bedroom, Jake invited the 3 to sit down. Want some drinks? He grabbed a few bottles from the fridge and threw them to the others. Meanwhile, the 3 old brothers were excitedly examining the surroundings. Jake, you've been unfair. Why didn't you tell us about your private dormitory earlier? Love it, love it. The decoration feels better than my home. That's so unfair. Why do you get to live in such a place? No choice, the top scorer gets special treatment. Tears wet my sneakers. Seeing their envious faces, Jake laughed. You never asked. Whitey, you wouldn't say anything unless we asked. Solomon said with exasperation. Upon learning about Jake's private dormitory, the 3 couldn't stay calm. They decided to scale the wall and risk being caught by the guard to find him. Hearing the story, Jake rolled his eyes. So, you guys came out in the middle of the night just to verify if I really have a private dormitory? They nodded in unison. And you've been disappearing regularly to live here? Not entirely. Sometimes I ask for leave to travel abroad. The 3 old brothers stared in shock. Abroad? For what? Oh, I forgot to tell you. I run an internet company and sometimes go abroad for business talks. The 3 old brothers. F***CK. People are so different. Whitey, you run a company yourself? My god. Jake, what else haven't you told us? Yul recovered first, smacking his lips and giving Solomon and Dalton a smug glance. Look at your pathetic reactions. College students starting businesses is common nowadays. My dad planned to give me some money to start a small company last week. Then he picked up a soda bottle and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Hey, Jake, what's your company called? Internet companies are tough to run. How about we collaborate? My company is Mingchen Technology, Jake replied casually. Spit. Yul spat out his drink, spraying Solomon's pants. Then he stared in horror at Jake. Solomon and Dalton were similarly stunned. Mingchen Technology? As in, the Mingchen Technology behind the Dream Seeker app? F***CK. You're the owner of Mingchen Technology? Chapter 207. A speech skill comparable to pyramid schemes. Since the Night S8 was won, the popularity of the DreamSeek app has soared. And as its parent company, Dreamchen Technology's status within the internet industry has also risen significantly. Of course, the chairman of Dreamchen Technology, who has never appeared in public from beginning to end, remains a mystery, especially on the day of the championship win. IG's Captain Peter's remarks pushed this mysterious chairman into the spotlight. Including many industry insiders and the majority of the public, everyone was speculating about this suddenly appearing chairman of Dreamchen Technology. After digging into the history of Dreamchen Technology, many netizens were shocked to find that this giant in the industry had only been established for less than half a year. As for all information about Dreamchen Technology, only what was visible on the surface could be found, at most only reaching up to the information about Executive President Reagan and Brent. The 3 old brothers from Dorm 205, being experienced internet users, naturally followed the topic of the mysterious chairman of Dreamchen Technology quite closely. Glancing at Jake in front of them, wearing a large vest, shorts, and flip-flops, the standard male college student attire, they couldn't fathom how their roommate, who ate and slept with them daily, could suddenly become the chairman of Dreamchen Technology. You're really full of it. Solomon was the first to react, instinctively believing Jake was exaggerating. Beside him, Yul nodded as well. His family was in business, so he was familiar with certain aspects of commerce and didn't believe for a second that Jake, who was even younger than him by a year, could be the chairman of Dreamchin Technology. Old Hamilton, you're overdoing it. Do you know how much Dreamchin Technology is valued now? 20 billion yuan. In contrast, Dalton found Jake's words relatively plausible. Bro, I don't think Jake is lying. Didn't he buy that car worth 2 or 3 million yuan? Maybe he really is the chairman of Dreamchin Technology. Bye. Are your eyes watching too many movies? If Jake were worth that much, why would he still be studying? Seeing the three arguing, Jake shook his head and laughed but wasn't bothered to prove anything. He hadn't intended to advertise his identity from the start. Coincidentally, his phone rang at this moment. Seeing it was Brent calling, Jake answered. Hello. Boss, am I disturbing you? Brent asked. No, what's up? On the call, Brent explained the situation directly. Because of Dreamchin Technology's recent popularity, and with more active registered users and cooperation brands, they had caught the attention of relevant authorities. Normally, these external public relations issues were handled by Reagan, including previous meetings with government officials. But Reagan had left the company, and though the handover was complete, this time a high-ranking official wanted to meet with Dreamchin Technology's representative. Brent negotiated for a while, hoping to represent Jake, but the senior official insisted on meeting Jake personally. The meeting was scheduled for the next morning, so Brent called Jake late at night to inform him. Understanding the situation, Jake paused before replying, okay, pick me up tomorrow morning. Jake was prepared for such an interview. With the network industry showing immense potential, any significant online company was bound to have officials seeking meetings with its leaders. All right, boss. Sorry to disturb you. Hanging up, Jake put down his phone and turned around to see Yul and Solomon staring at him oddly. Jake had just spoken openly in front of them, mentioning departments, officials, and millions of users, which made them dumbfounded. You really got into acting, didn't you? Well, Jake, we're buddies. No need to keep us in the dark. To this, Jake rolled his eyes. I don't feel like dealing with you guys. I'm going to sleep. Jake stretched and walked towards the bedroom. Hey, what about us? Too unbrotherly. We climbed the wall to find you, and you just leave us hanging. Without looking back, Jake said, sleep on the sofa. What? Isn't there another room? Solomon pointed to the other room. Sorry, you can't use that room. They wouldn't let these three old brothers sleep in Indira's room. Seeing Jake enter the room without turning back, the three exchanged glances and simultaneously rushed towards Jake's room. Boss, be gentle. Only one bed. Bye. Super Saiyan. Your feet stink. Put your shoes on. Bullshit. It's Dalton's feet. I have natural fragrance. I haven't even taken my shoes off yet. Jake, mean. All three of you, put your shoes on. The next morning, after a restless night, all four emerged from the room with panda eyes. Upon entering the living room, they froze. Indira, wearing an apron, was setting breakfast on the table. Jake, breakfast. Hearing the noise behind her, Indira turned to see Yul and the others, immediately freezing in place. The three old brothers were equally stunned. 3 pairs of eyes looked at Jake. Nice move, keeping a hidden beauty? Old Hamilton explained. Heaven, are you cohabiting with Dara? Hearing this, Indira blushed and waved her hands. Not exactly. Me and Jake She struggled to explain her relationship with Jake. Jake just smiled. First, we're not cohabiting. Second, no need to explain to 3 single dogs like you. He walked toward Indira. Indira, I'll be out for a while. I may not be back for lunch, so don't wait for me. Okay. Perhaps due to the presence of others, she responded quietly. Maybe I should prepare more breakfast. She glanced at Yul, and then turned to return to the kitchen. However, the 3 weren't shy, sitting down immediately. Oh no, sorry to trouble you, Dara. Could you fry us some eggs? Thanks. Me too, Dara. Jake snorted. You wish. With that, he threw a red envelope in the group chat, and sent the 3 to the cafeteria for breakfast. ##### Chapter 208. Grow into a mighty tree. After taking leave from his advisor, Brent rushed to the school and then headed straight for the destination after making a detour at the company. Along the way, Brent was unusually nervous. After all, this time he had to accompany Jake throughout, who was a senior leader in the Internet Cultural Industry Department. He thought that no matter how powerful a boss was, they would always be somewhat nervous when facing leaders from public institutions. To his surprise, Jake acted as if he were at home. In the office, facing several senior leaders' official questions, Jake spoke eloquently. He knew very well that in front of these leaders, he didn't need to flatter or use flowery words. He just needed to inform them about the company's and product philosophy, future business models, and development prospects. In the long run, he needed to explain what impact the company and products would have, and how he intended to shape the product model. Firstly, I hope everyone can understand that the future will be the era of new media, with the rise of short videos and live streaming being inevitable. Dreamchin Technology aims to create a video social platform where everyone can participate and record their lives. In the future, we will expand into live streaming and integrate traditional sales industries with short videos to build a new online sales model and complete industry chain. In today's era, we hope to inspire people's love for life, allowing them to reminisce and chase new things. We hope people can share and discover while documenting their lives. Regional beauties, cultural concepts, societal ecosystems. We want to present all the beautiful things of our homeland through videos and live streams, spreading them nationwide and ultimately influencing the world. Imagine magnificent landscapes, ancient cultures, and inherited skills, all recorded and spread through videos. People can know about global events and see the beautiful mountains and rivers without leaving their homes. When Jake finished speaking, the office fell silent. Beside him, Brent stood there dumbfounded, his mouth wide open as if it could fit a fist. The leaders on the other side, after a moment of silence, applauded spontaneously. Hadn't dared to develop the Xiaoming app and Dreamchin Technology too quickly. Now, that worry was gone. Although Dreamchin Technology would become a key focus, in some ways, this recently planted giant tree could grow roots freely. Before that, Jake still needed to do adequate preparations. By now, the The registered users of the Xiaoming app had surpassed 10 million. With such a vast user base, the number of daily submissions requiring review was enormous. To ensure video quality and efficiency, Jake allocated funds to establish a subsidiary dedicated to reviewing all video content and set various standards based on different situations. One day, Jake convened all senior executives and top creators with over 1 million followers for a 3-hour meeting. Since partnering with IG Club and acquiring Longmao platform, the live streaming section of the Xiaoming app had seen remarkable growth, especially due to IG's S8 World Championship trophy. With the ripple effect, more creators enjoyed increased traffic, attracting many advertisers and brand partners. By the end of 2018, e-commerce platforms and short video platforms were thriving. Although Xiaoming didn't dominate first, it excelled due to its massive user base and government support. At the meeting, Jake outlined the future development direction. Besides regular cooperation with brands and manufacturers, Mengxian Technology should start building its own industrial chain to achieve self-sufficiency. Additionally, detailed plans for standardizing short videos, esports, and piloting short dramas were established. With so much to do, Jake couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Despite continuous hiring, he often missed Reagan whenever encountering various tasks. It was late November, and Jiangzhou officially entered winter. Although snow was rare in southern winters, the piercing cold made northerners suffer. North Campus of Jiang University. The trees surrounding the independent villa were turning yellow, leaves rustling and falling under the harsh wind. Achoo. In the living room of the villa, Aaron, wrapped in a blanket, had wet hair. Jake beside him couldn't stop laughing. Damn, what are you laughing at? I'm just curious how you managed to fall into the fountain while walking. Since it was a weekend, Aaron insisted on visiting his dormitory to see what it looked like. But 10 minutes ago, he heard shouts of, someone fell into the water. Going outside, he saw Aaron splashing in the fountain pool. Chapter 209. Are you up for it, Shigo? The reason for falling into the water was simple. Aaron had been distracted by a beautiful girl he saw on the road. She wore a coat on her upper body but only black stockings on her lower body. Not paying attention to his steps, he slipped and fell into the pond. Not long after, Dara came forward with a bowl of ginger soup. Aaron, have some ginger soup. Otherwise, you might catch a cold, she said. Thank you, Aaron replied, accepting the bowl while letting his gaze linger on Dara for a moment longer. When he first saw Dara in the living room, he barely recognized her, assuming Jake had a new girlfriend. It wasn't surprising. Dara had changed too much. She no longer wore those old, outdated clothes, and her thick fringe that used to be her signature look was gone. This change was all thanks to Jake, who insisted she get a haircut a while back. Now, Dara occasionally tried tying up her hair, revealing her delicate facial features. Dara, you've changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you. You look much prettier now, Aaron complimented. Dara blushed slightly at the praise. She couldn't help glancing shyly at Jake, her eyes sparkling with both shyness and joy. Aaron wasn't the first one to say this. Even her roommates had mentioned how much she had changed, almost to the point of being unrecognizable. He noticed her subtle actions and cast a meaningful glance between her and Jake. Aaron was well aware of the relationship between Jake and Dara. Back in their high school days, Jake had openly told him that he liked Dara. So, what's going on between the two of you now? Are you dating? Aaron asked bluntly. His question left Dara blushing fiercely, unable to form a coherent reply. Stop pretending to be innocent. I mean, you know, sex. Understanding immediately from Aaron's wild eyebrow movements, Jake shot him a dirty look before responding. Can you think of anything other than that stuff? Aaron squinted his eyes and sized up Jake from top to bottom, finally focusing on his legs. Following his gaze, Jake instinctively tightened his thighs. You pervert. Where are you looking? Haha, Hamilton, can you really be impotent? I thought you were pretty well endowed. Laughing at his own joke, Aaron added, got it? Then he sighed dramatically. Ah, looks good but doesn't perform. Need me to help you out? My roommate has a magic potion that can turn Shigo into Kyuzu. Seeing Aaron doubt his ability, Jake patted his shoulder and quipped, why don't you try? *T. I'm straight. While they joked around, Dara finished preparing the meal. At the dining table, Aaron buried himself in the food, not sparing any compliments. Yum. This is great, Dara. Your braised pork rivals my mom's. These shredded potatoes are awesome. My favorite. *T. Eating canteen food every day at school has nearly killed my taste buds. How come you always get girls cooking for you? That's so unfair. Normally, meals were usually quiet with Jake doing most of the talking and Dara listening. But with Aaron constantly Chapter 210, you can't handle her. In the living room, looking at the adorable Indira waving her tiny fists, Jake felt his heart melt. He couldn't help but reach up to rub her head. Unlike the dry and unruly hair she had before, he had been supervising her use of branded shampoo for these past few months. After so much care, her hair texture had become much smoother. Be careful on your way, Jake reminded her, and at this moment, Indira's face turned red. It wasn't because of Jake's affectionate gesture, but because Aaron, the outsider, was still present. I know. She quickly agreed and tucked her head under her scarf, then turned and left the villa. Jake kept watching until her figure gradually disappeared from view, before he reluctantly withdrew his gaze. But just as he turned around, he saw Aaron's large face inches from his own, sniffing like a dog. What are you sniffing? Jake said helplessly. Oh, the sour smell of love. What, jealous? Jake asked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Aaron's old face flushed with embarrassment. Bullshit. Me jealous of you? I've got plenty of girls at school too. Is that so? Jake raised an eyebrow knowingly. He knew Aaron all too well. Sure enough. After a second of stubborn defiance, Aaron wilted, looking dejected. Why does everyone seem to have girlfriends while I don't? Boo-hoo. I want sweet love too. Don't worry, it will come. I have a feeling your good luck is coming soon. Jake's words instantly lifted Aaron's spirits, and he looked up hopefully. Really? Where's my good luck? Hamilton, The quality of girls in your school seems pretty high. That girl I saw earlier outside was really great, with black stockings. Sigh, my favorite. Can you find out more about her? Bro, do you know how many students we have? Where am I supposed to find her? Jake replied. Aaron was so excited that saliva flew everywhere when he spoke. Damn, are we not brothers? No matter what, you have to find out who that girl is. Tsk, you can't imagine how stunning she was. That figure was amazing, especially those legs. Just one look and I'd die. And her red wavy hair, definitely a mature beauty. Hearing this, Jake's expression suddenly changed. Long legs? Black stockings? Red wavy hair? Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, if I hadn't been staring at her legs, I wouldn't have fallen into the water. Seeing Aaron's enthusiasm, Jake sighed helplessly. Didn't you say you tripped and fell into the water? Cough. No changing the subject. Seriously, my lifelong happiness is in your hands. Hamilton. Forget it, that girl isn't suitable for you. Jake bluntly cut off Aaron's hopes. With long legs, wine-red wavy hair, and a mature vibe, he could only think of Inag. And recently, Inag had somehow found out he lived in the villa, frequently dropping by to coincidentally meet him. He guessed Aaron must have encountered Inag just now. Given her attractiveness, it was normal for Aaron to be mesmerized. But Aaron, deep in thought, became upset upon hearing Jake's words. What do you mean not suitable? Wait, do you know her? Yeah. Seeing Jake nod, Aaron grinned widely. Hamilton. No, Godfather. Introduce me, please. Aaron, I'm serious. She really isn't suitable for you. You can't handle her. Despite Jake's earnest persuasion, Aaron refused to listen, demanding Jake give him Inag's contact information. But when he heard Inag was pursuing Jake, Aaron suddenly lost interest. Jake thought that with Aaron's character, he might not be able to remain celibate through college. So someone should keep an eye on him. Hamilton, you promised to introduce me to a girl. Don't stand me up. Don't worry, just wait. I'll help you look out. There was one thing Jake was always worried about. His interference had already altered Aaron's future trajectory. In his previous life, Aaron's wife, Hamilton Shalwi, whom he met briefly back then, was an incredible match for Aaron. Even when Aaron was drowning in gambling debts, Hamilton Shalwi never left his side, and even went to work in Africa to pay off debts with him. This time, he wouldn't let Aaron fall into the same pitfall, but neither would he let him miss Hamilton Shalwi. Taking Alyssa as an example, Jake wouldn't allow Aaron to follow his old path. With his current success, all Aaron needed to do was finish college diligently, and Jake would support him. Whether he wanted to join Mingchin or start his own business, Jake would assist without reserve. By then, numerous women would flock to Aaron, and with his personality, he might encounter another Alyssa-like woman. Jake pondered and decided to find an appropriate opportunity to introduce Aaron to Hamilton Shalwi early. Fortunately, he had some idea of their meeting process from casual chats with Aaron. For now, he could only ensure Aaron seized this chance. Whether it succeeded or not depended on Aaron himself. Hey Hamilton, did you hear there's going to be a masquerade ball at your school soon? Aaron suddenly asked. Masquerade ball? Never heard of it. Where did you get this information? Lately, Jake had been busy with company matters and didn't pay much attention to school news. Aaron smacked his lips. What? You don't know? Recently, Alyssa and Gus, the most passionate guy in Jiangzhou, have been hyped up as a couple, quite popular. Jake reacted calmly. Yeah, and? Seeing Jake's nonchalant reaction, Aaron continued confidently. I heard from my roommate. A few days ago during Gus's live stream, he connected with Alyssa. They played up the act, hinting at the masquerade ball. The audience encouraged Gus to confess, and he actually agreed, saying he'd surprise Alyssa. At this, a faint smile crossed Jake's face. The last time Gus called, he asked when to make a move. At the time, being occupied with company affairs, Jake told him to decide for himself. It seemed now was the time to wrap things up. Chapter 211. Repeated rejections. After chatting in the living room for a long time, Aaron finally left the school. Xiao Hamiltonzi, remember to invite me to that masked ball at your school. There will definitely be many girls, and I can't miss out on the fun. Yeah, right. Send me the WeChat IDs of Hewitt and Hamilton Ongjun later. Hearing this, Aaron's expression instantly turned peculiar. These people were all his and Jake's junior high and high school classmates, and without exception, they had all once pursued Charmaine, making them Jake's rivals in love. Back then, due to pursuing Charmaine, Jake had no shortage of conflicts with these people. Why do you need their WeChat IDs? Nothing much, just to catch up, Jake replied with a smile. I don't believe you for a second. If it weren't for me stopping you back in freshman year, you almost got into a fight with Hewitt and Hamilton Ongjun because they bought Charmaine breakfast one day. Honestly, you were too petty back then. Besides, they all have girlfriends now and are long over Charmaine. They even complained to me about her being trash a few days ago. To this, Jake didn't explain further, only smiling and saying, do I seem like such an immature person? I need to talk to them about something important. Seeing Jake's insistence, Aaron didn't argue much and immediately sent him the contact information. After seeing Aaron off, Jake turned to walk towards the school. Just as he reached the main gate, he happened to meet Inna and Kendra walking hand in hand. In the past, even though he had no interest in Inna, Jake would still greet her out of classmate camaraderie. However, lately, Inna had been persistently Juchan, harassing him. Despite him clearly stating several times that nothing could happen between them, she still relentlessly pursued him. So this time, he simply ignored her. Note, the word harassing might be a bit too strong in this context. If you want a more nuanced translation, please let me know. For smoother and more natural English, I'd suggest. In the past, despite having no interest in Inna, Jake would still greet her out of classmate camaraderie. But recently, Inna had been Juchan, persistently pursuing him. Even though he had repeatedly made it clear that there could be nothing between them, she still wouldn't give up. This time, he simply chose to ignore her. However, upon noticing this, Inna's eyes lit up and she jogged up to him. Jake, what a coincidence. Jake only gave her a cold glance. Is there something? Hearing Jake's cold tone, Ina felt a twinge of bitterness. Despite her proactive efforts, Jake's attitude toward her never changed. Though she couldn't understand the reason, she was unwilling to give up. To create more opportunities to interact with Jake, she even approached Yul, gathering more information about Jake. Especially after learning Jake had an independent dormitory, she would dress up meticulously every day, lingering near the annex whenever she had free time, hoping to accidentally run into him. She believed that if she persisted, Jake would eventually fall for her. Especially since the school's annual masked ball was approaching. It was an event organized by various clubs, less grand than the welcome party during orientation but very popular among students. At the dance, everyone could freely choose their partners. Its appeal lay in its nature. It was essentially a large-scale single social event. She had prepared a performance and intended to invite Jake as her partner, confident she could win him over during the ball. Jake, do you know about the masked ball? Ina asked. Jake nodded expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Ina smiled faintly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and said, many people are already picking their dance partners. Although it's not mandatory to have one, attending alone can be awkward. So, I want to invite you to be my dance partner. Since the news of the masked ball spread, many students began selecting partners. With Ina's looks, she had no shortage of admirers. Invitations poured in from juniors and seniors alike, but she turned them all down, determined that only Jake was worthy to be her partner. Looking at Ina's hopeful gaze, Jake frowned slightly. He had faced similar situations many times. Truthfully, he admired her decisive nature. But he also knew that if he didn't firmly reject her, it would give her false hope, which would be unfair to her. Thus, each time Ina made advances, he rejected her directly. And this time was no different. Sorry, I refuse. Ina's smile froze. Moments later, her fists clenched tightly, and she bit her lip. She lost count of how many times Jake had rejected her. Despite putting on a carefree act each time, a small crack formed in her heart with every rejection. Her fists clenched so tightly that her manicured nails dug into her flesh, but she barely noticed the pain. Seeing her like this, Jake felt a pang of guilt. A girl as beautiful as Ina, repeatedly advancing on him only to be coldly rebuffed. This might be a bit harsh. But Jake understood young boys and girls. A sliver of hope could make them obsess uncontrollably. Ina was outstanding and didn't lack suitors. She might easily find someone better. A calculated mockery? He glanced at Kennedy speechlessly and replied coolly, you remember it's already the 13th time, so you should have given up after the first. Upon hearing this, the smile on Kennedy's lips grew increasingly bitter, and she looked at Jake with a heartbroken smile. So, you mean all this is my own doing, right? Looking into Kennedy's bloodshot eyes, Jake couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This scene stirred old memories. In his past life, he had stood where Kennedy now stood, facing repeated rejections from Alyssa. He knew how Kennedy felt. Temporary pain was better than enduring a lifetime of agony. He deliberately kept a cold expression and nodded. If that's what you want to believe, then fine. After his words, Kennedy's complexion visibly paled, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably as she stumbled backward 2 steps. Haha, it's all my fault. Kennedy had never experienced such treatment before. She had always been the center of attention wherever she went, and she had never been so proactive toward a boy. Even after being rejected 12 times by Jake, she refused to give up. But Jake's words shattered her pride and confidence this time. However, defiance soon surged within her as she gritted her teeth. Why? Am I not pretty enough? No, you are very beautiful. Then is it my figure? Whether in appearance or physique, you excel greatly. Among the girls I've seen, few can match you. Jake answered honestly. Just based on looks, Kennedy was outstanding, easily matching Alyssa, her. In my eyes, no matter how perfect you are, you cannot compare to her in the slightest. Jake's blunt response nearly broke Kennedy, her shaking body and red eyes gazing at Jake. Kendra couldn't bear to see this either and stepped forward to support Kennedy, who looked ready to collapse. Seeing Kennedy's pale face, Kendra turned to glare at Jake. Hey, Jake, you're going too far. Regardless, Ihan is still a girl. Can't you watch your words? Why must you hurt her intentionally? I'm merely stating facts. Also, Kennedy, please don't speak ill of Elaine behind her back or harbor ill intentions towards her. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Kennedy's laughter grew more bitter as she realized Jake defended Dara so strongly over mere honesty. Her body wobbled again. Kendra, witnessing this, couldn't help feeling upset. Jake, you're too much. What do you think of Rainhan? Why do you think she would bully Dara? Yin, let's go. I'm tired. Wiping away her tears, Kennedy resumed her usual cold demeanor. No, Ihan, why should you endure this injustice? After all, you once helped Dara. Why does he misunderstand you like this? At this, Jake raised an eyebrow. Helped Elaine? What do you mean? Kendra glared angrily at Jake. How can you claim to like Dara while ignoring her when Alyssa bullied her? Now you act tough in front of Ihan. What kind of man are you? Make yourself clear. What do you mean? Jake asked. Yin, stop it. I'm tired. Let's go. Kennedy tried to pull Kendra away, but Kendra angrily pulled her hand back. No, I will say it. She then turned to Jake and recounted their encounter with Dara and Alyssa at the pancake shop, including how Alyssa and her friends had bullied Dara and how Kennedy had intervened on Dara's behalf. After telling the story, Kendra snorted coldly. Ihan protected the girl you like, yet you confront Ihan instead of seeking out Alyssa. Jake, I really look down on you. Glancing at Kennedy, she added, Ihan, a guy like this isn't worth your affection. Learning about the incident, Jake felt an inexplicable anger stir within him. Dara had never mentioned this to him. Chapter 213. Don't toy with her feelings. In his memory, Jake recalled a time a few months ago when he picked Dara up from work and noticed that she had quite a few new wounds on her hands. That day, Dara also seemed somewhat off. After that day, he noticed that every time Dara encountered Inag and Kendra, she would always greet them proactively. At the time, he was puzzled as to why someone who usually preferred to stay in the corner would initiate greetings with others. Now, it seemed that this was because Ina had helped her before. Thinking of what he had said earlier, Jake couldn't help but feel some regret. He suppressed his anger and looked at Inag, his tone softening considerably. Sorry, I apologize for what I said just now. Upon hearing this, Inag only coldly glanced at Jake. No need. I simply don't like Alyssa. Helping Dara was entirely due to Yin Yan Sake. To be honest, I don't have any good feelings toward Dara either. Jake was momentarily speechless by her candidness. However, regardless of how he felt, Inag had indeed helped Dara. Moreover, if not for today's events, he might never have known the truth. There was no guarantee that something similar wouldn't happen again, especially considering Dara's reserved nature. Regardless, I must thank you, Jake said. Inag gazed at Jake coldly, but her eyes held a hint of complexity. After a moment, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Don't worry, I won't bother you anymore. But I stand by what I said. Dara's personality will inevitably lead to a poor outcome for both of you. Pausing slightly, she continued. Now it seems that the person you've always liked wasn't Alyssa, but Dara. And your lack of response to the online buzz about you and Alyssa was also to protect Dara, right? During the peak of the Jake and Alyssa incident online, Inag had been confused as to why Jake, who clearly didn't like Alyssa, would deliberately create the impression that he still did. Now it appeared that this was his way of protecting Dara. Jake gave a light laugh and replied, yes, but not entirely. Yes, but not entirely? Inag was left even more puzzled by this enigmatic answer. She sighed lightly, however. I always thought Alyssa was my biggest rival, but I never expected to ultimately lose to Dara. Forget it, compared to the overly dramatic Alyssa, Dara isn't so unbearable. With that, she turned to leave, but stopped after a few steps, turning back to look at Jake. One question. Does Dara know about you and Alyssa? I'll tell her, Jake said. Inag rolled her eyes and replied, men like you don't understand women's hearts. You should know Dara's personality. Being with you would give her immense mental pressure. Even if you're protecting her, consider how she'd feel if she knew you were proclaiming love for her while still entangled with Alyssa. Finishing, she seemed to recall something and shook her head with a laugh. But given Dara's character, no matter how upset she is, she probably wouldn't say anything. Being with someone as brilliant as you, it's hard to say whether she's fortunate or pitiful. Saying this, she walked away. Before leaving, Kendra also left a parting message for Jake. Jake, Dara is a good girl. I hope you're not playing with her feelings. Try not to hide things from her. Although Kendra and I aren't close, I can tell she's a strong-willed girl beneath her gentle exterior. As Inag and Kendra's figures faded into the distance, Jake reflected on their words. In dealing with himself and Alyssa, he indeed hadn't considered Indira's feelings. As Inag mentioned, he had never chosen to clarify the video interview or the subsequent online rumors. While all these actions were part of his plan to protect Dara, he had unintentionally neglected her feelings. Despite having lived 2 lives, he still lacked experience in romantic matters. Through the advantage of rebirth, he had gradually ascended to the top and become increasingly powerful. And the strong often subconsciously protected the weak. While he never admitted thinking of Indira in such terms, it was undeniable that there was some truth to it. He chose secrecy in the name of protection. If she knew you were professing love for her while being entangled with Alyssa, how would she feel? Inag's parting words lingered in his mind, causing Jake to clench his fists unconsciously. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes. When he reopened them, his gaze was cold. Pulling out his phone, he made a call. Hello, this is Jake. Boss, I was just about to call you. Meet me at the company in half an hour. It's time to close the net. After speaking one sentence, Jake hung up. This time, he intended to teach Alyssa a lifelong lesson, accounting for both old and new grievances. The school district mall, near the school, housed Brain Lady. Despite opening recently, it thrived under the Dreamchen technology brand, making brisk business. Beyond the brand effect, it also benefited from frequent visits by influencers. The chance, I'll introduce you to him. You might be surprised. Alyssa felt like Gus's smile held a peculiar quality, though she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. Chapter 214. The Bullet of Fate. After Gus left, many customers also departed from the store. Alisanuan thought since she was already here, she might as well buy some snacks and sweets to take back. Meanwhile, outside the door, a taxi pulled up. A young couple got out of the car, and it was none other than Delaney and Zane. Ever since he found out that Alisanuan had been getting close to Gus, Zane almost always watched Gus's live streams. Today, after seeing Alisanuan flirting with Gus on the live stream, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. In the past, he had to be cautious about Jake all the time, and now, another Gus appeared. However, after the last Sonda Club gathering, Zane noticed that Alisanuan completely ignored him. Previously, she would occasionally respond to him, but now, she didn't even reply with a single punctuation mark. Therefore, he immediately sought out Delaney, using 3 large red envelopes to successfully persuade her to come along with him to find Alisanuan. Judja, please say a few good words for me to Nuanuan. Hearing this, Delaney waved her hand in impatience. I know, you're so annoying. But let's get this straight. I'll only say a few words for you, nothing more. Yeah, sure. Let's go inside quickly. Hopefully, Nuanuan hasn't left yet. Inside the shop, as elective class time was approaching, there weren't many people in the store. Alisanuan and Erilyn were selecting items at the shelves. As they passed by the employee wall, the keen-eyed Erilyn noticed a photo in the corner. Huh? Isn't that Dara? What's she doing here working again? Upon hearing this, Alisanuan paused her actions and looked up instinctively. On the employee wall, photos of all staff members were posted. Dara's photo was tucked away in the lower corner. Alisanuan then curled her lips. Tisk indeed, a born pauper. Just as she spoke, she heard a cheerful voice behind her. Nuanuan. Turning around, she saw Zane and Delaney walking towards her with smiles. Seeing this, Alisanuan raised an eyebrow, especially when she saw Zane, letting out a cold snort. Why are you two here? Delaney stepped forward with a smile, linking arms with Alisanuan affectionately. Nuanuan, we haven't seen you for nearly half a month. We missed you. Just now, I saw you in Gus's livestream and decided to come over. Before Alisanuan could respond, Delaney felt Zane giving her urgent glances. Understanding his intent, Delaney rolled her eyes, considering she had taken Zane's money and should do something in return. Clearing her throat, she said, "Actually, our department was having a meal together, but Zane knew I was coming to find you and insisted on coming along too. He said he hadn't seen you in ages, but now, she had plenty of admirers and definitely didn't need Zane. You and Gus, what's your relationship with him?" Zane's question darkened Alisanuan's expression instantly. She coldly laughed and replied, "What's it to you?" "Nuanuan, I didn't mean anything. I'm worried about you. That Gus isn't a good person. He's a player. One of my senior brothers used to work part-time in his company. Gus has a very chaotic private life. You mustn't be deceived by him." Zane's voice grew agitated as he badmouthed Gus nonstop, nearly devaluing him to nothing. Yet he failed to notice Alisanuan's expression turning increasingly grim. "Shut up. My relationship with Brother Fraser doesn't need your interference. Nuanuan, I'm serious. Gus surely has no good intentions. Don't you understand? Whether it's Jake or Gus, they don't truly like you. Only I am sincere to you. Please give me a chance." The current Zane felt an intense sense of crisis. He had invested too much in pursuing Alisanuan and wouldn't allow any other man near her. Perhaps because she was too familiar with Zane or saw Jake's shadow in him. Either way, Alisanuan no longer intended to maintain her usual flirtatious image in front of Zane, her face filled with disdain. "Do me a favor and look in the mirror. We've known each other for years. Do you think you're worthy of me? I don't even fancy Jake. How could I fancy you?" Her words made Zane's face turn deathly pale. Back in high school, before Jake revealed his true colors, Zane despised his fawning behavior. However, the bullet fired years ago hit him in the forehead at this moment. He was now following the same path as Jake, with pursuing Alisanuan unconsciously becoming an obsession in his heart. "Nuanuan?" Zane's eyes reddened, carrying a hidden madness in their depths. But before he could say anything else, Alisanuan flicked her ponytail, signaled to Erilyn beside her, and walked towards the entrance, ignoring Zane entirely. Just as she reached the door, she didn't notice someone walking in and bumped into them full force. Chapter 215. Is this still Dara? Alyssa stumbled and nearly fell, but fortunately, Erilyn caught her just in time. "Hey, can't you watch where you're going?" Erilyn snapped fiercely as she quickly helped Alyssa steady herself. "Nuanuan, are you alright?" Alyssa shoved Erilyn away upon hearing this, about to lash out, but when she saw the person standing before her, she froze for a moment. A slender girl was sitting on the ground, none other than Dara. She quickly got up, ignoring the fallen cardboard box. Recognizing Alyssa, she paused for a moment before hastily apologizing. "I'm sorry, Alyssa. Are you okay?" Dara had initially worked as it had grown significantly. She used to think she had no one to rely on, so she avoided offending anyone. However, during this period, Jake taught her much. After hesitating for a moment, she mustered the courage to look up at Zane. Her voice was small yet surprisingly firm. "I've already apologized, and it was Alyssa who accidentally bumped into me first. Neither of us did it intentionally." Zane was taken aback. He stared at Dara, bewildered. Was this the same submissive girl who never retaliated or fought back? His thoughts were interrupted as Alyssa suddenly spoke. "Hey, where did you get that outfit?" Since Dara was out on procurement, she wasn't wearing her work uniform but instead wore clothes given to her by Jake. Coincidentally, the very piece Alyssa had missed in the store that day. Caught off guard by the sudden question, Dara stammered, "It's a gift from someone." Erilyn finally understood and exclaimed, Nuanuan, isn't this the one you—" "Shut up. No need for your input." Alyssa glared at Erilyn. Then, she scrutinized Dara. Now, noticing the changes, she realized Dara had become quite beautiful. Her skin was clearer, her hair shiny and smooth. Surprisingly, Dara's appearance rivaled her own. This realization made Alyssa inexplicably uncomfortable. "Who bought it for you?" Alyssa asked angrily. "It's Hamilton." Dara started but then bit her tongue. Picking up the fallen box, she turned to Alyssa. "Excuse me, Alyssa. I need to get back to work." Before Alyssa could react, Dara walked past her. Faced with such a dramatic change in character, Alyssa felt bewildered. She remembered Dara as timid and submissive, always mumbling apologies and crying after being bullied. Yet, Dara now seemed almost unrecognizable. Moreover, there was something eerily familiar about Dara. Strangely, she saw glimpses of Jake in Dara. This reminded her of how Jake had changed overnight, behaving similarly. Memories stirred uneasily within her. "Dara, stop right there." Alyssa seethed, forgetting the crowd watching. Dara, puzzled, replied, "Is there anything else, Alyssa?" You can't just ignore hitting me, can you?" "But I already apologized," Dara insisted. Looking at the harmless Dara, Alyssa felt infuriated, as if hitting a wall of cotton. As Dara returned to work, Alyssa gritted her teeth. At this moment, Delaney nudged Zane and whispered, "You fool, here's your chance to impress." Realizing this, Zane's eyes lit up. He hurriedly approached Alyssa. "Nuanuan, what happened? Did Dara upset you?" Taking a deep breath, Alyssa stared straight at Zane. "Did you say you genuinely like me?" "Yes, definitely." Zane eagerly agreed. Without waiting for more, Alyssa waved him off impatiently, pointing at Dara near the shelves. "Prove it now. If you can satisfy me, I'll give you a chance to pursue me." "All right, Nuanuan. Whatever you say." Zane clenched his fists excitedly. Alyssa's eyes gleamed slyly as she whispered instructions in his ear. When Zane showed no reaction, she frowned and said, "Didn't you say you love me? Won't you do this for me?" No, I will. Of course I will." Chapter 216. Deliberate Provocation. In front of the store, Dara was diligently recording the daily inventory list on a shelf near the entrance. She half-crouched to compare the box numbers on the cartons. Bang! Suddenly, someone viciously kicked one of the boxes away from her. The unexpected incident startled her, and she quickly stood up. Turning around, she saw Zane standing behind her, looking furious. The commotion caught the attention of several other customers in the store. Most of the staff were either young or part-time students, so none of them dared to come closer. The store manager usually wasn't around much, only dropping by for inspections occasionally. The only older employee, a middle-aged woman, bravely approached. "Student, please don't cause trouble. We can sit down and talk about this calmly." Zane, with his hand on his hip, glared back at her. "Get lost. This is none of your foolish." This wasn't the first time Zane and Alyssa had caused trouble for her, and she sensed they held some grudge against her. Despite feeling scared, she tried to overcome her fear, clenched her fists tightly, and spoke in a shaky yet firm voice. "No, I've said it before. It was her fault. I can apologize, but I am not mainly responsible." Caught off guard by Dara's sudden firmness, Zane gritted his teeth in anger. He couldn't understand why the usually submissive Dara had become so strong-willed all of a sudden. "Fine. Where's your store manager?" "Damn it, get the store manager here," Zane yelled. Fortunately, upon receiving a message from the staff, the store manager rushed over urgently. Usually, he would handle such matters casually if it involved other employees. But hearing that Dara was involved, he immediately drove over. Dara was specifically instructed by the company to receive special care. After arriving, the store manager briefly understood what had happened. He even checked the surveillance footage, but due to the crowd and camera angle, it wasn't clear enough. Uncertain of how to proceed, the manager initially planned to compensate Alyssa out of his own pocket, but Zane insisted otherwise. No way, she should pay for it herself. Dara simply didn't have that much money and was at a loss facing Zane's obstinacy. Then Zane smirked, sizing her up again. "I knew you're broke. How about this? Your outfit looks expensive, like a new Chanel piece, worth about 10,000 yuan. Give New Anyuan your dress and apologize, and we'll call it even." Hearing Zane's words, even the normally patient store manager became agitated. "Student, I don't know what issue you have with Dara, but please keep it within bounds. Our side has been accommodating. If you continue to be unreasonable, we will have to call the police." Are you trying to scare me?" Zane retorted, glaring. As they say, the gentle fear the bold. The manager, being a well-educated middle-aged woman, found it hard to reason with Zane. Alyssa, seeing this, began to worry. Initially, she only wanted to incite Zane to embarrass Dara. Hearing the manager mention calling the police made her nervous. She walked up to Zane and whispered softly, "Let's stop here, okay?" Zane's eyes lit up, mistaking her concern for him. Grinning, he replied, "Don't worry, New Anyuan. Let me handle this for you." Seeing Zane still unwilling to let go, the manager had no choice but to secretly make a phone call. Meanwhile, at Mingchen Technology's office, Jake was having a conversation with Gus. Knock, knock. Myself. Zane laughed wickedly and reached out toward Dara's sweater. His actions suggested that he intended to publicly and forcibly remove her top. Dara was genuinely terrified by this situation. Instinctively, she closed her eyes. After a moment, however, she sensed no unusual activity. Instead, the surrounding area suddenly became unusually quiet, with only whispers audible. She cautiously opened her eyes a bit. At some point, a tall figure had already stood in front of her. Although only his back was visible, she instantly recognized him. "Jake." She blurted out Jake's name. The tall figure slowly turned around, revealing none other than Jake, who had arrived just in time. He had left the company in a rush and driven here quickly. Seeing the sudden appearance of Jake, Zane's expression turned grim. Jake glanced around and saw Alyssa Sheng standing nearby. "Jake, long time no see." Alyssa Sheng twirled a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled at Jake. Hearing this, Jake merely gave her a cold look and shifted his gaze away. Surprised by Jake's cold reception, Alyssa Sheng felt a bit taken aback. Though they hadn't seen each other for a while, she had always imagined that if they did meet again, Jake would react with excitement. However, she hadn't expected this reaction from him. At that moment, she felt inexplicably displeased. She took a few large steps closer to Jake. "Hey Jake, I'm talking to you." Hearing this, Jake simply cast her a cold glance and continued to ignore her. He then turned to Dara, his expression softening. "They bullied you." Just those few words made Dara's heart tremble slightly. Instinctively, she shook her head in denial. But when she met Jake's gaze, she clenched her fists and hesitantly nodded. Seeing this, a glint of anger flashed in Jake's eyes. Meanwhile, the store manager intently observed Jake. The more she looked, the more familiar he seemed. In a strict sense, she wasn't an official employee of Mingchen Technology. Just a while ago, during a coincidental visit to the company with a regional manager, she had briefly seen Jake during a meeting from afar. Now, looking at Jake closely, she realized why he seemed so familiar. "Why, you are president." Before the manager could finish speaking, Jake turned and gave her a slight nod, signaling silence. Being astute, the manager immediately stopped talking and bowed politely. "Why are you here? What happened?" Jake asked calmly. Just as the manager was about to explain, Alyssa Sheng interrupted. "Jake, it's nothing serious. Dara accidentally bumped into me and dirted my new clothes. They were quite expensive. Zane was just... Did I ask you?" Jake coldly cut her off without even sparing her a second glance. "Compensate me with a new set of clothes." "Yes, she should compensate you." Jake's response left Alyssa Sheng momentarily stunned. Since high school exams, Jake had always been unusually firm. Yet, this time, he seemed willing to compromise. Alyssa Sheng suddenly thought that perhaps due to their long absence and her recent gossip with Raheem, Jake must have heard about it and was trying to be nice. This realization filled her with growing pride. Nearby, Zane sneered. "I thought you were tough, Jake. What happened to your bravado?" Ignoring Zane's provocation, Jake whispered something to the store manager, who promptly nodded and instructed staff to disperse the gathered students. The cashier quietly disabled all surveillance cameras. "All right, Jake, let me clarify. I don't want your money. Dara must compensate me herself." Jake casually picked up a small cake from a nearby cabinet. Standing in front of Alyssa Shing, he grinned and swiftly smashed the entire cake on her. Chapter 2:18. Those who insult others will be forever insulted. The sudden move left everyone unprepared. Alyssa stood motionless, her once elegant appearance now in disarray, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. From childhood, she had always been the pampered princess, adored wherever she went. No one had ever treated her like this before, especially not Jake, who used to obey her every word and whim. Now, he dared to do this in front of so many people. In contrast, Jake casually pulled out a tissue from a nearby cabinet and wiped his hands lightly. Sorry, I accidentally dirtied your clothes. How much would it cost for me to compensate you? Having finished speaking, he crumpled the tissue into a ball and tossed it at Alyssa's feet. Finally regaining her senses, Alyssa burst into fury. Jake, you dare to treat me like this? Jake remained unperturbed despite Alyssa's rage. Upon closer inspection, one could detect a hint of coldness deep within his eyes. So what? What are you going to do about it? These words completely ignited the fury burning inside Alyssa. Since junior high, Jake had been her loyal, licking dog, never retaliating when hit or cursed, blindly obeying her every command. Even when Jake abruptly became aloof during senior high, Alyssa always believed he was playing hard to get. Just moments ago, she still harbored this illusion, thinking that all Jake's actions were just an act and that he truly loved her deep down. However, Jake's current behavior shattered her fantasies completely. Especially with so many people watching, it felt as if her proud heart was on the verge of breaking. Alyssa's body shook uncontrollably, and driven by rage, she raised her hand and slapped toward Jake's face. Seeing this, Jake effortlessly caught her wrist midair. You, let go. Jake, you're hurting me. The pain in her wrist made Alyssa's eyes redden, portraying a pitiable image that would evoke sympathy. But in Jake's eyes, this act only elicited disgust. Recalling the suffering Indira had endured, he couldn't help but apply more force to her wrist. Alyssa felt as if her bones might shatter under his grip and struggled desperately. Jake, let go. You're really hurting me. Seeing her feigned anguish, Jake's expression grew even colder. Painful? Feeling wronged, are you? Those who insult others will be forever insulted. Alyssa, you are truly revolting. You've bullied Indira multiple times, thinking no one would stand up for her? Do you still think you're the untouchable school queen? Put away your ridiculous arrogance. This is the last time. There are people you can't bully. If there's another time, I can't guarantee what I might do. With a disdainful snort, Jake shoved Alyssa aside, causing her to stagger backward, almost falling to the ground. The pain in her wrist and Jake's merciless rebuke were driving her mad with anger. Perhaps because there were no bystanders at this moment, she saw, turning his head, he saw Indira looking at him. Jake, let's go back. I'm hungry. Dara didn't want Jake to get into further conflict because of her, so she suggested leaving. Upon hearing this, Jake paused momentarily but understood her intentions. Chuckling softly, he gently ruffled her hair and nodded. All right, let's go back. He then took Indira's small hand and walked past Alyssa toward the door. Seeing this, Alyssa felt as though her world was collapsing. She couldn't believe she couldn't even gain Jake's attention now. Nwan, are you alright? At that moment, Erilyn and Delaney approached cautiously to inquire. Get lost. Furiously shoving them away, Alyssa turned to Zane, who had been standing silently nearby. What are you waiting for? Can't you see I'm being bullied? Zane found himself in a predicament. He was equally enraged by Jake's actions toward Alyssa and wanted to play the hero at this moment. However, each previous attempt to impress Alyssa ended with him getting beaten up by Jake. Citing Jake filled him with both hatred and fear. He couldn't argue logically, and he certainly couldn't fight back. So earlier, he pretended to be indifferent. But now that Alyssa had directly addressed him, he couldn't stay silent any longer. Jake, stop. Zane summoned his courage and called out to Jake, but Jake didn't even pause. Feeling his pride wounded, Zane stepped forward and grabbed Jake's shoulder from behind. Jake stopped instantly, turning slightly to give Zane a cold glance. Take your hand off. Zane felt blood rush to his head. That's right. He used to despise Jake from the bottom of his heart, but now he couldn't let Jake intimidate him, especially in front of Alyssa. Zane immediately straightened his back and patted Alyssa's soft hand. Nuanyan, you're right. Don't worry, with me around, nobody will dare bully you. What is Jake anyway? With these words, he stormed toward Jake. As Jake was about to leave, he felt someone grab his shoulder from behind. Seeing this, Jake's face turned cold instantly. Zane sneered, saying, you can go if you want, but first apologize to Nuanyan. And Dara, you must also apologize to Nuanyan. Jake, I truly looked down on you. Despite loving Nuanyan for so many years, now you treat her like this just because of some bumpkin? He didn't forget to glare at Dara while twisting his mouth. And you, Dara, do you lack love that much? You seem so honest, but unexpectedly, you're quite promiscuous. How long have you known Jake, and already you've thrown yourself at him? Seeing Dara's mortified look, Zane felt increasingly pleased. I was wondering why you suddenly became so bold. It's because Jake is backing you up, right? TSK, I get it. Probably you service Jake well in bed, haha. Hearing this, Dara was both ashamed and angry. You, don't say such nonsense. I am not what you think with Jake. Oh, what did I say? Can you explain clearly? Looking at Zane's twisted smile, Dara stammered but couldn't respond. Even though she had become braver, she was helpless against such a rogue as Zane. At this moment, Jake's hand gently touched her shoulder. Indira, turn your head away. Huh. This baffling command made Dara pause, but she never doubted Jake and nodded, turning away. What now, Jake? Do you really think? As Zane was still yelling, Jake's expression turned grim as he swiftly kicked out. Bang! Just like before, Jake's powerful kick hit Zane's abdomen hard. Hamiltonk the restroom incident, Zane was caught off guard. Why does Jake always strike without warning? This kick sent Zane reeling backward, sitting heavily on the ground, unable to get up for a while. It seems I was too lenient last time. Not teaching you a lesson. Jake flexed his wrists and walked towards Zane. The others were also startled, especially Elysian, who stepped back instinctively at Jake's menacing appearance. Meanwhile, Zane, clutching his abdomen, struggled to his feet with a venomous look in his eyes. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Being in his prime, how could a young man afford to lose face? Zane swung his fist and cried, Jake, speak clearly. Stepping forward, Elysian saw Jake ignoring her and leaving with Dara. After a while, Zane managed to get up. Just then, the store manager and a few employees approached maliciously. Student, you intentionally damaged our store's equipment. Please pay for it. Bullshit. Are you blind? Jake was the one who did it, and you're making me pay. Oh, sorry. We didn't see anyone else act. Please cooperate in paying. By the way, our surveillance system happened to malfunction. If you want to report it to the police, we have witnesses willing to assist. Hearing this, Zane felt faint and slumped to the ground again. Chapter 220. Do you believe in reincarnation? In the living room of the house. After dinner, Dara was about to roll up her sleeves and head into the kitchen but was pulled out by Jake directly. According to Jake, in the future, little Elaine would cook while he washed dishes. A mix of genders made work less tiring. Looking at the busy figure in the kitchen, Dara sat at the table, her hands supporting her slightly plump cheeks, staring straight at Jake with her big, black eyes. When the last chopstick was washed, Jake took off his apron. Walking into the living room, he saw little Elaine staring blankly at him and couldn't help but sit next to her. What are you looking at? Perhaps because she had gradually gotten used to being around Jake, Dara felt much less restrained in front of him now. Jake, can I ask you a question? Sure, of course, Jake replied with a light laugh. Upon hearing this, Dara tried hard to recall every moment from when she first met Jake until now. When are you really yourself? Her words momentarily stunned Jake, who then asked back, what do you think? She pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I don't know. I only know that whenever you're in front of me, you're always smiling, just like now. But sometimes you can be so cold, especially to other girls. Today, our class president sent me a message saying you made Kennedy cry. She's actually very nice. And there's more. Every time you see Zane and Alyssa, you get so aggressive, I barely recognize you. If she hadn't mentioned it, Jake wouldn't have known how to respond. It seemed that indeed, his attitude toward girls other than little Elaine was quite different. Suddenly, Jake smiled mysteriously. Let me tell you a secret. Actually, I'm just pretending. Huh? Why must you act so scary? I think you're great just like now. Due to his experience over 2 lifetimes, having endured betrayal by those he once loved and trusted, Jake had sworn from the day of his rebirth that, apart from little Elaine and his father, he would never easily trust anyone else again. To become strong, he had to learn to disguise himself. But these were things that the current Dara, still too innocent, could not yet understand. Yet Jake knew that when she discovered her true identity, she would eventually face these realities. After all, she had lived through so many years alone. This was a belief she formed since childhood, as after her grandfather's death, she and her grandmother were left to fend for themselves. There was no one she could depend on. Seeing her thoughtful expression, Jake smiled and gently ruffled her hair. But don't worry, little Elaine. You won't meet such bad people in the future. Why not? Dara asked. Because I'll be here. I'm worse than the bad guys and will drive them all away. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The small hand on Dara's lap trembled involuntarily. Both pairs of eyes locked onto each other, the temperature in the room rising subtly. Even though Dara had not yet gathered the courage to express her feelings, both knew their hearts well. Unconsciously, she already relied on Jake, often thinking of him and smiling secretly to herself when alone. At first, she didn't understand what this feeling meant. Later, it dawned on her. It was the sweet love her roommate had spoken of. Her heart fluttered, her pulse quickened, and her face blushed, but her eyes refused to leave the boy in front of her. Suddenly, an odd sensation filled her heart. For some reason, her nose tingled, and her eyes reddened. This emotion grew uncontrollably, and finally, she hung her head and sobbed softly. Seeing this, Jake panicked. I only wanted to say something heartfelt, not make you cry. Hamilton to Elaine. Did I say something wrong? Blame me. Blame me. Please stop crying. Anxious, Jake scratched his head. The more he tried to comfort her, the harder she cried, as if trying to exhaust all her tears. After a long time, she stopped sobbing. There, don't cry anymore. Jake patted her shoulder gently. She lifted her head, red-rimmed eyes looking at him. It's all my fault. I should be punished. To cheer her up, Jake raised his hand as if to slap himself, but she quickly stopped him. It's not your fault. I was just thinking about Oral. No one has ever treated me this well except for Oral and Allie. Why are you so kind to me? Covering her face with both hands, Dara asked this question again. She had asked many times before, but Jake always said she would know the answer someday. But even now, she still didn't understand. Jake's gaze became complex. Admittedly, at first, he had seen the present Dara as a shadow of her past self. But after that rainy day, all he saw was her. No one else remained. Hamilton to Elaine. Do you believe in reincarnation? Chapter 221 Flourishing. Jake's words brought a fleeting hint of confusion to Dara's eyes. Reincarnation? Yes, it's like the common saying of past and present lives. Everyone might have their own past life. Silent for a moment before shaking her head. When I was little, seeing all the kids with their parents, I asked Oral to find them for me. But as time passed, I just got used to it. Plus, I don't even know where to look for them. Didn't your grandfather or grandmother ever mention anything about your origins? Jake thought that since they found Dara, there should be some clues. Yet Dara shook her head helplessly. Not at all. After all these years, especially after Oral passed away, Allie has a poor memory, so I never asked about it. What if one day your biological parents found you and wanted you to live with them? Perhaps they are very wealthy and can provide you with a comfortable life without any worries, and you'll never be bullied again. Would you go back with them then? Jake's words caused another moment of daze for her. She never considered these things seriously before, except for a period during childhood when she yearned for a complete family. But over time, those desires diminished significantly. Probably not. Her eyes carried a trace of confusion. I don't know. She lowered her head. Seeing this, Jake sighed inwardly. Indeed, despite always saying she didn't care, the lonely little Elaine must still deeply desire a complete family. At that moment, he made up his mind. If that day ever came and if she wished to return, he would personally escort her back to the Malcolm family. But if she didn't want to go, he would stop them, even by force. December. Nearing the end of the year, Jiangzhou City seldom experienced snowfall. Snow was a rare treat in southern cities. Of course, for students from northern regions, Jiangzhou's snowfall seemed trivial. But for southerners who grew up never seeing snow, even a light dusting excited them enough to run around the campus and playgrounds. Besides the rare snow, something significant happened in Jiangzhou. Under the lead of the online cultural industry regulator and in collaboration with Mingchen Technology, the Xiuming Online Cultural Industry Park was established. Situated in Antonio Anjiang New District CBD, its inauguration drew a swarm of journalists. However, fans were disappointed as the mysterious chairman of Mingchen Technology did not make an appearance at the ceremony. The establishment of the Xiuming Cultural Industry Park created waves within Jiangzhou's culture and internet sectors. Many enterprises rushed to move in, leveraging on the unique advantage of official cooperation. Jake promptly held an emergency meeting within the company. Following the trend, he set several strategies. In the company's name, he invited all enterprises moving into the park to register official accounts on the Xiuming app, promising free promotional packages for each. By now, Xiuming had surpassed 60 million registered active users, including hundreds of influential media figures. Thus, numerous enterprises rushed to create official accounts on Xiuming. Even governmental units, including cultural clad in protective gear, were sparring. A muffled thud was heard, and one figure flew backward, crashing to the ground. No more, no more. You're a freak, Bear said as he lay sprawled on the floor, rubbing his abdomen through the protective gear. Even with the safety equipment, Jake's spinning kick still made him feel like his stomach was churning violently. Jake stepped forward and offered a hand. Bear only rolled his eyes at him but took Jake's hand and used it to pull himself up. These days, he would spar with Jake every few days. He had thought that after some external training with the president, even if he couldn't beat Jake, he wouldn't lose too badly. However, over these past few weeks, he had sparred with Jake more than a dozen times, and each time he ended up losing miserably. Moreover, he could clearly sense that Jake's Sanda skills were improving day by day. You little guy, I feel like I'm just your free practice partner, Bear complained. Senior, admit it, Jake chuckled, taking off his protective gear. Are you sure you're not going to join the citywide college Sanda competition? The president has come looking for you several times already, Bear replied. It was already the end of the year, and the new citywide college Sanda competition was about to begin. Charlotte had specifically approached Jake recently, asking him to sign up, but Jake politely declined. Hearing this, Jake smiled and shook his head. Initially, he joined the Sanda club only because the 3 seniors from his dormitory forced him to. Now, he just came here occasionally to exercise and had no interest in the citywide college Sanda competition. This K, you're the first one who could get Sister Alexandria chasing after you. Bear smacked his lips and then glanced to the side, seeing someone approach. His expression immediately turned somewhat schadenfreudig. But no one has ever rejected Sister Alexandria twice in a row. Hope you have good luck. Jake raised an eyebrow and instinctively turned around. A slender Ianthe was walking towards them. Her long legs and short, neat hairstyle belonged to none other than Charlotte, the president of the Sanda club. Seeing her approach, Jake smiled. Senior. Bear also greeted cheerfully. Sister Alexandria, I was just talking about you with Jake, and then you arrived. Charlotte only nodded coolly in response. Jake, what do you think about the matter I mentioned last time? With your level, you could easily make it into the top 3, even if you don't win the championship. Senior, I really have no interest in the competition. Why don't you let Senior Bear try? His skills have improved a lot recently, Jake suggested. Seeing that Jake still didn't plan to participate, Charlotte's eyebrows arched slightly. Bear will definitely join, but I hope you can participate as well. The Sanda Club needs more outstanding newcomers. Next year, I'll be graduating, and Bear is almost in his senior year. Among the current members, only your skill level is decent. Sorry, Senior. I guess I'll disappoint you again, Jake replied. Seeing that Jake really refused Charlotte twice in a row, Bear couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, silently admiring his guts. However, a closer look revealed a glint of schadenfreude in his eyes, as if he could predict what was coming next. Sure enough, after being refused by Jake twice in a row, Charlotte's strikingly handsome face showed a slight displeasure. She glanced at Jake's still partially worn protective gear, then walked over to the sparring area and began warming up. Seeing this, Jake smirked and asked, Senior, what are you doing? Charlotte stretched while looking at Jake coolly. Fight me. If I win, you'll participate in the citywide college Sanda competition. If I lose, I won't bring it up again. Does it have to be this way? Jake rubbed his nose awkwardly. On the side, Bear looked at Jake enviously. You should consider yourself lucky. Not everyone gets the chance to spar with Sister Alexandria. Do you want to take my place? Jake smiled. Bear glanced at the tall, stretching figure and shivered involuntarily. Never mind. It's better you handle it. I don't want to be beaten up by Sister Alexandria again. Though Jake hadn't seen Charlotte's true strength, he guessed she must be formidable. Senior, maybe we can skip the competitors can't match her. Well, Senior, please help me put on the protective gear. Yes, all of it. Seeing this, Bear couldn't help but give Jake the middle finger. What happened to your earlier bravado? After helping Jake wear the protective gear, Bear couldn't resist taking a photo and posting it in the group chat. Upon hearing that Jake was challenging the president, the new and old members exploded in excitement. All those not in class sprinted straight toward the gymnasium. Hashtag chapter 223. Senior High Alexandria is so incredible. On the second floor of the gymnasium, inside the Sanda Martial Arts Club's activity area, Note, Sanda is a Chinese martial art, often transliterated as Sanda in English contexts involving martial arts. This maintains accuracy and fluency for readers familiar with martial arts terminology. Initially, there weren't many people in the gymnasium, but when news spread that Jake was going to challenge Senior High Alexandria, crowds quickly surrounded the area, layer upon layer. Jake had always been a notable figure at school, and High Alexandria also enjoyed considerable fame. When these two came together, it was undoubtedly a must-see event. Is that really Senior High Alexandria? She's so beautiful. I heard they're going to spar. Who do you think will win? Although Jake has always been everyone's dream guy, Senior gained her usual cool demeanor and instructed. Bear nodded in agreement, guiding both of them to the center of the arena. There was no need to go into much detail about the rules. After checking their protective gear, Bear announced the start of the match. Jake, I won't hold back. If you don't want to embarrass yourself in front of so many people, you'd better give it your all, High Alexandria said with a piercing gaze. Understood. Seeing both participants ready, Bear quickly retreated. High Alexandria crouched slightly, her long legs suddenly bursting with power as she darted toward Jake like an arrow. It wasn't hard to tell from High Alexandria's build that she was an agile type. Fortunately, Jake had anticipated this. In just a few quick steps, High Alexandria closed the distance with Jake, kicking out her leg and using the momentum from her sprint to deliver a powerful high kick aimed at Jake's shoulder. High Alexandria was indeed fast, and Jake felt he couldn't dodge in time, so he braced himself by raising his arms in defense. The kick struck Jake's arms forcefully, causing him to stagger backwards several steps. After stabilizing himself, Jake blinked in surprise and shook his arm. Goodness, her strength was even greater than Bear's. Jake discreetly glanced at High Alexandria's long legs. Although the kick benefited from the forward momentum, her strength was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, High Alexandria, seeing Jake withstand her attack while only retreating a few steps, was visibly surprised. She had fought men before, but even professional fighters wouldn't have handled her move as easily as Jake did. Be careful. High Alexandria called out, clearly unwilling to give Jake any chance to rest, and charged at him again. With prior experience, Jake knew better than to underestimate her and defended with all his might. Pum pum pum. They exchanged blows rapidly within seconds. Previously, Jake had only heard about High Alexandria's prowess from Jensen and Bear, but he now understood why she had achieved such accolades. Her speed, strength, and Sanda technique were all impressive, putting immense pressure on Jake. To be honest, if it hadn't been for his recent intensive training in Sanda basics, Jake doubted he could match her. High Alexandria attacked, and Jake defended. Initially, he struggled to handle her relentless assault, occasionally looking somewhat disheveled. This situation drew cheers from the gathered fans. Cool. Senior High Alexandria. Go, sister. So beautiful, fierce, and capable. Senior High Alexandria. Bear me a child. Haha, Jake can't keep up. Doesn't he know his place? To dare challenge Senior High Alexandria? Even the laypeople in the audience could tell that Jake was starting to falter, illustrating just how much pressure he was under. Yet, High Alexandria grew increasingly astonished as the fight progressed. She had intended to overpower Jake completely, giving him no chance to breathe or counterattack. She successfully pressured him at first, but each time, something fell short. Moreover, as time passed, she realized Jake seemed to adapt to her rhythm. Although still suppressed by her attacks, he was becoming more adept. Suddenly, a ludicrous thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Jake was treating her like a sparring partner in this real combat? Thud. High Alexandria abruptly yelled, delivering a knee strike to Jake's abdomen. He calmly retreated a few steps, dodging the blow. After pausing, High Alexandria didn't pursue further. Her finely chiseled face showed signs of exertion with a touch of redness, breathing heavily with beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Evidently, her previous attacks had drained some of her stamina. In contrast, Jake remained calm and composed. Physically, he had the advantage as a male, naturally possessing greater endurance than High Alexandria. Senior, your Sanda technique is truly formidable. I almost couldn't keep up, Jake said cheerfully. Upon hearing this, High Alexandria gritted her teeth slightly. Why are you only defending? If you're trying to exhaust me, you're underestimating me. Senior, it was challenging enough for me to defend. Where would I have the strength to counterattack? Chapter 224. The Thrice Desperate Fighter. These weren't just flattering words from Jake to Charlotte. If it hadn't been for Charlotte's stamina falling short now, had the attacks continued for another 2 or 3 minutes, he would have truly struggled to hold out. After these dozen or so exchanges, however, he was gradually getting used to Charlotte's rhythm and style of attack. Taking this time, Charlotte hurriedly restored her stamina and resolved to capitalize on her momentum in order to directly take down Jake next. Yet how could Jake give her that chance? He stretched his wrist, which had gone numb from Charlotte's kick earlier, and grinned broadly. Senior sister, you went first. Now, it's my turn. Seeing Jake assume an offensive stance with a slight crouch, Charlotte instantly grew vigilant. Especially when she saw Jake charge at her like a ghost, surprise flashed through her eyes. Speed had always been her prideful advantage, even when facing some male Sanzo players. She relied on her agility and speed to secure victory. But Jake's current speed didn't lag behind hers at all. In fact, it seemed slightly faster. Be cautious, senior sister. Jake advanced swiftly, delivering a simple yet powerful straight punch toward Charlotte without any flair. This punch wasn't excessively fast but caught Charlotte perfectly during the lag after her previous evasion. Given that her stamina was already somewhat depleted, she gritted her teeth and chose to block it with her forearm. A dull thud on her side, forcing her back 2 steps with a groan. Seeing this as an opportunity, Jake seized the moment and advanced quickly, gripping her wrist and using his body weight for leverage to perform a shoulder throw. Though the sponge mats softened the impact, the shoulder throw still made her cry out in pain, leaving her dizzy. Meanwhile, Jake fared no better as Charlotte clung around his neck during the fall, dragging him down too. Pinned on the ground, Jake thought about how ruthless Charlotte had been. Without protective gear, that throw might have dislocated his neck. Just as he planned to rise, a burst of fragrance rushed past him. Charlotte attacked once more. Perhaps realizing that prolonging the fight favored Jake, Charlotte moved in for ground combat, leveraging her flexibility and long legs to apply a cross-lock on Jake. With Charlotte's long legs tightly clamping around his neck, Jake instantly found breathing difficult. Jake, if you can't hold out, surrender. This move isn't a joke, Charlotte warned with a serious expression, aware that using dangerous moves was only a last resort. Jake's face reddened. Damn it, stop squeezing so hard if you want me to surrender. I can't even speak. Anger flared within Jake. He wasn't sure if his skills matched Charlotte's, but when it came to endurance and raw strength, he wouldn't lose to her. Summoning all his strength, he strained to stand up, and with a cold expression, leaving Jake speechless. Do we really have to do this? I have no interest in that tournament. Then beat me. Chapter 225. I am not a lecherous person. After several failed attempts at communication, Jake finally gave up on talk therapy. It seemed that only physical combat would work. Although Jake had already thought highly of Charlotte, he didn't expect her to be so challenging. He had assumed that Charlotte was already at the end of her strength and had little energy left. However, she fiercely struggled with him for 5 or 6 minutes, leaving him in a tough spot. In the end, it was only after enduring a kick from Charlotte that Jake managed to get close enough to her. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and pinned her down. Despite her significant physical exhaustion, Charlotte tried several times to escape but failed. Senior, admit defeat, Jake said. No, she retorted firmly. The two of them exerted all their remaining strength, locked in this final battle of endurance. Onlookers were watching with peculiar expressions. Bear's face especially was quite strange, with a hint of envy in his eyes. At this moment, Jake and Charlotte were in a rather compromising position. Charlotte was completely pinned beneath Jake, her long, beautiful legs tightly wrapped around his waist, while Jake held her down by pressing his upper body against hers. Senior, you've lost. Can we call it quits now? Jake took a deep breath and looked down at Charlotte. Responsive, before she removed her protective gear and turned to leave. Seeing this, Jake hurried after her a few steps and called out, Senior, what about the condition you agreed to? Having gone through such great efforts to win, Jake believed she shouldn't go back on her word. Hearing this, Charlotte glanced back at Jake, reverting to her cool, collected self. You won. I won't come after you regarding the match anymore. Relieved, Jake let out a deep breath. After Charlotte left, he removed his protective gear, sat on the ground, and took a few deep breaths. Bear walked over and gave him a thumbs up. Brother, I, Bear, have never been impressed by anyone until now. You're amazing. Can I take that as schadenfreude? Jake shot him a look. No, strictly speaking, it's admiration. TSK, you're the first one to make Senior Alexandria blush. Haha, but I predict your days ahead won't be easy. Seeing Bear's gleeful expression, Jake stood up quietly. Senior, I suddenly feel like I'm not done yet. How about we spar a bit more? I just remembered my roommate is going into labor. See you later, goodbye. News of Jake's victory over Charlotte spread rapidly through the school forums and bulletin boards. Meanwhile, in the living room of another dormitory. Ouch, does it hurt? Hee no. Jake was sitting on a chair, shirtless, while Dara carefully applied ointment to his bruises. Despite winning, he had taken a beating. He couldn't understand how a girl could have so much strength. Seeing the bruise on Jake's forearm, Dara felt a pang of concern. She gently smeared the ointment on and blew on it softly to soothe the pain. This scene reminded Jake of when he helped Elaine apply medicine in the medical room during their high school days. By the way, the semester is almost over. You've rarely been attending classes lately. Is everything okay? Thanks to Elaine's reminder, Jake realized the semester was nearly over. He had been busy with company and industrial park matters and missed many classes. It might be a concern for others, but it's never an issue for me. Hearing this, Dara paused, then nodded in agreement. That's true. Your grades have always been excellent, so you'll definitely do well on the finals. Not exactly, Jake smiled. The real reason isn't that. Huh. Looking at Dara's cute, tilted head, Jake turned and gently tousled her hair. Because I have you. No one else has a responsible seatmate like mine. Though she was used to Jake's affectionate gestures, every time it made her heart race. Especially now, seeing Jake's strong chest and defined abs made her cheeks flush hotter. Dara was becoming increasingly refined and lovely. Her plump, rosy face contrasted beautifully with her pale skin, and her eyes twinkled like stars. Jake found himself getting lost in her beauty. The faint scent of shampoo wafted from Dara, filling his nostrils. Watching the shy girl before him, Jake felt his heartbeat quicken. Unconsciously, he moved closer. Seeing Dara did not pull away, he grew bolder and leaned even closer, until they were almost touching. Every time he advanced, Dara retreated slightly. Hashtag chapter 226, a young girl in love. In the living room, for every step Jake took closer, Dara would retreat a little. After all, the stool was only so wide, and she was almost half hanging in the air. Yet, sensing Jake's growing proximity, her heart almost leapt into her throat. Jake, I'm almost falling off, her voice quivered. That soft tone made Jake's throat repeatedly tighten. From this angle, he could see Dara's slightly lowered eyes and her eyelashes, which fluttered like fans, tickling his heart with every blink. He always considered himself not a lustful person, but for some reason, in front of little Elaine, he didn't feel like being a perfect gentleman all the time. Jake gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and slowly leaned down. Ding dong. The sudden ringing of the phone shattered the previously intimate atmosphere. Annoyed, Jake fished his phone. She had already regained her composure. How about we continue? Jake asked awkwardly, smiling sheepishly. Dara blushed fiercely upon hearing these words. Though she was inexperienced in matters of love, her roommates had inadvertently taught her quite a bit recently. She knew what Jake had intended just now. However, for some reason, even though she had wanted to dodge him, her feet felt rooted to the spot. Thinking about the scene and the accelerated heartbeat, she couldn't help but blush deeper. I'll go prepare dinner, she quickly said and hastily rushed into the kitchen, slightly embarrassed. Smelling the lingering scent of shampoo in the air, Jake sighed deeply. Putting on his clothes, he turned his phone back on. Sure enough, as soon as it booted up, his phone began ringing nonstop with messages from Aaron. Seeing this, Jake rapidly typed out a series of friendly greetings before sending them off. Later that day, at the dining table, Jake and Dara chatted as they ate. Elaine, with winter break coming up, do you have any plans? I've told Tara that I plan to work at the store for a while before returning home. I heard the pay during winter break is higher. Jake wasn't surprised by Dara's response. That's fine too. I might return to Yongqing first and then stay in Jiangzhou for a while. If you can't stay in the school dormitory, I'll find a place for you. No need. There's an employee dormitory at the shop. Seeing this, Jake shook his head solemnly. The conditions in the employee dormitory won't be great. If the school isn't closing for winter break, you can stay at the residence. Otherwise, I have a house in Jiangzhou where you can stay. Before Dara could respond, Jake snapped his fingers and smiled, saying, it's settled. Let's eat. After leaving the residence, Dara returned to her dormitory. As soon as she entered, she saw her roommates bustling around, discussing something excitedly and trying on various outfits in front of the mirror. Hey, what do you think of this outfit? Not good. The purple one from earlier looks better. So annoying. I've gained weight, and I can barely fit into these pants. Noticing Dara's return, they eagerly pulled her over, asking her opinion. Dara, which one looks better on me? Look at mine first. Hey, can we please follow the order? Over the past period, thanks to her more open personality, Dara had become closer to her roommates. Though they weren't super close, they could chat daily. Previously, she might not have had the courage to join their conversations, but after Jake's companionship, she became less introverted and more willing to engage with others. Especially when her roommates affirmed her opinions, she felt genuinely happy. By the way, Dara, are you going to the masquerade ball? Of course she will, right? Hee Dara, tell me, do you have a partner for the dance? Dara is so pretty now, she won't lack partners. You should worry more about yourself. Don't end up embarrassing yourself by not finding a partner. Alright, watch me teach you a lesson. Just how excited her roommates would react. It felt as though they were finally giving away a daughter they had raised for years. As for attending the masquerade ball her roommates mentioned, she had never considered it before. She felt that such an occasion wasn't quite suitable for her. It might make her feel very uncomfortable. Although she was starting to actively engage with others, this was only within the circle of familiar people. Attending a masquerade ball and facing so many strangers still seemed out of reach for her. Yet, in some ways, she also secretly yearned for it. Ever since Jake taught her how to use the internet on her phone, she discovered new entertainment methods, including downloading apps like Sun Mingxi to browse things she liked. As a girl in her prime, she naturally harbored a bit of innate longing for romance and misunderstanding. But suddenly, something unknown crossed her mind, and her face flashed with a hint of disappointment. Meanwhile, in the living room of a separate courtyard, Xiao Hamilton, are you selling me out? Why didn't you use your ultimate move earlier? Just tell me if you killed him or not. I'm down 0-7. I can die from getting a kill. Jake and Aaron were seated at a table, each with a laptop, playing games. Because it was nearing the end of the semester, the school's classes were fewer. After chatting briefly with Jake on WX and hearing he had bought a new Alienware, Aaron immediately took a taxi straight to Jiangda. Fire. Moreover, true love was naturally meant to develop. If two hearts were genuinely connected, verbal confession seemed optional. However, his response infuriated Aaron. Damn it, you bastard. You didn't confess but still got together? You should know Jada's character. She's different from other girls. She doesn't like those things, Jake explained. Despite Aaron being single, his rhetorical skills were impressive. You didn't even confess, so how do you know she dislikes it? You went all out chasing Alyssa. Why didn't you confess to Dara? Jada is reserved, but she's still a girl. Which girl doesn't like these things? Don't tell me you haven't told her, I like you yet. Aaron's rapid-fire questions left Jake stunned. Seeing his reaction, Aaron continued, great job, Xiao Hamilton. Taking advantage without effort, aren't you too unethical? Do you think you'll skip the proposal ceremony when you marry her later? Have you considered if Dara has ever hoped for a formal confession from you? Seeing Jake silent, Aaron pressed further. You're the top student. Why are you acting dumb now? This time, Jake slightly lowered his head, his slightly long bangs obscuring his eyes, making his expression unreadable. Seeing this, Aaron put on a seasoned look and patted Jake's shoulder. Didn't you hear? When a woman says no, it means yes. Finishing, Aaron suddenly grinned. Damn, I feel incredibly handsome. I actually said something so profound. But noticing Jake hanging his head silently, he grew a bit impatient. Shit, Xiao Hamilton, are you listening to me? I just said so much. Before he finished, Jake stood up abruptly and started putting on clothes, throwing a jacket to Aaron. Let's go. Huh? Where are we going? We agreed you'd let me sleep here tonight, right? Not today. I have something more important to do. Seeing Jake's sudden smile, Aaron paused, then realized something. K. You really prioritize lust over friendship. Dressed, Aaron grinned. But if you're opening up then good. I'll go home first. Remember to reimburse me. A round trip costs 100 or so yuan. I'll drive you. Aaron froze. What situation? Did Jake buy a car? 10 minutes later. Looking at the silver Maserati Grand Cabrio parked in front of him, Aaron was utterly stunned. Get in. Jake rolled down the window, looking at the frozen Aaron. Damn, Xiao Hamilton, how many things have you been hiding from me? On the road, Jake focused on driving. Aaron, however, couldn't stop touching and admiring everything inside, clearly thrilled. Xiao Hamilton, when did you buy a car? Wait, where did you get the money? I recognize this car. It costs $1 million, right? Damn, don't scare me. Hearing this, Jake gave Aaron an annoyed glance. Oh, I robbed a bank. Aaron, damn, are you trying to kill me with suspense? Chapter 228. The Bad Student Dara. Ever since getting into the car, Aaron's incessant chatter hadn't ceased. He either asked Jake where he got the money to buy a car, or if he had won the lottery, or if his house had been demolished or something like that. As he kept talking, Aaron couldn't help but sigh deeply. Others fear their brothers living in hardship and driving Land Rovers. But look at you. You didn't go for a Land Rover, straight to the manure fork. With that, he looked at Jake curiously. Shao Hamilton, tell me, when did you become so rich? These things weren't because Jake was intentionally hiding them from Aaron, but there simply hadn't been a suitable opportunity to mention it. But now that Aaron asked, he wouldn't keep it hidden. Besides, he felt it necessary to let Aaron know about his current status, so he wouldn't feel unsupported when dealing with Zane at school. I told you before, I wanted to start a company. Back in high school, when Aaron was choosing his major, Jake had mentioned starting a company and encouraged Aaron to study hard so he could work for him after graduation. At that time, Aaron had only half listened. Everyone in their youth tends to brag about ambitious dreams. He didn't take Jake seriously then. But now, hearing Jake say this again, it seemed he had actually done it. You really started a company? What's it called? That still doesn't make sense. It's only been 6 months. How could any business make so much money? Jake glanced at Aaron, who was engrossed in watching videos on Shuanmeng. What you're using right now is from my company. Aaron paused, staring at Jake as if he were an idiot. You mean Shuanmeng is your company? So, you're saying you're the chairman of Mingchen Technology? What? Does it not sound like me? Hamilton, hell, it sounds like you. Shao Hamilton, my brain might not be great, but I'm not stupid. Seeing Aaron didn't believe him, Jake chuckled, unsurprised. Anyone would find it unbelievable that someone who once scrounged for cigarettes in the cafeteria suddenly became a billionaire. But for some reason, as Aaron thought more, he began to find it increasingly plausible. Mingchen. The more Aaron thought about it, the less ridiculous it seemed, especially considering the car Jake was driving. If anyone else had told him this, he would have thought they were delusional. But it was Jake. After all, back in their senior year of high school, Jake had turned several hundred yuan into tens of thousands in less than a month. Dara, not yet. Jake, were you waiting for my good night? Dara hesitated before replying. Dara, yes. This time, she stared intently at the screen. When she saw other party typing, she felt a bit nervous. Jake, I can't sleep. Dara, neither can I. Jake, the moon is full tonight, and there are many stars. Want to go out and see? Staring at the message, Dara hesitated for a long time. Even though she knew it was past lights out, her fingers involuntarily replied. Dara, sure. 10 minutes later, at the corner fence of the dormitory, Dara clumsily climbed over the iron gate. Jake caught her as she jumped down. Despite the cold December night, she felt warm. Her heart pounding, cheeks flushed. Was it because she had become a naughty student for the first time, or for another reason? Hamilton to Lane, Jake said. Dara looked up at the boy in front of her. In the dark night, under dim light, the boy's eyes were unusually bright. You've turned bad. Jake's words made Dara lower her head slightly. Yes, compared to before, she had indeed become naughty. Yet, somehow, this felt quite nice. In the next moment, she felt a warm hand cover hers. Let's go. Yes. Dara nodded, following Jake as they walked toward the distance. On the street, a silver Maserati sped by. Inside, perhaps due to the high temperature setting, Dara's cheeks were flushed red. Jake. Such quiet wilderness combined with the pitch-black night made her feel afraid, as she wasn't very courageous by nature. However, when Jake gently held her hand, she felt considerably reassured. This was Jake's first time coming here too, but he had learned about this place from Brent before they arrived. They sat together on a large rock halfway up the mountain. Looking up at the countless stars in the night sky, Dara rested her chin on her knees, gazing intently at the brightest star in the sky. Seeing her lost in thought, Jake knew that she might be thinking about her late grandfather. Both remained silent, neither breaking the tranquility. The evening breeze was chilly, causing Dara to instinctively huddle closer. Suddenly, she felt a gentle warmth envelop her hand. Turning around, she met Jake's eyes that were even brighter than the stars. This time, she did not shy away but instead returned his gaze with a slight smile, then turned back to look at the night sky. Time seemed both long and short. Hamilton to Lane, Jake suddenly spoke. Do you like your current life? Upon hearing Jake's question, Dara paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Yes, I do. Hearing this, Jake fell silent once again, speaking almost to himself. Today, Colby came to find me. He asked if we were together and how I confessed to you. That guy is always so nosy. I've known him since our first year of junior high. Back then, my grades were pretty good, while Colby was a total slacker, yet we still became close friends. Later, I met Alyssa, and it was from that moment that I fell in love with her. Hamilton steening to Jake recount these past events, especially mentioning pursuing Alyssa. Dara flinched slightly but showed no unusual reaction. She simply lowered her gaze. The darkness concealed her eyes, making it impossible to discern her expression. Yet, Jake continued talking as if unaware. He talked about his middle school and high school years, the embarrassing things between him and Colby, his pursuit of Alyssa, and even his conflicts with his father. He talked for so long that his throat felt dry, so he licked his lips. Hamilton to Lane, do you know why I'm telling you all this? Dara shook her head. Jake turned to look at her, smiling, and said, although you weren't part of my past, I want you to know everything about me. And Colby was right. Hamilton to Lane, I'm sorry. This sudden apology left Dara bewildered. What? Why are you apologizing to me? Because my love has been selfish and unfair to you. My subjective thoughts have ignored your feelings. I believed you wouldn't care about certain things, yet overlooked that it's not just about caring or not. Jake, I didn't. Dara was nervous, wanting to explain something to Jake. Sensing what she wanted to say, Jake squeezed her hand gently, shaking his head with a smile. Let me finish. I know you don't care. But Colby was right. It's unfair to you. In the past, I blindly pursued Alyssa, even willing to sacrifice my dignity for someone wrong. pouring so much effort into it. Why shouldn't I give these things to you? I know you're quiet and introverted, so I didn't want to make you the center of attention. I just wanted to quietly accompany you through college. But after careful thought, that is indeed too selfish. What I gave to Alyssa in the past, I will give to you now, and even more. Of course, I don't want to force you. I only want us to be open and honest, like normal lovers, and get through these 4 years together. So, for us, now is the true beginning. As he spoke, Jake slowly stood up and walked to Dara's side. Standing still, he leaned down slightly. Dara. Jake took her hand and placed it gently on his chest. Especially recently, when she started browsing online, she read about the countless stories of Jake and Alyssa. Despite not voicing her concerns, she couldn't help but notice these details. To learn that her deskmate had once fallen deeply for another girl, even going to such extremes and confessing romantically, made her feel too insignificant. She dared not compare herself to Alyssa or complain about not receiving the same treatment. She experienced happiness with Jake, but felt loneliness and sadness when alone at night. Happiness, confusion, frustration, worry. She had been weighed down by various emotions. Years of pent-up emotions and grievances burst forth in his embrace, turning her into a tearful mess. This time, Jake didn't say anything but held her tightly. She needed an outlet, and what he needed to do was to be there for her. For a very long time. Perhaps having cried herself dry, Dara slowly stood up, sniffing repeatedly. Seeing this, Jake gently rubbed her head. After tonight, no more crying, okay? Dara wiped her eyes and nodded. Indira, we won't be going back to school tonight. Jake's sudden words made Dara pause. She wasn't the naive, transparent girl she once was. Living in a university environment, she had learned quite a bit by osmosis. Realizing what Jake meant, her face turned as red as an apple. I haven't prepared. Her sudden embarrassment left Jake a little taken aback. He quickly realized what she was thinking and chuckled, tapping her nose gently. Hamiltontal fool, what are you imagining? Am I that bad? Dara stuck out her tongue, mumbling, it's not the first time. Last time, you clearly wanted to. Ahem. Jake blushed and said sternly, no, really not this time. It's quite far from the school, and although the annex can be lived in, it's too much trouble. Okay. Dara nodded and took Jake's hand. Jinding Manor wasn't too far, especially late at night when there were fewer cars. It only took about 20 minutes to get there. In the living room, the two walked in, and looking at the luxurious interior decoration, Dara was momentarily stunned. When she first saw the annex, she had been amazed for a long time. Growing up in a modest environment, she had never seen such beautiful houses. Jinding Manor was like a palace to her, but Jake looked somewhat complicated, sighing softly. What's wrong? Seeing Jake sigh, Dara asked, how do you find it here? It's beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful house. Jake scanned the room. It's beautiful, but she's not here anymore. Who? Ingjia, Jake replied. Dara paused, then said, you mean Teacher Zhang? Yes, this house was bought for her. She used to live here. Oh. Noticing Dara only responded with one word, Jake perked up. Indira, don't misunderstand. This house was solely for Ingjia. Jake explained everything about Reagan and the company without holding back. Learning that Jake was the CEO of Mingchen Technology, Dara was slightly surprised, but not overly so. Seeing this, Jake was confused. Indira, aren't you surprised? I'm the chairman of Mingchen Technology. Before, Jake had only told Dara that he had a company but hadn't gone into detail. He thought she would react as dramatically as Aaron upon knowing his identity. Not really, Dara tilted her head, smiling. Hearing this, Jake couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Like a child getting full marks on an exam but receiving no praise. Seeing Jake's expression, Dara covered her mouth and laughed softly. If it were someone else, I'd be shocked. But because it's you, it's just a tiny bit surprising. Why? Jake asked, puzzled. Dara placed her hands behind her back, her sparkling eyes filled with admiration. Because you've always been amazing. With you, nothing surprises me much. If anyone else had said this, Jake would have brushed it off as flattery. But hearing it from Indira, he felt proud. Guess why I named them Mingchen and Xuanmeng? At first, Dara hadn't paid much attention to the names, but Jake's reminder made her think. Jake, Dara, taking a character from each name formed Mingchen and Xuanmeng. She remembered when they first met in the classroom, Jake had embraced her and said, I finally found you. Thinking about this, her cheeks flushed, but her heart felt strangely sweet. To avoid revealing her nervousness, she changed the subject. By the way, you said Teacher Zhang left without notice. Will you try to bring her back? From what you said earlier, it sounds like she's not doing well. Sigh. Mentioning this, Jake still felt melancholic. Even if I find her, it might be hard to bring her back. But during the holidays, I can take you to see her. Maybe you can make it happen. Me. Dara pointed to herself. Jake didn't elaborate further on Reagan. As for sleeping arrangements, Dara naturally chose Reagan's room. As for Jake, he solemnly chose another vacant room in front of Indira. Chapter 231. The Last Tranquility. Christmas Eve, though not a traditional festival. But for contemporary young people, especially students, it's still a lively day. Especially for the students of Jiang University, in 2 days, it's not just Christmas Eve, but also the annual masked ball jointly organized by various clubs and the school. The forum on campus buzzed with discussions about this year's ball. Hey, I heard that this year's masked ball is going to be quite grand. Yes, I've heard that too. This time, the school is funding most of it. No idea what's up. The latest insider news says that Mingchen Technology is sponsoring this year's ball. Yeah, I heard that too. It seems they want to promote themselves within the campus. Apparently, several big live streamers from Xuanmeng will also attend. Well, others I'm not sure about, but I know Master Gus mentioned during his live stream that he'll attend. Since Mingchen Technology partnered with the official government of Jiangzhou to develop the Cultural Industry Park, it has significantly boosted the development of new media and short video industries in Jiangzhou. The most popular short video creators and internet celebrities among the youth are mostly from the Xiaoming app. Thus, in Jiangzhou and many cities across China, Xiaoming has firmly taken the leading position in short video social apps. Mingchen Technology then released an explosive piece of news via their official account. Apart from the contracted internet celebrities and creators attending the Jiang University masked ball, the company's chairman would make his first public appearance at the event. This announcement immediately sparked a wave of online discussion, mainly because Mingchen Technology's chairman had been incredibly mysterious. Ever since Mingchen Technology entered the public eye, no one had ever seen this chairman make a public appearance. Everyone was curious who this mastermind behind the newly rising giant in network culture really was. At the same time, in the president's office at Jiang University, "You should have at least given me a heads up before making such a big splash," Ephraim said helplessly as he looked at Jake. Very few people at the school knew Jake's true identity. One was Jake himself, and the other was Jeffrey. Because Jake specifically asked him not to mention it, Ephraim never revealed Jake's true identity to anyone, including this year's masked ball. Originally, Ephraim didn't care much about such events, usually leaving it to the student clubs to handle. However, a few days ago, Jake suddenly approached him, saying he wanted to sponsor the ball under Mingchen Technology's name and collaborate with Xiaoming and the school to organize some activities, aiming to make the ball noteworthy. As the president of Jiang University, Ephraim naturally agreed. But he truly hadn't expected that Jake intended to attend as Mingchen Technology's chairman. "I think this is a good publicity opportunity for the school. See, even before the ball, Jiang University has become quite lively, hasn't it?" Jake chuckled. Ephraim couldn't help but laugh wryly. These days, universities across China were becoming increasingly competitive in terms of publicity, trying all sorts of means to attract attention, especially with the rise of network culture, which gradually influenced the education sector. Ephraim was always grateful that Jiang University was among the first top-tier institutions to register official accounts on Xiaoming, achieving significant promotional effects. But this time, he felt a bit pressured, because the Mingchen Technology chairman, Engel, had drawn the attention of virtually every netizen in the country, not just in Jiangzhou. He could already imagine that on the day of the ball, local media reporters would flock there. "Alright, what brings you here today?" Ephraim asked. "Today, I came to discuss something with you, or rather, give you a heads up. This masked ball, well, I do have a personal agenda," Jake replied seriously. Seeing Jake's solemn expression, Ephraim felt a bit uneasy. To be honest, given Jake's current influence, even he, as the president, had to treat him with due respect. Moreover, Mingchen Technology now had a long-term strategic partnership with Jiang University's College of Electronic and Computer Engineering, providing positions for many of their graduates and senior students. "You've been low-key for so long, and now you're causing such a stir with your first appearance. Tell me, what exactly is your personal agenda? I need to know if it might harm the school's reputation." As the president of Jiang University, Ephraim had to consider the school's interests regardless of the situation. If Jake's actions would negatively impact the school, he'd have to carefully consider it. After all, he could easily imagine that many media personnel would be present on the day of the ball. He knew how media people operated. They could turn the slightest issue into a major scandal. "This is hard for me to gauge, so I came to discuss it with you. After all, I am a student here too." Jake shrugged and then explained his plan. Initially, Ephraim remained composed, but by the end of Jake's explanation, he frowned. Finishing his explanation, Jake looked at Ephraim and said, "That's the situation. What's your stance? I'm not sure if this will affect the school." Ephraim furrowed his brow, deep in thought, picking up and setting down his teacup multiple times. "In principle, this is your personal matter. In previous years, the ball was organized by the clubs with minimal school intervention. Class advisor, upon receiving instructions from the dean, hastily arranged for her to represent the college at the event, including preparing performances to showcase the college's talent. Now, Alyssa had come to report to the dean. Nuan. Her roommate suddenly nudged her towards the side door. Instinctively, Alyssa turned to look. Upon seeing Jake walking out of the administration building, she froze momentarily before her face darkened, anger flashing in her beautiful eyes. She still couldn't forget how Jake had openly humiliated her in Aunt Bao's shop last time, an incident that left her seething. Jake also saw Alyssa and her friends, but did not linger his gaze or change his path. Instead, he strode directly towards them. Seeing this, Alyssa glared at Jake. "Hey Jake, last time." She was about to reprimand him when Jake walked past her without a second glance, as if she didn't exist. Alyssa swallowed the words that were already on her lips. She'd rather have him argue with her than ignore her like this. "Jake, stop right there." Fuming, Alyssa turned around and chased after him, but Jake ignored her, getting into his car parked nearby and driving off. Alyssa and her roommates were left stunned. I didn't see wrong, right? That's Jake's car? That car looks familiar. Oh yeah, isn't that the one everyone calls the god car on campus?" Though they didn't know much about cars, just from its sleek appearance, they could tell it was expensive. Alyssa, however, was even more incredulous. Suddenly, she remembered seeing a silver Maserati like this one in Antonio Anxiang City during a shopping trip with Erilyn. She had even taken a photo and boasted about it on social media, learning from others that it cost 2 to 3 million yuan. But she never imagined that Jake owned such a luxurious car. Vroom. The silver Maserati roared to life and sped away from Alyssa and her friends. Even after the car was out of sight, her gaze lingered in its direction. How could he afford a car worth 2 to 3 million yuan? Alyssa thought she knew all about Jake, including his family background. Even in high school, Jake's family could only be considered average. And even her current suitor, Philippe, drove a car worth only slightly over 1 million yuan. But Jake, who she had always underestimated and once controlled, was actually so wealthy. No, that's impossible. Hamilton Steening to her roommates discussed Jake's car. Alyssa felt uncomfortable. She scoffed. "You country bumpkins, it's just a Maserati. Besides, do you really think that's his car? These days, many students rent sports cars. Renting a luxury car for a day costs only around 10,000 yuan. Yeah, Nwanwan has a point. There are lots of places that rent these cars now. Rilla's living room. Jake entered. You're back. Hearing her voice, Jake smiled warmly. From the kitchen, Dara emerged with dishes in hand. My little Elaine is getting better at cooking. It smells delicious. Jake moved forward to grab a piece of meat. Not allowed. Go wash your hands first. It's unhygienic. Jake straightened up, ruffling her hair lovingly. You're becoming quite the model wife and mother. Blushing like a ripe apple, Dara pouted. If you keep teasing me, I'll ignore you. Dara huffed and went to set the table. Under her influence, Jake's appetite had significantly improved. After finishing 2 bowls of rice, he patted his stomach, reflecting on the old adage about capturing a man's heart through his stomach. Ring ring. His phone rang. Answering, Jake said, Hello, Chairman. You requested something, and General Manager Du instructed me to deliver it. Note: in this translation, I've preserved the original names and kept the tone and style consistent throughout. Chapter 233. You're the leading lady tonight. In the annex, living room, Jake returned to the living room and then carried his laptop into the bedroom. 2 days passed in a blink. On Christmas Eve, North Campus Grand Hall. The Grand Hall, which can accommodate over 1,000 people, was already packed. This year's masked ball was on a larger scale than any previous one, with not only students but also numerous media reporters present. The school administration had gone to great lengths to prepare for this event, specifically clearing out a spacious area of several hundred square meters on the first floor of the Grand Hall. The students participating in the ball had put considerable effort into dressing up, some girls even baring their legs or waists, adhering to the principle that beauty knows no cold. Along with the gentle music played through the speakers, the atmosphere on site was perfectly set. However, the journalists on site weren't interested in these details. They were adjusting their equipment, waiting for the main event. About 10 minutes later, the lights on the stage suddenly brightened, and as the host came on stage, the crowd quieted down. Good evening, everyone. Students, teachers, and media friends. After a procedural opening, the host introduced a few school leaders. Next, we invite our student representative, Alice Anuan, to come on stage and give her speech. Let's welcome her with applause. Amidst cheers, a tall and beautiful girl slowly walked out from the crowd, who parted to let her through. At this moment, all eyes in the hall were on her graceful figure. Feeling the gazes and the continuous clicking of cameras, Alice Anuan raised her delicate chin slightly, resembling a noble and beautiful swan. It's worth mentioning that originally, the audience still clapped warmly. After all, Alice Anuan had gained quite a reputation recently. Especially today, the talent delegation from Mingchen Technology, led by Edison, was here. Everyone knew that tonight, apart from the mysterious chairman of Mingchen Technology, Alice Anuan was another key figure. After Alice Anuan left the stage, the host finally introduced Mingchen Technology. The school showed its respect for the sponsor. When the host invited the delegates from Mingchen Technology onto the stage, the crowd erupted in cheers. The figures on stage were top internet celebrities, making the students feel like they were seeing real stars. It's a pleasure to participate in this event as our company's representative. We hope Zhejiang University and Mingchen Technology can maintain a long-term friendship. Additionally, Edison gave a routine speech. Following the applause, just as everyone expected the next segment to start, Edison abruptly descended the stage. Standing in the middle, he scanned the crowd before fixing his gaze on Alice Anuan at the front. I'm sorry to take up your time. There's someone very important to me here today. I know it might be inappropriate to say this in such a setting, but I once promised her a surprise. Through my work, I've met many different girls, but I've never met one like her. Pure, kind, and gentle. I know this is forward of me, but I'd like everyone here, including the media, to witness. I, Edison, really like this girl. For the opening dance. But at this moment, to preserve her image, she feigned a tearful, touched appearance, covering her mouth and looking genuinely moved. Yes, I agree. Hashtag chapter 234, revealing his identity. Hashtag the grand auditorium. In the open space at the front of the crowd, a spotlight shone on a group of young men and women. The performers were none other than Gus and Alyssa Scher. One was a student representative from Zhejiang University, while the other was the team leader of Dream Chasers. It was fitting for them to perform the opening dance. It had to be admitted that they were quite well matched in appearance, standing there like a perfect pair of golden boys and girls. The students in the audience cheered and hollered enthusiastically, and media reporters trained their cameras on the dancing duo throughout the performance. On the stage, Alyssa Scher and Gus moved gracefully to the rhythm of the music. At this moment, Alyssa Scher felt an indescribable thrill. Even though she knew that this honor and attention came from Gus, she couldn't help but feel that even someone as outstanding as him seemed somewhat unworthy of her now. For some reason, a peculiar look flashed across Alisashi's beautiful eyes. She gently rested her head on Gus's chest and said coquettishly, "Thank you, Brother Fraser." "Sure, as long as you enjoy it," replied Gus. "Brother Fraser, I heard. Your chairman is here today, right?" "Yeah, what about it?" Upon hearing this, Alisashi's eyes gleamed mischievously. She responded casually, "Nothing. Just that your chairman seems so mysterious. Thinking of meeting such an important person soon has me a little excited." Alisashi's head remained resting on Gus's chest, missing the amused glint in his eyes. "That's normal. My first encounter with the chairman was also exciting. After all, finding someone as young and accomplished as our chairman is indeed rare." Young and accomplished? Alyssa Scher picked up on the key phrase and immediately lifted her head. "So, Brother Fraser, can you introduce me to him later?" "Nuanchi, you seem pretty excited," Gus remarked, his tone tinged with faint amusement. But Alyssa Scher failed to grasp the deeper meaning behind his words and hurriedly composed herself. "Brother Fraser, don't misunderstand. I'm just curious because he's your boss. I simply want to meet him. Don't worry, you'll get the chance." "Thanks, Brother Fraser." The music ended, and Gus held Alisashi's hand as they bowed and exited the stage. Following this, during the free partner selection time, More and more students joined their partners on the dance floor, swaying to the gentle music. The students were fully immersed in the ball atmosphere, but some media reporters began growing impatient. They weren't interested in the students' dances. Their focus was on the always enigmatic chairman of Dreamchin Technology. 2 hours into the ball, the mysterious chairman had yet to appear the figure on stage. But when she saw the face, her mind went blank. How could this be possible? Alisashi's complexion turned pale as she stared dumbfounded at the figure on stage. Meanwhile, the once quiet auditorium erupted like thunder. This is the chairman of Dreamchin Technology? He looks so young. Come to think of it, doesn't he look familiar? What the hell? Isn't that Jake? Jake? The chairman of Dreamchin Technology is Jake? My god, that's a huge revelation. Jake is the chairman of Dreamchin Technology. Recognition of Jake sent ripples of shock through the crowd, everyone's eyes wide with astonishment. Typically, people associated chairman with older men in their 40s or 50s, slightly balding, and sporting beer bellies. No one expected the chairman of Dreamchin Technology to be the renowned Jake from Jiangzhou University. Among those most shocked were the 3 old buddies from dorm 205. Solomon, who had been drinking soda, spat it out all over Yul upon seeing Jake. What the hell? Am I hallucinating? That's Jake? Yul wiped the water off his face, stammering, This kid didn't lie to us. He really is the chairman of Dreamchin Technology. Dalton on the side grew more agitated, pointing at Jake. I told you Jake wasn't lying. The media reporters present were equally stunned. None of them expected that the mysterious figure causing waves in both short video platforms and the cultural industry was actually a current student at Jiangzhou University. On stage, Jake looked down at the crowd with a faint smile. As his gaze scanned the crowd, his eyes landed on Alyssa at the front. Their eyes met once again. Chapter 235, Pure Slander. Looking at the spotlighted figure on stage, Alyssa's expression was anything but calm. Their gazes met in midair. From Jake's eyes, she saw disdain and mockery. At this moment, Alyssa felt as if the world had spun out of control, her long-held worldview starting to crumble. In contrast, Jake merely glanced at Alyssa briefly before shifting his gaze elsewhere. His eyes finally settled on a slender figure standing in the corner. Dara had already known that Jake was the chairman of Mingchen Technology. Catching his gaze, she couldn't help but smile softly. To her, Jake on stage seemed to radiate with light. If possible, she wished to quietly watch him shine for the rest of her life. Let me introduce myself. I am Jake. Tonight, on behalf of all Mingchen Technology employees, I wish this event a resounding success. This is also my first public appearance as the chairman of Mingchen Technology. Here, I would like to thank the leadership of Jiang University and President Ephraim. Mingchen Technology has achieved its current status thanks to your attention and support. On behalf of the company and establishing Mingchen Technology's territory, as well as the subsequent company development history. The origins of his capital, however, were glossed over in just a few sentences. Remarkably, several employees of Xueming took advantage of their chairman's limelight to start live streaming. Those who represented Xueming at the dance party were typically top-tier influencers with over 1 million followers. Once countless netizens learned the true identity of Mingchen Technology's chairman, they entered bystander mode en masse. Jake is actually the chairman of Mingchen Technology? Damn, that's too explosive. I thought he was this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam and broke the highest score record. Who knew he had such an impressive hidden identity? Funny thing is, there were so many fools online saying he was some lovesick dog who wasn't worthy of Alyssa. Exactly. He's nearly a billionaire. Who isn't worthy of whom? Where are those princesses of the internet now? Speak up. Is this what you call a lovesick dog? If I were Alyssa now, I bet I'd be regretting it bitterly. While the internet buzzed heatedly, the grand auditorium was equally lively. Mr. Hamilton, recently there have been rumors circulating online about your relationship with our schoolmate Alyssa. What do you have to say about that? Mr. Hamilton, previously, there was widespread exposure of your private pursuit of Alyssa during your middle school years. Why did you never publicly respond to the accusations calling you a lovesick dog? It's understood that Mr. Rahim is a contracted talent under your app, Xueming. What are your thoughts on his declaration of love to Alyssa tonight? Mr. Hamilton, do you still harbor feelings for Alyssa? Sure enough, once Jake's true identity was revealed, the topics inevitably revolved around him and Alyssa. The other students listened intently upon hearing these questions. Alyssa, meanwhile, regained her senses after the initial shock. She took a deep breath, her clenched fists slowly tightening. Fraser Gidge, why didn't you tell me earlier? Rahim sighed, feigning helplessness. Actually, I wanted to tell you early on, but our chairman asked us not to reveal his identity, especially, not to you. A faint smile flashed across Rahim's eyes. Alyssa's body shuddered. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes flashing with anger as she looked at Jake. She couldn't understand how he suddenly became the chairman of Mingchen Technology, nor why he hadn't told her earlier. If only she had known Jake's true identity earlier, things between them wouldn't have deteriorated to this extent. Reflecting on her previous attempt to use Rahim as a stepping stone to meet the chairman, she felt a flush of shame. Observing the audience's reactions, a slight smile crept onto Jake's face. Today, I chose to make a public appearance, apart from resolving this misunderstanding, also to address some personal matters. Firstly, I need to clarify something. Regarding my relationship with Alyssa, I indeed pursued her during middle school. Unfortunately, my affections were unreciprocated, so I eventually gave up. As for the reasons behind my decision, I won't delve into them now. In summary, currently, I have no connection with Alyssa. Strictly speaking, we aren't even friends. Therefore, all the claims on the internet are baseless and unfounded. Previously, due to my position, I refrained from elaborating too much, also unwilling to waste societal resources on my personal matters. However, my silence led to escalating misinformation, even reaching malicious defamation. Personally, I find this deeply upsetting, which is why I'm taking this time today to set the record straight. Chapter 236. She is the main character tonight. Speaking of the malicious attacks he had endured online, Jake appeared visibly indignant. Of course, this was also thanks to last night's extensive practice in front of the mirror on managing his facial expressions. Jake seemed emotionally agitated as he accused those who had previously made malicious rumors about him online. His impassioned and heartfelt accusations resonated deeply with both the audience on site and many netizens. Damn, I'm furious for Jake. That's right. Jake is the chairman of Mingchen Technology. If he really wanted to pursue it legally, none of those people would escape. Boo-hoo. My idol Jake is too kind-hearted, bearing unjustified slander rather than using his status to crush others. It's funny, isn't it? Those supporters of Alyssa's who said Jake didn't deserve her, now, who's defending Alyssa? Seeing that the atmosphere was suitably roused, Jake continued, I've said all this today just to tell everyone one thing. I, Jake, do not currently like Alyssa. I hope from today onwards, these malicious rumors stop. If anyone continues to spread such falsehoods, invade my privacy, or damage my reputation, I will pursue this matter thoroughly. As Jake finished his final sentence, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Especially those who had previously spread rumors about him, they felt a sense of unease. Particularly, Alyssa's three roommates, especially Erilyn. The post that triggered this entire event was posted by Erilyn. She continued to release posts belittling Jake. Now, reflecting on how she spread rumors against the CEO of Mingchen Technology, if Jake were to pursue legal action, the consequences made her shudder with fear. At this moment, Alyssa's expression was far from pleasant. She could feel countless eyes on her. Previously, she had used various means to tell everyone that Jake had always liked her, even giving up attending Tsinghua or Peking University for her, choosing instead to come to Jiangda. But now, Jake publicly denied everything, implying that everything before was just her delusion. Although Jake had explained the whole situation, some journalists still hoped to dig deeper for explosive news. So Mr. Hamilton, since you are denying any relationship with Alyssa, can you look at this video clip? The tablet in the journalist hand played a clip from the freshman welcome party where Jake performed. The next song, I want to dedicate it to someone very important to me. After the video ended, the journalist asked again, Mr. Hamilton, who is this important person? Additionally, regarding why you abandoned Tsinghua and Peking to choose Jiangda, is there any connection to this person? Mr. Hamilton, can we infer that the person you truly love is not Alyssa but this person? The journalist's words sparked immediate chatter among the crowd. Yes, Jake did say that at the welcoming party. It looks like Jake does have someone he likes, and she must be in our school. It seems it can't be hidden anymore. Actually, this person is me. Who would have thought my secret romance with brother Jake would be exposed? Get yourself a mirror, girl. It's not expensive. Who is this person? So lucky. To be loved by someone as excellent as Jake. Seeing the situation, Jake smiled lightly and glanced vaguely towards a certain spot, then turned to the journalist who had just posed the question. Do you know where the name Mingchen Technology comes from? Jake's sudden question caught the journalist off guard, and he shook his head blankly. Indeed, there is someone very important to me. The name Mingchen comes from combining a character from each of our names. I promised tonight to make her the main character. With that, Jake turned and walked off the stage, step by step, heading straight toward the crowd. Instantly, the grand hall fell silent, with all eyes fixed on Jake. Many girls were already starry-eyed, hoping that this girl favored by fate might be them. Yet, Jake's steps didn't pause, passing through the crowd directly toward a corner. Alyssa was also observing Jake closely, combining characters from our names. She muttered to herself, then suddenly, realization struck her face, twisting violently as she snapped her head toward a particular corner. Mingchen, Ming? No, it's impossible. This cannot be possible. Not. It can't be her. Absolutely not. Clearly, Alyssa knew the answer deep down but refused to believe it. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, Jake stopped. The crowd instinctively shifted their gaze to the girl standing before him. She was tall and slender, dressed modestly, with a simple ponytail framing her pale, delicate face, and especially her bright, black eyes that seemed to hold countless stars. However, amid the glittering crowd, the girl seemed unremarkable. Who's that girl? Never seen her before. What? Too ordinary. It can't be her. The girl behind her is pretty, so it should be her. Amid the skeptical gazes, Jake slowly reached out his hand. Sensing the many eyes on her, Dara lowered her head. Seeing her trembling shoulders, Jake's expression softened further. Hamilton Elaine, look at me. Upon hearing his voice, Dara hesitantly lifted her head, looking into the clear eyes of the boy in front of her. Her anxious heart began to settle. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Sensing the lingering gazes around her, Dara hesitated momentarily before finally deciding. Okay. She nodded firmly, stood up, and placed her hand in Jake's. Seeing this, Jake's eyes lit up with unmistakable joy. Turning back, he held her hand and, watched by everyone, slowly ascended the stage. Meanwhile, the few girls beside Dara, her roommates, stood there, dumbfounded. Hashtag chapter 237. All this should have been mine. Most people present did not recognize Dara, but those from finance class 2 recognized her immediately, especially her three roommates. They had known for a while this. On the stage, Jake held Dara's hand firmly. His action declared their relationship to everyone. Even as the camera flashes continued unabated, Jake was indifferent, knowing that starting tomorrow, he would likely be all over news headlines and social media. He wanted everyone to know that Indira belonged to him. Dara was slightly nervous under the glaring lights, clutching Jake's hand tightly. Mr. Hamilton, can you introduce the student next to you? A reporter asked. What's your relationship? How did you meet? Jake smiled gently. She's my lover. His voice wasn't loud but spread clearly through the microphone into every corner of the hall. The moment Jake spoke, Dara trembled slightly, her eyes turning red. Seeing this, Jake squeezed her hand gently. Meanwhile, Alyssa watched the scene, gnashing her teeth in jealousy. Why should Dara be the star tonight? All this should have been hers. If Jake had loved her, if Dara hadn't appeared, everything would belong to her. As Alyssa ruminated, reporters pressed Jake again. Mr. Hamilton, you haven't answered our questions. Can you tell us more about this student? Jake smiled politely. Apologies, but you only need to know she's my lover. No further details. Heaving, Alyssa looked at the indifferent Jake, feeling bitter. You were laughing just now. What happened? Jake, the party isn't over yet. Aren't you staying? Adjusting her hair, Alyssa remembered her efforts to look perfect tonight, feeling like the sweet school idol she once was in high school. Chapter 238. In fact, I still Hamiltonk you. I wish to buy osmanthus flowers and enjoy wine together, but it can never be like youthful travels. Alyssa could still exude the same demeanor from her middle school days, yet the Jake before her was no longer the Jake of those years. From start to finish, Jake didn't utter a word in response to Alyssa. However, his gaze held a deep disdain. Seeing this look from Jake, Alyssa's hands clenched tightly at her sides. She, who had always been superior before Jake, had never stooped so low. She instinctively wanted to rebuke him sharply, but when she saw the silver Maserati, the words died on her lips. Jake's status now commanded enough respect, even to the point of actively seeking reconciliation. After all, Jake wasn't just any small-time company owner. He was the chairman of Mengchan Technology. Her parents were also in business, so she understood the business world to some extent. Moreover, online evaluations of Mengchan Technology indicated that its market value was at least several billion, possibly reaching the 10 billion level. A net worth at the 10 billion level, what did that mean? Even Alyssa? Jake asked. Just what you said about liking Dara, Alyssa stammered after glaring at Dara. What do you think? Jake replied with a playful smile. Jake, there has been a huge misunderstanding between us. Go on. Jake leaned against the car, watching her with interest. Alyssa struggled to organize her words. I admit my attitude toward you wasn't good before, but I actually had feelings for you. In high school, every time I rejected you, it pained me deeply. I really thought about being with you after college, but I didn't expect you to change so much. In fact, I've always kept an eye on you. You used to be so kind and loving toward me. I couldn't bear seeing you become so distant. I know Dara has always been my substitute. You still have feelings for me, right? Jake, I was wrong. Can we go back to how we were? I won't argue with you anymore. I'll treat you better. The things you said earlier made me very sad, but I'm even more upset with myself for being so childish back then. Why did I argue with you? Why did I let you drift further away? When I saw you holding another girl's hand in front of me, it hurt. I realized I've always liked you. Jake didn't react much, but Dara couldn't help but laugh. Interrupting her emotional speech, Alyssa's face turned red as she glared at Dara. What are you laughing at? Jake had already told Dara about his past with Alyssa, which was why she couldn't hold back her laughter. Seeing Alyssa's furious expression, Dara stuck out her tongue. Sorry, Alyssa. Please continue. I promise not to laugh again. You. Alyssa gritted her teeth, feeling her carefully constructed atmosphere ruined. Glaring at Dara one last time, she turned to Jake and put on her most pitiful look. Jake, I really know I was wrong. Can we go back to how we were? Done talking? Jake said indifferently. Seeing Jake's amused expression, Alyssa felt a sharp sting on her face. Growing up, so many boys had pursued her that she had never apologized or lowered herself before anyone. Not even Gus. Jake, I'm sincere. Me and brother Fraser. Gus, nothing happened between us. Is that so? But everyone knows he confessed to you, and you didn't refuse. Sensing a hint of hope in Jake's tone, Alyssa hurried to explain. No, it's not like that. Gus likes me, but I don't like him. And it was him who confessed. I didn't accept him. Earlier, because of the crowd, I didn't know how to refuse. Actually, Gus is really annoying. I hate him. Hearing her disparage Gus, Jake couldn't help but chuckle. Are you sure what you're saying is true? Yes, I'm sure. Jake, me and Gus really didn't. Before she could finish, a voice came from behind. Nwan, you? Alyssa froze upon recognizing the voice. Turning around, she saw Gus standing right behind her. Hashtag chapter 239, settlement. Alyssa's thoughts were entirely focused on Jake, so she hadn't even noticed Gus behind her. Her face was deathly pale, uncertain if what she had just said had been overheard. Fraser brother, why are you here? Gus exchanged a glance with Jake without leaving any trace of it, then gave Alyssa a cold look. I was worried you might be cold and came to bring you a jacket. Looks like that's not necessary now. Hearing this, Alyssa instantly panicked. She wanted to explain instinctively, but remembered Jake was right beside her. If she said the wrong thing, all her previous efforts could be wasted. Now she found herself in a dilemma. What? Didn't you say you want to be with me properly? Prove it to me now, Jake said with a teasing tone. Before Alyssa could respond, Gus feigned anger. Boss, Nwan, she is my girl. Your actions are too much. Your girl? Fine. As long as she admits it now, I won't interfere in your relationship. Gus quickly chimed in. Nwan, tell the boss everything. As long as you're willing, I can overlook what happened before. Clearly, Alyssa had no choice now. Her face turned paler as she struggled inwardly. She didn't want to miss this opportunity to win back Jake, but also didn't want to lose Gus, her perfect backup option. After much deliberation, she made up her mind and looked at Gus pitifully. Fraser brother, Mr. Fraser, you've always misunderstood me. I only feel a sibling-like affection towards you. Thank you for taking care of me these past days, but I really don't have those feelings for you. Jake's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain upon hearing this. Nwan, you've been lying to me? Gus exclaimed, feigning heartbreak. Sorry, Alyssa stammered after a long pause. Enraged, Gus stepped forward, grabbed Alyssa's arm, and angrily demanded, Alyssa, answer me again. Were your words just now sincere? Seeing Gus's uncontrollable anger, Alyssa's expression grew worse. She knew there was no turning back now. No matter what, she had to show Jake her sincerity as much as possible. Steeling herself, she replied, sorry. You bitch. Manipulative woman. Slap. Gus suddenly slapped Alyssa hard, sending her falling to the ground. This slap left Alyssa dazed. She never expected him to strike her. Watching from the side, Jake felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. Alyssa, you'll regret this. Gus glared viciously at Alyssa before storming off. Looking at the disheveled and helpless Alyssa on the ground, Jake only felt disdain. After a moment, Alyssa shakily stood up, one side of her face red and marked by the slap. Clearly, Gus hadn't held back. Her eyes red and hair disheveled. Alyssa gazed pitifully at Jake. Jake, did you see that? There's nothing between us, and I even got slapped for you. Doesn't that prove my sincerity? Can you believe me, please? Sure, I believe you. Jake nodded. Upon hearing this, Alyssa's eyes lit up with excitement, and she hurriedly stepped forward, standing in front of Jake. Jake, you really trust me? Of course. After all, this scene feels very familiar. Didn't you treat me like this back in middle school? Except I wasn't as brave as Gus, so I let myself be toyed with for years like a fool. Recalling those old memories, Alyssa appeared slightly uncomfortable. Jake, I was wrong before. I truly know better now. Can we start anew? I promise I will treat you well from now on. Dara doesn't belong in your world at all. She's unworthy of you. Only we are meant to be together. Oh, by the way, my parents have always liked you. Remember when I was sick in middle school, and you brought me breakfast every day? My parents said they would definitely find someone like you for me to marry. Desperate to win Jake's favor, Alyssa was using every trick she had to triumph as she smugly glanced at Dara. Chapter 240. Sister Ing, long time no see. Although she had lost Gus, her most perfect backup, in Alyssa's view, it was all worth it if she could win Jake. However, just as she was about to make her next move, she saw Jake suddenly lift his hand and push her roughly aside. Alyssa staggered and nearly fell to the ground again. Jake, you still don't trust me? Alyssa asked pitifully. Hearing this, Jake brushed off his sleeve that Alyssa had touched and replied with a cold laugh. Trust? Why wouldn't I believe you? So, then why? Before Alyssa could finish, Jake continued with a sneer. I do believe you don't like Gus. Hamilton-wise, I don't believe your absurd claim of having old feelings for me. So, Alyssa, listen carefully. Let me repeat what I said before. I now feel nothing for you but disgust. I've said before, dirty things only make me sick. You know what? Seeing you now makes me feel nauseous. Upon hearing Jake's words, Alyssa's face turned pale. Previously, when Jake asked her to prove herself, his words implied certain possibilities. She thought she had a chance, so she broke things off with Gus decisively. She didn't expect Jake to take such a stance. For a moment, she couldn't accept it, but still clung to a sliver of hope. Jake, what must I do for you to forgive me? That, well? Jake suddenly smiled and said playfully, I'll tell you when I figure it out. With that, he got into the car with Dara and drove away. After the ball, news of Jake's identity and his public confession to Dara spread across domestic online platforms. During this time, Alyssa made every effort to mend relations with Jake. Jake seemed to tacitly approve, much like Alyssa's initial approach towards him. He also hinted a few times at reaching out to Zane. As Jake put it, he had issues with Zane and wanted Alyssa to help him get back at him, suggesting a way for reconciliation. During this period, thanks to Jake's popularity, Dream Tech's reputation grew louder. The cultural park project previously associated with the government was officially renamed the Dream Cultural Park. By year-end, Dream Tech had branches nationwide and had firmly established itself as a leader in the network culture industry. Under Leonardo and Fernando's efforts, Dream Tech successfully ventured overseas. According to market valuation, Dream Tech was now worth $50 billion. Final exams arrived as scheduled. After the holidays, Jake took care of some company matters and then returned to Yongcheng with Indira. First, he brought Indira home. Learning about Indira's relationship with Jake, old Birch Bob was overjoyed, even calling Indira daughter-in-law early on. After settling Indira temporarily, Jake went to Yongcheng No. 4 High School alone. This visit wasn't publicized. He didn't want to disturb the school leadership or principal. The company had grown, and its business became increasingly complex. Since Reagan left without notice, Jake hadn't heard from her for a long time. At No. 4 High School, teacher dormitory, a figure in simple teaching attire, with hair tied up, slowly walked out. This woman looked charming but exuded a cold demeanor. Just outside the dormitory, she saw a tall figure approaching her. Sister Ing, long time no see. Stopping, Jake looked at Reagan. Seeing the familiar young face, Reagan trembled, dropping the textbook from her hand. The school is still the same, Sister Ing. Oh no, I should call you Teacher Zhang now. Would you like to take a walk with me? Hearing this, Reagan's eyes reddened slightly, and she nodded. On the playground, they walked side by side aimlessly. They talked about many things. Jake shared about the company and his school days, while Reagan talked about her experiences since returning to teach. How are things between you and Dara? Having seen recent news online, Reagan knew Jake and Dara were together. Yeah, we're good. There was silence again. After a long pause, Jake finally spoke. Sister Ing, come back with me. Reagan trembled, opening her mouth but unable to speak. Come back, can I still go back? If you're willing, leave the rest to me. Ring ring. At that moment, Reagan's phone rang. Her father called regularly to ensure she was still at school, making her feel suffocated. Seeing her hesitate, Jake suddenly took her phone. What are you doing? Reagan panicked. Sister Ing, I said, if you're willing, leave the rest to me. He answered the phone. Hello? A middle-aged man's voice came through. Who is this? Where's my daughter? Have her pick up. Hello, Tyson Zhang. I'm Jake. We need to talk. Jake glanced at Reagan and stepped aside, clearly not wanting her to hear the conversation. Reagan didn't know what Jake said. When he returned, he handed her the phone with a smile. She hesitated before answering. Hello, Dad. My dear, Dad apologizes. I've been too strict. Expecting a scolding, Reagan was surprised when her usually strict father apologized. You silly child. You should have told us everything. Xiao Hamilton has explained your job situation. Dad won't interfere anymore. If you don't like teaching, pack up and return to Jiangzhou with Xiao Hamilton. Work hard and bring pride to the Zhang family. Hanging up, Reagan stared blankly at Jake. You? What did you say to my dad? Jake shrugged and laughed. Nothing special, just told him about your previous work situation. Hashtag chapter 241. Welcome back, Sister Ing. Jake did not hide the details of his conversation with Reagan's father. I only told Tyson that as long as you're willing to return, you'll be the CEO of Mingchen Technology and hold a 20% share. Moreover, the company is preparing for an IPO after the new year. Upon hearing this, Reagan's body trembled slightly. Jake, did you deliberately say this to Dad? Actually you. Sister Ing, Jake smiled gently, continuing, do you think I'm joking? Looking at the face before her, which had shed some of its youthful naivety, Reagan felt a lump in her throat. If it were just the position of CEO, it might not be worth so much to her. But Jake had just mentioned giving her a 20% stake in the company. After all, this was a 20% stake in Mingchen Technology. Given Mingchen Technology's current size and strength, an IPO was almost inevitable. Once listed, that 20% stake would easily be worth several billion. Jake, Sister Ing, this is what you deserve. Without you, there wouldn't be today's Mingchen Technology. And I've always considered you my sister. On both emotional and rational grounds, you shouldn't refuse. Reagan's body trembled again as she lowered her head and muttered to herself, just a sister, huh? What did you say, Sister Ing? Jake asked. Nothing. Reagan quickly gathered her thoughts and then looked up at Jake. She knew that from now on, the feeling she harbored could only remain hidden deep within her heart. Well then, I won't be too formal with you, Reagan said with a forced smile. Seeing this, Jake scratched his head and replied, what should I do? I suddenly feel a bit regretful. Sister Ing, maybe we can negotiate and reduce the shares a bit? Go to hell. Once given, how can you take it back? Are you being stingy, or do you think I'm not worthy? Hee, of course you're worthy. Sister Ing, when will you set out? At this point, Reagan hesitated for a moment before saying, what about Dara? It's been a long time since I've seen her. Did she return to Yongqing? If so, let's have dinner together tonight. Okay, I'll book a place and come pick you up from school later. Night market on Gillen Road. Jake, Reagan, Dara, and Aaron sat around a table. Interestingly, this roadside stall was where Jake first encountered Reagan during their high school days. Notably, both Reagan and Aaron were stunned by Dara's transformation. Besides her improved appearance, they were even more surprised by her changed personality. No longer shy and reserved, she even initiated conversations with them at the table. Come, let me toast first. Aaron stood up with his glass in hand. Just cut it out. Drink less. You have things to do tomorrow, Jake remarked. Hearing this, Aaron pouted and replied, what does it have to do with you? This cup is for Dara. Turning to Dara, he continued, Dara, here's to us. Xiao Hamiltonzi and I are like father and son. Don't be fooled by this kid's serious demeanor. He's actually quite perverted. Anyway, if this kid bullies you in the future, just tell me, and I'll definitely beat him up for you. Aaron's words made Reagan giggle behind her hand. Meanwhile, Dara hurriedly stood up. Seeing this, Jake gently patted her hand and said, ignore this guy. He's drunk even before he drinks. Though the toast was for Aaron, Jake knew Dara couldn't handle alcohol. Unexpectedly, Dara smiled and shook her head, replying, it's okay. Leaning close to Jake, she whispered, if I refuse, he'll definitely throw a tantrum later. Then, Dara stood up, holding her glass with both hands, and gulped down half a glass, coughing slightly afterward while her fair cheeks flushed red. Seeing this, Aaron slapped his thigh. Great. As Xiao Hamiltonzi's godfather, I have to show my appreciation. Putting down his glass, Aaron grabbed a bottle of beer and began drinking directly from it. Ugh, can't do it. Drinking straight from the bottle isn't for humans. Anyway, the gesture is enough. I'll finish the rest slowly. Ha ha ha. Amid laughter and joy, the four reminisced about high school. By the third round, Aaron was already tipsy, grabbing Jake and crying and laughing intermittently. Even Dara drank a few cups, her cheeks rosy and her eyes misty from the alcohol. Jake, I feel dizzy. Dara shook her head, feeling dizzy. Reagan returned to Jiangzhou alone. Jake took the opportunity to visit his hometown with Dara. Notably, his father brought along someone unexpected, Rosella. After months of interaction, his father finally decided to confide in Jake. Regarding his father's solitary end in his previous life, Jake always felt regret. Thus, not only did he not oppose his father's new relationship, but he wholeheartedly supported it. Hashtag chapter 242. Meeting the mysterious man again. Bayshire Village, cemetery. Jake and Dara stood before a tombstone. Jake spoke at length in front of the gravestone, recounting everything from when he met Dara, their encounters during college, to how they became lovers and eventually got together. He didn't miss any detail. Dara had already learned about Jake's mother on the way here. Having been adopted since childhood, she could naturally empathize with Jake's feelings. But instead of speaking, she just held Jake's hand tightly. They stayed in the cemetery for a long time before Jake finally turned to leave. However, halfway through their walk back, Dara realized she had left her phone in the cemetery. They retraced their steps. Not far off, Jake suddenly saw a figure standing by his mother's gravestone. Upon seeing Jake, this figure panicked and ran away. Upon witnessing this, Jake's expression changed slightly. Without thinking much, he started chasing after the person. Stop. While running, he noticed that this figure was limping and not very fast. Therefore, he quickly caught up. Who are you? Jake demanded in a deep voice. The figure, facing away from Jake, was visibly trembling. Looking at this figure, Jake felt an inexplicable familiarity. After a moment of reflection, he recalled. During the National Day holiday last year, he had seen a figure near the entrance to the cemetery as he left. At that time, he hadn't thought much of it, assuming it was a villager paying respects. Now it seemed that the figure he had encountered back then was indeed this person. Who are you? Why are you here paying respects to my mother? Upon hearing this, the figure slowly turned around, revealing a middle-aged man with a weathered face. Jake was slightly surprised. This man bore a striking resemblance to his father and grandfather. Who are you? Do you know my mother? Jake asked again, but the man remained silent, staring intently at Jake. His gaze gave Jake a strange feeling. It was as if he was looking at him, but also at someone else. Seeing the man acting so strangely without saying a word, Jake wondered if he was mute. Who are you? Under Jake's repeated questioning, the man's lips trembled and his eyes reddened. It's too similar. Confused, Jake frowned. Similar? What do you mean? You look a lot like your mother, the man said again. This time, Jake was taken aback. You know my mother? At that moment, a name flashed through Jake's mind. Bede, you've grown up? The man smiled warmly. Jake's expression suddenly became agitated. Are you Tyson? Hearing the word Tyson, the man's body shook violently. He raised a trembling hand to touch Jake's cheek. Jake did not pull away. The man's rough hands evoked a strange feeling in him. Although he had never met his uncle, he was certain of the man's identity. Yes, child, it's me. No wonder this man looked so much like his father and grandfather. It turned out this was Tyson Hamilton Yuanjing, who had been missing for over a decade. They embraced, chatting for a long time by the gravestone. Jake introduced Dara to his uncle. Seeing Dara, Tyson chuckled and nodded approvingly, praising Jake's choice for their old family. During their conversation, Jake learned that Tyson had been living in a nearby village all these years, visiting the cemetery daily to pay respects to his mother. As for the reasons behind his absence, Tyson refused to explain, especially when Jake suggested bringing him back home to meet Oral. Child, Tyson, can't go back. But I'm happy to see you today. My mistakes can never be forgiven. Pausing, Tyson glanced at the tombstone, his eyes to reprimand Jake. Rosella rushed to intervene. Bede, say less. Tyson Hamilton also chimed in. Tyson, I don't understand why. Enough. He is not your uncle, and I have no such elder brother. Seeing Birch's intense reaction, Jake grew more curious about what happened back then. Second brother, isn't that a bit harsh? Blood runs thicker than water. It's been so many years, why can't you let it go? Unable to hold back, Tyson Hamilton's words sparked an argument with Birch. That's enough. Less talk. Finally, Oral's voice silenced both of them. The dinner ended in an unpleasant mood. Elaine, let me take you home first. We'll send you back to Jialing tomorrow after a good night's rest. The chapter maintains the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring natural, fluent English translation. Chapter 243, The Truth of That Year. Bede, come here. I need to talk to you. Jake was about to leave when he was asked to stay by his grandfather. Inside the room, the old man stared at Jake for a long while in silence. You really met your Tyson? Jake nodded. The old man let out a long sigh. Ah. In that moment, the old man seemed to age dramatically. After a brief silence, he looked at Jake, hesitating before asking, is he okay? Not really. Jake truthfully recounted the situation with his uncle. Upon hearing the account and learning about his uncle's current disability, the old man staggered as if about to collapse. Seeing this, Jake hurriedly steadied him. Atlee, are you all right? The old man shook his head and shakily sat down on a chair, his expression dazed, seemingly lost in memories. Atlee, what exactly happened? Why did Tyson? Before Jake could finish, the old man waved his hand and sighed deeply. These things should not have been told to you. After all, it's the biggest scandal of our old Hamilton family. But now that you're grown up, it's time you knew. With that, the old man began recounting the events of that year. Back in the courtyard of their old home, Dara, seated on a small stool, occasionally glanced toward the main house. Finally, seeing Jake walk out, she quickly got up to greet him. But Jake seemed distracted. Jake? Hearing Dara's voice, he finally snapped back to reality. What's wrong? You look so pale. It's nothing. Let's go back. At number 183 of Sejong Road, which was now part of a residential area designated for school districts, Jake had originally intended to leave the apartment for his father, but his father wanted to keep the family home where he was accustomed to living. Moreover, he planned to bring Rosella to live with him shortly. As for the new apartment allocated after relocation, his father insisted it be kept for Jake's future wedding. Fortunately, when the apartment was handed over, the Housing Bureau, in consideration of Jake's contributions, made an exception and provided a fully renovated unit. So, Jake decided to stay there with Dara for one night. Of course, Jake still chose the guest bedroom, leaving the master bedroom for Dara. That night, Jake lay in bed, unable to sleep, his mind full of what his grandfather had told him earlier. It turned out that during that time, his father, his uncle, and his mother were classmates who got along very well. His father had liked his mother from then on but never dared to confess. After middle school graduation, they all worked at the same factory until they reached marriageable age. His father married his mother as expected, but from that day on, his uncle seemed to change drastically, opposing his father everywhere, losing his job, and becoming alcoholic. After being scolded several times by the grandfather, he left home in anger. On the day Jake was born, his mother indeed faced complications during childbirth, almost dying. At that time, the Hamilton family couldn't afford the surgery costs despite pooling their resources. However, the hospital later received an anonymous donation specified for his mother's surgery. Thanks to that, both his mother and he survived. What truly changed their lives was a week after Jake's birth when his mother mysteriously disappeared, along with his uncle. Despite searching extensively, there was no trace of either of them. On the day of Jake's full moon celebration, news arrived. Upon receiving the call from Tyson Zilu, Jake's father rushed to the hospital with Atlee and Tyson. Seeing his mother and uncle covered in blood and lying in the emergency room, they felt as if the sky had fallen. They learned from Tyson Zilu that his mother and uncle had been involved in a car accident. After emergency treatment, his uncle survived but fell into a coma, while his mother succumbed to her injuries. Later, his father knelt beside his mother's bed, weeping and questioning everything. I'm sorry, Ajuan. It was me who betrayed you. I have always liked Sheldon. But Sheldon never confessed his feelings, and you treated me so well. Perhaps with time, I grew to love you too and thought marrying you would be fine. After giving birth to Bede, I faced death and realized I was wrong. Love shouldn't be forced. I've wronged myself, you, and Sheldon. So I contacted Sheldon. I told him, if he was willing, I would forsake everything and run away with him. Though I only lived with him for a short time, I was happy. Ajuan, I am sorry to you in this life. I wasn't a good wife or mother. If there is another life, After his mother died, his uncle vanished again for 18 years. Upon learning the truth, the old man angrily severed ties with his uncle and refused to allow his mother to be buried in the family grave, only burying her in a nearby cemetery. Since then, the matter of his uncle and mother became the most embarrassing secret of the Hamilton family. Meanwhile, Jake's father always claimed his mother had died from childbirth complications. Back at home, Atlee had once asked Jake, Bede, since you know the truth, tell me, do you still want your Tyson to return, or do you plan to forgive him? Jake didn't answer immediately because he himself had no clear response. But he knew this matter had always been a burden on his father's heart. Perhaps over the years, his father, when alone, also felt sorrow over this. On one hand, his uncle had indeed made mistakes, but it was also his mother's choice. Moreover, his uncle had stayed near the cemetery all these years, possibly regretting his youthful impulsiveness and seeking redemption. As for forgiveness, Jake believed the decision rested with his father, given that he had never met his mother and therefore lacked deep emotional ties. Ultimately, Jake sincerely hoped his father could eventually overcome this torment. Chapter 244, Opening the Heart Knot. That night, Jake did not sleep well. The next morning, he received a call from his grandfather, asking him to return to his hometown alone. After in full tombstone, his reaction was surprisingly calm. If I were still the same person from before, I might have hated you forever. But now... Pausing for a moment, Jake smiled slightly. I don't hate you, nor can I hate you. That was a decision made by my mother herself. Even if you hadn't taken her away, she might have continued living with my father, unhappy and full of regret. Hamilton has its twists and turns. I don't hate you, but I don't have the right to forgive you either. The final decision lies with my father. Tyson, come back with me. Though he had anticipated why Jake was waiting for him, his uncle couldn't help but show a bitter smile when he heard those words. Come back? If I could go back, I would have done so years ago. I didn't know how to face your grandparents or your father. Tyson, you've been hiding for 18 years. Don't you think it's time to give my father an explanation? After all, you're blood brothers. Do you really intend to avoid each other forever? Hearing this, his uncle shuddered. Blood brothers? Yes, your father and I are blood brothers. Seeing his uncle remain silent, Jake didn't interrupt. After a long pause, it seemed like his uncle had made a decision. He sighed deeply, his gaze fixed on the tombstone. After hiding for so long, it's time for an explanation. What I owe you has almost been repaid over the years. But what I owe Alec... He stopped mid-sentence. This was indeed typical of his father's behavior. Fortunately, judging from the current situation, the heart knot between his father and uncle appeared to be untangled. At dinner, the family gathered for a reunion meal. Out of politeness, Jake also sat down briefly. However, once his father, grandfather, and uncle started drinking, he bid them farewell and returned to Yongqing. Dara was still in Yongqing alone. Knowing that this round of drinks might keep him till dawn, Jake decided to leave early. Back in Yongqing, night had fallen. While driving through the city, Jake suddenly received a call from Dara. The moment he answered, he heard her sobbing. What happened, Elaine? What's going on? My grandma is in trouble. Her voice was choked with sobs, clearly distressed. Don't worry, I'm on my way. Stepping on the gas pedal, Jake rushed to the residential area. Without even asking for details, he picked up Dara and drove straight to Jialing City overnight. Jialing City, Zhangji Town, People's Hospital. Excuse me, which room is Allie Song Hamiltonen in? Jake asked at the hospital reception desk. Room 302, the nurse replied. Jake immediately headed to the ward with Dara. Inside room 302, Tara was pacing back and forth, clearly worried. Seeing Dara, she hurried over. Oh, Elaine, you're finally here. Allie. Dara's eyes welled up with tears as she rushed forward. Seeing her grandmother lying unconscious and pale in bed, she burst into tears. Concerned, Jake frowned and asked, Tara, what happened? Sigh, I finished work at the greenhouse and went to check on Mrs. Song. When I called her and got no response, I found her collapsed inside. We rushed her to the hospital immediately. At that moment, a doctor entered the ward. Who was the family member of Song Hamiltonen? Dara quickly stood up. It's me. Doctor, how is my grandma? The patient has stabilized after initial treatment, but her condition is still critical. We recommend transferring her to a city hospital for better medical facilities, though the surgery costs will be significant. You need to be prepared for that. If you agree, we can arrange the transfer immediately. Dara was thoroughly shaken. We have money. Doctor, please save my grandma. Mentioning the transfer and high surgery costs, Tara's eyes flickered with unease. Chapter 245, In Grave Danger. After completing the transfer procedures, the hospital sent the elderly lady to Jialing City's second hospital. Jake also drove Dara there immediately afterward. Upon receiving the news, the second hospital urgently arranged for a consultation. However, during the handover of the elderly lady's medical report, an unexpected discovery was made. According to the hospital in Zhangji Town, they had systematic treatment plans for the elderly lady's condition. Yet, she had not been coming to the hospital regularly for medication as prescribed. Dara did not think much of it at first. She knew her grandmother's frugal nature and assumed she had skipped doses to save money. But just as they were about to finalize the transfer and settle the fees from Zhangji Town Hospital and prepay some surgical expenses at the second hospital, another issue arose. Previously, she had given her bank card to Tara. When she asked for the card back to pay these expenses, she found that only a few $100s remained on the card. Originally, when she gave the card to Tara, there were over 100,000 yuan on it. Tara, what happened here? Where is the money? Faced with Dara's questioning, Tara appeared flustered. You girl, what are you talking about? Of course, all the money went to your grandmother's medical bills. Where else would it go? But the doctor just said that Allie hasn't been coming to the hospital for medication for a long time. Well, you know how expensive hospital drugs can be. I've been buying them from outside pharmacies to save money. It's been more than half a year now. Besides medication, there were daily expenses and occasional checkups. Altogether, it added up to quite a bit. The naive girl Dara once was had grown more astute. A quick mental calculation told her something was amiss with the finances. Tara, please tell me the truth. Where did all this money go? Hearing Dara's tone, Tara became even more anxious but tried to feign displeasure. What are you saying, child? Are you accusing me of embezzling the money? Remember who has been taking care of your grandmother. I have worked tirelessly for you, and instead of thanking me, you suspect me? Jake coldly laughed. He had noticed Tara's suspicious behavior since they were at the town hospital. This can be resolved easily. Please come with us to the bank and check the transaction records. We'll know where the money went. If we wronged you, I will apologize on behalf of Dara and even give you an additional $200,000 as compensation. But if you did embezzle the money, then we'll have to pursue legal action. Tara, a poorly educated rural woman, hadn't anticipated such measures. She panicked when she realized one could check bank transactions. In the end, Tara tearfully apologized to Dara. Elaine, wailing, I'm so sorry. I was foolish. It turned out that Tara had secretly misappropriated the money. The trust Dara placed in her and the substantial amount led to temptation. Her son needed funds for his engagement and a house in town. Coupled with the fact that the elderly lady had seemed healthier and avoided regular hospital visits, Tara decided to divert the money as down payment for her son's new home. Upon learning the details, Malcolm Mignan became frantic. Tara, how could you do this? I trusted you. That money was for Allie's life. I'm so sorry. I was foolish. Elaine, please don't call the police. I promise to repay the money gradually. Beside them, Jake scoffed. Gradually? It seems Indira is too lenient. You're still trying to take advantage. You have 1 week to return every cent, or I will help Indira sue you. This money is enough for you to spend 10 years in prison. Indeed, Tara had relied on Dara's forgiving nature. However, Jake's firm stance unnerved her. Having seen him drive an expensive car before, she knew he was wealthy and serious. Challenging him in court would not end well for her. Eventually, Tara promised to repay the money within a week and left the hospital in disgrace. To Jake, the sum wasn't significant, but he wanted this experience to teach Indira a lesson about being cautious with whom she trusts. Despite improving, her naivety still concerned him. He hoped to gradually guide her further. With all the fees settled, the elderly lady's surgery was finally scheduled. However, complications arose during the operation. Due to her failure to take medication and undergo regular checks recently, she developed several complications, most notably bone marrow abnormalities requiring immediate transplantation. Normally, this wouldn't be a big problem for hospitals, as family members often provide compatible matches. But neither Dara nor the elderly lady were blood-related, and there were no other family members available. Though the hospital promptly searched the bone marrow database, finding a match immediately was uncertain. Both Dara and Jake underwent tests. Who was the patient's family member? The doctor asked as he approached Jake and Dara. I am, replied Dara. No suitable match has been found yet in the database, and your results will take some time. We will do our best, but if we can't find a match within an hour, the patient's situation will be extremely dangerous. Please prepare yourselves mentally. Upon hearing this, Dara's face turned deathly pale. After the doctor left, she clung tightly to Jake's arm. Jake, my grandma. She'll be okay, right? She must be okay, right? Seeing her terrified expression, Jake couldn't bear it and held her hand firmly. Chapter 246. Protecting what you treasure. Relax, I'm here. Allie will be fine, Jake reassured her. Despite his words, Dara's face remained pale. She knew all too well that this was just Jake's way of comforting her. The doctor's earlier warning about preparing for the worst had not escaped her understanding. Thinking about it made her chest tighten, and her vision blurred. Last night, upon learning of her grandmother's critical condition, she and Jake had driven back home in the middle of the— All right, Jake nodded. Once the nurse left, Jake looked at the report in his hands and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He never expected Dara's bone marrow to be incompatible, while his matched successfully. Donating bone marrow would take a toll on his body. If it were a stranger, Jake would have no intention of being such a generous benefactor. Since he was not related to the old lady in any way, there was no reason for him to do so. However, he had an unrefusable reason. Apart from the mysterious Malcolm family, the old lady was Dara's only living relative in the world. Turning around, he walked to the bedside. Watching Dara sleeping on the bed, Jake sat down beside her, gently brushing away the stray hairs from her forehead. Even in her sleep, her delicate brows remained furrowed. Seeing this, Jake's eyes filled with tenderness. I'll protect everything you cherish, even if it means risking my life. Leaning forward, Jake kissed her forehead lightly before standing up and leaving the ward. In the operating room, looking at the cold, white ceiling above him, Jake's expression became momentarily dazed. Under the influence of anesthesia, his consciousness grew hazy. In this haze, he seemed to be transported back to the beginning of it all. He found himself back in the cold morgue, witnessing once again the scene of his own corpse, with Zane and Ulysses doing something improper before it. But this time, he watched with utmost calmness until the figure in a black dress appeared. Only then did his emotions stir. Just like in the previous life, he watched Dara carry away his body. The almost forgotten scene replayed once more. Amidst the fire, she held his urn, engulfed in flames. No! Jake screamed in agony, desperately trying to pull her out of the fire but finding himself unable to. Just like before, watching her burn to ashes. The pain. It hurt so much. In reality, Jake, who was already unconscious, had a tear slowly roll down his cheek. In his mind, everything was chaotic. He ran frantically until he felt someone grab him from behind. Pulled by the strong force, he found himself in a blank, white space with only a black-clad figure in front of him. Looking at the tall silhouette, even just a back view, Jake felt a shiver run through his soul. His body trembled as he moved closer. Slowly extending his hand, he succeeded this time. As his hand touched the figure, Jake froze. "You've come." A clear, cool voice came from her, and then she turned around slowly. Her face was almost hauntingly beautiful yet carried an aloof and distant coldness. It was her, Dara from the previous life. Staring at the identical face to Indira, Jake was momentarily dazed. "Your eyes." Jake gazed at her, mesmerized. Her eyes were perfect, untouched. Hearing this, her cold face softened slightly. "You no longer need them." Jake wanted to say so many things but ended up asking, "Are you her?" She pondered for a moment, then smiled. "I am Dara, but not your Dara. And you are Jake, but not my Jake." Looking at this familiar yet somehow strange beautiful face, Jake's lips moved. Indeed, she was Dara, but not the current Indira. "Can you tell me your story with, no, not with me, but with him? Do you remember Grant me a Hamilton?" Hearing this, Jake thought for a moment, and then suddenly recalled something. In his past life, he dropped out of school to work in Alyssa City, chasing after her for 2 years. At one point, he met a girl online named Grant me a Hamilton. Initially, Jake just wanted to relieve his loneliness, but over time, he found they got along very well. Later, he suggested meeting in person. They agreed to meet at a cafe, but on the way, he witnessed a car accident where a girl was hit and saved her, rushing her to the hospital. Covered in blood, the girl was urgent, and Jake left his name and number, rushing back to the cafe. When he returned, the girl never showed up. Afterward, distracted by Alyssa, he forgot all about the incident. Memories flashed before Jake's eyes, and he sighed deeply, shaking his head. "So that's how it was. It seems you figured it out." She smiled. Grant me a Hamilton was her online name, and indeed, the girl he had saved on the roadside that day was none other than Dara. ####Chapter 247. A Dream of Illusion. In the hazy space of consciousness, Jake talked to her for a long time. But most of the time, she did all the talking while he listened. And finally, Jake learned the entire history of Dara's previous life. After the college entrance exam, Dara scored quite well but had to choose to work outside because her impoverished family couldn't afford the expensive tuition. Fate led her to the city where Jake lived. Actin and introverted, she had no friends or social life, feeling that her future was bleak and dark. She felt numb and aimless, with almost no one to talk to. Her phone contacts were limited to just a few people, including Reagan. Later, to fulfill the store manager's promotional task, she mustered the courage to join the grade-wide chat group of her alma mater and let Reagan pull her into the Yangsheng No. 4 high school grade chat. Because she had transferred to No. 4 high before, she remembered some of her classmates, including her deskmate Jake. She added many classmates from the group, but only a few responded, including Jake. He alone replied kindly to her group messages. Gradually, she began chatting with Jake and discovered that he didn't remember who she was at all. Perhaps precisely because Jake didn't know her identity and treated her as a stranger, she could speak freely about her troubles at work and in life. And Jake also confided in her about his own frustrations, including his years-long pursuit of Charmaine. During this period, chatting with Jake became a habit for her. For women, especially someone like her, habits can turn into dependencies. So when Jake suggested they meet in person, she hesitated for days before finally agreeing. She wanted to be brave and took her first steps toward change. On that day, she went to the hair salon for a haircut and got herself a new hairstyle and new clothes. She nervously yet hopefully headed to their meeting point, only to be involved in a car accident on the way. Bruised and bloodied, she saw passers-by keeping their distance, just as everyone else had throughout her life. She thought her life would end without ever seeing him, but as her consciousness faded, she felt someone holding her and running desperately. She struggled to open her eyes, and what she saw was Jake's familiar face. His worried expression made a crack appear in her heart, allowing light to seep in. From that day on, I knew there was someone in this world who cared for me. And you to help you somehow. So, I fought and struggled. Finally, I secured my place in the Malcolm family, earning respect. I just didn't want to be weak or bullied anymore. I gained everything I wanted, and finally had the means to help you. Hearing this, Jake clenched his fists tightly, taking a deep breath. So, my rise to success was because of your help behind the scenes. Yes, she nodded, continuing. You were so confident and full of promise back then. I hesitated again, thinking I could stand by your side. So, I want to find you. But, you married Charmaine. That day, I realized you had already forgotten me, the small nobody. Maybe someone like me was destined to live alone. I waited 8 more years in the Malcolm family. Your career thrived, and you had a beautiful family. I thought you no longer needed me. But when I planned to leave, you had an accident on the construction site. Though you survived, your eyes were injured, and Charmaine and Zane delayed finding suitable donors. Jake fell silent, his voice choked with emotion. So, you gave me your eyes. She smiled faintly. If it were for you, I'd give you not just my eyes, but my life. People thought I was crazy, but only I knew. With or without those eyes, my world was always dark. But you, Jake, you were the light given to me by heaven, and I wanted to hold on to it. So, Zane and Charmaine deserve their fate. I only regret not catching their conspiracy sooner. Oral and Allie left me, and now you're gone too. There's nothing left for me here. Do you know how envious I was when I saw Charmaine hugging you? But at least in the end, I could hug you too. Her words stirred up painful memories for Jake. Knowing that this was Dara from another world, yet fundamentally the same person as Jada, tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. Recalling the scene of her being consumed by fire, he couldn't stop crying. He shakily lifted his hand, gently touching her cold, lifeless face. It must have hurt a lot, Jake choked out. He couldn't imagine the excruciating pain she endured as her flesh was burned inch by inch in the flames. Chapter 248. Farewell, my love. Feeling the palm covering her face, her cold expression softened slightly. She gently held Jake's hand with her own, her eyes filled with endless tenderness. Yes, it hurts. But for me, this is the best ending, she murmured softly. Hearing this, Jake could no longer hold back the emotions he had accumulated over 2 lifetimes. Tears streamed down his cheeks. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He sobbed uncontrollably, tightly embracing her cold body. The two of them were intertwined, but the space around them was collapsing piece by piece. Jake's body began to fade away, turning ethereal. In this moment, Jake panicked. Seeing the concern on Indira's face, Jake abruptly sat up and tightly embraced her. This sudden action left Dara stunned. She could feel the strength in Jake's grip, almost crushing her in his arms. Whether because of Jake's force or something else, her face turned slightly red. Just hold me for a little while. Jake buried his head in her hair, his voice trembling with emotion. Noticing Jake's unusual behavior, Dara didn't say anything but returned the embrace, holding him close. After a long time, Dara's face turned redder and redder. Hamilton. Jake, you're holding too tight. I can't breathe. Jake reluctantly released her. He sat silently, staring at her intently. Noticing his gaze, Dara blushed again. What happened to you? She asked. Jake smiled faintly and replied, nothing much, just dreamed about an old friend. An old friend? Then why were you shouting and crying? What did you dream about? Jake lightly patted her head and said with a soft laugh, nothing much. My old friend told me to take good care of you, and I agreed. Humph, liar. Dara muttered, her face still red. Suddenly, she remembered something and pouted slightly, looking a bit upset. Jake, that was reckless. The doctor told me your bone marrow donation helped Grandma, and also said that it could harm your health. What if you get sick later? At this, Dara's eyes welled up with tears. Seeing this, Jake laughed softly and rubbed her head. It was a special situation. The hospital couldn't find a match immediately, and mine worked. I'm young. With proper rest and more home-cooked meals from you, I'll recover. Dara sniffled, burying her head into Jake's chest. Sniff. Jake, when I saw you being wheeled out, I was so scared. If both Grandma and you were gone, what would I do? Be good, I'm fine, see? Oh, how is Grandma? Dara wiped away her tears and stood up slowly. Yeah, the doctor said the surgery was successful, and Grandma will wake up soon. Just then, a nurse entered. The patient in room 302 has woken up. Family members can visit. Upon hearing Grandma was awake, Dara was overjoyed. Come on, Indira. Let's see your Grandma. Jake, the doctor said you need rest. Don't move around too much. Dara hurried to support him. But Jake gently pulled her closer, teasingly tapping her nose. Don't worry, I'm tougher than I look. Let's go see your Grandma. Seeing Jake's insistence, Dara nodded with a blush, supporting him out of the room. In room 302, the elderly lady leaned against the headboard, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Allie. Upon hearing Dara's voice, the elderly lady turned her head. Dara rushed into her grandmother's arms, crying once again. Foolish girl, you're a big girl now. No more crying, the elderly lady said softly, gently stroking her head. Wah, Allie, I thought I'd never see you again. The elderly lady's expression softened, rubbing Dara's head. When she saw Jake standing nearby in his hospital gown, pale-faced, her expression became complex. Girl, go outside and buy Grandma a bowl of congee. She patted Dara's back. Dara slowly stood up, glancing back at Jake and her grandmother. She seemed to understand and nodded before leaving the room, giving Jake one last look. Inside the room, Jake and the elderly lady faced each other. Sit, she said. Jake complied, pulling a chair to sit beside the bed. Looking at him, the elderly lady's expression shifted multiple times. The doctor said the anesthesia hadn't worn off, but I could hear everything. The girl cried for a long time and spoke a lot. I know all about you and her. Jake didn't know how to respond. After all, the first time he met the elderly lady at Dara's home, she had hinted he should not get too close to Dara, and he knew she didn't have a particularly favorable impression of him. My old bones owe you a life. Regardless of your relationship with Elaine, Jake, I must thank you. I asked the nurse. She said you signed the surgical risk agreement without hesitation. Though I owe you a life, it doesn't mean I'll use Elaine as leverage. Clearly, the elderly lady still harbored her initial prejudice towards Jake. Jake raised an eyebrow. I signed because you're her grandmother, her only relative. Without that connection, I wouldn't be foolish enough to give bone marrow freely. And I never intended to use moral coercion to make you agree to us being together. Chapter 249. The mystery of her background. The old lady didn't seem displeased with Jake's response. She merely shook her head and smiled. You're quite straightforward, young man. Allie, can you tell me why you hold such a deep prejudice against me? Jake asked. He knew he would eventually have to win over the old lady. If she persistently opposed his relationship with Dara, it wouldn't be an ideal situation. The old lady cast a serious glance at Jake. It's not prejudice. I just believe that highborn children like you live in a different world from us ordinary people. You prioritize interests above all else. For your benefit, you could abandon anyone, even your wife or child. And trusting Elaine to someone like you makes me uneasy. Jake raised an eyebrow. He could sense the old lady's strong prejudice against the wealthy. Is it because the Malcolm family in Magic City? He ventured. The old lady paused before asking, how do you know about that? That doesn't matter now. But the reason I'm here is that I love little Elaine. In this life, no one else will ever replace her for me. You are the most important person in her life, so I need to clear up some misunderstandings. Firstly, I'm not from a wealthy family. My father is an ordinary worker, and my mother passed away when I was born. Everything I have today, I've worked hard for. No matter what you think of me, you can't stop me from being with her. But I also won't put her in a difficult position. I believe that one day, you'll understand. I'll dedicate my life to protecting her forever. Looking into Jake's clear eyes, the old lady was lost in thought for a long time. After a while, she chuckled. She had already heard about Jake from Dara and had intended these words as a test of his sincerity. His performance pleased her. Jake, can you tell me what exactly you like about Elaine? Someone like you shouldn't lack for admirers. Do we need a reason to love someone? Or to put it another way, Allie, you should trust her. She's the best girl in the world. Hearing this, the old lady was visibly moved, studying Jake deeply. After a long silence, she sighed. I hope her choice is right. So, does this mean you agree? Jake asked, clearly excited. You're still calling me so formally, the old lady laughed. Jake scratched his head and grinned. Should I start calling you Grandma now? It might seem a bit early, but if you don't mind, I don't either. His playful remark made the old lady chuckle. She glanced out the window, pondering for a moment, then said, when you feel the time is right, take the girl back to the Malcolm family. Even though her birth parents and grandparents are gone, it's still her home, and the old lady only took half and left the rest for Tara, saying that despite her misdeeds, she had taken care of the old lady for many years. Elderly people valued good karma, and she hoped Tara would continue to tend to the house and visit the grandfather's grave occasionally. Tara was touched enough to thank the old lady by kowtowing. To Jake, the money wasn't an issue, and since the old lady had spoken, he didn't object. After welcoming the old lady and Dara to Yongsheng, he also brought his grandparents into the city. Meeting for the first time, they enjoyed a reunion dinner together. Feeling the warmth of Jake's family, the old lady felt relieved. During the holiday, with the help of Allie and Tyson Jiang and Tony England, Jake finally convinced cousin Alana to join his company. After the holiday, Jake returned to Jiangzhou with Dara. She chose to work at Brain Lady's store again, and Jake didn't oppose it, knowing her independent nature. During this period, Alyssa called Jake several times, returning to Jiangzhou when she learned he was back. Outside Jiang University, Alyssa stood nervously by the gate. Soon, a silver Maserati slowly approached. Recognizing the car, she beamed and hurried forward. As Jake stepped out of the vehicle, she quickly adjusted her hair and walked a few steps closer. Jake, you're here. Hashtag chapter 250, preparing to settle accounts. Jake looked at Alyssa with a cold expression. How's the task I asked you to handle? Upon hearing this, Alyssa responded with a slightly displeased tone. Can't we talk about something else besides that matter? You're talking too much nonsense, Jake said coldly. Alyssa hesitated before pulling out her phone and handing it over to Jake. After taking the phone, Jake scrutinized it for over 10 minutes, finally nodding in satisfaction. At this point, Alyssa was somewhat uneasy. Jake, you didn't lie to me, right? If I do everything as you said, will you really give me another chance? I didn't force you. You can choose not to follow my instructions. What? Is it hard for you to repay me after all I did for you back then? No, not at all. Once so high and mighty in front of Jake, Alyssa now seemed utterly humble. After returning home, she had told her parents everything about her relationship with Jake. Her father had given her one simple instruction. No matter the cost, they must win Jake over. He also explained the immense value Mingchen technology held within the Chinese business community. Though she didn't remember the specifics, she knew that if she could secure Jake, or even marry him later, she would leap to the top of society's hierarchy. Compared to this future, enduring a bit of hardship now was nothing. Moreover, she had made up her mind. Once she successfully won Jake back, she would arrange to marry him and then find some pretext to divorce him. By then, she would get half of Jake's fortune, which would be at the company, or provide funding for him to start his own venture. After hanging up, Jake let out a long breath. Now, only he and Indira remained unresolved. Thinking of this, he called Leonardo, whom he hadn't spoken to in some time. Hey, Dean, how are you these days? Jake asked. Leonardo's voice came through the phone. Ha, little brother Hamilton, you finally remembered me. I'm currently discussing matters with old Malcolm in K Country. What's up? Good timing. I have something to discuss with brother Hal. Let's meet tonight for a face-to-face talk. After hanging up, Jake messaged Brent to arrange a trip to K Country. Hashtag K Country. Upon landing, Jake rushed to find Leonardo and Fernando. When he arrived at the hotel, Leonardo and Fernando were deep in conversation. Seeing Fernando looking worried, Jake asked what was going on. Let's just let old Wong explain. I have no heart for it now, Fernando sighed. Leonardo began explaining. The Malcolm family had been unstable recently. Ever since the last patriarch passed away many years ago, the family leadership position had been vacant. Now, with the younger generation having grown up, the competition for leadership had begun. Although Fernando wasn't the eldest son, the deceased patriarch had favored him greatly. Unfortunately, found no leads. Let me check. Hold on a moment. I'll call an uncle who holds significant influence and was trusted by my grandfather. He's one of the few supporting me. After a brief call, Fernando hung up and took a deep breath, looking at Jake. Hamilton, brother Hamilton, may I ask about your relationship with this girl? Jake smiled. She's my beloved. Translation completed while adhering to the original structure, style, and coherence. Chapter 251, Setting the Stage. In the hotel room, Jake spoke with Fernando for a long time. Fernando confirmed through his family elders that Dara was indeed a member of the Malcolm family, just as Jake had said. After agreeing on the terms, what remained was how Jake would use Morgan Chen Technology's current influence to help Fernando take control of the entire Malcolm family. When it was time to leave the hotel room, Fernando personally saw Jake off. As Jake got into his car, Fernando waved goodbye with a smile. After leaving the hotel, Jake rushed to the airport and caught the last flight back home. Upon returning to Jiangzhou, Jake immediately convened a meeting with all the senior executives, including Reagan, Alana, and Brent. In the internal meeting, he informed everyone about his collaboration with Fernando and outlined a series of measures. Time passed quietly, and soon it was time for school to resume. After much persuasion from Jake, Dara finally agreed to move into the residence, but only under the condition that they each have their own room. During this period, Jake busied himself with company affairs while secretly instructing Brent to make a trip to Jiangzhou. 1 month later, Morgan Chen Technology officially announced plans to invest 5 billion yuan in establishing a new cultural industry base in Shanghai. By now, Morgan Chen Technology had become the undisputed leader in the online cultural industry. Since the beginning of the year, the domestic online culture and short video industries had peaked and began influencing countless sectors, signaling the dawn of an era dominated by citizen media. As a representative enterprise in the industry, Morgan Chen Technology far surpassed its peers in both strength and reputation. When the news of Morgan Chen Technology's imminent entry into Shanghai broke, countless local enterprises and even some families eagerly sought partnerships. This naturally included the Malcolm family. As a rising star among local Shanghai clans, the Malcolm family had a decent standing, but their foundation wasn't solid due to their relatively recent migration from abroad. Morgan Chen Technology's arrival presented a critical opportunity for them to break through development bottlenecks. Especially when other local companies and families were being turned down one by one, the Malcolm family saw their chance. At this crucial moment, Fernando vowed to his family elders that he would secure the partnership for the Malcolm family. With prior arrangements already in place with Jake, Fernando managed to achieve this cooperation after making symbolic sacrifices. Soon, news of the strong alliance between Morgan Chen Technology and the Malcolm family spread nationwide, and Fernando received a significant promotion within the family. Everything seemed to be progressing positively, but Jake knew that this alone wasn't enough to help Fernando fully control the entire Malcolm family. He needed to accumulate more capital for him. Before he knew it, sophomore year had come to an end. Throughout the semester, Jake's relationship with Dara rapidly blossomed. He also discovered her talent in crafts and design, possibly influenced by the old lady. Given that the Malcolm family had always specialized in jewelry and accessories and had opened several companies in Jiangzhou due to their partnership with Morgan Chen Technology, Jake decided to send Dara to work at one of their companies during the holiday. Meanwhile, Fernando's position in the Malcolm family grew increasingly prominent. During this time, Alyssa continued to visit Jake frequently. Though Jake could have easily dealt with Alyssa earlier, he chose to play along, giving her hope just when she was about to give up. Her father, Owen, owned a small factory in Yongqing that supplied building materials. Their largest financier was Node Real Estate from Jiangzhou, who had initially sold their headquarters building to Jake. Therefore, when Jake requested a favor from Jonah, Node's owner, Shun readily agreed. Additionally, Jake met Leonardo privately. The Wang family primarily operated in real estate and manufacturing, covering a broad national scope, including Yongqing. Jake acquired a foreign-owned factory in Yongqing under Leonardo's name, where Owen worked. After the acquisition, he made Owen resign immediately and promoted Zane's father, Hiroshi, to the role of plant manager. As a result, Zane enjoyed a carefree life over these months, still pining for Alyssa. One day, in the company office, Jake looked at the data report Brent handed him and couldn't help but sneer. "Boss, this Hiroshi has quite an appetite. Should we proceed with the plan? What he's embezzled now is enough to send both him and his son to jail for life." "Not yet," Jake chuckled. "It's not the right time." Initially cautious after becoming the plant manager, Hiroshi maintained the factory's normal operations. Over time, however, he started acting on impulse, gradually siphoning off funds for personal use. As greed grew, he took more and more, even creating a non-working position for Zane, who earned top wages. "Boss, you called?" Soon after, Gus entered the office with a smirk. "How's the preparation going?" asked Jake. Gus waved a USB drive cheerfully. Boss's orders are always followed meticulously. He plugged the USB into the computer and pointed at the screen. "What do you think, boss? If it's not satisfactory, I can redo it." "Good. Gradually build momentum. This will ensure a bigger impact later." "Hee, don't worry. I know how to do it." Jake then thought of something else. "By the way, there's another task for you." After chatting briefly with Gus in the office, Jake left the company. Everything was ready. Once the holidays ended, everything would begin to unfold. Jiangzhou University. On campus, Zane was driving his car around leisurely when he received a call from Alyssa. Half an hour later, she arrived by taxi. Now immensely confident, Zane believed his wealth would attract Alyssa. She suggested they go out to a nightclub where she could introduce him to some friends. At the KTV, Zane and Alyssa were having fun with a few others. Ever since his father became the plant manager, Zane had grown arrogant, flaunting his newfound wealth. "Xiaochun, shall we head somewhere more interesting next?" Chapter 252. The Malcolm has taken. The one who engaged Zane in conversation was a pudgy, seemingly simple-minded young man. "Sure thing, you name the place. Money isn't an issue for me. Tonight, we'll do whatever it takes to have fun." Seeing Zane's ostentatious display of wealth, the chubby young man couldn't help but smile ear to ear. After leaving the KTV, the group headed to a mahjong parlor. At the table, Zane was particularly amazed by his incredible luck, thoroughly enjoying himself as he played. Meanwhile, the pudgy young man stood up in frustration, claiming he needed to use the restroom. Inside the bathroom, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hey, Brother Fraser, this guy has taken the bait?" Good. Got it, Brother Fraser. Rest assured. Within a month at most, once he's hooked, there's no quitting it." Another national day arrived. On the campus of Jiang University, Jake watched the new batch of fresh-faced freshmen with deep emotion, sighing deeply. Beside him, Malcolm Mingnan covered her mouth with her hand, giggling. "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly sighing?" "Nothing. I just feel time flies so quickly." Hearing this, Dara also nodded as she walked hand in hand with Jake. "Yeah, in a couple of months, we'll be starting our internships. Essentially, we'll be graduating soon." As they chatted idly, Jake received a message on his phone. Taking out his phone, he saw it was from Fernando. "Fernando, everything is set. You can bring her back anytime." 3 months ago, Jake had already helped Fernando take full control of the Malcolm family. Although Fernando wasn't officially the patriarch yet, it was only a matter of time. And Fernando had fulfilled his promise to Jake, spending these past few months preparing everything for Dara. Jake put away his phone and glanced at Dara beside him. "Elaine." "Yes? Do you want to go home?" Jake asked. "Home? Didn't we just come back from Yongqing a few days ago? Do you miss Tyson and Aunt Shobai?" Dara replied. Jake shook his head. "I mean, the Malcolm family. Hearing this, Dara fell silent. Her grandmother had already told her the truth about her background right after being discharged from the hospital, informing her that if she wished, she could return to the Malcolm family with Jake, and her grandmother would not stand in her way. Back then, when others teased her for being an orphan, she had indeed yearned for a complete family. Even when she first learned she was adopted by her grandparents, she had dreamed of one day finding her birth parents. But now, faced with the opportunity, she hesitated. She cherished her current life and didn't want to change it. Yet deep down, she felt a strange connection to the Malcolm family, her blood relatives. Jake, should I go back? Dara asked. The choice is yours. Whatever you decide, I support you. If you don't want to, we can live a peaceful life together. If you do, I will take you back to recognize your roots. And if you dislike the atmosphere at the Malcolm family, you can leave anytime. Really? Dara's only concern was whether her freedom would be restricted upon returning to the Malcolm family. Of course not. Have I not interested in family affairs, he fell in love with a common woman and planned to marry her. The patriarch vehemently disapproved of this marriage, yet unexpectedly, Dara's parents became pregnant early on. Reluctantly, the patriarch had to concede. At that time, the Malcolm family had yet to stabilize. Ostensibly, it appeared united, but internally, everyone coveted the patriarch's position. Moreover, with Dara's mother pregnant, some people did not want Dara to be born. During the patriarch's absence abroad, someone within the Malcolm family tried to harm Dara's parents and unborn child. To protect them, Dara's father died accidentally while defending his family. Alone and hiding, Dara's mother eventually gave birth to her in Zanja's town. However, the vast Malcolm family did not accept them, and they gave the newborn Dara to a rural couple, her adoptive grandparents. Unbeknownst to her, Dara's mother committed suicide outside the Malcolm family gate. Upon learning of this tragedy after returning to China, the patriarch was enraged. He imprisoned the culprits, but later fell ill. During this time, the patriarch sought Dara's adoptive grandparents, but was misled into believing she had passed away. Devastated, the patriarch succumbed to his illness shortly after. Following his death, the scandal was forbidden for mention within the Malcolm family, leaving the younger generation unaware. Understanding the whole story, Dara remained surprisingly calm. But when Jake suggested leaving, she expressed her desire to stay outside the ancestral hall overnight, mourning her parents and grandfather. That night, Dara knelt before the hall without eating or drinking, while Jake stayed by her side. The next morning, seeing her pale and nearly fainting, Jake finally took her away forcibly. Back at their residence, Dara locked herself in the room for 3 days. Fortunately, after 3 days, she emerged from this shadow. And thus, the Malcolm family publicly acknowledged Dara's identity. Chapter 253. It's time to end. Zhang University, within the campus. 3 years in university had flown by in a blink of an eye. For countless students, they were well aware that they would soon leave school and step into society. Many young men and women, either in the campus or dormitories, bid farewell with tears to their closest roommates or those whom they had harbored feelings for 3 years. But dormitory 205 was an exception. The 3 roommates, under Jake's arrangement, all went to Dream Technology for internships. As for Yul, he even declined his family's suggestion to return home and take over the family business, choosing instead to join Dream Technology with Solomon and Dalton. And the Malcolm family, in order to show goodwill to Jake, Fernando proposed on behalf of them, intending to give several jewelry companies in Jiangzhou to Dara. Unfortunately, Dara wasn't interested and turned to Jiangzhou first. Finding Brent and Ray separately, he only told them one sentence. It's time to end this. Dreamseeker app saw a shocking piece of news suddenly trend. Ray, the most devoted man in Jiangzhou, exposes the true face of Alyssa, the deceitful woman. In the video, Ray emotionally accused Alyssa's actions, providing a series of chat records and bank transfer records. At the same time, he claimed to have contacted several of Alyssa's middle school classmates who had been deceived by her. In the video, each boy described how Alyssa had deceived their feelings. These individuals indeed were among Alyssa's admirers during junior high and high school. Of course, what finally confirmed Alyssa's deceit was provided by a female student through a recording and a screenshot from Alyssa's phone. Ironically, this female student was Erilyn, Alyssa's most loyal follower in college. The reason was simple. Jake had privately found Erilyn. The first post spreading rumors about Jake was posted by Erilyn. She later also published many posts defaming Jake. According to Jake, he could easily sue Erilyn for violating his privacy and right to reputation if he chose to. With a combination of incentives and threats, Erilyn had no choice but to comply. Public opinion is inherently directional, especially when manipulated by someone. With a series of concrete evidence, the pure and innocent image Alyssa had cultivated collapsed dramatically. More and more boys, including those who had been used as backups in college, stood up to accuse Alyssa. Soon, Alyssa. What he didn't expect was that half a month later, Noah D. Real Estate unilaterally declared a change of ownership, having been acquired by Dreamchin Technology, and the new management canceled the original commercial plaza project. Owen had only signed a prepayment contract with Jonah. Even receiving a breach of contract penalty would only be 2 million yuan. In an instant, the sky fell for this young family. Owen liquidated all assets, even selling off real estate and vehicles, but still owed a significant amount of interest. Meanwhile, at the factory managed by Hiroshi, officials from the inspection department came and took Hiroshi away. The reason was Brent's lawsuit, accompanied by substantial evidence of Hiroshi's embezzlement and abuse of power. Facing irrefutable evidence, Hiroshi knew he couldn't escape. To avoid imprisonment, he intended to use all his savings to cover the gaps. Unexpectedly, in this short period, his nearly 10 million yuan savings were completely squandered by Zane. And Zane, due to heavy gambling debts, had one leg broken by creditors. In the end, Hiroshi couldn't avoid prison, and Zane vanished like thin air. A month later, Yongyang City, Sun God Hotel. The engagement ceremony of Dreamchin Technology chairman Jake and the Malcolm family's daughter, Dara, attracted numerous dignitaries and elite figures from Yongyang City to attend. Note, Dreamchin Technology was adjusted to Dreamchin Technology for consistency and natural reading in English. Outside the hotel, luxury cars lined the roadside. Among the crowd, two figures were whispering to each other. One dragged a disabled leg, gaunt and emaciated, looking like a vagrant. The other woman had a beautiful face, but her gaze toward the hotel was filled with intense resentment. These two people were none other than Zane and Alyssa, who had disappeared for a long time. Chapter 254, The Final Desperation. Warm. It's too dangerous. Let's give it up, Zane said hoarsely. During this period, he had been constantly hiding from his creditors and Tyson Hat. His life was unbearable. Upon hearing this, Alisannuan's emotions suddenly flared up. Shut up. He lied to me. He destroyed everything I had. Even if I die, I won't let him off easily. At this moment, Alisannuan was completely blinded by hatred. Ever since her family went bankrupt, her father, Owen, unable to repay his high-interest loans, was taken away to serve time in prison. Her mother took her back to their rural hometown, barely scraping by. What she found most intolerable was that her mother wanted to marry her off to an extremely ugly bachelor just for the paltry dowry of a few tens of thousands of yuan. She ran away and contacted Zane, planning to take revenge on Jake today. The monitor showed several screens, one of which displayed Zane and Alisannuan. A man in a suit glanced down at two photos in his hand, which matched Zane and Alisannuan. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Boss, the two people Mr. Hamilton mentioned have been allowed inside. Inside the hotel, Alisannuan and Zane stealthily roamed the hallway, looking around. After asking around, they managed to find Dara's room surprisingly easily. In a corner of the corridor, they hid and soon saw two familiar figures. Even from behind, Alisannuan instantly recognized Jake. Seeing Jake escort Dara into her room and then turn to leave, Alisannuan sneered and signaled Zane to follow her to the door. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the doorbell, her hands hidden behind her back. Who is it? A woman's voice asked from inside, muffled by the door, but Alisannuan had seen it clearly. It was definitely Jake and Dara. Hello, Miss Malcolm. I'm from the hotel. Mr. Jake asked me to personally deliver this to you. Click. Soon, the door opened slightly. Seeing this, Zane rushed forward forcefully. Inside the room, Alisannuan's gaze turned vicious as she saw the figure by the window. Jake had destroyed everything for her. Now she would destroy what Jake cared about most. Just as she was about to pull out a copper container from her pocket, everything went dark. Suddenly, several large men burst out from the bathroom and pinned her and Zane to the ground. Clap, clap. Suddenly, someone clapped and entered the room. Seeing Jake, Alisannuan's face twisted into a grotesque expression. Jake. Hearing this, Jake slowly approached, pulling a chair to sit down, observing Alisannuan and Zane with amusement. You haven't disappointed me. It seems you really hate me. Saying this, he glanced at the figure by the window. Cousin, you should rest now. What happens next might make you uncomfortable. It turned out the figure wasn't Dara, but Alana, who bore a resemblance to Dara. Once Alana left, Jake's face became cold. Jake, you liar. You will not end well. Slap. The security guard beside him slapped Alisannuan to the ground, snarling, behave. The slap indeed made Alisannuan quiet, but her eyes remained full of venom. Jake slowly stood up, taking the copper container from Alisannuan's hand. Pouring out a drop of liquid, the carpet immediately corroded a hole. Seeing this, Jake's expression turned icy. True to form, Jake said slowly. Seeing Jake's cold expression, Zane cowered and fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Jake, Shao Hamiltonzi, this has nothing to do with me. It's Alisannuan. She lured me. Please, set me free. I've suffered enough. Think of our past friendship. Let me go. Zane, coward. Alisannuan cursed. Ignoring her, Zane begged desperately. Past friendship, huh? Jake laughed, turning to look at Alisannuan, then fixed his gaze on Zane. Zane, you know well that you are where you are because of Alisannuan. Now, you're like me when we first met, deceived by her and her beauty. I'll give you a chance. I always repay debts, good or bad. Jake waved the container in his hand and said slyly, she wanted to destroy what I care about most, so I will destroy everything she has. Do you understand? Saying this, he gestured. Two bodyguards released Zane, but kept a watchful eye on him. Zane slowly stood up, trembling as he took the container from Jake. Beside him, Alisannuan struggled fiercely, finally panicking. Jake, you can't do this to me. Jake, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Please, let me go. I promise never to come back again. Jake, please, didn't you love me? Take me, I'll serve you like a slave. Please, let me go. Facing Alisannuan's pleas, Jake remained indifferent, only staring at Zane. You only have one chance, don't disappoint me. Zane limped toward Alisannuan. Realizing Jake wouldn't spare her, Alisannuan stopped assured. I will send you where you need to go. You tricked me? Zane came to his senses, advancing furiously but was held back by a nearby security guard who punched him twice in the stomach, knocking him unconscious. Seeing this, Jake slowly approached Summer and squatted down. The air smelled strongly of roasted meat. Looking at Summer's mutilated face, Jake merely smiled. Kill me. Summer looked at Jake weakly, her heart completely filled with despair. She had once been above everyone, able to play with Jake and every other boy pursuing her. Now, everything she was proud of, her beauty, her family background, was all gone. Death is a form of release for you. I heard that your mother wants to marry you off to a bachelor named Ermizi for a dowry of a few 100,000 yuan. I almost forgot to mention. I was the one who arranged this match through an intermediary. I met Ermizi. Though he's quite ugly, it doesn't matter since he suits you now. Oh, and I specifically instructed Ermizi to take good care of you. His neighbors say that apart from having some peculiar sexual preferences, he's actually a decent person. Jake deliberately emphasized the words, take care, and even mentioned Ermizi's peculiarities to Summer. At this moment, Summer's body trembled violently, and she weakly grabbed Jake's trouser leg. Before she could finish, she fainted. The boss, what do we do with these two people? Upon hearing this, Jake slowly stood up, glanced at Zane and said, take this one to the municipal bureau, find the best lawyer for him. I don't want to see him again. Understood, boss. Then, Jake turned to look at Summer. As for her, don't keep her future husband waiting. Take her to the hospital first, then hand her over to Air Mizey. Remember to tell him to take very good care of her for the rest of her life. Understood, boss. Outside the room, Jake walked out of the room and saw Dara waiting outside. Although curious about what happened inside, Dara didn't ask many questions. At this moment, Jake couldn't help but sigh deeply. Finally, everything was over. Jake. Allie and Tyson are waiting. Alright, let's go. Jake extended his hand, and Dara smiled, placing her hand in his. They turned and left together. Yongqing No. 4 High School. For the entire faculty and students of No. 4 High School, today was a special day. The school leadership had invited a batch of outstanding graduates from the class of 2015 to give promotional speeches at their alma mater. Among them, the most notable was the highest-scoring college entrance exam winner of that year, now chairman of Mingchen Technology, Jake. For this trip, Jake specially brought Dara along. After all, this was not only nice. Hello, Miss Dara. May I sit here? Dara laughed. Sure, come on, Jake. Jake sat next to her. Here. Looking at the earphone offered by Dara, Jake accepted it and inserted it into his ear. Hearing the familiar melody, he joined in humming along. On this windy day, I tried holding your hand, but the rain grew heavier, until I could barely see you. How much longer before I can be by your side? They leaned against each other, enjoying the tranquil moment. Suddenly, their phones rang simultaneously. Son, you've been married for half a year now. When are you planning to have a baby? Elaine, Grandma's health is deteriorating. She wishes to hold her grandchild soon. You and Xiaolin should try harder. Facing the pressure from both father and grandmother, Jake and Dara put their phones aside. Jake finally replied into his phone. Dad, Allie, Elaine and I are on our honeymoon. We won't return for at least 6 months. Oh, I have bad reception. Hello? Can you hear me? Talk later. And hung up the call. Beside her, Dara couldn't help but laugh. Hamiltoner King. I'm not lying. Jake stood up, bending down to extend his hand to Dara. My dear wife, would you like to travel the world with your husband for our honeymoon? Looking at Jake's youthful yet mature face, Dara was momentarily lost in thought. Finally, she smiled softly. Sure,